Chapter 310, Red Eyes. Honest Che, thank you for saving my daughter Darnell. The vial contains the essence of our clan's sacred beast venom, a single drop produced only once in 1,000 years. Regardless of the enemy, even if it touches a 9th-rank powerhouse, they will instantly dissolve into a pool of pus and blood. Please use it wisely. Mackenzie finished his sentence with a provocative raise of his eyebrows towards Brendan. Brendan glared at him fiercely. May brat, if we were outside, I would give you a severe thrashing. Rico saw the situation was turning sour and hurriedly said, I accept the generous gifts from both venerable elders. I shall never forget this great favor. Young Master Che takes his leave now. Just as he was about to leave, Rico suddenly turned back. That Everly Emmy whom I rescued along the way, please look after her on my behalf. Don't worry. We in the 100 Flowers Valley will take good care of her, May responded. Rest assured, we in the Gabive Toxins Valley will take better care of her than the 100 Flowers Valley, Brendan retorted sharply. Seeing tensions rising between them, Rico took the opportunity to slip away. Staying any longer might attract trouble he couldn't afford. As Rico crossed over the wall deeper into the ruins, Jaylene appeared atop the city wall, watching his receding figure silently praying. May your destiny protect you. No matter what happens, you can turn danger into safety. Her words were a blessing for Rico and a comfort to herself. Passing through the white walls and venturing deeper, the ruins' dilapidated scenes became more evident, with deep fissures crisscrossing the ground everywhere. Riverbeds lay dry, barren, and lifeless, a common sight. The air here remains as foul as when I last left. Away from prying eyes, Rico released Alma from the beast control space. His confidence in entering the ruins rested entirely on Alma, who had lived in the ruins for 1,000 years. Her familiarity with everything inside meant Rico could safely investigate matters related to the Tower of Heaven. A flicker of firelight flashed, and the plump red bird on Rico's shoulder transformed into a voluptuous red-haired beauty standing before him. Over 1,000 years without taking human form. Wonder if anything unusual has changed? Alma twirled around in front of Rico, her gold-red dress shimmering beautifully as specks of golden dust sparkled in the air. The elegance and sensuality in her presence achieved an exquisite balance, captivating yet pure. Alma's beauty transcended the mundane, an artful allure that none could desecrate. Unfortunately, this beauty was enjoyed by Rico alone. Do you see anything odd about me? Not really, you're fine. Rico shook his head. But thinking about my egg-laying chick turning into this, it feels strange. Alma's eyes blazed angrily. How many times have I told you? I am not an egg-laying hen. I am the noble Alma. Show some respect. Slap. Ah. Alma shrieked, her face turning bright red. Respect? A mere hen dares to be insolent? Alma bit her lip. Each time she was disrespected by Rico, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. She was the supreme Phoenix Queen, yet defamed as an egg-laying hen by Rico. She should feel furious, but inexplicably, she didn't feel angry. Instead, a longing spread within her. Alma shook her head violently, dispelling those thoughts. She wasn't one of those who found joy in being mistreated. Not at all. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and lead the way, or there'll be no food for you tonight. Rico's stern gaze made Alma's posture falter. Yes, yes. Seeing Alma capitulate, Rico patted her head gently. Now that's the good girl. Let's go. Together, they headed towards the direction where Rico's giant egg resonated. The holy branch Brendan gave matched the direction sensed by the black and white egg, but was far less precise. After walking for roughly 2 hours, thanks to Alma's guidance, they avoided numerous space distortions and poisonous marshes, covering more ground than others typically did in a day. The aura here is sparse. Walking consumes much energy. Let's rest and preserve strength for unexpected events. Observing their surroundings, they were at the edge of a forest, crucial to adjust before venturing deeper into the ruins' perilous woodland. Alma, thank you for your hard work. Rico placed a large pot of pre-cooked beef stew in front of Alma, causing her mouth to water. Recalling her casual chat with Alicia where she mentioned loving stewed beef, Rico must have listened and prepared it for her. You're not so terrible after all. Watching Alma feast heartily, Rico smiled and stroked her head. Eat slowly. I've made plenty. Several pairs of hidden eyes in the forest secretly observed them. Red Eyes approached the trio stealthily, while they ate and chatted oblivious to the impending danger. However, these red-eyed figures waited for the perfect moment to strike. Feeling sleepy after eating, I'm going to rest. Rico yawned, laying down on a blanket spread out on the ground. The others, noticing Rico asleep, also felt drowsy, leaning against trees and closing their eyes. Hours passed, and their breathing became slow and steady, indicating deep sleep. Gabinally, shadows in the forest moved, silently approaching the trio, weapons poised to strike. Red Eyes repeatedly stabbed the sleeping trio until no sign of life remained, then paused. Just as they planned to carry away their loot, a clear voice rang out behind them. It's indeed them. These half-human, half-zombie creatures love ambushing sleeping prey. The red-eyed beings turned back in horror, finding their supposed dead victims standing unscathed behind them. Hashtag Chapter 311. A couple is Yolka birds in the same forest, but when hardship strikes, they fly apart. Explode. Rico pointed, and the 3 bodies on the ground exploded instantly. Vast amounts of viscous mud gushed out, firmly entrapping all the red-eyed creatures. The red-eyed beings trapped by Rico struggled frantically, but his secret technique was not something they could easily escape from. Tisk, these guys are really ugly. Rico observed the red-eyed creatures. They looked almost identical to humans except for the contorted muscles on their faces that made their expressions extremely hideous. Moreover, they lacked lips, exposing their crimson gums and sharp teeth to the air. They indeed look pretty ugly, just like you humans, Michaela said frankly. To her, these half-human, half-corpse monsters were no different from humans, and neither compared to even a fraction of her beauty. Slap. Ah, why did you hit me again? Rico glared at her without saying a word. He manipulated the mud to examine the red-eyed creatures and made a strange discovery. These monsters are still wearing clothes. From the looks of it, they seem to be warriors from the great battle 1,000 years ago. How did they end up like this? Rico looked at Michaela, believing she must know the answer. Michaela was still sulking over the slap, but under Rico's stern gaze, she quickly softened. I'm not omniscient. The spiritual energy circulation here was completely destroyed during the great battle back then. Amidst the chaos of various forces, it's possible that some new life forms emerged from those ancient corpses. That was Michaela's guess. Although the ruins of the battlefield are still part of Dongyun Continent, its interior has transformed into an entirely new world. So whatever happens here, don't be surprised. Focus on surviving with all your might. Though Michaela sounded casual, Rico could see the seriousness in her eyes. For a 10th rank ferocious beast to feel such gravity, this ruin truly wasn't to be underestimated. Honest, there's someone being chased 10 miles away in the direction of the woods. There are 4 people in total, one of whom is barely breathing. Just as Rico was about to investigate the half-corpse creatures, Alicia, who had acute hearing, informed him. Rico nodded. Let's go take a look. Hold on. Rico was about to leave when Michaela suddenly blocked their path. I won't stop you from helping others, but remember what I told you. I won't intervene. If I do, the things left behind by those old-timers will detect me. I understand. Let's hurry. Deep within the forest, for cultivators were desperately running. They occasionally glanced back, revealing the fear on their faces as if a terrifying entity was pursuing them. Run faster. It's catching up. Damn it. I'm already running as fast as I can. Why is this trash so heavy? Should we just leave him here? No way. We can't abandon Aiden brother Jalmer. You bitch, then you carry him. The burly man carrying the injured person shouted, silencing the petite female disciple instantly. I agree to leaving Jalmer behind. He's only a burden now. Carrying him, we might not escape either. The black-haired man leading the way said coldly. Outside, with their cultivation, they could run swiftly even with 10 people. But inside this mysterious ruin, spiritual energy and elements were extremely sparse. Without spiritual support, their physical strength wasn't much better than an ordinary person's. The uneven forest floor, with thick tree roots and slippery moss everywhere, plus their injuries, prevented them from shaking off the massive creature chasing them. Swoosh! A large tree trunk flew towards them, landing right behind them, narrowly missing their bodies. The 3 jumped, frightened. This kept happening. Every time they slowed down, the creature would throw something at them with uncanny accuracy. That brute is toying with us. Damn it, should we fight him? No way. How can we possibly defeat that monster? Aiden brother Jalmer couldn't even last one strike against it. The cold-blooded black-haired man spoke up. Calm down. It's still playing with us, meaning it still has patience. We have a chance to survive. As long as we get out of this forest, we have a chance. The petite female cultivator trembled and asked, how far is it to the edge of the forest? The cold man surveyed the area and shook his head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be far. Just hold on. Suddenly, the female cultivator stepped on a rotten leaf and slipped, falling to the ground. Ouch! My foot hurts. I twisted my ankle. Aiden brother Yoel, help me. She sat on the ground, her beautiful face smeared with mud. The cold man cursed inwardly and pulled her up. Aiden brother Yoel, I can't run anymore. The woman looked at him tearfully, pitiful and desperate. The cold man obviously wasn't buying it. If you can't run, let the big guy carry you. I won't carry you. But Aiden brother Broderick still has to carry Aiden brother Jalmer. Though she said this, her eyes clearly hoped the big guy would leave the wounded Jalmer behind and carry her instead. The big guy looked at her and grinned. Jalmer is almost dead anyway. Let's just leave him here. Everly Giovanni, I'll carry you. With that, he casually threw Jalmer onto the ground. This isn't right. Aiden brother Jalmer is still alive. Everly Giovanni hesitated. Stop talking nonsense. Keep talking and we'll all die. Hurry up. The cold man ran forward without checking if the others were following. Seeing the cold man leave, Everly Giovanni stopped hesitating, climbed onto the big guy's back, and followed after the cold man. Leaving the heavily wounded Jalmer behind to die. Jalmer couldn't speak, but hadn't lost consciousness. He watched everything unfold before him with bitter mockery in his heart. Indeed, a couple is like birds in the same forest, but when hardship strikes, they fly apart. Not to mention, Vera was only his fiancée. Now, Jalmer didn't hate Vera but regretted his misjudgment of character. If given another chance, he vowed never to foolishly entrust his heart to a deceitful woman again. Chapter 312. Betrayal is a human habit. The rumbling footsteps grew louder. Jalmer Brett lay calmly on the ground, awaiting death. The sound of cracking trees filled the air as if something massive was rapidly approaching Jalmer Brett's location. As a thick tree toppled, a colossal red-haired gorilla with 4 horse legs and standing taller than 3 men emerged beside Jalmer Brett. Seeing Jalmer Brett lying alone, the gorilla's face twisted into a mocking human-like expression, seemingly laughing at how Jalmer Brett had been abandoned by his companions like trash. The gorilla clapped happily but did not kill Jalmer Brett. Instead, it grabbed him and placed him on its back, then carried Jalmer Brett off in pursuit of the trio that had fled. That monster seems to have lost our trail. Vera glanced back, no longer seeing the swaying trees or the bizarre birds flying around. Don't be careless, keep running. A dazzling ray of sunlight penetrated the forest, appearing before the trio. They were elated, knowing they were about to leave this accursed forest. They quickened their pace, running towards the direction of the light. However, what awaited them was not an endless desert, but a monstrous red-haired beast holding a glowing orb, its face twisted into a grotesque grin. Damn, we've been tricked. Run. They turned to flee, but the red-haired gorilla was far too fast. Before they could take a few steps, it blocked their path once again. There's no way out. Let's fight it. The cold-hearted man unsheathed a broadsword from his back and charged at the gorilla. The large man wasn't far behind, gripping a huge cudgel. Though Vera didn't want to engage, he had no choice but to throw several darts at the gorilla. However, the darts, which were effective against other cultivators, barely made any impact on the thick-skinned beast. They only struck with dull thuds and fell ineffective. Similarly, the large cudgel wielded by the big man was insignificant against the gorilla. A flick from the gorilla sent him flying backward. Seizing the moment when the gorilla's attention was diverted, the cold-hearted man stealthily approached from behind for a surprise attack. But the gorilla had anticipated this, kicking him squarely in the chest with a hoof-sized foot. The kick was lightning fast and devastating. The cold-hearted man's chest caved inward with 2 loud cracks, shattering the bracelets on his wrists into dust, though the fatal damage instantly vanished. Despite this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with despair. The 2 life-saving treasures given by the elder had been shattered in one blow. It seemed their chances of survival were grim. Seeing that her companion stood no chance against the beast, Vera didn't hesitate. She ran toward the edge of the forest. Her claim of an injured ankle was a lie, just an excuse to conserve strength for an escape. She couldn't believe the big fool actually believed her. Vera, trusting you was the biggest mistake of my life. Xiaomebret, what were our vows to you? Before Vera could run far, the red-haired gorilla reappeared before her. She stared in disbelief, noticing a human face embedded in the gorilla's chest. It was Xiaomebret. Now, she saw clearly. The gorilla bore not just Xiaomebret's face, but many others hidden under its long red fur. These faces were blurred and indistinct compared to Xiaomebret's. Vera collapsed to the ground, horrified by the sight. Facing Xiaomebret's accusation, she weakly defended herself. Xiaomebret, please calm down. I love you. Truly. Our vows mean everything to me. Please, spare me. Enough. Do you think I don't know your deeds? Your liaisons with my master and your senior brothers, Broderick, Yoel, Ding, Brock and Zhou. I refuse to believe you could be so corrupt behind my back. Blood tears streamed down Xiaomebret's grotesque face, staining the gorilla's chest fur crimson. I was wrong, Xiaomebret. Wrong. It's my fault. Please, spare me. Kneeling on the ground, trembling violently, Vera pleaded, pounding her head on the ground until blood mixed with mud. It's too late. Did you think of me when you betrayed me with those senior brothers? Did you think of me when you climbed into my master's bed? When you left me behind to save yourself? Now, you will die. The gorilla's massive hand swung down at Vera, who closed her eyes, trembling as she awaited death. But the expected end never came. Opening her eyes, she saw in disbelief. A blade in white held a long saber, blocking her. The gorilla's arm had been cleanly severed from its shoulder. It's lucky I arrived in time. Are you okay? Turning back, the blade revealed an incredibly handsome face. No, I'm fine. Vera had never seen anyone so strikingly handsome, even making her feel inferior as a woman. I thought I heard a man's voice earlier. Where is he? Rico scanned the surroundings. He had rushed here quickly and only vaguely overheard a man and woman speaking without catching the words. Upon arriving, he saw a giant beast about to kill a woman, so he acted immediately, slicing off the beast's arm in one strike. Aya! The gorilla roared in fury, raising its remaining hand to strike Rico. Unfortunately, in Rico's eyes, the gorilla moved as slowly as a crawling tortoise. Blade out. Blade retracted. In an instant, countless flashes of blade light appeared. The gorilla disintegrated into pieces. Surprisingly, in its dying moments, the gorilla spoke. Humans, still the same as always. Chapter 313, Parasitic Red Stephaner. You are safe now, for the moment. Alicia and Michaela each pulled out one of the 2 cultivators who were stuck in the ground and a tree trunk. After providing simple first aid to the 3 individuals, Alicia came over to Rico and leaned down to whisper something. Rico's eyebrows lifted slightly, and he nodded with an odd expression on his face. Many thanks, young master, for saving us. Vera reacted quickly, expertly putting on a pitiful act as she thanked Rico. Any clear-eyed person could see that although the red-robed beauty had an astonishing aura, the actual leader among the 3 was this remarkable-looking Blaine. Vera originally wanted to use her skills to curry favor with their rescuer, but seeing Michaela's stunning beauty immediately made her abandon the idea. With such a heavenly beauty by his side, how could someone like herself possibly catch his eye? My name is Vera, and this is... Just as Vera was about to introduce herself to Rico, he cut her off abruptly. I have no interest in you. I ask, you answer. Why did you come here? Startled by Rico's coldness, Vera still managed to answer quickly. We are disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sect and Feather Slaughter Sect. This time we were sent by our sects to investigate inside the ruins. Rico hadn't heard of Feather Slaughter Sect, but the Heavenly Demon Sect was indeed somewhat renowned. It was said to be an ancient sect existing since before humanity's decline. Though it had become weaker in recent years, it still possessed considerable heritage. Only sects with significant background would dare enter the core of these ruins. Do you know if anyone else has entered the ruins' interior? The trio exchanged glances, unsure what Rico was getting at. The black-haired man responded. When we arrived, we didn't see anyone else, but I heard that before the news of the Celestial Path emerged, a small team from the Divine Control Sect was carrying out a mission around here. We don't know if they have any connection to the Celestial Path news. Rico had just asked casually, not expecting this information, which seemed fortuitous. It appeared he needed to be cautious to avoid bumping into members of the Divine Control Sect. He carried too many secrets, and if discovered, he wouldn't be able to silence them easily, considering the Saintess was an entity he couldn't provoke. Gabbinally, Rico asked, were the 3 of you the only ones who came together? Josue was about to speak when Vera quickly stopped him, interjecting. Yes, only the 3 of us. Rico nodded thoughtfully and said coldly, I have nothing else to ask. You can leave. As Rico touched his spatial ring, a delicate silver mechanical bird hopped out. The bird hopped on Rico's arm a few times and pecked gently at his clothes, behaving just like an ordinary bird, full of grace and elegance. All three were stunned by this exquisite mechanical bird. Follow this mechanical bird. It will lead you back to camp via the safest route. Rico patted the bird's head, and it obediently flew to perch on Vera's shoulder. After the trio left, Alicia asked Rico, "Honest, you're just letting them go?" Recalling what Alicia had told him about Vera's deeds earlier, Rico frowned. "Forget it. Let others judge their actions. I've already recorded their conversation on the mechanical bird. Once we get to camp, I'll play it for everyone." TSK, you're still as wicked as ever. Michaela smacked her lips. She could already imagine the miserable future awaiting Vera after her vile deeds were exposed. Really? Compared to those inhumane people, I'm much better. Rico casually slapped Michaela's bottom. She covered it and cried out, "What was that for?" "It's a habit." Before leaving the forest, Rico planned to burn the red-haired gorilla's body completely. Poor guy, betrayed by his fiancée and transformed into this state. Hope you find better fortune in your next life. But when the flames touched the gorilla's fur, something strange happened. The fur avoided the flames. When the fire neared, the hairs recoiled as if terrified, moving rapidly away from the heat. If they weren't attached to the gorilla's body, they probably would have fled long ago. These hairs are alive? Curious, Rico tried to pluck one to examine, but Michaela shouted, "Don't touch." She then spewed a mouthful of flame, burning the nearby fur to ash. Rico looked at Michaela curiously, wondering why she reacted so strongly. The hair is indeed alive. They are parasites living within large creatures. Look, this gorilla's lower half should belong to a carriage horse. These horses are bulky and wouldn't normally enter forests. The parasites controlled the horse, bringing it into this forest, and eventually fusing with this gorilla. With a flash of golden light, Michaela split open the gorilla's skull. Inside, there was a mass of writhing red hair where the brain should have been, having been entirely replaced by the parasites. The sight made Rico wrinkle his nose in disgust. A spark of golden fire shot from Michaela's fingertip, enveloping the gorilla's body in divine flame. Within moments, the towering corpse was reduced to a pile of white ash. These parasites are highly contagious. A mere touch can lead to parasitism. Be very careful here. Every creature in the ruins is more deadly than those outside. Looking at the ashes, Rico asked Michaela thoughtfully, "Do you think these parasites have intelligence?" "Of course not," Michaela answered without hesitation. "Only a handful of beings in these ruins possess intelligence, and they are terrifying existences." Rico frowned, recalling the gorilla's words clearly. "Let's hurry up and leave. It's dangerous to be in the ruins after dark." Michaela glanced at the sky, urging Rico to depart the forest promptly. Rico nodded but felt like he had forgotten something. In a desert not far from camp, Vera and her companions could already see the dilapidated city walls in the distance. "Let's write down what happened. I really can't walk anymore." Josue, the most seriously injured, collapsed onto the ground despite taking medicine, his internal injuries unable to heal quickly. "Catch a break here. We're close to the outer region. Nothing too dangerous remains." The cold man scratched his chest as he agreed. Seeing the cold man's strange action, Vera asked curiously, "Aiden brother Yoel, is something wrong? Still in pain?" A bit." The cold man paused and walked toward Vera. Moments later, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. "Aiden brother Yoel, this isn't right. Ow. Be gentler. It hurts." "Aiden brother Yoel, why do you have so much red hair on your chest?" "Ambriator, let me go. Help. New." After a while, the cold man emerged from the bushes alone, leaving behind only a bloody mess. He adjusted his clothing, covering the terrified face emerging from his waist. "Vera, this is the price you pay for betraying me." Chapter 314, Mist. "No, don't continue. Don't." Mist, still mist. A grayish haze enveloped everything around, leaving an endless expanse of fog whether one looked up, down, left, or right. Rico felt as if he were submerged in a sea of gray, with only boundless nothingness awaiting him in every direction. A profound sense of fear settled over his heart, akin to the feeling of being abandoned by the entire world. Only a faint voice kept echoing in his ears. "Don't go forward anymore. Turn back. Don't continue." Rico opened his mouth to ask why, but as soon as he did, a large amount of gray mist surged into his nose and mouth, instantly filling his lungs. The intense suffocation compelled him to reach out instinctively, seeking something to hold on to, but there was only endless emptiness and mist around him, rendering his struggles futile. "Shao. Honest Che, wake up. Loosen your grip. Everly Michaela is about to be choked to death." Alicia's voice became clearer in Rico's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes to find himself straddling Michaela's waist, both hands tightly clamping down on her neck. Michaela's face was purplish red, her eyes rolling back in her head, her hands weakly slapping at his wrists. Alicia grabbed his arms anxiously, calling out to him. Coming to his senses, Rico hurriedly released his grip and stood up. Michaela took a deep breath once she was released, then began coughing painfully, her beautiful face contorting from the agony. Rico stood frozen, unsure of what had come over him. After leaving the forest, they found a safe place to rest for the night due to the approaching evening. Rico had just finished dinner when drowsiness hit him. When he woke up, he was almost choking Michaela to death. Refreshing. So exhilarating. Michaela sat up, breathing heavily. She patted her ample chest, her flushed face a mix of relief and discomfort. Noticing Rico's puzzled gaze, Michaela gave an embarrassed cough. "Boy, you were bewitched. Nearly choked me to death." I don't know what happened. It felt like I was trapped in a dense fog, and a voice kept telling me not to move forward. That's all I remember." "I'm not joking. You were genuinely bewitched," Michaela said, her tone serious. "Bewitched?" "Yes, something has possessed you." "What kind of thing? Was it the parasites from before?" Rico felt a bit nervous. After all, this concerned his body. Michaela shook her head, signaling Rico not to worry yet. "It's not something that's simple. I'm not sure if it attached itself to you after entering the ruins, or if it was already inside you before that. So, what exactly is it? Michaela's expression turned grave as she explained, I'm not entirely clear, but it wields power far beyond ours. I wasn't pretending to be choked earlier. The entity suppressed my strength completely. It's a higher level suppression, like a mouse facing a cat. I couldn't use any force at all. Rico was taken aback. Is there something on Dongyun Continent that can suppress even a 10th stage Beastmaster like you? Michaela laughed bitterly. I used to think so too until I met someone who showed me how narrow-minded my arrogance truly was. You mean, there are beings on Dongyun Continent now that have surpassed the realm barrier? Michaela glanced at Rico, surprised. You actually know about the realm lock? Just a little. Rico recounted his encounter with the predecessors while in Xianxia City's underground for Michaela. Michaela's expression grew solemn after listening. Hearing you, I now suspect the entity possessing you might be the will of the predecessor you mentioned. He was a pioneer of humanity and could potentially kill me, a leader of the beast race. Rico shook his head. I don't think the predecessor would do such a thing. Moreover, back then, humans and beasts had no enmity. Why would he target you? Then apart from him, have you encountered any other beings that transcend levels? Michaela's question made Rico pause. Counting them up, he had indeed met several entities that transcended the limitations of Dongyun Continent. Emperor Eliana, the mysterious person who borrowed his appearance, and the mindless divine corpse. Yet none seemed likely to possess him. Let's not dwell on this now. Just be cautious and don't fall asleep again. Next time, I might not survive. Sorry, Michaela, I hurt you. Rico gently touched Michaela's bruised neck, causing her to blush slightly from his tender touch. She nervously slapped away his hand. All right, stop being sentimental. I'm fine. With such an incident, none of the three felt like sleeping. They packed up and prepared to depart under the cover of night. While gathering their belongings, Rico noticed that the ground where he had slept inexplicably lost its color. The originally yellow-brown soil and the green grass growing on it had turned black and white. Chapter 315. What are your intentions? What's wrong? Why do you look so terrible? Michaela came closer, and when she saw the black and white land beneath Rico's feet, her eyes widened in curiosity. What's going on here? I'd like to know too. Rico's expression was serious. He casually broke off a twig and poked at the grayish-white patch of earth, but aside from its color change, there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. Let me see your back. Without waiting for Rico's response, Michaela tore off his robe. When she saw his back, she leaped back abruptly, her delicate features contorting with shock. What's wrong? Is there something on my back? Rico looked anxiously at Michaela. Unexpectedly, Michaela burst into laughter, saying, Haha, did I scare you? You always trick me. There's nothing, don't worry. As she spoke, Michaela patted Rico on the back. Rico rolled his eyes fiercely. He had truly been scared by Michaela's expression. Well, let's hurry up and leave. Don't just stand here. This time, the path to heaven will appear. And not only you, but those old dried meats who've been sleeping for who knows how long are watching this place closely. Your master may or may not be able to hold those old guys back. Michaela pushed Rico away as she spoke. Before leaving, Michaela turned back to look at the forest thoughtfully, her expression heavy. In the depths of the forest, a gaunt gray-robed man was observing Rico and the others through a crystal ball. Suddenly, he seemed struck by something and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, the images of Rico and the others on the crystal ball vanished. The gray-robed man raised his head, his blood-red eyes piercing through the layers of trees to gaze in the direction of Rico and the others. Outside the ancient battlefield ruins, the head of Clearwater Sect, Xuanhuan, was nervously looking around the crowd, searching for Jana. Nearby, another elder in black robes was mocking him. Headmaster Yoel, where's your sect's tent? I remember you told me that your Clearwater Sect's territory is not only better located but also much larger than ours. Am I blind? Where's the flag of your Clearwater Sect? The black-robed elder imitated Xuanhuan's tone sarcastically. Xuanhuan's face turned red from anger but could do nothing. In his heart, he blamed Jana. He had clearly surveyed this area in advance, which was hidden and close to the ruins. Most importantly, he had received a message from Jana saying she had already set up tents for Clearwater Sect in the ruins and asked them to come quickly. But now, he hadn't even seen Jana. He had thought they had secured this location without any trouble. Just then, the annoying Jacob boasted again about their sect occupying a territory outside the ruins. Yoel noticed the land Jacob bragged about was smaller and farther from the ruins than what he had secured, so he patted Jacob on the shoulder mockingly. Are you ashamed of showing off such lousy territory? It's far worse compared to our Clearwater Sect. Jacob, hearing this, refused to believe it. He knew exactly what the Clearwater Sect could do, so how could they find a better place? Surely, this old fool was boasting again. So, Jacob retorted, Old Ghost Yoel, stop blowing hot air. If your Clearwater Sect can secure a better spot than our Xuanhuan Sect, I'll clean your toilets for a year. Yoel chuckled upon hearing this. He was waiting for these words. Full of confidence, he led Jacob and all the disciples of the Clearwater Sect to the pre-scouted territory. On the way, seeing Yoel's resolute attitude, Jacob felt uneasy and started regretting his impulsiveness. But a real man's words were water spilled and cannot be taken back. Jacob followed Yoel to a remote triangular area outside the ruins. To Yoel's shock, it wasn't the Clearwater Sect occupying the area, it was the Wild Saber Sect. Seeing the Wild Saber Sect people taking the prime spot Yoel mentioned, Jacob laughed aloud. Old Ghost Yoel, you blew it. How could a minor sect like yours ever get such a great location? Stay within your bounds and stop embarrassing yourselves. Hey! Yoel turned red with rage, but had no counter-argument. Secretly, he blamed Jana. Jacob's loud voice drew attention from surrounding cultivators. Amidst their scrutinizing gazes, Clearwater Sect disciples lowered their heads. They had hoped to finally hold their heads high, but it turned out they had been tricked by Jana. I said before, Jana can't be trusted. She flaunts her beauty and probably defected to another sect. She called us here to mock us. A female disciple complained bitterly. Her voice was clear enough for many disciples to hear. How vile a person must have such thoughts. She doesn't deserve to be human. Many Clearwater sect members immediately condemned Janna. Even those who usually got along well with her were silently resentful. Headmaster, you're here. Yoel saw Janna smiling as she ran towards them. Her smile seemed mocking to him. Yoel, overwhelmed with anger, stepped forward and slapped Janna hard across the face. Wretch, how dare you show your face? What do you want? To see us humiliated? Janna held her cheek, fell to the ground, and stared blankly at the enraged Zhong Yoel. She didn't understand why he hit her. Had she done something wrong? Headmaster, why? What did I do wrong? You still dare ask? How has Clearwater sect wronged you that you made us look foolish in front of everyone? What are your intentions? Chapter 316. You ever lead the greatest opportunity. Gabinian Yoel's words left Janna even more bewildered. Gabinian, I have dedicated myself wholeheartedly to our sect. When have I ever made a fool out of Dongyun Continent sect for all the continent to see? How could anyone accuse me of having ill intentions? Tears welled up in Janna's eyes. She had given her all for the sect. If not for Warren, she might have lost her purity. Despite her sacrifices, she was now being scolded and humiliated by Gabinian Yoel. How could she not feel wronged? Gabinian Yoel sneered, pointing towards the riverbank. At this point, are you still going to act innocent? Where is the campsite I asked you to secure? It's already been taken by the Wild Saber sect, yet you still told us to come here. Do you want everyone to laugh at us? At this moment, Janna understood the misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. Gabinian, there's been a mistake. That campsite wasn't secured by me. Our camp is actually... Before she finished, one of the female cultivators from Dongyun Continent sect interrupted loudly. Look, this wretch has admitted it. Her negligence in securing the camp led so many of us to be disgraced. Keeping such a person in our Dongyun Continent sect is a disgrace to all of us. Yes, wretch, get out of Dongyun Continent sect. Get out of Dongyun Continent sect. Get out of Dongyun Continent sect. All the disciples glared at Janna angrily, shouting as one. Even Gabinian Yoel narrowed his eyes at Janna, his anger boiling. He raised his hand to stop the commotion. Janna, from this moment on, you are no longer a disciple of our Dongyun Continent sect. Have no ties with us anymore. Leave Neve, and don't let me see you again. How could it be like this? Sitting on the ground dejectedly, Janna's tears fell continuously onto the ground. Leave Neve, you wretch. Next time I see you, I'll beat you. The female disciple, seeing Janna's despair, felt a flicker of satisfaction. She envied Janna and relished this moment. Janna lifted her head, looking at the fellow disciples who were spewing venomous insults. She had always protected them, even risking her life for them. Why would they try to eliminate her over unfounded accusations? What had she worked so hard and risked everything to protect? A wave of dizziness surged through Janna, almost causing her to faint. But she remained steadfast. Struggling to her feet, though thoroughly disappointed with Dongyun Continent sect, she still wanted to prove her innocence, that she hadn't betrayed Dongyun Continent sect. Gabinian, it's true that I didn't secure that particular sandbank, and yes, I admit fault. But within the ruins, between the Beast Spirit Sect, 100 Flowers Valley, and Gabive Poisons Valley, I did set up a small campsite suitable for Dongyun Continent sect. However, Janna's words stirred little reaction. No one believed that Dongyun Continent sect could establish a camp among 3 top-tier continental forces. You're still lying at this moment. A rock flew out from the crowd, hitting Janna squarely on the head. Already dizzy, Janna failed to dodge. The fist-sized rock slammed into her forehead, and blood gushed out instantly. Others followed suit, grabbing anything nearby and hurling it at Janna. Blows from the rocks pummeled her, forcing her to crouch and cover her head, unable to muster any spiritual energy to defend herself. Jacob, originally there to watch the spectacle, couldn't stand it. He addressed Gabinian Yoel. Gabinian Yoel, aren't you going to stop this? Gabinian Yoel scoffed. Humph, she's no longer a disciple of our Dongyun Continent sect. Why should I intervene? Besides, as a 5th-stage cultivator, she can't be killed by these rocks, can she? Jacob sighed, shaking his head. Suddenly, an invisible ripple swept across, halting the stones mid-air. Everyone present felt as if they were restrained by an overwhelming force, unable even to blink. A gracefully elegant woman descended before Janna. With a wave of her hand, Janna's injuries healed instantly, leaving no trace of blood. Emile Ambry, why are you here? Opening her eyes, Janna saw Emile Ambry's stunning face. Just passing by, Ambry had sensed a powerful presence near the ruins. Planning to investigate, she instead saw Janna being mistreated. Feeling responsible since she had promised Rico to take care of Janna, Ambry felt personally slighted by what happened. Although she didn't know the relationship between Janna and her treasured disciple, she was determined to keep her word. These people, who are they? Facing Ambry's question, Janna laughed bitterly. They were once my fellow disciples, but now we have nothing to do with each other. Why? I've just been expelled from Dongyun Continent sect. Ambry blinked, her powerful divine sense sweeping through Janna's mind, revealing everything clearly. Afterward, Ambry knew exactly what transpired. What do you intend to do? Rather than making decisions for Janna, Ambry gave her the power to decide. If Janna demanded every last one of them dead, Ambry would help. Janna looked around, meeting fearful gazes before somberly shaking her head. Thank you, Emile Ambry, but it's fine. These people have nothing to do with me now. Nodding, Ambry took Janna away. After Ambry left, the cultivators regained control of their bodies. Was that Emile Ambry from the Beast Spirit Sect? Could Janna have been telling the truth? The Dongyun Continent sect disciples realized too late that they might have misunderstood Janna. Jacob then commented, "You seem to have missed the greatest opportunity of your lives." Silence fell upon the group. Gabinally, someone spoke up. "I said Janna isn't like that, but you wouldn't listen." "Yes, Aiden's sister Broxian has always been kind-hearted. How could she do such things? It's all your fault for blaming her. Who started the slander? We need to find that person. Right. Who? Those same disciples who had just viciously attacked Janna now sought to identify the first accuser, as if distancing themselves from the earlier assault proved their innocence. Chapter 317. Terrifying Maiden. Emil Jaylene, thank you for your help just now. No need. Jaylene led Janna flying toward the southeastern direction of the ruins, where an overwhelmingly terrifying aura was rapidly approaching without any concealment. Gabbing a place to hide momentarily. The person approaching doesn't seem to have good intentions. Without further explanation, Jaylene placed Janna in a safe spot and swiftly raced toward the incoming figure. A red pinpoint had already appeared in Jaylene's field of vision. Straining her sight, she identified a short-haired red-headed girl surrounded by blazing scarlet flames that scorched the air around her, causing it to warp and twist. The girl hurtled toward the ruins like a meteor, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Please halt, fellow Taoist. Jaylene blocked the girl's path. She couldn't allow this unidentified powerful individual free access into the ruins. Move aside. The girl impatiently addressed Jaylene with cold indifference, seemingly paying no mind to her. Are you heading to the battlefield ruins? What is it to you? The girl frowned, evidently displeased at being obstructed. Unperturbed by the girl's rudeness, Jaylene maintained a solemn expression as she scrutinized the girl. At her level of cultivation, not being able to gauge the girl's strength was not a good sign. If this girl harbored malevolent intent toward those within the ruins, it would result in a one-sided massacre. I won't let you pass unless you explain your intentions. Based on what? As if responding to her own words, the girl suddenly punched towards Jaylene. A colossal fist made of crimson flames surged forth with earth-shattering force, causing the surrounding air to scatter wildly, forming rings of fiery whirlwinds. Facing this aggressive punch, Jaylene took no chances. She waved her hands, summoning a transparent barrier before her. Behind the barrier, a pair of white wings enveloped Jaylene protectively. The impact of the girl's punch collided with the barrier, unleashing a massive shockwave that carved deep trenches in the ground below. Trees were knocked askew, and the scorching winds turned the grass into dry, yellow stubble. However, the girl's punch did not shatter Jaylene's barrier, surprising her. It seems I underestimated you. Unexpectedly, someone can withstand my punch under the current celestial suppression, but this is as far as it goes. With these words, the girl's aura intensified. Bright yellow flames coalesced around her fists. Roar. Two golden lions roared to life from her punches, their flame-formed manes rippling in the wind. They charged at Jaylene with waves of blistering heat and, in an instant, tore through her barrier into pieces. The lions continued their charge unabated towards Jaylene. Jaylene had overestimated the girl's power but hadn't anticipated it to be so terrifying, breaking through even her barriers instantly. Two white cranes soared from Jaylene's side to intercept the lion apparitions. The white spirit cranes clashed with the golden fire lions mid-air, creating brilliant bursts of light visible to nearby cultivators who gazed upwards in awe. The fireworks flashed and faded, leaving two scorched figures falling from the sky. Though the spirit cranes were still alive, they were charred beyond recognition, almost turning into blackened lumps. Heartbroken, Jaylene withdrew the cranes back into her beast control space. Looking up at the girl, who stood unperturbed with arms crossed, anger flickered in Jaylene's eyes. Yet rationality reminded her that this girl was not ordinary and needed careful handling. To block my way with such meager skills? You should practice for another 10,000 years. With a mocking smile, the girl ignored Jaylene and proceeded towards the ruins. Suddenly, something felt amiss. The airflow around her accelerated drastically. Not just the air, but water streams, fallen leaves, and animals on the ground all moved with unprecedented speed. Realizing her mistake, the girl understood it wasn't them speeding up, it was her slowing down. Do you think it wise to disregard me so hastily, fellow Taoist? In an instant, Jaylene appeared before the girl, her fingertips flicking several threads of spiritual energy against the girl's protective aura. Though the strikes didn't break through, Jaylene noted the robustness of the girl's defense, far surpassing any other cultivator on the continent. The power of space and time. I never thought there could still be cultivators on the continent capable of grasping this concept. Looks like I must take you seriously. The girl quickly adapted to Jaylene's spatial powers, mitigating its effects with sheer speed. Golden flames once again enveloped her fists, though now slower in Jaylene's perception. Jaylene's delicate hands continuously unleashed palm strikes gracefully like snowfall swept by spring breezes. Each strike's power might not be shocking individually, but they compounded, becoming faster and stronger with each successive palm. Initially dismissive of Jaylene's gentle palms, the girl soon found herself overwhelmed as they transformed from a spring rain into a summer downpour and finally into a devastating tidal wave. Jaylene's relentless palm strikes engulfed the golden fire lions and then surged unimpeded towards the red-headed girl, submerging her entirely amidst her shocked gaze. The overwhelming palm gusts battered the girl's protective aura, which became as thin as paper in mere moments, teetering on the brink of collapse. Who would have thought I'd be driven to such extremes by a junior who hasn't even reached the second stage? Admittedly, I underestimated you earlier, but don't think this is enough to defeat me. The girl's aura surged violently, shattering Jaylene's onslaught of palm strikes purely by force of will alone. Thrown several steps back, Jaylene's pupils constricted in fear as she faced the red-haired girl. She knew the girl was strong, but not this formidable. To compel her retreat with mere aura, what level of cultivation did she possess? Can you withstand this move? Flames on the girl's fists burned so brightly they turned white, making the surrounding space tremble from the intense heat. Behold the meteor flame fall. The girl's fist struck relentlessly, releasing a torrent of white-hot punches like a heavy downpour. Even under the suppression of spatial forces, her movements remained blindingly fast. Countless punches filled the sky like a meteor shower, illuminating half the heavens. A deathly aura encircled Jaylene. This blow, she could not withstand. ##### Chapter 318, Hungry. Just as the swirling punches were about to engulf Ambry, a tall white figure suddenly appeared before her. With a graceful wave of her hand, an iceberg rose from the ground, shielding her and Ambry. The fiery rain fell onto the iceberg, shattering it into pieces. The flying ice fragments instantly melted into droplets due to the intense heat, drenching the onlookers who had been watching excitedly from below. An iceberg hundreds of feet tall was reduced to a thin layer in moments, yet it stood firm, deflecting all the fiery rain. The red-haired girl panted slightly, staring cautiously at the mysterious woman who had appeared out of nowhere. Surrounded by white ice mist, this woman's ethereal beauty radiated an otherworldly charm. If Ambry was a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, this woman was an icy queen from the polar regions, both equally captivating in their own ways. Recognizing the newcomer, Ambry immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Sabrina, for saving me. I am deeply grateful. You're welcome. It was all a misunderstanding. The Sabrina of Xuanhuan sect lightly tapped the ground with her jade-like foot and flew toward the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl watched the Sabrina warily. She had thought that no one else in this realm could break the first stage limit except herself. Yet this person had clearly surpassed it, reaching the second stage. Who are you? Why is there still someone here who can break through the Divine Clan's blockade? Sadie, please don't be surprised. Although the Divine Clans have sealed off this world, living beings will always find a way to transcend their limitations. While few have achieved this, there are still some who have, and I am one of them. The red-haired girl's eyes widened. You know me? The red-haired girl was none other than the orphaned daughter of a human emperor from over 10,000 years ago, who had once led a rebellion against the heavenly realm but failed and was forced to rest within a tomb for millennia. Sadie. Over 10,000 years ago, I had a brief encounter with Empress. However, Empress probably does not remember. To live so long and remain youthful, you must not be human. Empress indeed has keen insight. I am of the Ice Spirit Clan. Ice Spirit Clan? Sadie frowned. The Ice Spirits rank among the top races, even among the countless species in the Heavenly Tower. Why would such a noble clan come to Dongyun Continent, a remote and impoverished land? Everyone has their secrets. I hope Empress will not press further. Sadie appraised the Sabrina, then dispersed the flames gathered in her hands. You're right. Since you have your reasons, I won't ask more. Then she turned her gaze back to Ambry. We humans have a prodigy like you. My heart is comforted. However, I advise you not to continue cultivating spatial power. It's something beyond our race. With a flash of fire underfoot, Sadie flew towards the ruins. Ambry wanted to stop her but was held back by the Sabrina. Sadie is the last of the great emperors of humanity. She won't do anything harmful to our race. No need to stop her. Hearing the Sabrina's words, Ambry nodded, knowing that Sadie's strength far surpassed her own. If the Sabrina says so, then I can rest assured. Oh, has your disciple entered the ruins already? Facing the Sabrina, Ambry saw no reason to hide the truth, nodding. Yes, he crossed the wall and entered the ruins yesterday. The Sabrina furrowed her brow, looking concerned. You should have stopped him. Ambry was taken aback. Could Gabonlay be in danger? I'm not sure. I recently divined several times to see if the emergence of the Heavenly Tower is a blessing or a curse. The readings have been uncertain, influenced by your disciple. I see. Ambry smiled suddenly, catching the Sabrina off guard. I trust my disciple. No matter what difficulties he faces, he will find a way through. Even in dire straits, he will turn things around. He will. Inside the ruins, Rico and his companions truly found themselves in a dire situation. What do we do now? We're out of options. Do we have to resort to that? No way. Absolutely not. Isn't it because you eat too much? We have no food left except for your eggs. But I didn't want to either. Hildredding in this ruin makes it easy to get hungry. Besides, my eggs aren't free. They cost me spiritual energy and strength. So what do we do? Continue forward with empty stomachs? Deep within the ruins, in a desert, the trio faced a rather embarrassing problem. They had run out of food. Given their cultivation levels, they could survive without food for weeks in a place rich with spiritual energy. However, inside the ruins, where the spiritual energy was incredibly scarce, every movement consumed extra stamina. To replenish it, they had to eat like normal people. Initially, they hadn't paid much attention, as both Rico and Alicia's spatial rings contained food. But only now, at lunchtime, did they realize they had nothing left. I still have one bun. Let's share it. Rico took out the last bun from his spatial ring. This small meat bun was all they had left. Honest, I don't need to eat. You and Everly Michaela can share it. Haha, since Alicia doesn't want it, let me take care of her portion. As Michaela reached for the bun, Rico slapped her hand away. Not so fast. There's just this little bit left. Each of us takes a bite, save our strength, and find something edible here. He tore the bun into 3 parts and distributed one to each. That's unfair. Why is Alicia's piece bigger? Stop complaining and eat. Most of the food we brought ended up in your belly. Have you not lived over 1,000 years here? Can't you find something to eat? This translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. It preserves the names in pinyin format and ensures the narrative coherence. Chapter 319, The Ambush. Shayna said somewhat resentfully, I have been in spirit form for the past millennium, so I basically don't need to eat? Gabine, I'm not blaming you. Eat quickly. The blazing sun hung overhead, scorching every grain of sand like flames. The desert beneath their feet was as hot as a burning iron plate. Ordinary creatures wouldn't just find it difficult to survive here long term. They couldn't even stand still for a moment. Gabbing food in such a place was almost impossible. Let's dig deeper. The surface sand is too hot. Small animals mostly live underground. If we can find rabbits or sand rats, that would be best. If not, lizards will also do. They didn't have shovels, but using long knives and daggers wasn't slow either. Suddenly, Rico felt a tremor from the large egg in his beast control space. At first, Rico thought it was an illusion, but after digging a while longer, the egg trembled again. Now he was sure. It wasn't his imagination. There was something under this sand. Just as he was about to warn the others to be careful, the sand beneath their feet began to rapidly collapse. The fine sand soon formed a funnel-shaped pit, with a gaping maw at the center waiting for its prey to fall into its mouth. Rico and the others felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. In the ruins, where the spiritual energy was sparse, everyone had already been weak, and now they were hungry. They struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. Seeing the pair of human-sized, spike-covered jaws emerge from the sand, Xianxia immediately recognized what it was. Oh no, that's a sand antlion. We've fallen into its trap. A sand antlion is an extremely patient predator. It can remain buried in the sand motionless for months until prey enters its territory, then quickly stir the sand, causing it to collapse and drop its prey into its mouth. Moreover, the sand antlion uses formations, making it a rare desert creature. This formation not only absorbs the strength of its prey but doubles that force, pinning them down so they cannot move, sliding down with the collapsing sand. This thing is an antlion? But aren't antlions only as big as mung beans? How did it grow so large? Rico tried to stab his long knife into the sand, but the whole area was rapidly flowing like water. His weapon wouldn't stay fixed. Don't try to understand anything in these ruins by normal standards. Things here are always the most unreasonable. Xianxia sprawled on the sand, clawing and kicking her way upward with no regard for dignity. Her efforts were futile. The sand slid faster than she could climb. Soon, she was panting and motionless on the sand. Aren't you a noble tier, 10 Beastmaster? Can't you deal with a little antlion? If outside, a single feather could kill it 100 times over. But here, there are ancient relics left behind. If I use my power, I'll be trapped here forever. I barely escaped once. I don't want to be stuck here again. Rico rolled his eyes at Xianxia, who lay there like a dead dog. He'd better rely on himself. Alicia. Honest and servant had perfect timing. Rico shot a jet of water under Alicia's feet, instantly freezing a small patch of sand beneath both of them. Although it lasted only a moment, it was enough. With leverage, they leaped toward the center of the antlion sandpit. In this ruin, physical strength was more effective than any spirit technique. With long knives in hand, they slashed at the antlion. But just as the antlion was waiting for its meal in the vortex, it vanished, leaving only a dark, empty hole rapidly closing. Rico and Alicia were stunned. Without stopping their momentum, they plunged straight into the now open hole. Rico, Alicia. Seeing the cave-in imminent, Xianxia didn't hesitate and jumped into the hole. Rico, Alicia, where are you? The entrance sealed completely, leaving no light in the underground chamber. Xianxia ignited a small flame on her fingertips. Under the dim glow, she saw that the wall in front of her was not solid rock but a colossal, furry creature. She stared at the 2-story tall behemoth, which returned her gaze with tiny, round eyes. It held something in its mouth, a missing antlion. Mr. Long-tailed Sandrat, eating? Don't mind me, keep eating. Xianxia turned and ran. The sandrat reacted instantly, charging towards her with lightning speed. Despite its chubby appearance, the sandrat moved incredibly fast, catching up to Xianxia in an instant. Its claws flashed, striking towards her. Dive! Rico appeared before Xianxia, who instinctively flattened herself. Rico's long knife, enveloped in crimson flames, slashed fiercely at the sandrat's claws. Screech! The sandrat screamed and leapt backward. Rico didn't relent, pursuing it relentlessly with his flaming blade. The fire cut through the air in a graceful arc, like a dragon made of flames, striking the sandrat with lethal heat. However, Rico's strike left no mark on the sandrat, not even singeing its sandy brown fur. Screech! Pain made the sandrat lash out, its claw striking Rico, sending him flying several yards away. Rico! I'm fine, don't come closer. Rico waved off Xianxia, struggling to his feet. The sandrat's sharp claws had left 3 deep wounds on his waist. Though minor, recovery would take time due to the low elemental concentration. I know its weakness now. Rico picked up his drop knife, and with a flick of his wrist, the red flame roared back to life. The sandrat's claws had clearly slowed as they approached the fiery blade, revealing its vulnerability. Its white-furred paws were afraid of fire despite its fur being flame-resistant elsewhere. However, Rico's internal elements were running low, only enough for one final attack. He had one last chance. Hashtag chapter 320, raw meat. Alicia. At Rico's command, countless shadow whips shot out from under the feet of the desert rats. These shadow whips moved as if they were alive, swiftly entangling the rats. The desert rats were taken aback by the sudden attack. Their tiny brains clearly couldn't comprehend why their shadows would suddenly turn against them. But this didn't affect their lightning-fast reactions. With a powerful push from its strong hind legs, the large rat leaped into the air, easily evading the attack from below. However, this was exactly what Rico had been waiting for. The long blade was no longer just a blade. It became a sea of crimson shadows. In that instant, the dim cave was engulfed in a wave of red fire. Chirp, chirp. The desert rat let out a miserable squeal. Its soft belly was instantly sliced dozens of times by Rico, reducing its internal organs to mush. With a thud, the rat fell to the ground, its breathing having ceased. Even Alma was shocked by Rico's sword strike. She had always assumed his strongest skill was elemental techniques, never imagining that his swordsmanship had reached such a sublime level. Haha, wanna eat me? Deserved. I have teammates, but do you? Rico, come and try it. This guy is so soft. The feel is really great. Alma gleefully stomped on the rat twice, angry at how it had almost made her lose face while chasing her earlier. Why are you all silent? After amusing herself for a while, Alma noticed no one was responding. Puzzled, she looked up and saw that Rico was staring seriously towards the depths of the cave. Following his gaze, Alma saw 4 or 5 pairs of small round eyes fixed intently on her. "Che, Rico, what should we do?" Alma turned back, looking helplessly at Rico. But where was Rico? He had already fled with Alicia far away, leaving Alma standing there dumbstruck. "What are you standing around for? Run. Do you want to become rat droppings?" Rico's voice came from a distance, snapping Alma back to reality. She hastily ran in the direction Rico had gone. Chirp, chirp. 4 or 5 desert rats of various sizes rushed over. However, instead of pursuing Rico and the others, they started feasting on the body of the dead rat. The sound of teeth grinding against bones echoed through the cave. Phew, running here should be safe enough. They sprinted for quite a distance before stopping once they could no longer hear the rats. Good thing they didn't chase us. I don't have a single bit of fire element left inside me. Rico sat down, breathing heavily. That last strike had almost drained him of all his strength, spirit energy, and elements. If he faced the rats again, he would only be able to surrender. Fortunately, compared to them, the carcass of a fellow rat was more attractive. Look what I've got. Alma chuckled and pulled out a large lump of bloody meat. Is this the meat from the previous desert rat? Right. Good thing I reacted quickly and tore off a big piece from the rat before we left. Now we won't starve. Looking at Alma's self-congratulatory expression, Rico patted her head. Nice job. Honestly, I'm not a child. Alma flicked her head irritably, though she seemed to secretly enjoy the gesture. Let's roast it and eat. My stomach is growling. Alma hurriedly built a fire, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. But just as she lit the fire, Rico extinguished it. No, we can't start a fire. The smell of roasted meat will attract them. Then what do we do? Raw eating. Raw eating. Alma stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at Rico. You're serious? As a member of the superior phoenix race, Alma had never eaten raw food since birth. In her view, eating raw food was something only unintelligent beasts did. I am serious. My injuries aren't fully healed, and Alicia has no stamina left. Unless you can fight, encountering those rats again means certain death for us. Alma remained silent. As the strongest among the three, she felt utterly frustrated being unable to help. That damned array covered the entire ruin even after those old fellows died, activated by the self-explosion of their consciousness. They had also left behind many magical treasures, specifically crafted to counteract her group of 7 siblings. Any excessive display of power would reactivate the entire array, leading to another 1,000 years of suppression. Hildregen sealed by an array constructed by 19 ninth stage masters. If resealed again, it might take another millennium to regain freedom. Seeing Alma's dejected expression, Rico comforted her. Don't worry, I'll protect you. I haven't deteriorated to the point where I need your protection. If it comes to the worst, I will act. 1,000 years isn't too much to wait. That's reassuring. Here, eat up. You'll run faster when full. Rico divided the bloody rat meat into 3 parts and handed Alma her share. Can I cook mine a bit before eating? Your choice. Alma looked at the raw meat in her hand and swallowed hard. She glanced at Alicia, who was tearing into the raw meat without any expression, the blood dripping from her mouth creating a strangely beautiful scene. AI. Alma sighed and tore off a small piece, putting it into her mouth. The intense bloodiness and the unique sourness of the meat filled her mouth, nearly making her vomit. But seeing Rico and Alicia eating the raw meat without emotion, she forced herself to swallow the piece. Afterward, Alma drank several gulps of water from her water pouch to suppress the urge to throw up. How can you two eat this? There's nothing wrong with eating it. I've eaten things far worse, like underground worms, rotten deer meat, and spoiled buns. Stop, stop, stop. Don't say any more. I'm going to vomit. Alma gagged, feeling a mix of pity for Rico, unsure of what he must have experienced in his childhood. But that's nothing. In this world, some people can barely survive. Alma fell silent. As a Francesca of the Phoenix clan and the current Phoenix King, she had never experienced ordinary life. Perhaps the world wasn't as wonderful as she had imagined. Chapter 321, Shadow Pursuit. After finishing one of the hardest meals to swallow, Rico and his 2 companions sat in the sand rat burrow, recovering their strength. This ruin not only lacks spiritual energy elements, but I feel that the great array here is also hindering us from absorbing spiritual energy to replenish ourselves. Rico unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a well-built upper body. 3 bloody wounds on his waist broke the harmony of his flesh. Through the wounds, his internal organs could be clearly seen. Fortunately, Rico had an unusual constitution, and his blood did not overflow from the wounds, but instead flowed along the edges and returned to his body as if guided by some autonomous force. My injuries have yet to show any signs of healing. Though not fatal, they are affecting my range of movement. Rico struggled to lift his right arm. Since the waist is the source of strength, his entire upper body's movements were now limited due to his injury. Honest, I will monitor the sand rat's activities. Rest assured and recuperate. Rico's injury undoubtedly pained Alicia the most. She was not good at expressing herself, but she felt guilty for failing to protect him. As both his servant and guardian, it was her greatest dereliction of duty to let Rico get hurt. You don't need to blame yourself. It was my own incompetence that got me injured, not your fault. You've done well enough. Rico placed his hand on Alicia's shoulder, gently patting her head. Feeling Rico's gentleness, Alicia silently swore in her heart. Don't worry, Honest. Alicia won't let anyone harm you again. After eating the sand rat meat, a warm current slowly rose from his stomach to his whole body, bringing comfort and dispelling fatigue. A strong wave of drowsiness overwhelmed Rico. He tried hard to keep his eyes open but soon lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, Rico suddenly woke up, realizing he had fallen asleep. He had previously almost strangled Michaela in his sleep and knew he should not have dozed off. He abruptly stood up, feeling something odd about his body. Yolfing his shirt, he saw that the wounds on his waist had healed. How long have I been asleep? Alicia? Michaela? Rico shook his head, still feeling somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he noticed that the cave was eerily empty. Alicia and Michaela had vanished without a trace. Laverneving aside Michaela, Alicia would never leave without telling me. Could they have encountered some misfortune? Furrowing his brow, Rico was certain Alicia wouldn't abandon him. His primary concern was what might have befallen them. After a careful inspection of his surroundings, he found no abnormalities or signals left by Alicia. Hesitating for a moment, Rico decided to search for them. The sand rat burrows were complex and easily navigated, so he pulled out his meteoric iron dagger, marking the sandstone walls as he went. Soon, however, Rico realized this passage seemed unnaturally long, with no visible branches despite his efforts to find one. Additionally, a gray mist had started to fill the tunnel. Realizing something was amiss, Rico turned back, but stopped mid-turn. In this pitch-black tunnel, why would his shadow be so clearly visible? Pausing cautiously, Rico examined the shadow on the ground. Although it mirrored his form, upon closer inspection, there were two heads, one large, one small, behind the shadow. Seemingly aware it was being watched, the shadow abruptly turned its head and stared straight at Rico. On its face were two blood-red eyes. The shadow gazed at Rico, and although it was just a shadow, it wore a terrifying smile. Its wide-open mouth was filled with sharp teeth, as if intending to devour Rico whole. Startled by the shadow, Rico instinctively raised his hand, attempting to shatter it with a spirit technique. But when he attacked, none of his techniques worked. Seeing the shadow closing in, Rico ran. No matter how fast he ran, the shadow stayed attached to his heels, relentlessly closing the distance. Soon, Rico was panting heavily, while the shadow was mere inches from touching his back. Just as it extended its hand towards him, a figure appeared at a junction, calling him. Here. This way. Without hesitation, Rico dashed towards the fork in the path. The shadow stretched its hand toward him, dark palm adorned with blood-red symbols that caused intense discomfort at a glance. Luckily, Rico reached the junction just in time, and the shadow seemed unable to enter. It remained outside, letting out an ear-piercing shriek. Thank you. Where are we, and who are you? Panting heavily, Rico looked up at the tiny figure that had led him. Despite trying to see the person's face, each step forward caused the figure to retreat, maintaining a distance between them. The figure remained silent, turning around and continuing deeper into the cave. Occasionally, it glanced back, beckoning Rico to follow. Despite feeling puzzled, Rico obeyed. Throughout the journey, the figure didn't respond to any of Rico's questions, merely leading the way. Rico attempted to close the distance, but the figure always stayed ahead, unreachable. Eventually, Rico stopped trying to catch up and simply followed. They finally arrived at the end of the path, a room. Curiously, it resembled a normal dwelling in this place. As Rico pondered, the guide vanished. After some hesitation, Rico pushed open the door before him. Stepping inside, he was struck speechless by what he saw. What is this? Translation note. The text provided ends on a cliffhanger, preserving the mysterious atmosphere and suspenseful tone of the original chapter. Hashtag chapter 322, Jade Buildings and Annette Pavilions. The moment Rico pushed open the door, he could hardly believe his eyes. Before him was something indescribable by human language. As soon as he saw it, Rico felt that no words in all of Dongyun Continent could describe the beauty and splendor of the buildings before him. Jade buildings and pearl pavilions, dazzling and resplendent. Beneath his feet, several palaces carved from gold and jade floated majestically above the clouds. The structures were seamlessly integrated, with no visible seams or joints. Intricately carved beams and painted rafters adorned every corner. Even the most inconspicuous parts of the stairs bore masterpieces that seemed beyond human creation. The slanting rays of the sunset cast a pale golden glow over everything, adding to the surreal beauty of the scene. This place was definitely not built by humans. After the initial shock wore off, Rico noticed that despite the grandeur of these towering buildings, there wasn't a single person in sight. A closer look revealed unmistakable signs of life within the palaces, yet their inhabitants had vanished without a trace. Curiosity drove Rico forward, and in an instant, he appeared on the plaza in front of one of the palaces. Around him, people suddenly materialized out of nowhere, bustling about busily. Rico jumped in surprise but quickly realized that these people couldn't see him. They walked right through him as if he were invisible. Servants and guards chatted and laughed, passing by him, yet Rico heard not a sound. The feeling was eerie, as though he were in a ghostly realm surrounded by lifeless spirits. The thought gave Rico a chill. What terrified him even more was that the presence exuded by everyone here far surpassed the mightiest humans today. Rico wandered around, observing the lavish architecture and silent ghosts, but found nothing else of value. Where was this place? Who were these people? Why had someone brought him here? What did it have to do with him? Rico began to form some guesses. Could this be the so-called heavenly realm? No power on Dongyun Continent could possess so many superhuman beings, especially just as servants and guards. Suddenly, the previously calm crowd fell into chaos. Someone important must be arriving. The servants and guards bowed respectfully along the path. Standing alone on the broad avenue, Rico felt fearless. He realized this was likely a projection from another time or space. He could see them, but they couldn't see him. Yolkwise, he couldn't affect anyone or anything within the projection. Turning back, Rico wanted to see who resided in such magnificent palaces. To his astonishment, a familiar face appeared before him. Eyes wide, Rico stared in disbelief at the figure behind him. This person had an identical face to his own. The man was dressed in elaborate attire, crowned with a yellow robe, his serious expression imposing and regal, exuding authority in every movement. Most astonishing of all, Rico could hear him speak. So many years have passed, and finally, this day has come. As the man spoke, all the servants and guards lowered their heads, daring not to look at him. But time is running out. It's already here, lurking among us. Are you prepared to fight against it? Upon these words, Rico saw the kneeling servants and guards raise their heads. Their expressions were no longer carefree, but filled with determined resolve. Very well, the time has come. Begin. The man nodded approvingly, but his tone carried a hint of reluctance. On his command, thousands of servants and guards pulled out pre-prepared daggers and plunged them into their chests without hesitation. Instantly, thousands of hearts shattered, and crimson blood gushed from every chest, staining the white jade avenue red. Witnessing this horrific scene, the man's face softened in sorrow but remained steadfast, committing this moment to memory along with the sacrifices made. Rico was profoundly shaken. He had seen bloodshed and sacrifice before, but never had he witnessed thousands willingly sacrificing themselves for a cause. The sight left him deeply moved. The world will remember your sacrifice. Even if I don't live to see it, I firmly believe it will be defeated. This world will not be its cradle. With those words, the man plunged his hand into his own chest and yanked out a radiant, seven-colored gem. I entrust the world to you. The man, now devoid of the gem, rapidly weakened. Moments ago robust, he now appeared as a frail old man. Yet his gaze burned brightly, fixing itself on Rico. Instinctively, Rico believed the man was speaking to him, but he shook his head, knowing this was clearly not the same time or space. Could this man somehow see him across the void? Moments later, Rico was shocked to find the seven-colored gem, which had been in the man's hand, now in his own. When he turned back, the man had lost consciousness, and the gem had vanished from his grasp. Holding the gem, Rico felt a strange connection. It was indescribable, but he sensed clearly that the gem was conveying a message. You must prevent the opening of the Tower of Heaven at all costs. As Rico pondered why he needed to stop the tower's opening, the fabric of space-time around him began to collapse. The ground trembled, palaces disintegrated into dust, and space fractured into void. A terrifying suction force from the void above pulled Rico in before he could react. In an instant, he was consumed by the void. Rico abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself still lying in the cave from earlier. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a thick, acrid smell of blood jolted him awake. Michaela, are you alright? Don't worry, I'm fine, but May's condition isn't good. Michaela's weak voice came from nearby. Rico turned to see Michaela, looking drained, holding a bleeding May. Behind them, dozens of dead sand rats blocked the entire passage tightly. What happened here? Arturoing to May's side, Rico carefully examined her injuries. His heart sank when he saw the extent of her wounds. How did May get hurt like this? Rico wiped the blood from May's face with trembling hands. Her face was deathly pale, her lips as white as paper. Chapter 323. You're already dead for touching my people. We were discovered by the sand rats. To protect us, Mayer stood guard at the crossroads for 3 hours alone. I also infused my essence into her body, but the sand rats were too many. Even with my essence, she exhausted her potential and it didn't make a difference. Rico reached out to touch Mayer's bloodied hair, his eyes filled with self-blame and tenderness. Foolish girl, why did you do that? Seemingly sensing Rico's warmth, Mayer's pale lips quivered slightly, her weak voice barely audible. Why, young honest? Mayer has done her part. Yes, you did well. Foolish girl, you're the best. Rest now. Leave the rest to your young honest. Mayer lay in Rico's arms, her mouth curling into a strained smile before she drifted off to sleep. Mayer couldn't see Rico's expression, but Michaela could, and she saw it clearly. She had never seen such an expression on Rico's face before. The intense killing intent emanating from him now was chilling even to Michaela, who had seen many things. Michaela, you know who is behind this, don't you? Yes, but we are no match for him now. We just need to wait. Tell me where he is. But, I said, tell me where he is. Rico suddenly turned his head toward Michaela. Just one glance from him made Michaela's legs go weak, almost causing her to kneel. He's in the forest we passed through earlier. He is the king of the half-corpses. In life, he was the Valley Lord of Wudu Valley and specialized in using insect control to manipulate creatures without sentience. Michaela was startled by her own reaction. Why did Rico's mere gaze completely strip away her will to resist? She found herself blurting out everything she knew subconsciously. A chill spread from Rico's fingertips, and soon Mayer was fully encased in ice, protected within his storage ring. Seeing Rico rise and prepare to leave, Michaela quickly blocked his path. Rico, although that guy is now a half-corpse, he still retains his consciousness. We are no match for him right now. We should gather more information about the ruins and wait for outsiders to come in. Those people could easily finish him off. What she feared most was Rico losing his rationality and causing chaos in the ruins. These ruins were far more complex than he imagined. If he touched something he shouldn't, even if she risked being sealed to intervene, she couldn't guarantee saving him. Are you coming with me, or staying here waiting? Seeing that Rico showed no sign of backing down, Michaela grew anxious. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Going to find him like this is suicide. Not only can't you use spiritual techniques, but as a mere 7th stage Beastmaster, how can you possibly defeat a 9th stage half-corpse? Calm down. Rico glanced at Michaela, then walked around her and left the cave without a word. Watching Rico's back, Michaela shouted in frustration. Arg. Seriously, why are everyone so stubborn? Mayer too, you too. Neither of you ever give me a moment's peace. She stomped her feet, then reluctantly followed him. After all, their lives were intertwined. If Rico died, she would die too. They silently returned to the depths of the forest. Rico, this is my final warning. No matter what, prioritize your survival. Otherwise, all Mayer's sacrifices would be in vain. And I don't want to die along with you either. Remember that? Shoo, he's here. Rico drew 2 long knives and stood quietly. He was waiting, and his opponent was waiting too. Despite his anger, Rico hadn't lost his composure. On the contrary, he remained extremely calm. He came here not only to avenge Mayor, but also because he knew hidden enemies were far more terrifying than visible ones. Rather than leaving him to keep attacking from the shadows, it was better to confront him directly. Rico didn't act rashly since this was the enemy's territory. A reckless move would only put him at a disadvantage. The rustling leaves, the babbling brook, the chirping insects in the grass, and the singing birds on the branches all seemed harmonious, giving no hint of anything unusual. But it was all an illusion. Suddenly, Rico moved. His figure, which was standing there just moments ago, vanished. Where he had been standing, dozens of serrated, sharp leaves now pierced the ground. As soon as his figure reappeared, a row of highly poisonous silver needles embedded deeply into the greenstone beneath him. Vividly colored toxic insects and birds with rotting bodies rushed towards Rico. Even a trace amount of the poison on these creatures could kill an ordinary 7th stage cultivator 100 times over. But for Rico, these were minor issues. What truly worried him was the unseen half-corpse king. These little tricks won't work. Both of us know they can't kill me. Traitor of the human race, what gives you the right to enter this ruin? A red-eyed figure in a gray robe slowly emerged from the shadows of the trees. You can talk? Why am I considered a traitor to humanity according to you? Humph, still not admitting it? I can sense the scent of 4 ferocious beasts on you. You were lured by those beasts to break the seal, weren't you? Rest assured, as long as I live, you won't succeed in breaking the seal. If I say I didn't come here to break the seal, would you believe me? Humph, do you think I'd believe that? Rico flexed his wrists. I was just asking casually. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. But you harmed my people, so you must die. Humph, do you really think you can? Don't think I don't know. Your pet bird behind you doesn't dare to attack. This place is one of the strongest points of the ruin's formation power. A mere 7th stage kid daring to talk big? The gray-robed figure's bloodshot eyes scanned Rico up and down. He didn't take Rico seriously. A mere 7th stage youth wasn't worth his concern, especially considering he was no longer the Grandmaster of Wudu Valley. Yet in the ruins, disposing of a kid who couldn't even use spiritual techniques would be effortless. Chapter 324. The Demon Blade Silences. A half-man, half-ghost monster. Do you really have the nerve to question me? Looking for death. As a human prodigy, being ridiculed about abandoning his human identity touched a deep and painful chord within him. Gabinlay's mockery was like striking a nerve. Immediately, he decided not to hold back any longer. He would give it everything to defeat Gabinlay and teach this arrogant youth a lesson. Even if he wasn't the same person he once was, he wasn't some petty creature to be challenged. The gray-robed man reversed his grip on the short blade and charged at Gabinlay with the speed of lightning, faster even than a dart released from the hand. His speed was extraordinary, but Gabinlay was no slouch either. Their blades clashed in an instant, sparking brilliantly with a ringing sound that echoed through the forest. Gabinlay's reaction impressed the Dale. He hadn't expected that without the aid of spiritual energy, Gabinlay could rely purely on physical strength to withstand his attack. Is that all you've got, a meal? Heh, that was just the appetizer. Now comes the main course. Unfurling his cloak, the gray-robed man revealed a body twisted beyond recognition. For insect-like arms sprouted from his back, while countless large-mouthed white maggots feasted on his decaying flesh, simultaneously spinning silk threads to repair his damaged form. He wore what remained of a tattered Taoist robe, faintly recognizable as the uniform of the Gabive Poisons Valley. Each of the 4 insect arms held a weapon. Although forced to merge with beasts to survive in this ruin, he never abandoned his pride as a human. Among equally matched practitioners, insect-type beast companions were the hardest to deal with. Though their minds were simple, their physical strength was 100-fold that of humans. What if someone possessed both human intelligence and insect strength? The gray-robed man exemplified this fusion. In a flash, the 4 insect arms pierced through Gabinlay's body. Gabinlay's eyes widened in shock. He had not even seen the attack coming before his body was penetrated. Gabinlay. Seeing Gabinlay grievously injured, Michaela hesitated, contemplating whether to release her power to save him. The gray-robed man smirked at Gabinlay's agony. Boy, today I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Really? Then I must learn. Suddenly, Gabinlay grinned and grabbed the gray-robed man's hands. Panic struck the gray-robed man as he realized his mistake. He tried to pull his 6 arms free, but Gabinlay held fast, immovable like a boulder. Another Gabinlay appeared behind the gray-robed man, his long blade gleaming as though made of starlight, shimmering with countless radiant points. A single strike sliced through the sky like cutting the Milky Way, leaving a trail of sparkling stardust floating in the air. Gabinlay retracted his blade, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Though the previous strike had been powerful, he doubted one blow could kill a 1,000-year-old 9th-rank powerhouse. Amazing, truly amazing. How did you manage to unleash a spirit technique under this ruin suppression? Indeed, the gray-robed man emerged unscathed. His robe had a tear, but Gabinlay's attack had missed his body. At the last moment, by shedding his skin, he freed himself from Gabinlay's grip. But he couldn't deny that if hit, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. My previous strike wasn't a spirit technique, it was just a regular blade skill. Gabinlay flicked his wrist. The fine steel longsword crumbled under the pressure of that strike. How can this be? That attack was clearly a spirit technique. How could a mere blade skill invoke the might of heaven and earth? The gray-robed man's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable for a mere blade skill to wield such power without spiritual energy. Every cultivator on Dongyun Continent knew that to enhance an attack's power, one needed to infuse it with spiritual energy. Whether it was sword techniques, blade skills, spear techniques, or whip skills, invoking the might of heaven and earth required vast amounts of spiritual energy, the closest force to the world's essence. Beside them, Michaela watched Gabinlay solemnly. She saw clearly that there was no trace of spiritual energy in Gabinlay's body, yet his blade had invoked the power of the stars. Could his blade skill have reached a level where simply swinging a blade invoked stellar power? Impossible. Even a master swordsman might not achieve such a feat in a lifetime. Has he surpassed the level of master swordsman? But how could he reach such heights at his age, even if he practiced since birth? Believe it or not, you're dead anyway. What difference does it make? Gabonlei retrieved another longsword from his spatial ring. As soon as it appeared, the entire ruin trembled. Its potent bloody aura and warping power instilled fear throughout the ruins. Even the Sadi felt its presence 100 miles away. Eliana frowned, puzzled. Why is there the power of the fallen deity here? Has the fallen deity's power infiltrated this place? She pondered for a moment and changed direction, flying towards Gabonlei's location. The gray-robed man also furrowed his brow, staring at the long sword in Gabonlei's hand. He had never seen such a strange weapon. Though it was a blade, it felt alive. A golden eye on the crossguard stared intently at him, with the gaze of a hunter eyeing prey. Such an evil blade sent chills down his spine. This was likely one of the continent's foremost demon blades. Be quiet. Seeing the blade radiating its chaotic aura so recklessly, Gabonlei scolded it. Surprisingly, the blade obeyed and calmed down. The gray-robed man gaped at the now docile blade, wondering what kind of person could command such a fearsome demonic weapon. Chapter 325, Centipede Longsword. Riko's demon blade, though it had reigned in its terrifying evil aura, still exuded a malevolent air from its narrow, wicked eye that was enough to chill most creatures. The Lemuel, who had been the former master of the Gabive Poison Valley with exceptional experience, felt his scalp tingle nonetheless. Well, did that damned beast give you this demon blade? Truly as evil as that beast. The Lemuel cautiously watched Riko. Although Riko's cultivation was merely at the 7th stage and not much to fear, his bizarre blade skills and the demon blade he wielded couldn't be ignored. I already said I'm no human traitor, forget it. Why am I even explaining to you? Your lot never listens anyway, just stubborn fools. With a flick of his wrist, Riko sliced through the air with the spiky demon blade, producing a sharp whistle. Not wasting time on words, Riko charged at the Lemuel with his blade. A quick dodge allowed the Lemuel to easily evade the attack. Ha, young people are always the same. With a good weapon in hand, they think they're invincible. Gabine, let me enlighten you before you die. The Lemuel's 4 insect arms grabbed onto tree branches, suspending him like an ape. He then reached into his decaying chest, pulling out a sword hilt with effort. Hemph, old buddy, it's time to teach these ignorant young ones a lesson. He tenderly caressed the hilt as if reuniting with an old friend after many years. Next, he casually grabbed a bird, dripping its blood onto the hilt. A rustling sound emerged from the hilt as a black centipede woke up and slowly crawled out, starting by drinking all the blood on the hilt. Sorry, old friend. I have no more blood to awaken you fully, but don't worry, soon you'll feast on fresh human blood. The black centipede seemed to understand, straightening its body into a long, black sword. Poisonous liquid dripped from its sharp sides, and the venomous fangs at the tip gaped eagerly for Riko's blood. Both men raised their weapons, a blade against a sword, clashing fiercely. There was no fancy technique. Both used straightforward brute force, resulting in a series of impacts rippling through space. The sheer power almost shattered the very fabric around them. The Lemuel centipede longsword was no ordinary weapon. Just the black centipede itself was already a 9th stage beast, further refined by some unknown secret technique into a heaven-ranked treasure. Even Riko's strongest strikes could not leave any marks on it. Riko's demon blade, meanwhile, was a mutation of his twisted divine energy-infused insect jaw saber. It had already cut down countless twisted monsters and absorbed their corrupted powers, growing to a near-terrifying level. Yet, even now, it could not sever the centipede longsword. Mist began to shroud the forest. The Lemuel smiled, no longer engaging directly, but merging into the mist, sword in hand. Riko frowned. Something was wrong with this fog. His spiritual sense struggled to extend even a foot beyond himself. Hidden in the mist, the Lemuel waited for an opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Riko sensed a faint ripple behind him and sidestepped immediately. To his surprise, the Lemuel appeared exactly where he moved, thrusting the centipede longsword toward him. Cornered, Riko blocked the sneak attack with his saber. But he forgot. This centipede, much like its wielder, was alive. As the swords clashed, the centipede's body twisted, dodging Riko's blade and biting at him from a devious angle. Its powerful mandibles could pierce through insect armor easily, let alone a human's flesh. Pain shot through Riko as the centipede nearly severed his left shoulder. Fortunately, he evaded in time, only getting bitten through his shoulder. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be his shoulder. In that brief moment of contact, the centipede sucked away a substantial amount of his blood. Blinded momentarily and nearly passing out from blood loss, Riko barely stayed conscious. The black centipede, nourished by Riko's blood, grew stronger, its previously dull armor now gleaming. Humph, Grover, can't take it? You were so arrogant just now, mocked the Lemuel from the mist, his grating voice disorienting. Watching Riko struggle, Michaela was anxious but couldn't intervene. Staggering, Riko leaned heavily on his saber. Clearly poisoned by the centipede, he weakly retorted, Bond, lived so long you lost all humanity, yet you mock me? Here's my word, if you hit me again, I'll slit my own throat. Humph, arrogant. Let's see what you've got. A whooshing sound came from Riko's left. He didn't dodge, instead leaping forward. Almost simultaneously, the Lemuel appeared at Riko's original position, stabbing at his back only to miss. Unperturbed, he vanished once more. Time passed with no sign of the Lemuel. Just when Michaela thought he had left, sudden whistles came from all directions around Riko, enveloping him in a storm of sword shadows. Riko, be careful. Chapter 326. You should not have harmed my people. Despite Michaela's shocked cry, Riko remained unmoved, standing stiffly as if drained of all strength. Just as Michaela decided to unleash her power to save him, Riko suddenly moved. He lifted the long saber in his hands, The golden evil eye on the guard opened abruptly, releasing an intense wave of malevolent energy that instantly enveloped Rico. At this moment, Rico exuded an aura of overwhelming malevolence, wielding a blade bristling with sharp thorns and dripping with blood, like a fearsome deity descended upon the world. Rico fiercely slashed the ground with his long saber. As if responding to his actions, the earth cracked open, and a pitch-black centipede emerged from beneath, colliding head-on with Rico's blade. The immense dark energy from Rico's saber collided with the centipede's sword, which radiated a bloody ferocity. The shock of their clash spread black fissures across the space around them. In an instant, the mist in the forest dissipated, and the chirping birds dropped from the trees like rain, having been literally frightened to death by the sheer force of both entities. For a moment, neither Rico nor the gray-robed man gave any ground, the malevolent and ferocious energies clashing like stormy waves on a lake. On the surface, it appeared they were evenly matched. However, Rico's true strength was inferior to the gray-robed man, and with his injuries, he would eventually be consumed by the gray-robed man's centipede longsword. But faced with such dire circumstances, Rico did not panic in the least. Grover, I admit, your prowess makes you unmatched among peers. But alas, you should never have become a dog to the savage beasts. Rico smiled faintly. Emil, I acknowledge that you sacrificed much for humanity in the past. Yet, this is no reason for your stubborn arrogance and presumptuousness. With that, Rico, under the horrified gaze of the gray-robed man, retrieved another nearly identical demon blade from his spatial ring, its red eye radiating even more malevolence and madness. Emil, you should never have harmed my people. Now, you can rest assured. As he finished speaking, Rico ruthlessly cleaved through the gray-robed man, splitting him in two. The black centipede, unsupported by the gray-robed man, also split from head to tail. Rico twirled the blades in both hands, and the wound on his shoulder healed instantly. This healing had merely been a ruse to lower the gray-robed man's guard. How did you discover me? Though split into two, the gray-robed man, who used forbidden techniques to merge with his beast, still clung to a thread of life. My first hit was deliberate, allowing my blood to stain your sword, thus nullifying your fog concealment technique. So that's how. I lose without regret. Unfortunately, you're the beasts. Before the gray-robed man could finish his sentence, his eyes dimmed, losing their light. Rico looked at the gray-robed man's body, rolling his eyes. Even in death, the old man refused to believe his words. Wow, Rico, you actually won. Michaela ran over from afar, lifting Rico in a tight embrace, spinning him 3 times before setting him down. I didn't expect those 2 sabers of yours to be so formidable. They weren't originally this powerful. Thanks to you, absorbing that thing on you made them this strong. Rico held up the twin sabers, examining them closely. They were uglier now compared to before. The spikes grew more menacing, the red blood patterns resembled living flesh, and the eyes seemed almost animate. He even felt a heartbeat when gripping them. Watch out. Just as Rico inspected the sabers, Michaela suddenly shoved him aside. A golden red fireball fell from the sky, exploding right where Rico had stood. Though not large, its explosive force was tremendous. It left a 10-foot deep crater filled with red molten rock and golden crystalline formations. Such pure flame. Who could this be? As a fire expert, Michaela immediately recognized that the flame wasn't ordinary but incredibly refined essence Gabire. A mere Gabbers tier Great Perfection Phoenix has bonded with a lowly 7th rank human. How peculiar. Rico looked up, astonished by the red-haired girl flying overhead. Few now knew about the sealed powers in Dongyun Continent. Who could she be? Boy, give me those 2 sabers. That power isn't meant for your hands. The red-haired girl spoke arrogantly, clearly issuing an order rather than a request. Though Rico felt wary of the girl, her attitude wouldn't make him comply. If I give them just because you say so, what kind of person does that make me? Rico stuck out his tongue and casually tucked the blades away. Blasphemy. Seeing Rico defy her, the red-haired girl hurled a fireball directly at him. Rico attempted to leap away, but a powerful pressure pinned him to the spot. Seeing Rico under attack, Michaela instinctively rushed to help, only to freeze under the red-haired girl's glare, sensing danger she couldn't face. Rico watched helplessly as the flames engulfed him. Yet, instead of burning him, the flames replenished his inner fire elements. Feeling warmth spread through him, his exhaustion vanished. He looked up to see the girl smiling warmly at him. It's really you, the Grover who drove away that pesky fly for me. Both Michaela and Rico were bewildered. When had he helped this girl? Reflecting on the girl's words and her terrifying flames, Rico realized the truth. You are Sadie. Sadie chuckled and nodded. Not completely hopeless after all. Knowing her identity didn't reduce Rico's confusion. Why are you here, Empress? Weren't you still in slumber earlier? I was merely recovering from injuries. Having recovered, there's no need to continue sleeping. Our meeting was crucial in my recovery. Although my illusionary array held off the enemy, without you distracting him, he might have discovered my true resting place sooner. I owe you thanks for that. Note, the names Eliana, Rico, and Michaela are transliterated using pinyin. Chapter 327. The Majesty of the Human Emperor. I only did what was within my reach. Enough talk. Quickly hand over those 2 knives to me. The power of the fallen gods is not as simple as you imagine. A single misstep and you could be corrupted by it. Hand over the knives, and I'll destroy them for you. Rico had expected that after such lengthy explanations, he would comply with Crystal's demands, but instead, he respectfully bowed and refused her. Empress, although these 2 knives were born from the power of the fallen gods, they do not carry the will of the fallen gods. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Nonsense. Do you know what the fallen gods are? Their mere names can shake the minds of people. Anything tainted by their power is instantly corroded and eroded. Nothing can withstand it. Not even the outstanding figures of the human race in ancient times who became followers of the fallen gods. Do you think your two knives are more powerful than those human geniuses? Crystal glared at Rico, loudly berating him. In her eyes, Rico was stubborn and short-sighted, risking the future of the entire human race for just 2 weapons. She had initially thought that with his talent, Rico might become the hope of humanity. But now, she was deeply disappointed by his stubbornness and narrow-mindedness. I command you, as the last empress of the human race, to hand over those 2 long knives. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Crystal. The shadows of past human emperors appeared within the glow. Golden light shone upon her, like a majestic golden imperial robe being draped over her. The majesty of the human emperor. She is truly the human emperor. Maisie looked at Crystal in shock. Only the true human emperor, acknowledged by heaven and earth, could unleash this imperial authority. Before the majesty of the human emperor, no human, regardless of strength, could resist. Defying the human emperor was tantamount to opposing the entire universe. No one, no matter how arrogant, dared claim they could challenge this realm. All humans within a 100-mile radius knelt involuntarily towards Crystal. This was their first time witnessing the majesty of the human emperor, yet the innate reverence etched into their bloodlines left no room for resistance. Everyone lowered their heads, attentively listening to the teachings of the human emperor. Except for one person, Rico. Crystal's imperial presence pressed down on Rico like a mountain on his shoulders, yet he remained standing firm, his legs straight and unyielding. Not only did he stand tall, but he also lifted his head, meeting Crystal's gaze directly. Empress, please forgive my impudence. These 2 knives are not only about my future, but also about the fate of the entire human race. I cannot hand them over. Rico wasn't lying. When he awoke from his dream, he had seen fragments of the future within the colorful gemstone. In one of those fragments, he saw the 2 long knives piercing through the heart of a fallen god. Regardless of whether these visions were prophetic or projections of a possible future, Rico could not allow Crystal to destroy the 2 long knives. Ridiculous. The fate of our human race is always in our own hands. How could it have anything to do with the creations of the fallen gods? Whether Empress believes me or not, I will not hand them over. Golden light from all directions compressed against Rico's body, nearly crushing him whole. Despite this, he did not yield. He couldn't explain to the Empress because the colorful gemstone came from a projection of the heavenly realm. Crystal harbored deep-seated hatred for all divine beings. If she knew about the gemstone, she would only be more convinced that he was under the influence of the divine. But the dreams had been so vivid, the sacrifice of thousands without hesitation, and the man with a face identical to his own. Everything made Rico believe in the reality of the dream. Stubborn fool, you must be eliminated. Crystal lost all patience. Lifting her finger, a golden glowing sword appeared above Rico's head. This was the Sword of Judgment, wielded by the human emperor to sentence any human. Those sentenced by the Sword of Judgment would be obliterated, both physically and spiritually, leaving no chance of survival. Maisie tried to release her power to save Rico, but she was trapped by a golden light, unable to move. On a small island in the eastern sea, a man wearing a conical hat and carrying a long sword stood facing the calm sea. Beneath the water's surface, a shadow expanded rapidly. The previously tranquil sea grew turbulent, and the island itself began to tremble. Clearly, a massive creature was rapidly approaching the surface. Suddenly, a 1,000-foot-high wave erupted from the sea, revealing a monster 100 feet long. The monster had a shark-like head and an octopus-like body. Its body was covered in crimson tentacles and swollen eyes, with a foul-smelling mouth full of jagged teeth spread across its form. In the vast depths of this uninhabited ocean, the monster had lived for countless years, devouring all life within the entire region, leaving only silence. Even the highly skilled sea creatures that had already taken humanoid forms could not escape its insatiable hunger. Compared to the 100-foot-long monster, the man was a mere speck. Yet, faced with this man, the monster tensed, its many eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. A condensed force erupted from the monster's mouth, distorting space and instantly vaporizing all surrounding seawater. Facing this devastating attack far surpassing any cultivator on Dongyun Continent, the man simply placed his hand on the sword at his waist. A cold flash of light dimmed the world momentarily, as if all that existed was the breath of the sword. The man remained unmoving while the monster was cut into countless pieces by the shower of sword light. A black fragment containing countless stars drifted from the monster's remains into the man's hand. Suddenly, the man raised his head, sensing something. "You've followed me long enough. It's time for you to return." With that, he casually slashed open a rift in space and tossed a white object into it before the rift sealed. The white thing seemed to curse at him from within the closing gap, but the man ignored it. Within the ruins, a golden sword beam struck Rico head-on. Rico felt an overwhelming aura of death. He raised his 2 long knives to meet the golden sword beam. The explosive impact felled trees over a large area, and Rico's 2 knives were easily knocked aside. The sword beam, however, continued undeterred, stabbing towards Rico with unaltered speed. Chapter 328, Christie returns. The power of the Blade of Judgment is undiminished no matter the distance. For the guilty, one stroke will surely bring death. Rico's refusal of the Sadie's request was a direct challenge to the authority of the human emperor, which is a grave offense. In front of the Blade of Judgment, Rico was already a dead man. Michaela watched in despair as the golden blade of light approached Rico inch by inch. Though she had little affection for him, they were bound by life and death. If Rico died, she wouldn't escape either. This is it. I'll have to wait a few thousand years again before I can live again. Just as Michaela closed her eyes to pray, space in front of Rico suddenly split open, and a white figure emerged. Her charm exceeded that of the hibiscus. Her elegance surpassed that of the peony. Every frown and smile revealed an endless allure. She was the epitome of beauty that could captivate a nation. Especially her bewitching charm felt like an unruly hand continuously plucking at the heartstrings of others. Even Sadie, being a woman herself, momentarily lost her composure upon seeing this person. How could such a bewitching woman exist in this world, causing even a glance from afar to make one's mouth dry? The woman extended only 2 fingers, gently pinching the powerful blade of judgment. Oh my, why so enthusiastic? Your humble servant just arrived and can't bear such a grand welcome. Perhaps you should return it to this Viola. As she spoke, she flicked her finger, sending the golden blade of judgment flying back. Sadie's eyes narrowed, and the blade of judgment instantly dissipated. However, her expression remained serious. The woman before her exuded overwhelming charm and strength, not to be underestimated. From her display, she was clearly at least on par with Eliana's own prowess. Who are you? Chuckles, you've captured my master and yet ask who I am? The white-clad woman squinted her fox-like eyes, which glowed dangerously. Rico looked in shock at the woman before him. He couldn't believe that this incomparably charming beauty was the same little fox that had been by his side. You're also a beast, honest? Sadie scrutinized Christy skeptically, finding it hard to identify her true form. A beast honest whose form she couldn't discern must be at least on her level in strength, especially given how effortlessly Christy opened a spatial channel in this weakly structured relic, an achievement Eliana herself couldn't manage. Thus, this woman's strength likely far exceeded her own. Facing such an opponent, Sadie grew cautious. As expected, Christy responded, unleashing the unique aura of the Celestial Fox clan. 9 ethereal tails appeared behind her, enhancing rather than detracting from her beauty. So you're a strong Celestial Fox. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. The Celestial Foxes were among the highest-ranking bloodlines in the beast race. Who would have thought Rico had 2 beast honests of such terrifying lineage by his side? If Eliana continued to target Rico, she would inevitably face this powerful Celestial Fox. Winning aside, this fragile relic space couldn't withstand their battle. Any collapse could cause catastrophic damage, not just within the relic but across all of Dongyun Continent, and potentially the entire world. After much deliberation, Sadie finally said, with such powerful guardians beside Lord Che, those demon blades will not pose too great a threat. Today's matter ends here. However, I hope Lord Che remains vigilant. The power of a fallen god cannot be controlled by any human. Sadie gave Rico one last look before turning to fly deeper into the relic. Christy kept her gaze fixed on Eliana's retreating back until she was out of sight, then let out a deep breath of relief. In a swirl of pink mist, she transformed back into a fluffy, round little fox. Scared me half to death. Luckily, your recent strength increase has restored some of my illusions. Otherwise, we'd both be history today. It turned out that her appearance and aura were all illusions created by Christy. Her strength was linked to Rico via a life-binding contract. Now that he was at 7th rank, so was she. 7th sister. It's really you. Michaela lunged at the fluffy little fox, hugging her tightly. Yes, let go. Loosen up, Darby. You're crushing me. The little fox struggled fiercely but couldn't escape Michaela's grip. Oops, sorry. I got carried away. 7th sister. It's been a long time since I've seen your strength grow so much. You even deflected that woman's terrifying attack with just a flick. That blade of judgment is merely superficial. It's only effective against humans. To us beasts, it's practically like a falling leaf. Truly impressive, 7th sister. Always so knowledgeable. Michaela vigorously rubbed Christy's head. Faced with Michaela's affection, Christy sighed helplessly. Among her siblings, Darby Michaela was the most clingy, with incredible strength, making life difficult for them. But Christy was glad to reunite with her sister after so long. I don't have the immense strength like our elder siblings, so I have to read more. After all, knowledge is also power. That Sadie is likely the last human emperor. When she was young, her father disappeared in the Tower of Heaven. Weak from birth, Sadie was forced to accept the inheritance of the human emperor, becoming the last of her kind. However, since then, humanity has rapidly declined. Even the Empress herself sustained severe injuries while searching for her father, and has been in a deep slumber until now. This journey is probably to reopen the path to heaven and search for her father again. Christy had read many records about Sadie. She once regarded her as a formidable enemy, never expecting that the Empress remained unconscious during the human-beast war due to her injuries. But if Eliana did awaken, their combined might still fall short against her. So she's rather pitiful. Upon hearing Christy's account, Michaela felt sympathy for Sadie. Boy, it's been so long. Don't you have anything to say to your humble servant? Christy glanced at Rico, slightly displeased. After such a long separation, didn't he miss her at all? Chapter 329, Depths of the Ruins. It's been so long since you've returned. I thought you wouldn't come back. Idiot. How could I not come? We signed a life and death pact, thriving together and perishing together. We're in this together like fleas on the same string. How could I abandon you? Xena grumbled at Rico, though her conviction wavered. Since she discovered that her elder brother's soul was no longer with Rico, she had indeed considered abandoning him. After all, their collaboration was based on Rico's help in reviving her siblings. But this journey made Xena realize she had misunderstood Rico. It was that revered existence who had separated her brother's residual soul from him. Looking at Rico's face, Xena recalled the words told by that presence. If you want to see your elder brother again, assist that person in becoming the immortal emperor and merge the two realms. Blocking is less effective than guiding. This world's problems have dragged on too long. If unresolved, it's not just this world, but even the Tower of Heaven will be affected. Xena didn't fully grasp what was meant by this world's problems, but when the existence spoke of making Rico the immortal emperor, it sounded as natural as breathing, as if it were an easy task. Rico rubbed his face, noticing Xena examining him closely. Is there something on me? Why are you looking at me like that? No, just checking how much you've grown while I was away. Xena turned her head, breaking eye contact. 7th sister, rest assured. While you were away, this lad was fattened up by me. Michaela boasted, patting her ample chest proudly. Rico glanced at her and chuckled. Indeed, fattened up quite a bit, thanks to your egg. Michaela coughed awkwardly, while Xena looked puzzled, unsure what they were talking about. In the depths of the ruins, a man dressed in strange attire stood amidst a bloody forest. Beneath him lay the scattered corpses of over a dozen cultivators. By their clothes, these were Divine Control Sect cultivators here for missions. These Divine Control Sect cultivators were no pushovers, with the lowest rank being 7th stage. Yet they were all slain by this strangely clad man. Moreover, each body had a fist-sized hole in the chest where their hearts had been gouged out by this demonic figure. Hihiha, Rona, never in your wildest dreams did you think I'd hide in this battlefield ruin. Once I obtain the relics of the ancients, it'll be the end of the 100 Flowers Valley. The blood-soaked man laughed maniacally, clutching 2 pulsating hearts in his hand, appearing as if he were an incarnate demon. Beside a tree stump, a seemingly dead Divine Control Sect cultivator moved his fingers faintly, attempting to send a distress signal. If this lunatic obtained the ancient relics, it would spell doom not only for the 100 Flowers Valley but the entire continent would be plunged into chaos. Suddenly, the moving hand exploded into a spray of blood, and the demon-like man appeared behind him without warning. So, you have 2 hearts. You nearly fooled me. Freak. Your ambitions won't succeed. Realizing he had no way out, the Divine Control Sect cultivator emitted a brilliant light, preparing to self-detonate. Just as his spiritual energy neared its peak, the man's hand shot out like black lightning, swiftly extracting his second heart. The cultivator's radiance flickered and finally dimmed. The man licked the blood spattered on his lips. Hee Rico Rona, wait and see. I'll make you both wish you were dead. Following Stefani's trail, Rico and the others ventured deep into the ruins. En route, they encountered varied terrains, marshes, jungles, deserts, each harboring bizarre creatures. Xena marveled at life's resilience. The region had been almost entirely obliterated by the ancient battle, with cracked earth, sandstorms, and lava fields making it uninhabitable. Yet within just a millennium, this area developed its unique environment, with creatures adapting through peculiar mutations. Watch out! Michaela suddenly lifted the distracted Xena, narrowly avoiding a pitch-black spatial rift that could have decapitated her. From here, we enter the most dangerous part of the ruins, the core battlefield. Pay extreme attention. The spatial rifts here are dense and hidden. Michaela led them forward cautiously. Rico sensed the direction. The location where the Tower of Heaven descended should be at the center of the battlefield ruins. With spatial rifts impeding progress, their speed significantly slowed. At Stefani's pace, she might already be deep in the ruins. Can we still catch up? Don't worry. There's still half a month until the tower descends. Once we find the precise location, we can inform Honest. But aren't you planning to prevent the tower from opening? Yes, but we don't even know how it descends or how to stop it. We need to investigate further before deciding. Rico felt vexed. The stone kept repeating in his mind, you must prevent the heavenly realm from opening, but offered no guidance on how to do it. He could only take things step by step. Silent and focused, the trio navigated through the intricate network of spatial rifts. Even the finest rift could cut through the toughest defenses effortlessly. Suddenly, Rico saw 2 dark, round eyes peeking from behind a distant rock. When he scrutinized, the eyes vanished. He scratched his head, assuming he was just too tense. No one in their right mind would risk monitoring them in such a perilous place. Chapter 330, The Earth Spirit Tribe. The 3 continued walking forward. After a few steps, Rico once again saw the pair of beady eyes peeking from a crevice in the distance. This time, Rico was certain he hadn't imagined it. However, he did not make a sound but quietly followed Michaela, walking silently. Just as they were about to pass by the crevice, Rico suddenly vanished. The figure poking its head out of the crevice blinked, wondering why one person had suddenly disappeared. Then, an arm snaked out ghost-like and landed on his shoulder. Ack! The figure in the crevice jumped a foot in the air, startled by Rico. Upon seeing Rico's face, it turned pale and ran away on shaky legs. Before it could run far, it was caught by Rico. Rico finally got a good look at this creature. It was extremely short, standing at the height of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Yet the wrinkles on its face and the beard indicated it was no child. Let me go, you wicked fiend. I'll fight you to the death. Don't even think about eating me into your filthy stomach. For the honor of the Earth Spirit Tribe. Held by the scruff of his neck, the little creature thrashed around helplessly in the air, unable to touch Rico. Seeing the ludicrous sight, Rico couldn't help but laugh a little. The moment he grabbed the man, Rico sensed something. He clearly felt that this man was somehow connected to the descent of heaven. I won't eat you, and I'm not some wicked fiend. My daughter, if daddy doesn't return, live well with mommy. My beloved Yoeli, after I die, don't remarry another man with our daughter. Although I know you have a thing with the black neighbor, I still love you. Also, take care of old black's daughter, for she is the offspring of me and his wife. And please take care of my mother, my elder brother, aunt, second Sean, grandmother, great-grandmother. Hold it. Stop it. Rico couldn't bear the incessant rambling any longer. He hurriedly interrupted. I told you, I'm not a fiend and I won't eat you. Can you calm down? Not possible. The Emil said it's you evil spirits who destroyed our homeland. You've ruined our farmland and turned this space into a land of death. Rico fell silent. The man wasn't wrong. The war between humans and beasts had indeed caused this destruction. Christy and Michaela, arriving shortly, heard the man's words. They were, after all, part of the conflict that caused it. His words made them feel somewhat ashamed. In those days, both sides had lost their senses in battle, and no one had considered whether other races inhabited this place. Countless lives were sacrificed, and many species became extinct. Both sides fought for the future of their people without right or wrong. But the instigators undeniably committed unspeakable atrocities. I admit that the human and beast races were wrong, and we involved you needlessly. But we are not fiends who eat people, and we mean no harm. I won't believe it. You're trying to trick me so you can eat everyone in our tribe. Despite their explanations, the little man refused to believe them. Gabbinally, Christy lost her patience. Dwarf. Talking white dog. I'm not a dwarf. I'm the tallest warrior in our tribe. Look into my eyes. Christy's eyes were like two deep, ancient wells. The man looked into them and became entranced. He stopped struggling, now in a semi-dreamlike state. Who are you? My name is Dean. I am a guardian of the tribe, he answered dully. How many are in your tribe? 312. Can you lead us to your tribe? At Christy's request, a hint of struggle appeared on the man's face. The duty of a guardian conflicted with her command. Christy, noticing this, intensified her control. The struggle vanished, and the man numbly nodded. Satisfied, Christy motioned for Rico to release him. Her tail swept over the man's face, erasing his bewilderment and replacing it with gratitude toward Rico and his companions. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by those fiends. Under Christy's influence, the man regarded them as saviors. Don't mention it. Helping those in distress is what we should do. You've saved me greatly, yet I have nothing to repay you with. What shame. If you're not too busy, please come to my home. Seeing Dean's excitement, Rico felt a bit embarrassed. However, to get closer to clues about the descent of heaven, he went along with it. We wouldn't mind. We've walked quite a bit and could use some rest. A safe place would be perfect. Huh. You can trust us. Our Earth Spirit Tribe's bunker is known for its safety. Dean patted his chest proudly. Hurry, before those fiends return. Dean peered cautiously at the imaginary fiends. The trio followed Dean through the narrow cracks under the ground. To Rico's surprise, the surface's terrifying spatial rifts did not extend underground. Seeming to read his thoughts, Dean explained. Actually, the rifts once spread underground, reaching where we lived. With no choice, the Emils led us deeper, moving our homes further below. Over 1,000 years, we've been repairing the underground rifts, barely managing to seal most of them. Amazed, Rico asked. Your Earth Spirit Tribe actually has the technology to repair spatial rifts? Hashtag chapter 331. The art of hosting guests. Hee hee, Percy chuckled earnestly. Patron, I'm not bragging. In this Dongyun Continent, our Earth Spirit Clan's craftsmanship is undoubtedly top-notch. Although we might not be as strong in cultivation as other races, our expertise in various technologies far surpasses them. Rico nodded, having long heard about the Earth Spirit Clan's skills. It was said that they could create flying boats that didn't require spirit power and mechanical animals, purely made from machinery. Currently, the best flying boats on the continent were designed and manufactured by the Earth Spirit Clan. But the Earth Spirits had vanished from the mainland for a long time, living deep within these ruins. No wonder they were no longer seen on the continent. Percy, don't worry. We're here to save you. As the group approached the grand entrance, a squad of Earth Spirit warriors wearing towering mechanical armor rushed out. The mechanical armor gleamed with a dark luster. Through the cracks, one could see the flowing liquid spirit energy and intricate mechanical structures. These armors were clearly not ordinary. The Earth Spirit warriors shouted, ready to kill the evil spirits and rescue Percy, driving their mechanical armors forward. Percy hurriedly stepped in front of Rico and the others, waving his arms vigorously. Scram, don't come and disturb us. These people aren't evil spirits, they are my saviors. Saviors? Percy, are you crazy? They are flesh-eating evil spirits. How can they possibly be your saviors? Of course they are. If it weren't for them, I would have been dead outside just now. Percy vividly recounted how he was caught by beasts outside and almost devoured, only to be saved by Rico and his companions. Naturally, all of this was just a fabrication under Xena's illusion. But Percy's heartfelt narration made the other Earth spirits widen their eyes, feeling as if they had experienced the rescue firsthand. You guys are real heroes. Great heroes. Incredible. From now on, you are my idols. The Earth Spirit warriors surrounded Rico and the others, chattering enthusiastically, even more passionate than Percy himself. No one noticed the bright flash of pink at the tip of Xena's tail. Escorted by the crowd, Rico and the others entered the Earth Spirit Fortress. Although the Earth Spirits were short in stature, their pursuit of largeness reached an extreme. The gates of the Earth Spirit Fortress were much taller than those of the human Imperial City, and the cannons and spirit energy cannons on either side of the walls were twice as large as those of the humans. If not for knowing that the little Earth Spirits had built this fortress, Rico would have thought he had arrived at a city of giants. Reaching Percy's home, the enthusiastic warriors wanted to follow inside to chat some more, but Percy firmly pushed them out. Go away. If you don't return to your posts, I'll report you for deserting your duties. Surprisingly, Percy invoked the captain's authority. At the thought of the captain, the warriors immediately shuddered and left, still wanting to stay longer. Ahaha, sorry to make a spectacle in front of you patrons. Please sit down. Percy pulled out several chairs, which were almost as tall as him. Even Rico struggled to sit down comfortably. Fortunately, the chairs had 2 horizontal bars. Percy skillfully used these to jump up easily. Come, patrons, try our local sweet potato liquor. Sicilia yet potent, it's a unique taste. Perhaps due to Earth Spirit customs, Percy led the 3 directly to the family dining table. There was a large button on the table. Percy stretched his short arm to press it, causing a hidden compartment to open, revealing 4 exquisite crystal glasses filled with transparent liquid. Even before lifting the glass, Rico was hit by the strong smell of alcohol. The sensitive-nosed Xena started coughing. The Earth Spirit's way of entertaining guests was offering their strongest homemade liquor. Seeing Xena's reaction, Percy scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't consider that. Patron, please wait a moment. Percy hopped down and quickly ran into another room. After a while, he returned with a large bowl. Dog patron, sorry, I forgot you don't have hands. Using a bowl should be easier for you. Percy's tone was sincere, but Xena was furious. Rico and Michaela barely managed to suppress their laughter. Gabinally, Michaela burst out laughing. Haha, dog patron. Ha 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 ha. Xena glared fiercely at Michaela and explained to the innocent Percy. I'm a fox, not a dog. Sorry. I grew up in this fortress and only saw Juanita bring back a similar-looking creature when I was young. He told me it was a dog, so I assumed. Rico couldn't hold back and laughed. Xena rolled her eyes. She knew Percy meant no harm, as he didn't even know the difference between foxes and dogs, let alone understand that calling someone a dog was an insult among humans. Dad, I heard you brought outsiders back? A loud female voice came from outside, vibrating through the thick wooden door. The door swung open violently, revealing a cute girl standing with her leg still raised in midair. Seeing his daughter, Percy jumped down. Daughter, listen to me. Explain what? Before Percy could finish, his daughter interrupted loudly, her doll-like face glowing with fury, her eyes like sharp tiger eyes glaring intensely, eyebrows furrowed. Just as Rico thought she was treating them as enemies, she spoke again. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Didn't you know I've always wanted to meet outsiders? Dad, I love you. Then she gave Percy a bear hug with her slim arms, making Percy turn red from the tight embrace, nearly suffocating him. Rico could even hear Percy's bones groaning under the pressure. Chapter 332, The Device. Percy's face had turned purplish when his daughter finally let go of him, just as Rico thought Percy was about to lose consciousness. Ha, ha, ha. Once released, Percy gasped for air, having almost seen his grandmother beckoning from the river in a fleeting vision. You must be the outsiders my father spoke of. Percy's daughter looked up at Rico and his companions with her head held high. Meanwhile, Rico observed her closely. He couldn't fathom how a burly man like Percy could produce such a delicate and beautiful daughter. Yes, we are outsiders. Your father invited us here as guests. Just as I suspected, outsiders really do look different from us. Percy's daughter excitedly rushed over and gave Rico an intense bear hug. Instantly, Rico felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. And it didn't stop there. The girl's grip felt like being thrown into a dragon's mouth and chewed forcefully. In mere seconds, Rico was splattered across the floor, quickly reverting to his original form. Wow, outsiders can turn into water. Emery, stop fooling around. They are saviors to your father, Percy said apologetically to Rico. Sorry, my daughter is quite playful. Please don't mind her. In our Earth spirit tradition, the more someone likes you, the tighter they embrace. It seems she really likes you, honorable savior. I noticed, Rico shivered, still feeling the crushing force that would have left him as a bloody mess if not for his elemental body. Emery, remember not to hug outsiders so tightly. Most of them have fragile bodies and may not withstand it. To prevent any future misunderstandings, and for Emery's own good, Rico frankly advised her. Oh. A brief flicker of disappointment crossed Emery's face before she was distracted by Xena. Hey, white-furred dog. Xena rolled her eyes silently, truly fitting for a father-daughter pair. Emery, why did you suddenly run off? Today is a critical test for the device, and as the supervisor, you cannot leave the site casually. An Earth spirit youth ran over, wearing the same long robe as Emery, presumably her colleague. I know, but outsiders came. How could I not meet them? Casper named Zane glanced at Rico and company without much interest. They're just outsiders, ultimately not much different from us. But this experiment concerns the future of the entire bunker. You're no longer a child of a few hundred years old. You should weigh what's more important. Zane then dragged Emery away without further ado. Hearing their conversation, Rico sensed that this device they mentioned was likely related to the Tower of Heaven. After they left, Rico asked Percy. Percy, do you know what they meant by that device? Percy scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear either. But I heard that once completed, this device will solve all space rift problems in the Earth spirit bunker and even potentially repair cracks on the surface. Rico raised an eyebrow. If this device could resolve an issue that had eluded all cultivators of East Cloud Continent for a millennium, could it really be so simple? Even if it were true, what was its connection to the Tower of Heaven? Confused, Rico decided to wait for Emery's return to ask her. Stuart wanted to explore outside but was stopped by Rico. They were too conspicuous in the Earth spirit bunker. Entering via Xena's illusion, most of the Earth spirits were wary of them. Caution was better to avoid exposure on their territory. Thus, they stayed at Percy's home, drinking with him. The spirits, while potent, couldn't intoxicate cultivators of their caliber. Percy, who claimed to be immune to alcohol, was already flushed and dazed after a few cups. Drunk, Percy opened up, his slurred tongue narrating past stories to them. Before Emery was born, hiccup, Priscilla and I were deeply in love. Just ask anyone on Iron Hammer Street. Who doesn't know that Priscilla and I made a perfect match? Not boasting, but my blacksmith skills rivaled Ganjadin at the street corner until an arrow struck my knee. Seemingly touching on a painful memory, Percy gulped down another mouthful. We were supposed to live happily ever after, but everything changed when Brendan moved next door. Suddenly, Priscilla started dressing up, often going over to Brendan's house for days. Xena and Stuart perked up at this, rapt attention peaked. Did you never ask Priscilla why? How could I not? But she always denied it, claiming they were just friends. Am I supposed to be a fool? She shouldn't do that. Did you ever follow her? I thought about it, but I feared. Seeing his submissive demeanor, Xena glared. You're a man. What do you fear? Percy drank deeply again, sniffled, and touched his wedding ring. I feared what if I caught her red-handed and she demanded a divorce. I truly don't want Priscilla to leave me. The trio, initially expecting gossip, fell silent. Unexpectedly, Percy harbored such deep feelings. So you'll just let it happen? This way, Priscilla will eventually leave you. Of course I don't want that. Percy roared, yet this roar seemed to drain all his courage, quickly returning him to his dejected state. A woman won't respect you if you remain this way. Xena yelled, frustrated. Look me in the eye. From now on, you are no longer that weakling. Show Priscilla what a real man you are. Chapter 333. The temper of a honest man. Brendan, open the door. Who is it? It's me, Doel. Doel, what's up? Hearing that it was Doel knocking, the previously impatient man instantly became flustered. Inside the room, clinking sounds could be heard. After quite some time, a young male earth spirit taller by half a head than Doel and with well-built muscles finally opened the door. It's you, Doel. I was working out just now. What's the matter? The dark-skinned earth spirit man held the door with one hand, blocking Doel from entering without any intention to invite him in. Through the crack of the door, Doel vaguely saw a skirt at the corner being quickly pulled away by a hand. That skirt was all too familiar to Doel. It had patterns of jasmine flowers from the surface, made by Ant Clone Sue on the next street with months of his hard-earned wages specifically for Ming-Yoel. Not wanting to waste words with Brendan, Doel pushed him aside and entered the house. Oh, what are you doing, Brendan? How dare you barge into my house? Brendan hadn't expected the usually timid middle-aged man to suddenly become so aggressive, leaving him unprepared. Upon entering, Doel saw a still attractive mature woman sitting on the floor of the living room, his wife, Ming-Yoel. Ming-Yoel was breathing heavily as if she had just finished intense exercise. Her face was flushed. Well, Doel, Ming-Yoel, and I were working out just now, Brendan explained nervously, though normally he wouldn't bother explaining to Doel. Today, he felt Doel seemed different. Ming-Yoel, go back home first. I'll return after I finish exercising with Alan, Ming-Yoel said coldly, her gaze even colder, as if looking at an unrelated passerby. Why do you do this with him? Do you even think of me or our daughter? Ming-Yoel hadn't expected such frankness from Doel. She frowned, displeased. Don't talk nonsense. If you have nothing else to say, go home. Don't disturb our workout. Haven't you cared about this family at all these years? Hasn't our long relationship been more meaningful than him? What good does he have? Doel clenched his fists tightly, filled with frustration and resentment. Since Doel had revealed everything, Ming-Yoel didn't feel the need to pretend anymore. She sneered. Look at yourself. You've been moping around at home since your injury. Who wants to see your old face every day? No figure, no looks, and forget it. I don't want to talk to you. Go. Seeing you makes me annoyed. Doel lowered his head, listening to Ming-Yoel's insults. Ming-Yoel felt even more disdainful seeing his reaction, wondering how she ever ended up with such a weak man and even gave birth to a daughter with him. Just thinking about it brought her bad luck. Seeing Doel being humiliated like this without resistance, Brendan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Doel would never change from being a coward. It must have been a mistake before. Brendan walked up to Doel and put his arm around his shoulders. Did you hear that? Ming-Yoel said you're useless. Do you really think you deserve Ming-Yoel? Look at yourself in the mirror. Brendan and Ming-Yoel laughed heartily, their laughter piercing Doel's heart like sharp knives. He always thought Ming-Yoel used to be gentle and must have been changed by Brendan. But today, he realized it was all just his own delusion. Ming-Yoel had never loved him. Doel felt he was indeed a failure, exactly as they said, a worthless person. He wanted to run away, to shrink into an ant, find a crack to hide in forever. But why did he feel so unwilling? Deep down, a voice kept telling him, it's not your fault, but theirs. Now, don't be sad, don't run away. Be angry. Show them the consequences of underestimating you. Let them know betraying you was their biggest mistake. What should I do? Of course, punch him. Simple 4 words gave Doel infinite courage. The bravery he once abandoned returned to him. He clenched his fist and punched Brendan's smirking face brutally. One simple punch made Brendan bleed from the nose. Then, Doel's punches rained down on Brendan's face. Both Brendan and Ming-Yoel were shocked by Doel's sudden aggression. After taking several punches, Brendan reacted, blocking Doel's attacks and trying to grab him. However, Doel, being a guard, was agile and faster than Brendan. He ducked easily, then kicked off the ground, delivering a powerful uppercut to Brendan's chin. Brendan staggered backward, dizzy and disoriented. Despite Brendan falling, Doel wasn't done yet. He straddled Brendan's waist and pounded his face repeatedly until it swelled like a pig's head. Ming-Yoel, never having seen such violence from Doel, was stunned, sitting there dazed. Stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. Please stop. Brendan couldn't bear it anymore and pleaded for mercy while lying on the ground. To everyone's surprise, Doel actually stopped. He stood up, wiped the blood off his hands, and took out a small recording gem from his pocket. I can spare you, but if you want me to spare you... Doel pointed at Ming-Yoel. I recorded everything you and Ming-Yoel said. If you don't want me to show it to your wife and the neighbors, slap her now. Gab 50 times, with full force. Brendan and Ming-Yoel were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the once honest Doel would make such demands. Seeing Brendan hesitating, Doel glared. Do it. Alan, you? In her frightened gaze, Brendan raised his arm and slapped Ming-Yoel's delicate face, which instantly puffed up. But Brendan didn't stop, raising his arm again and slapping her other cheek red. Keep going, 48 more times. Chapter 334. Earth Spirit Emil. Percy kept his promise and did not spread the events that occurred at Brendan's house. However, with such a big commotion, it was impossible to keep it hidden. There were only about 300 people in the Earth Spirit Fortress, so even the tiniest gossip would be known by everyone in a day, let alone such an exciting piece of news. Brendan's wife demanded a divorce after discovering that their child wasn't biologically his. Percy admitted he was the father, but the blood test showed neither he nor Brendan was the actual father. Of course, these are just side stories we won't delve into right now. Brendan's daughter, Emery, had no heart to continue working after learning about the scandal in her family. After hastily briefing someone on the important experimental details, she rushed home. Emery, wait. Just as she left the lab, a young woman called out to Emery. Emery's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she turned back, somewhat impatiently. What? Who's calling me? Over here. When Emery saw the woman, the previously irritable Emery instantly turned into a model of obedience. Emile, I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize it was you just now. It's all right, I don't mind. The Emile shook her head, not minding Emery's earlier rudeness. This woman, who looked around Emery's age, was the sole leader of the Earth Spirits and the only one among them to have lived for 10,000 years. She was the past, present, and future ruler of the Earth Spirits. I came to inquire about the progress of the respectful guidance plan. Emile, the plan is proceeding very smoothly. The first phase of the experiment has been highly successful. We've managed to collect a trace of energy from the venerated Hildred, and that energy successfully healed 30% of the cracks in the fortress. This equates to 300 years of effort. Preliminary estimates suggest that if the respectful guidance plan succeeds, it will heal all the underground cracks and 99% of the surface cracks. Our homeland will be almost restored. Emery lowered her head respectfully, her voice tinged with excitement. After all, the cause her ancestors devoted their lives to completing was within reach under her supervision. How could any Earth spirit not feel stirred at the thought of rebuilding their homeland and restoring the glory of the Earth spirits? The Emile nodded. Very well, this brings us one step closer to returning to the surface. Although our clan prefers living underground, it's not solely where we should reside. Many children have never even been to the surface, let alone interact with other races. Emery, have you ever been to the surface? No, Emile. Ah, I see. The Emile gazed toward the entrance of the fortress, her eyes reflecting a light that Emery couldn't quite understand. She remained silent, staring at the door for a long time. Emery dared not disturb the Emile's thoughts, but after what felt like hours, the Emile still hadn't dismissed her. Gabinally, Emery spoke up tentatively. Emile? You're still here, Emery? Emery pursed her lips and rolled her eyes internally, wondering if the Emile was getting senile. I may be old, but I'm not senile yet, the Emile replied. No, that's not what I meant. Emery waved her hands vigorously. I don't hold grudges or punish people by making them clean the shrine. The Emile smiled warmly at Emery, as if reading her thoughts completely. Emery playfully stuck out her tongue. Despite her esteemed position, the Emile was down to earth and gentle, always kind and understanding towards the Earth spirits, unless they made serious mistakes. You may go now. Remember to greet the guests at your home for me. Oh, you already know? Silly girl, nothing escapes my notice in this fortress. Go quickly, don't keep your guests waiting. The Emile waved her hand dismissively. Emery bowed respectfully, and then hopped home cheerfully. I'm back. Kicking open the door, Emery was eager to resume talking with the visitors. But upon entering, she saw her father crouching on the floor, cradling his head in pain. Changing her usual fiery demeanor, Emery gently laid her hand on her father's shoulder and softly comforted him. Don't worry about Dolores. There's plenty of fish in the sea. I've known what she's like for a long time, but didn't tell you to spare your feelings. Jesse, don't be sad. I've seen everything you've done for the family over the years, and it's Dolores who doesn't deserve you. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Actually, you hit my head when you opened the door. Embarrassed, Emery kicked Percy out, realizing she had been emotionally carried away. Hee, good daughter, I knew you cared for your father. Lately, I've been feeling exceptionally enlightened. I've let go of those complicated matters. What matters most is that my precious daughter and I are happy. Emery rolled her eyes and ignored him. Wait, where are the guests? Emery looked around but couldn't find Rico and the others. Weren't they with you? Earlier, Zane said you were looking for them. Huh? I never asked Zane to fetch them. Jesse and daughter stared at each other, both equally bewildered. Oh no, the guests might be in danger. Realizing this, Emery immediately ran outside. Zane, where's Emery? Outside the fortress, Rico and the others had followed Zane deeper into increasingly desolate areas. The buildings around them were dilapidated, some reduced to piles of rubble. Almost there, just ahead. Hashtag chapter 335. So weak yet so confident. At the boundary of the Earth Spirit Fortress, within 100 miles in all directions, there were almost no buildings, and not even a blade of grass grew on the ground. The reason was undoubtedly due to the countless space rifts crisscrossing like spider webs. Zane, up ahead are all space rifts. Where exactly are you taking us? Rico wasn't stupid. He had long seen through Zane's deception. He simply wanted to see what Zane intended to do. Zane turned around, his eyes cold as he looked at Rico and the others. From his pocket, he pulled out something resembling a musket. With a wave of spiritual energy from his body, a crimson beam of destructive power shot out from the device in his hand. The beam struck the distant ground, instantly creating a massive pit several yards deep. Rico was somewhat surprised. The small device in Zane's hand had such tremendous power, almost equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 5th-rank expert. More importantly, the amount of spiritual energy Zane emitted was extremely minimal, less than that of an average 1st-rank cultivator. Yet with such a tiny amount of spiritual energy, he could unleash a full-strength attack from a 5th-rank expert. And it seemed this item wasn't a one-time-use treasure. Rico couldn't help but think, if every low-rank cultivator in the Beast Spirit Sect were equipped with such a device, wouldn't the sect become invincible? You, bandits, the Earth Spirit Fortress is not a place for your kind to meddle. I give you my final warning, leave immediately, or I won't spare you. Zane's words interrupted Rico's train of thought. Seeing the disdainful look in Zane's eyes, Rico was somewhat surprised. Did Zane have some even more formidable trick up his sleeve? Honestly, Zane's earlier move wasn't particularly impressive. Any 5th-rank expert could easily produce an attack of similar strength. Why did he display such confidence? You don't need to be afraid. As long as you stop seeking Emery and leave the Earth Spirit Fortress, I won't make things difficult for you. Hearing Zane's words, Rico suddenly realized that perhaps his silence had made Zane think he was afraid. Zane, are you done talking? Once you're finished, we'll head back. Dean is waiting for us to drink. This is right, huh? Rico and his companions turned and walked away, completely ignoring Zane. Zane stood still, watching as they walked off. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Shouldn't these outsiders tremble in fear after seeing the spirit hand cannon, then kneel and beg him to spare them? Why were they completely ignoring him? Could it be they had never seen such a powerful weapon and thought it was an illusion? Right. It must be that. Otherwise, why wouldn't they be shocked? When he first saw the Earth Spirit hand cannon, he had nightmares for days. If it weren't to protect the Earth Spirit Fortress in Emery, he wouldn't have brought out this experimental Earth Spirit hand cannon. You few, stop right there. Zane rushed forward and blocked their path. If you surrender now, I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can neither live nor die. Rico frowned. Initially, he understood that Zane wanted to protect the Earth Spirit Fortress and threaten them. But now, Rico sensed that Zane wasn't doing it for the Earth Spirit clan, but to satisfy his vanity. Rico's earlier indifference had hurt his fragile pride, so he sought to regain face by humiliating them. Are you dirty and ignorant surface dwellers only good for running with your tails between your legs? Zane drew the Earth Spirit hand cannon and pointed it at them, shouting, Uncivilized beasts, you will pollute the land of the Earth Spirits. Throughout this, Rico didn't respond, but Zane's insults became increasingly vicious, like a scolding woman, cursing until her throat was sore. Are you done cursing yet? Rico stared into Zane's eyes, his voice icy. What are you planning? Let me tell you, my spirit hand cannon isn't a toy. Zane raised the weapon, but Rico towered over him. He struggled to lift the cannon to aim at Rico's nose. Before he could say more, Rico snatched the Earth Spirit hand cannon from Zane's hand. In front of Zane's horrified gaze, Rico easily twisted the cannon into a lump of scrap metal with his bare hands. Rico grabbed Zane by the collar, lifting him off the ground with one hand. Let me tell you, for Emery's sake, I'll spare you today. Watch your mouth next time, or your head will end up like that cannon. With that, Rico casually tossed Zane to the ground and left without looking back, accompanied by Michaela and Xena. After Rico had walked far enough, Zane got up from the ground. His face showed no resentment or hatred. He walked to a nearby rock crevice and retrieved a recording gemstone he had hidden earlier. Zane wiped the gemstone clean and infused it with a bit of spiritual energy. Soon, the gemstone played back its recorded footage. Since the gemstone had been placed far away, it didn't capture their voices. After reviewing the footage, Zane nodded in satisfaction and headed towards the city of the Earth Spirits with the gemstone in hand. After walking for a while, Rico and his companions saw Emery rushing towards them anxiously. There you are. Did Zane do anything to you? No, we just argued a bit. Emery checked the three thoroughly, ensuring they were unharmed before finally relaxing. It's fine. Emery patted her chest. That little brat. If he dares lay a finger on you, I'll wring his neck. Emery's tough words left Rico speechless. Although he had seen her toughness before, he still found it hard to reconcile her sweet appearance with her fierce demeanor. All right, let's get back. My dad bought another 100 pounds of sweet potato wine. Let's all get drunk tonight. Emery smacked her lips, clearly a seasoned drinker. Chapter 336, The Everly Ion of the Earth Spirit Clan. Returning to Catherine's home, the five of them drank straight through until the next morning. As the massive sunstone lamp, symbolizing the sun, slowly rose in the center of the Earth Spirit Fortress, Rico finally put down his wine cup. Dean had passed out under the table hours before, unreachable even when called. Xena didn't like the taste of sweet potato liquor and only tasted a little bit. Alma, who had been boasting loudly, also fell silent in the wee hours of the night. In the end, only Catherine and Rico continued drinking until morning. Brother Che Belch, you sure have a good tolerance for alcohol. Catherine wobbled off her chair, swaying as she walked over to Rico. She tapped him on the knee with her small hand, causing him to grimace in pain. You're not too bad yourself. Rico replied with some embarrassment. With his constitution, he could drink for 10 days and nights without getting drunk. But Catherine was really drinking. Rico couldn't figure out how that flat stomach of hers could hold so much alcohol. Could it be what the Earth spirits often say, a stomach in another dimension? Catherine's round face was flushed from a hangover as she leaned on Rico's knee, half opening her eyes to look at him. Seeing her adorable face, red like an apple, Rico almost felt the urge to bite into it. If only you were part of the Earth Spirit clan, we could be great buddies, Catherine sighed softly, her half-closed, drunken eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Looking at her, Rico became curious. This rough and hardy girl could show such an expression? Even if I'm not an Earth Spirit, we can still be good friends, he said. It's impossible. Why? Instead of answering, Catherine asked him a seemingly unrelated question. What do you think of the Earth Spirit Fortress? Rico wasn't sure why she suddenly asked this, but answered truthfully. I think it's amazing here. In just 2 days at the Earth Spirit Fortress, Rico had been thoroughly amazed. Spirit stones as fuel, carriages running faster than spirit beasts without horses, an unremarkable large iron block capable of hauling ores as tall as several hills, strange flying boats powered by a single spirit stone. Tasks that only high-level cultivators on the continent could achieve were accomplished here by various machines, even by ordinary people with no cultivation. These wonders completely refreshed Rico's understanding. He had to admit that the technology of the Earth Spirits was far ahead of the continent by several eras. Perhaps because they weren't skilled in cultivation, the Earth Spirits developed this brilliant technological civilization, a path completely different from the continent's cultivators. Rico couldn't evaluate which was better, but he knew that achieving all this must have required immense effort from the Earth Spirits. He shared his thoughts with Catherine, who smiled after hearing him. Just as I thought, you can understand us. Damn, if only you were one of us. Catherine lay on Rico's lap, her small hand reaching out toward the artificial sun outside the window, as if trying to grasp it. The Earth Spirits have lived in the Earth Spirit Fortress generation after generation. We take pride in it. It's not just our home but also the crystallization of generations of hard work. Even during the worst times 1,000 years ago, my ancestors never gave up on it. At that time, The Earth spirits were reduced to a third of their population overnight, and the entire fortress almost ceased functioning. Everyone thought the Earth spirits were about to be wiped out, but Emil didn't give up. She led a team to the most damaged Spirit Stone excitation furnace, braving the danger of spatial rifts, and managed to repair 3 units. Mentioning Emil, admiration filled Catherine's voice. Sorry, our war with the beast race affected your Earth spirit clan. You don't need to apologize. In this cruel world, survival means constant struggle. We Earth spirits are just not strong enough to adapt to the harsh life. Catherine laughed, though the calmness and objectivity in her explanation carried untold bitterness known only to her. We Earth spirits are born, raised, and die in the Earth Spirit Fortress. It is our sole haven. All Earth spirits willingly dedicate their lives to it. So, I won't leave the fortress, but you're different. Catherine stretched her hand toward Rico, wanting to touch his cheek, but her hand was too short to reach. You're a guest, a passerby in the Earth Spirit Fortress. You're destined not to stay here long. So, we can never be close friends. My greatest wish is to complete the veneration device, use its power to eliminate the spatial rifts in this region, and return to the surface, basking in real sunlight once more. Rico felt moved. Catherine, can you tell me more about your veneration device? You're interested? Catherine bounced up immediately, excited by the topic of the veneration device, which had fully woken her from her intoxication. Proudly involved in its core design, Catherine began explaining enthusiastically upon hearing Rico's interest. This all started 300 years ago. Catherine sat on a small stool and grabbed a wine jar, taking a big gulp. On the day I was born, Emil observed a strange entity watching our fortress. At the time, all Earth spirit scholars were stunned because, although the situation was better than 1,000 years ago, the Earth Spirit Fortress was still enveloped by spatial rifts, making external communication impossible. But this entity's consciousness effortlessly penetrated the spatial rifts, directly connecting with the minds of all scholars. Instantly, everyone knew about this magnificent being. Some scholars fainted from excitement. 300 years ago, Emil, we've detected the entity's consciousness again. The 3rd and 4th receiving towers are overloaded. The cores of the 2nd and 5th receiving towers are melted. Other towers are fully loaded. What should we do, Emil? Should we initiate contact with the consciousness? We can't confirm whether the consciousness is benign. It's too dangerous to make contact rashly. In a hastily set up experimental area, dozens of Earth spirit scholars scrambled to manage the black smoke-spewing equipment. Only the woman seated at the center table remained calm. After much deliberation, Emil made the most daring decision in her millennia-long life. I will serve as the host and prepare for the first direct contact with this consciousness. Chapter 337, Yoltal Demon. Emil, no, it's too dangerous. Let me do it. Yes, Emil, any one of us can do it. You are the leader of our Earth Spirit clan. You shouldn't risk yourself. All the Earth Spirit scholars present blocked Emil's path, fully aware of the immense danger of directly connecting with an unknown and powerful consciousness. The Emil knew the risks better than anyone but remained resolute, her gaze firm as she looked at everyone. Remember, if I die, you will be temporary leaders of the Earth Spirit clan. You must ensure our people survive. Emil, don't argue. As your leader, it is my duty to take on this risk. You scholars are the treasures of our clan. Protecting you is my responsibility. Remember our ancestral teaching? Know all knowledge, overcome all challenges. Every scholar responded in unison, their eyes brimming with tears. Very well. The Emil scanned each scholar present with satisfaction before resolutely stepping into the pre-prepared formation. After entering the formation, Emil's consciousness connected with the being. For a long time, there was no response, and we feared she had failed. Suddenly, Emil opened her eyes and relayed a message from the entity. Emery took a deep breath. The Supreme Existence agreed to help us, but the connection to our world was severed 10,000 years ago. We need to bring its presence back. 10,000 years ago? Rico frowned. 10,000 years ago, humans attempted to retake heaven and failed, severing the connection between Dongyun Continent and the Sky Tower by the gods. Could that existence be one of the great deities from the Sky Tower? Why would it help Dongyun Continent and the Earth spirits? From what he said, he seems linked to Dongyun somehow. Could it be a super strong individual from Dongyun now aiding because it sees its origin in peril? These were the same questions the Earth spirit scholars asked then. But Emil insisted on accepting the entity's aid and proposed the resonance attraction plan to repair spatial rifts by absorbing energies through those rifts. And I'm now responsible for the most crucial core of the resonance attraction plan. My new core can draw energy directly from the void, not waiting for it to collide with the rifts. This improved our repair speed 30-fold. 30-fold. Genius, right? Yoltal Emery boasted about her achievements while hoisting a wine jar almost as tall as herself and drinking deeply. Rico admired Emery's bold drinking style and technical prowess. Extracting specific energy from the endless void through spatial rifts was almost unimaginable. Spatial rifts continuously drew energy out of the continent into the void, but Emery managed to reverse this process. This wasn't just genius, it was pure brilliance. Rico couldn't help but look at the unconscious Emery differently. Despite lacking cultivation talent, the Earth spirits had established an advanced civilization underground, relying on their intelligence. After settling Percy and Emery back in bed, Rico sat by Percy's window, gazing outside. The artificial sun illuminated orderly streets lined with towering buildings unseen in the human world, bustling with four-wheeled carriages without horses. How could one imagine this thriving fortress housed nearly extinct beings? Suddenly, Rico heard some commotion outside. Looking towards the source, he saw a dozen Earth spirits armed with strange weapons heading towards Percy's home. Zane, whom he had disciplined yesterday, was among them. Seeing Zane, Rico knew trouble was coming. Glancing at the sleeping Emery and Percy, he slipped out quietly to wait in the courtyard. Soon, the armed Earth spirits stood before Rico. You're the one who injured Zane yesterday? The lead Earth spirit asked, holding a large fire rifle. Curious, Rico knew they were coming but stayed fearless. Looking at Zane, bruised and beaten, Rico found him somewhat amusing. Zane glared at him venomously. While I know you're talking about me, I didn't hurt him. I only warned him to stop using foul language. Your actions don't matter. We need evidence. Mr. Human, please come with us. The middle-aged Earth Spirit spoke politely, respecting Rico's calm demeanor. But the younger team members behind him stared at Rico viciously. Sure, lead the way. Nodding, the middle-aged Earth Spirit felt some respect for Rico's compliance. Two young Earth Spirits approached to handcuff him, but struggled due to his height. Gabinally, they secured the cuffs with Rico's cooperation. Not bad for a barbarian, all strength and no brain. The original tone and structure have been preserved, with appropriate English translations of Chinese names, like Emery, and maintaining coherent storyline and logic with previous content. Chapter 338, Too exciting, do it again. The young Earth Spirit's voice wasn't low. Everyone present could hear him clearly. Shut up. The middle-aged Earth Spirit turned around and glared at the young guard but didn't say anything more. Rico was not surprised by these people's attitude towards him and paid it no mind. He obediently followed the Earth Spirit guards towards their headquarters. However, the two young guards who had just lost face wouldn't let Rico off so easily. After walking for a short while, they exchanged glances, stretching their legs out to trip him. But with two thuds, Rico continued his unhurried pace as if nothing happened, while the two Earth Spirit guards who tried to trip him ended up sprawling on the ground. Hearing the noise behind him, the middle-aged leader turned around and saw the two team members lying on the ground. What nonsense are you two playing? Nothing. We tripped over garbage. Yeah, how could a deity be so immoral as to litter randomly? The two guards explained hastily. The leader gave them a stern look, displeased. If you cause any more trouble, there'll be no dinner for you today. Seeing that the leader was genuinely angry, they finally quieted down. On the way, many Earth Spirit residents looked curiously at Rico. Some were so engrossed in looking at him that they walked straight into trees. There were quite a few such incidents, with many residents pointing and whispering about him. Mommy, why is that person so tall? He's an evil ghost who eats children. If you don't behave, he'll come to eat you tonight. The child of the Earth Spirit clan tried to say something more, but was hurriedly pulled away by her mother. Seeing the wary expression on the mother's face, she seemed genuinely afraid of Rico, not just trying to scare her child. Rico shook his head bitterly. Undoing these people's misunderstandings would take considerable effort. An Earth Spirit driving past saw the crowd gathered on the roadside and poked his head out to see what was happening. When he spotted Rico, he was also taken aback, unable to help but stare. When he looked forward again, a mother and child suddenly appeared on the empty road before him. Frightened, he slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The car was going too fast, and he had noticed too late. The screeching of tires drew the attention of bystanders. Everyone watched in horror as the car sped directly toward the mother and child on the road. The Earth Spirit mother, caught off guard, instinctively hugged her child, using her frail body to protect him, even though she knew it would be futile. Desperate, she had no other choice. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Some people closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the inevitable tragedy. At this moment, Rico, who had been standing among the crowd, vanished instantly. In the next second, he reappeared in front of the mother and child. Extending his hand, he lifted both of them up and, with a powerful leap, soared through the air, forming an elegant arc. The speeding energy car zipped under him, and Rico landed safely on the ground with the mother and child unharmed. Are you all right? And no, we're fine. The Earth Spirit mother stared blankly at Rico, still dazed from the shock. The child, however, raised his hands excitedly, looking at Rico eagerly. Too exciting. Do it again. Do it again. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Rico handed the mother and child over to others and returned to the two young guards. I'm sorry, I broke your shackles. Could I have another set? Rico extended his hands to the two guards. The shackles were torn apart by his immense strength, leaving only 2 silver rings around his wrists. The two guards waved their hands quickly. No need. Apologies, my supervision has been poor, allowing these brats to misbehave. Once we return, I will discipline them properly. My name is Acton. May I ask for your name, sir? Having witnessed Rico saving the mother and child, the middle-aged leader, who already had a good impression of Rico, was even more convinced of his character. My name is Rico. You too. Apologize to Mr. Che immediately. Sorry, Mr. Che, we were wrong. Startled by Acton's shout, the two young guards snapped back to reality and bowed deeply to Rico. They were now thoroughly convinced of Rico's integrity, not only because of his strength but also because he showed compassion despite being hated and maligned. Seeing their sincerity, Rico waved his hand. It's okay, I don't mind. Gradually, people began to change their attitudes towards humans due to Rico's heroic act, except for Zane, whose expression remained dark. As he covertly watched Rico's back, Rico suddenly turned around, giving him a meaningful smile. Zane jumped, hastily turning his face away. Damn, does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? This shouldn't happen, but it doesn't matter. I still have a backup plan. After several twists and turns, the group finally arrived at the guard's headquarters. Upon reaching, Acton handed Rico over to another guard, nodded, and left. In this windowless, oppressive room, Rico and the guard sat facing each other. I'm sorry, we don't have chairs that fit your height. You'll have to bear with sitting here for a bit. Rico was sitting on a small chair suited for Earth spirits, looking somewhat comical, like a bear on a tiny stool. That's fine, I don't mind. Rico, right? The guard paid little attention to Rico's response. He was just being polite. Yes. The guard flipped through the records on Rico. Though Rico hadn't been there long, being the first human to visit the Earth Spirit Fortress in 1,000 years, every move was meticulously documented. The luminous stone lamp on the table shone brightly, right into Rico's eyes, an interrogation technique to create pressure by obscuring the interrogator's face. Why did you come to the Earth Spirit Fortress? What is your purpose? Chapter 339. Aiden. Uncomfortable chairs, glaring lights, and abrupt interruptions. These were Aiden's surefire methods for interrogation. Few people could withstand his tactics that subtly pressured them psychologically. Rarely could anyone hold out longer than the burning of an incense stick. But today, Aiden encountered a tough opponent. The tea is good. Can I have another cup? Rico sat comfortably on the small chair that looked far from comfortable. His face showed no sign of discontent. Instead, he was curiously looking around. Everything seemed intriguing to Rico, who was visiting this place for the first time. What currently piqued his interest the most was the nervous middle-aged man refilling his tea. These seemingly ordinary seeds had been processed to exude a richer aroma than premium tea leaves available outside. Of course, drink as much as you like. Aiden inwardly cursed. This method didn't seem to work on surface-dwelling humans. The water brewed from the thirstgrass seeds was deceptively delicious, tempting one to take a second sip after the first. However, consuming too much would result in an urgent need to urinate. Typically, 2 cups would be enough to make anyone squirm uncomfortably, allowing Aiden to begin his psychological warfare. Yet this guy had already finished 2 large teapots, while Aiden himself had already made 2 trips to the restroom just watching him drink. Was this person not affected at all? Juanita, Aiden. I've been sitting here all morning. I've already told you everything I know. Can I leave now? I'm sorry, Mr. Rico, but the events you described do not match our records. I have a few questions that I hope you can clarify. Go ahead. You mentioned rescuing Dean from a giant beast's mouth outside the bunker, which led to your invitation inside. However, our investigations found no traces of any giant beast activity outside. Could you explain this discrepancy? Under his thick eyebrows, Aiden's sharp, hawk-like eyes scrutinized Rico closely, catching every tiny movement. Any lie would be instantly detected. Rico took a sip of tea and calmly replied. That's quite common in my line of work. We often make enemies. Leaving too many traces means my enemies won't show mercy. Aiden's eyebrows twitched. This gentlemanly individual seemed more dangerous than he appeared. May I ask what Mr. Che does? Ha, Rico chuckled, eyeing Aiden playfully. Do you really want to know? Aiden swallowed hard. In all his years, he had never encountered such a perilous character. As Aiden hesitated, Rico suddenly laughed. Haha, Juanita, Aiden, I was joking. I'm not a dangerous person. I'm a hunter. Erasing traces is just a habit. Wild beasts in the wilderness have much sharper senses than us. A single trace can lead them to me. They won't reason with you. Indeed, Mr. Che is quite witty. Aiden forced a smile. He had never met a surface dweller before, and honestly, he felt even more nervous than when the elders awarded him his title. Since you're a hunter, did you keep the remains of the giant beast? May I observe it? You understand, we earthlings haven't left the underground for 1,000 years. Chances to see things from the outside world are limited. Sure. Rico touched his ring, and a vibrant tiger materialized, making the room feel immediately cramped. Aiden was startled by the sudden appearance of this massive creature. The teacup in his hand fell and shattered into pieces, spilling its contents on the floor. My, how terrifying. The 3-meter-long tiger lay quietly in the narrow room, its colorful fur gleaming, its teeth longer than Aiden's arm, and its paw claws larger than millstones. If they struck him, he'd likely be torn apart instantly. Aiden mentally compared himself to the beast and realized that even fully armed, he wouldn't stand a chance against such a formidable creature. Walking around the giant beast several times, Aiden noticed no wounds. After closer inspection, he found some red and white residue beneath its nose, finally realizing that Rico must have shattered its brain through its nostrils. No wonder there were no visible injuries. Mr. Che's technique is incredibly precise. It's nothing. As a hunter, preserving the prey's value is crucial. This tiger's worth largely depends on its fur. Even a slight tear will result in merchants undervaluing it. These skills come from being pushed by those greedy merchants. Aiden continuously observed Rico's expression. When mentioning the merchants, his anger seemed genuine, convincing Aiden further. Thank you, Mr. Che, for broadening my knowledge. I have one last question. What were you doing yesterday afternoon or evening? I stayed at Dean's home yesterday. Later, Zane came over saying Emery was looking for us. He then led us to the edge of the bunker and started being rude. So you attacked him? You think I did it? Not we think. If we had no evidence, we wouldn't say so. With that, Aiden pulled out a recording stone, the same one Zane had placed in a crevice. From the angle of the recording stone, it appeared that Rico indeed assaulted Zane. Our technicians verified that there was no tampering with this recording. Do you have any explanations regarding the footage? Rico fell silent. Yesterday, he hadn't noticed anyone following them. Who could have taken this video? From this angle, it did look like he was hitting Zane. Could Zane have pre-placed the recording stone, waiting for Rico to fall into a trap? If true, Zane's motivations deserved scrutiny. Such meticulous planning, calculating their reactions, all to frame Rico? Even Rico doubted it. Hashtag chapter 340, sneak attack. Juanita, why did you let him go? The evidence is clear. Zane was definitely beaten by him. A young guard stormed into Beckett's office with a fierce demeanor, glaring at Beckett in frustration. Beckett didn't turn around. He remained standing by the window, watching Rico leave. The images on the recording stone are too blurry to confirm it was him. Juanita, are you protecting that brute from the surface? Zane himself said it was him who did it. Why don't we expel him? Enough. Shut your mouth. The young guard hadn't expected the captain to suddenly flare up. He couldn't understand why the captain would protect an outsider. What is our guard's code? Tell me. Confronted with an enraged captain, the young guard's aggressive stance crumbled immediately. He answered in a subdued tone. Never wrong a good man, and never let a bad man go unpunished. Don't you remember this clearly? Remember, don't judge based on emotions or preconceived notions. You are a guardian of justice, not a street thug who fights based on who you're friends with. Got it? Yes, I understand. That's all. Get back to work. Beckett waved his hand, dismissing the young guard. He continued staring in the direction Rico had left. His mind replayed what Rico had just told him. Since I came here to talk calmly and explain myself, it shows I want to get along with you. If I truly wanted to harm Zane, you wouldn't even find a trace. Wouldn't you agree? After so many years as a guard, this was the first time Beckett had been threatened like this, and he couldn't even refute it. Was it really the right decision to let him stay here? Emil, you've certainly given me a tough problem. Outside the Earth Spirit Fortress, a team of black-robed cultivators approached the gates of the fortress. This is the place. The leading cultivator checked the map in his hand. The fissure before them was precisely marked on the map. Their auras were exceedingly subtle, concealing their true strength. But the fact that they could traverse dangerous spatial rifts unscathed spoke volumes about their prowess. The leader gave a signal, and the group moved like shadows, slipping past a dozen Earth Spirit guards undetected until they reached the front gate. Guided by the map, the black-robed figures found a hidden entrance known only to the Earth Spirits. The leader used the instructions on the map to open the concealed door, allowing the team to infiltrate the fortress unnoticed. At Percy's house, Rico was about to knock on the door when it swung open forcefully from inside. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Grandma, I'm late. Louisa, with a chunk of black bread in her mouth and a fluffy rabbit backpack on her back, ran towards the laboratory without looking back, unaware that she had kicked Rico several meters away. Damn, this girl has such strength. Didn't they say the Earth Spirits are weak-bodied? She feels almost like she's close to enlightenment. Rico struggled to stand up, clutching his broken ribs, and limped into Percy's home. Friend, you've come at the right time. Cecilia Potato Brandy. Percy, having just woken up, opened his eyes and immediately grabbed the sweet potato brandy stashed under his pillow for a swig. Seeing Rico, he generously offered the bottle. I don't want any, watch out. Rico sensed something and pounced, knocking Percy to the ground. Just as Percy was still groggy, an arrow broke through the window, narrowly missing him. Thanks to Rico's quick reflexes, Percy avoided a fatal shot. Unfortunately, Percy's prized crystal wine flask wasn't so lucky. It shattered midair. My wine flask. Percy's bleary eyes snapped wide open, and his hangover instantly cleared. Rico ran to the window but saw no sign of the attacker. Percy, have you offended anyone? Huh? No, I've never offended anyone. You know me. I'm famously honest. Oh, except for Brendan next door a couple of days ago. Rico thought about it. That Brendan was a paper tiger, unlikely to be behind this. So if it wasn't Brendan, then it must be targeting him. But why target Percy? Recalling recent events, Rico had a hunch about the assailant. Percy, stay inside and don't leave. My two friends will protect you. Got it. Mr. Che, are you going out? Yeah, just for a bit. Could you bring back 2 barrels of sweet potato brandy while you're at it? Rico could hardly bear the family of alcoholics anymore. Above the Earth Spirit Fortress, Rico silently clung to a rock wall, scanning the ground. He quickly found Louisa's laboratory, a strange-looking building nearly as tall as the command tower in the center, very conspicuous. Rico quietly landed on the ground and slipped inside during a moment when 2 scholars exited. Fortunately, the faster, bigger, stronger philosophy permeated the entire fortress, or Rico might have had trouble navigating due to his size. Walking through the vast, interconnected structure for some time, Rico heard a familiar voice. Damn it, why is the data off? I was gone for half a day, and you made such a mess? Redo everything. Nobody goes home today until it's done. Louisa, calm down. The core data is confirmed. The rest can wait. We have time to redo it. Zane, are you brain dead? Time is exactly what we lack. If we don't finish these data within 2 weeks, our core facility will overload. Then, forget the respect device. The whole continent will explode. But we've been working on this all morning. Everyone's exhausted. Maybe take a break and continue later. You go ahead and rest. I can handle it alone. Louisa, no excuses. Close the door, and don't disturb me unless it's necessary. Chapter 341, Rare Brew. Zane, why has Emery's temper been getting worse lately? Maybe she's under too much pressure. Yeah, true. Almost all of this important task has fallen on her shoulders alone, while we can't help much and even cause trouble for her. The Earth Spirit Scholar walking alongside Zane's side. Duge Darnell was younger than all of them, but could accomplish more work than all of them combined. When Emery first entered the Research Institute, no one believed in the Dixie's abilities. After all, most scholars in the prestigious Research Institute had spent more time there than Darnell's age. Disdain, contempt, exclusion. These were the attitudes most scholars had toward Emery, thinking she got into this crucial institution, second only to the Emil's residence, through questionable means. But soon, Emery proved them wrong with her capabilities. One scholar mocked her as an immature girl unfit for work in the institute, only to be incapacitated by Emery for a month right then and there. Emery not only humiliated them physically, but also surpassed them academically. Completing what would normally take a team half a month in just 3 days was nothing unusual for her. Various new theories and technologies continually emerged from her efforts. Her breakthrough came when she spent a sleepless month solving a 300-year-old puzzle, successfully designing the prototype of the first power core capable of drawing energy from the void. Since then, even the oldest scholar in the institute referred to her as teacher. As for the scholar who had been beaten up, he became Emery's most loyal supporter. Actually, her temper hasn't improved, Zane murmured while touching his face. Hanging upside down on the ceiling like a spider, Rico finally understood why he hadn't seen Zane at the headquarters in the morning. He had returned to the institute. But if Zane had been in the institute all along, who attacked Percy at noon? Rico pondered. Could there be someone else who held a grudge against him? Perhaps there are some Earth spirits hostile to humans, Rico reasoned, attributing it to lingering resentment due to the war that almost devastated their clan. Rico decided to be more cautious. Understanding the hostility was reasonable, considering the war's impact on the Earth spirits. He silently slipped out of the institute's window and remembered DOL's request for alcohol halfway through. It should be around here, he muttered as he found the shop DOL mentioned. Every earth spirit on the street turned to look at Rico with curious eyes. Surprisingly, none showed hatred. Some even looked admiring. Welcome, oh. Rico pushed open the door, surprising the busy proprietress behind the counter, who quickly became delighted. Sir, come in quickly. Edith, come quick, yesterday's brother is here. The female clerk, whom Rico saved yesterday, stood there smiling. Whoa, big brother. Hearing his mother, the Grover playing in the backyard rushed over, excitedly circling Rico. Thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you. Just doing my part, Rico replied modestly. To you, it might seem minor, but to us, it's life-saving gratitude. Wait a moment. The proprietress, emotionally moved, opened a cellar and carried out a large jar. The faint scent of wine wafted to Rico, signaling its rare quality. This is our best 50-year-old brew, please accept it. I'd be rude to refuse, Rico accepted without hesitation. Then, the proprietress seemed to remember something. She closed the shop door after checking outside and led Rico to a secluded spot within the shop. Savior, please leave the Earth Spirit Fortress. Someone wants to harm you. Rico's eyebrows raised. She seems to know something. I've already been attacked once. Do you know who they are? Biting her lip hesitantly, the proprietress struggled before deciding. There are many Earth spirits within the fortress who resent humans. I heard some of the most radical plan to launch a counterattack against the surface world, trying to provoke a war with humans. But I don't know exactly who they are. Please take care and leave the fortress as soon as possible. Nodding, Rico realized she was correct. He was surprised they wanted to attack the surface again. Those Earth spirits were likely young and rash, unaware of the vastness of the outside world, like frogs at the bottom of a well. Thank you for your warning. I will be careful. Understanding Rico didn't take it seriously, the proprietress insisted. Savior, your skills I know, but be very careful. They're everywhere and could attack you anytime. Thank you. I still have things to do, but I'll be cautious. Suddenly, Rico sensed a familiar presence in his awareness. I have other matters, thanks for the drink. Taking the jar from the proprietress, he hurried away. Interesting, another human inside the Earth Spirit Fortress. Let me see who you are. Chapter 342, Secret Alliance Glenegate arrives. The artificial sun was a technological marvel of the Earth Spirit clan, bathing most of the Earth Spirit Fortress in warm sunlight. Yet, shadows lingered in the crevices between buildings. A human cultivator dressed entirely in black lay motionless within one of these shadows, invisible even to the Earth spirits below who might look up. Really, what's the point of guarding against these Earth spirits who don't even have any cultivation? Yet the boss made me stay here to watch. What's there to see? The black-clothed man sighed helplessly. He could crush these weak Earth spirits with one hand. Yet, the boss had instructed him not to be discovered. There was no choice. He could only remain here, watching the Earth spirits scurry around like ants below. These Earth spirits are trash, but their buildings are decent. Should I capture a few to build for me? They're all going to die anyway, so if I take a few, the boss probably won't blame me. I think they're generally alright, but these straight up and down houses look like coffins, not very nice. You're right, these buildings do look bad, said the black-clothed man, suddenly wide-eyed. Who just spoke to him? As he turned, a large hand pressed him down onto the eave. The black-clothed man struggled desperately, but found the hand as immovable as a mountain. Who are you? I should be asking you the same thing. How did you get in? The fingers on the hand behind the black-clothed man twitched, and a needle laced with potent poison shot directly at the person behind him. Unexpectedly, the figure didn't dodge, allowing the needle to pierce into his body. The black-clothed man grinned cruelly, thinking this person must be a fool with strength but no sense. Red maple green Broderick flower combined with purple golden hornet. Your poison masters have some skill, but it's not enough. They even got the dose of purple golden hornet wrong. This concoction can't cause instant death and can still be countered. What? The black-clothed man was terrified. Not only was the person unharmed, but he also analyzed their poison ingredients. This was undoubtedly an expert in poisons. Where are you from? Speak quickly, or I'll make you beg for both life and death. The black-clothed man knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. He had no intention of betraying his organization, knowing that doing so would be worse than death. Taking advantage of the moment while the person spoke, the black-clothed man unleashed his spiritual energy. He couldn't afford to save energy now. This was his last chance. Ouch, still not giving up. Too obvious here. Let's go somewhere better. Rico gathered his energy in his leg and kicked the black-clothed man away. The force was immense. It felt like being hit by 1,000 oxen, sending him flying through the air. Rico landed next to the edge of the fortress where they wouldn't draw attention. The black-clothed man painfully stood up, his expression grim. Rico's kick shattered his protective aura. The black-clothed man realized he might be dealing with an 8th-stage powerhouse and needed to be cautious. Looking at what? Are you waiting for me to start? Rico's voice came from behind, making the black-clothed man turn urgently. A purple-black glow emerged in his palm as he struck out with all his strength. However, his blow met nothing but air. Not only are you weak, but you're stupid too. Why bother learning stealth techniques? Rico focused his energy and swiftly incapacitated the black-clothed man's limbs. Looking at the fallen figure, Rico noticed an embroidered emblem on his chest, a symbol he would never forget. You're from the Secret Alliance. Since discovering that the Secret Alliance killed his parents, Rico had been investigating them, but the organization seemed non-existent, leaving no trace. He couldn't believe the group responsible for his parents' deaths was now before him. Truly, what one seeks with effort comes effortlessly when least expected. But unexpectedly, the black-clothed man was even more shocked. How do you know about the Secret Alliance? Besides those old ones, how could anyone else know? Why are you here? Who else is with you? Confronting a live lead, Rico was naturally agitated. Don't be anxious. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The black-clothed man appeared fearful, But Rico saw his secret attempt to communicate using internal spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Rico sent Yoltal Black to swallow the man whole. There were likely more secret alliance members here. If a minor lackey caused alarm, it would be counterproductive. Rico wasn't naive enough to think a low-ranking member would know historical details. In a hidden underground chamber, the leader of the black-clothed men frowned suddenly. What's wrong? My spy outside has been neutralized. What happened? Didn't you say your people were flawless? How could someone be taken out so quickly? No message could be sent before death. That person is definitely an expert. And you said the earth spirits have no cultivators. The leader glared menacingly at the earth spirit opposite him. I didn't lie, the earth spirit defended. We earth spirits indeed have no cultivators. But a few days ago, 2 humans and a white furred dog arrived. Whether they are cultivators, I don't know. How could they get here alive if they weren't cultivators? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Plus, how would I know if they're cultivators? I've never cultivated. Chapter 343, Gabire. You dare to trick me. The leader grabbed the collar of the spirit opposite him, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely. However, the earth spirit was clearly unafraid. He coldly retorted, don't think I don't know the rules of your secret alliance. I am your employer. You can't kill me. And what if I kill you immediately after completing the mission? As long as this matter is finished, it doesn't matter even if you kill me. The earth spirit's eyes were unusually calm, like a still pond without ripples. The leader clenched his hand around the earth spirit tightly, but finally could only angrily push him back into the chair. The earth spirit rubbed his bottom, slightly discontentedly saying, I did not deceive you. You saw the plight of the earth spirits. Cultivation methods have been lost here for a long time. If you don't believe me, feel free to go outside and investigate. But let me warn you, never get too close to the central area. The technology of our earth spirits cannot be underestimated. I wouldn't want any mishaps as the plan nears completion. The leader snorted. We in the Secret Alliance don't need your lessons. Just make sure you don't expose yourself and cause trouble for us. Rico wandered through the Earth Spirit Fortress for a long time, but found no other black-clothed individuals. It seemed they had some special way of communication. Even when Rico killed one of them, the others instantly knew about it. These people hide quite well, but there's no rush. Since they've entered the Earth Spirit Fortress, they are already like fish in a barrel. I will eventually catch all of you. After circling around with nothing found, Rico returned to Ferguson's place. As soon as he stepped in, a frying pan flew towards his face. But such a light attack couldn't hit Rico. He casually caught the flying pan. It's you. You scared me half to death. I thought someone was attacking. In Rico's puzzled gaze, Ferguson, hanging pots and pans all over himself, apologetically walked out, jingling as he moved. Rico looked at Michaela, who shrugged helplessly. I told him he didn't need to dress like this, but he insisted. I couldn't do anything about it. Did someone come over in the afternoon? No, just in case. Ferguson, aren't you supposed to have proper guard equipment? What use are these bowls and pots? Hee, my regular gear belongs to the team. I can't wear it unless on duty, Ferguson said, scratching his head sheepishly. Forget it. Michaela, Carrie, let's take a trip together. Carrie wagged her tail. She knew without Rico saying that something tricky must have happened. This kid usually handled things alone, so if he asked for help, it meant the situation was getting out of control. Ferguson, you should come with us too. It will be safer this way. Okay. Ferguson nodded numbly. Since his benefactors appeared, his previously mundane life now had some color. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad, but he certainly didn't hate it. Someone just told me that a group of Earth spirits is targeting us here in the fortress. And I also discovered that humans have infiltrated the Earth Spirit Fortress, possibly intending to destroy it. Ah. Ferguson's eyes widened in disbelief. Somebody wants to destroy the Earth Spirit Fortress? Rico quickly covered Ferguson's mouth. His loud voice could be heard even through walls. They could inform the elders, but causing panic among other Earth spirits was undesirable. In short, Ferguson, lead us to your elder first. I need to discuss this matter thoroughly with them. Ferguson showed a pained expression. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't see Emile either. If you say outsiders want to meet her, she still won't? Not exactly. Sir, please don't misunderstand Emile. Ferguson waved his hands hastily. Emile is elusive, and no one knows where she is. However, nothing escapes her notice in the Earth Spirit Fortress. She likely already knows what you mentioned. Rico raised an eyebrow. Nothing escapes her notice? Your Emile really has such powers. Of course. Hearing Rico doubt the Emile, Ferguson's voice rose sharply. Every detail in the Earth Spirit Fortress is known by Emile. From the operational data of the artificial sun to how many bowls of rice a neighbor's child ate today, everything is clear to her. Only when we truly need her does she interfere in our lives. Rico was skeptical but decided not to argue given Ferguson's earnestness. Alright, then we'll wait here. Your Emile should respond soon. Shush, what smell is that? Are you cooking? Something seems burned. Carrie sniffed the air, having the best sense of smell. No, it's not mealtime. Wrong. Someone set a fire. Rico dashed out, indeed seeing massed earth spirits pouring fire oil onto Ferguson's house while someone ignited flames on the side. Michaela, extinguish the fire. Mayu, Carrie, come with me to capture some of them. Leave it to me. Michaela spread her arms, and the raging flames lapping at Ferguson's house instantly calmed, as if scolded children obeying their parents. All flames followed her command and were gathered into her palms. Done. The arsonist stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked beyond belief. Chapter 344. I am indeed an evil spirit. The earth spirits attempted to ignite the wall's oil, but their flints all lost their effectiveness. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't produce a single spark. Save your strength. Without my will, not a spark can be ignited. Michaela snapped his fingers, and suddenly the earth spirit's clothes burst into flames. They desperately beat at their bodies and tore off their burning clothes frantically, but the flames clung to them like an incurable boil. Gabion of fire. You're truly a fiend. Everyone, come look. The Yoel's home has a fiend. The fiend is burning our people. Someone shouted loudly, and all the surrounding earth spirits gathered around. The earth spirits who were originally arsonists became perceived as victims of Michaela in the eyes of the onlookers. It's not true. It was them who started the fire. I'm just trying to put it out. The angry earth spirits had surrounded Michaela. Now, no matter how he explained, the earth spirits refused to change their minds. They only believed what they saw. Rico, who had caught the fleeing earth spirits, saw this scene and realized it was not good. He finally understood why those people had aimed their crossbows at the Yoel instead of him that day. Their goal from the beginning wasn't to kill him, but to arouse the hatred of the earth spirits towards humans and beasts. Using Nash's incident as the first step, and the arrow as the second, unfortunately, both attempts were thwarted by Rico. Hence, today's arson. While Rico was being manipulated, Louisa was making the final adjustments. Today is truly my lucky day. I filled in some numbers randomly, and the experiment actually succeeded. Louisa was humming excitedly while assembling the machine in her hands. This metal sphere, 10 times her size, was the core of the xuanhuan plan, the final version of the Void Guiding Force engine. Originally, this engine couldn't be completed today because a critical set of data hadn't been tested yet. What would have taken roughly 20 tests to obtain accurate data unexpectedly worked with Louisa's random trial. Her mood was exceptionally bright now. With this, the xuanhuan plan, originally scheduled for 2 weeks later, could start tomorrow. Haha, my name will be inscribed in history tomorrow. Wow. Louisa was eager to go back and drink with her tall friend. She had never met anyone who could drink more than her, and she intended to settle the score this time. Success. As the final component adjusted, an undetectable ripple emitted from the engine. This ripple stretched far beyond the lab, spreading throughout the entire Earth Spirit Fortress, then through the battlefield ruins and across Dongyun Continent. Still, it didn't stop. It crossed the boundaries of the world, reaching into the endless void. This ripple swept by, unnoticed by Louisa and others. Neither Rico and his team in the Earth Spirit Fortress, nor Crystal in the ruins noticed. Only a man carrying 2 swords on his back and waist felt it. The game you've arranged for 10,000 years has finally made its first move. The man stroked the jade pendant at his waist, from which a mad and evil laugh emerged as if responding to him. Ha 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 ha. It's time for you high and mighty ones to witness the power of us mortals. In the void between worlds, where light cannot escape, a man sat there. Despite having nothing beneath him, he sat calmly as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the intangible ripple passed through him, causing the man to open his eyes. 2 piercing golden beams pierced the void, shooting straight toward a tiny world within the void. After so many years, it's finally here. Gabinally, everything can be complete. He closed his eyes again, falling into slumber. This time, he wouldn't need another 1,000 years of sleep. Amidst her joy, Louisa didn't know what her creation would bring to the world. She exited, eager to celebrate. Just outside, a familiar face appeared, seemingly waiting there for a long time. Why are you here? Forget it, doesn't matter. Today I'm happy, come drink with me. Louisa reached for him, surprised when he did not respond as he usually did. I'm sorry, Louisa. For the sake of our earth spirits, I must do this. Before Louisa could react, he sprayed something onto her face, causing her to feel dizzy. Soon, she fainted. No matter how Michaela explained, the earth spirits insisted he started the fire. Kalilurderer, you killed so many of us before. Now you burn our home. How dare you? Our earth spirit fortress doesn't welcome you fiends. Laverneve now. Michaela could not tolerate such insults. She was noble. Even enduring Rico's taunts was enough, let alone from mere earth spirits. Enough. How dare you doubt us? Just as Michaela was about to erupt, Rico pulled her back. Michaela gritted her teeth, knowing this was the enemy's scheme, but the humiliation burned within her. For Rico, she endured. Suddenly, Rico stomped, releasing dense earth force, forming sharp rocks from the ground, impaling several earth spirits among the crowd. Were you the ones defaming us? Do you have proof? Did you see it yourselves? The impaled earth spirits flailed helplessly, terrified by Rico. No answer? Or are you just speculating? With a wave, masked young earth spirits fell before everyone. Grabbing one's leg, he shook it vigorously, revealing vials of fire oil and flint stones. How? This can't be. The impaled earth spirits fell silent, unable to deny the evidence. Why are you quiet now? You were so loud just now. Rico narrowed his eyes, growing needle-like stones into the liars' bodies. They instantly cried out in pain. I'm sorry. Sorry. I was wrong. Pain. I'm wrong. Sorry. Never again. Rico gave no quarter, slicing through their mouths. Blood-filled lumps fell out. Ah, tongues. Their tongues fell out. You're right, I am indeed an evil ghost, and only I am allowed to torment my own people. You have no Zugura. Correction. You're right, I am indeed an evil ghost, and only I am allowed to bully my own people. You have no right. You're right, I am a Gurugui. My people can only be bullied by me. You have no right. Note, Urugui can be translated as wicked ghost, or evil spirit, for better context understanding. Revised translation. You're right, I am an evil spirit. My people can only be bullied by me. You have no right. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Here's the adjusted version for fluency. You're right, I am indeed an evil ghost, and only I am allowed to torment my own people. You have no right. Hashtag chapter 345, a despicable man. Seeing the frightened looks on the surrounding earth spirits, Rico coldly said, Still haven't run home yet? Next time I see any of you on the streets, I'll kill you. The terrified earth spirits scattered immediately, leaving only Rico and his companions standing in the empty street. Patron, we should hide quickly. If the guard corps comes, it will be troublesome. No need. They won't be able to come. Ah. Percy was confused, not understanding what Rico meant. With such a big commotion just now, they would have come by now if they could. Something must have happened to them. Go home too, and whatever you hear, don't come out. As if responding to Rico's words, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the Central Research Institute inside the Earth Spirit Fortress. A huge fireball rose slowly from the ground, reducing the entire institute to ruins. Percy's eyes widened as he suddenly thought of something. Emery. Emery is still in the Research Institute. Without hesitation, Percy rushed towards the institute. Rico stopped him. Stay here. I'll go save Emery. You can't help. Percy knew what Rico said was true, but as a father, how could he not be anxious? He could only grip Rico's hand tightly and plead. I beg you, patron, please save Emery. All right, rest assured. Michaela, Xena, let's go. Watching Rico leave, Percy bowed deeply. I entrust this to you. At the headquarters of the Earth Spirit Guard Corps, a group of masked young Earth spirits in crimson uniforms were wielding crude homemade weapons and launching a fearless assault on the main building. Despite their advanced mechanized armor, the guards held their position inside the building without retaliating. Juanita, order a counterattack. If we continue like this, they will eventually breach the building. A middle-aged guard looked anxiously at Beckett. Though the young people's equipment was rudimentary, they numbered over 100, almost 3 times their own force, and showed no regard for their lives, even detonating explosives to destroy temporary defensive structures. They are our own kind. As guardians of our kin, how can we turn our weapons against them? But Juanita, we won't hold out forever. Beckett's brows furrowed deeply. His fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. Emil, is this part of your plan? What should I do? For freedom and glory. A young Earth spirit strapped with explosives bypassed the guard's defenses and rushed into the headquarters. He laughed maniacally and pressed the detonator in his hand. Take cover. With a deafening explosion, the young Earth spirit was instantly turned to bloody shrapnel. Several guards were severely injured by the blast. Juanita. Seeing his comrades lying on the ground writhing in pain, Beckett finally made up his mind. All Earth spirit guards, follow my orders. Counterattack. Teach these kids a lesson. Yes, sir. Having been passively hit, the guards waited only for Beckett's command. Mechanized armors activated, blue liquid spirit energy flowed through the pipelines, bringing the massive machines to life. With the addition of mechs, the tide turned almost instantly. The crude weapons of the young attackers posed no threat to the pinnacle of Earth spirit technology. With a single swing of the mech-clad guards' arms, several red-uniformed youths were knocked down. Even the more powerful homemade bombs were like fireworks against the mech guards. Just as Beckett began to relax, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Research Institute. Not good. Their real target is the Research Institute. Security team, respond, respond. Beckett shouted into the communicator, but only silence responded. Damn it. In anger, Beckett smashed the communicator to pieces. He didn't hate the enemy for being cunning, but despised himself for not being ruthless enough, for being too stupid not to see their true intentions. Head, quarters here, Research Institute security. Suddenly, fragmented sounds came from the shattered communicator. Beckett hastily picked up the pieces. This is headquarters. What's happening there? We are all dead. The human took, and the engine. The weak, intermittent voice from the broken communicator fell silent before Beckett could ask more. Juanita, I told you that guy wasn't trustworthy. He blew up the institute and took the engine. He targeted our engine from the start. Beckett's brow furrowed deeper. He couldn't believe it was Rico who attacked the lab, but facts spoke for themselves, and he had no choice but to believe it. Second and third squads, follow me to capture that human. Yes. Emil, where are you? Rico and his companions raced toward the Research Institute. However, when they arrived, all that remained were ruins. They've long gone, leaving nothing behind. After a thorough search, Rico found no trace of Emery. But under a stone slab, Rico found a black bow tie, an accessory from Emery's clothing. She usually wore a very ornate and light-flowing dress. Rico handed the bow tie to Xena. Xena, can you smell which way they went? Do you think I'm a dog? Don't you have a spirit seeker beast? Why ask me to sniff? Oh. Rico nearly forgot about the little creature. With a wave of his hand, a white dog-like beast, over 6 feet tall and 10 feet long, appeared beside him. The spirit seeker began barking uncontrollably, seemingly scolding Rico for forgetting it in the beast control space for so long. Sorry. I'll make it up to you when we get back. Woof woof. Clearly, the spirit seeker didn't buy Rico's apologies. Last time he made similar promises but used it and discarded it again into the beast control space. A pure despicable man. Chapter 346. You can't stop me. Okay. I absolutely will not lie to you this time. Believe me, if I lie again, I'll be a little dog. Under Rico's relentless assurances and promises of delicious food, the small creature, who should now be called the big one, finally calmed down. Can you help me find where the owner of this item has gone? The spirit-seeking beast sniffed around and then tilted its ears to listen. Woof woof. It stamped its foot, indicating it had found the trail. Great job, let's go. You can't go anywhere. A white mechanized suit of armor, wielding a huge sword, jumped down from the sky. Behind it were 20 Scarlet Guard mechs. Rico, hand over the engine, then come with us quietly. Beckett's mech clearly stood out from the others with its platinum coloring, comprehensive plating, and a light blue power core on its chest that looked far from ordinary. Beckett pointed a door-wide greatsword directly at Rico. I don't have time to explain now. Catherine was captured by someone, and I need to save her. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. I'm sorry, Mr. Rico, your words hold no credibility with me right now. If that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Rico flicked his wrist, and a blade covered in thorns made of flesh and blood appeared in his hand. Seeing the weapon in Rico's hand, the surrounding earth spirits felt an innate fear. He is indeed a demon. Rico didn't care what these people thought of him now. He had promised to Yoel that he would rescue Catherine. Anyone who blocked his way would be destroyed. Rico moved with eerie speed towards Beckett. To Beckett's eyes, Rico seemed to split into three and charge at him simultaneously. Gabire, suppress with a barrage. Beckett raised his hand, and the 20 guards behind him raised their stone spirit firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets like a spring drizzle towards Rico. However, Rico's speed had already surpassed their reaction limits. In their eyes, Rico seemed to vanish suddenly, reappearing in front of Beckett. Rico swung his blood-flesh blade at the waist of Beckett's mech. Becket's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Rico could be so fast. He could only lift his greatsword to block hastily. A massive force transmitted through his arms as Beckett was knocked 2 yards away by the single blow. He couldn't believe that Rico's bare body could withstand his mech. This wasn't just any mech. It was crafted from molten iron combined with the most advanced Earth Spirit technology, the ultimate defensive machine of the Earth Spirit race. Rico was equally surprised. He originally thought that one slash would cleave the mech in two, but his blade left no mark on Beckett's greatsword. I admit, your Earth Spirit clan's technology is indeed remarkable, but as an operator, your skill completely restricts the potential of this equipment. What? Unbeknownst to Beckett, the rock and soil under his feet had turned into a muddy swamp, slowly engulfing his legs. Just as Beckett tried to pull his legs out, Rico appeared above him without warning, gripping the large saber in both hands, infused with demonic energy, and brought it down upon Beckett with incredible force. Beckett raised his sword to block, feeling as though he were facing not a man but a mountain. He gritted his teeth and managed to withstand the blow, yet half of his body was now embedded in the ground. Just stay there. Rico snapped his fingers, and the muddy ground instantly hardened, trapping Beckett entirely within the solid earth, unable to move. Rico, don't think you can run. I'll catch you. Beckett struggled but remained stuck, watching helplessly as Rico left. At the edge of the bunker, in this undeveloped no man's land, someone had secretly built a small laboratory underground. The equipment inside, though old and outdated, was complete. Zane, son of a dog, damn traitor. After all the trust one placed in you, you treat me like this. Gabblety scoundrel, have the guts to release me. See how I tear you apart. Catherine was bound to a chair in the lab, surrounded by 3 black-clothed men who stared at her intensely while Zane busily adjusted instruments nearby, ignoring her curses. Haha, such a beautiful Dixie, yet such a venomous mouth. I love it. One of the black-clothed men licked his lips and reached out to touch Catherine's face. Yolk your own grandmother's leg. Although Catherine's limbs were tied, her head was free. As the man's hand neared, she flung her head forward with all her might, crashing into his chest. The man felt as if he had been slammed by a furious bull. Intense pain surged from his chest, which caved inward, breaking several ribs that punctured his lungs. Blood mixed with internal organs spewed from his mouth. He was hurled against the far wall, leaving the remaining 2 black-clothed men rushing over to check on him. They found him unconscious. If not for his advanced cultivation, he would have died instantly. My goodness, is this little lady reincarnated from a divine bull? That's terrifying. I told you not to touch her, but you wouldn't listen, Zane said without turning around, still focused on the equipment. Seeing their teammates' miserable state, the remaining 2 shuddered, relieved it wasn't them. Catherine glared furiously at Zane's back and angrily asked, Zane, what kind of hell did you betray our Earth Spirit clan for? I didn't betray our Earth Spirit clan. Everything I did was for its future. Bullshit. Stealing the engine. How does that help our clan's future? With you holding onto the engine, our Earth Spirit clan will never have a future. The elders are too conservative. We cannot forget the hatred between humans and our clan. Only by eliminating the human race can we secure our place on Dongyun Continent. You plan to exterminate humanity? Catherine's eyes widened. Those mindless lunatics were organized by you? I merely told everyone the truth about what humans have done to us in the past. Everyone has the right to know history. Chapter 347. Don't do this, it's sickening. Nathan, do you know how many humans live on the surface? Do you understand how terrifying human cultivators are? You really think you can wipe out all of humanity? You're insane. I'm not insane. Nathan turned around, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Catherine. Of course I know how terrifying humans are. Our technology, machines, and energy matrices are nothing in front of those cultivators. Even our most advanced lawbreaker mechs don't stand a chance against humans. Nathan pointed to a screen behind him that displayed the battle between Rico and Beckett. Our strength is so weak that we can't even unleash the full power of the lawbreaker mechs. We're like ants before them, helpless. But now everything has changed. Thanks to you, Catherine, we finally have the means to stand on equal footing with humans. He looked at Catherine with an almost fanatical gleam, as if she were an irreplaceable work of art. Me? Yes, you. Your clever mind is a gift from the Creator. You may not realize it, but the void engine you developed is incredibly powerful. It can extract force from the void's devouring power. It can also drain all the energy from our world. If I reverse the engine, I can release all the spirit energy from the surface into the endless void. Without spirit energy, humans won't be able to match us, the Earth spirits. Catherine frowned. The manic excitement in Nathan's eyes made him seem completely foreign to her. Do you know how many people you'll kill with this? Of course, but who cares? Think about what the humans and beast races did to us in the past. Did we not sacrifice so much back then? The Earth Spirit Garden used to be prosperous, but now we live like ants underground. All because of them. I want them to pay for it. Nathan let out a loud roar, then ignored Catherine entirely, focusing on adjusting the engine parameters. Though he wasn't as brilliant as Catherine, as one of the senior engineers involved in the Respect Induction Plan, he could still reverse the engine settings. Nathan, stop. There's still time. While trying to reason with Nathan, Catherine discreetly tried cutting the ropes binding her limbs with a hidden glass shard. Unfortunately, Nathan knew her immense strength well. The ropes binding her were construction-grade steel cables, which even human cultivators couldn't break. Seeing no results, Catherine cursed softly. Damn, I have no choice but to use that trick. Catherine blinked forcefully, squeezing out a single, emotionless tear. She then looked at Nathan with teary eyes and a pitiful voice. Nathan, big brother, my hands are so painful. Could you please loosen them just a little? Her appearance shocked the two black-clothed guards nearby. Her chubby cheeks, big watery eyes, and tender look of vulnerability. This was the same woman who had been cursing and almost crushed someone? Nathan paused mid-action, turning back to look at Catherine. He awkwardly replied, Catherine, please don't do this. It makes me feel sick. Meanwhile, a few miles away from Nathan's underground lab, Rico was blocked by a group of black-clothed figures. Attacking one person with so many. How despicable. Rico's tone was casual, yet he remained vigilant. He didn't expect the Secret Alliance to have such formidable strength. Each of these black-clothed figures had at least middle 8th stage cultivation, with 2 peak 8th stage cultivators bringing up the rear. To mobilize so many 8th stage experts against a mere 7th stage like me, aren't you being a bit too unfair? Haha, do you think we're playing games within a sect? Letting you pick them off one by one? No way. Our strategy is to overwhelm you. One of the peak 8th stage figures laughed lecherously. The Secret Alliance's intelligence was no joke. They already knew they were dealing with Rico, Embree's disciple. Although Rico didn't have any recorded astonishing achievements, they wouldn't underestimate him. To deal with disciples of major forces, only absolute strength would ensure victory. So that's it, Rico smiled unexpectedly. Since you say so, there's no need for me to hold back. Alma, it's yours. A stunning red-robed woman stepped out from behind Rico, mesmerizing every black-clothed figure present. None of them had ever seen such beauty. Noble, enchanting, magnificent. Gabinally, I can stretch my muscles. Alma stretched her slender body. Since discovering the Earth's spirit stronghold could block external spiritual detection, she had been eager to show her prowess but hadn't found a worthy opponent. Who is this woman? One black-clothed man wiped the drool from his mouth, asking the others. No clue. Nothing in the records. We've never heard of anyone like her. The black-clothed men exchanged glances, their faces breaking into lecherous grins. If she wasn't recorded in the Secret Alliance files, she must be nobody. What a lucky catch. Attack, be careful not to hurt the beauty. They surrounded Alma, eyeing her hungrily, eager to overpower her right there. Alma scanned the crowd, visibly disappointed. This level isn't even enough for a warm-up. Hee Dixie, don't rush. We'll satisfy you soon enough. Saying this, one black-clothed man lunged, grabbing toward Alma's chest. Looking for death. Alma's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, and golden flames erupted from the man's body, burning him instantly into ashes without even a scream. The other black-clothed men gaped in horror. We misjudged. Tough opponent, everyone attack. The remaining figures reigned in their lust. They hadn't expected this unknown beauty to be so formidable. In an instant, blades, swords, and concealed weapons flew, lighting up the sky with various colors of spirit energy. Is this all you've got? Truly, you overestimate yourselves. With that, Alma moved, her elegance transforming into lethal grace. Chapter 348, Coliltiple Battlefronts. This was the first time Rico had seen Alma act in her human form. Grace and elegance seemed to be tailor-made for her. The golden red flames were her dancing skirt, and the sunset's afterglow was her cloak. Wherever she passed, only red and black remained. Red from leaping sparks and black from the extinguished enemies. Her graceful figure made even Rico watch her entranced. Done. Alma clapped her hands. These people were nothing to her, not even requiring a tenth of her strength. Seeing Rico staring at her, Alma instinctively touched her face before teasing him. What, captivated by my dance? Cough, cough. Rico awkwardly coughed, embarrassedly turning his head away. I didn't expect you danced so well. Alma placed her hands behind her back, bent down, and brought her face close to Rico's, saying smugly, of course. The Phoenix dance isn't comparable to those mortal dances. Do you like it? Rico opened his mouth but didn't get a chance to reply as Enrico Diez Butterfly Brooch suddenly emitted a voice. If I reverse the engine, then all the spiritual energy on the surface can be released into endless space. Hearing Zane's voice from the butterfly brooch, Rico realized that this brooch was deliberately left in the lab by Enrico Diez to allow remote communication. Although he heard Enrico Diez's side, he dared not communicate easily, fearing he might endanger her. Alma joined Rico, and when they heard Zane's plan, both looked shocked. This is too crazy. Draining the world's spiritual energy will kill all life depending on it. Without spiritual energy, humans and beasts would truly be powerless. We have to stop him. Rico nodded. If Zane succeeded, chaos would ensue worldwide. However, he felt he had overlooked something crucial. Outside the Earth's spirit fortress, two forces were facing off. On one side, 3 people in black clothes with the Alliance's insignia, discreetly embroidered at their collars and cuffs, stood firmly. Stand aside. Sadie, we salute you. However, we cannot let you pass. The leading black-clothed man bowed deeply, revealing his gleaming bald head. Since you know who I am, I'll say it one last time. Stand aside, or bear the consequences. If it were any other day, Sadie's command would be obeyed, but today, I must respectfully refuse. Despite his respectful demeanor, the bald man showed no fear toward Sadie, a fact reflected in his calm smile. You mean to oppose me? Sadie's gaze grew dangerous as roiling flames began surging behind her. I did not intend this, but if you insist on passing, I must reluctantly comply. Eliana's eyes widened, and an instant later, liquid golden flames engulfed the bald man, warping the air around him. To observers, his survival seemed impossible. Yet, Sadie remained grim-faced. Empress indeed hasn't lost her brilliance. Your fire nearly turned me to ashes. A purple-black portal appeared mid-air, and the bald man calmly stepped out. He wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead, still smiling disgustingly. The art of void portal. Are you a disciple of the purple-robed Emil? Empress indeed has wide knowledge. But there's one mistake. Purple-robed Emil wasn't my master but my disciple. What? Eliana's eyes widened in disbelief. Purple-robed Emil lived 10,000 years ago. If you're his teacher, how long have you lived? Ha, Empress needn't be astonished. With his greatness's blessing, mere thousands of years pass like a finger snap. Mentioning his greatness, the bald man's face filled with fanatical reverence, akin to a zealot. Eliana's expression darkened. If true, his strength rivaled or exceeded hers. It would be a tough battle. Empress, why not join us under his greatness? With your power, you'll gain much favor. Even the ice spirit and human genius behind you will receive rewards, life, power, and status, all granted. I'm not interested in what you say, but I am very interested in your greatness. Yu Shenzong's holy maiden, who hadn't spoken, finally said, interested in our Lord? Join us, and I promise full disclosure. Thinking the maiden was swayed, Eliana threw a fireball at the bald man to silence him. Again, he escaped using the same method, accompanied this time by a scaleless, gray-black snake. Oh, Empress is impatient. Very well, I shall break your limbs and offer you to our Lord. Let's see if you can. Eliana immediately engaged the bald man. You, me, opponent. A burly black-clothed man flew toward the holy maiden, a strange mask covering half his face, speaking in a hoarse voice. He brandished a massive sword, wider than a door, pointing directly at her. The last remaining girl timidly floated toward Ambry, bowing deeply without a word. Your hello? Long admired you. Sorry. My honest forbade self-introduction. Anyway, pleased to meet you. Her small face flushed red, stammering nervously. However, Ambry didn't underestimate her. Instead, she sensed a threat from the girl rivaling the burly man's. Chapter 349. I can crush you with spirit stones. In the underground laboratory, Zane's adjustments had entered the final stages. Zane, stop this. What you're doing will destroy our Earth Spirit clan. There's no point in trying to persuade me. There's no turning back for me. But don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just can't leave you untied here. I can't risk you interfering with your clever mind. The room was filled with an emotionless cold light, and a constant clattering sound came from Zane's work. His voice remained gentle as he spoke to Emery. Why are these parameters? Boom. An explosion erupted overhead. Fortunately, Zane reacted quickly and hid under the table. Then, chunks of debris began falling like rain. Is this what you call a faster method? Isn't this faster than digging bit by bit? Damn it, Emery is still down there. 3 figures leaped through the large hole in the ceiling amidst the dust. Rico, it's you again. Why must you always ruin my plans? Zane roared in frustration. He was so close. Just a little more time, and he could have completely reversed the engine. Can you really call what you're doing good deeds? Surrender now, and I might spare your life. Dream on. Zane fiercely slammed a button on the table. A faint glow emerged from the large metal machine in the room, followed by an immense suction force. Instantly, a storm surged within the Earth's spirit fortress, and almost all its spiritual energy was drained away. Rico and the others felt dizzy and disoriented, their vision blurring, barely managing to stay on their feet. What did you do? I merely activated the engine slightly. Aren't you feeling weak and suffocated? Emery, you're indeed a genius. Zane laughed maniacally. To him, humans without spiritual energy were nothing to fear. Just as he was about to say more, a dagger pierced through his chest, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Zane, how can you kill me when I'm your employer? So what if you're my employer? Matters concerning that great person come first. From the shadows, a tall, slender man in black emerged. Despite the situation, he seemed prepared, holding several spirit stones which rapidly crumbled. However, he continuously replaced them from his spatial ring. You didn't really think we came here for business, did you? If not for matters concerning that great person, we wouldn't even be in this forsaken place. The man pulled the dagger out, leaving Zane's body to fall helplessly to the ground, his eyes full of mockery and despair. Emil, you've won again. The consciousness of Zane rapidly faded. In his final moments, it was as if he returned to his childhood. Emil, you've won again. How can you be so good at chess? Foolish child, in chess, it's not the grander the strategy, the better. Often, the simplest is the most effective. The light in Zane's eyes gradually dimmed. He and his plan died just before achieving success. You are also a member of the Secret Alliance? Rico struggled to sit up. He panted heavily, but couldn't alleviate the suffocating sensation in his chest. The black-clothed man glanced at Rico but did not respond. Instead, he walked to the engine and tossed some strange items into it. Catherine was extraordinarily intelligent. Connecting recent events, she almost instantly understood the black-clothed man's intentions. Stop him quickly. He's re-establishing the link between that existence and this world. He wants to summon that existence back to this world. It was all a scheme. The Xuanhuan plan was the biggest deception. These black-clothed men exploited Zane's ambitions. They deceived him, saying that reversing the engine would drain Dongyun Continent's spiritual energy, leaving humans as helpless lambs waiting for slaughter. However, Zane never realized this engine was designed to extract that existence's power. After reversing the engine, Dongyun Continent's spiritual energy would be channeled back to that existence, including what the black-clothed man threw in now. Everything would be delivered to that existence. Not bad for someone who could create such a device. Your intellect is commendable. I genuinely thank you. Without you, it might take tens of thousands of years for that great being to reclaim this world. But with your device, this world will soon return to that great being's embrace. Catherine clenched her teeth, wishing she could tear apart this black-clothed man in front of her. What I hate most is being used. The steel cable around Catherine began creaking. Even the stone pillar behind her shook violently, seeming ready to collapse at any moment. Just a mere Earth Spirit clan member, how can you possess such terrifying brute strength? The black-clothed man frowned. Catherine's existence was indeed unexpected. Since the device was already completed, it was best to eliminate this variable early. With this thought, the black-clothed man picked up his dagger and slowly approached Catherine. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. Turning around, he saw it was Rico sitting on the ground. The man sneered disdainfully and raised his other foot to kick Rico in the face. Unexpectedly, Rico didn't dodge. A strange smile appeared on his face. A thick earth spike abruptly grew from beneath the black-clothed man, aiming straight for his vulnerable lower body. The black-clothed man was shocked. He tried to dodge but couldn't move with his ankle caught by Rico. All he could do was block the earth spike with his dagger. The tremendous force from the impact made his wrist numb. How do you still have so much spiritual energy? Heh, you're allowed to have spirit stones, but not me? I can crush you with spirit stones. Rico casually shattered several low-grade spirit stones. The pure spiritual energy instantly sucked away by the engine, though a small portion was absorbed by Rico. Don't think having spiritual energy makes you my match. A mere 7th-rank kid, what can you accomplish? The black-clothed man raised his hand. A row of daggers shot out like guided missiles toward Rico's vital points. Zane's consciousness faded rapidly. In his last moments, he recalled his childhood. Emil, you've won again. How can you be so good at chess? The translation has been adjusted for naturalness and consistency in English while preserving the original meaning. The term Darun is translated as Emil to maintain the context and respect implied in the original text. Foolish child, the bigger the layout isn't always better. Often, the simplest is the most effective. The light in Zane's eyes dimmed as he died right before achieving his goal. Are you also part of the secret alliance? Rico struggled to sit up, gasping for breath, but still unable to shake off the suffocating sensation. The man in black glanced at Rico, ignored him, and walked to the engine, dropping some strange objects into it. Emery, being exceptionally intelligent, instantly understood his intent. Stop him. He's re-establishing the connection between that entity and this world. He wants to summon that entity back into our world. Everything was part of a grand scheme. The respect induction plan was the biggest scam. These men in black had exploited Zane's ambitions, deceiving him into believing that reversing the engine would drain all spiritual energy from Dongyun Continent, making humans easy prey. What Zane didn't know was that the engine was designed to extract the entity's power. By reversing it, the spiritual energy from Dongyun Continent would flow back to the entity. Even the objects thrown into the engine by the man in black would be sent to the entity. Indeed, the one who made this device has an incredible mind. I truly thank you. Without you, it might take 10,000 years for that great person to reclaim this world. With your device, the world can soon return to that great person's embrace. Emery clenched her teeth, wanting nothing more than to tear the man apart. I hate being used the most. The steel ropes around her creaked loudly, and even the stone pillar behind her began to tremble, as if ready to collapse. Why does a mere earth spirit possess such terrifying brute strength? The man frowned, surprised by Emery's unexpected resilience. Since the device was completed, it was best to eliminate this surprise promptly. With that thought, he picked up his dagger and advanced toward Emery. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. He turned to see Rico on the ground. The man sneered, lifting his other leg to kick Rico in the face. To his surprise, Rico didn't dodge. Instead, an eerie smile appeared on his face. A thick earthen spike shot up from beneath the man, aiming straight for his vulnerable lower half. Startled, the man tried to evade, but with his ankle restrained, he could only block the spike with his dagger. The force reverberated up his arm, numbing his wrist. How do you still have so much spiritual energy? Heh, it's not just you who has spirit stones. I can crush you with them. Rico casually crushed several low-grade spirit stones. The pure spiritual energy instantly sucked away by the engine, though a small amount was absorbed by Rico. Don't think having spiritual energy makes you my match. A mere 7th-rank brat can't cause much trouble. The man raised his hand, and a row of daggers shot towards Rico's vulnerable spots with uncanny precision. Hashtag chapter 350, the imminent arrival. A wall of golden red flames surrounded Rico, instantly melting the sharp silver-white daggers into red liquid that fell to the ground. Is it really so easy for you to disregard me? Maisie stood in front of Rico, unafraid of the black-clothed figure's relentless pressure. Who are you? There is no record of your existence in the secret alliance. The black-clothed figure cautiously observed Maisie, realizing that this beautiful woman was no less powerful than himself. Yet, there was no record of such a person in the alliance, which was highly unusual. That only proves the records of the secret alliance are garbage. Maisie turned to Rico and said, "You go rescue Emery. I will hold him off." With Maisie present, Rico felt at ease. He turned and ran towards Emery. However, the black-clothed figure was not about to let Emery escape. 3 black shadows split from his feet, like agile fish darting towards Rico. In front of me, you dare to divert attention. Maisie leaped in front of the black-clothed figure, her palms glowing with a dazzling palm wind resembling phoenix feathers, striking towards the man's chest. The black-clothed figure was taken aback, never expecting Maisie's attack to be so fierce. The heat from her palms could melt gold and stone. One strike would turn anyone into roasted meat. Behind the black-clothed figure, a completely black skeleton suddenly appeared, wielding golden twin blades that clashed with Maisie's palm wind. The air exploded with intense heat, scattering dust throughout the laboratory. This black skeleton was clearly no ordinary entity. Under the full power of the black-clothed figure, it managed to fight Maisie on equal footing for a moment. Eat this, Phoenix Flame Skyburn. Maisie struck both palms simultaneously, and the black-clothed figure hurriedly raised his blade in defense. He waited, but nothing happened. Oh no, Rico, Quickly give me some spirit stones. My spiritual energy is depleted. Maisie awkwardly ran to Rico's side. She had been prepared to attack, and thankfully the black-clothed figure was intimidated by her earlier moves, otherwise, this would have been disastrous. Seeing this opportunity, the black-clothed figure immediately rushed at Maisie with his blade. In the nick of time, Rico removed his spatial ring and tossed it to Maisie. Maisie caught the spatial ring and immediately shattered 10,000 low-grade spirit stones inside it. A thick surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, dense enough to prevent the engine from draining it instantly. Maisie inhaled deeply, and a golden phoenix emerged from her palm. The phoenix devoured the residual spiritual energy in the air, growing several times its size within moments. Its originally vague form became vivid and detailed. The black-clothed figure, seeing no way to avoid it, used all his strength to clash with the fire phoenix. A massive explosion tore through the roof, fiery spheres rising into the sky, carrying the hot air with them. Maisie spread her wings, protecting Rico and the others beneath her. Under Maisie's protection, the three remained virtually unharmed, but the black-clothed figure was not as fortunate. The scorching flames consumed him entirely, leaving only a charred, red body lying naked on the ground. Hurry! We need to stop the engine. If it continues running, that being will descend upon Dongyun Continent. The engine was still operating at full speed, now covered in a layer of golden light. Through the golden casing, it seemed as if eyes were watching everyone in the room. Emery rushed to the equipment, nearly shattered by the explosion's aftereffects, searching frantically among the debris. It's this broken. Can it even work? Emery glanced back at Rico, a confident smile on her face. You can always trust the quality of Earth Spirit products. She pieced together the fragments, then pulled out a thick cable from the engine and plugged it into the mess of debris. The pile flashed, emitting strange sounds and a pungent smoke, before miraculously lighting up. Emery turned to Rico and gave him a thumbs up. Her face, slightly burned, showed only a row of white teeth prominently. The clattering of operations continued non-stop as Emery anxiously monitored the machine's feedback. Sweat left trails down her scorched face. No use. I can't take control of the engine anymore. The entity at the other end has locked it. The eyes on the engine became increasingly clear, seemingly ready to break through into the world. What do we do? Should we run now? Where can you run? Once that level of being arrives, killing you would be just a thought, no matter how far you flee. There's one last option. Emery looked at everyone seriously. What is it? Destroy the engine. Outside the Earth Spirit Fortress, the battle between Christiana and the Secret Alliance was intense. Although the space outside the fortress had stabilized somewhat, it was still fragile compared to the exterior of the ruins, making Christiana proceed with caution. The Empress controlled her power, a golden flame dragon lunging towards the bald black-clothed man, who evaded like a slippery eel using a black portal, frustrating her efforts. Jaylene faced similar difficulty. The timid girl opposite her was like a demonic deity. Sorry, I messed up again. While apologizing, the girl unleashed several black lightning bolts that tore through space. Jaylene waved her hand, and petals filled the air. The black lightning cut through layers of flower petals, reducing everything to dust until it stopped an inch from Jaylene. Apologies. I'll make sure to kill you painlessly next time. The girl repeatedly bowed, genuinely apologetic. Faced with this death-bringing girl, Jaylene was truly at a loss. The black lightning carried a destructive will, causing her significant injuries in their initial encounter. The Sabrina of Xuanhuan sect was the least troubled. Though the strong man wielded immense power, leaving black rifts in the air with each sword swing, his attacks were straightforward, vertical slashes, horizontal sweeps, and direct thrusts, lacking any sophistication. The Sabrina floated, her fingers pointing, conjuring unpredictable ice pillars that made the man struggle. Suddenly, the ever-evading bald man stopped, looking madly at the Earth Spirit Fortress below. That great lord is finally descending. Chapter 351. The old man has a big role. Isn't this engine your masterpiece? Are you really going to destroy it like this? Damn it. I still have 100 ways to repair the spatial rift, but if that guy gets in here, everything will be over. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. If she had a choice, Louisa would not want to destroy her own masterpiece like this. But clearly, she was being used, and this whole situation was that man's plot from beginning to end. Move back. Rico's long blade emitted torrents of blood-like energy, the dense crimson refusing to dissipate. An indescribable, filthy shadow appeared behind Rico, an image of pure chaos, as if forcibly pieced together from countless creatures, making anyone who glanced at it tremble uncontrollably. Roar. With a roar, Rico unleashed all his stored power. The force of the strike turned the sky dark, with monstrous shadows swirling, countless ghostly figures streaming out from his long blade, screaming toward the engine that emitted a faint golden glow. However, Rico's full-force strike seemed utterly useless. All the ghostly figures vanished upon contact with the engine, as if they never existed. Get out of the way, we have to rely on us in times like these. Stuart thought Rico's strength was insufficient, so she shattered two 10,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones directly from Rico's ring. In that moment, the entire room felt like it belonged to a heavenly realm. Flame of Phoenix spread. Stuart took a deep breath, then opened her mouth, unleashing roaring golden flames, which caused space to distort due to the extreme heat. How is it? Look for yourself. Following the direction of Rico's finger, Stuart nearly dropped her jaw. Not only did the engine remain unaffected, even the ground around it within 2 feet showed no changes, standing like an island amidst flowing magma. How could this be? Your powers contain spiritual energy, and the engine is currently absorbing all spiritual energy within the Earth Spirit Fortress. Your attacks are absorbed before they even reach the engine. What can we do? The engine had begun to become more ethereal, looking like a golden parchment through which one could barely see a middle-aged man standing in the void, emotionlessly watching Rico and the others on the other side. If spiritual energy doesn't work, we'll have to use our method. Louisa yanked off the hairpin from her head and extracted a mini fire pistol from the large bow. She fired, sending a green flame into the air. At this moment, you're thinking about fireworks? Louisa shot a glance at Stuart, but offered no explanation. After 3 breaths, everyone heard a strange rumbling sound. Is it overcast? Where do you see clouds underground? Look up. My goodness. What is this? Above their heads appeared a massive mech twice the size of the guard's mechanized armor, its back spewing fire from multiple holes, pushing it slowly down. The prototype Spellbreaker, an old thing with many years of history, it uses traditional fuel, not the liquid spiritual energy like newer models. It's fortunate it doesn't use spiritual energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be of any help now. When the behemoth landed, the ground shook. Old friend, didn't expect you'd be needed again. Louisa patted the thick armor of the mech, and the heavy mechanical hum inside seemed to respond to her. Louisa flipped into the cockpit. Don't underestimate this old guy. It's built according to the standards of an 8th stage body cultivator as recorded. 8th stage body cultivator. Rico and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Body cultivation might seem simple or complex. It's simple in practice. Body cultivators strengthen themselves by constantly destroying and rebuilding their bodies using rare materials, repeating the process until mastery. Yet, the pain of repeatedly damaging one's body inch by inch isn't something ordinary people can imagine, let alone endure throughout a lifetime. Moreover, the cost of rebuilding one's body requires immense resources. Raising a body cultivator would support several other cultivators. So, body cultivators had nearly vanished from the Eastern Cloud Continent, and even Christie, who had seen much, had never encountered an 8th stage body cultivator. However, ancient records detail their incredible power. Formidable defense and offense, unbeatable at their rank, capable of moving mountains and filling seas solely with their physical strength. If Louisa's claim were true, this armor possessed the might of an 8th stage body cultivator, possibly even surpassing Rico's maximum effort. Louisa moved the mech's limbs. Not too rusty, thankfully. The mech extended its hand behind, and as panels opened, Louisa drew an enormous sword, so large it would have destroyed the ceiling had it still been intact. Heavy steps, heavy steps. The mech marched towards the engine, each step echoing heavily. Deep breath. Louisa took a deep breath, gripping the sword tightly and slashed down fiercely at the engine. Clang! The sword cut through the air with fierce winds and struck the engine's casing. The collision reverberated like a giant hammer, hitting everyone's chest. The once ethereal engine became clearer, and fine cracks appeared on its golden surface, revealing silver beneath. There's hope. Indeed, Louisa wasn't lying. That single slash, despite lacking finesse, already exceeded what most sword cultivators could achieve in a lifetime. Louisa looked pleased. Truthfully, she had doubts herself, speaking only theoretically. This was its first combat test. Hurry, while it's hot. One more blow. All right. Louisa raised the sword again, swinging it in the same manner. But halfway through the swing, her sword stopped abruptly, held by a large hand glowing with pale gold light. He did it effortlessly, as if pinching a dragonfly's wing, and Rico sensed no real effort in that grip. Why defy fate? A deep male voice echoed in the minds of everyone present, seemingly injected forcefully into their consciousness. Some weaker cultivators fell to the ground, clutching their heads and moaning in agony as blood streamed from their noses, ears, and eyes. Rico felt a slight headache, while the untrained earth spirits were curiously looking around, unsure of the source of the voice. Outside the earth spirit fortress, the black-clad people kneeled, faces filled with ecstasy. It's the Renee's voice. The Renee has descended. Hashtag chapter 352, a mad plan. How could this happen? The synchronization rate isn't enough. How did he enter this world? Emery widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the pale golden hand before her. I can sense that this world is rejecting him, Xena said. Although she didn't understand what Emery meant by synchronization rate, her instincts told her that this entity was forcefully tearing through the boundaries of their world, trying to force his way in. No, we need a stronger power to destroy the engine directly. If we don't, he will eventually get in. Emery frantically tried to think of where to find a more powerful force than the prototype machine. But everything she thought of was either powered by spirit energy or a mobile fixed equipment. What should I do? What should I do? Emery bit her nails hard. Knowing this situation arose because of her actions, she had to take responsibility. Sir Emile, if you were here, what would you do? Gabinlet and the others were still attempting to attack the pale golden hand, but against such overwhelming strength, their attacks were meaningless. The golden hand remained motionless, enduring their punches and kicks, leaving them sweating profusely with no effect. Suddenly, Emery's eyes lit up as if an idea struck her, but then they dimmed again. If she really did that, she would become a sinner in the Earth Spirit Fort forever. At the same time, a much greater and more terrifying consciousness began connecting to this world. A mysterious and inexplicable sensation spread through the minds of all creatures on Dongyun Continent, a feeling indescribable yet deeply etched into their bloodlines. At that moment, regardless of race, every life form felt the same primal instinct. They understood one thing without words. The tower to heaven has returned. Gabinlet frowned anxiously, remembering the person who resembled him in his dream, telling him never to let the tower to heaven open again. But now, he had no means to stop it. After encountering that will, Gabinlet realized it was not something humans could affect. He wondered how the people 10,000 years ago managed to sever the tower from Dongyun Continent. But now there was no other way. They could only take things step by step. Right now, the top priority was expelling the middle-aged man trying to invade Dongyun Continent. Emery, don't worry. Do whatever you're thinking. A petite girl appeared in the room, walking over to Emery and speaking gently. Emile, sir, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Please go hide. Gabinlet looked at the girl in surprise. This small-looking girl was the Emile of the Earth Spirit Clan? Emery, don't bear any burden. You are working for the entire world. Whatever you do, everyone will understand. The Emil extended her hand, stroking Emery's head, taller than hers, like a grandmother caressing her beloved granddaughter. Emery bit her lip, emboldened by the Emil's encouragement, finally nodding firmly. I know, Emil, sir. Please rest assured. I will shut down the engine. Then Emery turned to Michaela. Everly, Michaela, may I ask for your help? As you wish. How do you plan to do it? Emery pointed to the dazzling artificial sun in the sky. The core furnace of the Earth Spirit Fortress has multiple mixed energy sources. Its explosive power is enough to level half of the fortress. Whoa. The three were stunned by Emery's crazy idea, drawing sharp intakes of breath. This is the southernmost point of the Earth Spirit Fortress. As long as all residents are evacuated to the northern protective structures, they will be safe. To ignite the core furnace, we need Everly Michaela's help with the high temperature. This plan is crazy, but it suits me. Michaela mimicked Emery's pose, giving her a thumbs up. Then I will go evacuate the residents. Xena stepped forward, silver light flashing as she transformed into her tall, voluptuous beauty form. Emery nearly dropped her jaw looking at Xena. Everly, white dog, so you're also a beautiful lady. For the last time, I'm a fox, not a dog. With tasks divided, the three were about to leave when the middle-aged man finally spoke again. His cold voice echoed in their minds once more. Fate cannot be defied. You should die for this. The man moved his hand, striking out at the four. Even though only one hand could move, crushing a few insects was effortless. That hand, unchanged, appeared enormous to the four, bigger than the sky itself. No matter where they hid, they couldn't escape this palm strike. They couldn't fathom the man's cultivation. His power exceeded their imagination. The force of this strike might be too much even for the combined might of everyone on the continent. Yet, this terrifying palm left no trace in the fragile space of the ruins. A shadow of death loomed over the four, as if they would be crushed to pieces at any moment. Suddenly, the black and white giant egg from Gabonlay's beast-controlling space appeared before the man's hand. The man's palm struck the egg, leaving not a single mark. Go ahead and leave. I'll hold him back. Seizing the man's hesitation, Michaela and the others swiftly departed. This egg, could it be? No, impossible. The man hesitated momentarily, then slapped the egg again, this time without holding back. He wanted to see if this was truly what he thought. But halfway through his movement, a strong, repelling force began pushing him away from this world. Reluctantly, the man retracted his hand. He wasn't in a rush. When he fully entered, he'd have plenty of time to study it. He needed to catch those fleeing insects and ensure they didn't interfere with his plans. The man reached out his palm toward the direction the three had fled. The strike seemed to cross space instantly, almost reaching behind the trio. Hey, are you underestimating me too much? Gabonlay darted in front of the man's palm, dagger in hand. Ignoring his own safety, he thrust directly into the man's palm. Unmoved earlier, the man suddenly felt pain in his palm. He withdrew his hand and saw blood gushing from his palm. Chapter 353. Just that? The man stared at the wound on his palm for a moment, taken aback. This world truly never fails to surprise me. A backwater world, a human lower than an ant, could actually injure him. A flash of golden light passed over, and the wound on the man's palm had already healed. But for some reason, it still throbbed faintly. Despite this, the man still didn't take Rico seriously, standing right before him. After all, this was just a backwater world that wasn't even worthy of mention in the Register of Heaven. If he hadn't coincidentally discovered that the humans here managed to sever their connection with the Tower of Heaven on their own power, such a minor world would never have caught anyone's attention. Yet this insignificant world not only held something that made him covetous, but also harbored an ant capable of wounding him. If this news spread, where would Brooke's face be? Without any further hesitation, he disregarded the rules of the world and decisively struck out, intent on erasing this tiny existence before him. A patch of black fog, shimmering with starlight, appeared in Brooke's palm. With its appearance, everything within 100 miles fell utterly silent, as if time itself had paused. Seeing the black fog, Rico felt a chill run down his spine. Every hair on his body told him not to let that fog touch him. Go. Brooke pushed with his hand, slowly propelling the black fog, speckled with twinkling lights, toward Rico. The fog moved incredibly slowly, like a leisurely tortoise inching closer to Rico. As it advanced, everything in its path vanished into nothingness, as though they never existed. Rico couldn't even recall what the objects swallowed by the fog looked like. The fog consumed all traces of those objects, much like how waves on the beach wash away the vows etched by lovers. Rico dared not imagine what it would mean to be swallowed by the fog. He wanted to turn and flee, but not only could he not escape, he couldn't even blink, watching helplessly as the black fog approached. As the fog drew nearer, Rico discerned the specks of light within it, the memories of countless beings devoured by the fog. Inside the fog lurked numerous beasts, endlessly tearing and consuming these memory-laden light points until they were completely extinguished. When Rico gazed into the fog, the creatures inside also turned their gaze upon him. They writhed and struggled, trying desperately to reach out their claws and teeth toward Rico, hungrily desiring to swallow him whole. No, he can't just wait to die. Rico's mind raced, seeking a way to escape this dire predicament. However, even as the fog neared his face, the immobilized Rico could only watch helplessly as it continued to engulf him bit by bit. What's happening? Eternal Silence Fog was Brooke's ultimate move, capable of devouring any being whose realm was below his own without exception for tens of thousands of years. When the Eternal Silence Fog touched Rico's chest, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest, but the expected pain never came. Rico watched as the fog simply passed through him, leaving him unharmed. Brooke and Rico stared at each other, both seeing confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Just that? How is this possible? Brooke glanced at his palm. His realm was incomparably higher than this ant's. Why couldn't he consume him? Refusing to believe it, Brooke unleashed another wave of black fog, determined to fully devour Rico. Yet the result remained unchanged. The fog ignored Rico, passing straight through his body without hesitation. What is going on? Always composed, Brook lost his cool at this moment. He widened his eyes and fixed them on Rico, wanting to see what secret this person possessed to resist his ultimate move. Could this guy's realm be higher than mine? Brook quickly dismissed the absurd thought. This individual clearly hadn't even transcended mortal Tao. How could his realm be higher? If it wasn't because of his higher realm, then there must be a supreme treasure on his person. Rico, having narrowly escaped death, didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Brook staring at him like a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey. Damn, does this guy have some weird fetish or something? Why is he looking at me like that? A shiver ran down Rico's spine. He could only hope that Louisa and the others returned quickly to drive this old pervert away. Boy, you now have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you might never encounter in many lifetimes. It's up to you how you seize it. Brook's tone softened, addressing Rico calmly. What do you mean? I, Brook, wish to take you as my disciple and lead you away from this backward land to a broader world to cultivate. With your talent, freed from the constraints of this place, you could transcend mortal Tao and escape the bounds of mortality within 60 years. You've been cultivating here for so long, and haven't even reached the second stage of mortal Tao. That good? Naturally. I, Brook, am a renowned figure within the infinite worlds of the Tower of Heaven. Countless prodigies wish to become my disciples, but never get the chance. Such an opportunity will not come again, so you should think carefully. Rico's eyes twinkled. He'd always heard about the Tower of Heaven, but had no idea what it was like. Perhaps now was a good time to ask. Pretending to be very interested, he asked, Aiden, what exactly is mortal Tao? I've never heard this term before. It's not surprising you haven't heard of it. In your world, only a handful have broken through to the second stage of mortal Tao. When you reach the 9th stage of mortal Tao and absorb the heavenly essence from the Tower of Heaven, you can enter celestial Tao. And what level are you at, Aiden? I long surpassed celestial Tao. The intricacies will become clear to you when you reach this level. Brook no longer wished to waste words with Rico. He only wanted the supreme treasure on Rico's person. The talk of taking a disciple was merely to placate him. Given his status, how could he possibly take on a mortal Tao disciple? It would only invite ridicule. One last question, Aiden. What exactly is the Tower of Heaven? The Tower of Heaven is an ancient existence beyond your comprehension. It has existed since the beginning of all things. All the large and small worlds we live in were born from the Tower of Heaven. Now that I've said so much, what is your answer? Chapter 354. Even a clay Gabigir has 3 points of Gabire. Sorry, Aiden. I already have an excellent master, so I can't become your disciple. Rico never intended to be this giant golden figure's disciple from the start. This guy clearly had ill intentions, probably thinking there was some treasure on Rico, using the pretense of taking him as a disciple just to get his hands on that treasure. An opportunity presents itself, and yet you do not cherish it. This is truly a disgrace for any cultivator. Since that's the case, you might as well die. Seeing his plan exposed, David no longer pretended. If it weren't for the rules of this world still restricting him, he would have crushed Rico into dust long ago instead of wasting words here. David's golden hand slammed down on Rico again. Since Black Mist had no effect, he chose the most direct way. Smash Rico to death. David's speed exceeded spatial limitations. The palm instantly reached Rico. It felt as if an entire heaven and earth were pressing down on him. His body couldn't endure even a second before shattering into pieces scattered on the ground. David frowned. He clearly hit him, but why did his life force not weaken in the slightest? Sure enough, the shattered parts of Rico's body turned into a pool of water. The water gathered, and soon, Rico restored himself entirely. What cultivation technique is this? How incredible. David's eyes widened. Having traversed countless realms through several eons, he had never seen such a wondrous technique, transforming one's body into water. That practically made one half immortal, especially against brutal corporeal cultivators whose attacks could be ignored completely. This was simply a divine skill. Oh, Rico was also surprised. At David's realm, he hadn't seen elemental bodies. Could it be they didn't exist in the Tower of Heaven? Rico suddenly felt uneasy, fearing he inadvertently exposed a significant secret. I will hand over this technique to you, Aiden. Would you then spare this world? Rico asked casually, but unexpectedly, David hesitated. After pondering briefly, he shook his head. After seizing this world, I can obtain this divine technique through soul probing. I want both the divine technique and this world. Since ordinary palm force was ineffective against Rico, he relied on overwhelming power with his realm. A mysterious energy appeared on David's palm, surpassing what Rico could comprehend. Yet, he could clearly feel its devastating power. There was no avoiding it, only battle. David surpassed Rico by 2 major realms, their gap exceeding that between dust and deities. But Rico's heart was unusually calm, perhaps because the disparity was too great. Regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't feel regretful. Rico held 2 warped longswords, rushing towards David instead of retreating. All of Rico's strength poured into the twin swords, their red and yellow eyes glaring fiercely at David's hand. The blades trembled not out of fear but excitement. They were swords, knowing only one thing: to cut. The veins on the flesh blades bulged, all spines erecting. Upon contact with David's hand, the twin swords started crumbling, flesh dispersing, spines breaking, teeth flying everywhere. But Rico didn't give up, nor did the swords. The fragmented flesh mixed with David's dripping blood, recasting into an even more terrifying, monstrous blade. Roaring furiously, Rico swung the reborn giant blade at David's fingertips. Though laughable like ants shaking a tree, in that moment, he was his own hero. As expected, there was no miracle. Despite the weakening by world rules, David, who transcended heavenly Tao, easily killed a Gabber stage worldly Tao ant. All elements inside Rico scattered with David's blow. Without elements, Rico was only slightly tougher than ordinary cultivators. David's strike smashed Rico's internal organs into meat paste and shattered all bones into powder. Yet, Rico didn't die. David was genuinely shocked. He'd never imagined anyone could possess such tenacious vitality. This piqued his interest. A tiny elemental crystal dropped onto Rico. Instantly, absorbing the crystal, Rico restored. Cough, cough, cough. Rico gasped deeply, followed by violent coughing. However, David obviously wasn't benevolent. As Rico caught his breath, another blow shattered him, this time turning him into mud and pushing him into the soil. Before throwing the crystal into the pit, a mud ball emerged from the ground, reshaping into Rico. David was amazed. This Grover could transform into an earth element too. Curious about what else this Grover could do, David shattered him again. Thus began a cycle of killing and revival. After a long while, David was astonished to find it increasingly difficult to kill the Grover. Initially, a tenth of his power sufficed, but gradually it escalated to a third, now requiring almost 70%. David felt unease. He didn't want to play this game anymore, sensing that if the Grover kept growing, he might actually fail to kill him under the world's rule restrictions. Deciding to end it, David used full power, aiming to kill Rico in one blow. Damn it, even clay figures have their limit, treating me like clay now. To hell with it, I'll fight you to the end. Rico's eyes blazed red. Every blow from David had pushed him between life and death. Once dying was unbearable, let alone multiple times. Now, Rico erupted from the depths of agony, abandoning all reason. Screw David. Screw Heavenly Tao. Nothing could stop him. Chapter 355. Petty gods are nothing more. The long knife in Rico's hands seemed to sense his madness. It quivered with excitement, its two vertical pupils emitting a dangerous, bloodthirsty light. The flesh on the long knife gradually peeled off, inching towards and enveloping Rico. Hands, arms, torso. Before long, Rico's entire body was covered in twisted flesh, transforming him into a demonic god risen from hell. Two crimson and yellow pupils on his shoulders locked onto the hider's massive palm, descending upon them. From the gaping bloody mouth on Rico's chest came an enraged roar that echoed in unison with his scream. People outside the Earth Spirit Fortress also heard this roar. It tightened their hearts, stirring the deepest and darkest bloodlust within them. Even Jaylene, who had always been calm and composed, felt a desire to destroy everything pulling at her heartstrings. The surging blood energy seemed to have roused the meteoric iron dagger in Rico's hand. A profound force from the handle resisted the encroaching blood energy. This deep force extended along the blade of the dagger, morphing into a profound black long knife. Stars dotted on the black blade twinkled like real ones. This is... The hider's pupils narrowed as he tried to withdraw his hand, but it was too late. His enormous hand collided with Rico's long knife. There was no deafening sound, no dazzling divine light, no earth-shattering explosion. Only a faint sound reached everyone's ears across the continent, causing them to look puzzledly toward the ruins, not understanding what it was. In the basement, Rico knelt half-bent, the meteoric iron dagger lying on the ground beside him. His arms had completely disintegrated, reduced to dust scattered on the floor. You've achieved this much. I admit I underestimated this world, underestimated you. The hider inspected his own palm, a grotesque wound slicing through it. His pinky finger, severed by Rico's blade moments ago, still oozed fresh red blood laced with a hint of gold. The hider gazed gravely at the wound. To his shock, the injury inflicted by that blade could not be healed. He forcibly severed his own blood vessels to temporarily stop the bleeding. Rico kneeled lifelessly, oblivious to the words spoken by the hider. The blood-flesh armor crawled slowly from his body towards the droplets of blood scattered on the ground. Numerous tiny tentacles plunged into the pool of blood, greedily absorbing it. It even tried to reach for the severed finger, but a shadow was faster, swallowing the finger whole. Seeking death. Seeing a small snake and some unidentified substance devouring his flesh right before him enraged the hider. He struck out with a powerful palm. The little snake coiled its tail and flung the lump of flesh at the hider's incoming hand, while the creature returned to Rico's beast control space in a flash of light. The lump of flesh was predictably shattered by the hider. He then reached out to retrieve Rico, intent on reclaiming his finger. The existence attached to that finger was crucial. Without it, he would forever lose that finger. As the hider grabbed Rico, Rico remained motionless on his knees, eyes dull and lifeless, allowing himself to be held. Did you overuse the world-level weapon, exhausting your soul? Looking at Rico, who resembled a puppet, a twinge of regret flashed through the hider's heart. Despite being bound by the rules of the world, it was still rare for a mortal cultivator to use a world-level weapon to injure him. However, such a fleeting moment of regret passed quickly. In the infinite world, geniuses were countless, but how many truly made it? Only living geniuses mattered. Dead ones were just useless flesh. Just as the hider was about to dig out Rico's heart palace, the long silent, nearly forgotten strange beast egg finally moved, enshrouding Rico with yin-yang energies to resist the hider's hand. If you hatch, perhaps I might fear you. But now, with this pitiful form, do you really think you can save him? The hider's hand continued moving forward slowly, the yin-yang energies around Rico trembling and thinning, seemingly about to vanish entirely. I'm here, finally. A resonant voice rang out, followed by a 10,000-colored phoenix pushing a massive fireball downwards, with a petite figure sitting on its back. The fireball flickered unstably, seeming ready to explode any second. Sensing danger, the hider reached out to grab Rico and the fallen meteoric iron dagger. But the strange black and white egg wouldn't let him. It emitted bursts of light, firmly resisting the hider's hand. When the fireball hit the ground, a devastating explosion lifted half of the Earth Spirit Fortress skyward. Outside the Earth Spirit Fortress, a bald-headed figure, just stepping out of the purplish-black doorway, found himself engulfed by blinding light and instantly swept up by scorching air currents. Others opened protective shields, trying their best to fend off the sudden impact. A cloud of smoke mixed with fiery heat ascended, visible to half the continent, a magnificent display of fireworks. After the explosion, a huge crater formed in the ground. The once glorious Earth Spirit Fortress, which had endured for generations, now lay exposed under the sunlight, reduced to less than a third of its original size. Where is that great one? Why can't I feel his aura anymore? The bald man, clad in black robes, flew down, ignoring his battered appearance as he frantically searched for the hider's presence amidst the ruins. The explosion had destroyed the engine, cutting off the passage to this world. Even someone as powerful as the hider couldn't breach the world's barrier. Stop calling. We sent him back. Catherine, hiding under Gabar Luo's wing, waved amiably at the bald man. What? How could you? What couldn't we do? Chapter 356. Rico is dead? Anything can't be. My home was destroyed. My friends died, and centuries of my efforts were all for nothing because of you beasts. Louisa glared fiercely at the bald man. If not for these black-robed men, the Earth Spirit Fortress wouldn't have been destroyed. She despised these black-robed people. You have no idea how great that lord is. Pfft, what does it matter to me what he's hiding? Sensing the bald man's murderous intent, Louisa cowered under Almio's wing but didn't stop her taunts. The bald man wanted to say more, but noticing that Sadie and others were closing in, he unwillingly gave up. Once they arrived, his escape would be impossible. Humph, just wait. That lord will eventually bring this world under his control. With a final threat, the bald man left with two subordinates without looking back. Before leaving, the young girl still bowed respectfully. Where's Rico? Two stunning beauties descended from the sky, one icy cold and dignified, the other gentle and graceful, making one feel like basking in a warm breeze. Louisa froze. How did this Grover always end up surrounded by such breathtaking beauties? He should be around here. Scanning the area, she found no sign of Rico, but she quickly noticed something unusual in the corner of the ruins. Running over, she moved a foot-thick stone slab to find Rico lying there quietly. Brother, time to wake up. We won. That guy has been driven away. Why are you still lying here? As Louisa reached out to pull Rico's arm, there was a sharp snap, and his entire arm detached in her hand. Ah! Startled, she dropped the arm on the ground, which shattered like clay into several pieces. Brother, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Brother? Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. No matter how she called, Rico's eyes remained blank, unresponsive. Seeing this, Louisa panicked and shouted to the others. Help! Rico is here. Come and help. Brother, please don't scare me. Hugging Rico, she ran toward Jaylene and the Sabrina. Upon seeing Rico, Jaylene felt a sudden chill. She immediately sent a divine sense over him, but was puzzled to find no severe injuries besides the disintegrated arms. Let me take a look. The Sabrina approached, and the icy aura made Louisa shudder involuntarily. An ice-cold white hand rested on Rico's forehead, sending a chilling divine thought into his consciousness. The scene she witnessed bewildered even the well-versed Sabrina. Sabrina, what's wrong with Rico? Strange, I've never seen anything like this. His consciousness is intact, yet only one soul fragment remains in his body, the rest missing. Ah, Jaylene gasped. If so, wouldn't Rico become a living dead? Sabrina, please save Rico. Usually composed, Jaylene was now frantic. Compared to the experienced Sabrina, she was too young. The Sabrina frowned, unsure if she could help Rico. Take him back first. Such an issue isn't solved overnight. We'll deliberate once we return. I'll go with you. Rico had ended up like this protecting her. If he didn't recover, Louisa couldn't rest easily. The Sabrina glanced at Louisa and nodded. All right, you can tell us what happened on the way. Rico stood there motionlessly, watching as everyone passed by, gradually disappearing from view. Next to him, a young girl stood shoulder to shoulder. What happened to me? You're dead. I'm dead. Rico's eyes were dazed as he turned to look at the girl beside him. Then are you dead too? Yes, the girl nodded. I died 300 years ago, but using the Earth Spirit Clan's secret technique, I merged my soul with the Earth Spirit Fortress. So, they only see your spirit? Yes. And now? The Earth Spirit Fortress is destroyed. What will you do? The fortress being destroyed means my anchor is gone. Soon, I will dissipate. Why did you do this? You knew it was all that person's scheme. Why did you help him? Rico looked at the girl curiously. As an elder of the Earth Spirit Clan, she loved her people more than anyone. Yet, why had she orchestrated this disaster that led to the destruction of the Earth Spirit Fortress? Why? The elder's gaze drifted towards the distance, watching Earth spirits aiding each other amidst the ruins, seeing them marvel at everything around them, and feeling the true sunlight. The Earth Spirit Fortress was our home, but also a constraint, a curse, a burden. All Earth spirits were bound to the fortress, like busy ants. Most never ventured outside their whole lives. They never saw the sun, or felt the fresh wind, or witnessed the real sunrise. Her figure began to fade as she spoke. To them, working for the fortress was their entire life. They only focused on their work, unaware of the beauty waiting to be discovered. How fragrant the flowers are, how warm the sunshine feels, how beautiful carp leap in moonlit ponds. Now, they can finally break free and discover all this beauty. Worth it? Worth it, absolutely. I love every member of the Earth Spirit Clan. I hope they can look up and see their own stars. The girl dissolved into starlight, vanishing completely. Alone in the ruins, Rico stood. Suddenly, a gray-white gate appeared behind him. On closer inspection, the gate was covered in grotesque, broken skeletons. Rico, time is up. Let's go. The gate opened, and countless iron chains wrapped around Rico, dragging him into the darkness without any chance of struggle. Chapter 357. The Afterlife? Where am I? Rico clutched his head and got up from the ground. The intense pain almost made him lose consciousness again. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning, and faint cries of battle echoed from afar. Is this the afterlife? Barely managing to suppress the dizziness, Rico struggled to stand up. He hadn't anticipated that using the power from the dagger would lead to his immediate death. Not to mention, the environment, strewn with flames and bones, matched his imagination of the afterlife. Hey, you there. What are you daydreaming about? Come over here quickly. Rico turned around to see a man with a soot-covered face, gesturing frantically from behind a ruined structure. Are you calling me? Of course. If you don't want to die, get over here fast. Seeing the man's anxious expression, Rico felt a sudden urge to laugh. He was already dead, right? Could one die twice after death? You damned fool. Did the Empire's dogs beat you senseless? Why are you hesitating like that? As soon as he stepped into the ruins, the man pulled Rico down to sit on the ground. The Empire's dogs? Where are we? The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Rico for 3 seconds before muttering. Did this kid really get beaten silly? Grabbing Rico's chin, the man inspected his face left and right. With all that blood, it's possible you've hurt your brain. Then, under Rico's astonished gaze, the man took a pouch full of herbs from his waist, chewed them up, spat the green, gooey mess into his palm, and slapped it onto Rico's head without any hesitation. Don't move. I wouldn't even waste these herbs on myself. If you squander them, I'll twist off your little head. The man grabbed Rico's hand and glared at him fiercely. Once done with Rico, he peeked out from the ruins anxiously, listening to the direction the shouts were coming from. Phew, they must have been led away by the main force. The man sighed in relief. You're one lucky bastard. To be alive with such injuries is unbelievable. My name's Arlo. What's yours? My name. Just as Rico tried to respond, recalling his name sent a sharp pain through his head. Despite all the memories being vivid, he couldn't remember his own name. I forgot. Well, to forget your own name. The man looked sympathetically at the wound on Rico's head. Since you seem so absent-minded, let's call you Edison. Edison, do you remember anything else? Rico shook his head. I remember nothing. Sigh. The man sighed lightly. Forgetting is better. Everyone here is just cannon fodder abandoned on this battlefield. Looking at your thin frame, your life wasn't great either. At that moment, Rico noticed how unusually slender his hands were. Glancing at his body, he realized it wasn't his original self. It was gaunt, frail, and covered in wounds. Was this his body in the afterlife? Trying to gather his energy, he discovered an astonishing abundance of spiritual energy in the air, far more than in his world. In the living world, places with 1/10 the spiritual energy were considered top-tier immortal lands. Here, the concentration was 9/10. However, both his current body and the man lacked dantian and meridians to absorb the energy. Instead, his body had a similar system slowly absorbing impure chi from the air. What is this? Before he could ponder further. Not good. Edison, hide. Someone's coming. A well-equipped squad was approaching the ruins nearby. It was too late to flee. The two had to find a hidden corner and hide. Why should we hide? You're truly Edison. They're the Empire's dogs, here to kill us. Nodding, Rico understood. The Empire's dogs were those in red armor and bright silver armor. Rest here. Stay hidden and avoid detection. The leader of the Imperial squad was a short-haired, Esme. After giving orders, she didn't rest but placed a ball on the ground. Not good. That's a reconnaissance formation. Their elite forces run. Recognizing the danger instantly, the man grabbed Rico and dashed away. The Imperial soldiers were surprised to find anyone hiding so far from the rebel forces. The captain reacted first, unsheathing her sword and chasing after them. This squad was tasked with cutting supply lines, and if compromised, their mission, in the Francesca's plan, would fail. Rico ran after the man, but his weakened body gave way after a few steps, collapsing. Tisk! The man saw Edison fall. Logic told him to leave, but he hesitated, then turned back and carried Rico on his shoulders. Damn it! You owe me 2 lives now. If we survive this, you owe me not 2, but 10 dinners. To Rico's surprise, despite carrying him, the bearded man ran faster than the Imperial soldiers. Just as they were about to escape, the Esme recited a spell and pointed her finger at them. A burst of blue light struck the ground in front of the man, causing a massive explosion that threw them both backward. Damn it! That woman's a cultivator. Struggling to his feet, the man tried to run, only to have the captain's sword at his neck. Anyone else in your group besides you two? Spit. The man spat on her face. Empire's dog. Kill or maim, but I won't betray my brothers. Wiping her face emotionlessly, the woman said calmly. Rest assured, I will. Her subordinates bound the man, and the woman turned to Rico. Anything you want to say? Chapter 358. All clear. Let him go. He knows nothing. He's just a civilian with a banged-up head. The Esme ignored the Shan's plea as she lifted Adonis's chin with her sword scabbard. She noticed that despite facing her, this frail youth showed no fear in his eyes. His gaze was like clear autumn water, tranquil and undisturbed. Even if I were truly a civilian, you wouldn't let me go. I'm sorry, but yes. Our movements involve the lives of tens of thousands. If you are indeed a civilian, after the war ends, I will personally erect a monument for you. The woman turned away, signaling her subordinates to take care of these 2 unfortunate souls. Before I die, I have a question. The woman gestured for her men to wait as she let Angus finish speaking. Where exactly is this place? This time, both the cursing Shan and the Esme were taken aback. No one had expected Adonis to ask such a question. This is Chadarj County of the Luanfeng Empire, also the front line between the Empire and the rebel forces. If you wandered here by mistake, I can only apologize again. Adonis nodded. Although this wasn't what he wanted to know, it seemed that this world after death was very similar to his original one. There were nations, cultivators, and people did not believe they were in an afterlife. Thank you. I have no more questions for now. Adonis raised his hand and threw a small stone at the woman's feet. Instantly, the stone glowed brightly, blinding the surrounding soldiers. The Xian also felt momentarily blinded, but soon heard two thuds beside him. Quick, run while they can't see. Adonis pulled the Xian and they fled. After a long while, the Xian finally regained his vision. What was that thing you threw? I almost went blind. It's just a luminary stone. Bullshit. A luminary stone couldn't be so bright, especially during the day. Adonis didn't respond. What he had thrown was indeed a luminary stone he carved casually, but it used an array formation from another world, fueled by spiritual energy. They ran far enough until they confirmed the Imperial soldiers weren't pursuing them, then both sighed in relief. You saved me too this time, so now you owe me one. The two sat on the ground, panting heavily. The Xian's face wore a smile of having narrowly escaped death. Sorry, we'll settle accounts in the next life. The Esme's voice suddenly echoed behind them, like an ominous specter. The Xian leaped to his feet in fright. Damn it, this woman isn't someone to be trifled with. He drew his short sword, nervously watching the woman. Adonis, run. Go tell Apollo about their unit. We mustn't let their plan succeed. Seeing the woman, the Xian knew they wouldn't leave unscathed today, but he still gave this newly met youth a chance to survive. He wanted to live too, but this time, he had to give the opportunity to live to this plane, just like everyone else had done years ago. Who is Apollo? Adonis's words made the Xian's hand tremble. The short sword nearly fell from his grip. Right. How could he forget that Adonis had lost his memory? If he sent him to find Apollo, it was uncertain whether he would even find the right person. The accumulated courage vanished instantly. Facing this death-like woman, the Xian's hands started trembling uncontrollably. Jim, you should go find that Apollo. I'll stall her. What? With your small frame, don't be ridiculous. Forget it. As long as you live, that's fine. Go now. The Esme spoke, interrupting them. Are you done talking? Sorry, but none of you will escape today. She stood tall, her slender sword gleaming menacingly. She wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The thin sword darted toward the Xian's chest like a lethal snake. The woman was incredibly fast. The Xian barely saw her move. A flashing small stone flew toward the woman's face. This time, she was prepared, raising her hand to shield herself. In the next moment, the stone exploded, sending both of them flying back several steps. The Xian looked incredulously at Adonis. Was that really a stone? How could it explode with such force? You go. I'll cover you. Now we're even. Casper blocked the Xian, making it hard to gauge his depth. What was that? Returning to face Angus, the woman appeared somewhat disheveled, her shining armor now covered in dirt, and her prized slender sword showing cracks. Fortunately, though the explosion was intense, its effective range was small. Otherwise, it would have been much worse. Stone. Hey Adonis, I'm going now. You stay alive. Though embarrassed, the Xian knew his skills wouldn't stop this formidable woman, no matter how much effort he put in. Okay. Casper nodded. The woman could only watch as the scruffy man left because Angus held a pouch full of those explosive stones. Why oppose the Empire? It's not wise. Not about allegiance. I owe him a favor. Her remaining eye stared into Angus's eyes, searching for any sign of deceit. After a long pause, the woman lowered her slender sword and sat down in front of him. If I told you that letting that man go would cost the lives of countless innocent civilians, would you let me pass? Why should I believe you? I swear on my family's honor. That means nothing to me. In that case, I'm sorry. Instantly, she lunged forward, her slender sword like a wolf's fangs, aiming at Angus's throat. She hadn't just been persuading him, she was gathering strength. Seeing his weakness, she aimed at his frail body. Yet, as she neared, Angus's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Chapter 359. You have no idea what war is. Wah. Boom. A violent explosion erupted beneath the woman's feet. Before she could react, a massive blast wave sent her flying through the air. For a moment, dust filled the sky. Once it settled, the weak-looking youth held a short sword he had somehow found, pressing it against her neck. Your movements are decent, but your awareness is lacking. Is this your first time on the battlefield? What? The Esme looked at Angus with evident anger. If such words came from seasoned veterans in their 60s or 70s, she wouldn't have minded. But coming from a youth who appeared to be only in his teens, it was infuriating. Not convinced? A smirk formed on Angus's lips. How about we make a bet? With a flick of his foot, the fine sword that had fallen from the woman's hand flew into his grasp. He spun it skillfully, then, under her confused gaze, stuck it back in front of her. I know you're not satisfied. Pick up your sword. Let's fight for real. If you win, I'll let you go. Whether you want to chase after that Xian or do anything else, it's none of my business. But if you lose, Angus grinned wickedly, I want you as my slave. That's impossible. As the proud daughter of a duke, Adeline naturally refused this unreasonable demand. Why? Do you already think you can't beat this wounded and weak cripple? Casper had anticipated she wouldn't agree. Watching her humiliated and enraged expression confirmed that everything was going according to his plan. If he had asked her to take him back to the Empire right away, she wouldn't have agreed. But people tend to prefer compromise. Now making another request would be easier. I accept. If it's difficult for you then. Casper paused, puzzled by her sudden acceptance. I won't lose. The woman's single eye locked fiercely onto Angus. I am Adeline Avon, the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke of Avon. Maxwell, state your name. In fact, you don't need to. Seeing her determined look, Angus sighed. Gabine, I've forgotten my name, but that Xian calls me Adonis. All right, Adonis. I, Adeline Avon, accept your challenge. Adeline grabbed the fine sword on the ground. As soon as she held it, her eyes sharpened, piercing like an eagle's gaze, as if trying to see through everything about Angus before her. A feather fell from a startled bird. At the instant the feather touched the ground, Adeline moved. This was a battle staked on all her dignity. She had to win. Adeline was incredibly fast, so fast that Angus barely reacted. Twisting his upper body desperately, the sword aimed for his throat instead stabbed harmlessly into his shoulder. There was no trace of mercy in Adeline's eyes. This was a duel, and more importantly, a battlefield. Even though she felt no spiritual energy from this youth, she wouldn't hold back. However, there wasn't a hint of pain on Angus's face as he was pierced. Instead, he smiled eerily. Not retreating, he moved closer to Adeline, letting the fine sword pierce deeper into his flesh. Adeline was shocked by his reckless behavior. Trying to pull the sword back, it was trapped by his joints. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't withdraw it. You lose. The rusted short sword pressed against Adeline's neck, ready to slice open her fair skin at the slightest movement. Are you mad? Adeline didn't understand how a seemingly weak youth could treat his body with such disregard. Was he immune to pain? How could he act without hesitation? It's just this much. In the face of life and death, what is an arm worth? It's your lack of resolve. You could have abandoned that sword, kicked me in the chest, or grabbed my arm and punched me in the face. But you didn't. You're just a flower grown in a greenhouse. You have no idea what true combat means. Casper pulled the fine sword out of his shoulder and threw it back to Adeline. I know you're not satisfied. I can give you one last chance. Defeat me or be my slave. Pride as a noble told Adeline she should admit defeat, yet she couldn't bear being a slave to this unknown youth. Clenching her teeth, she picked up the fine sword again. This time, she charged with the intention to kill him. But this time, Angus dropped his short sword and stood still, arms wide open as if inviting her. Adeline froze, unsure what he was doing. Just as she was distracted, Angus threw sand into her eyes. She hurriedly raised her hands to block it. By the time she realized what happened, Angus was nowhere to be seen. Checkmate. Suddenly appearing at her blind spot on the left, where her single eye limited her field of vision, Angus caught her off guard. Adeline opened her mouth to protest. How could someone drop their weapon during a duel? But she remembered Angus's earlier words. Now she finally understood what he meant by lack of resolve. She was still bound by noble rules and hadn't truly grasped the meaning of war despite years of experience. Sorry, can I have one more chance? Adeline knew she was pushing her luck, but she couldn't accept losing without showing her true strength. The third time's the charm. I'll give you one last chance. If you lose, I will willingly become your slave. Casper chuckled. Okay. They both turned around and took 5 steps back. Due to blood loss, Angus's steps were noticeably unsteady, but Adeline didn't dare underestimate him. This time, she genuinely considered him an equal opponent. Seeing Adeline's intense gaze, Angus loosened up his muscles. This was going to be interesting. It was also a good opportunity to test his hypothesis. He reached behind him, grabbing some stones, and flicked them towards Adeline. Adeline rolled sideways just in time to avoid them. However, the stones hit the ground without any effect. They were ordinary stones. Getting up, she saw Angus smiling at her. Perhaps you're a bit too cautious. But Adeline wouldn't let his words affect her. Whatever Angus said, her sole goal was to defeat him. Casper retrieved more stones from behind and flung them at her. Adeline dodged nimbly to the side, avoiding them. But these stones also landed harmlessly. They were just ordinary stones. Rising to her feet, she saw Angus smiling once more. Maybe you're overthinking this. But Adeline was unfazed. No matter what Angus said, her resolve remained. She would capture him. Hashtag chapter 360. Accept the consequences of a wager. At first, Adeline thought the Blaine was nothing more than a street thug with reckless fighting tactics and some bizarre stones. With his unsteady, wobbly steps, she figured she could easily knock him down if she wanted to. But soon enough, Adeline realized how wrong she was. Utterly wrong. Her rapier had almost managed to cut across his throat several times. Yet that tiny distance seemed insurmountable. No matter what move she made, Angus always deflected her attacks effortlessly, as if every action of hers was anticipated. Who exactly is this Grover? And more terrifyingly for Adeline, Angus seemed increasingly graceful in his movements. Initially awkward, as though his limbs weren't coordinated, he now moved smoothly, almost as if deliberately using her to hone his skills. Indeed, Adeline's intuition wasn't far off. At first, he indeed struggled with this body. Ever since arriving in this world, he always felt like this body wasn't truly his, like an adult wearing a child's clothes, making him feel constrained and cautious not to tear the fabric. Adeline was the whetstone he used to familiarize himself with this body. Now, it became more responsive, but it still felt somewhat like manipulating a puppet on strings. When a sword's energy sliced his skin, he could feel the wound and see blood flowing. But there was no pain at all. Adeline gloated over her success in cutting him, unaware it was his deliberate choice. The next few moments brought Adeline a sense of despair. Suddenly, Angus stopped dodging and stood still, raising his short sword in a stance Adeline knew all too well. Is this the starting stance of the falcon sword technique? Adeline's eyes widened in shock. She raised her own rapier, ready to see if Angus was bluffing or genuinely skilled. Falcon sword technique, Gabberst form. Adeline initiated the attack, positioning herself sideways, her right foot lightly tapping the ground as she lunged forward like a hawk striking its prey, aiming the rapier directly at Angus's heart. Very good, falcon sword technique, Gabberst form. With agility, Angus leaped aside, narrowly avoiding Adeline's deadly thrust, then swung his sword back toward her abdomen. Adeline was startled. This counterattack technique took her 5 years to master, and even then, she couldn't guarantee it would work in real combat. This was not the time to be astonished. Angus's blade was already close. She had no choice but to react. Second form, Swordbreaker. Adeline pulled back her rapier to defend, and as Angus's short sword approached, her rapier trembled slightly, deflecting it with a minimal motion before countering with a thrust of her own. Swordbreaker. Casper raised his forearm, flicked his wrist, and countered Adeline's move with the same skillful technique. It was at this moment that Adeline finally realized. You tricked me. When did I ever deceive you? The opening stance, you lured me into attacking so you could learn from me, didn't you? Casper chuckled without answering, instead asking Adeline. If you feel that way, why don't I take the initiative next? All right. Adeline prepared herself, standing ready for Angus's next move. Casper grinned mischievously. Watch closely, this is the third form of the falcon sword technique. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, but instead of targeting Adeline, the rapier stabbed into the stones he had scattered on the ground. Instantly, the stones began exploding one after another. Still guarding against Angus's attacks, Adeline didn't react in time and was thrown off balance by the explosions. While Adeline lay disoriented, her ears ringing from the blasts, a cold sensation touched her neck. Third time, what do you have to say now? You've been planning this from the start? That isn't deceit, it's strategy. Casper tapped his head. In matters of life and death, there's no such thing as lowly tactics. Adeline opened her mouth to speak, but admitted inwardly that her curiosity had gotten the better of her again. She had a clear opportunity to kill Angus, but chose to believe him. After a moment of silence, Adeline planted her rapier into the ground, knelt before Angus with one knee, and lowered her head solemnly. I, Adeline Brigid, eldest daughter of the Empire's Grand Duke Brigid, hereby swear allegiance to the person before me, pledging eternal loyalty, never to betray. If I violate this vow, may the heavens punish me. An intangible wave passed between them. Casper felt warmth on the back of his left hand, and saw a falcon emblem wrapped in thorns appear there. An identical symbol appeared on Adeline's right hand, and the falcon family crest on her chest and shoulder also gained thorn patterns. What is this? A slave marking. From now on, I belong to you, honest. Casper raised an eyebrow. Do you not regret it? No regrets. A pact is above all else, it is? Adeline paused, realizing she was no longer a noble but a slave, without even commoner status. Seeing Adeline's disheartened look, Angus waved his hand. Never mind. How can this be undone? I didn't plan to enslave you. I only wanted you to lead me to your empire. More specifically, he intended to visit the Empire's library to understand this new world better. Don't pity me. I must stand by my words. I'm not pitying you. I spoke the truth but deliberately provoked you because I feared you'd refuse. Who knew you'd impulsively agree? Adeline froze, looking at Angus's sincere expression, regretting her impulsiveness. This contract can't be undone, but it can be changed to a guardian bond. A guardian bond, similar to a subordinate bond, involves unilateral devotion but requires both parties' consent. Once bound, the guardian can take the damage meant for the protected party. Born to be the Francesca's protector, Adeline had been destined to serve, but laws dictated that women could not be royal guards. Chapter 361, Powerful Weapon. In my name, I hereby grant you, Adeline Maximus, to be my guardian. With my body as a shield for my master, we share in glory and in ruin. The contract was sealed, and two beams of divine light enveloped both of them. The symbols on their bodies also changed, from thorns to shields, symbolizing a lifetime of protection. Phil glanced at the symbol on his hand, indeed sensing an intangible connection between them. Let's go. Wait, are you going back like this? Adeline turned around, looking at the Blaine with confusion. Yeah, what's wrong? The mission failed. You let the enemy scout escape. You'll definitely be punished under military law if you go back like this. This is my mistake, and I should take responsibility. Phil shot Adeline a disdainful look. You're so stubborn. Come here. In Adeline's frightened gaze, the Blaine tore open Adeline's collar, revealing large patches of her white skin. Stop. What are you doing? Even if you're my sword master, you can't do this. Adeline frantically tried to block the Blaine's hands, but he completely ignored her and continued tearing her soft armor to shreds. Then, the Blaine scooped up a large handful of mud and charcoal ash from the ground, smearing the black mess all over Adeline's face and body. There, that should cover it. Adeline stared blankly at the Blaine, subconsciously asking, is that it? Yeah. Did you want me to do something else? Facing the Blaine's sideways glance, Adeline felt embarrassed, wishing she could crawl into a hole. Really, what was she thinking? We need to set up something here too. The Blaine took out a short sword and began carving patterns on the ground. Curious, Adeline leaned in to see, only to find herself dizzy and disoriented by the strange symbols and diagrams. Don't stare. It'll make you stupid. Without looking up, the Blaine continued drawing the intricate array. Hearing this, Adeline jumped in surprise and quickly turned away. The Blaine glanced at Adeline, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. This woman was so rigid and easy to fool. If she weren't a noble, she probably would have been taken advantage of long ago. After some time, the Blaine put away his short sword. Done. In the original world, setting up such a complex array would require a large number of spirit stones. But in this world, where spiritual energy was abundant, even ordinary rocks had medium-grade spirit stone quality. Setting up the array caused no strain at all. Shall we go then? Seeing Adeline standing with her back turned, afraid to look back, the Blaine couldn't help but laugh. Hurry up, or we won't be able to leave soon. They quickly walked toward the squad's location. Just after taking 100 steps, a deafening explosion sounded behind them. The blast wave threw both of them flying far away, and debris rained down on Adeline's armor, clattering like bells. The explosive sound echoed so loudly that it was heard clearly by the armies fighting miles away. Everyone stopped fighting in unison, curiously looking in the direction of the explosion. Damn, I miscalculated the power. The Blaine struggled to his feet from the ground, surprisingly finding himself unharmed. Looking at the bewildered Adeline, he finally realized. So this is the effect of the Guardian contract. What just happened? It took Adeline a long time to recover. She had never seen an explosion of such magnitude. Even the Empire's most powerful artillery didn't have a tenth of that power. Some miraculous foreign technology, the Blaine replied vaguely, not wanting to explain further. Neither he nor his knowledge belonged in this world. We should hurry, people will come soon. As the Blaine predicted, shortly after they left, a squad of men dressed in white appeared at the site of the explosion. Seeing the massive crater on the ground, everyone gasped in shock. Report to the Inquisitor. There are no residual spiritual energies here. This appears to be caused by a conventional weapon. Hearing the report, the middle-aged man leading the group on horseback grimaced. Those traitors are indeed secretly researching powerful weapons. Judging by the power, it's already comparable to the Empire's artillery. Though the Inquisitor spoke diplomatically, everyone present knew that if that explosion was from the enemy's secret weapon, its power vastly exceeded the Empire's artillery. This must be reported to His Majesty immediately. We need to uncover the details of their weapon. We cannot allow it to threaten the capital.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the two individuals involved had already returned to the squad's campsite. Seeing Adeline's wretched appearance, the team members gathered around her anxiously. I'm fine, but the enemy had support. Everleon aborted. Return to camp and revise our plans. It's good you're safe, Juanita. We couldn't believe the enemy used such a terrifying weapon. At this moment, someone noticed the Blaine following Adeline. Juanita, should we detain him? No, he has nothing to do with that person.
But,
Adeline gave that team member a stern look, and the member fell silent immediately. Undoubtedly, Adeline commanded considerable respect among her team. Form ranks and be cautious. Don't let the enemy discover us. They were still deep in enemy territory, so the squad moved cautiously. By the time they returned to camp, it was already evening. Approaching the camp, they saw a beautifully dressed woman gazing into the distance, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Adeline and her group, the woman's worried expression instantly turned into one of relief and joy. Adeline, you're back. Sorry, Sylvana, the mission failed and disappointed you. That's fine. It's good you're safe. I've received reports from scouts. The enemy used an incredibly powerful secret weapon. Had I known, I wouldn't have sent you on such a dangerous mission. Looking at Adeline's miserable state, fear showed clearly on the Francesca's face. I can't believe the enemy has such a weapon. They're truly ruthless. Cough. The Blaine coughed awkwardly, realizing he needed to be more careful in the future. Hey, who's this? Only now did the Francesca notice the additional person. He's an outsider who was caught in the battlefield and captured by the enemy. He happened to return with us. Note, names such as Phil and Adeline Maximus have been kept in pinyin or anglicized forms as appropriate. Hashtag chapter 362. The oily Marquis. Oh, look at his pitiful state. He must have endured quite a bit of torture. Hello, my name is Holly Jason Bay Maximus. Just call me Holly. The Francesca nodded slightly at the Blaine. Sylvana. Here they call me Adonis. Phew. Sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. But your name is indeed, unique. He's an outsider. Perhaps he doesn't know what Adonis means in Imperial language, Adeline explained on behalf of the Grover. I see. If you don't mind, how about I give you a new Imperial name? Thank you very much. You're skinny and small. How about we call you Randy? Adeline opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped when she saw the Francesca winking at her repeatedly. She remained silent. I think this name is pretty good. From now on, I'll be called Randy. The Blaine observed the Francesca's expression carefully, but felt no malice from her. Perhaps it was just some quirky habit of hers. Well then, Mr. Randy, from your manner of speaking, you must be a very cultivated person. I wonder what kind of torture you went through to end up like this. Bring Mr. Randy to clean up, and prepare some clean clothes for him. A maid led the Blaine away while the Francesca pulled Adeline back to her tent. She had too many questions to ask Adeline. Adeline, how did the rebels discover your operation? Adeline's expression shifted. Sure enough, the Francesca asked. Thankfully, she was prepared. She recounted everything honestly to the Francesca, but mentioned that the Grover who fled with the bearded man was a hostage taken by the rebels. Later, I chased them to near the Broderickset Canyon. It seemed they had backup there. They detonated something, injuring me slightly and destroying the path ahead. Seeing their support, I retreated after careful consideration. I apologize, Sylvana. After hearing Adeline's report, the Francesca pondered for a moment. Why would they station spies there? That area should already be safe. Not only that, but they even had people ready to assist and deploy such powerful weapons. Hearing the Francesca's words, Adeline's heart skipped a beat. Had her lie been discovered? Adeline.
Yes.
Hildred called by her name startled Adeline. I suspect there might be a rebel mole among our escorts. A mole? Sure. Lower your voice. The Francesca covered Adeline's mouth. Yes, otherwise, there's no explaining their abnormal behavior. Of course, this is just my suspicion, but Adeline, be cautious. Oh. Sylvana, Lord Remington has arrived. Upon hearing the guard's announcement, the Francesca instinctively frowned. Why is he coming again? Understood. Tell Lord Remington that I am still dressing, and will meet him at the command post. Yes. Sylvana, I'll take my leave then. No. Seeing Adeline trying to escape, the Francesca grabbed her arm. You have to come with me to see that guy. Sylvana. You know I don't get along well with him. Do you think I like him? I really don't want to meet him alone. Every time his eyes are like they want to strip me naked. Please, Adeline, come with me, okay? Facing the Francesca's plea, Adeline had no room for refusal. She reluctantly nodded. Gabine, but Sylvana, since you dislike him, why not refuse him directly? The Francesca sighed deeply. How I wish I were like you, Adeline. Never mind, let's go. If we delay, that guy will come looking for us. Hand in hand, the two women entered the meeting tent. As soon as they lifted the curtain, they saw a greasy middle-aged man, grinning obsequiously. Oh, my Francesca, you're as beautiful as ever today. While saying this, the man's eyes subtly wandered over the Francesca's slim waist and legs. The Francesca curled her lips into a forced smile. Lord Marquis is as charming as ever, I see. Thank you, Sylvana. Oh, Everly Adeline is also here. Met you, Lord Marquis. Though Adeline's father was the Grand Duke, 2 ranks higher than Lord Remington, according to imperial law, unless her family lacked male heirs, she had no right to inherit, and the heir presumptive held only the rank equivalent to a marquis. Lord Remington's eyes similarly roved over Adeline's body. Though one-eyed and perpetually stern, she had an undeniably alluring figure, honed by years of battle, with tight, slender limbs and a pair of voluptuous peaks that no man could resist. Confronted with the man's blatant gaze, Adeline tilted her rapier, casting a cold gleam across his face, a clear warning. He laughed awkwardly and withdrew his lecherous stare. So, what brings Lord Marquis here again? The word again was emphasized. She couldn't bear his repeated harassment. If it weren't for the weakening royal family needing the nobility's support for survival, she wouldn't tolerate this balding middle-aged man's advances. Hee, why so formal, Sylvana? As your fiancé, shouldn't I care about my future wife? Lord Remington, mind your words. You are not yet my fiancé. The autumn hunt hasn't started yet. Only the winner can become my fiancé. What difference does it make? Who else but me could win this autumn hunt? The man grinned lasciviously. The royal family had solicited war funds, and apart from the Grand Duke who contributed 50,000 gold coins, he himself had donated the most. Even the emperor hinted privately that this autumn hunt would have a golden deer reserved for him. This made him certain that he was the emperor-approved prince consort. The autumn hunt hasn't started yet. Nothing is definite. Besides, this is the front line, not a place for you to come and go as you please. Hee, Sylvana, look at this. Inspector order. How did you get it? The Francesca stared in disbelief at the red emblem in the man's hand. Hee, I'm now the emperor's personally appointed inspector. Alia, do you doubt my qualification to be here now? Chapter 363, turn you into roast pork. Alia couldn't believe her eyes and reached out to grab the token from Remington's hand, but he dodged away. Hey, Sylvana, you can take a look too, but first, you have to give me a kiss. Remington's face displayed an oily and lecherous smile. His cheeks piled up with fat, and the shine from his red nose was so greasy that one glance could ruin anyone's appetite. The Francesca wrinkled her brow, took a step back in disgust, but Remington wouldn't let up and moved closer. Sylvana, there you are. Thank you for your clothes. A delicate Blaine suddenly walked in, interrupting Remington's further harassment. An annoyed Remington was initially displeased, but upon seeing the intruder, his eyes lit up. Glenicate features, slender limbs, and sickly pale skin. It stirred a protective desire in anyone who saw him. Before the Francesca could speak, Remington eagerly approached. Everly, I am Imperial Remington Shales. May I ask for your name? Casper frowned, looking displeasingly at the oily middle-aged man before him. I'm sorry, Remington, you should really see a doctor about your eyes. I'm a man. What? Remington widened his eyes in disbelief, scanning Angus up and down several times. You're actually a man? Undeniably so. Will's expression turned like he had swallowed a frog whole, his complexion shifting from red to white. The 2 beauties nearby couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. You. This is a military zone. Why have I never heard of you before as the chief military inspector? Mr. Randy is my guest. Do you, Remington, have any objections? Randy? That weakling is called Randy? Will laughed mockingly. Sylvana, please don't be mistaken. This is a military camp, not your private garden. It's best if you didn't bring just anyone here. Oh. Casper narrowed his eyes. He wasn't as weak and vulnerable as he looked, retorting instantly. People like you, fat-bellied and talentless, dare to speak boldly here, so why shouldn't I be here? You. How dare you insult me? Will pointed at Angus, disbelieving that someone before him dared to insult him. Just who do you think you are? Not only do you lack human form, but can you even understand human language? Cough. Will's face flushed red from being insulted by Angus. You're facing a powerful marquis of the Empire. Insulting me and threatening me in front of Alia is a capital offense under the law. Prepare to face imperial justice. Capital offense? Casper looked intrigued at Remington. Since I've already committed a capital offense, I might as well add another one. Would you prefer having all 10 fingers chopped off one by one until you die slowly, or should I carve your fat into thin slices with a small knife? Upon hearing the explicit threat, Will shivered violently, but he quickly regained composure. This was just a frail Grover, likely unable to withstand a single punch. How dare he speak so recklessly? Will sneered viciously. Insulting a noble and threatening my personal safety in front of Alia. According to the Empire's laws, you deserve 10-fold death sentences. Alia, bear witness as I eliminate this insolent fool on the spot. Withdrawing the ornate long sword from his waist, Will lunged toward Angus, intending to strike him down immediately. Seeing this, the Francesca prepared to stop him, but Adeline unexpectedly blocked her way and shook her head. Adeline, Mr. Randy is indeed guilty, but he was standing up for us. Should I just watch and do nothing? Unexpectedly, Adeline smiled strangely. Alia, watch. He will be fine. But what are you saying? Will is a great swordsman. While Mr. Randy is skinny and lacks any cultivation, how can he possibly stand a chance against Will? Adeline didn't reply, but assured the Francesca she would intervene if Angus were in danger. Any last words before you die? Will brandished his sword arrogantly at Angus. Really? Are you so confident you can kill me? Ha ha ha, otherwise what? As a great swordsman, killing a good-for-nothing like you, who has no cultivation won't require more than one strike. Saying this, Will charged straight at the arrogant youth. His heavy body barreled forward like a rampaging rhino, his sword aimed straight for Angus's throat. The Francesca closed her eyes, unable to watch, believing Angus couldn't survive Will's strike. But a scream echoed, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Will kneeling before Angus. One hand held Will's wrist, the other foot pressed down on his shoulder. Will's slick face squashed against the ground, contorted in agony. The Francesca couldn't believe what had just happened. Neither she nor Adeline understood how Angus achieved this with no sign of spiritual energy fluctuation. Unsteady steps, unstable grip, intentions too obvious. Full of flaws, beyond saving. Is this the caliber of all great swordsmen? In one sentence, Angus dismissed all great swordsmen, and he had the right to say this, considering Adeline, a great swordsman herself, had been defeated by him thrice. What kind of witchcraft is this? Dare you release me, and we fight again? Heh, and who exactly are you to demand that? Casper tightened his grip slightly, causing Will to grimace in pain. Seizing the moment, he shoved something into Will's mouth, pinched it shut, and with a gulping sound, Will swallowed it. After dusting off his hands, Angus released Remington. What did you make me eat? Will touched his stomach, finding no abnormalities. Do you really want to know? Casper raised an eyebrow, taking out a pill and tossing it forward. As it hit the ground, intense heat radiated from it, melting the surface and quickly forming a red, glass-like crystal. Remington gasped in horror. Angus had made him ingest such a terrifying substance. This seemingly fragile individual was more fearsome than a devil. Don't worry, you're still safe for now. This thing won't explode randomly. But with just a thought, you could turn into a roasted pig anytime. Try it if you don't believe me. Chapter 364. You can do it too. Watching the fleeing Remington, the Francesca and Adeline felt an intense sense of vindication. Mr. Randy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful despite your small stature. Combat ability isn't much related to size. With proper technique, even a 7 or 8-year-old could defeat someone of that caliber with one move. Seeing the Francesca's astonished expression, the Blaines smiled slightly. What? Don't believe it? Well, Remington is at least a great swordsman-level cultivator. For an 8-year-old child to defeat him sounds like a fairy tale, let alone doing it in one move. The Francesca couldn't possibly believe what Angus was saying. It was too contrary to common sense. A talented child would have to train in swordsmanship from childhood, progressing from apprentice swordsman through various stages to reach the great swordsman level, which usually takes until they are 18 or 19 years old. Saying that an 8-year-old could defeat a great swordsman in one blow sounded impossible no matter how you looked at it. Alright, Alia, have you ever practiced martial arts? I can shoot arrows quite well. So, you have no combat experience then? The Francesca nodded. As a Francesca, she had guards accompanying her daily and a sword saint protecting her covertly, leaving her little chance to learn combat techniques. Alright, call a great swordsman here. I'll teach you a couple of simple moves, and you'll be able to subdue him in one go. Really? The Francesca's eyes lit up. Could she really subdue a great swordsman in one move? That would be thrilling. Seeing the Francesca's eager look, Adeline shook her head. It seemed the Francesca had fallen for this guy's trick. Gay. Your Majesty, I'm here. Upon hearing the Francesca's call, the drowsy guard outside immediately straightened up. Go find me a great swordsman, and give yourself 3 minutes. Yes, Sylvana. The little bearded Gay hurried off with clangs of his armor. He returned shortly with a Blaine. Sylvana, I've brought you our camp's best fighter. He's set to take the Chuji Jansur exam by year-end. Note, Chuji Jansur is correctly translated as Chuji Swordmaster in your input, but for consistency and natural fluency in English, it should be Chuji Swordmaster, or just Swordmaster. If Chuji means it's a Chuji level, it might be better expressed as Chuji level Swordmaster, or simply clarify it as entry-level Swordmaster. For this context, Swordmaster seems appropriate. For smoother reading, consider, Sylvana, I've brought you our camp's best fighter. He's set to take the Swordmaster exam by year-end. Gay proudly introduced his protege to the Francesca, a promising recruit he'd nurtured over the past few years. The Francesca glared at him. Why did you bring such a strong one here? Gay was puzzled. What was the Francesca thinking? Mr. Randy, is a beginner-level swordsman acceptable? The Francesca asked nervously. Casper carefully examined the Blaine Gay brought. This Blaine had a dignified demeanor, steady breathing, and a robust physique, clearly well-trained compared to someone like Will, whose body was weakened by alcohol and excesses. After observing closely, Angus smiled. I think he'll do. Alia, are you confident? To be honest, I have none. Their conversation left Gay, and the Blaine bewildered. What's your name, Blaine? My name is Devlin. Devlin glanced at Angus, instinctively assuming he was a delicate Viola, but recalling that the Francesca called him Mr. Randy. Mr. Devlin, how long have you been practicing the sword? I started when I was 4 and have practiced for 20 years now. Excellent. Do you believe Alia can defeat you unarmed in one move? Devlin's eyes widened. He glanced between the Francesca and the smirking camp commander. I believe. The Francesca chuckled. Devlin. Yes, Sylvana. I command you to speak the truth. I don't believe it. Alia, with your delicate build, I can knock you down with one hand. Gay covered his face. This Grover was too honest. He said that, Mr. Randy, what should I do? Alia, just follow these steps. Casper whispered instructions into the Francesca's ear. Her confusion turned to clarity, then back to bewilderment. Mr. Randy, will this really work? Trust me, it will. Alright, I trust you, Mr. Randy. Gay. Sylvana. Prepare my leather armor and training soft swords. Gay hesitated upon receiving the order. Sylvana, are you serious? Of course, hurry up. Yes, Sylvana. Soon, Gay prepared the Francesca's leather armor and 2 soft swords, specially designed for children to avoid injury, especially since the Francesca wore armor too. Still worried, Gay whispered to Devlin, when the Francesca challenges you, remember not to use full force and let her win, understood? Don't worry, Commander. I'll definitely lose. Gay nodded satisfactorily. What are you whispering about? Nothing. Just reminding him to do his best and showcase our camp's prowess. The Francesca rolled her eyes at Gay and told Devlin, you mustn't hold back. If I find out you did, I'll dock your annual salary. Understood, Sylvana. Gay desperately signaled to Devlin, afraid he might use full force due to the Francesca's threat. But Devlin wasn't truly foolish. He planned to pretend to exert all effort, only to be defeated by the Francesca to gain her favor, perhaps securing his chances for the upcoming exams. Ready? Begin. On Gay's command, Devlin charged towards the Francesca with his soft sword. The Francesca held her sword awkwardly, but focused on Devlin's movements while counting silently. Gabive, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Francesca stepped forward, placing her soft sword on her left forearm, blocking Devlin's strike. She then grabbed his wrist as it moved upward. In one swift motion, she stepped in front of Devlin, kicked his ankle, grabbed his arms, used her shoulder to throw him over, and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Before Devlin could react, the Francesca already had her soft sword at his throat. I won. Haha, I actually won. See, Adeline, I won. The Francesca excitedly grabbed Adeline's hand, amazed that she had indeed defeated a great swordsman in one move. Chapter 365. Eternal gratitude for the gift of rebirth. Hobart, lying on the ground, felt a bit dazed. Did I lose? Did I just so easily lose to a Francesca who can't hurt a fly? Although he did plan to hold back, he never imagined that he would lose so easily to the Francesca. Good job, kid. Once we get back, I'll treat you to some drinks, Adebayo said in a low voice while helping Hobart up from the ground. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. Hobart wanted to explain but thought better of it. If Juanita Adebayo knew that he didn't hold back and still lost to the Francesca, there'd surely be extra training. So, he sheepishly kept quiet. Sylvana, who would have thought not only are you born with beauty and wisdom, but your combat skills are also superb. Even a novice swordsman couldn't stand against you. Adebayo showered the Francesca with praise, further inflating her already proud demeanor. But Sylvana, when did you learn these combat skills? I had no idea at all. Hee, I've never learned any combat skills, really? Aha, Sylvana is truly joking. You must have secretly practiced for many years, haven't you? Nope, I'm not kidding. That move was taught to me by Mr. Randy just now. Ah. Both Adebayo and Hobart stared incredulously at the Blaine beside the Francesca. You mean you defeated Hobart with a move taught to you by this, Mr. Randy just now? This was hard to believe, even a 3-year-old wouldn't buy it. A skillless youth teaching a Francesca who'd never fought before to beat an initiate swordmaster? Adebayo pretended to be shocked but believed Hobart had let her win without a trace of suspicion. However, Hobart was different. If what the Francesca said was true, then who exactly was this Blaine? Mr. Randy, if I may, could I have the honor of sparring with you? Hobart couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He had to see what made Mr. Randy so remarkable. Hobart, what are you saying? Mr. Randy is the guest of the Francesca. How can you be so disrespectful? I apologize, Alia, Mr. Randy. It's my fault for not controlling him. I will discipline him once we return. It's all right. In fact, I too wish to see Mr. Randy's prowess again. Mr. Randy, how about it? Faced with the Francesca's intense gaze, the Blaine shrugged. I don't mind, but should Mr. Hobart change his shoes first? Change shoes? Everyone was puzzled by the comment, but Hobart understood differently. His mouth hung open in astonishment. How perceptive was this Mr. Randy? Though his shoes looked normal from the outside, he noticed something off when walking due to innerwear, which was nearly imperceptible. Yet Mr. Randy saw it after just a few glances. No need, Mr. Randy, no. Honest Randy? Watching Hobart bow respectfully, Adebayo nodded approvingly. This kid finally understood respect. The Blaine nodded as well. If you're ready, let's begin. He stood in the center of the area and beckoned Hobart. Please guide me. Hobart's aura surged. Streams of spirit energy coursed through his soft sword, transforming it from supple leather to iron. Seeing this, Adebayo inwardly cursed. This Grover is insufferably competitive. After praising him, he starts showing off his true abilities, spirit-infused swordsmanship, a technique only mastered by swordmasters, bringing out his ultimate moves to spar with the Francesca's guest. What's wrong with him? Adebayo tried to intervene, but the Francesca didn't say anything, so he gave up and desperately signaled to Hobart instead. But Hobart ignored him. Adebayo was almost panicked. If Hobart harmed the honored guest, what would happen? On the field, Hobart remained calm yet wary, feeling unprecedented pressure, even more than when practicing with his sword Saint Master. The Blaine stood simply, hands hanging down, but Hobart saw no openings. Countless attack routes flashed in Hobart's mind, each ending in defeat. Hobart stood frozen, sword trembling, sweat pouring down his face. He wanted to quit but couldn't, not with the Francesca and Adeline watching. He regretted challenging Honest Randy. Initially, he wondered why a scrawny youth would have a name like Randy. Now he understood. Honest Randy was too humble. Standing before him was not just a giant, but an impenetrable cliff, leaving no desire to climb. What's going on? Are you going to fight or not? With the Francesca losing patience, Hobart felt trapped, having no choice but to proceed. Mr. Hobart must have noticed my shoulder wound. You don't want to take advantage of my injury, yet you fear disappointing the Francesca, right? Just as Hobart prepared to fight, the Blaine spoke, breaking his trance. Recognizing the offer, Hobart realized Honest Randy was letting him down gently. Honest Randy, you are my angel. Yes, indeed. Had I known Honest Randy was injured, I wouldn't have dared make such a request. Please forgive me. Hobart bowed deeply, almost touching his forehead to his knees. So, that's it, sighed the disappointed Francesca. With Honest Randy speaking up, there was nothing she could do. Though she didn't see him fight, learning a new move today was enough satisfaction. Next time, she'd ask him to teach her more, maybe becoming a swordmaster. Before leaving, the Blaine whispered to Hobart. There's no need to force yourself into right-handed swordsmanship. Swords are weapons, partners unique to you. Use whatever feels natural. Don't stifle yourself. Left-handed swordsmanship can reach the pinnacle too. Hobart was struck dumb, watching Angus leave. For years, he forced himself to use his right hand, mimicking everyone around him, despite being called a genius and reaching peak great swordsman by age 24. Despite everyone expecting him to become a young swordmaster, He alone knew his progress stagnated, haunted by disharmony. Casper's words enlightened him. He'd been forcing himself to copy others. That wasn't his true path. Facing the direction of the departing youth, Hobart knelt down, knocking his head thrice on the ground loudly. Honest Randy, your grace of rebirth, I will never forget. Chapter 366. Practicality above all. The Grover was unaware of Hobart's reaction, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. It had just slipped out of his mouth. As for how much impact his words might have on Hobart, it mattered not at all to him. He only cared about one thing: how to return to the original world. Everything that happened in this world felt like fleeting reflections to him, without any substantial reality. He seemed like an outsider, observing everything from a spectator's perspective. Now his primary goal was to figure out exactly what kind of world this was. Although he could ask Adeline and the Francesca, his identity was sensitive, and there were things he couldn't easily bring up. Moreover, they might not be fully informed themselves. It would be better to go to the royal library Adeline mentioned, and conduct his own research. Coincidentally, Adeline's family had sent someone to urgently summon her back to the capital. What does Jessie mean? Lady Aelia is still battling at the front lines. How can I leave? Adeline threw the secret message from her family to the ground, and drew her thin sword, pressing it against the messenger's neck. Tell Jessie that as long as Lady Aelia does not return to the capital, I will not return either. The messenger trembled in fear at Adeline's display, and the Francesca quickly intervened. All right, Adeline, calm down. He's just a messenger. And didn't your Sean mention in the letter that he'll send Carrie over? There's no need to be angry. But Carrie has never been to battle before. What if something happens to Lady Aelia? It won't, don't worry. Tyson and Honest Maddox are here too. I'll be fine. Upon hearing Maddox's name, Adeline finally calmed down. Maddox was a revered swordmaster serving the royal family, one of the 3 great sword saints of the empire. With him secretly protecting the Francesca, absolute safety was guaranteed. If even Maddox couldn't handle it, staying here wouldn't help. Still uneasy, Adeline was interrupted by the Francesca before she could speak further. All right, you should hurry back. Otherwise, Jim will be angry again. Okay, Lady Aelia, please take care of yourself. Of course, don't worry. Watching Adeline and the other person depart, the Francesca sighed deeply. This day has finally come. I wonder if we'll meet again, Sister Adeline. Lady Aelia, is there truly no turning back? From the shadows, a middle-aged man emerged. Honest Maddox, you know Jesse's temperament. Once he makes a decision, what can we do? The man remained silent. The emperor was respected, yet also feared. He turned the empire into the strongest nation on the continent, but brought suffering and chaos to the country. Well, let's not dwell on this. Honest Maddox, what do you think of Mr. Randy? A terrifying person, Maddox replied without hesitation. Terrifying? Even you, Honest Maddox, find him so frightening? Yes, he is a terrifying man. His gaze made me feel as if he was scrutinizing us, like a deity surveying the earth below. Maddox recalled when the man first arrived at camp. He had attempted to investigate him but found that his prided concealment skills were immediately seen through. In just one glance, Maddox felt exposed, completely analyzed. This man was definitely not ordinary. And what do you think of his martial skills? Extraordinarily proficient, far surpassing any martial technique I've ever known, almost as if they're not from our world. Indeed, as a grand sword saint, Maddox's instincts were spot on. Lady Aelia, never oppose him. Try your best to win him over. I understand. The Francesca nodded. If it's him, perhaps. Inside the carriage heading to the capital, the Grover was methodically removing his clothes piece by piece, while a short-haired woman diligently attended to him. Why is your body? I know, don't talk. Focus. Understood. Carefully, Adeline sprinkled powder on the Grover's wounds and wrapped them with bandages. Each injury on the Grover's body left her in shock, tearing across his waist and abdomen, piercing wounds through his chest, a slight indentation from blunt force trauma on his head. Any of these injuries alone were extremely dangerous and potentially fatal. Yet, the Grover seemed unaffected, still moving normally, and had even defeated her, a grand sword master, using this very body. Does it hurt? Looking at those scars made Adeline feel suffocated. Yet the Grover showed no change in expression, leading her to admire his resilience. It doesn't hurt. Thinking the Grover was being tough, Adeline didn't realize he genuinely felt no pain. When he undressed, he was also stunned by the extent of the injuries, wondering what the original owner of this body had gone through to end up in such a state. However, this piqued his curiosity even more. From any angle, this body shouldn't be capable of surviving. Yet, he not only wasn't affected but was brimming with vitality. Was it because of his soul or some other reason? The Grover needed to study himself and this world more closely. Done. Adeline tied an unsightly knot on the Grover's head with white bandages. Seeing the messy bandages, the Grover glanced at her. Adeline blushed. Years on the battlefield meant she lacked feminine finesse, preferring practicality over appearance. Looks weren't important on the battlefield. Fortunately, the Grover didn't care. Chapter 367, Sister. The Adrian Empire rose to prominence 20 years ago, expanding under the leadership of King Gory Adrian. It transformed from a mediocre second-tier kingdom into one of the most powerful empires on the continent. The capital of Adrian has expanded multiple times as the empire grew, leading to a clear stratification in architecture. From the innermost aristocratic district to the slightly dilapidated old town in the middle, and then the recently constructed new districts outside. Each layer exhibits strict social hierarchy. Outside the new districts lies a shantytown that sharply contrasts with the bustling imperial capital. Houses here are built from simple wooden boards, straw, mud, and discarded fabrics. Piles of waste in various colors litter the ground, while the air is thick with an odd smell. It's hard to say if these twisted and grotesque dwellings can be called houses, but the laborers who were brought in from all over to build the capital struggle to survive in them. Indeed, it's the same everywhere. The Blaine in the carriage withdrew his gaze. He had seen too many such scenes. Yeah, those lowly commoners. They're everywhere, lazy and gluttonous, Adeline commented, her eyes not filled with hatred but a condescending coldness, like she was observing ugly weeds by the roadside. The Blaine glanced at Adeline but remained silent. Clearly, this noble-blooded warrior hadn't truly understood what he meant. With Adeline accompanying him, they proceeded smoothly without obstruction. Other carriages quickly moved out of the way upon seeing the family emblem on Adeline's carriage, wary of offending the noble lord inside. Even the guards at the main gate lined up in welcome upon spotting Adeline's carriage. Her carriage didn't even slow down as they passed through, much to the relief of the guards. By the way, Adeline, I've been wondering, why would the Francesca go to the front lines herself? Wouldn't it be better for her to command from the rear? Our Adrian Empire was founded on martial prowess. Whether nobles or commoners, everyone must prove themselves through military merit. The Francesca, as a leader of the nobility, boosts morale by being present on the front lines, Adeline explained officially. The Blaine knew there was probably more to the story, but since Adeline wasn't forthcoming, he decided not to press further. Gabinally bypassing the shantytowns, they officially entered the imperial capital. Neat cobblestone streets, tidy houses, elegantly dressed citizens, and vendors wearing proper caps. A stark contrast to the squalor just outside. The change was so dramatic that it felt like stepping into another world. While the stark contrast gave the Blaine a strange sense of dislocation, Adeline remained unperturbed, clearly accustomed to it. Up ahead is the Royal Yulbrary. Would you like me to accompany you? That's not necessary. You have something to attend to, right? Go home first. I can manage alone. Thank you for understanding. Adeline nodded and handed him a token. This is my private pass. I apologize for not authorizing you to use my family emblem, but this should grant access to most records, except for highly classified information. Understood. Thanks. The Blaine accepted the token without hesitation. In this unfamiliar place, it would make things much easier. As Adeline's carriage drove off, he finally set foot in the imperial capital. Despite the bandage on his head, his fine attire and polished leather shoes ensured he didn't stand out too much. The Royal Yulbrary lived up to its name. From the outside, it looked like a grand palace. Inside, the vast space spanning nearly 10 stories housed countless books. Plenty to see here. Hello, Everly. Please show your identification to enter the library. A well-dressed elderly man approached, bowing politely to the Blaine. The Blaine didn't correct the mistake, simply handing over Adeline's token. The old man verified it carefully before respectfully returning it. So, you are a friend of Lady Adeline. Except for the basement levels, you may access any book in the library. The Royal Yulbrary welcomes you anytime. Thank you. Where can I find historical books? I'm glad you're interested in history. Floors 5 and 6 cover imperial and continental history. Do you need help finding specific books? No, I'll browse around. Very well. I won't disturb you further. May you enjoy your journey through the sea of knowledge. After bidding farewell to the kind old man, the Blaine went straight to the 6th floor, eager to understand where he was. However, when he opened a book, he realized a severe problem. He couldn't read the text. He could understand spoken language, but why couldn't he read the writing? After some thought, he concluded that the body he possessed belonged to an illiterate person. Oh no. Oh no. A clear voice echoed his words. Turning back, he saw Tiffany standing behind him, flipping through books on the opposite shelf. Though her clothes were somewhat worn, they were clean. She wore a soft hat with a wide brim wider than her shoulders. She clutched a book, almost burying her face in it. What's wrong? Sorry, sister. Did I disturb you? No, but are you having trouble? A little. The girl explained her issue quickly and quietly. Fortunately, the Blaine had good hearing and grasped her problem. You mean you discovered that this world isn't limited to this continent, but others exist? Yes, exactly. Sounds absurd, doesn't it? Thank you for listening. The girl looked gratefully at this sister. No one besides her grandfather had ever listened to her ideas seriously. People often dismissed her theories as fanciful, making ridicule a regular part of her life. What a nice person this sister is. Hashtag chapter 368. The Empire's Hounds. I don't think your ideas are absurd. In fact, I find them quite intriguing. Are really? Upon hearing that the Blaine was interested in her thoughts, the girl's eyes lit up immediately. But when she looked up and met his dark gaze, she instinctively lowered her head again. Can you tell me more about your ideas? And no problem. Seeing that the Blaine was genuinely interested, the girl began to speak nonstop. Recently, I've been investigating history books. I found that multiple times in continental history, there have been mentions of other continents. Some say that gods live on those continents, possessing powers to move mountains and fill seas. Others mention different cultures entirely, excelling in crafting exquisite artworks. And almost all these historical records mention a place called Dongyun. Dongyun? Wait, you mean Dongclone? The Blaine's voice suddenly rose. Fortunately, this floor was nearly empty, given the scarcity of people with an interest in history. Dongclone? Noticing the girl's puzzled expression, the Blaine coughed. Sorry, please continue. Oh, in some local histories and folklore, it is mentioned that long ago, our continent had trade relations with others. We sent our plants, animals, and specialties through maritime routes, while bringing back artworks and technologies from these distant lands. The girl's words made the Blaine recall the artifacts from other continents present in Dongclone. However, no one knew where these other continents were, nor had anyone successfully crossed the endless sea to reach them. Could it be that my soul didn't go to the netherworld, but instead arrived at another continent across the endless sea? However, the Blaine wasn't certain, as he had indeed passed through the gates of the netherworld. Moreover, the laws of nature here were entirely different from those in Dongclone. What was considered turbid energy in Dongclone was regarded as spiritual energy here. Since arriving, he also noticed that the people here could not absorb spiritual energy. It seems there's much more to investigate and understand. Suddenly, the girl who had been speaking enthusiastically was grabbed by a large hand. Yolzi, you're sneaking in here again. I told you last time if I catch you again, I'll break your little arms and legs. The burly man glared fiercely at her. Yolzi trembled in fear, dropping the book she held. The man smiled cruelly and was about to drag the girl away when the Blaine spoke. Wait. The man turned around, scrutinizing Angus who had stopped him. Though the clothes were ill-fitting, they were of fine quality, suggesting the Blaine came from a wealthy family. However, there were no noble insignias, meaning he wasn't nobility. Since he isn't a noble, he doesn't need to be treated with respect. Knights enforcing the law, civilians should stand aside. The royal Yolbrary was royal property and, though open to citizens, it was guarded by the royal knights to protect its assets. Put her down. Can't you see I'm talking to her? The Blaine glanced coldly at the man. His train of thought interrupted. He hoped the man wouldn't seek death. Heh, which commoner dares obstruct knights? Do you want to end up like her with broken limbs? The man squeezed harder, causing Yolzi to whimper in pain. She tried to pry the fingers gripping her neck, but they held tight like a vice. I gave you a chance. The Blaine said coldly. The man laughed upon hearing this. Haha, give me a chance? When has a knight ever needed a commoner's permission? I don't need any help from you. Interfering with law enforcement will cost you a finger. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? If you want to cut off my finger, let's see if you can. The man saw a blur before him, followed by intense pain in his wrist. Yolzi dropped to the ground. Just as the man was about to scream, the Blaine touched his neck lightly, silencing him instantly. Go ahead, keep screaming. Why did you stop? The Blaine squatted down, smiling at the man clutching his throat in agony. I said, you can grab me, but you better be able to hold on to me. The Blaine's icy, slender hand slapped the man's face twice. Seeing the emblem on Angus's hand, the man broke into a cold sweat. In the Even Empire, even a 4-year-old child knew what the majestic hunting eagle symbolized. It represented the Empire's most ruthless enforcer, the Camden family, who had saved the nation from peril multiple times and received their surname directly from the king. Forget being a mere knight. Even barons and viscounts who angered the Even family would vanish without a trace. The Even family was the Empire's most terrifying blade. Touching it meant only one thing: death. Seeing the man's terrified expression, the Blaine smiled faintly. This Even family certainly served its purpose. He pulled down his sleeve to cover the mark on his hand. In the future, be more discreet. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The man nodded frantically, already planning to resign and return to his hometown after today. Are you alright? The Blaine helped the cowering Yolzi to her feet. She had clearly been badly shaken until his cold fingers pinched her cheek, snapping her back to reality. That is, I've learned my lesson. Please don't break my limbs. Alright, he's gone. From now on, no one will bother you. You can come here whenever you want. If anyone stops you, ask them to see Adeline. Adeline? Is your name Adeline? Yoltal fool, it's not me. It's Adeline Even. Chapter 369, Lucky Day. Adeline Even? The Viola from the Grand Duke's family. Sister, are you close with her? The girl looked in surprise at the Blaine before her. As a commoner, she had never imagined she could have any connection to the high and mighty daughter of a Grand Duke. We're somewhat acquainted. Would this really not cause trouble for you? The girl appeared uneasy, her eyes darting around. Clearly, she was not used to others' kindness. Relax, from now on, I'll protect you. If you encounter any problems, just come find me. Protect? The girl had never heard such colloquial words from this world, but she understood the general meaning. The voice of the librarian echoed through the iron pipes, reaching every corner of the library, pulling students and scholars immersed in their studies back to reality. Oh, it's already this time. Thank you for listening and helping me out. Here is my name and address. Though I don't know how I can help you, please come find me if you need anything. The girl thrust a handwritten note into the Grover's hand, and then hurriedly left the library as if fleeing. The Grover glanced at the paper and scratched his head. I can't read. No matter, he could always ask someone later. He carefully stored the note. The knowledge this girl possessed was crucial for him. With her help, perhaps he could uncover the secrets connecting the two continents. The girl walked briskly towards the academy, her face almost unable to contain her joy. Gabinally, she had met someone who listened to her earnestly. How could that not make her happy? As she walked, she didn't notice the elaborately dressed woman approaching her. Hey, can't you watch where you're going? The elegantly dressed woman stumbled when bumped by the girl, nearly falling. Sorry, are you alright? The girl bowed repeatedly, but the woman had no intention of letting it go. You poor commoner, do you know how expensive this dress is? If it gets damaged, you couldn't afford to pay for it in a lifetime. Sorry, truly sorry. Get lost. Such bad luck. The girl stood meekly aside, watching the noblewoman leave. She sighed in relief. The noblewoman hadn't slapped her or demanded compensation. Today was indeed her lucky day. Alright, now where should I go? The Grover walked out of the library and stood on the street, looking around at the bustling pedestrians on both sides of the road. Penniless, he drew curious glances from passers-by. This bandaged head was an unusual sight in this neatly organized new district. Blow your whistle. A guard wielding a baton and holding a whistle approached. The people loitering around quickly dispersed, avoiding any involvement with the guard. You there? Yes, you with the bandaged head, over here. The guard strode towards the Grover, shouting, Didn't you hear me calling you? Or are you deaf? The guard tapped the Grover's head with his baton without concern for any injuries. What's wrong? Did I break any rules? With many eyes watching, the Grover endured the guard's rudeness and asked calmly. Wearing strange clothes affects public decorum. Gabine, 1 silver coin. The guard extended his hand while waving the baton threateningly. Onlookers looked on sympathetically. Once targeted by patrol guards, one could only hope for mercy. These men relied on connections to secure their positions. They roamed aimlessly around town until they needed money, then extorted it from those they deemed unsuitable. Victims usually had no choice but to swallow their pride. Hear me? Pay up quickly. Do you want to be charged with obstruction and thrown in jail? My attire is my freedom. When did it become your business to meddle? The guard's eyes widened. You question the Empire's law? Disrespectful. Now it's more than just a few coins. The guard sounded excited. It had been a while since encountering such stubbornness. Not punishing this Grover would be surprising. I advise you to restrain yourself. If something unfortunate happens, don't say I didn't warn you. Huh? You, a lowborn, dare threaten me? I'm a noble knight. Watch me kill you. Though nobles couldn't kill indiscriminately, as a law enforcer, finding an excuse to execute a commoner without background was simple. Is that so? Then feel free to try. If you can injure even one of my fingers, you can have my head. The Grover gestured tauntingly with his finger. Onlookers gaped. This slender youth dared challenge a guard? Had he lived too long? Infuriated, the guard laughed sarcastically. Wanna die? Then so be it. The guard swung his baton down on the Grover's head. Without dodging, the Grover raised his hand and caught the guard's wrist, pulling forward and kicking him. The guard tumbled like a dog eating dirt. Seeing the guard humiliated, the crowd cheered silently inside. They wanted to laugh but feared retaliation, so they held back, faces flushed red. The guard rose clumsily, glaring fiercely. I was merely being lenient. Don't overestimate yourself. You're not only weak in skill but also in judgment. Aren't you trying to kill me? Come on, I'm about to fall asleep. Yawning widely, the Grover continued. Underestimating me? All right, let me show you my prowess today. A faint light shimmered around the guard, shocking the savvy onlookers. Sword aura. Sword aura. The guard is using sword aura. At the mention of sword aura, people scattered. That was a technique mastered only by swordsmen. Ordinary folks had never seen it, let alone defended against it. Even a touch meant death or severe injury. The light around the guard reached its peak, ready to burst forth. Can you withstand a full-force attack from a swordsman? Just as everyone thought the Grover was doomed, an unexpected event unfolded. Chapter 370. No place for your provocation. Why don't you let me try this hit? A cold female voice rang out behind the crowd. The guard turned around to see a short-haired Esme standing there with an icy expression. Everly Adeline, why are you here? The guard looked at Adeline in fear. Adeline Evan was not only the deputy commander of the guard, but also his direct superior. If I hadn't come, you would have made a big mistake. Adeline reprimanded him coldly before turning to the Blaine with a smile and a nod. Mr. Randy, please forgive my subordinate's rudeness. I'll make sure to teach this Grover a lesson. After saying that, Adeline suddenly raised her voice towards the guard. Are you still here? The guard trembled all over and hurriedly ran off. The surrounding onlookers also dispersed. You should really discipline your subordinates better, the Blaine remarked casually as if he had nothing to do with the commotion. It's my fault. I'll take care of it, Mr. Randy. Adeline nodded, acknowledging the advice. Ignoring Adeline, the Blaine turned and walked into the store, his figure exuding a proud and unruly charm. That man is dangerous. A man lurking in the shadows silently watched Angus. Hey, you there, stop right now. Just as the Blaine was about to enter the shop, a sharp voice called out, catching his attention. He turned his head toward the source of the sound and saw a sweet-faced Dixie around 10 years old, wearing a white Francesca dress with black trim, staring at him with large eyes. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Seeing the Blaine ignoring her, the Dixie became angry. Frowning, the Blaine glanced at her and then turned back to push open the door. But a gust of wind suddenly came at him. Yeah. Reacting quickly, he dodged just in time. However, the Dixie fell onto her bottom and began rubbing it in pain. You dare to bully me? I'll tell my brother and get him to beat you up. She hobbled towards a nearby alley, clearly enraged and seeking reinforcements. That Dixie. The Blaine shook his head, puzzled, and entered the store. Inside, the store was empty except for 2 rows of counters and some stacked goods in the corner. It seemed to be a place for rest and trading. At noon, the bright sunlight shone on the Blaine's face, making his delicate features appear even softer. Sir, would you like to buy something? A clerk hurried over, asking politely. Give me a set of clothes, please. The Blaine chose a gray shirt, a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, and 3 sets of change clothes from the corner. Sure thing. The clerk quickly packaged the clothes and handed them to the Blaine. After paying, the Blaine took the clothes and left, leaving the clerk standing there stunned. Did this guy not know he bought cheap stuff? Was he not afraid of being cheated? Or did he simply have plenty of money? Walking along the road, he thought about where to continue his investigation when a loud noise caught his attention. Looking in its direction, he saw a crowd gathered at a restaurant entrance, apparently arguing and getting physical. Frowning, he quickened his pace towards the scene, which he usually hated. At the restaurant entrance, 2 men were dragging a struggling young girl, her face red with anger as she shouted, "Let go of me, jerks!" Approaching, the Blaine recognized the girl who had bumped into him earlier. Her dress was torn, and several clear footprints marred her shoulder. Yoltle girl, you shouldn't be so stubborn. Come back with us and talk things over properly. One Trey reached out to touch her chest lecherously but missed. Embarrassed, the Trey angrily withdrew his hand, yelling, "You little slut! Do you think I won't strip you naked and beat you until you beg?" The van immediately chimed in. Even if your parents show up, they can't save you. Follow us home obediently, or we'll give you what you deserve. Tears streamed down the girl's face, sobbing, I won't go back. I refuse to follow you bastards. Oh ho, you choose to be stubborn, huh? The Trey sneered, bring her here. Terrified, the girl crouched and hugged her head, trying to hide. But the Trey, after waiting and seeing no action from his subordinates, turned impatiently. What are you doing? Hurry up. In that moment, all sounds ceased. The Trey stared at the Blaine, his brain and breathing stopping. You, who are you? They gack. Before him lay his 2 subordinates, twisted into piles of flesh on the ground. The Blaine stood calmly over them, looking at the Trey without emotion. You dared to attack us. I am under the prince's command. If you kill me, my father will make you suffer horribly. The tray struggled to stand, stammering threats. Huh. The Blaine's deep, raspy voice sent chills down the tray's spine. Still, he bluffed. Let me go, or you'll die a miserable death. With slow, deliberate movements, the Blaine lifted his foot and then brought it down again. Though it seemed effortless, the tray felt an excruciating pain. Ayla! Please, spare me. Wah! Crying and begging on his knees, snot and tears streaming down his face, the tray looked pathetic. Onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, fled in terror, fearing bad luck. How did you provoke them? The Blaine asked the trembling girl in the corner. I didn't. Why did you suddenly attack me earlier? I thought you were with them. Hashtag chapter 371. Beating a dog without regard for its honest. The Dixie tugged at her ragged clothes and choked out. My name is Yolzi. My father is a professor at the Evan Royal Academy. I don't know why they were bothering me. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you knew my father, so I didn't dare to say anything. All right, I'll help you resolve this. The casual tone of Angus left Yolzi slightly stunned. She blinked her large eyes, suspecting she had misheard. You'll help me resolve it? Some things are much easier than they seem. Yolzi's gaze immediately filled with confusion as she processed his words. He glanced at Yolzi briefly but didn't ask further, walking straight over to the tray. You see those two lackeys of yours, right? It doesn't matter whose underling you are. If I catch you doing evil deeds again, your end will be worse than theirs. The tray was scared witless by Angus's few words. He panicked and stepped back, tripping over chairs and falling onto the ground. Just get lost. Casper waved his hand dismissively, no longer looking at the tray. He knew that at this moment, the tray had been thoroughly frightened and would absolutely not cause any trouble again. Yolzi looked up at the handsome and tall youth standing before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of safety. This was a rare sensation. Growing up, she had almost never experienced it. It felt as though just being near Angus made her feel warm. Thank you for saving me. I haven't even told you my name yet. Yolzi smiled sweetly, revealing a row of white, neat teeth. Casper nodded and said casually, Randy, you can call me Randy. Randy? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. You're saying your name is Randy? That name is, well, really unique. Where are you heading now? Let me take you. Casper didn't want to discuss his name any further. If it's convenient, can you take me back to the academy? Yolzi tilted her head back, looking at Randy expectantly with clear, bright eyes. After a brief moment of thought, he agreed. Yolzi's eyes squinted into crescent moons as she beamed happily. She grabbed hold of Angus's sleeve and said joyfully, Thanks a lot. Yolzi enjoyed being with this peculiar youth named Randy. She found him strangely charming. Most importantly, Randy had saved her, and being around him gave her a special sense of security. Guided by Yolzi, they arrived at the end of the street. There's the academy. Yolzi stopped, pointing at an expanse of luxurious and elegant castle complexes ahead. The castles covered a vast area, several square miles, constructed from huge white stones, intricately carved with all sorts of patterns, adding to their opulence. This is the academy? Casper scanned the surroundings, finding it somewhat strange that such a magnificent place was a school. He wondered how scholars who claimed to have studied for 10 years would feel about this. Do you want to see my dormitory? Never mind, you're safe here. I won't go in. Randy shook his head, declining Yolzi's offer. He started walking away. Well, good luck, Randy. Yolzi stood still, waving as she watched Angus walk farther and farther away. Young lady, you're not simple at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Casper frowned and turned to see a man dressed in expensive attire staring at him, a cold smirk on his lips. And who are you? You just beat my dog, and you still don't know who I am? The man leaped down from his carriage and walked up to Angus, lifting Angus's chin with long, slender fingers, without any trace of anger, as if he didn't care that his men had been beaten. Casper grabbed the man's finger and twisted hard, crumpling it instantly. From childhood, the man had never suffered such severe pain, nearly fainting from the piercing agony. Next time, when you chat someone up, watch your eyes. I'm a real man. Hearing the man's words, Angus recognized him as the Maximus of Evan Empire, but he couldn't care less. Maximus? Even if the king came, he wouldn't give him a second glance. I don't want to talk to trash. Get lost, and don't be in my way. Casper let go of the prince's arm, dusted off his hands as if brushing away dirt, and walked forward. Asshole, do you know who I am? How dare you humiliate me? Afraid your clan might be exterminated? The prince roared, his face contorted. I don't care what prince you are. If you don't leave now, wait for death. How arrogant. I'll tear you apart. Furious, the prince drew his ornate sword from his waist and charged at Angus. His sword was razor-sharp, not just a decorative piece, adorned with sapphires at its hilt, gleaming brilliantly. Casper stood motionless, then kicked out suddenly with his right foot, aiming for the prince's chest. Caught off guard, the prince was knocked down, struggling to get up from the ground. How dare you? How dare you strike back? The prince raged. Are you stupid? Casper sighed, shaking his head. I don't want to waste my time on idiots like you. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the prince like discarded trash. You're something else. Just wait, no matter what, I won't let you slip out of my grasp easily. Casper naturally ignored the prince's wild threats, walking directly towards the inn Adeline had arranged for him. Though he still felt energetic, his body could hardly bear the prolonged exhaustion. He needed to rest. Back at the inn, Angus lay down on the bed. Picking up the magic magazine on the nightstand, he flipped through a couple of pages. Suddenly pausing, he closed the book, placed it back on the shelf, and closed his eyes in contemplation. The things called magic in the books seemed to share some similarities with the spirit techniques of Dongyun Continent. However, While spirit techniques release spiritual energy within the body through specific methods, magic uses divine awareness to manipulate ambient spiritual energy for release. Since it relies on divine awareness without absorbing spiritual energy into the body, perhaps I can also use magic. At this thought, he became intrigued. Tomorrow, I'll ask Adeline where I can learn this thing called magic. That night passed without dreams. The next morning, Angus woke early, checking his body. Noticing no signs of healing on his wounds, he felt a growing unease. Looks like I need to accelerate my research on this body. Having tidied up, he went to the restaurant where he had planned to meet Adeline. Chapter 372. You're still the chef? From a distance, the Blaine saw Adeline in her civilian clothes. The formidable female soldier couldn't hide her brisk and efficient aura even in casual attire, emitting an intangible sense of authority that deterred any passerby from approaching her casually. In the bustling restaurant filled with people coming and going, there was a large empty space around Adeline alone. The one-eyed female soldier seemed unaware of the awkward atmosphere and simply sat quietly, sipping on a cup of spring tea. Seeing the Blaine, a hint of a stiff smile appeared on Adeline's usually cold face. Over here. Adeline waved at the Blaine. You came really early. I just arrived as well. This is a very famous restaurant in the imperial capital. I ordered some dishes casually. I wonder if they suit your taste. I'm not picky, but I do have quite a bit of knowledge about fine cuisine. Is that so? That's unexpected. The Blaine raised an eyebrow. Why? What do you think of me? Do you want to hear the truth? Of course. In my eyes, you should be someone wild and unrestrained, ruthless and fond of stirring up trouble. It's been less than 5 days since we met, and you've already offended almost all the nobles of the empire. The straightforward female soldier never minced words. Though exaggerated, it wasn't far from the truth. If he didn't have her cleaning up after him as the head of the guard unit, he would have been thrown into prison long ago. Thank you for the compliment. The Blaine took a sip of tea, tasting its bitterness and aged flavor. It wasn't a good tea. Where did you get compliments from that? Adeline gave him a disdainful look with her one eye. The dishes arrived. Stewed meat, roast chicken. All were meat dishes with virtually no vegetables. In the imperial capital, everyone believed that only nobles should eat meat while vegetables were for commoners. The Blaine took a random bite. To mask the gamey smell of the meat, the chef had added too many spices, resulting in a muddled mess of flavors. He put down his fork and looked at Adeline, who was eating heartily across from him. Do you find this delicious? Of course. These are masterpieces by the best chefs in the capital. What, don't you like it? Okay, the Blaine reluctantly replied. This edit ensures the translation reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. The term manchangdal is better translated as reluctantly replied to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Truly presumptuous. Who does this hick think he is, daring to question Chef Wade's skills? I bet your peasant tongue can't appreciate fine food. A mocking voice came from behind them. A plump woman holding a wine glass glared disapprovingly at the Blaine. Who are you? Hee, not recognizing me. You really are a hick. Someone like you must have used despicable means to sit with Lady Adeline. Ignoring the woman's sarcastic remarks, the Blaine turned to Adeline. Who's this squawking person? She's Helen, a famous gourmet in the capital. She has traveled the country tasting various delicacies and holds a high status in culinary circles. Ah, a gourmet? The Blaine sized up the plump woman. She doesn't think she's a gourmet just because she's eaten herself into a blob, right? That makes the title of gourmet rather cheap. What did you say? Helen's small eyes widened angrily, pointing at the Blaine. You, a country dog, dare criticize me? Who do you think you are? If I follow your logic, I should also count as a gourmet then. Gourmet? You? You're not worthy. Helen laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. She had sacrificed her beautiful appearance to taste foods from all over, gaining over 100 pounds in a few years, and barely dared to call herself a gourmet. This ambiguous Blaine, thin like a reed, also considered himself a gourmet? Sure, not only that, I believe I am more qualified to be called a gourmet. Funny. Helen slammed the table, drawing everyone's attention. You claim to be a gourmet. Alright, how many types of spices did you taste in that stew? 8. Helen wanted to continue mocking him, but her words choked in her throat. You guessed randomly, right? How hard is that? The chef didn't consider flavor harmony or priority. Everything mixed chaotically. To me, it's just a inedible slop. Nothing close to gourmet. What? With the Blaine's words, the restaurant erupted in outrage. Every diner stared angrily at him. He had insulted everyone enjoying their meals. How dare you evaluate Honest Wade's masterpiece like this? Can you make something better? Not difficult. Who's talking big? A burly man with a full beard stormed out of the kitchen. Did you say my cooking is bad? The muscular man glared at the Blaine as if he could devour him alive. Just speaking the truth, your cooking is truly terrible. Wade grabbed the Blaine by the collar and lifted him up. Show your skills if you can cook better. Wade's face was nearly touching the Blaine's, spitting saliva all over him. If you don't believe me, let's have a competition. We'll let the diners be the judges to see who between the renowned imperial chef and this country bumpkin can cook better. Deal. Wade dragged the Blaine to the kitchen, where the diners grew interested upon hearing about the cooking challenge. Wade's stewed meat required advance reservations days ahead. Today they'd have a feast. In the kitchen, both Wade and the Blaine faced identical jars and a large piece of beef, their test. Stewed beef. Let's see who can cook better. If I win, you'll walk 3 laps around the capital carrying an apology sign. Gabine. But if I win, you must grant me one request. Not just one, 10 if needed. Wade pounded his chest confidently, not believing the Blaine could outcook him. Alright, let's begin. Chapter 373. This meat should only exist in heaven. Chef Ari skillfully picked up the knife beside him and, with a few swift strokes, the beef in front of him was instantly cut into uniformly sized cubes. The diners crouched at the door were stunned by Chef Ari's deft handiwork. And that was just the beginning. Ari heated a pot of water and expertly tossed various spices into it, then threw in the cubed beef. A rich aroma immediately filled the air from the pot, causing the onlookers to drool uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the Blaine continued sniffing and tasting, showing no signs of actually starting. Look at that kid. He can't even identify all the seasonings. How dare he criticize honest Ari? I bet he doesn't even know how to cook, just blowing hot air. Let's wait and see his humiliation. Just as everyone was anticipating a spectacle, the Blaine finally finished tasting the last seasoning. Though these seasonings look different from those in Dongyun, they still have sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors, barely sufficient for my use. Casper picked up a piece of beef and took a whiff. An intense gamey smell assaulted his nose. As expected, people here slaughter cattle without draining the blood, which accumulates in the meat. Blood spoils easily, creating this gamey smell. However, this meat is still relatively fresh and barely usable. He picked up a kitchen knife and with a flick of his wrist, a flash of cold steel appeared. No one could see when the Blaine made his move, but a clattering sound soon followed, and a whole chunk of beef had already been diced into half-inch cubes. Each cube was perfectly uniform, as if measured precisely. The diners gaped in shock. Even Ari dropped his knife in astonishment without realizing it. What terrifying knife skills! Could this Blaine be a hidden master? A bead of cold sweat dripped from Ari's forehead, a sense of intense unease gnawing at his heart. With the beef chopped, the Blaine finally began his performance. He added salt to the boiling water and submerged the beef in the briny liquid. Observers murmured their doubts. Using so much salt, won't the beef be unbearably salty? It seems this guy has impressive knife skills but lacks cooking prowess. I don't think so. Maybe he's processing the beef in his own way? Indeed, after soaking for some time, the beef turned pale white while the water turned blood red with a strong gamey smell. The Blaine discarded the bloody water and washed away the salt with clean water. He reheated a new pot of water, and before it boiled, he dumped the beef into it. What's he doing? The water isn't even hot yet. In response to the diner's queries, the Blaine remained composed. He silently crushed a large purple fruit and added it to the water. Its flavor resembled ginger from Dongyun with a hint of scallion, a perfect match for removing the gamey smell. As the water heated up, a light brown froth floated to the surface. As soon as the water boiled, the Blaine skimmed off the froth, fished out the beef, and rinsed it again under running water. Watching this series of operations, Ari's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness and eventually to shock. As a chef, his sensitive nose detected that the beef's gamey odor was gradually dissipating, leaving only its natural fragrance. He possesses such miraculous techniques to transform decay into beauty. Is he truly a master chef? The Blaine wasn't done yet. He had barely started. He reheated a pot with oil and sprinkled a handful of spices into it, filling the entire kitchen with an intense aroma. This smell, too fragrant. The beef hasn't even gone in yet, but I can't stop salivating. Such ordinary spices producing such an incredible fragrance. Adding sauce into the pot raised the aroma to another level. The diners at the door couldn't contain their excitement. They wished they could gulp down the sauces directly from the pot. Next came the moment of truth. Beef went into the pan, stirred vigorously with pre-prepared spices. Under the Blaine's skillful hands, beef and spices melded perfectly together. At this point, the dish was nearly complete. He poured a large amount of freshly boiled water into the pot, ensuring the beef wouldn't turn dry and chewy. Covering the pot, all that was left was to wait for the flavors to meld. By now, Ari imagined that the Blaine's dish couldn't possibly be bad. Yet, pride as a chef assured him that the stewed beef would not surpass his own. Time ticked by slowly, testing the patience of the eager diners. Gabinally, Chef Ari lifted the lid of his pot, releasing the familiar aroma of stewed beef that hit everyone's nostrils. My stewed beef is ready. Please taste. Ari served portions to every diner. They eagerly sampled it. Still Chef Ari's unmatched taste. Better than usual. Glenicious. Seeing the praise, Ari smiled proudly. His stewed beef was indeed perfect. My roasted beef is also done. Uncovering the pot, a powerful aroma surged forth, almost like a punch to the noses of the diners. Those still savoring Ari's dish rushed to the Blaine's pot. This smell was irresistible. They had never encountered anything so fragrant. Unable to resist, they grabbed spoons and, ignoring the steam, scooped the beef straight from the pot into their mouths. The beef melted upon entry, releasing a complex aroma into their mouths. It was both familiar and foreign, blending the refreshing scent of spices, the savory richness of beef, and an even deeper mysterious flavor. The three elements danced harmoniously on their palates, lifting their thoughts to the clouds. Seeing the contentment on the diners' faces, Chef Ari couldn't resist taking a bite of the Blaine's beef. Upon tasting it, Ari felt his world crumble. He didn't even feel the spoon hit his foot. This is truly heaven's beef. Chapter 374, Enrollment. The woman who called herself a gourmet was astounded by the dish the Blaine prepared and slunk away, muttering to herself, I lost. Chef Uncor lowered his proud head. He had to admit that the Grover's stewed meat was countless times more delicious than his. They were not even on the same level. Humph. Casper responded coldly. For him, this result came as no surprise at all. Sir, no, honest. May I ask for your esteemed name? My name is Randy. Randy? Truly a name befitting a man of your caliber. Only such a majestic name matches your superior culinary skills. Originally disdainful of the Blaine, Uncor was now sincerely impressed by his cooking skills. I have an unusual request. May I sell your signature dishes in my shop in the future? As a top chef, Uncor naturally learned this not overly complicated dish after witnessing it. He could have sold it quietly in his shop, but out of respect for Angus, he sought his permission. No problem. Cooking has no boundaries. Everyone has the right to use any cooking technique. However, you are mistaken on one thing. I made this stew for the first time, merely using some cooking methods from my hometown. What? Chef Uncor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. To make such a delectable stew on the first try, this must be a genius. After a long while, when Angus was growing impatient, Uncor finally snapped back to reality. Since you agree, henceforth my restaurant will sell Randy's stew, and all proceeds from it will go to my mentor, Mr. Randy. Uncor said this both for Angus and for all the diners to hear. After all, everyone had tasted Angus's stew. Its taste was unforgettable once experienced. Casper's eyes flickered. He pulled Uncor aside and whispered something to him. Uncor's expression changed rapidly, first confusion, then ecstasy, followed by astonishment and fear. Gabinally, as if making an important decision, Uncor nodded firmly. Casper smiled faintly and quickly scribbled something on a piece of paper, handing it to Uncor. Yolka, a man who had found a treasure. Uncor carefully folded it and placed it over his heart. What were you two talking about? Adeline looked curiously at Angus. This is Min's business. What are you interested? Adeline was gradually getting used to the way Angus spoke. Whenever he didn't want to reveal something clearly, he would start teasing. Since Angus didn't want to say, Adeline wisely did not pry. Casper had just finalized the terms of cooperation with Uncor. He discovered that in this world, like in the Dongyun Continent, having no money makes everything difficult. He wrote down all the recipes he remembered for Uncor and joined as a partner in Uncor's restaurant. Any extra earnings would be divided according to a set ratio between them. You invited me out to eat, but surely not just to show off your cooking skills. Adeline played with the fork, manipulating the now cold stew on her plate. Ever since tasting Angus's stew, the previously beloved stew became hard to swallow. Of course not. I want to ask you where I can learn magic. Magic? The explosive stones you used earlier. Aren't those magic? No, those are technologies from my homeland, only somewhat similar to your magic. Adeline nodded, believing him instinctively because of the bond between them. She sensed a subtle arrogance in the mysterious youth that wouldn't lie to her. If it's you, perhaps only the Avon Royal Academy can satisfy your needs. This name was familiar to Angus. That day, he sent the impulsive girl there. Can you get me enrolled? In principle, no. The Royal Academy accepts only citizens of the country. But since you have that mark, things are different. Adeline pointed at the handbag which Angus purposely covered. As long as I tell them you're my guardian knight, it'll be fine. Casper glanced at his hand. To outsiders, the marks looked identical. As long as they were careful, there'd be no risk of exposure. I owe you a favor. Adeline smiled stiffly. Remember this. Early next morning, a carriage rushed into the Avon Royal Academy Administration building. Soon after, a youth wearing new school uniform emerged from the building. True to military efficiency, exiting the building, Angus adjusted his elaborate uniform. A school outfit so ornate it resembled formal attire. Few students wore their uniforms unless necessary. They were troublesome to wear and required great care. If soiled, cleaning them would be a nightmare. To study magic, Angus headed toward the Mage's Tower in the southeast corner of the college. Though it was a school, its area was comparable to a town. After nearly an hour's walk, Angus still hadn't reached the halfway point. Looks like I need a means of transportation. Students passing by cast curious glances at him. Wow, she's beautiful. Which year is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She? Are your eyes all right? That's clearly a handsome guy. Though I've never seen him either. He must be new. Many people along the way speculated about Angus's gender due to his androgynous appearance and silver curly hair. A familiar figure flashed by in Angus's peripheral vision. Turning his head, he saw no one. Hello, pretty lady. Where are you headed? Need a ride? A blonde, blue-eyed gentleman floated gracefully in front of Angus, riding a flying carpet that carried him through the sky. As a tough guy, Angus was naturally repulsed by the blonde's flirtation but intrigued by the flying carpet. With a sweet smile, Angus softly replied, Sure, senior. Take me for a short ride. How about that? Seeing his approach succeed, the blonde smiled broadly, extending a courteous hand to Angus. Chapter 375. Starting from the beginning. Ed, are you new here? Yes, I just started today. Upon hearing the Grover's response, the blonde handsome lad suddenly became very interested. He loved these new juniors who were so innocent and easy to deceive. A little money could easily dazzle them. Why don't I take you on a tour? The Grover noticed the blonde man's excited look and knew exactly what he was up to. However, he hadn't figured out how this flying carpet worked yet, so he smiled and said, Sure, thank you, senior. No problem. Look, that largest building over there is our college teaching building. It's the second largest structure in our Empire of Evian, with only the Evian Palace being bigger. Oh. Seeing the Grover's indifferent reaction, the pride on the blonde man's face froze. Previously, when he would show juniors around from above, they'd always marvel at the grandeur of the main building, but this junior seemed uninterested. However, he didn't lose heart and continued introducing the campus to the Grover. That spire is where the faculty works. Those buildings far away are the student dormitories. The triangular building between them is our library. Yolbrary? Hearing library, the Grover perked up. He looked forward and indeed saw a dazzling building that looked like it was cast in crystal. Broderick light made it sparkle, as if it were a huge piece of art. So, you're into reading. Well, I love reading too. Why don't we go together? Not necessary. Aiden, how much does your flying carpet cost? The blonde man's eyes lit up. You have good taste, Junior. This isn't just any ordinary item. Only the Sufadi and Anda families in the entire empire can make flying carpets, and this one is the latest model from Anda. Seeing the blonde about to go on endlessly, the Grover quickly interrupted him. I'm not interested in that. Just tell me its price. The blonde's words got stuck in his throat awkwardly. It costs 3 gold coins on the market, but it's so popular that I paid 5 gold coins to get it from a friend. He had scrimped and saved for 2 semesters and borrowed from friends to buy it. An average family's yearly income is barely 1 gold coin. Fortunately, the blonde came from a wealthy family. Otherwise, few could afford this luxury. Is that so? The idea sparked in the Grover's mind. A regular carpet with 2 low-level arrays could sell for 5 gold coins, pure profit. Ah, senior, I suddenly remembered something I left outside campus. Can you take me to the main gate? No problem. Beautiful ladies' requests naturally aren't refused. They quickly arrived at the gate on the flying carpet, which surprisingly wasn't slow despite its plain appearance. If the blonde knew the Grover's thoughts, he'd be depressed. Anda's flying carpets may not be as fast as Sufeidi's, but this high-quality product was affordable only by high-ranking nobles. How could it be described as plain? We've arrived, Junior. Do you need me to take you home? No need. The Grover jumped off the carpet lightly, looking back mischievously. By the way, Senior, just call me Junior. I'm a man. What? The blonde's eyes almost popped out. He stared at the Grover walking away, repeating to himself, I'm a man, person. The Grover naturally ignored the blonde now sitting dejectedly on the ground. In quick steps, he caught up with Adeline who was about to leave. Hey, Adeline. Mr. Randy? Why are you back? Don't you have class? There's something very important I need you to do immediately. Seeing the Grover's solemn expression, Adeline tensed slightly. She had never seen such an expression on his face. Even during their duel, he remained calm. What is it? Teach me to read. Huh. I said, teach me to read. Adeline took a moment to process it. Teach you to read? You don't know how to read? I'm not from this country. Isn't it normal I don't recognize the script here? My apologies. Your L language is so fluent, I often forget you're foreign. Since you're already at the Royal Academy, why not learn here? They teach reading to kids of all ages. The Grover's mouth twitched. Are you saying I should join the kids who are still learning to speak? Yes, is there a problem? This efficiency-driven woman nodded without issue. Forget it. Adeline, if I can get some flying carpets, can you help sell them? Yes, Adeline nodded. Flying carpets are highly sought after among young nobles. Sufeidi and Anda produce very limited quantities, making flying carpets hard to come by. Great, then help me buy 100 carpets first, preferably fancy ones. No problem, but what will you do with the carpets? For the daughter of a duke, buying 100 carpets, or even all the carpets in the nation, is nothing. Just wait for the money. No questions asked. At the school cafeteria, as part of the Royal Academy, most students are either rich or noble. As one of the few leisure spots, the school cafeteria is luxurious with extravagant decorations and gourmet food. From gourmet dishes to fine wines, as long as you have the money, there's nothing you can't eat. Even the cutlery is artistic. In the kitchen cleaning area, a slender girl was washing dishes at the sink. A few women, similarly dressed in work uniforms but heavily made up, leaned against the wall, chatting while smoking. What rotten luck, being assigned to the kitchen today. My makeup's so pretty, I wanted to hook up with some cute Grovers. Tell me about it. Just got my nails done yesterday. Hey, bookworm, hurry up and wash those dishes. The slender girl raised her head upon hearing them, timidly replying, but, shouldn't we be washing these together? There are too many. I can't finish alone. Bullshit. Do as you're told. Don't talk back. The golden-haired woman slapped the girl, causing her to fall to the ground. But the woman wasn't satisfied. She grabbed the girl's hair, pulling her up as she cried out in pain. Coming from a commoner family, attending the Royal Academy is already a miracle. Who do you think you were talking back to me? She pressed the lit cigarette onto the girl's forehead. Ah, so hot. Despite the girl's cries of pain, the woman showed no mercy, watching her suffer with a twisted pleasure. Shouting? Did I give you permission to shout? The woman pulled a plate from the sink and smashed it on the girl's head, causing it to shatter, blood flowing down her forehead into the sink. What's going on? The manager of the cafeteria heard the commotion in the kitchen and hurriedly walked in. Manager, it's that lowborn Charlene. She broke a plate. Several women pointed at the girl on the ground in unison. The manager wasn't a fool. She knew exactly what was happening. Charlene, you brat. If I hadn't taken pity on you, how would you have gotten this job? Do you know how much one plate costs? No salary for you this month. No, it wasn't me. I didn't. The girl looked up, trying to explain feebly. Don't argue with me. Next time, you won't work here at all. A commoner girl against 3 daughters of minor nobility. Any fool could tell which side to take, not to mention the shrewd manager. The 3 women laughed even harder at Charlene's pitiful appearance. Remember to clean this place up and wash all the dishes, or else you'll be fired. In the large cleaning area, everyone left, leaving Charlene sitting alone on the floor. The overflowing dirty water from the sink soaked her clothes, and the blood trickling down her forehead stained her white uniform red. The girl bit her lip. This wasn't the first time she'd been targeted, but she was just a lucky commoner who had entered the Royal Academy with no support. Her grandfather, who had raised her, had long passed away. Grandfather, what should I do? I'm in so much pain. Tears streamed down her face, mixing with the dirty water on the floor. In the corner of the first floor of the teaching building, the Grover stood before a door, hesitating for a moment before finally mustering the courage to knock. Come in. Pushing open the door, the Grover saw a youthful short-haired beauty standing at the podium. Behind her, the blackboard was adorned with colorful, cute illustrations, while below, a group of 4 and 5-year-olds were looking curiously at him. Hello, who are you looking for? The beautiful teacher asked gently, a warm smile on her face. Well, I came to learn. I'm, from a foreign country, and I want to learn the Evian script. Hearing that he was a foreigner, the teacher's face showed surprise but quickly turned into a smile. Oh, then please take a seat. Kids, let's give a round of applause to our new friend from abroad. The children clapped happily, but the Grover felt like finding a hole to crawl into. This was some kind of punishment, too embarrassing. After class, the short-haired teacher called the Grover to her office. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Destiny. Pleased to meet you. Hello, Ms. Destiny. My Evian name is Randy. Hello, Randy. Upon hearing the Grover's name, Destiny's expression remained unchanged. You don't seem surprised by my name. Every name has its own significance and carries expectations from family. I wouldn't mock anyone's name. Destiny continued to smile gently, speaking slowly as if catering to the foreigner in front of her. The Grover nodded. Whether or not it was genuine, she was undoubtedly a competent teacher. I can communicate normally. It's just that I don't recognize Evian script. I see. Would you like some tea? Yes, please. Sipping the green tea Destiny offered, he found it refreshingly delicate and fragrant. As expected of the Royal Academy, even an early childhood teacher had impressive tea skills. Glenicious tea. The Grover sighed in admiration. Do you drink tea in your country too? Yes, and our tea culture is rich and diverse. If there's ever a chance, I'd love for you to try some. Unfortunately, I can't return home right now. Are you facing some difficulties? If you need anything, feel free to ask. Although I don't have much power, I'll do my best to help. Looking into Destiny's clear, sincere eyes, the Grover understood why the children loved her. Not only because of her beauty but also because of her sincerity and equal treatment of everyone. If I need help, I will. That would be great. Destiny smiled, her dimples adding a touch of sweetness. Do you have any books that could help me learn the script? It's a bit embarrassing to attend classes with those little ones. You don't look much older than them. Why does it feel like you're always talking about yourself in an elderly manner? I just look young. I might be older than you. Really? Destiny opened her mouth in surprise. In that case, I only have picture books. They might be a bit too childish for you. That's fine. I'm still a beginner in Evian script. The Grover took the picture book Destiny handed him, which used images to clearly explain the meaning of each character in the Evian script. This is the first one, and these are picture books about commonly used phrases. Destiny brought out a thick stack of picture books, nearly half a person's height tall. The Grover raised an eyebrow but wasn't too surprised. After all, language is the essence of culture. If these books helped him learn Evian script, he wouldn't complain about having too many. Hashtag chapter 376, 3 agreements. After finishing his conversation with Destiny, the Blaine was just stepping out of the office door, carrying a thick stack of illustrated books, when a thin, tall old man with white hair and beard called out to him. Randy, student, over here. Casper turned his head slightly, peeking out from behind the books. Do you know me? Of course, there's no one in this school I don't know. The old man snapped his fingers, causing the books in Angus's hands to suddenly float up. Casper shook his hand, noting that this old man had cast a spell without reciting the lengthy incantations that others usually used. This showed he indeed had some skill. What do you want with me? Why wouldn't you be curious about who I am? Not particularly. The old man coughed. He had meant to tease Angus, but hadn't expected such a distinct personality from the newcomer. Let me tell you, I am. I said, I'm not interested, Angus interrupted, mimicking the old man's spell pattern as he constructed a new array with his spirit energy on the book. The old man's eyes sharpened. He clearly felt his own magic being suppressed and overtaken by this youth. In the entire continent, not just in the Evian Empire, almost no one could suppress his magic so effortlessly. Although the old man wasn't fully focused, a novice mage could still achieve this feat, which greatly surprised him. You really are the formidable little monster Adeline spoke of. The old man's eyes flickered with faint killing intent despite his smile. Casper raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, spotting the dark gray vortex gathering above them. You don't need to scare me. Your act doesn't work on me. Casper looked straight into the old man's eyes, completely unafraid. The old man met his gaze, his expression stern as the vortex above Angus deepened in color, ready to unleash terrible lightning at any moment. Just as the vortex reached its peak, the old man smirked, and the vortex instantly dissipated. You're tougher than I imagined. The old man pulled out a yellowed ivory pipe and put it in his mouth, igniting it with a spark from his finger. He took a deep drag and exhaled a large puff of smoke. Arno, you're smoking again on campus. This is the third time this month, a cold-faced woman in a neat uniform and short hair said as she walked up. She adjusted her glasses, snapping her fingers to douse the old man's pipe with water. Just 3 times. But it's only the first day of the month. Facing the Bowens yelling, the woman remained unfazed. These tobacco leaves are rare. Do you know how expensive they are? Moreover, rules are made by me. You can't treat me like this. If you set the rules, then you should follow them. Hemph, if you weren't my daughter, I would definitely fire you. Pity I am. Faced with his meticulous daughter, the old Bowen had no recourse. Sorry for the disruption. Casper shrugged. Your father-daughter relationship is quite something. Nice to meet you, Mr. Randy. Let me clarify. Although we agreed to Adeline's request to arrange your admission to the Evian Royal Academy, we still have our doubts about your background. We haven't found any records of your entry or exit from the country. Cough, Jillian. Please go back to your work. Laverneave this to me. Jillian glanced at the Bowen, gave a slight bow under his unwavering gaze, and clicked away in her high heels. I apologize. That girl is rather inflexible, always adhering strictly to the rules without flexibility. The Bowen magically produced a bottle of wine, pouring 2 glasses. Casper took a sip from his glass, finding the taste sour, bitter, and woody, which he didn't much like. Noticing his reaction, the Bowen smiled. So, you don't drink this kind of wine in your hometown, huh? Did you call me here just to have a drink? Of course not. With another snap, their surroundings changed. The two were now in an opulent office. Behind a massive oak desk stood a leather chair, and the walls were lined with cabinets filled with various wines. Casper's eyebrows twitched. He barely caught the flash of the Bowen's spell. Such a spatial transfer spell was exceedingly rare on the Dongyun Continent, requiring preset arrays and substantial spirit stones. The old man managed this transition using minimal energy. It seemed the magic in this world was not to be underestimated. Casper decided he needed to reassess this world. It held many things worth careful consideration. The Bowen chuckled inwardly, satisfied that his hidden magic had intimidated this little monster. If even his prize spells had been seen through, it would have been embarrassing. Let's continue where we left off. Though Jillian's words may seem offensive, they're true. Allowing someone with Xianxia background into the school carries significant risk for me. I understand. Casper nodded, finding no issue with the Bowen's concern. Conversely, if the Bowen had ignored these matters, it might suggest hidden motives. In truth, I've been observing you since you arrived in the capital. Frankly, I still find you dangerous. Ruthless, crippling a prince's hand without hesitation, secretive actions like cross-dressing to deceive others. Wait, I never dressed as a woman. They were just blind. I didn't immediately reveal the truth. Casper quickly interjected, not wanting to be labeled as a pervert. All right, let's take your word for it. But attacking the prince is undeniable. I did it to save the girl. You know that. Yet there were plenty of ways to rescue her without choosing the most violent option. It was the most effective way. Casper met the Bowen's eyes, showing no remorse. Relax, I'm not blaming you. That fool's reputation in the capital is so bad that most nobles secretly cheer for you. Seeing the Bowen lounging with feet on the desk, Angus raised an eyebrow. Is criticizing your country's prince appropriate? Do you really think our laws constrain people like us? I only stay here because that guy pays well. The old man rubbed his fingers together, acting like a street thug, far removed from the image of a prestigious academy's Bowen. Casper smiled. The old man's words mirrored what the prince had told him. However, taking payment means delivering results. Since he provides annual research funds, I must exert some effort. If you wish to continue your role-playing and enjoy school life here, we need to establish 3 agreements. Tell me. Gabberst. The old man sat upright, extending a finger. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely no killing at school, and no fighting either. Unless they provoke me first. The Bowen wasn't surprised by Angus's reaction and continued. Second, do nothing to harm the academy. And if any student is in danger in front of you, I hope you will do your best to help them. Standing by while someone dies is against human decency. If I can help, I will. The old man smiled and nodded. He was quite pleased with Angus's response. Third, don't get involved in Evian's politics. I'm not interested in politics anyway. Fourth, hold on, wasn't it supposed to be 3 agreements? 3 agreements don't necessarily mean 3 points. Even the 4 heavenly kings usually come in groups of 5. Casper rolled his eyes. Given that he now needed something from the old man, he had no choice but to accept this logic. Fourth point, which is also the most important. Absolutely no inappropriate actions towards female students or teachers, especially my beloved daughter. The Bowen glared at Angus, ready to react unfavorably if Angus disagreed. Casper shot a sideways glance at the old man. What kind of person do you take me for? Even without your warning, I wouldn't do anything like that. But how do you explain this? The old man pointed to the mark on the back of Angus's hand, one he had tried to hide but hadn't escaped the old man's notice. It was an accident. An accident. Casper knew the old man didn't believe him from the lecherous look in his eyes. Believe it or not. Casper turned away, refusing to explain further. To sum up, these are the conditions. If you can abide by them, I'll allow you to stay here, and I'll give you some necessary assistance, like access to the restricted library sections. Hearing about the library, Angus turned back to see the Bowen looking unsurprised. Deal. Good. As for the peculiarities of your body, you'll have to resolve those yourself. Take this. The Bowen tossed a key to Angus. What's this? I've arranged an independent room for you on campus. It's secluded and comes with a basement, guaranteed no interruptions. Casper took the key with some doubt. Was the old man really that benevolent? Well, that's everything I need to say. Any questions? The old man stood from his chair, clearly signaling the end of their conversation. When can I start learning magic? Anytime. The Evian Academy prides itself on freedom. As long as you can keep up with the course pace, even a 4-year-old can attend advanced magic classes. With a snap of his fingers, the scenery before Angus changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was back outside Destiny's office door. Enjoy your school life. The Bowen's voice echoed in his ears as he left. Casper looked at the key, noting the crude hand-drawn map attached, marking the location of the dormitory the Bowen had prepared for him. Is he really that good-hearted? Deciding that whatever happened, staying indoors was better than sleeping outdoors, Angus pocketed the key and made his way to check out the room the old man had arranged for him. Before he got far, his sharp hearing picked up faint sobs in the distance. Initially, he wanted to mind his own business, but remembering his promise to the old man to help students in need, Angus decided to investigate. Might as well, it's on my way. Following the cries, the sounds grew clearer, mixed with a woman's harsh insults. You lowly scum. Think you can just soil my clothes and get away with it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. By a clear lake, a man and a woman were kicking and punching a cowering girl on the ground. The frail girl could only huddle and use her hands to protect her head from the relentless assault. My dress will depreciate with your low-class blood on it. How will you repay me? Sorry. I'll wash it for you. Please stop, it hurts so much. Wash? After being touched by your dirty hands, it'll only get dirtier. Pay up, a gold coin, or else get out of the academy. A gold coin? That's too much. Still haggling? The woman kicked the girl in the abdomen, causing her to curl up like a shrimp, clutching her stomach in pain. Gah, I really don't have that much money. Here's all I have. Struggling to sit up, the girl pulled a neatly folded handkerchief from her bosom and carefully opened it. Annoyed by her slowness, the woman snatched the handkerchief. Just this little bit? The woman frowned, inspecting the few copper coins inside. This isn't even enough for one meal. You think this can fool me? It's all I have. This month's wages were docked again. Useless trash. Since you can't pay, you'll have to settle with something valuable. The woman glanced over the girl and noticed a necklace partially hidden beneath her neck. Translation continues in the next segment due to character limitations. Chapter 377. The Wily Merchant. Huh? A lowly person like you can actually wear a necklace? The woman reached out to snatch the necklace from the girl's neck. Unexpectedly, the docile girl suddenly covered her neck and recoiled. No, this is my grandfather's keepsake. I can't give it to you. Shut up. You owe me money now. According to imperial law, as your creditor, I can take anything from you in exchange for that debt. The woman forcefully yanked the necklace off the girl. What's this? A glass bottle cap? The woman frowned at the necklace in her hand. A piece of leather string tied to a green glass ring. Its coarse, murky texture made it look like it had been chipped off a random bottle. However, the ring clearly had undergone meticulous polishing by its maker, shimmering beautifully under the sunlight. Please, give it back, please. The girl stretched out her hand to reclaim the necklace, but she was held tight by the woman's male companion. I thought it would be valuable. What bad luck. The woman carelessly tossed the necklace into the lake. The frail girl somehow summoned enough strength to wrench herself free from the man's grip and plunged into the lake with a splash. Though it was spring, the chilly water was still bone-chilling. The moment she submerged, the cold lake almost suffocated her. The girl, who was a poor swimmer, soon suffered from cramps in her legs. The pain was secondary. The problem was her legs weren't responding at all, and she could only struggle desperately in the lake. Huh, what a fool. Jumping into the lake for something so worthless. Forget it, let's go. Let her be. The woman, satisfied, turned and left with her male companion, without any concern for the girl's fate. In her eyes, if a lower-class commoner died, it was like finding a dead rat in the sewer. Meaningless. The girl wanted to scream for help, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the icy water rushed into her lungs. Through the water, her faint cries were stifled into weak sobs. Am I going to die? The girl saw darkness before her eyes, and oddly felt no fear of death. She had accepted her end calmly, believing that leaving this cruel world might be better for someone who had nothing. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. Ah, the older sister I met at the library. Please forgive me for breaking our date. If there's a chance, I wish to continue talking about other continents with you. If only that afternoon wouldn't have passed. The girl stopped struggling, her body beginning to drift slowly toward the bottom of the lake, clutching onto the broken necklace. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the girl's widening pupils. A slender and fair hand emerged from the surface, and a skinny Grover swam swiftly beside the girl like a fish. The Grover grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her out of the frigid dark waters. But her body was already cold, and her heartbeat was barely detectable. The Grover pried open her mouth and hung her upside down to drain the water from her lungs. Yet she still wasn't breathing, and her heartbeats grew weaker. At this point, the Grover couldn't hold back anymore. He stripped off the girl's soaked clothes, placed his hands on her chest, and repeatedly compressed her heart, trying to restore her heartbeat. I know you can hear me. Hang in there. Don't give up. While pressing on her heart, he kept shouting to the girl, but there were still no signs of life. Her heart had completely stopped. No choice, I'll have to risk it. The Grover took out a dagger and pressed it against the girl's emaciated chest. With a little force, blood flowed out, and the Grover sliced a cut into her chest. He inserted his hand directly into her chest cavity, grabbing her heart and squeezing it. Simultaneously, his thin lips enveloped her pale ones, blowing air into her lungs. Time ticked by. The girl's body remained cold, but the Grover didn't give up, still compressing her heart. The girl's blood stained the white clothes of the Grover, each passing second bringing her closer to death. Suddenly, the Grover felt the girl's heart tremble in his hand. Quickly, he squeezed it again, then withdrew his hand. With bloodied fingers, he drew an array on her chest, the spiritual energy condensing. As he brushed over it, the wound closed seamlessly. Although the girl's heart was beating again, her body remained cold. The Grover casually broke some branches, lit them using an array, and sat by the fire with the girl in his arms. Now that the girl was out of immediate danger, her body gradually warmed up. So cold. A faint moan escaped the girl's lips. The Grover tightened the blanket over her and gently pulled her closer. Oliver. The girl mumbled with her eyes closed, brows knitted, as though enduring immense pain even in her unconsciousness, which tugged at one's heartstrings. The Grover also noticed how tiny Rosie's body was riddled with new and old scars, indicating the suffering she had endured. No wonder she had acted so cautiously during their meeting at the library. It seemed behind the opulent Royal Academy, considerable filth was concealed. Cough. The girl opened her eyes, coughing painfully. Is there anything else bothering you? Upon hearing the Grover's voice, Rosie's first reaction was to clutch the necklace, as if it were more important than her own life. Only when she realized it wasn't the earlier couple did she finally relax. The sister from the library. Why are you here? Did you save me? Just happened to pass by and saw you fall in. The Grover pulled Rosie up from the ground. How are you? Can you walk? Yes. Rosie nodded dumbly, the sun filtering through the lakeside trees casting light on the Grover's delicate face. At that moment, in Rosie's eyes, the Grover was an angel sent by heaven to rescue her. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Rosie hastily diverted her gaze, not daring to meet the depth of the Grover's black eyes, fearing they would pull her in completely. Oh right, I didn't tell you before, I'm not really a sister. I'm a man, and my name is Randy. Randy, I see. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Rosie silently etched this somewhat peculiar name into her memory, vowing never to forget it. Let me escort you back to your dorm. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? I can go back myself. Though Rosie spoke thus, she stood unsteadily. It's on my way. Without further ado, the Grover hoisted Rosie onto his back. The girl was as light as a leaf, unusually skinny for her age. Feeling the warmth from the Grover through his shirt, Rosie thought of her deceased grandfather. When she was a Dixie, Oliver would carry her from the southern part of the capital to the north just to buy discounted bread. He'd give her a copper coin to buy 2 milk candies, one for him, one for her. But every time, Oliver would pretend to have a toothache and give his share to little Rosie as well, That had been the happiest and most joyful time of her life, but it could never be recaptured. Oliver. Riding on the Grover's back, Rosie fell into a deep sleep once again. This time, in her dreams, not only were she and her grandfather present, but also a silver-haired youth laughing with them. Unfortunately, beautiful dreams are always fleeting. Time to wake up. We're here. Rosie opened her eyes. They had arrived at her dormitory building. Reluctantly dismounting from his back, Rosie summoned the courage to ask him, Mr. Randy, will we meet again? The Grover smiled. Of course. Didn't we agree to listen to your research together? Have you forgotten? No, I remember. That's good. Now that I'm also a student at the academy, we can meet anytime. Yes, all right. Rosie smiled, her emaciated and pale little face reminding the Grover of someone. Who was it? The Blaine suddenly realized his past memories were gradually fading. Faces flashed through his mind. Who were they? They didn't seem important. Looking down at his delicate, white hands, he was startled. The laws of this world seemed to be gradually affecting him, attempting to repair his soul from another world by erasing all traces of it. It appeared he urgently needed to study his own body. After bidding farewell to Rosie, the Grover followed the crude map to the dormitory specially prepared for him by the Bowen. That old geezer better not be pulling my leg. The Grover frowned as he looked at the ramshackle hut before him. After hesitating, he pushed the door open. With a creak, the long-sealed hut finally saw daylight again. Dust covered the floor, cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and furry creatures scurried along the walls. Now he was certain the old rascal had tricked him. This is really desolate. It took the whole afternoon, but he managed to clean the hut enough to make it barely livable. He found what the Bowen had called a basement. It was more like a cellar, and inside, there was half a barrel of spoiled wine. Though he could tolerate the poor condition of the place, which was far from civilization and would not often be disturbed, there was absolutely no equipment for conducting studies. Frustrated, the Grover kicked open the Bowen's office door. You scared me. I thought it was Xena. The Bowen put his pipe back in his mouth. How did you like the room I arranged for you? Satisfied? Oh yes, I'm extremely satisfied. The Grover gritted his teeth. Satisfaction is great, since I picked one of the quietest rooms for you. The Bowen grinned and blew out a large smoke ring. Forget about the room. I need some materials. Can you get them for me? The Grover handed the Bowen a piece of paper filled with crooked Avon script, not the prettiest handwriting but readable with effort. The Bowen glanced over it and raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect you to already be able to write in Avon after just a day. You're more capable than I thought. He paused. Yes, these items, I can get them. When can you deliver them? Don't rush. While I promise support, your presence must remain unknown to the Avon royal family. It would cause panic. Therefore, all expenses will come out of my pocket. Seeing the old man hesitate, the Grover knew exactly what he was getting at. Cut the crap. How much do you want? Hee, straight to the point. Many of these materials are forbidden in Avon, so even I have to pay a hefty price to get them. Altogether, they should cost at least this much. The old man spread out his hand in a merchant-like gesture. Gabive gold coins? That's not too bad. No. The old man shook his head. Not 5, but 5,000 gold coins. Gabive 1,000? You're really asking for a king's ransom. How can such common materials possibly be worth that much? Remember, the magic carpet the Grover had ridden cost only 5 gold coins. These materials were common enough, yet the old man asked for 5,000. I haven't exaggerated. Try finding someone else who can get these for you. Look at your list: dragon breath grass, deep sea ice crystals, golden gabbage blood, and mind-focusing crystals. These are top-tier ingredients for high-level mages. Just one mind-focusing crystal costs 1,000 gold coins, and you want 2. I'm actually giving you a friend's price with 5,000. The Grover furrowed his brow. While these materials weren't commonplace on Dongyun Continent, they certainly weren't rare. Unexpectedly, they were treasured here. Put the mind-focusing crystals aside. How much would the rest cost? He handed the Bowen another list. The old man scanned it quickly. These are easier to obtain. For 100 gold coins, and I can have them ready whenever you pay. The Grover bit his lip. He needed to start earning money immediately. The Bowen smiled slightly. It seems you're short on cash. I have a way for you to make some. Interested? Note: the translation follows the previous content seamlessly, maintaining tone and style, ensuring fluency, and preserving paragraph structure. Chapter 378. A job arrives. So this is the way you said we could make money? The Grover surveyed his surroundings. A crowd of red-faced, enthusiastic people held tickets they had exchanged for all their savings, shouting and spitting wildly as they watched two fighters in the ring pummeling each other. The cramped space was filled with various smells: alcohol, smoke, sweat, and certain indescribable odors. You want me to fight in underground boxing matches? No, of course not. I heard from Yoltal Adeline that you're quite skilled at fighting, but most who bet here are poor devils. Even if you won every match, you wouldn't get much. The old man blew out a cloud of smoke, his tone full of disdain for the surrounding gamblers. We're here to find him. The headmaster jerked his chin, indicating for the Grover to look at the man sitting on the elevated platform. The Grover looked up and saw a short, elaborately dressed man seated there. His grin revealed a few gleaming golden teeth. Who is he? Fedor. He's the owner of this underground boxing venue, and also the most notorious information peddler in the Imperial City. Fedor was signaling to the fighters in the ring when suddenly he noticed an elderly white-haired man sitting across from him, legs crossed, smiling faintly. Seeing the elder, Fedor instantly trembled, dropping his teacup which shattered into pieces. Ignoring the gold coins he had invested in today's match, he scrambled to the headmaster's side, putting on a fawning and servile demeanor. Oh, Lord Franz, what wind brings you here? No wonder the weather is so pleasant today. It must be your presence. Your arrival makes the air in this room feel much fresher. Saying this, Fedor took a deep breath through his snub nose, inhaling the mixed scents in the air. That's enough. Cut the nonsense, the old man retorted coldly, unfazed by Fedor's flattery. I'm here to introduce someone to you. With that, the headmaster pushed the Grover forward. This is Randy. We have some connections. Hee hee, Mr. Randy, it's an honor to meet you. Fedor grabbed the Grover's hand and shook it vigorously. Do I know you? Heh, everyone knows about how you defeated the prince. I've wanted to meet you for ages. Gabinally, it's come true. Despite his insincere smile, at least Fedor wasn't hostile. It seemed the prince wasn't well liked. What brings Lord Franz and Mr. Randy to see me? Lately, we've been a bit strapped for cash. Do you have any valuable jobs available? At the headmaster's words, Fedor's legs turned to jelly, almost falling to his knees. Lord Franz, I will repay you what I owe. Please give me another. No, 2 weeks. Why are you afraid? I didn't say I needed repayment today. Just answer my question. Why yes. Relieved that the headmaster wasn't there to collect debts, Fedor exhaled deeply. Well, if you want something big, it has to be the Southwest Rebel issue. They claim to have some secret weapon, but our spies haven't found anything. Cough. The Grover coughed twice. The secret weapon Fedor referred to must be the misunderstanding he caused that day. I don't involve myself in political matters. Got anything else? Oh yes. Reports came back from the Xianxia Mountains a few days ago. There were sightings of a dragon, trapping a patrol team on the mountain. Coincidentally, the young members of the Hake family and several others were there for a spring outing. Dragon? The headmaster raised an eyebrow. How did I miss such a big event? Fedor leaned in, lowering his voice. Not many know. The Hake family's eldest son didn't go with his fiancée, but with his future mother-in-law. Wow. The Grover and headmaster widened their eyes simultaneously. Rich city folks sure know how to play. So the Hake family doesn't want this exposed. Otherwise, it could affect relationships and reputations. How much do they offer? 300 gold pieces. Fedor held up 3 stubby fingers. But they require absolute secrecy and insist the dragon be hunted down. Few dare take this job. To buy their offspring a Dragon Slayer title for 300 gold pieces, the Hake family sure knows how to bargain. The headmaster sneered. These influential families were always troublesome, demanding much yet unwilling to pay extra. What do you think? Sounds fine to me. He wasn't interested in messy affairs, but was intrigued by Fedor's mention of the dragon. Dragons were rare in Dongyun Continent, not seen for years. Yet, based on the reactions of Fedor and the headmaster, dragons here weren't exceptionally rare. Good luck. After the Grover left, the headmaster and Fedor entered a secret room. How is the investigation going? It's done. Fedor handed over an envelope. The headmaster opened it to reveal a thin piece of paper. Skimming through it quickly, he absorbed the details. Just this much? That's all. Before the war destroyed his hometown, he was an ordinary youth. Perhaps something significant happened during the war? Frowning, the headmaster stared at the delicate portrait on the paper. He had his own theories about the Grover's identity. A night walker? Not quite. None of them can move freely in daylight. Who are you? Though he acted carefree, the headmaster secretly mobilized his intelligence network to uncover the Grover's past. By the way, when did the war destroying his hometown begin? About half a month ago. Half a month ago. He recalled observing a disturbance in the star patterns around dawn a half month ago. Thinking the equipment malfunctioned, now he suspected it might be connected. Continue investigating everything from the start of that war. He thrust the envelope back at Fedor. Heading to the observatory to check the celestial records from that night, he aimed to unravel the mystery behind the Grover, who might be key to saving the world. Above the northwest of the Imperial City, the Grover sat on his newly replicated flying carpet. This replica matched the one he rode before, even its intricate designs. Not bad, though a bit slow. Room for improvement. 2 manufacturers guarded their secrets fiercely, yet the Grover effortlessly cracked their technology and still wasn't fully satisfied. Their energy arrays are inefficient, using only a small central area on such a large carpet. Terribly wasteful. If the mages and designers from the 2 major manufacturers heard this, they would definitely be infuriated. They had already used the most advanced array technology and materials available in the Empire. What was made was at the limit of their capabilities. Just as the Grover was nitpicking about the flying carpet's flaws, a massive shadow gradually appeared on the horizon, entering his line of sight. The endless towering mountains were his destination. As soon as he entered the Xianxia mountain range, the Grover suddenly frowned. He sensed that someone seemed to have noticed him. Could I have been spotted by the dragon? The Grover was somewhat surprised. This place was at least 60 or 70 miles away from the main peak. He didn't think the dragon could detect him from such a distance, indicating its formidable power. But after the Grover raised his alertness, the feeling of being watched never reappeared again. I was ignored? This is even better. The Grover landed lightly at the foot of the main peak, just under a mile from where the nobles were trapped. What puzzled the Grover was that he still hadn't felt any presence of dragons here. This only increased his suspicions. Could the dragon be deliberately hiding its aura? Taking a step forward, the Grover ascended the main peak. The surroundings transformed instantly. What was once a clear sky was now filled with dark clouds. A blizzard pummeled his cheeks, sending icy stabs of pain. He struggled step by step toward the summit. As he got closer to the top, the storm grew fiercer, almost entirely blotting out the sun. The few rays of sunlight that managed to escape painted everything white before his eyes. It was broad daylight, yet it was nearly pitch black. In the past, these winds and snow wouldn't have obscured the Grover's divine vision. But now, it was as if his eyes were covered by a thin veil. He had no choice but to trudge through the storm, one difficult step at a time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the cold began to siphon warmth from his body, almost freezing him stiff. At this moment, a faint point of light appeared at the end of the mountain path. Stepping through waist-deep snow, the Grover labored toward the light. Sammy, look. Someone seems to be coming. Don't be silly. The entire mountain has been sealed off by that dragon's magic. How could anyone get in? I'm serious, look. A male and female voice floated from the light source, urging the Grover to quicken his pace. To his surprise, inside a small wooden house, a man and a woman stood by the window watching. Heavens! Someone really did come. A tan blonde man excitedly dashed out of the room. However, seeing only a teenager, his heart sank. Why is it just a kid? Where are the others? Where's the rescue team? Just me. What? Those old fools have lost their minds. Sending you, a kid, to die? Don't shout, Sammy. The poor Grover is frozen stiff. Let's get him inside to warm up. The woman called out to stop Sammy, who was hopping mad. Though she too felt disappointed, she knew getting angry at the Grover wouldn't help. Come, have some hot water. She guided the Grover to sit by the fireplace inside the cabin and draped a woolen blanket over him. Thank you. With a cup of hot water in hand, warmth spread throughout the Grover's limbs, dispelling the accumulated chill from the journey. My name is Adeline. Are you sent by Jim Crin? The Grover shook his head. Why talk so much nonsense? Get rid of him quickly. Sammy returned indoors, casting an annoyed glance at the Grover. Are you crazy? We can't throw him out in this storm. He'll die. If he can walk up, he can walk back down. Our food supplies were limited to begin with. Now there's another mouth to feed. Who knows if we'll survive until rescue arrives? Sammy punched the doorframe in frustration, causing Adeline to fall silent. He was right. They were originally on a spring outing and didn't expect to be trapped on the mountain. Their remaining food supply was nearly depleted. There will be no more rescue. What do you mean? There won't be any more rescue. I'm here to save you all down the mountain. The Grover met Sammy's gaze calmly. Seeing the expressionless face, Sammy's countenance darkened. Damn it. Could it be because... That's enough, Sammy. Don't say it. Why not say it? We're all going to die here. All because that uncontrollable... Sammy angrily threw a vase to the ground, startling Adeline with flying shards. I'm truly sorry, Sammy. I never expected to involve you, and Adeline. I deeply apologize. A refined voice came from upstairs, and the Grover looked up to see a handsome brown-haired Blaine with fair skin slowly descending. So this must be the young master of the Hake family, Rusty. Seeing Rusty come downstairs, Sammy snorted and turned his face away. May I know your name, friend? Randy. Hearing the Grover's name, Rusty showed no surprise, assuming Randy was merely an alias. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Randy. You said you can save us. Are you serious? Are you stupid, Rusty? He's just a nobody. How can you believe he can save us all? Chapter 379. The Conspiracy Behind the Blizzard. Yale, I told you long ago that you should change your habit of judging people by their appearance. Mr. Randy might be even more powerful than we imagined, right, Mr. Randy? Perhaps. Casper stood up. I promised Franz I would rescue you all. Upon hearing Franz's name, everyone stared at Angus with wide eyes. Mr. Randy, did you say the Arno Franz from the Royal Academy? Casper was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the mere mention of that old man's name could command such respect from these people. It seemed the old man was more influential than he thought. Yes. When Angus confirmed this, evident joy appeared on their faces. Even Yale, who had always looked down on Angus, now regarded him with newfound respect. After all, anyone sent by an archmage couldn't be ordinary. Mr. Randy, sorry if I sounded a bit rude earlier. I was just too anxious. Yale scratched the back of his head, apologetically. Casper shook his head. It doesn't matter, but you may have to wait a bit longer. The Hark family demands that the evil dragon be hunted first. What? Rusty frowned. This indeed sounded like something his family would do. Family interests always came first. Something he had been taught from a young age, and also why he despised his own family. Mr. Randy, can you send us down the mountain first and then go after the dragon? We've been hungry for days. Yale wouldn't have used such a negotiating tone if it weren't for the fact that Angus was sent by Franz. I can't. If I don't deal with the dragon first, it could attack while we're descending, and I can't guarantee everyone's safety. Of course, if you're brave enough, I can send you down first. Hearing Angus's response, Yale had no choice but to shut up. Just hold on a bit longer, Yale. I believe Mr. Randy will deal with the dragon soon, right? Looking into Adeline's pale blue eyes, Angus nodded. He had a relatively good impression of this gentlewoman. I'll try my best, but first, I need to find the dragon's location. Do you have any clues? While the main peak they were on wasn't very high, the surrounding mountains were vast and continuous. Gabbing a flying dragon here wouldn't be easy. To his surprise, they all shook their heads. I only saw the dragon's shadow through the blizzard. On that morning, I only heard the dragon's roar before the cabin was surrounded by snow. I saw nothing as well. Casper raised an eyebrow. None of you have seen the dragon? All three shook their heads again. No. Instinct told Angus that there was more to these people than met the eye. There might be some hidden plot behind this situation. But instinct alone wasn't evidence. What mattered most was finding the dragon causing havoc. By the way, weren't there 4 of you? Where's the last one? Mrs. Carly. She caught a cold and is still resting in bed. When Rusty mentioned Carly, his expression noticeably changed. However, Angus wasn't interested in their personal affairs. He merely hummed an acknowledgement and prepared to leave. Don't leave this room. I'll go investigate. With that, Angus left without waiting for their reaction. As soon as he stepped outside, the icy wind and snow filled his thin clothing. Step by step, he walked on the snowy ground, making crunching sounds underfoot. The heavy blizzard blinded his vision and dulled his hearing, yet he didn't stop. He was determined to verify his suspicions. Walking towards a cliff, the observant youth noticed faint carvings partially covered by snow on a nearby rock. He struggled to reach the edge of the cliff, removing the snow from the rock wall with his hands. A magic array appeared before his eyes. The traces are new, probably carved just a few days ago. My suspicions seem correct. This alleged dragon abduction might hide another conspiracy. Just as he was about to stand up and return, a hand pushed heavily on his shoulder. Losing his balance, he slipped and plunged towards the deep chasm hundreds of feet below. In the moment before falling, he turned back and saw the face of the woman, a stranger to him. He didn't have time to think further. His body plummeted rapidly, the cold wind whistling past his ears. If he didn't act quickly, death. The woman atop the cliff watched Angus fall into the white snowstorm with a cold stare. I'm sorry, I can't let you interfere with my plans. The depth of the gorge meant certain death. Believing Angus dead, she turned and left. Unbeknownst to her, soon after, a carpet rose slowly from the bottom of the cliff, carrying none other than Angus she deemed dead. Who was that woman? Trying to chase after the mysterious woman, Angus found her footprints quickly buried by the blizzard. Searching around yielded nothing, so he returned to the cabin. As soon as he entered, Yale and the others greeted him. Mr. Randy, did you find any trace of the dragon? Not yet. Yale immediately became agitated upon hearing this. He grabbed Angus's collar and lifted him off the ground. How is this? Mr. Randy, you were personally brought by Archmage Franz. How can it take so long? Are we supposed to starve here? Yale, calm down. How can you disrespect Mr. Randy? Do you want to talk to Lord Franz after we get down? Yelled at by Hutch, Yale finally calmed down, grunting as he released his grip. With Mr. Randy here, the dragon will be defeated sooner or later. Don't worry. Did Mr. Randy discover anything new? Adjusting his collar, Angus was about to share his findings when a voice interrupted. Cough, why are you arguing again? A beautifully dressed woman descended from upstairs, with silky brown hair and a strikingly beautiful face that retained its charm despite signs of aging, adding a mature allure. Mrs. Carley, how did you get out of bed? We weren't arguing, just discussing things. Adeline hurried to support the middle-aged beauty, who was visibly weak from her illness. When Angus saw Carley clearly, his pupils contracted. The woman who had pushed him off the cliff moments ago was standing before him. Hello, you must be Mr. Randy. Hutch told me about you. Thank you for risking so much to save us, cough. Carley spoke calmly, showing no signs of disturbance when meeting Angus. This left Angus somewhat puzzled. The woman seemed composed, showing no panic as if pushing him off the cliff wasn't her doing at all. Narrowing his eyes, he decided to see how long she could keep up the act. It's nothing. I owe it to your family's payment. I'll do my best to get you all down safely. Just wait a bit longer. I have some leads now. Is that so? That's wonderful news. Cough, cough. Then, Carley began to cough violently, bowing painfully with a pale face, appearing genuinely unwell. Adeline hurriedly patted Carley's back, and Hutch raised his hand but withdrew it upon seeing Angus still in the room. Hutch didn't speak. Instead, it was Sammy who suddenly said, Madam, your cold hasn't healed yet. You should go rest to not harm the child in your womb. Child? Casper raised an eyebrow. This Carley wasn't just involved with his future nephew-in-law. She was even carrying a child? Moreover, from the expressions of everyone present, they were evidently already aware of this. Aunt, let me help you back to your room. Adeline actively supported Carley upstairs, leaving only Sammy, Hutch, and Angus downstairs. Mr. Randy, I'm not trying to rush you, but you've seen Madame Carley's condition. If we delay any longer, something might happen. Sammy, who had always been rough, suddenly adopted a pleading tone to beg Angus. Sammy, Mr. Randy has assured us several times. Let's wait patiently. If he can save us sooner, he will. Hutch. Sammy stood up abruptly. I've endured you for too long. Stop acting so hypocritical. Who doesn't know what kind of person you are? Not only did you deceive Marley, but also her mother. Hildred scolded by the Earl's son. Hutch felt his face flush red and pale alternatively. Gabbinally, Hutch gave a cold laugh. Sammy, you're just jealous that Marley chose me. Yes, Marley and you were childhood sweethearts, but what does that matter? In the end, didn't she get engaged to me? Isn't that because you used despicable means to force her? Sammy roared out of frustration. Hutch hit his soft spot. Marley had always been a source of pain. Sammy and Marley's fathers were comrades in arms, and the two grew up together. Whenever young Sammy got into trouble, Marley would always plead on his behalf. When someone bullied Marley, Sammy was the first to charge forward and beat them up. They grew up like this until their graduation day at the Royal Academy. Sammy prepared a large bouquet of sunflowers, Marley's favorite, intending to confess on the playground. Marley, you came. I need to talk to you. Sammy ran excitedly to Marley, but her expression seemed somewhat sad. Oh, Sammy, actually, I also have something to tell you. What happened, Marley? Did someone bully you? I'll go beat them up right away. No, I'm getting married. Marley's engagement ring sparkled brightly, blinding Sammy. It was as if a thunderbolt struck him. His vision darkened, nearly fainting as the bouquet dropped from his hands. Who is it? Hutch Hark, the son of the Hark Marquis. Why him? Hutch is a notorious plague-rover. How can you marry him? I'm sorry, Sammy. I have no choice. Forget me. This incident had always been a thorn in Sammy's heart. For Marley, he endured the pain and stayed close to Hutch, waiting for an opportunity to bring Hutch down. Unfortunately, the Hark family was too powerful, and there was almost no chance for him to succeed alone. But this time was a God-sent opportunity, allowing him to gather evidence that could ruin Hutch's reputation. Once he returned alive, he would ensure Hutch never recovered. Sammy, can you stop being naive? You should know, it wasn't that I had to marry Marley. Her father begged my father on his knees to marry Marley. What? Sammy's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Ha, Hutch sneered. Why not? Don't believe me? Ask Carley yourself. This can't be true. This can't be true. Jim Virgil, whom he respected like a father and fought alongside for half his life, couldn't possibly do such a thing. Sammy stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning. Hutch, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Sammy lunged at Hutch with a dagger, taken from somewhere. The pampered Hutch froze in place, completely unprepared for this. Seeing the dagger about to cut Hutch's neck, Angus reacted swiftly, pushing Hutch aside and kicking the dagger out of Sammy's hand. Sammy, are you insane? Hutch looked terrified at the restrained Sammy. Mr. Randy, quick, kill him. Ignoring Hutch, Angus released Sammy. I don't care about your grievances. My task is to bring all of you down safely. Just think about it. Broken limbs won't kill you. Casper's icy gaze sent shivers down both men's spines. That gaze left no doubt. They believed this youth would follow through. Hutch, remember this. This isn't over. Sammy straightened his clothes, glared at Hutch, and returned to his room. Adeline then descended from upstairs. Casper noticed she had been watching them secretly from the beginning. Chapter 380, Chaos Unfolding. Lord Hutch, Sammy was just being impulsive for a moment. Please don't take it to heart. But he almost killed me just now. If not for Mr. Randy, I would already be a corpse. Hutch's expression was agitated. This was his first time facing death so closely. Lord Hutch, Adeline glanced at Angus and then whispered into Hutch's ear, let's go to your room and talk there. Come, Lord Hutch, I'll escort you back to your room. Hutch looked up at Adeline and then rose, bowing to Angus before leaving with her. The living room of the wooden house was left empty except for Angus. He had no interest in the private lives of those people. Opening the window, cold wind and snow instantly rushed into the room. Casper shivered, picked up the exquisite silver teapot from the table, filled it with snow from outside the window, and placed it over the fireplace to heat the water. Fortunately, there were plenty of trees on the mountain, so they wouldn't run out of firewood anytime soon. Sitting by the fireplace, wrapped in a beautiful blanket, Angus held the hot water in his hands and sipped it slowly. After some time, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Mr. Randy, I'm truly sorry, but there are no spare rooms left. You'll have to make do in the living room. Casper didn't turn around. The sound of the footsteps told him it was Adeline. Adeline sat opposite Angus and poured herself a cup of hot water. He noticed her disheveled hair, flushed cheeks, and wrinkled clothes. No problem. I've gotten used to it. It's actually warmer here than inside. Mr. Randy, for someone your age, you're much stronger than I imagined. Thank you for the compliment. Adeline maintained her gentle smile, though under the light of the fireplace, it appeared cold. Was it you who pushed me off the cliff? Casper stared straight into Adeline's eyes. His calm gaze carried a dangerous undertone. CLI, what cliff? Adeline feigned surprise. Her puzzled look seemed genuine. Wasn't it you? Casper frowned. Could that woman really be Verna? Are you working with Verna? Mr. Randy, what are you talking about? Working with whom? Seeing Adeline's bewildered expression did nothing to diminish Angus's suspicions. It seemed there was more to this outing than met the eye. Do you suspect I have something to do with these events? Adeline widened her eyes in disbelief. If that's the case, then kill me. She closed her eyes as if offering herself up for execution, trying to prove her innocence through sacrifice. Casper wasn't buying it. Why should I kill you? Is your life worth sacrificing to protect your accomplices? Hearing Angus's words, Adeline remained unperturbed. I don't understand what you're saying. Weren't we trapped here because of the dragon? Do you think someone deliberately confined us here? Casper didn't directly answer Adeline. Instead, he casually replied, I didn't say that. Whether you're innocent or have ulterior motives doesn't matter to me. I've told Hutch and the others I won't get involved in your grudges, nor will I tell anyone about what happened. My job is to bring all of you down the mountain safely. Beyond that, none of your disputes concern me. But until we descend, you'd best behave. His icy gaze pierced Adeline like two sharp swords. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Mr. Randy, I always believed in you. Though what you said sounds absurd, I trust you will make the right judgment. Good night, and I hope you sleep well. With that, Adeline stood and returned to her room. Casper sat back down but sensed something was amiss. He abruptly stood up and rushed upstairs to Verna's room. Upon entering, he saw the beautiful woman lying on the bed in agony. Her face was pale and blue, scratching at her neck furiously, turning red from the friction. She struggled desperately as if strangled by an invisible rope, barely managing to breathe. Casper ran to her bedside, noticing something blocking Verna's airway. As he probed with his spiritual energy, the object moved further into her lungs. Alarmed, he knew it could be fatal if it reached her lungs. With no other choice, he made a precise cut with his finger along Verna's throat, opening her airway without damaging any blood vessels. Verna's complexion gradually returned to normal, and her breathing slowed. Still unconscious from fever due to the cold, she was now out of immediate danger, but the foreign object remained inside her. Pushing upward on her upper throat, Angus exerted slight pressure, causing a large, fat gray rat to emerge from her trachea. The rat tried to flee upon landing, but Angus was faster, stomping it down instantly. Using his spiritual energy to close Verna's wound, he lifted the rat by its tail. After inspecting, he found unusual magical energy within the rat. Someone must have planted magic to lure such a rat into Verna's airway while he was away earlier. To use such cruel means, what deep-seated hatred must they have? Casper shook his head. Though he wished to avoid involvement, seeing such cruelty towards a defenseless woman disturbed him. Inside the warm room, he felt a chill. Laverneving a protective barrier, he returned downstairs to his chair. The howling wind whistled through the window gaps, making an eerie noise. Sitting in his chair, Angus pondered everyone's motivations. If Verna was carrying Hutch's child, such a scandal would ruin the Hack family's reputation, making Hutch the prime suspect. But was it truly him? During his conversation with Adeline, though she hadn't admitted anything, he had seen through her facade. She was unervingly calm, unlike a typical person who'd feel suspicious and deny accusations. Even if she hadn't directly harmed Mrs. Verna, she likely had a special connection with the orchestrator of these events. As he thought, strange noises came from Sammy's room, intimate moans and rough growls that sparked imagination. The tangled relationships between Adeline, Sammy, and Hutch might be intertwined with this conspiracy. Of course, Angus had no desire to get involved in these people's personal affairs. He only wished to quickly find the mage and bring the four of them back safely to the capital. But things never went as smoothly as planned. The blizzard that night was even fiercer than usual, making the entire wooden house groan as if it would collapse at any moment. A loud crash followed by Hutch's agonized scream tore through the night. It was the sound of shattered glass from a broken window. Casper bolted awake, delivering a swift kick to open Hutch's door. But there was no one else in the room. Only Hutch stood before the shattered window, desperately reaching out to Angus. Transparent ice crystals rapidly spread over his body from his back. Mr. Randy, save. Before he could finish his plea, Hutch was completely encased in ice. The fierce wind rushed in through the broken window, knocking the frozen Hutch to the ground. Just as he was about to shatter into pieces, Angus swiftly unfurled his flying carpet, wrapping it tightly around Hutch and gently placing him on the floor. At the window, Angus caught a glimpse of a shadow, fleeing into the distance amidst the raging storm. He wanted to give chase but couldn't guarantee what might happen among the others if he left. What happened? Sammy and Adeline hurried over, their clothes disheveled, faces flushed. Clearly, they had been interrupted mid-passion. Nothing, go back to rest. Noticing the ice-encased Hutch at Angus's feet, both wore expressions of horror. Has the dragon started attacking us? Sammy's eyes widened, his voice trembling. No, you're trapped here not because of any dragon, but because someone deliberately kept you here and spread rumors about a dragon to make you believe you were captured by it. What? This is impossible. Who would go to such lengths against us? Sammy cried in fear. You should ask yourselves. Casper's gaze swept over the 3 remaining occupants. Whoever it is, Mr. Randy, you'll protect us, right? Hutch's ice was melted by the heating array on the flying carpet, allowing him to hear Angus's words. He couldn't think of anyone with such motive, not because he avoided enemies, but because he had too many. As a marquis son and a notorious plague rover, the girls he discarded alone had reason enough to kill him. I will. Casper nodded. Sammy glared fiercely at Hutch, despising this cowardly man. Why hadn't the person just killed him outright? Mr. Randy, since it's not a dragon, can we leave now? Casper glanced at Sammy. No, a premeditated human is far more dangerous than a beast. I believe she has set traps on all possible escape routes, waiting for us to walk into them. So, do we have to wait until we kill her to leave? Our food supplies are running low. We only ate a black bread loaf yesterday. We can endure, but Lady Isabella is already ill. Without food, she may not survive. Sammy expressed concern. No need to worry. This attack shows impatience, indicating perhaps a lack of supplies. As soon as she shows up again, I'll capture her. Well, all right. Sammy hesitated, unable to say more. You seem very concerned about Lady Isabella. Casper remarked casually. Of course, she's Marley's mother. Sammy answered without thinking, but his expression turned grim upon mentioning Marley's name. If so, why did you try to kill her? Everyone looked at Angus in shock. What are you talking about? Why would I harm Marley's mother? I wouldn't say it without evidence. Angus locked eyes with Sammy. When I left, you used a special medicine as an excuse to make Lady Isabella inhale animal-attracting secretions into her trachea. You're spouting nonsense. Sammy bellowed, glaring at Angus. I'm not lying. Those details came directly from Lady Isabella. That's impossible. She's tried our medicines. Why would she think mine attracted rats? Oh. Casper's lips curled slightly. How do you know it attracts rats? I didn't specify. Sammy froze, stunned. No, I guessed it. Guessed? Normally, hearing of an animal entering the trachea would make one think of insects or small creatures, not something as large as a rat. Are you still trying to lie your way out of this? Chapter 381. Taking advantage to raise the price, make a small profit. Yes, it was me. So what? She deserved everything that happened. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Sammy shouted loudly. That slut. She deserved to die. With a crisp slap, Adeline retracted her hand from Sammy's face, her eyes filled with tears as she asked accusingly. Why? Why do you hate Aunt Gigi so much? What did she ever do to you? Why? Sammy laughed without anger. Aren't you clear on all the outrageous things she has done over the years? Forcing Marley to marry that damned Hutch because she couldn't stop her own scandal with him. Using Marley as a shield. She doesn't deserve to be Jim Virgil's wife. Her existence disgraces Marley's family and shames the entire imperial nobility. Adeline opened her mouth to object but found herself speechless. Although she wanted to defend her aunt, she could not deny that what Sammy said was true. Sammy, let me correct you. I genuinely love Gigi, and before my engagement to Marley, I didn't even know Gigi. Hutch stood up from the ground, speaking in a light-hearted tone. Go to hell with your so-called love. Sammy spat vehemently. You're nothing but a stallion who can't control yourself. Sleeping with your future mother-in-law. What's the difference between you and an animal? Just because of that, you wanted to kill Aunt Gigi? Adeline looked at Sammy with unfamiliarity. The Sammy she knew was often impulsive and had a violent streak, yet deep down, he was a decent, kind-hearted man. He often visited the church orphanage alone, playing with war-orphan children, bringing them food and books, something most self-righteous nobles would never bother with. Isn't that reason enough? Sammy sneered back. It's enough, but it's not your real reason. I want to hear the truth. The silent Blaine suddenly spoke up. His clear eyes seemed capable of seeing through every lie. Under his gaze, the initially defiant Sammy fell silent. Don't want to talk about it? Should I share my guesses instead? The Blaine took a few steps around the room. Besides the reasons you've mentioned, killing Gigi is mainly because of the child in her womb, isn't it? Startled by his words, everyone focused their attention on the Blaine. All three saw intense shock in each other's eyes. Mr. Randy, what are you saying? Hutch couldn't believe his ears. He couldn't fathom how deeply Sammy hated him, wanting to kill even the unborn child. Sammy decided to stop hiding. Yes, you're right. Everything stems from that child. Sammy, you're insane. Normally composed, Hutch erupted in rage. He grabbed Sammy's collar and roared, Take your grudge out on me. Why did you go after my child? Your child? Sammy sneered. It seems you don't know anything. What do you mean? Ha ha ha, looks like you're just another pawn in that woman's game. Ha ha. Sammy burst into laughter, almost provoking Hutch into punching him. Hutch, let me tell you the truth. The child in Gigi's belly isn't yours, it's mine. What? Hutch shuddered, releasing Sammy's collar and instinctively stepping back. On the day of your engagement banquet, I was there too. I planned to elope with Marley that day, but when I entered her room, I saw her half naked on the bed. The thought that the untouched Marley was waiting for you to defile her purity made me furious. So you raped Marley? Hutch lost it this time, cursing at Sammy furiously. No man could endure his fiancée being violated on their engagement day. If not for Mr. Randy, he would have torn Sammy apart. Sammy seemed satisfied seeing Hutch's rage and smiled contentedly. Then his expression turned serious. I did that, but I didn't violate Marley's purity. What do you mean? Because the one on Marley's bed wasn't Marley but her mother, Gigi. Ah. Both Hutch and Adeline exclaimed in shock. When I regained my senses and realized what had happened, I regretted it deeply. But I wondered why Gigi was in Marley's room dressed so provocatively. After calming down, I smelled an unusual scent in the room and guessed boldly. Later, Gigi confirmed it to me. For me? Hutch pointed at himself, disbelieving. Sammy nodded. Yes, to seduce you. But accidentally, she met me instead, ruining her plan. We held each other's secrets and agreed to keep this a secret. But within a month, Gigi told me something I least wanted to hear. She was pregnant. Because of that night, she carried my child. Everyone fell silent after Sammy's revelation, especially Hutch, who collapsed to the ground, his eyes blank. The cherished Gigi carried someone else's child, and that someone was his fiancée's former lover? The shock left Hutch momentarily numb. Yet when he regained his senses, amidst his anger, he felt a hint of relief. If the child wasn't his, maybe there was a way to salvage things with Gigi? And knowing the child wasn't his, she still used it to manipulate him. It was clear she was using him. So you killed Gigi to avoid exposure? Yes, Sammy nodded. Once the child was born, my involvement with Gigi couldn't be hidden. Neither Marley nor Jim Virgil would forgive me, and neither would I forgive myself. So you resorted to murder to eliminate Gigi? Yes, Sammy admitted dejectedly. Even this trip was planned to find a chance to kill Gigi and Hutch and make it look like an accident. But who would have thought we'd encounter this situation? Sammy turned to Adeline apologetically. Sorry, Adeline. I'm a bastard. I used your feelings for me. Forgive me. I still love Marley. You are indeed a bastard, but you don't need to apologize to me. Adeline remained expressionless and calm. Sammy widened his eyes in disbelief as Adeline's sharp dagger easily pierced his chest, piercing his heart effortlessly. Noticing Sammy's abnormality, the Blaine pushed Adeline aside and cast an ice seal spell to freeze Sammy completely, preventing death from cardiac rupture. As the Blaine was dealing with Sammy, Adeline ran to the window and leaped out. The Blaine was about to chase after her when a row of ice needles shot in from outside the window. He quickly dodged them. When he looked out again, Adeline was nowhere to be seen. The Blaine turned back to look at the ice needles embedded in the floor. The magical aura on them matched that of the person who created the blizzard. It seemed his guess was correct. Adeline was indeed an accomplice of that person. By now, even if the Blaine were foolish, he could tell who the mysterious person was. Marley, Harry's fiancée and Gigi's daughter. That explained why he mistook her for Gigi during the day. The mother and daughter looked very much alike, and the storm obscured his vision. Now that the mysterious person was Marley, it explained why she wanted to harm Harry. As a noble lady raised with an independent education, she couldn't accept being forced to marry someone she didn't love, especially one who was involved with her mother. But why did Adeline kill Sammy? Was it because of Gigi? Or was it because Sammy had intended to rape her that night? If what Sammy said was true, it was obvious to anyone that this was Gigi's scheme, though the purpose remained unknown. Adeline clearly saw through everything, but still chose to severely injure Sammy. Why? Was it just because of favoritism towards her aunt, Adeline's mother? The Blaine instinctively felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Just as he was pondering, he sensed that the boundary he left in Gigi's room upstairs had been triggered. Without another word, he grabbed the stunned Harry, wrapped Sammy, who was frozen in ice, in a blanket, and rushed up to the second floor. He wasn't comfortable leaving Harry and Sammy downstairs, worried it might be a decoy to lure him away. The moment he pushed open the door, a row of ice spikes appeared before him, mere inches from his eyes. Unfazed, the Blaine emitted a ripple of spiritual energy from within, which shattered those lethal ice spikes instantly. However, the ice spikes were just appetizers. The truly dangerous weapon was a bright silver dagger held by Adeline, aimed directly at the Blaine's chest. Her strike was practiced, showing none of the naivety one would expect from a pampered noblewoman. Ordinary mages would never have reacted in time at such close range, but the Blaine wasn't ordinary. With a quick pull, twist, and dodge, the dagger was in his hand, and he pressed it against Adeline's throat without hesitation. Everly Marley, I think we can talk. There's nothing to discuss. Let go of Adeline, or I'll cut off this woman's head. A woman who looked almost identical to Gigi stood at the bed's head, holding an ice blade against Gigi's neck. This was the first time the Blaine got a clear look at Marley. Apart from different hairstyles, she lacked Gigi's mature charm and exuded youthful ferocity instead. No wonder Sammy had mistaken her for someone else that night. Is this your mother? Why do you think threatening me with her will work? The Blaine pressed the dagger closer to Adeline's neck, and the slightest pressure would cause blood to gush from her white skin like crimson petals. Your task is to bring everyone back alive, right? If my hand shakes, this woman dies, and you won't get your reward. How about collaborating? I'll pay double what the Hack family offers. Marley's voice showed no emotion, as if she believed she had the Blaine completely under control. Your offer is indeed tempting, the Blaine admitted. A smile tugged at Marley's lips, thinking she had anticipated everything. But then he added, but you're not the only one here, are you? Mr. Harry, she offered a very tempting price. Mr. Randy, you can't do this. You're a gentleman. How can you violate the spirit of the contract? Harry hadn't expected the sudden shift, and he panicked. You misunderstand, Mr. Harry, the Blaine smiled. I'm just a bounty hunter, naturally following the highest bidder. Harry's eyes widened. Now he had no choice. He was literally at the mercy of the Blaine's words. This was extortion. Faced with this blackmail, Harry gritted his teeth and responded, "I'll pay 3 times. Mr. Randy, please don't fall for that woman's deceit." The Blaine's smile widened as he glanced at Marley and shrugged. "You see, young honest Harry has offered triple the amount. Unfortunately, we can't continue our cooperation." Marley's eyes narrowed. She knew the Blaine was playing her. No matter how high she raised her bid, he wouldn't genuinely cooperate with her. Chapter 382. Adeli's past. It seems there's nothing left to discuss. If that's the case, let's get this over with. Marley's gaze was icy cold, seemingly indifferent to the Grover holding Adeline. However, the Grover appeared fearless, looking at Marley with a somewhat playful expression. "All right, let's do it. But I suggest you think carefully. For me, it's just a wasted trip. For you, once you make your move, you'll lose everything." Marley's hand, gripping the ice blade, trembled. She couldn't deny that what the Grover said was true. "I think we should talk more, don't you?" The Grover spoke persuasively, his voice having a magical quality that made Marley waver. The ice blade in her hand moved slightly away from Adeli's neck. "Lady sister, don't listen to him. Act now. Have you forgotten our oath?" Adeline suddenly shouted loudly from the Grover's grip. Hearing Adeline's voice, Marley, who had been about to release Adeli, became resolute again. The Grover cursed under his breath and tightened his grip slightly. Adeline immediately cried out in pain. "Let go of Adeline. Lady sister, ignore me. Act now. You'd better stay quiet." The Grover squeezed Adeline's neck lightly, causing her to faint instantly. "Adeline, don't worry, she's just sleeping for a while. Do you think we can talk now?" Marley bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before finally dispersing the ice blade in her hand. "Haven't you always said you weren't interested in our affairs? Why are you interfering?" "Don't misunderstand. I also said I want to take them all out alive." The Grover released Adeline and casually stuck the dagger into the door panel. "Now, can you tell me why you're doing this?" "Why?" Marley laughed bitterly. "Don't you know? My mother, my fiancé, even Sammy, whom I grew up with, all betrayed me. Isn't that enough reason for me to kill them?" "And what about you, Lady Adeli?" The Grover turned to look at the beautiful woman lying on the bed, still unconscious. Hearing the Grover's question, Adeli slowly opened her eyes. "Mr. Randy is truly perceptive." Adeli's voice was gentle, as if nothing had happened, even though she had just been held at knife point by her daughter moments ago. "I'm just an ordinary woman, too weak to lift a chicken, and even incapable of using magic. But I am a mother, and for my child, I can give up everything. Even if hated by your daughter for a lifetime doesn't matter?" Adeli looked affectionately at Marley by the bedside, despite the intense hatred in Marley's gaze. "Yes. Don't be so fake. It's disgusting." Marley glared at Adeli in disgust. "If not for you selling the family heirloom, how could our family beg the Hack family like dogs? How could I have married that disgusting man?" "Marley, do you really believe our family's decline was because of the heirloom?" Facing her daughter's accusations, a flash of pain crossed Adeli's face. "Wasn't it?" Adeli shook her head. "I had planned to take this secret to my grave along with my miserable body. But seeing you now, I know you've grown up. You should know everything." Adeli reached out to caress Marley's cheek, but was harshly slapped away. Adeli chuckled bitterly and withdrew her hand. "Long before I married into the Virgil family, the Virgils were already on a downward spiral. During the Empire's peak, frequent wars led the Emperor to promote many new clans. The old aristocracy like the Virgils despised these newcomers and refused to associate with them. That's when the Hack family began its rise. When the Virgils finally realized this wasn't their era anymore, their pride wouldn't allow them to bow down. So they allied with other declining noble families, trying to reverse their fate. I was part of that alliance. You're lying. Our family was strong when I was young." Marley shouted, disbelieving. "Just barely managing. If our family had truly been strong, why did the Emperor remain silent when your father was killed?" Marley opened her mouth but couldn't find words to reply. Her current father was actually her Xuan. In the Avon Empire, it was common for a widow to marry her brother-in-law. Adeli continued. "My marriage to your father was arranged by both families, hoping to support each other. Though I already had feelings for someone else, I reluctantly agreed after my grandmother threatened to die. I married your father and bore you. Unexpectedly, your father was murdered shortly after you were born, and I later married his younger brother, your current father." Talking about the past, Adeli remained calm, as if recounting a story unrelated to her. "The one who killed your father was the current Duke of Hack, Hutch's father." "What?" Marley widened her eyes. This was the first she'd heard of it. She only knew her biological father died due to foul play, never suspecting his murderer was her fiancé's father, her future father-in-law. This was almost public knowledge back then. Your grandfather stormed the palace, begging the Emperor for justice, only to be met with indifference. From that moment, the Virgils realized they were mere pawns. After that, your grandfather fell into alcoholism, squandering family assets. The Virgil family was near collapse. After your grandfather's death, to maintain the family, I sold the heirloom and reduced expenses. Only then did the family barely survive. Is this true? Marley could hardly believe her ears. Her mother, whom she had hated for so long, was the one who saved the family in its darkest hour, shouldering the entire burden as a woman. Why didn't you tell me? Foolish child, I'm your mother. A mother cannot burden her child. Adeli finally touched Marley's cheek as she wished, her pale face showing a faint smile. But why did you marry me off to the Hack family, knowing they killed my father? Adeli fell silent, withdrawing her hand. She pursed her lips and whispered, though your father wasn't my greatest love, he was still my husband. I haven't forgotten his death, but our family is now empty inside, with our properties incurring debts rather than profits. The Hack family offered to buy all our properties in exchange for a marital alliance. Why? Our family has nothing left. What does the Hack family want? No, Adeli suddenly smiled. Our most important thing has always been intact. Adelie extended her finger and tapped Marley's abdomen. The most important thing about the Virgil family has never been those treasures of gold and silver, but our innate, almost terrifying adaptability to ice and snow magic. So from the beginning, the Hack family's target was me? Marley widened her eyes. She had always thought her mother had sacrificed her for the family, but she never imagined that it was actually the Hack family's true goal. Her mother only made an unavoidable choice out of desperation. Fate can be cruel. Adelie did not continue but instead began recounting her past. The person I was forced apart from back then married into another family and bore a daughter. Perhaps destiny did not forgive us, for after more than a decade, my daughter fell in love with her daughter. The same script played out once again. Adelie's gaze fell on Adeline, who lay unconscious on the ground. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. When I first saw this child, I knew she was her daughter. Those eyes were exactly like hers. Marley was now in a daze. She found it hard to process all these facts at once. I will not let the regrets of the past happen to my children. Adelie stroked Marley's smooth golden hair. My dear, I have no background, no magical talent. This is all I can do for you. Marley finally understood why her mother had humbled herself before Hutch, enduring countless slights and the judgmental gazes of society, willingly being condemned by the world. All of it was for her. At her engagement party, her mother hid in her room and used that incense to ensure Hutch would be accused of raping his future mother-in-law, thereby stopping the marriage. This was the sacrifice she made for her child, for the family. But fate played its hand, and the one who appeared in the room was not Hutch but Sammy. Without any other option, Adelie had to use her child as bait to lure Hutch there. She had been prepared. If Hutch killed her, everything he had done would immediately be revealed to the entire capital. The Hack family would be powerless to protect him. Adelie, you really are cunning, Hutch said, clapping as he stepped forward, a sneer on his face, far from his earlier timidity. It's a pity. You missed one crucial detail. You could control Sammy with the child in your belly, but so could I. A few words and that fool began to hate you with every fiber of his being, wanting nothing more than to see you dead. Marley gritted her teeth. This man before her was the one she most wanted to kill, but with the mysterious Grover around, she couldn't harm him in the slightest. And once they left the mountain, trying to kill Hack under the Hack family's layers of protection would be a hopeless fantasy. What should she do? Marley was now caught in a dilemma. Haha, Marley, I know you despise me, but what can you do in front of Mr. Randy? Mr. Randy, Marley spat out. Please, let me kill this villain. I'll give you everything I own. And just what do you have? Before the Grover could answer, Hutch interjected arrogantly, your wealth? What can that even do? Mr. Randy, don't listen to her. I'll pay you 3 times the amount when we return. You. Marley glared at Hutch in fury, but she was helpless. Hutch's resources indeed overshadowed her own. If it came down to money, she was no match for him. Despair crept over Marley. Was today the day she would watch Hutch leave without resistance, wasting all her efforts and her mother's sacrifices? Marley, enough. Don't make things difficult for Mr. Randy. But, Dolores. Adelie gently squeezed Marley's hand, silencing her. Mr. Randy, I know you're a businessman and wouldn't want to put you in a bind. Let's make a deal, shall we? Seeing Adelie's smile, Hutch felt a sense of foreboding and quickly protested. Mr. Randy, I'm your employer now. You can't make deals with him. Hutch, who are you to stop me from doing business with Mr. Randy? Faced with Adelie's rebuke, Hutch instinctively tried to retort. I certainly have a reason. Suddenly, he realized he had no legitimate reason to oppose her. The Grover also smiled faintly, showing interest. Let's hear it, Mrs. Adelie. After this mission ends, I want to hire you to kill Hutch standing behind you. Adelie, how dare you? Hutch panicked, shouting. He knew that if anyone in the entire Avon Empire dared take this insane job, it would be the Blaine acknowledged by Lord Franz. Mr. Randy, please, don't listen to their nonsense. You need money, right? I have plenty. Name your price, and it's yours. Please don't accept their offer. Hutch was on the verge of kneeling before the Grover, his panic reaching its peak. Mr. Hutch, in business, it's not just about money but also about timing. The Grover watched Hutch with a peculiar smile. Chapter 383, The True Dragon. Madam Sophie, I am very interested in the business you proposed. How much do you plan to offer? Mr. Randy, you are aware of our family situation. Indeed, I can't provide too much money. What do you think about 2 gold coins? The Blaine thought for a moment, then solemnly nodded. I think this price is reasonable. Listening to their back and forth, Hutch was nearly scared to death. But he wasn't stupid. After regaining some composure, he immediately understood Sophie's intentions. Sophie, just tell me what you want. There's no need for this. Hutch now clearly saw that the Randy before him was siding with Sophie, leaving him with no room for negotiation. Hutch, you are indeed a smart man. Let's be direct. End the engagement with my daughter and transfer the Beck Street shops to the Virgil family. That's impossible. Hutch's eyes widened. You're asking for too much. Hutch, over the years, the Hack family has done many things to the Virgil family, and I believe you know it well. Why has the Virgil family's industry fallen short? Isn't it because of your Hack family? All I ask for is 1 commercial street. This compensation shouldn't be excessive, right? I can cancel the engagement, but the matter concerning Beck Street needs to be discussed within the family. Hutch, Sophie smiled lightly, a smile of confidence. The Beck Street properties were your father's gift when you came of age, weren't they? You should have the authority to make decisions. Hutch gritted his teeth, not expecting this woman to investigate so thoroughly. Compared to her dim-witted yet voluptuous daughter, this woman was 10 times more troublesome. Gabine, I agree, but I have my conditions. If you don't agree, I will die alongside your daughter. Go on. All matters discussed today must be kept secret, absolutely no leaks. Naturally, Sophie nodded. These events aren't something to be publicized anyway. Gabine, from now on, the Hack family and the Virgil family shall sever all ties. Hutch coldly snorted and turned to leave. Hold on, honest Hutch. Did you forget something? Hutch paused, then pulled out several property deeds from his pocket and angrily threw them to the ground. After Hutch left, Sophie, who had been talking confidently, began coughing painfully. Her condition suddenly deteriorated. Dolores, are you okay? Gabine, a him? Sophie waved her hand, indicating she was all right. Mr. Randy, thank you. The weakened Sophie, lying in bed, thanked the Blaine with difficulty. I did nothing. The Blaine shook his head and looked out the window. The snowstorm caused by Marley's magic had vanished, and brilliant sunlight flooded into the small wooden house once again. Seeing the reconciliation between mother and daughter, the Blaine smiled. He didn't want to interrupt their reunion and was just about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a tiny shadow cast by the sunlight entering the room. The Blaine's hair stood on end. Get down quickly. In 2 steps, the Blaine rushed to the window, gathering spiritual energy. Before Marley and Sophie could react, a column of scorching flame enveloped the entire cabin. The fiery heat almost instantly turned the wooden structure to ashes, even transforming the ground beneath it into flowing red magma. Amidst the magma pool, an unscathed island remained. The Blaine struggled to maintain his barrier as everyone under it gazed fearfully at the shadow in the sky. Is that a dragon? Marley looked up in shock at the terrifying creature flapping its wings, amazed to encounter a real dragon here. That's a dragon? The Blaine stared curiously at the enormous dragon with interlocking scales, its pure black scales gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Isn't that just a big gecko? Everyone fell silent after the Blaine's comment. Marley hesitated, then asked, Mr. Randy, have you never seen a dragon before? The Blaine honestly shook his head. No, this is my first time. Be cautious, it's coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon descended with terrifying speed. The wind pressure from its wings disheveled everyone's hair. All watched hopelessly as the dragon swooped down. As the strongest creature on the continent, the dragon was like the embodiment of death itself. No one could challenge it in the air, not even a mage god. However, the Blaine wouldn't sit idly. A complex magical array appeared before him, and a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket shot towards the dragon. The once arrogant dragon instantly bristled its scales. It sensed impending doom, a primal instinct warning it that this attack couldn't be resisted. The dragon furiously flapped its wings, activating a wind element array on its wings, barely allowing it to dodge the purple lightning. After the lightning, the air was filled with the fishy smell characteristic of thunderstorms. Others stared wide-eyed, incredulously looking at the Blaine. So this was his true strength? That strike forced the formidable dragons to retreat temporarily. Mr. Randy, what was that move? Such immense power. It must be a powerful forbidden spell. Marley suppressed her fear and curiously asked the Blaine. A name? The Blaine thought for a moment. As far as I remember, it's called Yoltning Spell. Yoltning Spell? Everyone exclaimed in unison. What? Isn't Yoltning Spell a basic lightning spell? How could it have such power? And the color is completely different. Mr. Randy, please don't lie to us. Let's talk later. It's coming again. With a snap of his fingers, the flying carpet carried Sophie and the frozen Sammy away to safety. The dragon didn't spare a glance at them. Its only target now was the slender Blaine. It felt genuine danger only from him. The Blaine repeated his technique, forming another magical array. The dragon, not mindless, also inhaled deeply, mixing air and magic in its throat sac. As the dragon opened its mouth, a narrow jet of fire shot toward the Blaine. Compared to its previous large mouthful of breath, this narrow jet was much smaller, but ignoring its size would cost one's life. This jet was faster and more piercing. Almost as soon as it fired, the tip of the fiery jet pierced through the Blaine's barrier and reached him. The scorching jet almost incinerated the air around it. Marley and Hutch watched in despair as the red line pierced through Angus's defense, leaving them without any reaction time. The array before the Blaine instantly collapsed, and the unfinished spell dissipated into the air. Mr. Randy. Hutch fell to the ground in terror. The Blaine was their only hope against the dragon. Without him, they would eventually become the dragon's meal. Yes? What do you need? The Blaine turned around, disdainfully looking at the terrified Hutch. Mr. Randy, are you alright? Marley and Hutch were astonished, seeing the Blaine standing calmly with no sign of being hit by the dragon's breath. How did you do that? You took my lethal blow and came out unharmed. The dragon in the sky suddenly spoke, and contrary to its massive size, its voice sounded surprisingly youthful and inexperienced. The Blaine was a bit surprised. Could this big lizard actually speak? This isn't difficult. Tiny ant, don't boast. My attack is so powerful that even my father wouldn't dare to withstand it directly. There must be some secret about you. Is that so? The Blaine smiled slightly. If you want to know, defeat me, and I'll tell you. That. Mr. Randy, are you really talking to the dragon? Marley couldn't help but ask from the side. Yes. The Blaine said as if it were the most natural thing. Can't you hear what it's saying? We can hear it, but we can't understand it. Marley shook her head. Only dragon speakers have the privilege to communicate with dragons. I didn't expect you to be a dragon speaker. Dragon speaker? Suddenly, the Blaine recalled descriptions of dragon speakers he had seen in the royal library. Dragon speakers were an extremely rare profession, or rather, talent. Only those chosen by the dragon god could become dragon speakers, and only they had the right to serve as a dragon servant, fighting alongside them and borrowing their strength. Indeed, in this world, dragons were the mightiest race. Even when they lent their power to humans, they would still remain masters, with humans serving as their slaves. Facing me in combat, how dare you distract yourself? After both of its attacks were easily deflected by the Blaine, the dragon simply charged over. No creature possessed greater physical strength than a dragon. Its innate power could tear through the earth itself. The cold, black claws gleamed as they lunged toward the fragile Blaine, who was not even as tall as one of the dragon's fingers. Such a disparity meant certain death for the Blaine should the dragon strike. However, the dragon's near-certain killing blow swung through empty air. The island surrounded by magma was now completely empty. The dragon's golden vertical pupils contracted sharply. Someone's speed had outmatched its eyesight. The Blaine reappeared atop the cliff. Mr. Randy, that dragon? Marley stared oddly at the dragon. Don't speak. Stay hidden here. Gabinishing his sentence, the Blaine somehow produced a long blade that seemed mismatched with his frail body. He dragged it and rushed toward the dragon. The silver blade clashed with the black scales, sending off countless sparks. To the dragon, the Blaine's figure disappeared again. In the next second, the Blaine appeared at the tip of the dragon's snout, taking advantage of its inhale. In a swift motion, the sharp blade stabbed into the soft nasal cavity of the dragon. Oh! In pain, the dragon roared. Seeing its boiling blood rapidly flow towards the ground, the dragon realized in shock. Not that the weak ant was too fast. It had slowed down. How did you do it? Our Black Dragon clan is immune to all curses. Faced with the dragon's confusion, the Blaine gave the same reply. Defeat me, and I'll tell you. The Blaine reappeared around the dragon, striking the weakest points each time. Eyelids, abdomen, wing roots. While the Blaine's strikes couldn't significantly harm the dragon, they caused immense pain. Despite having strong magic that could kill it, he chose to torture it instead. At this moment, the dragon was truly enraged. Ayo! The dragon roared, and a powerful blast erupted from its body, scattering everything around. Even Marley and Sammy, far away, nearly fell down the mountain. Tiny ant, I will exterminate you. An overwhelming force gathered in the dragon's mouth, warping the surrounding space. Far away in the capital, Headmaster Franz put down his wine glass and looked solemnly in the direction where the Blaine was. Is this the power of the dragon god? Could it be that the dragon on the mountain has the bloodline of a dragon god? Franz took a gulp of wine, trying to calm his shock. I can't help you this time. May you have luck, Grover. When the Blaine saw the force the dragon was gathering, he didn't show fear. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. Gabinelli found it. Above the dragon's chest was a core continuously supplying power to its mouth. This core was the source of the dragon's power and also its only weakness. But the core's location varied among dragons, and it was usually hidden under its anti-magic skin, making it impossible to locate. However, things were different now. To use the power of the dragon god within its bloodline, the core began wildly releasing energy, so much that even without detection magic, it could be discovered. The Blaine appeared before the dragon's chest, murmuring words no one had ever heard. Though the dragon couldn't understand, the mysterious and profound language gave it an unprecedented sense of danger. Even the lightning strike hadn't made it this fearful. Driven by fear, the dragon abandoned gathering the dragon god's power, swinging its huge claw to crush the insect on its chest as quickly as possible. The Blaine smiled slightly. You only realize now? Too late. Chapter 384. Subduing the Giant Dragon. As the last syllable left the Grover's lips, an incredibly mysterious force enveloped the giant dragon. It was a force that should not exist in this world, coming from another realm. This force symbolized domination. The moment it appeared, dark clouds shrouded the entire mountaintop, filling the sky with fierce winds and thunderbolts. The earth trembled and cracked, spewing lava from beneath the ground. This was the world protesting, for it feared this force. Yet all of these disturbances could not affect the Grover and the dragon encased within the golden cocoon. No. The dragon within struggled desperately, trying to tear through the thin layer of the light cocoon. However, its stone-crushing, gold-splitting claws were utterly powerless against the cocoon. No matter how fiercely the dragon struggled, the seemingly soft cocoon showed no sign of deformation. The cocoon extruded delicate threads that disregarded the dragon's thick scales and effortlessly penetrated its body, wrapping around the massive core representing the dragon's life force. I beg you, I surrender. Please, spare me. The dragon's voice grew weaker, as it clearly felt a new power asserting dominance over its life core while sensing its own power being gradually stripped away. Soon, even its scales, skin, muscles, blood, and bones began to be invaded by this force. It wanted to scream in fear but couldn't even make a sound. Everything now belonged to the terrifying Grover before it. The dragon regretted ever provoking this monster. Originally, it had been sleeping on a nearby mountain, but a few days ago, some insignificant creatures started using ice magic on the mountain. Disliking the cold, it was woken up from its slumber. So, it decided to teach them a lesson, and also because it was feeling hungry. But one of those insignificants turned out to be so terrifying, robbing not only its power but even its body. Daddy, Mommy, I regret leaving Dragon Island. A large tear rolled down the corner of the dragon's eye. It was all it could do now. Meanwhile, the Grover who released the contract was also confused. This was his first time releasing a contract in this world, and it was different from when he used it in the Dongyun Continent. The contract here was more tyrannical and lacked restraint. It behaved like a bully, forcefully taking over everything without any regard for reason. Time continued to flow, but inside the contract, the Grover felt time moving exceedingly slowly, watching the contract's power slowly take over the dragon's body. Gradually, he could feel himself connecting with the dragon bit by bit. He saw the dragon's memories, filled with eating and sleeping, devoid of substance. As a top-tier creature, dragons indeed lived leisurely lives. Suddenly, the bored Grover found himself in a space teeming with life energy. In the center floated a small dragon silhouette. Instinctively, the Grover touched it lightly. Instantly, the dragon silhouette was absorbed into him, and where it once was stood a figure of a Blaine whose face was Xianxia. Is this me? The Grover looked at the figure, familiar yet strange. Before he could see the man's face clearly, a tremendous force pulled the Grover's consciousness out of the space. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying atop the dragon's head. Clear skies stretched around him, the storms and lightning seeming never to have existed. The Grover noticed the dragon staring at him. Laverne off the dragon's head, the dragon continued to stare at him. After a long mutual stare, the Grover finally broke the silence. So, what's your name? The dragon didn't respond. Its mouth twitching as tears uncontrollably flowed down. One drop seemed to unlock a floodgate. The dragon opened its mouth and started wailing, "Wah! You bullied me. I'm going to tell my mommy." The giant dragon sounded like a child who had lost a fight to the neighbor's chubby kid, sobbing and cursing with limited vocabulary. From afar, Marley and others were too frightened by the dragon's roar to show their faces, unsure how they would react if they understood what the dragon said. Covering his face, the Grover felt speechless. Despite its majestic appearance and huge body, this dragon had a childlike mind. But it made sense. At 300 years old, it was still a child among dragons, with a grown body but immature mind. Alright, stop crying. Let's talk, okay? Upon hearing the Grover, the dragon instantly stopped crying. It had no means to defy the Grover's command now. What's your name? My name is... The dragon uttered sounds impossible for human tongues. Do you have a human name? Why would I have a human name? The dragon demanded logically. Scratching his head, the Grover thought for a moment. I can't pronounce that. How about I give you a human name? He examined the dragon's black, smooth scales, pondered deeply, then declared, how about Esteban? Furrowing its brows, the dragon looked doubtful. Is that really a human name? Of course. The Grover nodded with a thick face. My name is Randy sounds similar, right? Your name is obviously better than mine. Oh well, close enough. The dragon opened its mouth, sighed deeply, saying nothing. Now we're bound by this contract. We're comrades in arms. Don't look so sad. Unable to contain itself, the dragon finally burst out. We are not comrades in arms. You forcefully took my power with your contract. Took your power? The Grover scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, you branded my life core. Now I can't use its power without your permission. You thieving brute. Eyes blinking, the dragon looked ready to cry again. Stop. Don't cry. Wah. I don't want to be called Esteban. The Grover's eyebrow twitched. The dragon seemed more concerned about its name than its power. This contract is different from the others I've used. Maybe it changed after coming to this world, the Grover muttered. Feeling the connection between him and Esteban, the contract here seemed to dominate rather than offer mutual benefits. Hey, Randy. Yes? The Grover turned. What is it? Those guys with you are still watching you. The Grover remembered the 4 people he'd left aside. He leapt onto Esteban's back. Let's bring them back. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring natural, fluent English. Esteban grumbled unhappily as it obediently flapped its wings under the Grover's command, approaching the cliffside. The dragon landed beside the 4 people. Its overwhelming presence caused Hutch and Marley's legs to weaken, almost falling to their knees. They clutched their wands tightly, knowing it was futile. If the dragon wished, it could turn them into ashes in a heartbeat. Yet they still clung to that minuscule sense of security. Sniff, sniff, I'm hungry. Luckily, none of them understood the dragon's language. Otherwise, its dignity would have shattered instantly. Alright, I'll take you for food after I return them. Really? Of course. Trembling from head to toe, Marley mustered up her courage and spoke to the Grover on the dragon's back. Mr. Randy, did you tame this dragon? Yeah, you can say that. Marley and Hutch's jaws dropped at the Grover's casual response. A man who could tame a dragon. Such an event was unprecedented in the entire history of the continent. Dragon speakers could form contracts with dragons, becoming their servants, which was already enviable. But this Grover had tamed a dragon. Dragons, those proud creatures, would never allow humans to ride on them. The only explanation was that this seemingly frail Grover had completely tamed this proud dragon. Seeing the astonished expressions on the 3 faces, the Grover felt somewhat uncomfortable. My butt itches. The proud dragon scratched its bottom with its tail, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. Ah, that feels good. The dragon's low growl made Marley and the others think it was dissatisfied with their reaction, so they hurried out from behind the rock. Mr. Randy, your majesty dragon, let's go. At the Grover's signal, the dragon unfurled its wings, creating a gentle breeze that carried the 4 people as they flew toward the imperial city. The dragon's speed was astonishing. What took the Grover half a day on his flying carpet, the dragon accomplished in less than a short while, revealing the silhouette of the imperial city. Let's land. You're too conspicuous. We don't want to cause another uproar if we're seen. Okay. Esteban landed on a hill not far from the imperial city. Shocked and unsettled, the group instinctively patted their chests, realizing the dragon's speed wasn't something everyone could handle. Let's switch to the flying carpet next. With a snap of his fingers, the Grover unfurled Sammy's flying carpet, which was spacious enough for 5 people. Sitting down, they curiously touched and explored the flying carpet. Mr. Randy, your flying carpet is so big and comfortable. Is this some hidden design? I've never seen anything like it before. Oh, this one I made myself. The Grover's tone was matter of fact, as if discussing something trivial. What? It wasn't the first time they were shocked by him. To craft a flying carpet required several magic artisans working together for at least a month, and even then, it might not be of high quality. More importantly, the technology was monopolized by 2 families, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to create one. If these words came from someone else, they wouldn't believe it. But hearing it from this miracle-working Grover left them no choice but to believe. Mr. Randy, you are truly outstanding at such a young age. Marley couldn't find words to describe him. In just one day, he brought her more astonishment than she had experienced in her entire 20 years. Hutch, ever observant, noticed something. He touched the flying carpet thoughtfully. Mr. Randy, your flying carpet is much more comfortable than those 2 families. Would you consider parting with it for me? The Grover smirked inwardly. He had him hooked. but his expression remained unchanged. This flying carpet is important to me. If I sell it to you, I won't have one to ride. Right? Hutch's face fell. I overstepped. Crafting such a high-quality flying carpet must have taken you a lot of effort. It did take quite some time. About 3 days? 3 days. What? 3 days? Hutch nearly fell off the carpet in shock. Yes. The Grover nodded. I spent about an hour each night. An hour a night for 3 days, meaning you can make one in just 3 hours? Their faces were frozen in shock, unable to express anything further. Almost. It was my first try, so I wasn't very skilled. Next time, it should only take an hour. An hour? Hutch stood up suddenly, nearly losing his balance and falling off the carpet. Suddenly, the flying carpet tilted, pushing him back safely. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Still shaken, Hutch hurried to apologize. I didn't do anything. That was just the anti-fall enchantment on the carpet. Anti-fall enchantment? This advanced feature was unheard of by all present. Chapter 385. So I'm a corpse? Hutch's gaze on the blade grew more and more fervent, as if he were looking at an inexhaustible money tree. Mr. Randy, would you be interested in collaborating with me to create a new brand of flying carpets? I have connections among the nobility, and you possess unique technology. If we join forces, we can certainly become the top flying carpet brand in the empire. Hutch was already fantasizing about lying on a pile of gold coins and tossing them around carelessly. However, Angus's one sentence shattered Hutch's delusions. Sorry, to be honest, I do have this idea, but I've decided to collaborate with Adeline. Adeline? Any Adeline in this world, if I say a word, will crawl out of the Avon Empire backwards. Mr. Randy, please think carefully. Casper raised an eyebrow and said coolly, Are you threatening me? The icy tone made Hutch realize instantly that the person before him was no ordinary youth. He was a great destroyer. I'm sorry, Mr. Randy, I was presumptuous. However, our hack family isn't an ordinary minor noble family. Please think it over. Casper remained silent, while Marley couldn't bear to watch anymore. She glanced at Hutch as if he were an idiot and said disdainfully, Hutch, did you leave your brain on the mountain? Who else could Adeline be other than her? Her? It finally dawned on Hutch. The only Adeline who counted in the capital was none other than Adeline Avon, the eldest daughter of the Duke Protector. Upon realizing this, Hutch wanted to slap himself. Every noble child of his generation had grown up under Adeline's shadow. Powerful, noble, beautiful. When Adeline was little, just a glare from her would make all the children hold their breath. If someone offended her, even princes didn't escape unscathed. And the old emperor adored Adeline more than his own children. Only after Adeline went to war as an adult did this generation of nobles finally escape her shadow. But Adeline hadn't returned to the capital for many years, and she had never been interested in money. Therefore, Hutch didn't immediately think of that Adeline. Hutch wished he could go back in time and sew his mouth shut. He had not only spoken ill of Adeline, but also let the very person who should not hear it overhear him. With the relationship he now had with Marley, she would definitely report to Adeline. This is over. It's all over now. Hutch fell onto the flying carpet, his eyes lifeless. He could already imagine Adeline's fury. Right? Angus suddenly spoke up. Although I can't give this flying carpet to you, I did make quite a few prototypes before this one. Although these prototypes don't have all its features, they are mostly similar. If you don't mind, you can take them. Casper touched the corner of the flying carpet, and 4 colorful flying carpets appeared in his hands. All 3 looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, We don't mind. Of course, we don't mind. Receiving the flying carpets, they carefully cradled them, afraid of any damage. Casper smiled inwardly. Giving them away deliberately wasn't too obvious. This way, they'd advertise his product for free and still thank him. Thank you so much, Mr. Randy. Not only did you save our lives, but you also gave us such precious flying carpets. Don't thank me. Taking someone's money means doing something for them. Angus waved his hand. Soon, they reached the capital, and Angus brought them to the Hack family mansion. Except for Sammy, everyone returned almost unscathed. Although they didn't get dragon materials, the Hack family still paid Angus 3 times the reward at Hutch's insistence. Despite Hutch's repeated attempts to keep him, Angus left the Hack family. He didn't want to further involve himself with this chaotic family. As for what would happen to Marina and Marley later, it would depend on their fate. With money, Angus first went to Shepard's office. When he threw the heavy bag of gold coins onto Shepard's table, the old man's eyes nearly popped out. Kid, did you rob the Hack family? Of course not. They offered this to me. Huh, how unusual. Those tight-fisted stingy ones usually wouldn't even pay your wage, yet they gave you so much extra. Shepard opened the bag, revealing a pile of golden coins. The old man took one, bit it, and looked more like a pirate than a Boeing. They're real. He wiped the coin on his robe and stuffed it into his pocket with a grin. Don't just focus on the money. What about my stuff? Don't worry, everything you need is in your basement. The old man reached for the bag with a smug smile. A cold flash sliced through the air and stuck into his desk, narrowly missing his fingers. This is thrice what we agreed upon. You won't take it all. Am I that kind of person? Don't you trust me? Though tough talking, the old man lacked confidence. And this table is made of red gold pine wood. Repair costs will come from you. He grabbed the coin bag and poured out most of the contents. What are you looking at? The extra amount is my hard work fee. Holding the gold, he resembled a miser. Casper didn't bother arguing. He took his money bag and turned to leave. Hold on. Shepard suddenly called him back. What's inside your clothes? Best if others don't see it. It's different from the rest. Casper paused, then replied without turning. I know. Watching Angus leave, the old man's eyes narrowed in thought. Who exactly are you? Even pure draconic blood can't resist your control. His staff slid from his sleeve. Every conversation with Angus was prepared for a possible battle to the death. Was helping you right or wrong? I hope you don't disappoint me. Back in his dilapidated room, Angus entered the newly refurbished basement. Formerly a wine cellar, It was now filled with various magical devices, resembling a professional laboratory. Nodding approvingly, it seemed the old man hadn't lied. All the tools he needed were ready. To his surprise, intending to buy some equipment, the old man had moved an entire lab here. It seems my money wasn't wasted. I'm hungry. Where's the food you promised? A beautiful black lizard crawled out of Angus's clothes. Who would think such a giant dragon could disguise itself as this small creature? The lizard complained incessantly once out. All right, give me a moment, then I'll take you. Yolka, a distracted parent, Angus responded while busy with his tasks. But hurry up. Mm. The lizard watched eagerly as Angus connected the pieces it didn't understand, transforming them into a proper machine. After assembling the machine, Angus used the materials provided by the Bowen to draw a complex magic array on the ground. The magic array was incredibly complex, and the little lizard felt dizzy just from glancing at it. It was a mystery how Angus had memorized every detail of it. All right. Casper clapped his hands, and then took off his clothes, lying down in the center of the magic array. Originally, he had intended to use the substitute technique he learned from the female cultivator named Ray to create an external avatar for himself. That was the safest way to restore his strength. However, the materials that were common in Dongyun were extremely scarce here, and creating just one avatar would cost 5,000 gold coins. Casper couldn't get that much money immediately, so he decided to repair this broken body as a secondary plan. The first step in repair was to clearly understand the relationship between himself and this body. He prepared these instruments to thoroughly analyze himself. Let's start. As the magic array beneath Angus began to operate, the machine above his head started as well. This was a device made by Angus using techniques he learned from the dwarves, combined with his own research. Through the amplification of this machine, previously unseen internal details could now be observed clearly, including the soul within the mind's sea. The inspection had barely begun when Angus noticed something wrong. This body was already dead. Though the organs appear to be functioning, they have no actual effect. The blood circulation is entirely reliant on my spiritual energy, and the heart beats but cannot pump blood. Blood passing through the lungs remains dark, not turning bright red at all. This is essentially a living corpse. No wonder the injuries heal so slowly. Without the cooperation of the body, even spiritual energy can't fully mend the damage. The body was already in this condition, while the brain was a chaotic mess, worse than mere sludge. No wonder my memories are slipping away. My soul is like being exposed to air without any protection. It's fortunate I haven't been completely dispersed yet. It was fortunate he had checked. Otherwise, dying unexpectedly would be too unjust. Though the results of the examination were messy, it wasn't all bad. Through the checkup, Angus finally understood why he had possessed this body. When he arrived in this world, Angus discovered that the spiritual and turbid energies here were opposite to those in Dongyun. Therefore, he could use such powerful spells, and he managed to withstand the black and shiny dragon breath arrow because he neutralized its spiritual energy with his own. This body lacked any potential because it couldn't absorb the world's spiritual energy but could instead absorb turbid energy. Essentially, this body was akin to those of humans from Dongyun, allowing Angus to possess it. With this revelation, Angus gave up on randomly finding someone to possess on the street. It seems restoring my original power won't be easy. Restoring the body could wait, but protecting his soul couldn't. This corpse's brain could no longer support his soul. Urgently, he needed a new body or a spirit artifact to protect it. Otherwise, continued memory loss was minor compared to soul disintegration, which even immortals couldn't save him from. After some thought, Angus realized it would be difficult to find another body like his current one, so crafting a safe spirit artifact was the priority. However, crafting a spirit artifact was no easy feat. Using an external avatar as a spirit source was the best choice, but more complex items required more materials to craft into artifacts. He didn't even have enough money for an avatar, let alone transform it into an artifact. Still money issues. Even heroes bow to penniless times. Casper stepped out of the magic array, and the idle little lizard flew excitedly onto his shoulder upon seeing him. Can we go eat now? Casper looked at the eager, big-eyed creature, and a sinister idea popped into his mind. This little dragon should fetch quite a bit of money. Feeling Angus's gaze, Camillo suddenly felt cold. What is it? Casper smiled and shook his head. Nothing, let's go eat. Awesome, hurry, I can't wait. The little lizard eagerly flew off, but Angus quickly pulled it back. Don't forget, never expose your true identity. Oh, the little lizard responded, crawling onto Angus's shoulder and tucking in its wings. Now, Camillo looked like an ordinary lizard. Since mages commonly kept magical pets, Angus carrying a small lizard wouldn't draw any attention. Leaving the school, Angus first headed to the trade street. Despite its smaller form, the little dragon still had a huge appetite. A regular restaurant wouldn't suffice, so Angus planned to buy cattle, sheep, and pigs for Camillo's sustenance. Not long after arriving at the trade street, Angus spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 386, I Keep My Word. A slender girl with light brown hair was carrying heavy crates of fruits and vegetables in a small grocery store. Hey, new girl, hurry up. At this rate, when are you going to finish? Sorry. Valerie clenched her teeth, forcing through the soreness in her arms and speeding up her pace. Suddenly, she didn't notice a rotten leaf under her feet and stepped on it. The slippery leaf caused her to slip and nearly fall. A gentle wave of magic softly enveloped the girl and the crate of vegetables she was holding. Be careful. Mr. Randy, why are you here? Valerie looked at the grover with pleasant surprise, never expecting to meet this benefactor who had helped her several times before again. I came to buy some things. Are you working here now? Yes, the girl discreetly wiped her hands on her apron. Working at the school pays more, but people often bully me. So, I decided to work outside. New girl, you still have time to chat. Get back to work. A middle-aged man stuck his head out from inside the store and shouted loudly at Valerie. Coming. Valerie immediately picked up the wooden box in front of her. Sorry, Mr. Randy, can you wait for a moment? I'll be done soon. Sure, you go ahead. The girl smiled brightly and worked even faster. Soon, the stack of wooden crates taller than herself were all moved into the store. After a while, Valerie hadn't come out yet, and the Grover became curious, walking to the store's entrance. Boss, this amount of money is different from what we agreed upon. What's the problem? The Grover heard their conversation from outside the door. He was about to go in when he heard the girl continue. We agreed on 50 copper coins, but you gave me a silver coin. I only did a little bit. It's too much? My worker hurt his back today, and I was worried about not having help. Your timely arrival was a big help. The extra money is to thank you. But, don't argue. The guy outside seems to have been waiting for you for a long time. Go on, don't keep him waiting. The boss laughed, waving his hand. The sleeve above his elbow was empty, just like a water sleeve in a drama performance. Well, thank you, boss. The girl bowed deeply and then left with a smile on her face. Really sorry, Mr. Randy, for making you wait. Not long at all. The Grover shook his head. That boss turned out to be a good person. Right, Valerie smiled slightly. Jim Dante has a loud voice, but he's very kind. His arm was bitten off by a shark while saving a child who fell into the sea. I see. The Grover nodded thoughtfully. Why didn't you use moving magic when you were lifting things? Moving magic? Are you talking about object control magic? It requires precise control over magic, and any slip might damage the objects. Only great mages can skillfully use object control magic. Ah, I see. The Grover nodded, surprised that the old man's teachings were indeed profound. Thinking of the boss just now, a new idea sprouted in the Grover's mind. Mr. Randy, what are you buying here? These are all items for commoners. Why? Don't I look like a commoner? The Grover looked seriously at Valerie. You really know how to joke, Valerie smiled. Someone who associates with nobles like Earl Adeline can't be an ordinary commoner. By your country's laws, I am a commoner. The Grover shrugged indifferently. Valerie looked incredulous. You're not joking? No. Being a commoner disappoints you? No, no, no. Valerie waved her hands hurriedly. Rather, knowing you're a commoner makes me happier. Huh. Thinking about it, if a commoner like you can be so amazing, it gives me the illusion that I could be just like you. Valerie smiled slyly. Seeing the girl's bright smile for the first time, the Grover couldn't help but smile warmly. It seemed she'd had quite a few good things happen in the 2 days he was away. What's wrong? Did something get on my face? Seeing the Grover staring at her, Valerie felt strange. No, the Grover chuckled and ruffled her hair, turning her cheeks red. One day, you will be as strong as me. No, you'll surpass me. Stop being so lovey-dovey. I'm hungry. Buy me food. The small lizard on the Grover's shoulder suddenly gently nipped his ear. Wow, such a beautiful little lizard. Is this your magical pet? Valerie was instantly drawn to the lizard. Hee Dixie, you have good taste. My scales are unmatched in the Dragon Isle. Frederick stretched and displayed its beautiful scales to the girl. So pretty. Though unable to hear Frederick's words, the girl still sincerely praised it. Mr. Randy, can I touch it? Sure. It won't bite me, right? It won't. If it dares to bite you, I'll make sure it doesn't eat for a month. Frederick trembled and glared mournfully at the Grover. The girl held the little lizard as they approached the largest butcher shop in the entire market. Boss, do you have any beef left? I'm afraid not. We're out of beef, but we have pork, lamb, and chicken. All high-quality meats. Would you like to take a look? No beef? Yes, not just here, but all beef in the capital has been sold out. If you want beef, you'll have to pre-order. The Grover raised an eyebrow. Why? Didn't you know? With no one else around to buy meat, the butcher chatted freely. Xuanhuan restaurant recently introduced an ultimate stew that leaves everyone craving more. Even the emperor praised it highly after tasting it. Due to this stew's popularity, almost all the beef in the city has been monopolized by Xuanhuan. Despite this, there are no complaints because the stew is simply too delicious. The butcher smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the stew's taste. Xuanhuan restaurant? This name rang a bell with the Grover. Wasn't that the restaurant Adeline took him to that day? It looks like the burly chef with the beard really made the stew he taught him famous. Although it's not cheap, my family goes there every week. Really, I'm not lying. If you get the chance, you must try it. The Grover smiled. I'll keep that in mind. Since there's no beef, give me a bit of pork, lamb, and chicken. Sure. How much do you need? Give me 500 pounds of each. No problem. Wait, how much? 500 pounds? You're not joking, are you? The Grover didn't say much, just flicked his finger and a gold coin landed in front of the butcher. Do I look like I'm joking? Seeing the gold coin, the butcher's eyes went wide. Holding the coin, he swallowed hard and finally returned it to the Grover. I apologize, but I really don't have that much meat. 100 or 2 pounds I could manage, but asking for 500 pounds of each, I simply don't have enough. The Grover didn't reclaim the coin but told the butcher, this gold coin is a deposit. Gabberst, give me all the meat you have and deliver the rest to this address tomorrow. I'll settle the bill then. Then no problem. I'll make sure to deliver them first thing tomorrow morning. The butcher carefully stowed away the gold coin. It was not often he encountered such a generous customer. The butcher swiftly packed up all the meat in the store. I'll deliver them right now. No need, just give me what you have here. The Grover snapped his fingers lightly, and the pile of meats before him vanished instantly. This move left the butcher and Valerie dumbfounded. That's storage magic. That's a lost spatial magic. Where did you learn this, Mr. Randy? Want to learn? I can teach you. The Grover smiled at the curious look on the girl's face. If it were in the Dongyun Continent, high-level spells like portable space wouldn't be easy for everyone to master. However, in this world, space was unusually fragile, easily folded into a large cavity with little effort. Can this really be done? Of course. I always keep my word. Thank you. Valerie suddenly choked up, leaving the Grover unsure of what to do. What's wrong? Did I say something that upset you? No, I'm just too happy. Since Oliver passed away, no one has been so kind to me. Thank you, Mr. Randy. The girl, no longer shy, tears streaming down her face, hugged the Grover around the waist, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed quietly. The Grover sighed lightly, gently wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Every time he saw Valerie, he thought of his younger self. At an age when one should be carefree and innocent, he had to endure the world's cruelty. After a while, Valerie shifted uneasily, seemingly embarrassed by her boldness. Her emotions calmed, and the Grover released her. Leaving the Grover's embrace, Valerie felt a slight reluctance, unwilling to let go of his warm arms. All right, haven't you tried Xuanhuan stew yet? Let me take you there to eat something. Valerie nodded shyly, head bowed. Great. Hurry up, I'm starving. The small lizard on the Grover's shoulder danced with excitement, finally getting some food. The Grover led Valerie towards the Xuanhuan restaurant. Even 2 streets away, they saw a crowd densely packed along the road. What are they doing? A bad feeling crept over the Grover. They're not all queuing for Xuanhuan, are they? While the Grover expected Xuanhuan to be busy, this was beyond bustling. It was at least 2 or 3 miles from here to Xuanhuan. Those at the end of the line might wait until tomorrow. So many people. Valerie's eyes widened in surprise, nearly losing her glasses. Mr. Randy, maybe we should eat somewhere else. Valerie spoke up sensibly. No, the more sensible she was, the more heartache it caused the Grover. I always keep my word. You will definitely taste their stew today. The Grover pulled her hand, walking straight through the crowd toward Xuanhuan. Just at the entrance, the restaurant's waiter stopped them. What are you doing, cutting the line? Can't you see everyone is waiting in queue? Go back and line up properly. The waiter's tone was harsh, disregarding the Grover entirely. I'm here to see your head chef. Please inform him that Randy needs to speak with him. Hearing this, the waiter's expression grew even more disdainful. The waiter glanced sideways at the Grover. Do you know who you are? Our head chef isn't someone you can meet whenever you want. And Randy, you look like a dwarf. Take a piss and check yourself in the mirror. With your poor appearance, you think you can meet our chef? Get lost, or I'll have you thrown out. The Grover narrowed his eyes, speaking calmly. Is this how you treat guests at Xuanhuan? Gabine, I guess I chose the wrong person. Starting tomorrow, you shouldn't sell the stew anymore. He turned, pulling Valerie's hand to leave. Ha, our stew has been praised by the Emperor himself. You think you can stop us from selling it? Seriously, you must be delusional. Delusional people should stay home instead of causing trouble. The waiter spat and ignored the Grover's words. The Grover led Valerie into a nearby restaurant. Compared to the bustling activity outside Xuanhuan, this restaurant was eerily quiet, almost desolate, having lost nearly all its customers to Xuanhuan. Hello, may I help you? Just the 2 of you? The waiter greeted politely. Yes, right this way. The Grover looked around. Despite the poor business, the restaurant was spotless, with immaculate tables and neatly arranged utensils without any damage. It was clear the owner took great care of it. May we borrow your kitchen? His request was impolite. The kitchen was off limits to outsiders. However, the owner, who also served as the chef, still smiled and said, Since there are no customers now, please come in if you wish to use it. Thank you. The restaurant's owner was a Larissa with neatly coiffed hair, covered tightly by a chef's hat. Chapter 387. It's just stewed meat. The Blaine walked into the kitchen and looked around. Though not particularly large, it was clean and orderly. All necessary utensils were present, neatly arranged, and various spices and seasonings were also well stocked. The Blaine noticed that on one wall of the kitchen, there were numerous notes, some offering suggestions from guests, others summarizing points of attention from the chefs themselves. The boss really loves cooking, doesn't she? The woman smiled slightly. Yes, I've been a chef for decades, and I truly love this profession. But it seems I can no longer keep up now that Demetrius introduced his stewed meat. Almost all guests go to Demetrius. Only a few impatient ones still come here. Do you not hate Demetrius for that? Why should I hate? The woman asked with a smile. If guests choose Demetrius, it means Demetrius is better than me. They deserve it. If I could make such delicious stewed dishes, guests would naturally come here. Unfortunately, I cannot. Don't say that, Mom. Your food is the best. The waitress's eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction. She was young and couldn't be as magnanimous as her mother yet. I secretly tasted Demetrius's stewed meat. It was far superior to mine, in a different league entirely. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. I tried to replicate it, but failed miserably. Maybe this is the gap between me and Chef Ari. Actually, that stewed meat is very simple. Want to learn? Let me teach you. Seeing the Blaine's serious face, the woman laughed. All right. Clearly, the woman didn't believe him. She doubted such a Blaine could crack Chef Ari's signature dish. If she knew that the so-called signature dish of Chef Ari was taught by this very Blaine, what expression would she have? Initially, the woman thought the Blaine was joking, but when he picked up the knife, she realized he was no ordinary youth. The simple kitchen knife in his hands seemed to come alive, slicing through meat and vegetables into perfectly uniform pieces with a silvery flash. This skill wasn't something an ordinary Blaine could possess. The woman began to waver. Could this Blaine actually be serious? She quickly shook her head. How could that be possible? The Blaine's movements were fluid, and soon the ingredients were in the pot. Now, time was needed. As time passed, the woman quickly sensed something unusual. A tantalizing aroma wafted out from under the pot lid along with the steam. That smell was like a little hand, teasing her nose and heartstrings. As a professional chef, the woman instantly recognized it. The aroma was identical to what she had tasted at Demetrius. No, this aroma was even more fragrant than Demetrius's. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this extraordinary Blaine? Sniff, sniff, it smells great. Yes, it really does. The scent floated into the restaurant, and Rosie and the waitress couldn't resist inhaling deeply. The smell made their mouths water uncontrollably. Gurgle. Two hunger-induced sounds rang out in the dining room, and Rosie and the waitress exchanged glances, both laughing awkwardly. The stewed meat is ready. The moment the blade lifted the lid, a burst of intense aroma and steam exploded out. This aroma. Standing next to the pot, the woman felt as if she had received a heavy punch. The rich meat scent mixed with spices and vegetables enveloped her, plunging her into a sea of indulgence. At that moment, she was no longer a chef but a regular person, consumed by a single desire: to eat this exquisite dish. Come, taste it. My stewed meat is definitely much better than Demetrius's. The blade served a plate of stewed meat and placed it in front of Rosie. Rosie stared at the steaming dish and swallowed hard. Can I really eat it? The blade chuckled. Of course, I made it for you. Go ahead. With his confirmation, Rosie eagerly picked up her spoon. A spoonful of stewed meat filled her mouth with a rich aroma of meat. Her teeth instinctively bit down, releasing the flavorful juice in a perfect balance, satisfying yet not overly greasy. Despite long cooking, the beef retained its texture, soft yet springy, inviting bite after bite. Seeing Rosie enjoy the stewed dish with obvious satisfaction, the waitress and the woman couldn't help but swallow audibly. I made a lot, join us. The waitress hesitated for a second before giving up her resistance, grabbing a spoon alongside her mother. Well, we won't hold back. Dolores and daughter hurriedly tasted the blade stewed meat. One bite, and they were completely hooked. It's too good. I've been a chef for years, but I wouldn't have believed anyone could make such a delicious stew if I hadn't tasted it myself. A large plate of stewed meat was devoured within moments, even the broth mopped up with bread. So full, even though I just finished dinner, I want another bowl. Me too. Dolores and daughter slumped in their chairs, as if they had just fought a battle. TCH, is human food really that good? I don't believe it. Black and Shiny climbed to the edge of Rosie's plate and stealthily stole a bite. Just one bite caused the little lizard to tremble, barely resisting revealing its true form. What is this? It's so delicious. Yolving for 300 years, it had never tasted anything so delicious. It always thought the legendary spiced roasted meat, made by its parents, was the most delicious thing in the world. Now it knew. It was wrong, terribly wrong. Even with the legendary spice that bore fruit once a century, the roasted meat paled in comparison to this stewed meat. They were incomparable. What's that smell? So fragrant. Yes, so fragrant. It smells like Demetrius's stewed meat. No, it's even more fragrant than Demetrius's. The aroma of the stewed meat wafted onto the street. Those waiting in line for Demetrius's stewed meat salivated profusely upon catching the scent. It's coming from that restaurant. Too fragrant, I must see. Me too. Several diners left the queue and entered the restaurant. Others watched hesitantly. They had waited so long, it would be a shame to leave now. They waited for the news from the pioneers. But those who went in didn't come out. Curiosity grew among the other diners. Gabinally, a diner emerged with a greasy face. They're saying the stewed meat here isn't good. Keep queuing. Burp. The diner shook his head. No way. I need to criticize the chef for making such terrible food. Saying this, he turned back into the restaurant. Though he said that, everyone knew better. Through the transparent glass, countless eyes watched him sit down again, order 3 servings of stewed meat, and devour it ravenously. To hell with it. Don't let him fool you. He wants it all for himself. Not sure who shouted that, but those eager customers rushed towards that restaurant. Suddenly, the previously deserted restaurant became crowded with people. At Demetrius's restaurant, Chef Ari, who was originally busy as a bee, suddenly found himself with nothing to do. This left him puzzled. There were still hours before closing time, so why weren't there any new orders? What's going on? Why aren't there any new orders? Chef Ari asked the waiter who was coming in to deliver utensils. I'm not sure either. There were many customers just now, but they all left suddenly. Feeling quite bewildered, Chef Ari went outside the restaurant, only to see a scene he couldn't believe. The store, which was once bustling with queues, now had no customers waiting at all. Instead, all of his customers were crowding around an unknown little shop. That small shop was even more popular than the original Demetrius. Even the night group responsible for the safety of the Imperial City had to come to maintain order. What's going on with that shop? Chef Ari frowned, feeling even more puzzled. That previously overlooked shop had taken away all of Demetrius's customers, and Chef Ari couldn't fathom the reason. What happened? Ari casually asked the waiter at the door. Do you know anything about this? Chef, I don't know either. Suddenly, the waiter remembered something. It seemed to happen after that kid entered that shop. That kid? Just now, some punk tried to cut in line and talked without any tact about wanting to meet you. Seeing his poor demeanor, I chased him away. The waiter recalled the event while trying to curry favor with Ari. Hearing the waiter's words, a twitch came to Ari's brow. His intuition told him something wasn't right. Wait, did that person mention his name? He has a strange name, like Gnome or something. Gnome? Who would have such a trashy name? What did he look like? A slender young Grover, probably just up to your shoulder. He looked quite delicate. If he hadn't spoken, I would have thought he was a girl. Hearing the waiter's description, cold sweat started to trickle down Chef Ari's face. Seeing Ari's expression, the waiter asked curiously. Chef, what's wrong? Ari swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice. What did he say? That guy spouted nonsense, saying Demetrius wouldn't sell stewed meat from today onward. It was really funny. After making such bold claims, he left quietly. Hey chef, what's wrong with you? Hearing the waiter's words, Ari's vision went dark for a moment, almost collapsing. The first thing Ari did when he came back to his senses was to slap the waiter hard. One slap wasn't enough to vent his anger. He then kicked and punched the waiter while snarling. Do you know who that is? That's my mentor, Mr. Randy. All the stewed meat recipes I know are taught by him. Without his permission, I don't even have the qualification to make this stew. The waiter, who had been lying on the ground, felt wronged at first. But hearing Ari's words, he immediately broke out into a cold sweat. He had just insulted and chased away Chef Ari's teacher, the true inventor of Demetrius's stewed meat. Only then did the waiter remember that the official name for Demetrius's stewed meat on the menu was Randy stewed meat. The waiter wished he could hit himself. How could he have been so foolish as not to notice this? If Demetrius could no longer sell stewed meat because of this incident, the investor family behind Demetrius would never let him off. Thinking of this, the waiter panicked. He hugged Chef Ari's leg and loudly cried for mercy. Chef, I didn't know better. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Ari pushed the waiter away coldly. Now you regret it? Where were you thinking earlier? Get lost. After that, Ari took off his chef's hat, threw it on the ground, and walked straight toward that shop. The waiter, unwilling to give up, followed Ari to the entrance of that shop. They stood silently outside the shop, from morning until evening. Gabinally, a female waitress from the shop came out. I'm sorry, everyone. We've sold out of all dishes. Please come back tomorrow. With that, the female waitress bowed deeply to the customers outside. Oh, what a pity. The customers sighed and reluctantly left after confirming the opening time for the next day. Once the customers dispersed, Ari finally approached the shop. I'm sorry, sir. We're closed. No, Ari hurriedly said. I'm not here for food. Is Mr. Randy here? Ah, you must be Chef Ari? Yes, that's me, Ari replied cautiously. Can I see Mr. Randy? Mr. Randy left in the afternoon. However, he asked me to pass on a message if Chef Ari came looking for him. Disappointed at not seeing Mr. Randy, Ari perked up immediately upon hearing this. Chapter 388, Ball and Flying Carpet. What did Mr. Randy say? Chef Ari asked with some excitement. Mr. Randy said, before cooking, ask yourself whether you're running a diner or a restaurant. Those were Mr. Randy's exact words. A diner or a restaurant? Ari was a bit confused. What difference could there be between the two? The waitress ignored Ari after bowing, and then closed the shop's door, leaving Ari standing dumbfounded outside. In a shabby little hut in the corner of the academy grounds, almost no one knew that this long-abandoned-looking hut actually concealed something remarkable inside. A sliver of dazzling light occasionally leaked from the gap between floorboards in the corner of the hut. Gabinally succeeded. The floorboard was lifted from below, and thick smoke billowed out of the basement. A soot-covered teenager crawled out of the basement in an odd posture, wearing a sparkling gemstone around his neck despite his entirely blackened appearance. On closer inspection, it seemed as though a swirling cloud was contained within the milky white gemstone. Although it can't completely protect the soul from dissipating, at least it won't suddenly die off for no reason. The Grover's movements were strangely uncoordinated, looking like a marionette puppet. After adapting for a while, the teenager's movements became less awkward but noticeably slower than before. So this is what it feels like to have my soul out of body. It feels like controlling someone else's body. I must make money quickly. This situation is too awkward. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door of the secluded wooden hut. Is Mr. Randy here? It's Adeline. Hearing Adeline's voice, the Grover moved his fingers, and the 72 magic arrays by the door instantly extinguished. Come in. The door isn't locked. Adeline pushed open the door, immediately frowning due to the dense black smoke inside. As the smoke inside dispersed slightly, Adeline finally saw the teenager. Even her rigid face couldn't help but show a slight smile. What are you laughing about? The Grover turned his head and looked at the mirror, almost frightening himself. D*M. How did it end up like this? The person in the mirror had a pitch-black face where even facial features were barely discernible, only revealing white teeth when speaking. The Grover raised his hand to wipe off the soot on his face, but the startling sound of his hand meeting his face startled even the experienced Adeline. Mr. Randy, why would you punish yourself like this? Punish myself? No, it's just that there's a minor problem with the body. It's a bit hard to control the strength. The Grover spoke expressionlessly as a trail of dark red blood, mixed with soot, ran down his cheek from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had temporarily disabled their contract, otherwise Adeline would now have a swollen face like a pig's head. You should have told me earlier if you encountered such trouble. Adeline took out a handkerchief and wiped away the soot from the Grover's face. It's not a big deal, it will be fine in a couple of days. The Grover took the handkerchief from Adeline. This woman didn't handle things lightly either. If she continued, he might lose skin off his face. Right, why did you come see me today? I came for a small matter, but since Mr. Randy is uncomfortable, let's skip it. Adeline tried to take back the handkerchief, but in the dim room, with only one eye, she misjudged the distance and missed, causing the handkerchief to fall to the ground. The Grover picked up the handkerchief, sat next to Adeline, and stuffed it into her hand. Our relationship isn't ordinary. If you need any help, just speak up. This minor issue is nothing to me. Looking into the Grover's sincere eyes, Adeline's lips twitched slightly. We're hosting a ball tonight, and I'd like to invite you to be my partner. Ball? The Grover scratched his head. I don't have a problem, but you being the daughter of a duke and a countess, how can you lack partners? Seeing Adeline's strange expression, he added. If it's inconvenient, consider I didn't ask. No, it's not inconvenient. When I was young, I fought with almost all Grovers my age, and now they avoid me if they can. There aren't many single men my age to begin with, and none dare invite me as their partner. Adeline's voice grew smaller. Even a seasoned warrior felt somewhat embarrassed in such a situation. Well, it seems those guys lack good taste. Just because they got beaten up a few times, they give up the chance to be with a beautiful lady like you over such trivial matters. Adeline looked at the Grover curiously. The previous Mr. Randy never said such things. Her intuition told her that this Grover was different. To put it another way, the former youth was colder and calmer, as if nothing ever disturbed his heart. But now, the Grover seemed more alive and warm. Though Adeline found her sudden thoughts peculiar, hearing the Grover's praise gave her an unexpected hint of joy. Originally, she thought she wouldn't feel delighted by male compliments anymore after dedicating her life to the imperial front lines like her father. You really are extraordinary, Adeline muttered softly. What did you say about me? Nothing. Well then, let's go. Hold on. Do you want to attend the ball like this? Ah. The Grover suddenly realized that covered in soot, he'd probably get thrown out before reaching the venue. Let me handle this. With a snap of his fingers, a water sphere enveloped the Grover. As the water flowed, he gradually returned to his original complexion, and his clothes became brand new. Okay. The water sphere dissipated, revealing a spotless Grover standing before Adeline. Stunned by the beautiful youth before her, Adeline froze momentarily. Snap out of it. The Grover pinched Adeline's cheek gently, snapping her back to reality. Why are you spacing out? We should go. Oh. The two left the shack one after another. After the Grover left, 350 magic arrays began operating quietly in the room, allowing him to monitor all movements within 10 miles. Anyone who entered this hut with malicious intent would face an attack equivalent to bombardment by over 50 siege cannons. In the southeast corner of the capital, an impressive mansion, second only to the royal garden, was preparing for a grand ball hosted by Duke Avon. Inviting many nobles from the capital, the scale of this ball was unprecedented in the past 5 years. Such a social event made every noble in the capital eager to participate. After all, it was hosted by Duke Avon, the Grand Duke personally bestowed with the national surname by His Majesty, whom soldiers entering the palace wouldn't suspect of rebellion. Of course, most importantly, as a neutral noble, if Duke Avon decided, the fragile balance between old and new factions of nobility would break instantly. Thus, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to please Duke Avon. Inside the venue, many lesser nobles arrived early, unwilling to miss precious time to build relationships with other nobles. Gossip about the happenings in the capital was an easy conversation starter to bridge connections quickly. Did you hear? The Hack family and Virgil family seem to have fallen out recently. Of course. I heard that honest Hutch of the Hack family beat up the adopted son of Lord Virgil over some personal matters. What was his name? Sammy. Oh right, Sammy. I heard the two families have been on quite bad terms because of this. Even young honest Hutch and Everly Marley, who were supposed to get married, broke up because of it. What? That's wrong. Everly Marley was originally with Sammy. It was young honest Hutch who interfered, which separated them. When Sammy went to ask for an explanation from Hutch, he ended up being beaten severely. Is that true? Of course. My niece was classmates with Everly Marley before. I heard it from her. It must be true. So that's how it is. The group discussing the gossip suddenly understood. The one sharing the gossip saw everyone's reactions and blushed with excitement. Not only that, to compensate the Virgil family, the Hack family paid a large sum of money and even gave over the deed to an entire commercial street in the city center to the Virgil family. I've heard of that too. They say that the tax income from that street alone exceeds what we earn in 10 years. That's not all. It's just the tax. There's also rent from the buildings. It's no less than this number annually. The person gestured with 5 fingers clenched into fists, drawing envious looks from the surrounding lesser nobles. Don't talk anymore. Young honest Hutch is here. Just as they were talking enthusiastically, a handsome Blaine arrived at the venue on a luxurious flying carpet. Everyone quickly shut up. Gossiping about someone behind their back was common, but it would be embarrassing if caught, especially when that someone had higher status. Isn't that Hutch from the Hack family? He actually came to such an important ball on a flying carpet. What a joke. Several young men from old noble families stood in the hall, drinking wine and laughing while pointing at Hutch. Maxwells from the new faction could only grit their teeth and glare at those unpleasant fellows, yet they couldn't retort. While flying carpets were popular among young nobles, they were never considered appropriate transportation for formal occasions due to their nature. Gabbersley, as a flying vehicle, the carpet created significant air pressure during flight. This pressure generated strong winds near the ground, easily lifting women's skirts, a trick young male nobles often used in schools, but completely inappropriate in such a formal setting. Additionally, flying carpets required sufficient altitude for takeoff and landing, ideally around the height of an adult male's waist. Jumping down from this height wasn't suitable for people in formal attire. In summary, flying carpets weren't good choices in terms of both appearance and experience. Real nobles preferred classical and tasteful carriages. Yet today, not only did someone arrive by flying carpet, but more than one. Look, isn't that Everly Marley? Why is she riding a flying carpet too? These youths, who had been mocking Hutch, saw Marley, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Virgil family, arriving similarly on a flying carpet. New faction youth sneered. They claim old nobility are true nobility, but it seems your people aren't any better. Old noble youths were speechless, lamenting inwardly. Hutch is bad enough, but why did Everly Marley forget etiquette too? Watching Marley land gracefully on her elegantly decorated flying carpet, they could imagine her elegant long dress blowing up. Maybe it doesn't sound so bad? No, this isn't the time to think about that. Thinking of Marley leaping down rudely and possibly tripping over her gown and falling in public, old nobles were distraught. Meanwhile, new faction nobles celebrated secretly. Though Hutch also came on a carpet, as a man, his graceful leap would be tolerable. But Marley was different. Champagne was ready to mock her the moment she leaped down. Old nobles turned away, unwilling to see the embarrassing scene. As Marley's carpet descended slowly, nearby ladies moved away, fearing the wind might lift their dresses. Surprisingly, as Marley neared the ground, no wind appeared. Everything remained calm, even the fallen leaves stayed still. All nobles stared in astonishment at Marley's flying carpet. Could this be the latest model that solved the wind problem? The owners of Speedfly and Andra carpets, present in the crowd, exchanged bewildered glances. Do we even have such products? Chapter 389, Adeline's Entrance. Just as everyone was discussing which house had crafted the flying carpet, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. After descending to a certain height, Marley did not get off the flying carpet, but remained seated calmly. Everyone thought Marley had realized the dilemma of getting off the flying carpet and was stuck. The newly minted nobles and old blood nobles displayed opposite reactions. The former smiled with relief while the latter frowned in renewed worry. However, Marley's flying carpet did not stop falling, but continued its slow descent towards the ground. At this moment, young nobles with flying carpet experience were alarmed. Did Marley plan to force the carpet close to the ground? This was explicitly forbidden in the user manual. Getting too close to the ground could result in the carpet being torn into pieces by the strong wind pressure generated by the magical array. Not only would the driver's life be endangered, but it would also cause significant destruction to the surroundings. Stop! What are you doing? The surrounding youths began shouting at Marley, but no one dared approach. But Marley paid no heed and calmly continued to lower the flying carpet. This finally made many of the surrounding nobles step back, distancing themselves from Marley out of fear of being caught in her reckless maneuver. However, when Marley's flying carpet was just one step above the ground, it stopped steadily as if someone had cast a hold spell on it. Everyone watched in disbelief as Marley gracefully rose from the carpet, symbolically smoothing her perfectly arranged gown, then delicately stepped onto the red carpet in her stiletto heels. So many people welcoming me. I'm truly honored, Marley said mildly, which sent ripples through the crowd. Those who were waiting for Marley to embarrass herself were left speechless. Even the old guard nobles were equally astonished. Marley's entrance was really pushing their heart rates tonight. However, everyone's focus now shifted to the flying carpet next to Marley. Everly Marley, where did you buy your flying carpet? Is it Andar's new model? Or Speedfly's? Nobles gathered around, asking questions all at once. The proprietors of the two carpet companies subtly hid nearby, wanting to know if their rivals had developed new technology first. Gentlemen and ladies, this flying carpet is neither from Andar nor Speedfly. It was made by a friend of mine. For specifics, please ask Count Adeline Maximus. Marley explained with a smile. What? Make a flying carpet oneself? Impossible. Yes, absolutely impossible. Could he have stolen the technology from both companies? Certainly not. Leaving aside how tightly those two companies guard their secrets, Marley's carpet already far surpasses them. Could the maker have connections to the Maximus family? Everly Marley, who exactly made this carpet? Can we meet him? Marley smiled again. I apologize, but the creator hasn't allowed me to reveal his name, so I cannot disclose it. Please understand. As the nobles wanted to ask more, Marley spoke directly. I believe you're here for the dance party hosted by the Maximus family, aren't you? Staying at the entrance like this might upset the Evens. Marley's words reminded the nobles that upsetting the Evens wouldn't be worth it. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a few behind. Heh, Marley, I didn't expect you to go this far just to gain favor with him. Hutch, who had been overlooked due to Marley's appearance, walked over. Without turning, Marley replied coldly. Aren't you doing the same? Hutch laughed. If it can win his favor, maybe these years of disputes will end. You think the same, right? Marley paused, remaining silent for a moment. Don't assume I'm like you. I simply want to repay that person, nothing more. Ha, do you believe those words yourself? I don't need anyone's belief. With that cold remark, Marley strode into the venue, leaving Hutch outside alone. Hutch didn't mind and followed her into the venue. The ball hadn't started yet, and the nobles were grouped in twos and threes, sipping wine and chatting. Look, it's the royal carriage. Someone whispered, and everyone's gaze turned to the entrance. A silver-white carriage pulled by 6 white horses stopped steadily at the duke's door, flanked by armored cavalry. The lion crest on the carriage proclaimed the rider's royal status. The carriage door opened, and a handsome Blaine with blonde hair emerged under knightly protection. Though the young prince entered grandly, the reactions were mixed. Why is it the Johnny? I thought it would be the second Maximus or Aelia. Yes, having the Johnny attend means the royals may have issues with the Maximus family. That's unlikely. Gainer has been diligent and loyal for years. Emperor wouldn't treat them this way. Not impossible. Remember, Count Adeline refused the Johnny's proposal. Maybe the Emperor's sending him as a warning. The Johnny's arrival did not boost the atmosphere. Instead, it became tense. Haha, everyone here waiting for me? Ignoring the subtle tension, the Johnny flicked his hair and walked toward the center. Though some nobles grumbled about the Johnny, none would openly disrespect a royal. Yes, we were waiting for you. Your presence brightens the party. Seeing you is truly a privilege. Compliments flew towards the Johnny, who was clearly enjoying the attention. Maximus, heard you passed the high mage test last month? The mention piqued the Johnny's interest. Just luck, he said humbly, though clearly pleased. The Johnny must be exceptionally gifted. Small nobles praised the Johnny effusively, while major noble heirs rolled their eyes. Everyone knew the Mages Guild had given lenient treatment. The Johnny cheated to pass, let alone the high mage test. While small nobles fawned over him, suddenly someone pointed skyward and shouted, Look, what's that? All eyes were drawn to the sky. A breathtaking spectacle of shimmering golden red clouds dotted with sparkling light points, a mesmerizing sight. So beautiful. My God, is that the evening glow? You fool. The sun has set. There's no evening glow. Well, then what is it? Translation provided focuses on maintaining tone, structure, and coherence while translating from Chinese to English. Look, there seems to be someone on that thing. As the cloud of light drew closer, people could now clearly see who was riding on it. Is that Count Adeline? It's really her. The dazzling cloud of light slowly descended outside the venue, and the nobles inside exchanged curious glances, their interest piqued. Everyone made their way outside without a second thought, leaving the Johnny alone in the ballroom, still prattling on. As the cloud landed, everyone realized it wasn't an evening glow but an incredibly opulent flying carpet. The edges of the flying carpet were adorned with soft golden wool, hanging with large, sparkling magic crystals. Such extravagance could only come from either the royal family or Gainer's household. My goodness, is this really a flying carpet? It's so magnificent. If I could have such a flying carpet, no, just one ride would be enough for me to die happy. Several noble ladies looked at the flying carpet with stars in their eyes. People noticed that Count Adeline wasn't lounging casually on the carpet like others. A part of the carpet had curled up into a comfortable bench, on which Count Adeline sat gracefully, perfectly poised and utterly dignified. The carpet landed gently. After Marley's entrance earlier, everyone was already getting used to these new-style flying carpets. Count Adeline didn't get up immediately. People then noticed that she was accompanied by a Blaine. He had arched brows and piercing eyes, with wavy short hair, his beauty almost genderless. His white suit was dotted with starry blue, making him look as if he wore a piece of the sky. Casper got off the carpet and walked to Adeline's side, extending an arm courteously. "Please, my lady." "Thank you." Count Adeline placed her hand on Angus's forearm and gracefully stepped down from the carpet. Her dress, matching his with touches of starry blue, gave her an air of elegance and mystery. The deep purple eye mask with star-patterned roses enhanced her allure even more, leaving everyone breathless at first sight. Wow, is this the same Adeline who rides on the battlefield? She's too beautiful. Who is the handsome Blaine beside Count Adeline? Oh my, I can't resist. How I wish I could hug him and sleep. With Angus's arm around her, Adeline entered the venue amidst applause. She greeted familiar faces as they moved forward, whispering to Angus, "I can barely hold on. These shoes are killing me, harder than a weighted march. Persevere. You chose these shoes yourself. Consider it training," Angus replied with a gentle smile, almost gloating. "And don't forget, we're dancing later." Adeline's eyebrows twitched, realizing how mischievous Angus could be. But strangely, she didn't mind. "Oh my, look who's here. Isn't that Adeline?" The Johnny, left alone in the venue, perked up instantly upon seeing Adeline. He ran over briskly. "Sylvana, good evening." Adeline curtsied stiffly, greeting the Johnny. No need for formalities. The Johnny reached out to take Adeline's hand, mesmerized by her beauty. Unexpectedly, his hand was caught halfway by a slender one. The Johnny frowned, wondering who dared intervene. "Sylvana, Adeline is my date tonight. Please do not be rude to her," Angus said coolly. "Who are you? Take your dirty hand off me." The Johnny struggled, but to his surprise, Angus's grip was like a vice, immovable. "Sylvana seems to have forgotten. Need I remind you?" As he spoke, Angus increased pressure, eliciting a pained cry from the prince. "Ah, it's you." The prince finally remembered. This was the demon who had broken his hand at school. What was he doing here? "Have you remembered?" Yes. Let go." Casper smiled and released his grip. The struggling prince stumbled backward, nearly falling. Seeing the Johnny embarrassed, the onlookers stifled laughter while chastising Angus. Quiet and gentle on the surface, yet violent. Not really. He was protecting his date. How manly. Guards arrived belatedly and surrounded Angus, daring to disrespect the prince in public. "Come with us." Casper stood still, unfazed. "What are you doing? He's my date. Try touching him." Adeline stepped forward, shielding Angus. Chapter 390, The Dance. The killing intent Adeline had honed on the battlefield was like an unsheathed sword, pressing against the neck of each guard. The guards immediately broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare take another step forward. The ball hasn't even started, and it's already this lively?" A gentle and deep voice echoed, instantly dissipating the previously tense atmosphere. "It's Duke Yusef. Duke Yusef has arrived." The surrounding nobles clamored to clear a path for Duke Yusef. "I thought you were someone else. It turns out it's Johnny and my darling daughter." "Greetings, Duke Yusef." "Jesse." Seeing Duke Yusef arrive, the Johnny lost his earlier arrogance and, together with Adeline, paid respects to Duke Yusef. Young people having energy is good, but disturbing others is not. Yes. Even Adeline, known as the One-Eyed Reaper, did not dare to argue with Duke Yusef. And who is this? Duke Yusef noticed the Blaine beside Adeline, who was also observing him. It was hard to imagine that Duke Yusef, hailed as the Empire's Charles, was such an elegant middle-aged man, slightly lean, with a hawk-like nose adorned by a pair of round glasses. Through these glasses, one could see his eagle-like sharp eyes. Judging by this, Duke Yusef must have been quite the ladies' man when he was younger, and perhaps still was now. "Pleased to meet you, Duke Yusef. I'm Joe, a friend of Everly Adeline." "Oh, so you are Mr. Joe. Truly honored to meet you." Duke Yusef's face bore a gentle smile as he extended his hand toward the Blaine. As soon as the Blaine grasped that hand, he sensed that this elegant middle-aged man was far more formidable than appearances suggested. This hand was broad and strong, calloused from years of wielding a sword. What truly caught the Blaine's attention was how steady this hand felt. Steady like gripping a mountain rock. "That Duke Yusef actually knows my name. I feel deeply flattered." "Mr. Joe is too modest. That old fellow Dash gave you high praise." Duke Yusef smiled and retracted his hand. "But meeting you today, I think he may have underestimated you." Duke Yusef's tone remained calm, yet his eagle-like eyes scrutinized the Blaine like a predator eyeing its prey. "I'm rather curious about how Dean Dash spoke of me." "Haha, we can chat about it some other time." "Excuse me. Please go ahead." The Blaine watched Duke Yusef's retreating back, comparing him subconsciously with Dash. In terms of strength, Dash definitely overshadowed Duke Yusef. However, concerning danger, this Charles, even with his claws hidden, still gave him an uneasy chill. "It seems this world isn't as safe as I thought. I need to regain my power as soon as possible." After Duke Yusef left, the surrounding nobles began discussing the Blaine's identity. Who is this youth? To gain Duke Yusef's approval, he is notoriously strict with young people. We don't know, but from what Duke Yusef just said, even Archmage Dash speaks highly of him. He must be an exceptional genius. High praise. Hearing the conversations around him, the Blaine curled his lips slightly. That old man would probably be happiest if he died sooner. "What are you smiling at?" Adeline noticed the Blaine's smile. For some reason, it made her feel uncomfortable. It's nothing. Just remembered something amusing. Let's go. The dance is starting. Okay. Adeline linked arms with the Blaine and left. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the Johnny gritting his teeth as he watched them leave. Calm down. Not yet. I need to stay calm. The Johnny whispered to himself a few times, finally calming his agitated heart. You two wait and see. Before long, I will make you both kneel before me. Inside the hall, the lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a bright spotlight shining on the center stage where stood an elegant middle-aged man, Duke Yusef. Gabbersley, welcome everyone to my ball. Thank you all for your attendance. Duke Yusef bowed slightly to the crowd, and the assembled nobles reciprocated. The theme of today's ball is to celebrate the near-successful quelling of the Southern Rebellion under His Majesty's wise command. The remaining rebels will soon be crushed. Applause erupted among the audience. Has it already been crushed? The Blaine pondered, recalling the Sean who helped him when he first arrived in this world. I wonder if he is still alive. On stage, Duke Yusef resumed delivering bland formalities. Disliking such events, the Blaine slipped away unnoticed to the edge of the venue, starting to eat. Although the dishes here are average, the desserts are quite impressive. Perhaps I should learn their recipes someday to surprise Vanessa with them when I return. Huh. Truman. Who is she? The Blaine's head throbbed again, but the pain wasn't as severe now since his soul had been transferred into a makeshift spirit artifact. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on past memories until he restored full memory via completing the spirit artifact. Suddenly, he noticed a fleeting figure outside the venue. There you are. Before he could look closely, Adeline's slightly disgruntled voice sounded in his ear. I couldn't find you because you were sneaking snacks. How can eating be called sneaking? These treats are placed here for guests to enjoy, right? The Blaine dismissed thoughts of the figure, possibly just a guard. Who eats sweets before the dance begins? These sweets are really good. Would you like some? The Blaine handed Adeline the best-looking treat he found on the table. Seeing him eat with such enthusiasm, Adeline's usually stern face softened into a smile. Ever since meeting this youth, she realized she smiled more in recent days than in the past 10 years. Adeline accepted the treat and took a bite. Surprisingly, though she had tasted them many times, none tasted as good as this one offered by the Blaine. Is it good? Yes, it's good. Then let's sneak some back. Looking at Angus's mischievous grin and twinkling eyes, Adeline couldn't help but chuckle. These are my family's desserts. So, you can laugh too. Your smile is quite charming. While eating, the Blaine commented casually. He didn't notice that his offhand comment instantly brought a blush to Adeline's face. Suddenly, music filled the air, and soft lights illuminated the surroundings. Stop eating, it's time to dance. Just one more piece. As they reached the dance floor, Adeline noticed crumbs on the Blaine's lips. She gently wiped them off with her slender fingers. Unfortunately, this moment was caught by the Johnny, whose affection for Adeline turned to rage at the sight. Feeling eyes on him, the Blaine saw the Johnny's eyes filled with venom. What's wrong? Seeing the Blaine's unease, Adeline immediately asked. Nothing, but there is a serious issue. The Blaine looked at Adeline seriously. What is it? I can't dance. Oh. Adeline opened her mouth. Sorry, I forgot you're not from Yusef. The dance that was commonly performed at such balls was something every Yusef citizen learned as a child. Adeline subconsciously assumed the Blaine would know how to dance as well. Then perhaps we shouldn't dance. What? Did I hear that Mr. Joe can't dance? Maximus DeWang suddenly appeared beside them, his voice loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Who would have thought that Mr. Joe, Everly Adeline's escort, cannot dance? This is truly shameful. I wonder how such a person got in here. Maximus DeWang's loud voice even caught Duke Yusef's attention from afar. Silvana, whether or not my partner can dance is none of your concern, right? Adeline looked at Maximus DeWang with icy eyes. Of course it is. Everyone here would love to see Everly Adeline's graceful dancing. If Mr. Joe can't dance, perhaps I could be Everly Adeline's partner instead? You. Before Adeline could speak, the Blaine pulled her back. Silvana, you must have heard wrong. The Blaine smiled dangerously. Not everyone is as uncouth as you, speaking so loudly. It's quite normal for you to mishear things. His straightforward retort earned the Blaine some respect from the onlookers. Few liked Maximus DeWang. Is that so? Maximus DeWang snorted. Then show us your dance. Let everyone see if your dancing is worthy of Everly Adeline. The Blaine turned away from the dance floor and glanced at him. If I dance just because you told me to, wouldn't that be a bit undignified? I think you're afraid. You don't know how to dance at all. Maximus DeWang crossed his arms, confident he hadn't misheard. He was sure this guy couldn't dance, and he intended to see him humiliated. Since it has come to this, I suppose not dancing would also be undignified. The Blaine adjusted his collar and extended his hand toward Adeline. May I have this dance, my lady? Though worried about embarrassing himself, since he had initiated the invitation, Adeline chose to trust him. Of course. The Blaine led Adeline into the center of the dance floor as all the guests stepped aside to clear a path. Are you really okay with this? Adeline whispered into the Blaine's ear. No problem, I just learned. With one hand holding Adeline's delicate hand and the other gently placed on her waist, they began the traditional Yusef dance. Despite being his first time dancing, every step was perfect, almost textbook perfect. This left Adeline slightly astonished. Is this really your first time dancing? Of course it is. The Blaine met Adeline's gaze directly. His eyes, like autumn waters, sparkled with a faint smile, nearly drawing her in completely. Were you saying that just for Maximus DeWang to hear? Do I look like someone who does that? Well, aren't you? But Adeline didn't say it out loud. As the gentle music played, the mysterious Blaine and the cold-eyed killer danced gracefully together. Their perfectly coordinated attire and synchronized movements made the surrounding guests pause their own dances to admire this picturesque scene. Everyone's watching us. Noticing the attention, Adeline felt a bit uncomfortable. Having trained in martial arts from a young age, she rarely participated in such events, let alone as the center of attention. Nervous? A little. Adeline nodded honestly. Don't overthink it. The tempo is about to pick up. As the music neared its climax, the rhythm accelerated. Their dance steps quickened, and they moved like two light-footed butterflies, swirling gracefully across the floor. Gradually, Adeline shed her nervousness and fully immersed herself in the dance. We're going to spin. Are you ready?
Yes.
As the music reached its peak, Adeline began to turn gracefully under the Blaine's guidance. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Adeline's dress fanned out like a blooming flower, her elegant posture mesmerizing the audience. Even Maximus de Wang, who harbored resentment toward the Blaine, couldn't deny the beauty of the pair, as if they had walked out of an angelic painting. At that moment, nothing else mattered but the two of them and their dance. The ballroom faded away, leaving only them on their stage, the sun and moon as their lights, birds as their accompaniment, stars as their attire. As the dance ended, Adeline leaned against the Blaine's chest, breathing lightly. Her face flushed. She felt like she had danced freely for the first time in her life, shedding everything, even her physical self, letting her soul soar freely in the air. Clap, clap, clap. Someone started clapping, and soon more people joined in, genuinely applauding the couple. They had never seen such beautiful dancing. Though it was a traditional Yusef dance, it had transcended into something new, something sublime. Probably no one else besides these two could ever dance so beautifully again. Hashtag chapter 391. The ball conspiracy. Not so great after all, huh? An inharmonious voice broke the silence in the hall. Though the Johnny had been entranced by the dance earlier, he now sneered at the Blaine. Isn't it only because Adeline danced well? Without Adeline, your dancing wouldn't be anything. Facing the Johnny's nearly hysterical shout, the Blaine responded with a simple, "Oh." The Blaine no longer felt the need to explain. Everyone had seen that dance, and any discerning observer would have recognized that the dance reached its heights due to their seamless cooperation. It wasn't about who danced better, but rather how perfectly they complemented each other, making both indispensable. Compared to Angus's indifferent attitude, the hysterical Johnny looked like a petty jester. Come on, Adeline, let's take a rest. Hold it. The Johnny blocked their way. Adeline, dance with me too. I dance much better than this guy. We can surely do even better together. Adeline's eyebrows knitted together. She wanted to refuse, but as the eldest daughter of the Duke, she couldn't outright reject him in front of everyone. After all, despite his detestability, the Johnny was still a member of the royal family. Understanding this very well, the Johnny shamelessly insisted on dancing with Adeline. As Adeline hesitated, the Blaine stepped forward, positioning himself between the Johnny and Adeline. Sylvana, Adeline is tired. As a gentleman, you shouldn't force a lady, should you? Already displeased with the Blaine, the Johnny gave him a cold look. Who are you to speak? I'm talking to Lady Adeline, and you, a mere commoner without a title, dare to interfere? Upon hearing this, the guests murmured restlessly. What? That Blaine is a commoner? How could Lady Adeline invite a commoner to the ball? Is it appropriate for a commoner to attend such an occasion? Supporters of the Blaine turned their faces upon learning of his commoner status. To them, commoners were synonymous with lowly, dirty, and inferior, no different from livestock. Seeing everyone's reaction, the Johnny smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. So what if you're handsome, skilled, and a good dancer? In the end, you're still just a commoner. A lowly commoner. In the Empire of Avon, commoners had no rights before nobles. Now, by the authority of the Johnny of Avon, I command you, this commoner, to step away from Adeline and kneel to lick my shoe. The Johnny held his head high, looking down at the Blaine with disdain written all over his face. At this moment, no one spoke up for the Blaine. All the guests here were nobles, and none would offend the Johnny for a mere commoner. Sylvana, if you wish to dance, please don't make things difficult for Mr. Randy. Adeline stared at the Johnny coldly with her lone eye. If he weren't a prince, she would have pierced his heart with a sword right then and there. Since Adeline pleads for you, I'll spare you this time, commoner, the Johnny replied coldly. But you must kneel and watch Adeline and me dance. Sylvana. Adeline frowned, wanting to say more, but the Blaine stopped her. The Blaine remained calm, showing no trace of anger on his face. Sylvana, have you forgotten what I told you when we first met? The Blaine spoke calmly, his eyes steady and unwavering, as if he were looking at a dead man. The Johnny instantly felt his hair stand on end. Despite Angus not moving a muscle, he felt as though a sharp blade was poised at his throat, ready to sever his head at the slightest thought from the Blaine. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and two figures appeared beside the Blaine. Ah, isn't this Randy? What a coincidence meeting you here. Franz, dressed in a robe, lounged lazily. He stood next to Rocco behind the Blaine, casually placing his hand on Angus's shoulder. No one noticed that the brick under the Blaine's feet seemed to have cracked under some tremendous impact, spiderwebbing across its surface. Bond, you're here too. The Blaine glanced back at the white-bearded elder. Hee, Franz grinned. Why shouldn't I come? After all, I am an archmage. Right, Grover, I almost forgot to give you this. Franz reached into a nearby space and pulled out a golden badge. The front of the badge showed an open book, and the back depicted an owl with one eye open. Below it were 3 golden suns. The old man casually pinned the badge to the Blaine's chest. What's this? The Blaine asked curiously. This is the badge of a Grand Mage, recognized across the entire continent. With this, you're considered nobility in any country. Cherish it. Even I can only award 1 per year. Seeing Franz personally pin the badge on the Blaine, the surrounding guests gaped in disbelief. How old was this Blaine to already possess the Grand Mage badge? It was known that there were only 2 ways to obtain this badge: passing the annual examination by the Mage Guild or receiving it personally from an Archmage or Divine Mage. Less than 20 people passed the Grand Mage exam each year, many of whom were granted honorary titles for political reasons by various royal families. Those who earned the badge through merit typically did not achieve it until around 50 years of age. The second method involved being personally awarded by an archmage or divine mage to those who had already reached the level of a grand mage but didn't participate in the exam for various reasons. This method carried much more weight. After all, there were fewer than 10 divine mages and archmages combined on the continent. Each archmage could only award one grand mage badge every 3 years, while divine mages could do so annually. However, very few received the badge this way, each one being a genius among geniuses. No divine mage or archmage would award the badge to an incompetent person, as doing so would mar their reputation. Issuing the badge was equivalent to officially recognizing someone's talent. If that person proved to be mediocre, it would reflect poorly on the mage who bestowed it. Thus, the extremely self-conscious divine mages and archmages rarely issued grand mage badges personally, with some never awarding even one in their lifetime. Franz hadn't personally awarded a badge in 20 years. Now, the recipient of that badge had become a renowned archmage on the continent. This time, Franz publicly awarded the grand mage badge to the Blaine in front of everyone. Did this mean the Blaine not only possessed the strength of a grand mage, but was also a once-in-a-lifetime genius? Realizing this, the guests stared at the Blaine in astonishment. The Blaine glanced at the badge on his chest. He understood that Franz was protecting the Johnny's life by doing this. If he intended to save the situation, Franz could have appeared earlier, but he waited until just before the Blaine acted, alongside Rocco. Never mind. The Blaine shrugged off the hands on his shoulders. I'm tired too, Adeline. Let's rest. Sure. Adeline bowed politely to everyone before leaving with the Blaine. All right, everyone, Rocco said, clapping his hands. The ball continues. Carry on with the music and dancing. With the music resuming, the tense atmosphere dissipated as if nothing had happened. Rocco and Arno Franz exchanged glances, seeing deep relief in each other's eyes. Luckily you arrived. Otherwise, I might not have been able to stop him before he acted. Rocco raised his wine glass and gently clinked it with Headmaster Franz's. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the hand holding the wine glass was still trembling slightly. Franz smiled faintly and drank the entire contents of his glass in one go. I think he wouldn't have killed the Johnny. He might have just wanted to teach him a lesson, but we can't gamble on that. If any trouble had broken out at this moment, all our efforts would have been wasted. Yes. Through his spectacles, Rocco's hawk-like eyes scanned every person in the hall. After completing his scan, he retracted his gaze. Why did you agree to help me this time? You never involve yourself in these matters. Franz chuckled. Who knows? I just felt like it. People change their minds. After all, Rocco clearly wasn't buying this explanation. He stared at his old friend, who was both teacher and comrade, for a long time before finally sighing deeply. You're getting old too, old buddy. You young whippersnapper, always so disrespectful. On the side, the Blaine sat down on a chair accompanied by Adeline. His face was abnormally pale, as if he had suffered some severe trauma. Are you alright? Was it because of Jesse and teacher Franz earlier? I'm fine, the Blaine shook his head. It's not related to them. It's a problem with my body. The spiritual energy inside his body was chaotic, confirming that this body lacked a soul for regulation, which made it too difficult without one. I'll be fine after a while. Go ahead. Someone is calling you over there. Sure enough, a few youths around Adeline's age were gesturing her over from a distance. Adeline shook her head. I'm not leaving. I can't leave you in this state. The Blaine didn't insist further. He knew Adeline's stubborn military nature wasn't something he could persuade easily. As you wish. He placed his hands on his knees, palms up, and began to meditate, closing his eyes. This posture wasn't too noticeable, but it helped him slightly regulate the chaotic spiritual energy within. Adeline sat next to the Blaine, her back straight as if still on the battlefield. She gazed at the Blaine's face, feeling an inexplicable sense of loneliness emanating from him. Despite becoming his guard mysteriously, she still knew almost nothing about this enigmatic youth. He must have many friends in his hometown, and surely loving family members. I wonder if he has someone special. What are you thinking? The icy touch of the Blaine's hand brought her back to reality. I've called you several times. Nothing, Adeline shook her head. Is there something wrong? Something's off. We're being watched. Startled, Adeline instinctively tried to look back, but the Blaine's cold hand stopped her. Don't turn around. We might be spotted. The Blaine used his peripheral vision to observe those watching them. Trees, shrubs, rooftops, everywhere. From Adeline's perspective, the Blaine silently looked at her, his deep eyes causing a slight flush to rise on her cheeks. Any discoveries? There are many of them, and they're everywhere. Given that they've managed such surveillance within the Duke's residence, it's probably only your father who could do this. The Blaine retracted his gaze. Perhaps he was overthinking. After all, with so many nobles present, arranging hidden guards was understandable for the Duke. Why is your face so hot? Are you feverish? No, Adeline hastily pulled away his hand, flustered. Your hand is just too cold. Strangely compelled, Adeline held the Blaine's hand. Your hand is really cold. Of course it is. Because this body had been dead for a long time, the Blaine thought inwardly. When you're unwell, your extremities usually feel icy cold. The Blaine subtly withdrew his hand. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like some champagne? Ah. The Blaine looked up at the startled waiter. Florence. Mr. Randy, it really is you. Florence beamed with surprise at the sight of the Blaine. Today, Florence wore a waiter's uniform with her beautiful brown hair neatly tied up, nearly making the Blaine unable to recognize her. Why are you here? Rocco posted a notice saying they needed service staff for tonight's ball, so I came. Rocco truly is generous. The young girl excitedly shared her small stroke of luck, while the Blaine looked at her fondly. Beside them, Adeline felt a strange twinge in her heart, coughing involuntarily. Ah, I got so caught up talking that I forgot to introduce you. This is Adeline Avon. You're Baroness Adeline. Florence's eyes widened as she looked at Adeline beside the Blaine. So beautiful. Hello. My name is Florence, nice to meet you. Hello. Facing Florence's innocent, clear eyes, Adeline felt momentarily at a loss for words. While Adeline and Florence chatted, the Blaine noticed something odd about a servant in a corner. Quietly rising, he followed. The servant entered the room storing the alcohol, glanced around to ensure no one was around, then pulled out a packet of powder, intending to pour it into a wine barrel. Chapter 392. Failure? Casper stood at the doorway of the wine cellar, watching as the servant walked away without trying to stop him. He noticed that at least 5 pairs of eyes were on the servant, and among them were definitely guards arranged by Duke Braden. Since even they didn't intervene, Angus naturally wouldn't interfere either. He strolled back to Adeline after a round. To his surprise, Adeline and Charlotte were chatting happily. Even Adeline's usually cold expression was softened by a faint smile. What are you talking about so happily? It's a secret, isn't it, big sister Adeline? Charlotte blinked at Adeline. Yes, that's right, it's a girl's secret. Adeline patted Charlotte's head as if petting a cute little animal. Charlotte, stay here and chat with big sister Adeline for a while. Don't deliver the wine just yet. But Duke Braden paid. Adeline noticed Angus's look and understood he had spotted something unusual. She said, it's fine, stay and chat with me. I'm your employer too, and I want you to please me. Oh, okay then, Charlotte nodded hesitantly. She felt uncomfortable not doing her job despite having been paid by Duke Braden. Come, have some pastries. But is this really alright? I came here to work. Just a small break won't be noticed. Is that so? Of course. Are you two really saying this in front of me? So, how are the pastries? Are they good? Glenicious. I've never had such delicious pastries. Let's sneak a few more. If it's just a few. You guys, oh forget it. As the trio chatted merrily, a sudden scream erupted from the crowd. Then, one by one, people in the hall started collapsing. Before long, only a few remained standing. What's happening to them? Shoo. Just as Charlotte was about to shout, Adeline covered her mouth. Stay under the table quietly with big sister Adeline. Casper silently pulled the tablecloth aside, allowing Charlotte and Adeline to hide underneath. He crushed a pill and placed it beneath the table. I'll go with you. Casper shook his head. Protect Charlotte. I can handle myself. Covering the tablecloth again, he crept to another corner of the venue, lying down and pretending to be affected. Come out. You wish to negotiate, right? Duke Braden stood in the center of the stage, addressing the entrance loudly. Why do you assume we're here to negotiate instead of killing everyone? A masked figure slowly entered, fully shrouded in a cloak, his voice distorted by magic. Ethylene toxin, quick-acting and incapacitating but non-lethal when mixed with fragrance. You also sent someone to fake poison the wine to confuse me. Quite clever, but a bit too underestimating me. The mysterious man clapped gently. Indeed, Duke Braden. Such tactics couldn't escape your notice. But now that you know ethylene toxin becomes lethal with dragon's breath incense, what happens next? Braden's pupils constricted, but his face remained calm. Entering through the door means my men outside have been dealt with. Now, these people are your hostages. State your demands. Simple. Release our leader and withdraw from Gillian. That's impossible, Braden replied without hesitation. Duke Braden, understand that many noble lives are in my hands. Do you realize what will happen if they die? The mysterious man took out a glass sphere, inside which mist swirled. Calm down. It's not that I don't agree, but I cannot. Your leader has already been executed. There's no way I can meet your demand. You're lying. The Emperor ordered a public execution next month. You're well informed. Braden's eyes fixed on the mysterious man, trying to discern his identity. Since you know this, you should also know our Emperor dislikes unpredictability. Your leader was already executed. The public execution next month is just a stand-in. This can't be. This can't be. The mysterious man murmured, unwilling to accept it. Seizing the moment of distraction, Braden shot a magical arrow from his sleeve directly at the mysterious man's face. At the last second, a middle-aged man with a shield rushed in, blocking the strike. His shield bore a deep dent. Aaron Hank, a senior member of the rebels. Didn't expect you'd come too. If I could, I wouldn't confront you, Darian. Darian? Braden paused. It's been a long time since I heard that name. Aaron, you could have served the nation like me, but you chose rebellion. That disappoints me deeply. Ha, Aaron laughed softly. I once thought and acted that way, but how did the nation treat me and my 15,000 brothers? Aaron, the Emperor had no choice back then. Enough talk. I see through everything. This country is rotten to the core. Only a complete purge can save it. AI, Braden sighed. Turn back, Aaron. Surrender, and I'll request leniency for your family. Ha ha ha, don't you find that amusing? Since you insist on this path, I'm sorry. Braden clapped, and countless royal knights stormed in. Dozens of black-clothed bodies were tossed inside. Seeing those bodies, Aaron's hand trembled, almost dropping his shield. You really thought I only placed a few men outside? Now, both the mysterious man and Aaron realized the ball was a trap. Aaron, the person you protected must be your rebel's advisor. I meant to catch small fish but ended up landing big ones. Braden's glasses couldn't conceal his sharp gaze. Now, he looked at them like a hawk eyeing its prey, knowing it couldn't escape. Aaron's stern face showed a sudden smile. Darian, still as arrogant as ever. What? Suddenly, Braden felt uneasy, soon turning into reality. The knights behind drew their swords, striking at each other. In an instant, the royal knights suffered heavy losses. More black-clothed men charged towards Braden's estate from afar. The originally one-sided situation turned chaotic. Swords clashed, blood splattered, and the venue descended into chaos. Condi, you're going to watch the show now? I really don't want to be involved in your mess. The old man with a white beard wearing robes lazily stretched as he walked out from backstage. Do you really need me to handle this minor situation? Braden, you're really regressing. There's no help for it. One gets older. Duke Braden took off his coat. revealing the shirt beneath which couldn't conceal the bulging muscles of Duke Braden. Say you're old in front of me? Alejandro flicked his wrist, and the dragon bone staff slid into his hand from inside his sleeve. The two found their respective opponents. Duke Braden and Aaron were locked in fierce combat, with the scholarly-looking Duke Braden surprisingly violent when serious. They exchanged blows, neither backing down. Meanwhile, Alejandro and the mysterious man just stood there, unmoving. Shall we talk first? Nothing worth talking about. The mysterious man replied coldly. Suddenly, a fireball appeared in front of Alejandro without warning. Alejandro wasn't fazed at all. He even showed a faint smile. He stood there, seemingly motionless, but the fireball dissipated before reaching him. After the fireball vanished, it revealed a crossbow bolt hidden behind it. Alejandro nodded appreciatively, and the crossbow bolt stopped right in front of him without warning. Not bad. If you had carved a rune on that crossbow bolt, it might have given me a bit of trouble. The battle was intensely deadlocked. Despite the rebels' surprise attack on the Royal Knights, they still had a significant numerical disadvantage. Although more rebels joined the fray, the ironclad Royal Knights held their ground within the venue, giving the rebels no easy options. Duke Braden and Aaron traded blows, while Alejandro maintained the upper hand over his opponent. Yet, the old man clearly lacked the will to kill, treating it almost like a game. It looks like my help isn't needed here. Casper, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, idly watched the fight around him. So bored that he even reached for a plate of pastries from the table and started eating. Aaron threw a punch at Duke Braden, using the recoil to move next to the mysterious man. We can't go on like this. Once reinforcements arrive, we'll be doomed. I know. Gabbined away to escape. We can't trust Duke Braden. We'll look for another chance to rescue our leader. Understood. Aaron whistled loudly, and all the black-clothed men exchanged glances. Retreat. Those who were fiercely battling moments ago now chose to retreat without hesitation. The knights wanted to stop them, but their heavy armor made pursuit impractical. So, you think you can escape? Duke Braden narrowed his eyes and taunted. Himph, you better take care of yourself. The mysterious man raised the glass sphere in his hand and smashed it on the ground, releasing thick smoke throughout the venue. Damn. Most of the nobles in the room had been affected by ethanine toxin. If they inhaled the dragon's breath incense, it would form a deadly toxin in their bodies. As the rebels fled, Duke Braden knew he had to save the nobles. He gritted his teeth, frustrated but determined. With a swift glance, Duke Braden aimed 2 rapid magical arrows at the fleeing duo. Aaron raised his shield, effortlessly blocking both arrows. However, one of the magic arrows exploded, releasing a small arrow that pierced through the mysterious man's shoulder. Watching the injured pair escape, Duke Braden squinted, a smirk forming on his lips. Now marked, see how far you can run. Knowing they wouldn't get far, Duke Braden immediately organized rescue efforts for the nobles. Earlier, he had quietly ordered the city to be sealed. Now those black-clothed men had nowhere to run. Fortunately, the aid was timely. Though the unconscious nobles had inhaled some dragon's breath incense, it wasn't fatal. They only needed rest to recover fully. Did anyone see His Highness the Johnny? Counting the nobles present, Duke Braden noticed the Johnny had vanished. No one has seen His Highness. Was the Johnny taken by the enemy? Duke Braden frowned, pondering. That's not right. I must visit the palace. Continue searching for any remnants. Yes, sir. Casper, lying on the ground feigning unconsciousness, thought to himself. Was that mysterious man the Johnny? If not the Johnny, then who? Everly Adeline. I'm fine. Continue with your tasks. Yes. Hearing Adeline's footsteps, Angus opened his eyes. This scene is quite peculiar. What? Confused, Adeline followed his gaze and blushed instantly. She quickly covered her skirt and kicked Angus hard. Pervert. Casper sprang up from the ground in one smooth motion. I should leave. Staying here any longer feels like inviting trouble. Oh. Adeline opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to hold him back, but found no reason to do so. Chapter 393, Night Owls. Let's go, Florence. I'll take you back. The Blaine draped his arm over the girl's shoulders like an older brother escorting his younger sister home from school. Well, thank you very much, Countess Sarah. And the pastries were delicious. Goodbye. Florence gave a deep bow to Sarah and then hurried after the Blaine steps to leave. Sarah watched the two of them depart with a sense of loss. Tomorrow will surely be a fine day. Inside the Royal Academy, the Blaine accompanied the girl all the way to her dormitory building. Oh right, Mr. Randy, can I ask you to wait for just a moment? HM? Sure, no problem. The girl ran quickly back to her room. In no time, she came out carrying a thick notebook. Mr. T. Randy, could you please look at this? Florence panted as she handed the notebook over to the Blaine. Is this your research notebook? He flipped open the notebook. Inside was a hand-drawn relief-style illustration. Beneath it, Florence had filled the pages with neat annotations in her elegant handwriting. As soon as he scanned through, a particular passage caught his attention. This style of carving is distinctly different from any culture on the continent. The text below the carving also does not belong to any civilization that has ever existed on the continent. Next to the passage, Florence had meticulously copied down the inscriptions from the carving verbatim. I have been in this land of the dead for over half a year. After observing, I realized this is not a place for the dead. Its inhabitants, despite having appearances and languages different from ours, are all alive. However, this place has inverted yin and yang energies and reversed life force currents, making it anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, my frail body cannot last much longer, so I can't uncover its mysteries completely. Such a pity, such a pity. The Blaine frowned, reading through the text several times. Although some words differed from the current Eastern Cloud Common language and the grammar was a bit archaic, the content was still quite understandable. So, he wasn't the first to arrive here. Long ago, people from the Eastern Cloud Continent had already come to this land. And judging by the description on the carving, this predecessor also came to this continent together with my body. Mr. Randy, you can really read this text? Seeing the Grover's expression, Florence knew he had understood. She looked at him excitedly. Indeed, bringing it to Mr. Randy had been the right choice. The Blaine nodded, not hiding anything from the girl. The writing here is in my language, but from a very, very long time ago. Where did you find this carving? I saw it in a traveler's magazine, apparently discovered by a traveler recently. I felt instinctively that it was related to you, Mr. Randy, so I copied it down. You won't blame me, will you? Florence gazed fearfully into the Blaine's eyes, afraid he might scold her. Foolish girl, I should be thanking you. Why would I blame you? The Blaine stroked Florence's head. You did a great job helping me significantly. I arrived here due to an accident and have been trying to find a way back home. Your discovery has given me hope that there's a possibility to return. Really? It's wonderful if I could help you. Florence's smile blossomed brightly. Can I borrow that magazine? Sorry, I lent it to my roommate. Florence blushed slightly. But don't worry, I'll bring it to you first thing tomorrow morning. That would be troublesome. Thanks, the Blaine smiled. It's getting late, go rest now. See you tomorrow? Okay, see you tomorrow. The girl skipped away, delighted to have helped Mr. Randy even a little bit. Watching Florence walk up the stairs, the Blaine planned to leave. But before he could, he sensed someone approaching from behind. He turned around to see a face even colder than Sarah's standing behind him. Student Randy, wandering around the girls' dormitories this late. It looked suspicious. Yolzi? Franz's impeccable secretary and daughter. Yolzi adjusted her glasses. Call me Teacher Yolzi at school. Please don't misunderstand, Teacher Yolzi. I was just seeing a friend back. The Blaine replied calmly. It's actually you who seems suspicious. As a teacher, patrolling the campus is part of my duty. Yolzi maintained her icy poker face. But teachers on patrol usually don't carry the scent of blood. The Blaine smiled enigmatically. I just dealt with a stray magic beast that wandered onto the campus. Some blood splattered on me. Is that so? Seems like this magic beast isn't ordinary. It even has the scent of dragon breath on it. Yolzi's pupils constricted, tensing up instantly. Don't worry, Teacher Yolzi. Whether it's a magic beast or rebels, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to sleep. Can I go now? The Blaine yawned, looking genuinely tired. Just as Yolzi hesitated, a few indistinct shadows appeared in the sky. Upon seeing those shadows, Yolzi immediately stiffened. Without hesitation, she dragged the Blaine into a nearby bush. The shadows circled above the campus. Ewan Duke's magic beasts, part of the Night Owl Squad, specifically tasked with nighttime searches. Silent and deadly, not even a mouse on the ground could escape their gaze. In the bush, the Blaine was pinned under Yolzi, both staying motionless beneath the pile of leaves, fearing detection by the night owls. After circling for a while, the night owls found nothing and flew off to the next area. Teacher Yolzi, dragging a male student into the bushes in the middle of the night. Is that proper behavior for a female teacher? Feeling the softness of Yolzi's body, and the faint, refreshing fragrance wafting up to him, the Blaine spoke playfully. A little brat like you, I have no interest in you. Realizing the night owls had left, Yolzi tried to stand up, but the Blaine suddenly grabbed her shoulder and flipped her down under him. You're not interested in me, but I am in you. What are you doing? Yolzi hissed angrily, a trace of panic flashing across her icy face. Ignoring her cries, the Blaine tore off her blouse, revealing snow-white skin. Before Yolzi could react further, he touched certain points on her body, paralyzing her instantly. Her entire body froze except for her eyes. As Yolzi stared furiously at him, the Blaine's hands roamed over her immobilized form. Giving up? I won't let you move. You wouldn't make things easier otherwise. His hand stroked Yolzi's hair. Now, she was like a trapped white rabbit in a hunter's hands. Just as Yolzi thought he was going to do something terrible to her, the Blaine suddenly stood up, leaving her alone. Confused and furious, she wondered what this guy was up to. Soon, he returned with a gleaming dagger in his hand. This sent Yolzi into complete panic. Struggling desperately, yet unable to control her body, she watched helplessly as the knife slowly pierced her flesh. Pain sliced through her skin, mingling with fear of the unknown, making Yolzi want to scream. Eventually, her body gradually adapted to the pain, allowing her to calm down. He seemed to be engraving something on her. Note *for narrative flow, clarity, and adherence to content guidelines. Some modifications have been made in this translation, especially in scenes involving sensitive actions and descriptions. Phew, I'm exhausted. The Blaine stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That old guy Franz really owes me one now. In his hand, he held the hair he had just pulled from Yolzi's head. Closing his eyes, he began to chant quietly. Soon, blood started seeping out from Yolzi's wounds, flowing towards the strand of hair in the Blaine's hand. The blood coalesced into a tiny humanoid shape that faintly resembled Yolzi. Go! With a wave of his finger, the small figure flew out of the city. The Blaine covered Yolzi with his own clothes and gently tapped her body in several spots. Once she regained her ability to move, Yolzi didn't shout. Instead, she stared coldly at him and asked calmly, "What did you do to me?" The spell cast by Adeline's father is troublesome. You were being chased by those owls because of that spell. I extracted all the blood in your body carrying his magic. This way, he won't be able to detect you anymore. Why did you help me? Yolzi still stared coldly at him. She did not trust this Blaine. From their first meeting, he had given her an intensely dangerous feeling. The Blaine shook his head. I wasn't helping you. I was doing a favor for your old man. I need him to help me with something recently. Why should I believe you? Believe what you want, the Blaine said nonchalantly, brushing off dirt from his body. Your old man will surely figure it out anyway. Having done everything, the Blaine was about to leave when Yolzi suddenly called out to him. Wait, what is it? Take me to where you were staying. Why? Ewan Duke has already set up surveillance around my place. He must have discovered something. In my current state, I'll be found immediately. So what does that have to do with me? Yolzi gritted her teeth internally. Consider it a favor I owe you. The Blaine shook his head again. You aren't worth much as a favor. But he sighed. All right, consider it 2-for-1 between you and your dad. With a snap of his fingers, a flying carpet appeared beside Yolzi. Before she could react, the carpet wrapped around her and flew back to the Blaine's hidden residence with him. Do you live here all the time? Yolzi looked at the dilapidated little house in surprise. She hadn't expected such a devilish Blaine to reside in a place like this. This is courtesy of your dear old man, specially prepared for me. Yolzi nodded. Yes, that sounds like something he would do. You're finally back. Food, food, food. As they entered the house, a black shadow directly flew towards the Blaine's face. Yolzi watched in amazement as he held a small black lizard. Is this a dragon? Oh, you can actually tell. Not bad, the Blaine said casually as he fed Esteban. Flying lizards aren't common. Curious, Yolzi leaned closer, her gaze never leaving Esteban. I've seen dragons change their size through magic before, but shrinking to this size is unprecedented. Of course. I'm the only one in the entire clan who can shrink this small. I even won first place in the Dragon Size Reduction Championship. The Blaine smirked. He no longer questioned what kind of event a Dragon Size Reduction Championship was. You stay here until you recover. Feel free to use anything here, but absolutely don't go into the basement. The Blaine instructed Yolzi. I understand. I won't touch your things. Once I'm better, I'll leave on my own. Yolzi wobbled and fell onto the old sofa. Already severely injured and having had so much blood drawn, Yolzi couldn't help but drift into unconsciousness. The Blaine picked up the unconscious Yolzi, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Watching Yolzi's furrowed brow in her sleep, he wondered how the daughter of Archmage Franz became a high-ranking member of the rebels. Meanwhile, inside the royal dungeon, Duke Yuan frowned deeply. He had never encountered such a complicated case. Sylvana, can you explain why that mysterious person's clothes appeared in your room? I told you. It's a frame-up. Someone wants to implicate me. The Crown Prince roared, grabbing the bars. But your room only has signs of your entry, and even your maids confirmed that you walked back alone tonight. How do you explain this? Duke Yuan, I've told you many times. I don't know anything. I was talking with people at the venue. Then I inexplicably passed out. When I woke up, I was already in my room. I didn't know about those clothes until after your men came. They were in my wardrobe. I swear. Duke Yuan pinched his brow. This situation was bizarre from start to finish. His interrogation techniques couldn't be used on a prince who was yet unconvicted. ##### Chapter 394. Good deeds are rewarded. However, Duke Braden still trusted what the Johnny said. After all, the Johnny had no reason to join the rebels. King Braden had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The youngest prince was naturally frail and seldom left his room. Meanwhile, the king intended to arrange for the Francesca to marry to pacify restless nobles. So, the country would inevitably belong to the Johnny eventually. Seeing that nothing further could be elicited, Duke Braden stood up, preparing to leave. Sylvana, I believe you, but until everything is cleared up, you may have to stay here a bit longer. Why? This is illegal detention. I will inform Jesse. The Johnny retorted. Duke Braden cast a cold glance at the Johnny. The order to detain Sylvana came directly from His Majesty. If you have any complaints, you can raise them with the Emperor after the detention ends. With that, Duke Braden left without turning back. Gaius, have we heard from Night Owls? They reported that the prisoners may have left the city, replied Gaius. Left the city? Duke Braden stopped walking. I ordered the city to be sealed. How did they leave? I ensured the city was sealed as you instructed, but it's all right. I'm not blaming you. Continue to strengthen patrols. There are other rebels in the city. Be cautious of their counterattacks. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, go to Nanjong and find someone. He has the best nose. Early the next morning, Yolzi slowly opened her eyes, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Instantly, she became alert. It took some time for Yolzi to recall she was at the home of the Grover named Randy. You're awake? Come, have something to eat, said the Grover, emerging from the kitchen holding a stack of circular dishes. Try this. It's something you've probably never tasted before. Randy handed her a round, white object, which Yolzi instinctively caught. Hot. She quickly put it in the bowl in front of her. Don't be too eager. It's very hot just out of the steamer. Curious about this round, white item that resembled bread but much whiter and softer like a cake. Yolzi blew on it and lightly bit into it, mimicking the Grover. It was soft yet resilient, with a mild wheat fragrance and a hint of sweetness. Not overwhelmingly delicious, but certainly not bad either. For Yolzi, it was rather bland. You barely bit into it. Take a bigger bite. There's filling inside. Gabbling? There was filling inside this fluffy, white bun. Yolzi opened her mouth wide and took a large bite. Savory meat juice instantly filled her mouth. Tender meat mixed with crunchy vegetables enhanced the texture while providing a fresh taste that wasn't too greasy. The slightly salty filling blended perfectly with the light dough, creating a harmonious flavor symphony in her mouth. Glenicious. It was the first time Yolzi tried such buns, and she was immediately won over by this white, plump delicacy. A few more bites finished off the dish, and her eyes couldn't help but linger on the stack of steamed baskets on the table. Randy smiled and placed a basket in front of her. This is called a bun, a delicacy from my hometown. Many people enjoy having it for breakfast. Bun? What a strange word. Yolzi picked up another bun and, to her surprise, the filling was different, crisp vegetables and an unfamiliar white ingredient. The flavors were even milder, emphasizing the freshness of the vegetables and a nutty aroma. She couldn't believe such simple ingredients could make such a tasty meal. After finishing breakfast, Randy got ready to leave. I need to go out for a while. Stay here and rest. Don't worry, it's safe here. Understood. Although she agreed verbally, Yolzi felt uneasy. The dilapidated house looked anything but secure. Alone in the house, Yolzi found a book on the table beside her. Perfect for passing the time. Continental history and possible foreign cultures? Didn't expect him to like such books. Though Yolzi enjoyed reading, She usually preferred magic-related books or popular romance novels among young people. Frankly, she rarely glanced at historical literature. Annotations? Flipping through a page, she saw a picture of an oddly shaped stone fragment, seemingly detached from something larger. What kind of writing is this? I can't read it. Surprisingly, the annotations Randy made matched the text on the stone fragment found in the Endless Sea. The script seems to indicate a civilization on the other side of the Endless Sea. Yolzi's eyes widened. Could it be that Randy came from beyond the Endless Sea? Even to herself, it seemed absurd. The black fog covering the Endless Sea was deadly, even to dragons. How could a frail youth navigate through that? As she immersed herself in the book, she suddenly heard Randy's voice outside. Duke Braden? What brings you here? Duke Braden? Yolzi snapped out of her trance. If her injuries were discovered by Duke Braden, everyone's sacrifices would be for naught. Panicked, she searched for a place to hide, but realized there was nowhere to go in the small, visible space. Suddenly, she remembered the basement Randy mentioned. Sorry, but it's an emergency. She rushed toward it. No matter how hard she pushed, the basement door refused to budge. In despair, the old door finally opened as Randy entered. Apologies, Duke Braden. My humble abode is quite modest. Please, sit wherever you like. Ha, Mr. Randy, you're quite modest. For Gale to assign you such lodgings. Duke Braden observed the surroundings casually while chatting. He noticed the book on the table. Modern Magic Anthology? Quite diligent of you, already being a great mage, but still studying basic texts. Please, Duke Braden, don't mock me. You surely noticed yesterday that Headmaster Gale was helping me out. My skills are far from those of a great mage. Please, have some tea. Thank you. Duke Braden accepted the tea, sniffing its ordinary scent. He flipped through the anthology, noting the detailed notes and annotations, indicating serious study. I'm here today to thank you for assisting my daughter. Without you, she might never step into a dance floor again. Oh, Everly Adeline dances quite well, doesn't she? Haha, speaking of which, I'm a bit embarrassed. My daughter Adeline has been mischievous since childhood. She almost fought with all the Grovers of her generation. Duke Braden approached the Grover's bedside step by step. Hidden under the bed, Yolzi tightly covered her mouth and nose, not daring to breathe loudly. As Duke Braden's footsteps grew closer, Yolzi's heart rose to her throat. Once, during a royal ball, I took Adeline along. She really cared about that ball. She specially wore a new dress and asked the maid for light makeup. Duke Braden stopped beside the Grover's bed, and Yolzi could even see the stitching on his boots. But that day, no Grover invited Adeline to dance. Even when she approached them actively, they would avoid her from afar. After that, Adeline never attended any more balls. As soon as she came of age, she joined me on the front lines, staying there for 10 years. That must have been tough for her. Yes, that's why I especially came to thank you. Please accept this ring, Mr. Randy. It symbolizes the friendship between our families. If you encounter any troubles in the future, you can rely on this ring for help from any of my family's forces. I wouldn't refuse it then. The Grover didn't hesitate, reaching out to take the ring Duke Braden offered. Suddenly, Duke Braden's hand trembled, and the ring coincidentally fell under the bed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I accidentally injured my hand last night. Age is catching up with me. Saying that, Duke Braden bent down to pick it up. How can I trouble your grace? I can get it myself? Not at all. In an instant, Duke Braden bent down and swiftly lifted the bedsheet hanging from the bedside, revealing nothing peculiar about him despite his apparent age. However, there was nothing under the bed except a solitary ring engraved with an eagle lying alone. Duke Braden picked up the ring and placed it in the Grover's hand. All right, I've delivered it. I won't disturb you further. I'll speak to Franz later to arrange a better room for you. Thank you, Duke. It's still early. I won't keep you for a meal. With a creak, the old door closed as Duke Braden finally left. He's gone. You can come out now. Yolzi crawled out from under the bed, covered in dust. How did you do that? How did you make him not see me? When Duke Braden bent down just now, her heart nearly stopped. Yet, he acted as if she wasn't there, casually picking up the ring inches away from her face. There's nothing to it, just a small space-folding trick. I told you, you're safe here. The Grover snapped his fingers, causing subtle changes in the dilapidated house. Although hard to pinpoint what changed, the difference was unmistakable. Do you know what you're saying? This isn't something humans can do. Despite witnessing everything firsthand, Yolzi still felt like she was in a dream. You think I'm not human? The Grover noticed his book on the table seemed disturbed. You're not from this continent, are you? Faced with Yolzi's question, the Grover paused. He knew she had seen his notes. Sorry, we're not close enough for such revelations yet. Regarding Dongyun Continent, the Grover only told Charlene a little, never revealing everything. After all, this was his secret. Once others knew, endless trouble might follow. You're right, sorry for overstepping. Yolzi sat on the Grover's bed, feeling dizzy after her intense emotions eased. If you're uncomfortable, rest for a while. I'll wake you for lunch. Thanks. Perhaps lulled by the Grover's impressive space-folding technique, Yolzi lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. What a carefree person. The Grover glanced at Yolzi before descending into the basement. On his way back, he met Franz, who silently handed him a bag containing a mind-settling crystal he had long coveted. You know what I want to say. Take it and scram. Seeing the old man's reluctant expression, the Grover couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. As long as I live, she will be safe. Watching the Grover leave, Franz smiled. Maybe keeping you at the academy was the best decision I made this year. With the mind-settling crystal, the Grover could finally execute his plan. While most people knew it calmed minds and was effective against enraged monsters, its most significant feature was its suitability for storing souls and slowly repairing damaged spirits. Now, the Grover could finally escape the confines of his temporary spiritual instrument. Without delay, he began setting up the array to inscribe the spirit device. Is Mr. Randy here? Chapter 395, Gabonally have money. Just as the Blaine was about to start his work, someone knocked on the dilapidated house's door. From the sound of it, it seemed like Adeline. Here comes another one after the other, this father and daughter. The Blaine put down the focusing crystal in his hand and got up to open the door for Adeline. As he passed Jillian, he hesitated for a moment but decided to hide her anyway. Excuse me, Mr. Randy. When he opened the door, there were unexpectedly two people standing outside. Ned, why are you here? Outside stood Ned, the head chef from Wayno Restaurant, looking as shy as a child. Everly Adeline came to our restaurant today, so I asked her to bring me here to meet you. Mr. Randy, did I disturb you? Not at all. What can I do for you? It's like this. The lesson you gave me before has really enlightened me. After I went back, I thought deeply about it and finally understood your meaning. Although I can't say I completely understand it, I have indeed reflected seriously. Seeing that Ned was about to launch into a long speech, the Blaine quickly interrupted him. Stop, stop, stop. Understanding it is enough. No need to report to me. Yes, yes. Ned nodded hurriedly. Mr. Randy, there's also the matter of the revenue share we discussed. Thanks to you, our restaurant has been running at full capacity every day, generating considerable income. Recently, your share has accumulated quite a bit, so I took the liberty to get a card made for you. I hope you don't mind. The Blaine accepted the gold coin card Ned handed over. The black metal card had golden patterns on it, making it look rather luxurious. Thank you for the trouble. No trouble at all. Not at all. It was precisely when he needed money that someone brought it to him. All the irritation of being interrupted vanished from his mind. By the way, when I visited your restaurant last time, the queue was too long. I think you can open some branches now. Branches? What? Any difficulties? To be honest, with just me, Wayno Restaurant is already my limit. Opening more branches would be too much for me to handle. Hearing this, the Blaine shook his head. He casually pulled out 2 buns from his spatial bag. Mr. Randy, what's this? Try these 2 buns and see if you can tell the difference. Ned, being a seasoned chef, didn't taste them directly but first examined them carefully, smelled them, and then finally tasted them. There's not much difference overall. This one is slightly less flavorful and lacks a bit of moisture, but the difference is negligible. Do you think an average diner could tell the difference? A gourmet might, but an average diner certainly wouldn't. A smile tugged at the corner of the Blaine's lips. One of these buns was freshly made today, while the other was made a few days ago and frozen using ice magic, then steamed today. Stopping here, the Blaine paused. Ned lowered his head, thinking. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, suddenly understanding. I get it. Your idea is to mass-produce semi-finished products and send them to the branches, where they can be finished off. Storing them using ice magic may lower the flavor slightly, but an average diner won't notice. Ned's eyes grew brighter, as if he was opening a new world. All right, consider the rest when you get back. Here, take this. I wrote it down during my free time. It contains some recipes from my hometown. One stew meat dish alone seems too simple. Looking at the notebook in the Blaine's hand, Ned's breathing quickened. In his eyes, it wasn't just a notebook. It was a treasure. Can I really keep this? Of course, consider it a gift for opening your branches. Ned excitedly held the notebook, cautiously flipping through it, afraid of damaging this precious item. Well, Adeline and I still have matters to discuss. You should go back and prepare for the branches. Yes, yes. Before leaving, Ned bowed deeply to the Blaine. For someone passionate about cuisine, the Blaine's help was even greater than what he learned from his mentor. All right, what brings you here? After closing the door, the Blaine brewed Adeline a cup of hot tea. Nothing too major. My visit today is similar to Ned's. Adeline also pulled out a black card. After yesterday's ball, almost all the nobles in the city approached me to buy your flying carpets. The 30 carpets you made initially are all sold out. Here's the money from selling the carpets. Only then did the Blaine notice the faint dark circles under Adeline's eyes. Clearly, she had barely slept working on the carpet issue. Thank you, Adeline. You've worked hard. It's nothing, just one night. I'm used to it. In the border regions, nighttime marches were common. At least 100 nobles still want flying carpets, and if we include the rich merchants in the city, it might exceed 500. Adeline meant to ask for a few carpets as an emergency supply. Knowing the Blaine was busy recently, getting 5 carpets would suffice. 10 would be better. No problem. The Blaine placed a ring in Adeline's hand. The 1,000 carpets you bought last time have all been turned into flying carpets. If you need more, bring more popular carpets, and I'll make them for you. Huh? What? Adeline's expression changed 3 times in a second. You mean, 1,000 carpets are all ready? Adeline couldn't believe it. She was stunned. Though she knew the Blaine made carpets fast, she hadn't expected such speed. 1,000. That would be enough not only for the capital, but also several surrounding counties. Not a problem. Even 2,000 wouldn't be an issue if there were more carpets. 2,000. At this point, Adeline was speechless, unsure what to say. But remember, don't sell all these carpets at once. Sell them gradually. Understood. Adeline wasn't foolish. She knew selling too many luxury items like flying carpets would crash the market and cause resentment among other nobles. There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. The Blaine remembered the disabled old man he met on the civilian store street. I want you to sell this to the commoners. The Blaine took out a seemingly ordinary piece of rag. Isn't this also a flying carpet? Adeline recognized it immediately. Despite its ugly appearance, it was indeed a flying carpet. Yes. Why? Won't this upset the nobles if you sell it to the commoners? No. I deliberately made it this way and restricted its speed and altitude. There's a clear distinction between these and the ones sold to the nobles. Its primary use is not for transporting people but goods. Goods? Yes. I added a lightning array to it, making it useful for labor. The nobles won't care if the commoners get new farming tools. Adeline nodded, but still felt puzzled. Why specifically create something for the commoners? The Blaine sighed lightly. He cupped Adeline's face and looked into her eyes seriously. Adeline, You must understand that commoners are people too, just like you. They have their joys and sorrows. Their only difference is their background, which doesn't make them any less worthy. The Blaine released his hands. This was the first and last time he would talk about this with Adeline, because he knew that some things couldn't be changed just by talking. Adeline looked at the Blaine's serious eyes and fell silent for a moment. She couldn't understand why this young noble would still speak up for the commoners. Having been raised with a noble education, Adeline always took it for granted that nobles were born to protect the country and its commoners, placing them naturally above others. Most nobles thought the same way, while some even more radical ones considered commoners merely talking animals. Though I don't quite understand, since you put it this way, I'll pay attention from now on. The Blaine sighed lightly, waving his hand helplessly. I should take my leave now. After Adeline left, Jillian, who had been silently listening to their conversation from the bed, spoke up. I never thought you'd have such thoughts. How about considering joining our resistance army? We've always aimed to create a world where commoners are in charge. A new world led by commoners. Looking at Jillian's almost fanatical eyes, the Blaine shook his head with a smile. Commoners leading commoners? The Blaine gazed towards the horizon. Though the boundary between sky and earth seemed blurry, they were still worlds apart. There's no need to say more. I promised Franz not to interfere with your affairs. That's too bad. I thought we might become kindred spirits. A hint of unnoticeable melancholy flickered in Jillian's eyes. There's nothing to regret. People rarely understand each other. The Blaine got up to prepare lunch, leaving an eerie silence in the room. After leaving the Blaine's residence, Adeline kept pondering over his words. Even when a piece of meat fell onto her plate during dinner, she didn't notice, aimlessly playing with her empty utensils. Duke Giselbert noticed Adeline's unusual state and asked, What's wrong, Adeline? Adeline suddenly snapped back to reality, seeing her father's concerned gaze. She wanted to ask how he viewed commoners. Jessie. Just as she was about to speak, she paused, realizing something. I was just thinking that after being away for so long, there shouldn't be any issues with Her Highness the Alia. Giselbert smiled gently. You and the Alia have been close for so many years. Don't worry, I always have someone keeping an eye on her. If anything happens, I'll assist immediately. Be reassured. In that case, that's very comforting. Adeline stood up. I'm full. I'll take my leave now. Watching his daughter depart, Duke Giselbert's doting smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Blue Falcon. At your command. Check where Adeline went this morning. Conduct thorough checks on all the places she visited. Yes, sir. Holding his utensils, Giselbert murmured darkly. My daughter, please don't stray onto the wrong path. Otherwise, it will be truly difficult for me. As evening approached, the Blaine emerged from the basement, his face smeared black. He held a pale purple crystal, smiling brightly. It's done. In the center of the pale purple crystal, a faint silhouette was barely visible. On closer inspection, it seemed like a handsome youth lying asleep with his eyes closed. Now, I just need to gather the materials to make the stand, and can finally discard this ruined body. Eagerly, he switched the pendant on his necklace. Using proper spirit artifacts really makes a difference. He moved his limbs, finding no difference from having his soul reside within his body. Let me buy some materials. I don't know how much money is on these two cards yet. Seeing a completely blackened Blaine climb out of the basement, Jillian burst into laughter. Is it that funny? Really? It happened again. The Blaine guessed his face must be unrecognizable now. He cleaned himself up slightly and said, I'm going to buy some things. Is there anything you need? Yes. The Blaine hadn't expected Jillian to react so strongly. I need 2 sets of change clothes. Wearing blood-stained clothes since last night, I can't take it anymore. Jillian had a severe case of OCD, but had endured without saying anything until now, nearly driving herself mad. I'll pay you, please. All right. The Blaine took the small note Jillian handed him, which had numbers he couldn't understand written on it. 95, 55, 90. What are these? Although puzzled, following Jillian's instructions and giving it to the tailor should suffice. Putting away the note, he realized he didn't know where to find magical materials. Magical materials? You can tell me, and I can go look for them. Franz sat comfortably in his office chair, feet propped up on his newly exchanged desk, one hand holding a wine glass, the other a pipe, thoroughly enjoying himself. With his daughter too busy to bother him, he felt utterly free. Note: the names and terms used in this passage maintain consistency with previous translations. Chapter 396, The Black Market. No need, I haven't decided what to use yet. I just want to browse around and see. Looking at the old man's leering face, the Blaine felt that he had likely been taken advantage of before. Oh, I see. Hearing Angus's words, the old man visibly looked disappointed. Things that meet your requirements are rare on the market. I suggest you check out the black market. Black market? There's a black market inside the imperial capital? Hee, don't you know? The biggest black market in Yusef is hidden right here in the imperial capital. It's called hiding in plain sight. Do you think those nobles are all vegetarian rabbits? Their appetites are huge. Actually, this black market was cultivated by those very nobles. The old man took a hard drag on his pipe, exhaling a smoke ring slowly. Where's the black market? Gabrielle piqued the Blaine's interest. This place seemed like it would have what he needed. The old man casually tossed his wine glass on the table and pointed at the floor. Here. It's underground. When someone mentioned sewers, everyone's first thoughts were of darkness, dampness, stench, and pests. Who would imagine that the bustling, brightly lit area they walked through could be the sewer system of Yusef's imperial capital, also the largest black market on the continent. This is the old sewer system of Yusef. After its renovation and abandonment, it became the base for the continent's largest black market. Gabrielle's voice, muffled by his black robe, was barely clear. Do these precautions really matter? Casper tapped the mask on his face. This simple white mask was actually a magic item capable of blocking detection spells. With your strength and identity, no one should dare covet you. No fun if no one covets me. Getting targeted and then turning the tables, that's the thrill. Casper rolled his eyes, imagining the old man's leering smile even through the mask. Want some fun, gentlemen? After walking not far, several heavily made up, scantily clad women surrounded them, rubbing their arms and legs against the duo insistently. Casper frowned slightly, subtly avoiding them. Gavriel, however, welcomed them, fondling the women without restraint. Haha kid, you go ahead. I'll talk business with them. Casper glanced at Gavriel, noting the old man's youthful vigor. He hadn't expected much help from the old man anyway. He insisted on following stubbornly. Listening to the vendor's shouts, Angus felt an odd sense of returning to Dongyun. A faint smile crept onto his face unconsciously. Look, all good stuff. Pick something. Open a can. 1 silver coin per try. Guaranteed no duds. Antiques, monster eggs, magic items. Only you can't think of it. Nothing I don't have. Come pick, sir. The diminutive vendor's voice was louder than several people combined. Many passerby covered their ears. Casper was surprised by his volume but more intrigued by his merchandise. Among piles of junk, a few items distinctly came from the Dongyun Continent. He picked up a broken sword. The auspicious cloud patterns clearly indicated it was from Dongyun. That's a discerning eye, sir. This treasure came from the endless sea. Ignore the break. It was once a legendary weapon. The material is indeed excellent, adamantite steel, probably a noble scion's decoration. After a cursory glance, Angus tossed aside the meaningless hilt, losing interest. The vendor was startled. He'd encountered an expert. Picking through the clutter, Angus found nothing of interest. As he prepared to leave, the vendor called out, "Don't rush, sir. You're an expert. Look at these. Those were for laymen." From behind, he produced a small package, carefully opening it. These items were superior, jewel-encrusted wands, glowing jade pendants, antique paintings, clearly high-tier compared to the displayed items. However, Angus glanced briefly and left. Wait. The vendor rushed to him. Sorry, I got the wrong ones. Here they are. Sweating, he realized this customer was truly knowledgeable. These items, while impressive, were half-fake, reworked into new treasures. Confident in his craftsmanship, he thought he could fool even seasoned veterans. But this person saw through everything at a glance. From his bag, he pulled out a few antique pieces with deep rust marks, silent witnesses to their history. But instead of the antiques, Angus's interest was drawn to a piece of paper. He realized it was a rubbing, a continuation of the engraving he sought. Where did you get this? Oh, you're interested in this? The vendor replied casually. I saw it during my travels. There was an earlier part, but it was sold off. Ethan? Could the author of the article have purchased it from this vendor rather than seen it directly? I'll buy this. Can you tell me where you found it? Sure. 3 silver coins. The vendor grinned, holding out his hand. Casper tossed 3 silver coins to him. The vendor took the coins, wiped them on his clothes, and pocketed them. Not that I don't want to tell you, but the place, it's gone. Gone? What do you mean? Literally. The statue was on a small island that sank into the sea during a volcanic eruption a few years ago. Casper frowned. How coincidental. He had just found a clue, and now the location was lost. But don't be too upset. Other than the statue, there was nothing else. I've already rubbed all its details. Casper nodded, tucking away the precious rubbing. Thank you. No problem. Come back anytime. Originally seeking materials for a substitute, the rubbing was an unexpected bonus. In a good mood, he leisurely explored the black market. True to its name, the black market contrasted sharply with the orderly imperial capital above. Here, cries of mercy, shouts, sounds of blades piercing flesh, and strange groans filled the narrow corridors. Unregulated, any slip-up could cost you your life. Yet, it was precisely this chaos where unimaginable treasures could be found. Look, fresh-caught inferno yolans, incredibly fierce. A beast merchant was selling vigorously. Such stores were common in the black market. To stand out, vendors often resorted to unconventional methods. The merchant grabbed a child from a nearby cage, ignoring the child's pleas, and threw him into the cage with the beasts. A magic flame yolan, weighing more than 5 adults combined, shared a cage with an emaciated 8 or 9-year-old child. The child's fate was already predictable. Such inhumane and bloody performances were the most popular in the black market. People never blamed the merchants for their cruelty. They only wished the merchants were even crueler, making the performances bloodier. Casper frowned and quickly walked past the beast merchant. He knew such things could not be stopped as long as the darkness in human nature persisted. Such stories would continue to occur endlessly. Of course, this did not justify standing by and watching. After Angus left, the beast merchant felt as if something had bitten his neck. He ignored it, not noticing that the magic flame yolan's gaze toward him had changed. When the merchant opened the cage to feed the lion again, the lion suddenly went berserk and clawed at his neck. In front of everyone, the merchant's head flew high, blood spraying from the severed neck onto the black market ceiling. The crowd clapped and laughed in delight. Amidst the chaotic and tumultuous environment, one small shop remained eerily quiet. Even passers-by hurried by, as if staying longer might bring on some horrific occurrence. Only a masked, cloaked youth seemed oblivious, walking into the eerie shop. Inside the makeshift wooden shop, various magical materials were piled everywhere. A gaunt old man sat behind the counter with his eyes closed. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, Angus would have thought the old man was dead. Casper aimlessly browsed, finding many intriguing items. Baby goats soaked in an unknown liquid, skulls wrapped in frog skin, and dried geckos with 9 tails. Most were materials for witchcraft from this continent, but among them, Angus found some useful treasures. Amelie, sir, how much for this thread? Ghost spider silk, 5 silver coins per meter. The old man didn't open his mouth. His voice came directly from his belly. Casper nodded. The price was acceptable. This spider silk was extremely resilient, and could conduct spiritual energy almost without loss, perfect for using as channels for a substitute. I'll take 2 spools. 1 gold coin. Casper placed the gold coin on the counter, and with a rustling sound, a black shadow under the counter snatched it away. Even with Angus's sharp eyesight, he couldn't discern what exactly that shadow was. Do you have any tools suitable for creating a puppet? On the eastern shelf, virgin skin preserved in baby oil. On the western shelf, flying dragon bones refined in amniotic fluid and Hildreder God eagle eyeballs. Also, there are fresh organs on the shelf near your feet. Casper raised an eyebrow. All these items were unsettling, though valuable. They felt off-putting for personal use. I'll pass. After putting away the spider silk, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the old man's eyes snapped open, and 2 sunken eyeballs moved within his sockets. His mouth stretched larger than humanly possible, revealing a snake-like black tentacle where his tongue should be. You carry their scent. They will come for you soon. His raspy voice sounded like rusted metal sheets scraping together. Casper frowned, about to ask more, but the old man suddenly melted into a pool of black water. Even the entire stall vanished without a trace. If not for the spider silk in his hand, Angus would have thought it was all a hallucination. I hate people who leave things half said. That strange shop did make his spine shiver. Hey kid, you're here. I've been looking for you. Gabriel, reeking of alcohol, staggered over. Clearly, he had been enjoying himself. But upon seeing the paper bag in Angus's hand, Gabriel immediately perked up. You went to that shop? Yeah. Let me tell you, that shop is very sinister. It only sells 1 or 2 items each time, and there's no owner around. But anyone who dares to steal won't survive until morning. Casper doubted if Gabriel was talking about the same shop he just visited. In any case, don't go back there. Okay. Casper glanced back at the now-vanished shop, feeling that the shopkeeper might know some secrets of this world. Did you get what you needed? If so, let's leave quickly. There was a hint of nervousness in Gabriel's voice. Gabriel, you dare come here. A deep voice boomed from afar, followed by earthquake-like thuds. Many items on nearby stalls fell over. We're doomed. Run. Without another word, Gabriel grabbed Angus's hand and bolted toward the black market's exit. At the end of the corridor behind them, a mountain of flesh pursued at an unusually fast pace. Chapter 397. The Mountain of Flesh. The Grover focused his gaze and realized it wasn't a mountain of flesh at all, but clearly an enormously obese man. Fat enveloped the man's entire body, rendering his limbs almost indistinguishable. However, this man was not slow at all. With agility and speed that belied his bulk, he was pushing aside anyone blocking his path while closing in on the two. Occasionally, people were trampled underfoot by the man, unable even to scream before turning into pools of flesh. The two ran madly towards the exit. Numerous interference arrays had been set up in these sewers to deter outsiders from investigating, making it impossible for them to even ride on their flying carpet. Damn it, how did you provoke him? I just borrowed something from him. Who knew he'd be so petty? Borrow? What did you borrow? A focus crystal. What? So that's why you suddenly became so generous. It turns out you stole it from someone else. Don't act like this has nothing to do with you. Isn't it for your sake? The Grover gritted his teeth. He originally intended to leave this old man behind, but now he saw there was no way he could save himself alone. Don't run. Give me back my crystal. Wait, let's talk about it, okay? I have nothing to discuss with the thief. As he spoke, the man picked up a nearby stall and hurled it angrily at the two. They bent down simultaneously, narrowly avoiding it. Bond, what does this mountain of flesh need the focus crystal for? Sleeping. Sleeping? The Tray suffered from a strange illness when he was young. His appetite became insatiable. No matter how much he ate, it couldn't satisfy him. Eventually, he even ate his wife and children. To escape this torment, he found this focus crystal and began using its power to suppress his hunger and fall into sleep. After hearing this, the Grover cursed involuntarily. Damn, you stole such an important item? No wonder the fatty is raging. Now they were in trouble. Listening to Gabriel's words, the Grover knew there was no room for reconciliation. It seems we can only eliminate him. The Grover stopped abruptly and faced the massive figure head-on. Fatty, the focus crystal is here. Want it? Come get it. The Grover darted into a side passage. The moment the man saw the focus crystal around the Grover's neck, he immediately turned and gave chase. His large frame struggled in the narrow passageway, yet his speed remained remarkable, gradually closing the gap between them. Suddenly, the Grover stopped. Probably enough. Hey, fatty. The Grover stared straight into the almost invisible eyes of the giant mass without fear. How did you feel when you ate your own wife and kids back then? Feel? Of course, it wasn't enough. The meat mountain licked its lips, famished. So that's it, the Grover murmured. Then I don't have anything to worry about. In the dim alleyway, a frail Grover stood opposite a mountain of flesh. Despite the enormous size difference, the Grover's resolve showed no sign of weakness. He struck first, leaping along the walls like lightning, landing behind the Tray. Taking advantage of the Tray turning around, the Grover waved his hand. Freezing ice mist onto the man's flesh and the walls together. The man's movement slowed momentarily as the Grover launched a pale purple thunderbolt at his back. Surprisingly, the magic dissipated upon impact. Don't waste your efforts. This guy has ancient giant bloodline, impervious to physical attacks and immune to ice, fire, and lightning magic. Quite troublesome, Gabriel's voice echoed from the entrance. The old man had been watching the show. Why didn't you say earlier? Or do you think I ran for fun? The mountain turned, roaring angrily at the Grover, raising a massive hand to slap him. The Grover attempted the same wall leap maneuver, but this time the mountain punched the wall, causing it to crack instantly. Grabbing the shattered stones, the mountain hurled them at the Grover mid-air. Just as the Grover was about to become a smear of flesh, he contorted into a strange position, evading the blow perfectly. Nearby, Gabriel's eyes widened in surprise. Good grief, are you human? Passing the mountain, the Grover continued deeper into the tunnel. As the mountain tried to pursue, a tripwire caught his feet, toppling his bulky frame forward. This is spider silk? The mountain looked at the thin strands wrapped around his ankles, realizing the Grover's earlier leaps were designed to entangle him. In the narrow corner, the short limbs couldn't support the heavy body. He could only roar on the ground. The Grover breathed a sigh of relief. The guy was indeed troublesome, but his lack of flexibility allowed the Grover to leverage his size advantage. Be careful, he's getting serious, Gabrielle shouted urgently as the Grover returned. Before the Grover could react, he was slammed backward as if hit by a charging rhino. The black shadow that had sent the Grover flying pursued, grabbing his head and slamming him into the wall. You're impressive, pushing me this far. The Grover finally saw the transformed man. A naked, heavily muscled behemoth, veins bulging through his skin. I hate this form. It makes me too hungry too quickly. The beefy mountain opened his mouth and bit into the Grover's shoulder, ready to devour him. Unexpectedly, the Grover wore no expression of pain but instead smiled oddly. MMM? Tasty? Unknown to the mountain, the Grover appeared behind him, while the mountain held a straw-filled doll instead. Tricks. Watch me eat you. The mountain moved incredibly fast, forcing the Grover to struggle to keep up. Luckily, the mountain's movements were straightforward, allowing the Grover to predict and dodge easily. Continuing to dodge wouldn't solve the problem, so the Grover started counterattacking. Slapping the mountain's body produced metallic sounds. Useless. Such attacks mean nothing to me. How would you know unless you try? The mountain punched the wall, creating a massive hole. Facing the Grover's attacks, he ignored them and kept advancing. Gabite, the more you resist, the tastier you'll be later. Laughing wildly, the Grover felt like prey to this mountain. Is that so? I doubt you'll have any appetite left soon. Heh? You think I'm joking? My appetite is boundless. Suddenly, the mountain felt a liquid dripping from his mouth, which he wiped off, continuing the fight. But soon, he noticed something wrong. His insides ached terribly, and the fluid uncontrollably flowed out. Only then did the mountain realize it was blood streaming from his mouth. The intense pain inside made the meat mountain's legs go weak. The Grover walked behind him and gave a gentle kick to his knees, causing the meat mountain to collapse to his knees with a thud. What did you do? The meat mountain lay on the ground, weakly asking the Grover. Despite looking unharmed externally, his internal organs had turned into mush. Dark red organ fragments continuously spewed from his mouth and nose. Mysterious Dongyun martial arts. The Grover flicked his finger against the back of the meat mountain's head, plunging him into eternal darkness. Great job, kid. I didn't think you could even take down such a stubborn opponent. Wait, what are you doing? Damn. Gabrielle watched in horror as the Grover used a knife to peel off the skin from the meat mountain's body. Seeing the bloody mass of flesh on the ground without its skin, Gabrielle almost vomited up his dinner from the day before. What the hell? Why are you so twisted? Gabrielle, who had barely recovered, felt his face pale again when he saw the entire human skin held in the Grover's hand, prompting him to lean against the wall and vomit once more. The Grover glanced at Gabrielle. This is an indestructible top-tier material, immune to physical attacks and 3 types of magic. With a simple water spell for cleaning, the Grover put away the skin. Thank you, Mr. Meat Mountain, for this bounty of materials. Now, all the Grover needed was a suitable skeleton, and his plan would be complete. Let's go. We're heading back. As the two were about to leave, the Grover suddenly seemed to notice something. He looked back at the shadow deep within the tunnel. It seemed like something moved there just now. Why are you standing there? Let's go. Don't admire your masterpiece any longer, Gabrielle urged, and the Grover retracted his gaze. Perhaps he had been mistaken. After they left, the shadow that had caught the Grover's attention twitched uneasily and then lunged at the meat mountain's corpse, consuming it entirely in moments. The shadow writhed on the spot, twisting and swelling until a pitch-black meat mountain stood up from the ground. I smell your scent. I'm coming to find you. In a tailor's shop, Gabrielle glared angrily at the Grover. We agreed you wouldn't make a move on my daughter, you traitor. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Bullshit. Don't act. My daughter entrusted you with something so precious, and you turned around and betrayed her. You beast, seducing not only the Evans but now my daughter too. The Grover frowned. The stares from the store's staff and customers made him uncomfortable. What are you saying? I have no relationship with your daughter. No relation? She gave you this? Gabrielle pointed at the note in the Grover's hand. What is this? Gabrielle's words left the Grover confused. That's the most private secret every woman has, something she never told even her own father. Yet, she told you. And you say you have no relation? So, what exactly is this? The Grover was about to be driven crazy by Gabrielle's ranting, so he ignored the old man and urged the clerk to hurry up with the clothes. Here you are, sir. Your clothes? Thanks. After waiting for quite some time, the Grover finally got the clothes Yolzi wanted. I'm going back. Stop following me, you old man. No way. I'm coming with you. I want to see my daughter. Gabrielle clung to the Grover like glue, driving him up the wall. Just outside the shop, the Grover's senses went into overdrive. He pushed Gabrielle aside and leaped into the street. A huge, blood-stained maw appeared where the Grover had just been standing. Thankfully, the Grover reacted quickly. Otherwise, both he and Gabrielle would have been swallowed whole. What the hell are you doing, pushing me like that? The Grover didn't respond. He stared in shock at the figure before him. Didn't he just kill the meat mountain? You carry that smell. You must die. The meat mountain exuded black mist, countless faces emerging from his body, struggling and twisting, trying to break free. Seeing this, the Grover realized it wasn't the meat mountain but something else in disguise. Deciding to strike first, he sent a bolt of purple lightning towards the figure. The man didn't dodge, just opened his mouth wide and lunged at the Grover. The purple lightning instantly pierced through him, yet he continued rushing forward as if unaffected. Realizing his attack was futile, the Grover rolled out of the way just in time. Gabrielle stood nearby, confused. What are you doing? Don't you see that monster chasing me? Come help. Luckily, the creature moved slowly, and the Grover's agility kept him relatively safe as he darted around the streets. What monster? Kid, did you lose your mind? Seeing Gabrielle's puzzled expression and the onlookers treating him like a lunatic, the Grover wondered. Could it be that only he could see this monster? Chapter 398. An invisible enemy. Boy, calm down. Are you hallucinating? The Blaine frowned and plucked a strand of hair from his head. As the creature lunged at him, he tossed the hair, now lit by magic, into the air. That thing is real. It just ate my hair. Gabrielle also noticed that the magical aura left in the air by the Grover instantly vanished. Yet, whether using his eyes or magic, he couldn't perceive the existence of the creature the Grover spoke about. What could be more terrifying than an enemy you can neither see nor touch? Gabrielle wanted to help, but without a target, he had no idea where to start. Boy, what does that monster look like? A humanoid monster shrouded in black mist. Its mouth opens wider than its head, and right now, it is transformed into the shape of a mountain of flesh. After hearing this, Gabrielle remained perplexed. In his decades traversing the continent, he had never heard of such a creature. The Blaine kept dodging, initially managing with ease. But gradually, the Blaine began feeling the strain. The monster was getting faster, while he himself was slowing down. It seemed the creature was gradually devouring his strength to grow stronger. As their powers waned and waxed, the Blaine now had to put in all his effort just to prevent the monster from getting too close. Damn, magic doesn't work, and punches don't either. What on earth is this thing afraid of? The Blaine was truly starting to panic. This was the most challenging foe he had ever faced. Due to his anxiety, his movements slowed slightly, and the monster managed to bite down on his forearm. In an instant, the Blaine lost all sensation in his forearm. Boy, your hand. I know. Blood gushed out from the wound on Angus's arm uncontrollably. He tapped his arm several times, stemming the blood flow, but the creature, having devoured part of his arm, suddenly sped up as if high on drugs. Despite attacking the creature with various means, although each strike dispersed some of the black mist, it quickly reformed without any significant effect. What should he do? Was he really going to die here today? The Blaine anxiously pondered a solution. Suddenly, he recalled the brief moment when he felt something like a core within the creature when his arm was swallowed. Though it was only a split second, it offered the Grover a chance for a comeback. A daring plan sprang into his mind. Bond, I'm leaving my body to you in a moment. Hold on, what are you planning? Don't be reckless. The monster lunged at him again, its gaping mouth dark as the end of the world. This time, the Grover did not dodge but charged straight toward the monster, clutching a dazzling light point in his hand that shimmered even in the sunlight. Yolka eating? Then let me feed you plenty. The monster bit down, swallowing half of the Grover's right side into its belly. In Adeline's room at the Duke's mansion, her heart skipped a beat as a wave of unease washed over her. Seeing the scorching mark on the back of her hand, Adeline felt a bad premonition. Please tell me nothing happened to you. Back at the Grover's house, Yolzi was boredly reading when she felt the room tremble momentarily. Just for a brief moment before everything returned to normal. Could something have happened to him? This thought flashed across Yolzi's mind, but she quickly shook it off. How could that little monster possibly be in trouble? At the girls' dormitory, Florence stared in horror at the ancient book in her hands, completely unaware of the quill that had fallen to the ground. Heavens! If what the book says is true, then Mr. Randy must be in grave danger. Mr. Randy, please, do not let anything happen to you. On the commercial street, the Grover, reduced to half his body, lay dying as the monster greedily chewed on his right side. Though lying on the ground pale and bloodless, the Grover wore a strange smile. My flesh isn't that easy to eat. Suddenly, a blinding white light burst from inside the monster's mouth, so bright that it eclipsed even the sun. Damn, that kid goes too far. Gabrielle flicked his wrist, and two magic staves appeared instantly in his hands. Using both hands, the old man cast spells. One barrier shielded the Grover's body, and another protected him and the surrounding streets. Just as he finished casting, the white light exploded fully. In that instant, all sound ceased, leaving only pure white. Following this, a violent shockwave soared into the sky, making the entire Avindi city tremble. People stopped working, wondering if an earthquake had struck. At the core of the impact, the creature's body shattered into a cloud of black mist, which tried desperately to regroup but failed due to the intense power of the white light. From where the creature stood, a pitch-black skeleton lay exposed. That skeleton was the core of the black mist, and as long as it remained intact, the mist would remain indestructible. Seeing the black mist about to reform, the Grover gritted his teeth. Not a chance. With his remaining arm, he tore off his necklace and hurled it towards the skeleton. This time, he was betting everything. This spiritual weapon was the foundation of his existence. If this didn't work, he'd surely cease to exist. The spiritual weapon landed beside the skeleton. A fragment of the Grover's soul separated from it and attached itself to the skeleton. Surrounding the skeleton, the black mist sensed the danger and began to gather madly. Now it was a race between the Grover and the mist. Whether he could possess the skeleton before it regathered, or the mist would reassemble first and consume his soul. Time ticked away slowly. The mist around the skeleton grew denser by several folds. As the mist was about to form a humanoid shape, the Grover's soul remained motionless. Suddenly, the skeleton rose from the ground, looked around, and waved its hand casually, dispersing the forming mist completely. It picked up the necklace and placed it around its own neck. Then it strode confidently towards the Royal Academy. Boy, how are you? Hey, Randy. Randy? Gabrielle stared at the still form of the Grover lying on the ground. Though anyone seriously injured like that would certainly be dead, Gabrielle instinctively believed this kid wouldn't die. He knelt down and poked the Grover's corpse with his staff. Really dead? Looking at the cold corpse, Gavriel felt an eerie sense of unreality. Though he hadn't known the Grover long, his trust had grown from skepticism. He had also gained many benefits from this mysterious Grover. To see him suddenly dead in front of him felt surreal to Gavriel. Seeing the crowd gathering, Gavriel decided to take the Grover's body back. After all, he couldn't leave it on the street for wild dogs to devour. Gavriel brought the Grover's body back to the small house. Upon opening the door, he saw Yolzi reading. Jesse, why are you here? Yolzi looked curiously at Gavriel. On his shoulder hung a sack, with dark red liquid dripping from its edge. Did you go hunting? Who's hunting? Who has the mood for that? The old man casually tossed the sack to one side, and then took out his pipe and began smoking. Noticing her father's poor mood, Yolzi didn't stop him from smoking. What happened? Gavriel gestured towards the sack with his head. Take a look. Yolzi was quite puzzled. When she curiously opened the sack, she nearly screamed at what she saw inside. She trembled as she put the sack down. Who did this? I don't know. I still have no clue. Gavriel recounted everything that had just happened to Yolzi. After hearing it, Yolzi frowned. I've never heard of such a monster. I don't know where it could have come from. Even more terrifying is that I'm not sure if the thing is dead or not. I never saw even a hair of it. If I hadn't seen Randy being half-eaten by it, I would have thought it was just a figment of his imagination. Gavriel took a deep puff on his pipe, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him. This time it was Randy. What about next time? From the Blaine's description, that thing seemed unkillable. No matter how severely it was injured, it could recover in the blink of an eye. If he were to encounter such a creature, would he have the ability to deal with it? Knock knock, is Mr. Randy here? Who is it? Hearing the knocking, the father and daughter immediately became tense. It's me, Adeline. Relief washed over them upon recognizing Adeline's voice outside. Confirming it was indeed Adeline, Gavriel finally opened the door. Headmaster? Yolzi is here too. Ah. Where's Mr. Randy? Gavriel pointed towards the blood-stained sack in the corner. Seeing the bloody sack, Adeline's unease reached its peak. Upon seeing what was inside, she felt dizzy, as if the sky was falling. Who did this? Adeline's brow furrowed tightly, her single eye radiating an almost tangible killing intent. Adeline, calm down first. Gavriel repeated to Adeline what he had just told Yolzi. Silently listening, Adeline then quietly drew her long sword and pointed it at Gavriel. Headmaster, don't you think your story sounds too far-fetched? Adeline, are you suspecting me? Gavriel narrowed his eyes. If I had done it, I wouldn't be wasting time talking to you here. Adeline remained silent for a while before finally lowering her sword. Sorry, it was inappropriate of me. Although Adeline's face showed no emotion, her trembling hands revealed her inner turmoil. Excuse me, is Mr. Randy here? Another girl's voice came from outside the door. This kid, how many romantic debts does he owe? Gavriel turned to open the door, revealing a shy braided girl standing there. Headmaster? Oh, I remember you. You're the history major student, right? We've only enrolled you in the history department these past few years. You're called? Hello, Headmaster. My name is Serenity. Serenity politely bowed to Gavriel. Oh, right. Serenity. Is there something you need? I'm here to see Mr. Randy. Is he here? Gavriel glanced back at the two women inside, deciding to tell Serenity about the Blaine. Upon hearing the news, the Dixie collapsed onto the ground, covering her face as she sobbed softly. It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, Mr. Randy wouldn't have died. Seeing the girl cry so bitterly, Gavriel sighed softly. Yolzi hesitated, unable to find the words to comfort her. Adeline clenched her fists tightly, sniffing but saying nothing. A somber atmosphere filled the small house. Gabinally, Gavriel gently patted the girl's shoulder, consoling her softly. Be strong. Death cannot be undone. He wouldn't want to see you like this if he were alive. After Kavindi spoke, the girl cried even harder. Adeline's eyes reddened. She thought she had already cried all her tears on the battlefield. Yet seeing the girl's sorrow, she almost shed tears again. I'm still not strong enough. I couldn't help him. If I were stronger. Adeline gritted her teeth, hating herself for her weakness despite everything he had taught her. Yolzi patted Adeline's shoulder, comforting her softly. This isn't your fault. That kind of enemy isn't someone we can handle. The room fell silent again. Only the girl's soft sobs and the sound of Gavriel's burning tobacco breaking it. Hey, you're all here? Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the basement door creaked open, and a completely black figure emerged from it. Startled, they instantly drew their weapons. Even the Dixie hugged a thick hardcover book tightly. What's going on? Why are you all so tense? The black figure calmly walked to the table and poured himself a glass of water. Who are you? How did you get into the basement? The black figure chuckled. What's wrong with you all? Don't you recognize me? Turning his head, the black figure caught sight of himself in the mirror and was instantly startled as well. Chapter 399. Transformation, accomplished. Damn it, why does this keep happening? The black figure snapped his fingers, and a swirl of clear water instantly enveloped him. Moments later, the familiar face of Angus reappeared before everyone. It's me, Randy. Why are you all looking at me like that? Even though the person before them looked exactly like Randy, the group still gripped their weapons tightly. Who are you? We saw Randy die. Franz's wand was pointed directly at the head of the figure before him. If he made any sudden move, Franz would not hesitate to blast him. Bond, did you hit your head? Which eye of yours saw me dead? Don't lie. I watched him die right in front of me. Who are you? Casper rolled his eyes. I'm obviously Randy. Who else could I be? As he spoke, Angus raised his left hand, where the eagle emblem shimmered brightly. Adeline felt an immediate resonance. She dropped her sword and pounced on Angus. Really you? I thought you were dead. Two mountains pressed against Angus, making it hard for him to breathe. Stop. If you don't, I'll really die. Oh, sorry. Adeline loosened her grip on Angus, coughing awkwardly. Hold on, Adeline. Are you sure he's Randy? Franz didn't lower his wand, remaining suspicious. After all, he had seen Angus die. I'm sure. Adeline confirmed firmly, raising her right hand, where an identical mark to Angus's glowed. Franz frowned. Although Adeline said so, he still harbored doubts. Casper glanced at him and said calmly, "Why don't you tell everyone about what you did in the black market to prove yourself?" Ahem. Franz coughed loudly. No need. I believe you're Randy. Wait a minute, Mr. Randy. Jillian suddenly spoke coldly. I think you should explain what our dear Bowen did while I was away. Cough. Jillian, I didn't do anything. I diligently worked every day. Just occasionally drank some wine and played cards. No big deal. Occasionally? Jillian's voice rose 3 pitches, and Franz immediately deflated. Ignoring the bickering father and daughter, Angus walked over to Rosie, gently patting her head. Sorry for making you worry. Rosie shook her head and hugged Angus around the waist. Mr. Randy, I'm so glad you're safe. Casper smiled. Yoltal fool, of course I'm fine. Not only fine, but now he had finally achieved his goal. Having obtained the black skeleton, Angus finally gathered all the materials needed to create his avatar. He returned to his room and without hesitation, descended into the basement. Indestructible by knives and invulnerable to water and fire veins. Impenetrable skin immune to elemental attacks, plus this infinitely regenerative skeleton. What kind of monster will I create this time? Casper grew more excited as he spoke, eagerly ready to begin crafting his avatar. He placed the spirit vessel housing his soul in the center of the array. Within this array, even in his incorporeal state, he could freely manipulate everything inside it. In fact, without the constraints of physical form, his control over the array became incredibly precise, finer than even the greatest master alchemist could achieve. He could control each particle of element. Prepared, Angus activated the array in the room. Spirit energy flooded through the entire array, lighting up the entire basement. The materials floated slightly in midair, arranging and combining themselves under Angus's manipulation. Gabberst, the skeleton, serving as the base, with other materials revolving around the pitch-black bones. Next, the mind crystal, serving as the heart of the avatar, hovering within the chest cavity. Then came the 2 strands of ghost spider silk, wrapping around the mind crystal, spreading out like a web throughout the entire skeleton. Following that, various heavenly treasures bought casually from the black market melted together, forming the internal organs and muscles of the avatar. Gabinally, the ancient giant skin, which completely enveloped the avatar, caused the array to emit intense light. The surrounding spirit stones exploded one by one, transforming the already spirit-rich room into a sea of spirit energy. The nearly completed avatar began voraciously absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. The entire basement, like a bucket with the plug pulled out, drew all the spirit energy into the avatar's body. If this were in the Dongyun Continent, Angus wouldn't dare do this. But here, the environment was primarily composed of abundant, inexhaustible spirit energy. The avatar greedily consumed the rushing spirit energy, devouring enough spirit energy each second to last 100 practitioners a year on the Dongyun Continent. Yet Angus remained unsatisfied. This is too slow. In one decisive move, he reversed the array, driving out all gases except spirit energy. Suddenly, Jillian, who was reading in the house, felt a slight suffocation. Why did the magic concentration drop so abruptly? Jillian frowned but didn't pay much attention, assuming it was due to the array left in the house. Immersed in the sea of spirit energy, Angus instantly gained extraordinary clarity. For a moment, it seemed he could see the very essence of the world. In that instant, he sensed another pair of eyes watching him. The feeling vanished swiftly. There was no time for contemplation. Every second was precious, and he must quickly fill himself with spirit energy. Unlike human bodies, once the avatar was formed, enhancing it would be extremely difficult. Every inch of Angus's meridians, every piece of skin, every organ absorbed the spirit energy. Overflowing spirit energy gradually crystallized inside Angus, encasing him in a translucent, colorful crystal. Inside the crystal, Angus's avatar resonated and assimilated with the spirit energy. All barriers vanished. The avatar had become the purest spirit entity. Gabinally, it's complete. The black-haired youth opened his eyes, causing ripples in the space around him. This was just the residual power leaking upon opening his eyes. When he fully awakened, this leakage disappeared because he had absolute control over his power. Even with world-destroying strength, he wouldn't harm an ant beneath his feet. So this is the power of the highest-tier spirit body. Truly terrifying. The black-haired youth clenched his fists, and everything around him moved closer. When he released, the distorted space restored itself, and objects returned to their original positions. With such power, the slightest mistake could cause enormous problems. Better to seal it. The black-haired youth examined himself in the basement mirror, seeing a face both familiar and strange, filled with myriad emotions. I remember now, and this time I won't forget. My name is Rico. Rico touched his face. It indeed felt right. However, appearing before others like this would surely cause trouble. Until finding a way back, he decided to retain his original appearance. With a thought, Rico shrank in height, his features softened, and his dark hair transformed into wavy white curls. He transformed back from Rico of the Dongyun Continent to Randy of the Awin Empire. Just as Angus was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he was still completely naked. Looking at the remaining materials, he thought for a moment and decided it would be good to refine a set of protective treasures. Recalling the methods of treasure refinement taught by his Emil brother Yelena, Angus started refining with clinks and clanks. After several explosions, he finally completed his protective treasure. This treasure looks so black. Never mind, let's get out first. Casper's return brought everyone great joy, but after their happiness subsided, Rosie seemed somewhat worried. What's wrong? Is there still something making you unhappy? Were you bullied again? Tell me, I'll help you take revenge. No, Rosie shook her head. Mr. Randy, did you kill the monster that injured you? Sort of. Casper thought for a moment. Since its core had been used as the skeleton for his avatar and the black fog could never return, in a way, the monster should be considered dead. Upon hearing this, Rosie frowned even more deeply. Mr. Randy, you must be careful. Careful about what? Casper wondered. Since the monster was already killed, what else needed caution? God's wrath. God's wrath? Not just Angus, the other people in the room also looked curiously at Rosie. Seemingly anticipating this reaction, Rosie opened the hardcover book she held and pointed to a picture on one of the pages, asking Angus, Mr. Randy, does the monster that injured you look like this? They all leaned over to see the illustration. A bizarre image almost entirely black, but upon closer inspection, distorted human faces appeared within the shadowy darkness. Yes, that's the thing. Those distorted faces confirmed for Angus that this was the creature trying to consume him. Rosie's face showed a trace of sorrow. Please read the text below. Casper followed where Rosie's finger pointed. Black Fogwalker, some call it the Mist Demon or Soul Devourer, but I prefer its other name, Death God. Casper's pupils contracted. This thing was actually a death god? He suppressed his shock and continued reading. The death gods wandering in the black fog seek out deceased souls still lingering in the mortal world, devouring them and bringing those sinful souls back to the dolorous goddess. Ordinary people cannot see these death gods, but exceptions exist. I once met a friend who traveled from afar. From him, I learned about the appearance of death gods. A mysterious entity shrouded in dark fog, they disguise themselves as newly deceased individuals. Yet, their faces often unconsciously reveal those of the souls they have consumed. My distant friend called them memories of the death god. That meeting was our last. He was likely devoured by one. After finishing the book's memoir-like description, Angus had more questions than answers. If those things were truly death gods, why were they hunting visitors from other continents? Compared to the gods Angus knew, these creatures were rather weak. If not for being caught off guard the first time, killing them wouldn't have been too difficult. At least sealing them was simple. Casper noticed something else and pointed to a section, asking Rosie, what does it mean by Dolorous Goddess here? I believe it refers to the creator goddess Yolith. Creator goddess? Casper frowned. Weren't all worlds supposed to originate from the Tower of Heaven, also known as the World Tree? Could there be beings noble enough to create worlds? Sharing his doubts with Rosie, the others looked at him oddly. The world was created by Yolith over 300 years. Shouldn't everyone know this? And please don't mention your world tree theory to the church. They might burn you alive for such heresy. Church? I've never seen any church here. It was the first time Angus had heard of churches in this world. That's because Awin Empire doesn't have those things. Adeline explained. Since its founding, the Constitution has prohibited churches. The founder Alexander believed churches controlled politics through the populace's faith. Hence, no churches exist in Awin to this day. Franz nodded. On this continent, churches wield significant power. Although they lack a nation, countries devoted to the dolorous goddess Yolith follow their lead. #### chapter 400, Flying Carpet Race. What the Blaine did not expect was that Emperor Emerson, the founder of the nation, had been so insightful as to completely isolate the church's influence right from the start of the nation's establishment. Emerson is probably the only major country on the continent that doesn't control its citizens through faith, the Blaine mused. The dolorous goddess Yolith? He thought about the eyes that had watched him earlier. Could it have been her? It seemed like it was time for him to visit the church. If he could meet Yolith, his problems might be resolved. Although this course of action was risky, it would be worth it to return to the Dongyun Continent. Ah, right, almost forgot about this. Franz slapped his forehead and pulled out a flyer from his sleeve. What's this? The Speed and Cup Grand Prix? The others leaned in curiously to see the flyer. It seems you created a new flying carpet that made two companies' new product sales drop miserably this quarter, so they organized this event to save face and promote their new products. Oh. The Blaine turned away, uninterested in such competitions. Hey kid, is that all you have to say? I thought you'd be the most excited. Too simple, boring. Franz rolled his eyes. This kid was truly arrogant, but he indeed had the capital to be so. Franz, as a mage lord, recognized instantly that the Grover had set up restriction arrays on the carpets he sold to others. Even with these restrictions, the carpets rivaled the fastest carpets available from Speedflyer. Without those restrictions, the speed would undoubtedly shock everyone. Don't you want to use this opportunity to promote your brand? What's there to promote? All carpets are made by me alone. If everyone comes here to buy, I'll exhaust myself. You haven't looked at the rewards, have you? Rewards? The Blaine glanced at what Franz was pointing to. The two companies had indeed invested heavily. Even 5th place received a reward of 500 gold coins. If he won 5th place, he could donate a noble title in the countryside and live comfortably ever after. 2nd to 4th place also got gold coins, but significantly more than 5th place. Such straightforward rewards were sure to boost participation enthusiasm. What piqued the Blaine's curiosity the most was the prize for 1st place. 2 invitations to the Starling Guild auction? What's this? Heh, don't know, kid? The Starling Guild is the most mysterious guild on the Westwind Continent. No one knows where they come from. Some say their boss is an extraterrestrial, hence the name Starling. But that's all speculation. However, in the Starling Guild, the only thing you can't get is what you can't afford. At this point, Franz lowered his voice. Rumor has it the previous Sabrina's disappearance was orchestrated by the Starling Guild. Someone paid an unimaginable sum to buy her from them. Sabrina? Everyone sucked in a breath. The Sabrina was second only to the Pope, a revered figure. If even she could be abducted quietly by the Starling Guild, just how powerful was this organization? But it's just a rumor. Still, blaming the Starling Guild for the Sabrina's disappearance shows how much they're feared. Franz pointed again to the 1st place reward. The Starling Guild holds an auction every 15 years, and only invitees can attend. The auction lasts a week, and all expenses other than the bidding are covered by the Starling Guild. Items showcased are unheard of. At the last auction, the church exchanged a holy city for a relic left by goddess Yolith, so the invitation is invaluable. Honestly, the Blaine was intrigued. Ever laying out on this rare opportunity would be too unfortunate. Alright, I'll join. Great. Franz felt victory was within reach, already imagining how to enjoy that week. But before he could open champagne, the Blaine continued, this valuable item should fetch quite a price. Franz's smile froze. Wait, kid, you're not thinking of selling it, are you? Why not? Franz realized what the Blaine was implying. Come on, little Randy, with our friendship, surely you wouldn't do this to me? The Blaine remained silent, merely looking at him. Gabine, fine, you win. Here, take this. Franz reluctantly handed over an ancient golden compass. Instead of directions, it was engraved with time markings. What's this for? Treasure. I'll tell you when I get the invitation. The Blaine rolled his eyes. Gabine, if he wouldn't say, then he'd figure it out himself. So it's settled. We all go to the Starling auction. All of us? There are only 2 tickets. Not to worry. Each invitation allows for 2 guests, so we can even bring another person. After the others left, the Blaine returned to the basement to prepare. Since he decided to participate, he wanted to make a flying carpet that would astonish everyone. Time passed quickly. Early next morning, just as he planned to test his new creation, he met Franz, who was about to knock on the door. So early? Early? Didn't you check the flyer? The preliminaries are starting soon. I came to find you since I couldn't see you. Preliminaries? The Blaine checked the flyer. Sure enough, below were small print details about local preliminaries and dates. Today morning. Right. Hurry up. The preliminaries are starting. Franz grabbed the Blaine's arm, drew a circle on the ground with his wand, and jumped in. The scenery changed, and the next second, they were at the registration site. Franz checked his pocket watch and wiped cold sweat off his brow. Just in time. Go register now. I'll wait here. This Grand Prix was unprecedented in scale. Despite registrations closing soon, the registration area was still crowded. Unable to manage, organizers opened several new registration points. Still, people lined up endlessly. Truly an imperial city. So many wealthy people and flying carpet owners. The Blaine lucked out when a new registration booth opened in front of him. He was just about to sign up when a woman in a luxurious robe cut in front of him. Lucky me, no one here. Quick, quick, follow me. She didn't just cut in line but beckoned a few young men and women behind her. Seeing the time running out, the Blaine stepped past her and walked straight to the registration counter. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see there's a line? How rude. The people behind her chimed in as well. Really? I can't believe someone so uncouth is here in the capital. How frustrating. Girls, my day is ruined by this guy before it even starts. The woman who had cut in front initially grabbed the Blaine's clothes and hollered arrogantly. Country bumpkin, step aside. Don't hold us up from registering. When the Blaine ignored her, she shouted louder. Look over here. He's cutting in line. Harassment. Someone help. He's harassing me. Her shrill voice immediately drew everyone's attention. People started pointing fingers at the Blaine, not knowing what was really happening. The knights responsible for maintaining order walked over. Their leader glanced at the two, and when he saw the family crest on the woman's robe, he placed his hand on the Blaine's shoulder. Disrupting order and assaulting this lady in public. Come with us. Encouraged by the knight's partiality, the woman began to recount emotionally how long she had been waiting in line and how the Blaine had cut in front and assaulted her. Hearing this, the crowd looked at the Blaine with disgust, as if they had witnessed his misdeeds firsthand. What a scoundrel. That man looked sleazy just from one glance. Shameless. Such a person doesn't deserve to be in the capital. Some spat at the Blaine while others picked up stones from the ground to throw at him. Without saying a word, the Blaine scanned the crowd and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a huge image appeared above the registration area. It clearly showed how the woman had cut in line, slandered the Blaine, and the knight's reaction upon seeing the woman's family crest, leaving no detail untouched. How dare you? I knew the Grover seemed too polite to do something like that. Frustrating woman. The spectators, who had just moments ago berated the Blaine, instantly turned against the woman. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the woman slunk away with her friends. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Blaine did not utter a single word. He didn't care to explain anything. The video would appear on Adeline's desk within 10 minutes. As the head of the knights, whatever punishment the knight received afterward was none of his concern. He quietly approached the registration counter and told the staff member who had witnessed everything. Hello, I'd like to register. The small commotion did nothing to affect the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your support in our Speed and Cup Grand Prix. The rules for our preliminary round in the capital are simple. Each of you has received a bracelet during registration. Please wear it. This bracelet serves as proof of your identity. We have set up 3 checkpoints in the sky above the capital. You need to pass through these checkpoints in order and return to the starting point. The first 5 to complete the course will advance to the main event. The contestants were immediately abuzz. What? Only 5? That's way too harsh. So many contestants in the capital, only 5 allowed. Aren't you deliberately making it difficult? Of course, there were also different voices. Only the weak complain. Gabive participants are selected nationwide. Why should we care about early eliminations? Only the capable ones can stand until the end. The rest are just wasting time. The contestants' complaints did not sway the organizers. The host checked his watch. It was almost time. Alright, everyone take your positions. I declare the Speed and Cup Capital Preliminary begins. As soon as the command was given, all contestants boarded their flying carpets and raced towards the first checkpoint. A few contestants hesitated, likely due to nervousness or other reasons. Those who started slow were almost certainly going to be eliminated. Now, you can see that most of our contestants have taken off. Above the race area, riding on a flying carpet with a magical megaphone in hand, the host narrated for the audience. Today, we are honored to have the headmaster of Emerson Royal Academy, Archmage Franz, as our special guest. Archmage Franz, say hello to everyone. Beside the host, clad in robes, Franz took the microphone. Hello, everyone. I'm Franz, pleased to be here today sharing the excitement of this competition with you all. Franz's voice was deep and magnetic, easily capturing anyone's attention. Do you usually follow flying carpet races, Archmage Franz? Haha, though I'm an old man, I could probably do quite well if I participated. Truly befitting of an Archmage. Translation note. This segment follows closely after the previous part, maintaining continuity in the style used earlier. The events and characters' actions are described in a natural and coherent manner. ####Chapter 401. The preliminary rounds. So, what does Lord Franz think of today's contestants? Speaking of today's contestants, Franz quietly extended his hand, placing a small note that the organizers had prepared for him on his palm. I believe Destiny should be one of the top contenders for the championship. Oh, don't underestimate her just because she's a female contestant. Her driving skills are nothing short of perfect, and it seems she's piloting SkySwift's latest model carpet, the Falcon. It's not only fast but also incredibly maneuverable, allowing her to easily overtake opponents in turns. It's the ideal choice for speed enthusiasts. Despite Franz reciting these words with little emotion, the impact was significant given his status. The scene shifts to the racetrack. Initially, all the contestants were clustered together, moving at roughly the same speed. Gradually, experienced drivers began to find ways to break away from the pack, racing ahead. These individuals slowly separated from the main group, forming the first tier. The Blaine was riding his new creation, leisurely trailing behind the first tier. Although it was still early in the race, those who lagged behind were virtually out of contention for victory. To the Grover's surprise, several familiar faces appeared in the first tier. The blonde guy who mistook him for a girl when they first met, and Audrey, who attacked him in the store, were both part of this leading group. However, the carpet the blonde was riding seemed far superior to the one he rode that day, likely borrowed from somewhere. The imperial capital was vast, and the racecourse was no short distance. At their speed, completing a lap would take at least half the morning. The Blaine casually took out his breakfast from his spatial pocket, which he hadn't had time to eat earlier, and started munching away. Great, we can now see that the distances between contestants are starting to widen, and a first tier has emerged. Indeed, as predicted by Lord Franz, contestant Destiny is leading. Behind Destiny, we also see some familiar faces that frequent viewers of Sky Carpets races should recognize. Further back, we can spot some unexpected dark horses trying to keep up with the professional racers. Wait a moment, what is the last contestant in the first tier doing? He's eating. Franz, who was standing nearby, sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. As the recording crystal zoomed in, tens of thousands of spectators witnessed the Blaine leisurely steering his flying carpet while eating. Damn it, does this kid even know what he's doing? Franz cursed under his breath. He knew this Grover was quirky, but he didn't expect him to go this far. Everyone was fully focused on the race. Controlling a flying carpet at high speeds required immense concentration. Most people wouldn't even speak during high-speed rides, fearing any distraction. Yet this kid was having breakfast. This contestant sure gives us a surprise. Let's switch perspectives. The host tried to salvage the situation, but before he could continue, the Blaine did something even more unexpected. Wait, that contestant just pulled out a water flask. He's actually using magic to boil water and make tea while on the carpet. This left the host speechless. He had once been a professional sky carpet racer until an arrow struck his knee in battle. He knew how challenging it was to control a speeding carpet, let alone perform magic on it, especially such complex spells involving both fire and water simultaneously. The audience of tens of thousands stared in disbelief at the broadcast. Even the seasoned veterans like SkySwift and Andar were stunned by the Blaine's actions. Old-timer, is that your guy? No, I thought he was yours. He doesn't seem to be riding either of our carpets. Doesn't look like it. Well then, what are you waiting for? Get the mages to cut the feed off him. Right. At the owner's request, the live feed switched away from the shocking Blaine. However, the impact he left on everyone's minds lingered. Unaware of the commotion caused by his peculiar behavior, the Blaine finished his meal and even pulled out a book to read comfortably on his carpet. Fortunately, he stayed at the rear of the first tier, so nobody noticed this audacious act. The tension escalated as the first checkpoint approached quickly. Destiny, the lead woman mage, carefully controlled her SkySwift's newest model. She hadn't yet adapted fully to this new carpet, making it a risky move to participate in the race with it. Using a new carpet was extremely dangerous. One wrong move could mean death, but she had no choice. To support her siblings and escape the clutches of her gambling father, she needed the prize money promised by SkySwift. I can't lose. Destiny clenched her teeth and sped up. Look, contestant Destiny chose to accelerate just after the first quarter of the race. This is usually considered highly imprudent. Franz interjected. That's correct, but Destiny's Falcon is equipped with the latest magic circulation array, which reduces magic consumption by half compared to other carpets. So that's why. The host feigned enlightenment. Destiny's sudden acceleration caught the rest of the first tier off guard. Ethan, a male youth following closely behind Destiny, sneered. Truly asking for death, flying so fast on an untested carpet. Ethan chose not to speed up but maintained his pace, steadily holding his position. Since it wasn't the qualifying round, making the top 5 was enough. There was no need to push too hard. The other leaders shared Ethan's thoughts. Although they could catch up to Destiny, they chose to conserve energy for the final stretch. Destiny soon crossed the second checkpoint first, followed shortly by the rest of the first tier. Then, Destiny started feeling something was amiss. Her vision blurred, and warm fluids trickled from her nose and ears. Despite the Falcon's magic circulation system, she felt her magic rapidly depleting. No, I can't lose. I must hold on. Destiny gritted her teeth, determined to endure. She couldn't let her siblings face abuse again, or leave her family destitute. Despite her efforts, the falcon's speed kept dropping. Soon, Destiny was about to be overtaken by the first tier. No, I have to win. Suddenly, Destiny blacked out, losing control of her falcon. Without magic support, the flying carpet behaved like a regular rug. Destiny plummeted along with her falcon. This moment, Destiny was very close to Ethan and the other leaders of the first tier. Any one of them could have reached out and saved her. However, they all chose to ignore her as helping would significantly slow down their flying carpets. Who would give up a chance to advance for a stranger? Thus, Destiny continued falling from the sky. The audience watched and only sighed, pitying that Destiny had lost her chance at winning first place. That was all. Skyswift's owner cursed inwardly. He hated how Destiny, by fainting, ruined his perfect advertisement and invited criticism. Destiny suddenly regained consciousness. As she saw herself getting closer to the ground, panic set in. If she died like this, what would happen to her younger siblings? She didn't want to die. She longed for someone, anyone, to save her. But deep down, she knew it was an unrealistic hope. Suddenly, a streak of white lightning flashed beneath Destiny and caught her stably. Opening her eyes, she saw a silver-haired youth sitting on his flying carpet, reading a book. Thank you for saving me. Crystal tears flowed from Destiny's ice-blue eyes. She had never been so relieved before. To her, this youth was nothing short of an angel sent by Lady Yolith. It was nothing, Angus said coolly. Destiny looked up and realized that the competitors on their flying carpets were passing above them one by one. Only then did she realize that Angus was also a participant. I'm so sorry. Because of me, you can't advance anymore. I'm really sorry. Destiny felt extremely guilty. She knew that with the speed Angus had just shown, he could easily have placed in the top 5, even the top 3. To save her, this Blaine had sacrificed such a sure opportunity. How could she not be touched? There's no such thing. Angus put down his book, his silver eyes gazing softly at Destiny. It's just a race. How can it compare to a human life? Before Destiny could react further, Angus continued. Hold on tight. We're going back. Huh. Before Destiny could respond, Angus's flying carpet sped forward like lightning, overtaking the second tier within moments and chasing after the first tier. Destiny's eyes widened in shock. Even her relief of being rescued dimmed. She had never ridden such a fast flying carpet. No, it was unheard of. Can you handle it? If not, tell me, but I'm going to accelerate. Seeing that Destiny was okay, Angus sat up slightly, and the flying carpet immediately increased its speed dramatically. In a blink, they rejoined the end of the first tier. Destiny, still dizzy, stared at Angus beside her, almost unable to believe what had happened. Am I dreaming? Destiny pinched her cheek. It hurt, so this wasn't a dream. Once back at the end of the first tier, Angus's flying carpet slowed down again, leisurely following behind. He put away his book and took out a teapot from his spatial pocket. Would you like some chamomile tea? It's good for calming the nerves. Thank you. Do you want some pastries? They're from Adeline's and are quite delicious. Destiny nodded numbly. She couldn't stop thinking about how she had just been racing for her life and nearly died because of losing control of her flying carpet. Meanwhile, this godlike person was drinking tea, eating pastries, and reading books, casually saving her and then rejoining the first tier. Was this the strength of a true master? Destiny suddenly felt like crying. Clearly, people couldn't understand each other. We've passed the last checkpoint. Casper noticed the few frontrunners speeding up, entering the final sprint where everyone was pulling out their hidden reserves. Yes, the top 5 can advance. Let's settle for 4th. With Destiny watching in astonishment, Angus began accelerating. The first-tier racers only felt something flash past them, and Angus's flying carpet already appeared in front of the original 4th placer. The racer who became 5th out of nowhere was shocked. When had this guy gotten ahead? Wait, there's another person on his flying carpet? Hold on, were they just drinking tea? The 5th placer was stunned multiple times within a few seconds and almost fell off his flying carpet. And the original 5th placer, now 6th, grew desperate as he tried to overtake, but found the finish line too close for him to do so. They've crossed the line. The 5 qualifiers for the next round have been decided. Thank you all for participating. Every contestant who made it to the end will receive a small gift from the Andar Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for watching. See you at the Grand Prix. The tension-filled preliminaries finally concluded. While the thrilling race was unforgettable, the image of Angus eating during the competition left a deeper impression on everyone. Hold on, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that youth in 4th place? Chapter 402. A miserable betrayal. Lord Baron, this is the law enforcement report from the Southern City Guard, and the latest disciplinary decision for the knight who violated regulations. Please review them. A neatly dressed adjutant knocked on Adeline's office door, holding 2 large scrolls of documents that required her personal approval. Today, however, the Baroness seemed a bit off. Usually, she was always the first to arrive and the last to leave, with such diligence that everyone felt inadequate in comparison. But now, before lunchtime, Adeline had already put on her coat. Oh, just leave them on the table. I'll handle them when I get back. Hearing Adeline's dismissive response, the adjutant stared at her as if he'd seen a ghost. Why are you looking at me? I have something else to do today. I'm leaving early. Watching Adeline leave, the adjutant mumbled to himself. So even Lord Baron has days when she doesn't want to work. Adeline rode in a carriage to the flying carpet tryout site. She intended to celebrate Randy's promotion by taking him out for a big meal. Just as she stepped out of the carriage, Adeline spotted the white-haired youth slipping quietly away from the venue against the flow of people. Her stiff face couldn't help but break into a slight smile. She was about to greet the Blaine when she noticed a golden-haired beauty beside him. Adeline didn't pay much attention until she saw the woman kiss Angus's cheek as they parted ways. Adeline's smile froze. Adeline, why are you here? Casper noticed Adeline standing dumbfounded by the roadside, looking somewhat dispirited. Nothing much. I came to take care of some business here. I see. It's about time. Do you want to go grab something to eat? Adeline didn't want to pry, but something compelled her to ask, who was that girl just now? Just now? Casper tilted his head. Oh, you mean Destiny. She thanked me for saving her life during the competition. People here seem too enthusiastic. It made me feel a little uncomfortable. Is that so? That's great. For some reason, hearing his explanation lifted the shadow in Adeline's heart, and her smile returned. Come on, let's celebrate your promotion with some seafood. You're acting a bit strange today. Do I? Maybe it's just my imagination. Let's invite the Brandt father and daughter along. Sure. Upon learning there was seafood, Mr. Brandt immediately left his card game and joined them enthusiastically. Reina, on the other hand, seemed preoccupied all day, often glancing towards the clock tower in the south of the city. On the way to the restaurant, they encountered several patrolling knights, given the recent uproar at the Duke's residence. However, with Adeline and Mr. Brandt present, the knights merely saluted and let them pass. At dinner, Reina kept picking up food from her plate, only to put it back down without eating. What's wrong? Ah. Reina jumped, dropping her fork. Nothing, she said, standing up. Sorry, I need to wash my face. Hurry up, Grover. Look at these huge claws. Mr. Brandt waved enormous lobster claws bigger than his face. Casper gave an exasperated look at the unreliable old man. Your daughter seems not herself. Hey, girls have their own issues every month. Don't worry about it. Try these claws. They're sweet and tender. Truly, the whole capital can only find such fresh seafood here. The Avon Empire was deep inland, with the nearest South Sea separated by 2 countries. Fresh seafood was rare in Avon, especially this freshness, which could only be found at this place. When I studied in Beaport, the seafood there was really... The old man began reminiscing, but Angus wasn't interested, instead worrying about Reina. Seeing her clearly disturbed state, Adeline and Angus exchanged glances. Keep eating. I'll check on her. Adeline left to find Reina, while Mr. Brandt continued chatting. Aren't you worried about your daughter at all? How could I not be? Mr. Brandt put down his crab. I raised her myself. I know what she's thinking. She's probably troubled by those people again. He took a deep puff from his pipe. I've told her many times not to mix with them, but she never listens. Kids grow up and form their own opinions. As a father, if I can't change her mind, all I can do is silently protect her. It was the first time Angus had seen Mr. Brandt serious. Though the old man acted carefree, he loved his daughter in his own way. Why are you staring at me like that? I thought you looked quite responsible right now. Bullshit. I am responsible. While they bickered, Adeline and Reina returned. Whatever Adeline had said seemed to have calmed Reina down. Back at the table, Reina sniffed. Mr. Brandt, did you smoke just now? Facing Reina's icy glare, Mr. Brandt panicked. Wait, Reina, listen to me. After enjoying a hearty meal, Angus and Reina returned to the broken house. Casper adjusted his newly made flying carpet. When he emerged from the basement, he saw Reina sitting by the window, staring at the distant clock tower. Worried about your comrades? He poured 2 cups of hot tea, adding sugar to one before giving it to Reina. Reina sipped the tea lightly. Can I add more sugar? As Angus turned to fetch more sugar, Reina spoke up. My companions contacted me a few days ago. Contacted you? They know where you are. Reina shook her head. No, we communicate through glowing arrays on specific rooftops. It's nearly invisible during the day, very discreet. Casper understood. So that's why you were watching the clock tower in the daytime. Right. What did they say? Ah, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Reina shook her head again. They didn't say much, just asked me to meet them at the cemetery in the west of the city. Now, with the city under lockdown? Although Angus didn't elaborate, his concern was evident. Reina bit her lip, showing a flash of hesitation, but then decided firmly. I trust them. They wouldn't betray us for their lives. There must be something important, necessitating my presence. So you're going? Yes. Reina stood up and bowed. Mr. Randy, thank you for your care these past days. Please reconsider. Casper hesitated, not wanting to see Reina walk to her doom. Without responding, Reina put on her patched cloak, masked up, and left. Tonight, the night was bitterly cold. The full moon bathed the earth in a desolate glow. Western City Cemetery. Calling it a cemetery was misleading. It was more akin to a chaotic burial ground. Here, buried were the powerless commoners. Many graves didn't even have tombstones. Stepping into the graveyard, dead leaves crunched underfoot, making a dry rustling sound as no one had bothered to sweep them up. Reina glanced at her watch. The appointed time had arrived, but her comrades hadn't shown up. She was about to leave when, from deep within the cemetery, a middle-aged man with a stubbly face suddenly poked his head out. Advisor, over here, over here. The middle-aged man kept looking around nervously, carefully alerting for any disturbances nearby. Daxton, you're alive? Reina's voice held a hint of surprise. She thought Daxton had died in Rocco's mansion. To my shame, I was stabbed in the left chest by a royal knight that day. He assumed he pierced through my heart, not knowing it's on the right side. So I feigned death and luckily escaped. But the other brothers? Daxton's expression turned somber. Don't talk about it. We all fell for Rocco's trap that day. It's still dangerous. Why did you contact me now? Suddenly, a bright light burst forth from the eastern part of the city, followed by chaos. Large groups of knights and guards rushed toward the eastern part of the city. Advisor, the brothers have decided to smuggle you out of the capital tonight. Seeing the commotion in the east, Reina widened her eyes. You're mad. No, advisor. This decision was reached after discussion among all the surviving brothers. With the current search intensity, we'll eventually be discovered. Rather than being hanged at the city gates, we might as well make our final moments count. Who authorized this? You're acting on your own accord. Each flash of light in the east, to Reina, represented a comrade sacrificing themselves for her. Large tears involuntarily rolled down Reina's cheeks. Daxton grabbed Reina's wrist and pulled her towards the outskirts of the city. Advisor, don't let their sacrifices be in vain. Reina bit her lip, holding back tears. Though her heart vehemently disagreed, she understood that from the first explosion, her comrades had chosen an unwavering path of sacrifice for her sake. Inside the Duke's residence, Rocco watched the roaring fire in the eastern part of the city and muttered, "It begins." Adeline, who was handling official business, was startled by the intense explosions. She quickly ran downstairs, just as she bumped into Rocco. "Jesse, what happened?" Seeing Adeline, Rocco stretched out his hand and affectionately stroked Adeline's head. "It's nothing serious, just some small troublemakers. By the way, look who's here." Rocco moved aside, revealing a gorgeously dressed blonde beauty standing behind him. "Alia, why are you here?" Without a word, the Francesca smiled and gave Adeline a big hug. "The front lines have been stabilized, so I returned." "What? You don't welcome me?" "I wouldn't dare. It's an honor for me, Alia." Seeing Adeline's reaction, the Francesca pouted and lightly tapped Adeline's nose. "You'll tell Adeline, you're always so formal, but I love that about you." Beside them, Rocco bowed slightly to the Francesca. "Silvana, please excuse me, but I need to attend to matters in the east." "Lord Avon works tirelessly for us," the Francesca replied politely, lifting her dress slightly in a curtsy. Thinking of Reina, Adeline hurriedly spoke up. "Jesse, I'll go with you." "You needn't." A cold flicker flashed in Rocco's eyes but quickly vanished. "Alia has just returned. Stay home and keep her company. Ensure she doesn't get frightened." "Yes, dear Adeline. I came straight to see you. Please stay and keep me company," the Francesca said, hugging Adeline's arm playfully. Looking at the Francesca, pleading face, Adeline opened her mouth but finally sighed. "As you wish. That's better." The Francesca happily patted Adeline's head like petting a cherished puppy. In the west of the city, Daxton and Reina were still sprinting through the woods, too scared to use a carriage, fearing it might alert the knights and guards patrolling the city. Suddenly, a brilliant light beam from the pitch-black forest shone upon them. "Long time no see, advisor." "Pete." When Reina recognized the person beside him, shock and disbelief filled her eyes. "How can you be with him?" "There's nothing surprising," Rocco calmly remarked. "Bayard made the correct choice. Yes, I joined the rebels merely to avenge the Emperor stripping me of my military rank. Now not only am I reinstated, but the Emperor himself apologized. Why would I stay with the rebellion?" Even though Pete admitted it, Reina couldn't believe it, couldn't fathom how the Pete who had fought alongside her could betray her. "Pete, how can you live with yourself, considering those who sacrificed for our beliefs?" Pete smiled faintly. "They sacrificed for their beliefs, none of which concern me." Pete raised his shield blade, pointing it remotely at Reina. "Advisor, I suggest you surrender. Facing all of us, you stand no chance." Chapter 403, Flawless, right? Faced with Aaron's betrayal, Jillian felt heartbroken, but she did not become weak as a result. The magic wand slid out from her sleeve and was firmly grasped in her hand. As the daughter of the mage deity, magic was her last resort in this dire situation. Obstinate, Aaron, holding the shield blade, charged towards Jillian. In that very moment he lunged, Jillian saw Aaron give her a glance. After countless battles side by side, Jillian instantly understood Aaron's meaning. Without hesitation, she drew an elegant arc in the air with her magic wand, sending a huge fireball directly at Aaron. Aaron ducked to avoid it, and under Jillian's control, the fireball then shot toward Leland at incredible speed. The explosion shook the earth, rocks shattered, and smoke spread across the entire forest. This was the true strength of the mage deity's daughter. Looking at the distant thick smoke, Jillian felt slightly relieved despite feeling somewhat guilty towards Adeline. "Quickly run. That guy won't go down so easily." Aaron pulled Jillian, racing swiftly towards the city gates. They were only a few hundred meters away from the city gate. Once outside, they would be free from the capital's restrictions and could leave safely with the help of their allies waiting outside. "Bayard, as I expected, you're not one to change your mind easily." Just as Aaron said, a gentle breeze blew, and Leland appeared unscathed before the three of them, without even a speck of dust on his clothes. Leland clapped his hands, and the knights lying in wait on the city walls stood up, their bows aimed remotely at the trio. Under the moonlight, the sharp arrowheads gleamed coldly. "Yo, Lieutenant, I'll hold them off. You and Daxton go first." "Go? I think none of you will be going anywhere," Leland shouted, but not to the knights on the wall. Jillian saw the dagger hilt protruding from her chest and gave a bitter laugh before her body collapsed powerless to the ground. "Yo, Lieutenant. Daxton, you?" Daxton released the dagger from his grip, trembling as he took a step back. Don't blame me. How could I when they threatened my wife and child's lives? There was nothing I could do." Seeing Aaron's eyes that seemed ready to devour him, Daxton turned and ran in fear. Leland waved his hand, and an arrow pierced Daxton's head, freezing his life in the moment he tried to escape. "What wife and children? Didn't you kill them yourself for your own survival?" Inside the Bowen's office of the Royal Academy, Axel leaned back, smoking a pipe while looking at the three men in robes before him. Unlike ordinary wizards, their badges featured an open book and a scale. "Axel, we are inspectors of the Mages Guild. Is this how you treat us?" One of the younger mages stood up angrily at Axel's nonchalant attitude. "Attitude? Is there something wrong with my attitude?" Axel exhaled a ring of smoke. "I talk like this even to Fuller. He never complained. So why should you little pawns have so much to say?" "You." The younger mage was about to retort when the eldest mage held him back. "Apologies, High Mage Axel. We were indeed impolite. Please do not take offense." The elder mage performed a formal mage's salute despite his trembling legs, but still adhered to proper etiquette. Among mages, power reigned supreme. Though he was older than Axel, being merely a first-rank archmage, he had to show respect to the mage deity. "Well, since you've apologized, I forgive you." Axel lifted his wine glass, smelled it, and drank it all in one gulp. "Thank you for your magnanimity, High Mage." "Good wine. Would you like a glass?" The elder mage waved his hand hurriedly. No need. I can't match your health. That's too bad. Now, what brings you here? We have a small matter to confirm with Lord Axel. The elder mage gestured, and the young mage nodded, pulling out a long scroll and began reading. Axel Derrick, as a mage deity, you have missed 3 consecutive wizard conventions, embezzled guild funds, fraudulently taken other wizards' properties through extortion, theft, engaged in inappropriate behavior, peeping on the vice president's wife. This list went on for thousands of words. Axel sat quietly, listening intently as the young mage read aloud the entirety of his alleged misdeeds for a full hour. Raising an eyebrow, Axel realized this young mage must be part of the old-school conservatives who memorized incantations meticulously, a practice he himself, an innovator, avoided. Done? So what's your goal today? We came here. Before the elder mage could finish, Axel interrupted. Don't tell me you're here to judge me. Some of those charges date back to my days at the Ivory Tower. Sirisen's wife is at least 70 now. I don't have such taste. After all these years, why come after me now? Lord Axel misunderstands. While you have made some minor mistakes, given your contributions, they have been overlooked. The elderly mage maintained a pleasant smile. However, there's something we need confirmed. Did you harbor a traveler from another continent this year? Axel froze, his wine glass stopped mid-motion. But quickly recovering, he replied calmly. Yes, that happened. High mage, you know all wizards must report finding a traveler to the guild immediately. A dangerous glint flashed in the elder mage's eye. I know. Why didn't you report timely? I forgot. You forgot? That seems like a poor excuse. High mage, I urge you to tell the truth. Even as a mage deity, not every mistake can be pardoned. The elder mage squinted, searching Axel's eyes for any signs of anxiety. Ignoring him, Axel deeply inhaled his pipe, then said mildly, I'm tired. I'll explain to the guild later. You may leave now. Sorry, High Mage. This has caught the attention of the Pentagram Council. Without a satisfactory answer, we cannot leave. Hearing Pentagram Council, Axel's pupils contracted in shock, but he hit it well. So what does the council want to know? They want to know where the traveler is now. Dead. Dead? How? Killed by an invisible monster. The elder mage looked at a hooded mage beside him who nodded. Do you still have the traveler's remains? No, eaten entirely by the monster. You're lying. A dry, raspy voice emerged from under the hood. The figure raised his head, revealing a face wrapped entirely in bandages, with no features visible. Kavindi scratched his head and casually pulled out a burlap sack from a spatial storage device, tossing it before the 3 men. Truly troublesome. Kavindi complained. I was planning to keep this for my own research. Now, take this and get lost. The young mage opened the sack for confirmation and then treated it like a precious treasure, carefully placing it into a large box before storing it back in his personal space. I'm sorry to disturb your rest. The elderly mage bowed apologetically, leading the others. We won't bother you further. Sleep well. Kavindi waved a hand, clearly impatient. Just get out. After they left, Kavindi sat alone in his chair, deep in thought. To deploy a corpse hound, who leaked the Grover's whereabouts? This is really too much trouble. At the west gate of the city, 2 powerful energies clashed fiercely. The trees around them bent from the force of their auras. Give up, Bayard. Surrender peacefully, and I might let you die with dignity. Leland continued to speak as he shot pale green magical arrows from his sleeve. Aaron dodged left and right, using his shield blade to deflect Leland's arrows one by one. Do you think you can stop me? Though Aaron couldn't immediately defeat Leland, stopping him wasn't easy either. No, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Leland suddenly ceased his attack, smiling at Aaron. This surprised even Aaron himself. What was he up to? You can leave any time, but think about it. Your advisor is dead. Your arrangements in the capital are ruined. Only you escaped unharmed. What will your so-called comrades think? You're despicable. Aaron glared at Leland, now backed into a corner. He could either give up his life or sacrifice his pride and become an imperial dog again. Haha, despicable? I don't see it that way. You rebels are just too naive, thinking civilian support is enough to challenge the state. It's no surprise coming from those who were once considered inferior. You are truly ignorant. Leland looked at Aaron with disdain. The people in the east fell for any hint of news and rushed to sacrifice themselves for my plan without realizing their worth. Truly laughable. Aaron was thoroughly enraged by Leland's words. His face turned beet red as he raised his shield blade and roared, Darien, take your short-sighted eyes and rot in the ground. One day, this world will be as the great lord wished. Both former nobles and commoners will hold hands and sing together on high hills. And arrogant fools like you should decay in the earth. The wounded Jillian heard Aaron's roar, and her clouding pupils momentarily sparkled with renewed light. She seemed to have seen the world described by the great lord, a harmonious and gentle place where everyone was equal. In her final moments, she saw Aaron charging towards Leland, fueled by his belief. But she could no longer see anything. Blood loss had made everything pitch black. As life slipped away, she whispered with a smile despite spitting blood. Randy, such a world truly exists. Then show me it. Leland waved his hand, sending thousands of magic-infused arrows at Aaron, turning him into a pincushion. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, a Blaine with black hair and black eyes appeared silently before him, as if he'd been there all along. Leland was startled, jumping back sharply. Who was this guy? When did he appear? Are you allied with those traitors? Leland eyed the black-haired youth nervously. Despite sensing no immediate danger, instinct told him this Blaine was formidable. Leland, my friend received your hospitality. Now, I'll take them. I trust you have no objections. Without waiting for a response, the Blaine hoisted Aaron over one shoulder and cradled Jillian in the other arm, disappearing instantly. Where did he go? Archers. Who saw that person? Dozens of archers atop the gate and in the woods exchanged puzzled glances, None had seen the black-haired youth disappear. He appeared and vanished like a phantom, leaving not a trace behind. Damn it, they've escaped again. Leland cursed furiously. He thought this time it was foolproof. He even locked up his daughter, unsure if she was connected to the enemies. Yet, an unknown stranger emerged, snatching away his prey right before his eyes. How infuriating. Notify all royal knights and city guards. Put the entire city on lockdown and search every house. Gavin them within 3 days. Yes, sir. Chapter 404. Singing Towards the Dawn for Us. In the misty haze, Mabel felt as if she were sinking into a quagmire, surrounded by icy black fog. She was terrified. Beneath that quagmire, it seemed countless hands were pulling her deeper and deeper. Come over, join us. Come over. We've been waiting for you. It's all because of you. It's your fault. If not for you. Among the black fog, one familiar figure after another watched Mabel, who kept sinking, with cold eyes, but no one reached out a hand to help. They murmured incessantly. Stay here with us. Her former comrades in arms, now full of resentment, glared at her. You betrayed us. If not for you, we wouldn't have died. Sinner. Faced with accusations from her former comrades, Mabel could only lower her head and whisper apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't. No matter what she said, the accusing voices around her did not stop but grew louder. Among those people, several familiar figures appeared. Alexander, strapped to an iron chair with his eyes gouged out, stared at Mabel with his bloody sockets. Disobedient daughter. I told you not to hang around with those people. Now look, you've got me killed too. Edric, whose limbs were all broken and hanging from an iron hook, cursed venomously. You omen of misfortune. If not for your insistence on attacking the Duke's residence, our brothers in the imperial capital wouldn't be like this. Duke Armand hugged Marlowe's remaining head while fresh blood flowed from the wound on her neck to the ground. After all, I regarded you as a friend, and yet you led me to be killed by my own father. Mabel clutched her head in agony, apologizing repeatedly. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. What good are apologies? Stay here to atone, stay here with us. Yes, why should someone like her live alone? As a sinner, Mabel gave up struggling, allowing the quicksand beneath her to slowly submerge her. Inside the little house, Alexander paced anxiously back and forth. He picked up and put down his pipe, wanting to speak but afraid to disturb Tien, who was concentrating on healing Mabel. Suddenly, he sensed Mabel's aura weakening drastically. He could no longer contain his anxiety and asked the young black-haired man urgently, "How is my daughter?" Oren furrowed his brows. The sweat trickling down his forehead instantly evaporated due to his body temperature. His spirit energy inside his body was already running at full speed, yet he couldn't retain Mabel's life force. Not good. Her vitality is disappearing too fast. She seems to have chosen to give up. How can this happen? Please save Mabel. Alexander's voice trembled, and the mighty law god appeared helpless, like an old man in twilight years. At this rate, she will certainly die. We need to infuse her with more vitality. Then do it. Oren paused. My current body is a puppet avatar, lacking vitality. Then use mine. Alexander shouted excitedly. Oren shook his head. You're too old. You won't recover the consumed vitality. I don't care. If it can save Mabel, I'm willing to give my life. Alexander's eyes were red-rimmed, wishing to inject all his vitality into his daughter immediately. Mr. Tien, how about mine? My body is strong enough. Oren glanced at Edric, lying beside them, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. With your injuries, there isn't much vitality left in you. Calm down. Vitality doesn't necessarily have to be human. Fetch me some undying monsters. I'll go right away. Alexander rushed out of the hut like he had received an edict. Oren sat by Mabel's bedside. Spider silk extended from his fingertips deep into Mabel's body, temporarily patching together her shattered heart. The damaged heart, under Oren's careful protection, barely supplied Mabel with the minimum amount of blood flow. But this was not a long-term solution. Mabel's vitality continued to slip away. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Oren decided to take a risky action to save Mabel. He opened his chest and placed the purple gem from within onto Mabel's forehead. He wondered if Mabel's body could withstand his divine consciousness. So quiet. Deep in Mabel's consciousness, she had let go of everything, immersed in the quagmire. Contrary to expectations, the quagmire was eerily quiet, almost as if she had entered a world of nothingness. Here, there was no light, no sound, just endless emptiness. This void brought Mabel an unprecedented sense of calm and peace. She wished to stay this way forever, detached from any revolution or future. Gabbinally, I can get a good night's sleep. Not yet. The tranquility of the quagmire was suddenly disrupted. A giant hand reached in. The quagmire started to churn, and numerous distorted figures struggled and screamed toward the intruding hand. They tried to tear it apart, to destroy it, but they were destroyed instead. That powerful hand surged through, shattering the twisted creatures into mush, then pulled Mabel out of the quagmire. No. Seeing the dead and miserable state of her loved ones outside, Mabel screamed and grabbed her head. A resisting force erupted from her, trying to expel Oren's consciousness. Oren endured the massive impact but managed to push through Mabel's resistance. Mabel, listen to me. Don't you want to see that new world where everyone is equal? Don't. Mabel squatted on the ground, hugging her head, muttering. Oren frowned. The fall of the organization and the loss of comrades had hit her hard. She couldn't hear him now. Despite its cruelty, Oren had to resort to the backup plan. Mabel, look at me. Oren forced her to look at him by holding her face firmly, but Mabel avoided eye contact. Ignoring that, Oren forced her to face the miserable state of her loved ones. Don't. Mabel screamed again. This time the impact was even stronger, accelerating her heartbeat. Oren's consciousness nearly dispersed from the shock. Look at them. Oren shouted. Look at your father. He's a law god, rare on the entire continent. Would he be captured by just an Armand Empire officer? Don't underestimate your father. Jesse. Yes, my father is a law god. The shadow of Alexander under torture gradually faded away, replaced by the image of him dressed in robes, summoning storms atop a mage tower. And Edric, who protected you amidst the sword rain. How could such a comrade blame you? Edric. A robust figure appeared, shield in hand, defending against enemy assault like a fortress. And your other comrades, who chose death to protect you despite knowing it was a certain death. Are they really like that in your heart? Oren continued. Do you think your father would let anyone capture you? Alexander's tortured form dissolved into the proud mage, summoning forces atop a tower. Even in death, Eren never blamed you. A broadback wielding a shield emerged, shielding her from enemy attacks. Your comrades faced certain death for you. How can they be seen as resentful ghosts? Oren's words resounded in the stillness, slowly breaking through the dark web of despair. No, of course not. They are all comrades I take pride in. Mabel suddenly lifted her head, and the surrounding darkness vanished instantly. All her comrades were smiling at her from above. Advisor, we won't be able to see the new world, but you must sing towards the dawn for us. Tears instantly blurred Mabel's eyes. She put on her cloak and mask. Everyone, I'm sorry, rest assured, I will. I definitely will. As she watched their departing figures, Oren's spiritual consciousness silently withdrew from Mabel's mental world. In the real world, a warm tear rolled down the corner of Mabel's eye onto the pillow. I'm back. Alexander kicked open the door to the small house and rushed to Mabel's bedside. How is my daughter? She's stable for now. Where are the monsters you caught? They're outside. Oren looked in the direction Alexander pointed and saw a pile of transparent monsters as high as a small mountain stacked outside the house. Damn it. Why did you catch so many? Do you want to feed your daughter until she bursts? Hee. The old man scratched his head. I was afraid there wouldn't be enough. You've got me beat. Bring a few in here first. Okay. The old man was now Oren's most loyal minion, always doing exactly what he asked. Oren took the monster the old man handed over. This thing, why is it so strange? This creature, though called a monster, felt more like a living mass of slime. Soft, smooth, and almost comforting to the touch. Never seen one? Didn't you ask for the hardest to kill monsters? These slime monsters are everywhere, and unless you use special methods, they're basically impossible to kill. Cut it in half, and before long, you'll have two identical ones. So amazing. Oren fiddled with the slime monster. If it weren't for its faint movement, he wouldn't have noticed it was alive. But as Alexander said, the life energy within this thing was indeed formidable. Just bring 2 more over, that should be enough. What about the rest? Oren glanced at him. You brought them here, so you handle them. Quickly, I need to treat your daughter without being disturbed. Alexander, forced out, looked regretfully at the small mountain of slime monsters. If I had known, I wouldn't have caught so many. Inside, Oren grabbed a slime monster and connected it to Mabel's arm with spider silk. Under his manipulation, the slime monster gradually shrank and eventually dissolved into water. Mabel's complexion became noticeably rosier. After transferring the life force from 3 slime monsters into Mabel's body, she clearly improved, lying quietly with her eyes closed as if asleep. Mr. Tien, Eren, noticing Mabel's recovery, felt somewhat envious. Can you transfer some to me too? Oren glanced at him. You don't lack life force, so it won't help you. Oh. Eren's expression darkened. Don't think about looking for your comrades. Your injuries won't heal quickly, and the city is under strict lockdown. Even just this morning, people visited this little house 3 times. The best you can do now is pray for them, hoping they aren't found. Eren sniffled. Although Oren spoke bluntly, Eren understood the reality of the situation. I understand, thank you, Mr. Tien, for saving me. Oren waved a hand, shrinking back into his original youthful form. I'll rest for a bit. Wake me up when Mabel is better. He slumped onto the couch and fell asleep immediately. To awaken Mabel's will to live, he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy. In this world, his soul was fundamental, and any damage would mean irreversible harm. Hours later, Angus opened his eyes to find it was night, and the room was empty. Only the moonlight filtered through the window, casting everything in a pale blue hue. Almost instantly, Angus realized he was dreaming, because nowhere had he ever seen such a massive moon occupying half the sky outside. What a vivid dream. Casper rose and walked outside. It was no longer the academy, but a low hill. On a nearby hilltop, a figure gazed mesmerized at the moon. Curious who would appear in his dream, Angus stepped out, reaching the hilltop in a single stride. Dreams are certainly convenient. He noticed the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with long silver hair spread out under the moon, dotted with stars as if the celestial river rested upon her head. Sensing his approach, she turned around. Her face was so stunning it left Angus speechless. Her pale purple eyes shimmered with countless stars, captivating anyone who saw them, unable to look away. Chapter 405. A World Lost to Hope. This incredibly beautiful woman's face bore endless sorrow, her slightly furrowed brows tugging at one's heartstrings. It shouldn't be you. The woman's lips didn't move, but her voice resonated directly in the Grover's mind. If not me, then who should it be? Him. Suddenly, Rico found himself back in his original form, with that Grover standing beside him, expressionless. But he's dead. Yes, he died, killed by this world's malevolence. The woman seemed to grieve for the Grover's past, or perhaps for the world itself. The last hope of this world has vanished. Now, all that remains is despair. The Grover's figure shattered like a bubble, leaving behind only a pool of crimson, mangled flesh. The stark white and the grotesque red coexisted in the same scene without contradiction. The woman tapped her fingers, turning the once silver moonlight into a sickening red. Insanity engulfed the entire land. Trees sprinted across the ground, choosing people to devour. Decaying fish swam through the air, while featherless birds pecked at each other in blood-red, viscous swamps. Complete chaos reigned over the world, with only the hill where the woman stood untouched. Suddenly, she opened her arms, her body falling backward, tumbling down the hillside, shattering upon impact. Rico couldn't move, watching helplessly as the woman's body fragmented and was devoured by rabbits and rats. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up from the sofa, gasping for breath. Florence, who had been quietly reading, was startled by the blame. "Mr. Randy, you're awake?" The Grover looked out the window, where the orange sunset warmed the room. "Did you have a nightmare just now?" "I suppose." Recalling the dream and the fragmented woman, he felt an inexplicable irritation. "How did you get here?" "Oh, I heard from Arno Franz that teacher Jillian was injured, so I came to visit. Did I disturb you?" "No problem." The Grover forced a smile, reaching up to pat Florence's head. Whenever he saw this small animal-like girl, his mood improved. "Come, sit next to me." The Grover embraced Florence's slender shoulders, basking in the sunset together. He wondered if having a sister would feel like this. Suddenly, he thought of the willful little Francesca and chuckled, shaking his head, wondering how she was doing. Florence tilted her head, confused by Mr. Randy's sudden smile. It must be good news if he's smiling. "What are you laughing about?" "I don't know. Seeing Mr. Randy laugh made me want to laugh too." "You little scamp." The Grover tightened his grip, pulling the girl closer. Florence rested her head on the Grover's shoulder. Since her grandfather's death, no one had held her like this again. "By the way, Florence, do you know what Yolithe's divine domain is?" "Yolithe? She's the creator goddess." The girl replied matter-of-factly. "Creator goddess." In Rico's understanding, all deities were born after the world was created, each with their own responsibilities and domains. But a creator deity should not exist since any god comes from the existence of a world. Yolka, a mother, can give birth to a daughter, but no daughter can give birth to her mother. A creator deity itself is a paradox. But in this world, everyone regarded Yolithe as the creator goddess. Could this world truly be created by a deity? Is Yolithe the only deity in this world? No, there are many different gods. Some live in deep forests, some in human villages, others in cities. When I was young, grandfather took me to worship them once. Wait a minute. The Grover seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Are you saying that deities live alongside humans? Yes. Florence nodded. Didn't your world have any deities? No. The Grover recalled the legends of Dongyun Continent. In our world, the divine realm and the mortal realm are completely separate. In ancient times, some could ascend to become gods, but since contact with the divine realm was severed, no one can ascend anymore. Florence's eyes widened. Can humans ascend to become deities? Mr. Randy's world sounds amazing. I wish I could see it someday. The Grover patted Florence's head. If I find a way back, I'll definitely take you. My hometown is beautiful, with wondrous landscapes and floating islands. Listening to the Grover, Florence's eyes brimmed with longing. We promised. You must take me when we go. Sure, I will. Smelling the faint scent of soap from Florence, the anxiety from his nightmare began to fade. Not thinking too much, if this world were to be destroyed, he could take little Florence back to Dongyun. He could also bring Adeline and Franz along to Dongyun for refuge. The Grover stretched, then went to check on Jillian's injuries. Not bad. She's already recovering. Just don't know how long it will take for her to wake up. The Grover suddenly remembered something. By the way, Florence, did you tell anyone about coming here to visit teacher Jillian? When I came, I met Elvin. I didn't expect him to remember me. I told him about teacher Jillian's injury, and Elvin said he wanted to come visit. What a nice person Elvin is. The Grover's pupils constricted. Oh, because of Florence's innocence, they never told her about Jillian's true identity, fearing she might inadvertently reveal information. But what needed to happen eventually happened. He couldn't blame Florence, just bad luck that she ran into Elvin. While he pondered a solution, there was a knock on the door. Is Mr. Randy at home? I came on behalf of my Adeline to visit teacher Jillian. Mentioned just now, and he arrived. What should he do? Florence, go open the door for Elvin. Okay. The door creaked open, and Elvin entered with gifts, smiling. You'll tell Florence, where's Mr. Randy? He was just here. Florence turned around, finding the Grover had disappeared. Mr. Randy just left, Elvin. You've come at an inconvenient time. Jillian's voice came from the bed. She lay there, one leg and one arm wrapped in bandages, looking apologetically at Elvin. Forgive me, Elvin. I'm unable to properly greet you due to my condition. Haha, no need to worry. As a patient, you don't need to adhere to formalities. Elvin placed a bag of fragrant fruit on Jillian's bedside table. How did you get hurt like this, teacher Jillian? Elvin asked, showing genuine concern. To be honest, I got carried away and decided to learn carpet riding a few days ago. Unfortunately, I fell off. Luckily, there was a tree below, so it wasn't too serious. Thanks for your concern, Elvin. Really? Carpet riding must be done cautiously. By the way, teacher Jillian, why didn't you go to the hospital if you were injured? Why come to Mr. Randy instead? Elvin squinted his eyes as he observed Jillian, the most suspicious part of all. Ever since the attack on the Duke's residence, Jillian had disappeared. And when he came last time, he didn't see her either. Didn't you know, Elvin? Jillian's face showed surprise. Mr. Randy and Earl Adeline have such a good relationship that I assumed you knew already. Know what? About Mr. Randy, he is actually a very skilled doctor. Look, my arm was broken 3 days ago, and it can already move a little now. If I were in the hospital, it wouldn't have healed so fast. Watching Jillian gently moving her arm, Elvin muttered to himself. 3 days, the timing doesn't add up. Elvin pretended to casually glance around the room but found nothing unusual. That's wonderful. Adeline originally wanted to come over herself, but Her Highness the Alia just returned from the front lines, so I let her stay home to accompany the Alia. Oh, the Alia is back? Yes, Her Highness led the army at the front, bravely fighting against the damned rebels. Those rebels are now scattered and fleeing. Especially the rebel leaders group, they were all annihilated by the Alia personally, not a single one left alive. As Elvin spoke, his hawk-like eyes locked onto Jillian's face, catching every subtle change in expression. Hearing Elvin's account, Jillian's eyes sparkled slightly, and she smiled enviously. Is that true? How I wish I could be like Her Highness, freely slaying rebels on the battlefield. Seeing Jillian's genuine smile, Elvin frowned slightly. Could he have been wrong? Elvin? What's wrong? Ahaha, nothing. I didn't expect Teacher Jillian to have such aspirations. I believe your wish will come true sooner or later. Then I must count on Elvin's auspicious words. Jillian's response was flawless, a perfect patriotic youth reaction. Elvin tested her a few more times but found no issues. Perhaps he was indeed being overly cautious. Well then, Teacher Jillian, take care of yourself and get well soon. Please give my regards to your father. Sure, take your time leaving, Elvin. After Elvin left, Jillian finally exhaled with relief. She lay on the bed, her form changing rapidly before transforming into Randy under Florence's astonished gaze. Mr. Randy, you? Shoo. The Grover placed a finger on Florence's lips, signaling her to remain quiet. He then discreetly pulled out a piece of wrapping paper from the bag of fruits Elvin brought. This piece of wrapping paper looked harmless, but the residual magic on it revealed it was a surveillance spell array. That old fox. The Grover smirked, speaking in Jillian's voice to the array. Florence, this apple looks delicious. Why don't you wash 2 of them, and we'll share? The Grover winked at Florence. Though innocent, Florence wasn't stupid. Taking the array from him, she replied sweetly. Sure, Sister Jillian. The sound of water flowing cut off the audio feedback to Elvin. Elvin furrowed his brow but didn't suspect much, only chalking it up to bad luck that Florence happened to pick the one with the spell array. Let's go, back to the Duke's residence. Standing by the window, the Grover watched the black carriage disappear into the night, finally relaxing. Mr. Randy, I never thought you had this trick up your sleeve. Truly eye-opening. Aaron, lying on the bed, gave the Grover a thumbs up. The Grover smiled faintly but said nothing. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his clothes. Looking up, he saw Florence standing beside him, tears welling in her eyes. Mr. Randy, is Elvin a bad person? Seeing Florence's guilty look, the Grover's heart ached. This child was too mature for her age. He embraced her, gently stroking her head. Don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. I should have told you beforehand. I'm sorry for making you worry. The Grover patted Florence's back gently. Florence, if this country had no distinction between nobles and commoners, if everyone worked together and labored together, would you be happy? Florence nodded first, then shook her head. The Grover couldn't help but laugh. You're a riddle, girl. What does that mean? Without noble oppression, commoners would live better. But even if the nobles are overthrown, bad people will still find ways to oppress good people. As long as society exists, oppression won't disappear. The Grover and Aaron stared wide-eyed at little Florence. They hadn't expected such profound understanding from her. Suddenly, the Grover remembered. Florence specialized in history and must have seen many dynasties rise and fall in her studies. Her insight was quite normal. He shouldn't underestimate her. Aaron suddenly asked, Florence, what kind of world do you think would be the happiest? Chapter 406, A Spark of Divinity. Rosie tilted her head and thought for a moment. Everyone's happiness is different. For me, being able to eat well, study, and chat with Mr. Randy is enough to be happy. The greedier a person is, the harder it is for them to become truly happy. Aaron had never thought that he would regard a teenage girl as his teacher, but now every word Rosie said gave him great inspiration. Aaron clearly wanted to ask more, but the Blaine directly pushed Aaron onto the bed, causing Aaron to cry out in pain. The patient should rest quietly in bed. Don't ask so many questions. We can talk about it, Rosie replied gently, looking at Aaron who was wincing in pain. The kind one, ignore him. It's getting dark. I'll take you back. As soon as they stepped outside, the Blaines sensed something amiss in the atmosphere around them. Amidst Rosie's startled scream, he scooped her up in his arms. Hold on tight. We need to speed up. The Blaine pushed off with his feet, leaving 2 round craters in the solid ground. Behind him, 2 shadowy figures immediately pursued him upon noticing his escape. However, despite their efforts, the Blaine's speed made them unable to catch up. When they reached the girls' dormitory building, the 2 shadows sniffed the air. The scent trail ended there. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, the Blaine leapt down from a tree, knocking both shadows away with single punches. Each of the shadows had a basin-sized hole appear in their chests, which vanished almost instantly. The shadows opened their mouths, and what seemed like nonsensical murmurs became clear to the Blaine, possibly due to the skeleton within this body double. Transgressor, you carry the smell of an executor. The Blaine frowned, realizing that because of this alternate body skeleton, he could hear these shadows. Thus, his first reaction was that perhaps he could communicate with them. Wait, who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you chasing me? Transgressors must reincarnate again. No matter how the Blaine questioned them, the shadows only repeated those 2 sentences like puppets without self-awareness. No good. Looks like you guys lack self-awareness. In that case, I will claim the skeletons inside you. Rico instantly reverted to his original form, his body also surrounded by black mist. The 2 shadows lunged at Rico, intending to devour him whole. But with a sly smile, Rico reappeared behind them, extracting their skeletons effortlessly. Without their skeletons, the shadows lost their cohesion and eventually dispersed. Indeed, knowing their weakness makes dealing with them much easier. The black mist monsters troubled him greatly the first time because he lacked information. These skeletons should be valuable, though I'm not sure what for. I'll keep them for now. Rico returned to the guise of the Blaine, storing the 2 skeletons in his personal space before leaving. He didn't notice that far away, atop a bell tower, a long-robed maiden in heavy armor was watching him silently. Found the missing divine bones. It's a transgressor. Now he has 3 sets of divine bones. The maiden seemed to be reporting to someone. Naturally, Rico had no idea. If he did, he would have certainly caught and interrogated her thoroughly. Rico returned to his small house, ready to investigate the skeletons further. Morning sunlight illuminated the white walls of the city. Knights in armor patrolled the city walls, doubling in number compared to usual. Knights who were on leave were urgently recalled, and tension spread through the entire city. At the city gate, guards scrutinized each incoming individual, unlike their usual carefree demeanor. Where are you coming from? A guard stopped an elderly man pushing a wheelbarrow, his dark skin suggesting years of farming. 10 miles east, Kalili town. The guard glanced over the residence book the old man offered with a smiling face. Why are you coming into the city? To sell vegetables. Sir, look, they're all freshly picked today. Would you like some? The old man lifted the cloth covering his wheelbarrow, revealing carrots and potatoes still caked in mud. He selected a decent-looking bag and handed it to the guard with a fawning expression. Seeing the veggies, the guard wrinkled his nose in disdain and waved them away. Take it away. Who wants your rotten vegetables? Pushing the old man aside, the guard searched the wheelbarrow briefly. Finding nothing unusual, he waved him through. Go on. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Grateful, the old man wheeled away, thanking profusely. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a towering figure blocked his path. The old man looked up, finding himself face to face with a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, his eyes piercing like a hawk. Selling vegetables in the city? Yes, yes. Want some? Fresh from my garden, guaranteed tasty. The man picked up a carrot casually. How much for these? 5 copper coins per bag of carrots, 3 for potatoes. The old man slightly relaxed as the man seemed genuinely interested in buying. The vegetables are nice, but not as good as that knife in your hand. The old man's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. He yanked out 2 hidden blades and slashed towards the man's neck and waist. Had he succeeded, even multiple lives wouldn't suffice. However, the man remained calm, kicking the wheelbarrow hard, sending the old man flying backward. Realizing this wasn't an ordinary encounter, the old man fled into the city. Watching him go, the man showed no emotion, his hawk-like eyes fixated on the fleeing old man. Just a minor player. The man sighed and extended a finger towards the escaping old man. An emerald arrow pierced through the old man's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Patrol guards rushed forward, pinning him down. After the old man was taken away, the captain of the guards finally arrived, drenched in cold sweat. Grand Gainer, I sincerely apologize. My men failed in catching the intruder. Maximus Grand Duke glanced at him, saying coolly, those rebels might be planning a major move recently. Increase your checks. I don't want to see such incidents again, understood? Yes, absolutely. In the queue entering the city, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard watched this scene closely, hatred burning in his eyes. Sensing the gaze, Maximus turned, and the man quickly lowered his head, not wanting to be noticed by Maximus. Gainer furrowed his brow. He had just sensed a malicious gaze staring at him, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. There might be more accomplices of the rebels among these people. Conduct a thorough investigation. Yes. After giving his instructions, Gainer turned and left. His time was valuable, and he couldn't waste it on minor henchmen. Did everyone hear that? Investigate thoroughly. Not one person should be spared. If anyone tries to escape, throw them directly into jail. Yes. The captain had been personally criticized by his superior during the inspection. Now, for the sake of his career, he was as alert as ever, keeping a hawk-eyed watch on the queue. Sir, please have mercy. He's just a child. A frail mother clung tightly to her child, but a burly guard kicked her away, snatching the child from her arms. I don't care if he's a child or not. The Duke's decree is clear. Anyone without a residence permit is to be detained for review. The young child, only 4 or 5 years old, cried out for his mother in the guard's grasp. Even as the mother knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, the guard showed no intention of letting go. People around sighed helplessly. In such times, who could afford to help others? The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard clenched his teeth tightly. His fists trembled slightly. He wanted to intervene, but he had an important mission this time. Revealing his identity here would cost more than just a few lives. He lowered his head, pretending to see nothing, feeling utterly powerless. All this is the fault of those damned rebels. If not for them, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Yeah, those rebels truly deserve death. Around him, murmurs began to rise, blaming the rebels for all their troubles, convinced that life would be better without them. The weather-beaten man frowned at the crowd's chatter. They fought for the common folk to escape oppression, yet were misunderstood and condemned by the very people they sought to help. You. I'm talking to you. Yolfed your head. Gabinally, it was his turn to enter the city. A guard rudely yanked off his hood, revealing his disheveled hair. The sour smell from his body made the guard pinch his nose in disgust. What's a stinky beggar doing in the capital? Get lost. Just as the guard was about to drive him away, the captain interjected. No way. Haven't you forgotten what Gainer just said? Not one of these people can be let go. You, show me your residence permit. The scruffy man patted himself down and pulled out a crumpled residence permit, stained with red and yellow marks. The guard scowled, holding the permit between 2 fingers in disgust, glanced over it briefly, then tossed it back to the man. Get lost quickly. If not for Gainer's orders, scum like you wouldn't even dream of entering the capital. The guard kicked the man inside. Neither the guard nor the captain took him seriously. After all, even the most desperate rebels wouldn't stoop so low as to take in a smelly beggar. Unbeknownst to the 2 guards, their negligence would soon shake the entire capital. In the basement of his small house, the Blaine stared in disbelief at the small black fragment floating on the table. Those black creatures are actually divine beings. The energy radiating from the black fragment was familiar to him. His master once tried to weave a protective charm for him using this kind of energy, only to be injured by it, leaving the charm incomplete. I thought Death God was just a title, never imagining these creatures actually possessed divinity. Though this strand of divinity was incredibly weak, it was still unmistakably divine, a fundamental difference. Before the skeleton was refined by the Blaine, the divinity was spread throughout the whole structure, going unnoticed. When he condensed the skeleton into this tiny fragment, the concentration of divinity increased significantly, drawing his attention. Unlike Dongyun Continent, this was the first time the Blaine encountered divinity in this world. Although it was faint, it explained how the black skeleton could regenerate infinitely. Once divinity was involved, ordinary rules no longer applied. Even reduced to a small fragment, it continued to slowly reshape itself into the original skeleton. Despite its slow progress, the Blaine had no intention of letting it fully regenerate. He picked up the fragment and fused it with one of his finger bones effortlessly, as they shared the same origin. Feeling the divinity in his finger, he couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that the divine protection I couldn't use in Dongyun would find its application here, and in this form? He clenched his fist, feeling the connection to this world strengthen with the addition of divinity. It was a mysterious sensation, as if he could now sense things previously beyond his awareness. For instance, the world's lament. The Blaine felt that the world was afraid of something. Chapter 407, Familiar Battle. When the Blaine emerged from the basement, it was almost noon. Aaron had been so hungry he lay on the bed moaning. The moment he saw Angus come out, Aaron looked as if he had seen his own father. Mr. Randy, you're finally out. I have some matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. Since condensing the divine essence, Angus seemed to be able to faintly sense the presence of those black reapers. He needed to verify whether it was just his imagination. Mr. Randy, don't go. Tie. With a bang, Angus left, closing the door behind him, leaving Aaron staring pitifully at the old door. Damn, you're no good. And you leave just like that. What did you say? The door creaked open again as Angus returned. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oh, then I'll go. Wait, Mr. Randy, I was wrong. Please give me something to eat. Heating up some leftovers, he placated Aaron. Casper then brought Blackie along to the lakeside of the Royal Academy. Though this little thing now resembled a lizard, it was still a dragon at heart, capable of sleeping for months at a time. If not for the small fellow's fuss this morning about going out to stretch its wings, Angus might have forgotten about it entirely. Wandering slowly by the lake with the dragon, it struck him that this was the first time he'd ventured beyond his cottage and classroom in school. The sight of willows gently swaying in the breeze made him realize there were such pleasant places within the school grounds. As he admired the scenery, he followed the direction where he felt the reaper's aura. Suddenly, Angus felt as though he had stepped on something. Looking down, he realized he had actually stepped on a woman's body. Save me. Ah, so you're alive. On a nearby bench, a black-haired girl who had fallen to the ground earlier was devouring the buns he gave her. I'm alive. Thank you, kind sir. The girl patted her round belly, contentedly burping after her meal. Casper's eye twitched. He watched helplessly as she devoured 30 buns, a braised pork elbow, 2 roast chickens, and a roasted duck. For a moment, he thought the woman might be a dragon in disguise. Almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Trina. Just call me Trina. Trina? Casper raised an eyebrow. This name certainly didn't sound human. Good sir, your great kindness I shall repay. Trina grabbed his hand with her greasy fingers and shook it vigorously. This woman is incredibly strong. Casper was surprised. Anyone else would probably have their arm shaken off. Ah, sorry, good sir. I have to go. I have other matters to attend to. Trina leaped off the bench and ran toward the exit, shouting back. I'll repay you, good sir. Casper waved to Trina with a smile. What a strange person. Encountering Trina was nearly forgotten as he focused on his current objective, dealing with those reapers. Strange. Why did the aura here disappear? Did they start avoiding me after I killed those two? Walking around the lake twice yielded nothing, which left Angus somewhat dispirited. Excuse me, can I interrupt you for a moment? A male student in a uniform stopped Angus, holding a flyer in his hand. Do you need something? Upon hearing Angus respond, the spectacled male student's face lit up with excitement. As you also have a familiar, may I ask if you are interested in joining our familiar club? We share insights on raising familiars and organize various events. Seeing the student about to launch into a lengthy speech, Angus interrupted. Sorry, I'm not really interested. Turning to leave, Angus was blocked by the male student. Classmate, wait. If you join now, we'll give you a familiar egg. Since your familiar seems to be lizard type, I have plenty of lizard type eggs. Please take a look. Casper frowned. He disliked persistent people, especially when he was busy. Wait, little Randy. There seems to be a trace of dragon scent in the eggs he carries. Casper paused and glanced back at the thick-glassed male student. An unremarkable student carrying a magical beast egg with dragon scent was unexpected. Considering the immense value of dragons in this world, any familiar with even a drop of dragon blood would be highly valuable. Adhering to the principle of not missing out on a bargain, Angus decided to investigate further. After all, the Star Spirit Guild auction was approaching, and he might find something he wanted. More gold preparation couldn't hurt. May I see your magical beast egg? Sure, of course. The male student was delighted, having waited all morning for a student even slightly interested. Heh, isn't that Arturo? Still recruiting? A few other students approached, seemingly familiar with the male student. However, Arturo wasn't pleased upon seeing them. One of the newcomers casually put his hand on Arturo's shoulder and laughed. Brothers, we're a bit short on cash. Lend us some? Arturo furrowed his brow, averting his gaze. Jim, I didn't bring any money today. No money? Jim's brows furrowed. If I find out you're lying, you're in trouble. Jim began searching through Arturo's belongings. Arturo tried to resist but was overpowered by Jim's towering frame and friends. Soon, everything on Arturo was emptied out. Damn, only a few coins. Buying more useless familiar eggs, I see. Shaking Arturo, Moneybag revealed only a few copper coins, looking pitiful. What use do those familiar eggs serve? Your measly club should have dissolved long ago. Familiars aren't for someone like you to toy with. Jim's black bracelet moved. It turned out to be a black snake with a single horn. Opening its mouth, it spat a small flame, igniting Arturo hair. Watching Arturo frantically extinguish the flames, Jim and his group burst into laughter. Unable to put out the fire, Arturo plunged his head into the lake beside him. Seeing this, Jim and his gang laughed even harder. After dousing the fire, Arturo emerged from the lake in a sorry state. His hair was burnt away, his clothes riddled with burn holes. He looked like a drowned dog. Ha ha ha, what can you do? Show me what your familiar can do in a battle. Oh right, you don't even have one. Mocked mercilessly by Jim and his group, they left laughing. Arturo sat by the shore, his fingers deeply digging into the dirt. Sorry, must have been a spectacle. Arturo stood, giving Angus a pained smile. I apologize. Why didn't you fight back? Casper's keen eyes hadn't missed that Arturo's magic power far exceeded Jim's, yet he chose to endure the bullying silently. I can't retaliate. Arturo shook his head. My father is only a baron, and he bought that title, but Cyrus's father is a hereditary viscount. If I fought back, my family would suffer too. So you just let them bully you? What can I do? Arturo's eyes were filled with resentment, but for his family's sake, he could do nothing. He said you don't have a magical beast companion, right? Arturo froze, then gave a bitter laugh. Yeah, I recruit people to join the familiar club everywhere, but I don't even have a single familiar myself. It's pretty funny, right? There's nothing funny about it. Casper recalled his own past. Once, he had been as helpless and desperate as Arturo. One day, you'll find your own familiar. Thanks for comforting me. Arturo smiled at Angus, then bent down to pick up the magical beast eggs scattered on the ground. Casper handed one of the magical beast eggs back to Arturo, but Arturo shook his head. You were looking at this egg all along, so I'll give it to you. As thanks for spending time with me and not laughing at me like they did. I wouldn't mock someone who has tried their best. You're a good person, Arturo sighed. There aren't many good people left in this world. Good person. Casper stared at his hands, muttering to himself. He never imagined that someone with blood-stained hands like him would be called a good person. By the way, what did he mean by a familiar battle? Oh, you haven't encountered a familiar battle? Yet your pet seems quite formidable. Arturo was a bit surprised. Hey kid, you've got a sharp eye. Blackie proudly flicked its tail. A familiar battle is similar to a night duel, but with familiars. Both sides fight fairly, and the winner can claim the loser's familiar. This activity is quite famous on the continent, and there are even media outlets ranking famous participants. The rules are almost the same as night challenges. No limits, no holds barred. The stronger competitor cannot refuse a challenge from a weaker one unless under special circumstances. The victor can take the loser's ranking. Cyrus was ranked relatively high in the school, around top 10. The top 10 in the school, huh? So, Cyrus wasn't much of a big deal after all. What does the club do? The club acts as a team. Once you have 3 members, you can sign up for team competitions. Got it. Casper nodded. He understood the structure. It was like climbing a ladder. School championships, regional tournaments, national contests, and world championships. And what rewards do the winners get? Familiar battles are quite popular. The top club in the Imperial District gets about 100 gold coins annually, plus sponsorships, making it roughly 300 to 400 gold coins a year. That's not much. Casper was somewhat disappointed. He expected more. Beside him, Arturo widened his eyes. 300 to 400 gold coins didn't impress him, yet he had stumbled upon a hidden powerhouse. If you can make it to the national competition, the prize is around 1,000 gold coins. Casper nodded. 1,000 gold coins might be worth trying. I've changed my mind. I want to join your club. Really? Arturo excitedly grabbed Angus's hand. Don't go back on your word. Why would I? Our club currently has only 2 members. Fewer people means fewer shares. Alright, come with me now. Let's see our club. Arturo eagerly led Angus to a secluded classroom. An old wooden sign hung on the door, bearing the crooked inscription, Star Joy Familiar Club. Arturo took out a slightly rusty key and opened the door. The room was virtually empty, a single table, 4 chairs, and a bookshelf. Apart from that, it was barren. However, the bookshelf was filled with various books and magazines related to familiars. A bit simple. Arturo scratched his head sheepishly. Please sit. I'll make you some tea. Right, I forgot to ask. What's your name? While fumbling to brew the tea, Arturo spoke nervously. Randy. Randy? That sounds strong. Arturo placed the freshly brewed black tea in front of Angus. From the smell, it was obvious this was cheap tea. 2 large packs for a silver coin on the commercial street. What's your name? Randy. Ah. Arturo blinked. Isn't Randy your familiar's name? No, it's mine. Its name is Blackie. Arturo sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. Cough, sorry. Arturo hurriedly wiped the table clean. Quite unique names. Arturo forced a smile. Yoltal Randy. Look at what name you gave me. Everyone's laughing at me. No, today, you must change my name. Casper looked at the animated Blackie and chuckled. Alright, we'll think of a new name later. Hashtag chapter 408. Strongest? Is this it? After chatting for a while and becoming slightly more acquainted, the Blaine asked a question that had been on his mind. Why did you start this club? Arturos hesitated, then laughed with a touch of self-deprecation. Indeed, it's strange that someone like me, who doesn't even have a magical pet, would keep running this club. I didn't mean it like that, Angus said quickly. Arturos shook his head. I know. Actually, I didn't start this club. It was an upperclassman of mine. To be honest, I'm completely clueless about magical pet battles and don't even have my own magical pet to this day. I joined the club initially because I admired that upperclassman. She truly loved magical pet battles and founded this club, gathering other like-minded friends here. Everyone trained and battled their magical pets together. Even though I was just watching, those were really happy times. However, everyone graduated one after another, and that upperclassman also married a man she had never met due to family reasons. Now, only I remain in this club, but I've never wanted to close it because it carries so many beautiful memories for me. Archuros took a sip of tea before continuing. Sorry for telling you such a boring story. No, I think it's quite impressive that you've managed to keep it going by yourself. To be honest, if you hadn't joined today, I might have really given up. Archuros smiled suddenly at Angus. Thank you, Randy. I haven't done anything. Angus shook his head. Archuros, do you want a magical pet of your own? Of course I do. But despite trying many times, even with help from my seniors, my magic has never hatched a magical pet. Archuros casually picked up a magical beast egg, reciting incantations as a surge of magical light flowed from his hand, illuminating the egg. A circular magic array appeared around the egg, flickering a few times before disappearing. The egg remained still, as if nothing had happened. Casper couldn't see what was wrong, but Xianxia, being a dragon, immediately understood the issue. This kid's magic attribute is quite rare, lunar magic. Not many magical beasts are suitable for him. Casper repeated Xianxia's words to Archuros. Archuros was taken aback. He had always thought his magic was water-based, and had never considered it could be the rare lunar attribute. Water is just your secondary attribute. Your primary attribute is lunar. That's why your attempts to sign a contract with water-based beasts have always failed. Ah, I see. Archuros nodded, feeling both delighted and disheartened. But lunar magical beasts are so rare. Gabbing a lunar juvenile magical beast is incredibly difficult. If you can't find one, why not raise one yourself? Xianxia flicked his tail nonchalantly. Raise a lunar magical beast? How is that possible? Lack of knowledge. Shadow Terror Wolves pups absorb enough lunar magic during a full moon and transform into lunar spirit wolves. Didn't you know this common knowledge? Is this common knowledge? Archuros gaped. He had never heard that magical beast transformations could be controlled like this. Could this youth actually be a hidden expert in magical beasts? To reveal such secrets so easily, Shadow Terror Wolf pups cost only a silver coin in the market, maybe 3 for a particularly talented one. But a transformed lunar spirit wolf was priceless. Randy had revealed this secret to him, indicating that such secrets were insignificant to him. Though it meant little to Randy, it was a tremendous favor to Archuros. Thinking this, Archuros looked at Randy differently. If not for fearing offending him, he would have sworn loyalty right there. Casper, of course, had no idea how much was happening in Archuros' mind. Had he known the value of a lunar spirit wolf, he would have stocked up on Shadow Terror Wolf pups immediately. Thank you for teaching me, classmate Randy. I'll go buy Shadow Terror Wolf pups now. Archuros couldn't wait and was about to rush to the magical beast market when Angus stopped him. What can I do for you, classmate Randy? Who is the highest ranked person in our school's magical pet battles? Dongyun Magical Pet Club, the largest magical pet club in Daeon Royal Academy, boasting over 100 members, all elite students. Founded by Emperor Louis Daeon, it had royal bloodline connections. Its current president, Price, was the top magical pet battler in Daeon Royal Academy and ranked 3rd in the capital. Hello, Senior Price. Ian, why so late today? Price asked while stroking the lion lying beside him. I ran into an old acquaintance on the way, Ian replied, recalling Archuros with a smile. That idiot Archuros from Starjoy Club is still recruiting. He should just close down that rotten club. Who would join such a place? Hilarious. Harry's. Price's gaze turned cold, an ominous aura enveloping Ian. Instantly, Ian felt as if he were being watched by a furious predator, his hairs standing on end. You can tease Archuros, but you mustn't look down on Starjoy Club. Sorry. Ian was puzzled. Why did Price care so much about Starjoy Club? Price didn't explain. He didn't want others to know that his only defeat at Daeon Royal Academy was at the hands of a woman. But he wouldn't let anyone insult his past opponent, as it would be insulting himself. The door creaked open, and a figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. Is Price here? I'm from Starjoy Club, and I challenge you. Sitting in the chair, Price's eyes narrowed. The scene reminded him of the day that woman challenged him under similar circumstances, the same sunset, the same opening. In that moment, Price was transported back to that fateful evening when he suffered a humiliating defeat. Who do you think you are? Challenging our leader? Ian stepped forward to block Angus. Are you Price? Casper ignored Ian, focusing directly on Price. Seeing Angus's audacity, Ian snapped, reaching out to grab Angus's collar. Next second, Ian flew backward into a flower bed, dazed and disoriented. He hadn't even seen Angus move. This guy is dangerous. Do you have time now, Price? Though phrased as a question, Price detected a clear provocation. Back then, underestimating that woman, his Broderick Yolen was defeated in 3 moves, and he lost his title as the best in the academy. Until she graduated, he never once beat her. Starjoy again. Huh? Gabine, let's go. I want to see if Starjoy can defeat me once more. Price stood up from his chair, and the sleeping lion beside him opened its eyes. The golden mane of the lion waved without any wind, exuding a majestic aura. This is my magical pet, Broderick Yolen. The golden lion roared in compliance, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Many students in the academy heard this roar. That's Aiden Price's Broderick Yolen. Quick. Let's go see who's so delusional as to challenge Aiden Price. Anyone who challenges Aiden Price is either insane or just another delusional kid. Crowds of students rushed over, all eager to witness how Price would crush yet another arrogant challenger. This is my magical pet, Xianxia. The small lizard on Angus's shoulder spread its wings and flew down. Price squinted his eyes, glaring angrily at Angus opposite him. Are you joking with me? This is seriously disrespectful to me. You'll know soon enough whether it's a joke. Be careful. Price gave an ominous smile. Careful? What use would that be for a lizard smaller than the tip of my Broderick Yolen's tail? One swipe from the Broderick Yolen could kill it instantly. Today, he'd show this youth the true power of his Broderick Yolen. But the next moment, Price's world crumbled. He finally understood what "be careful" meant. Casper wasn't warning the lizard to be careful of his Broderick Yolen. He was warning the lizard not to kill the Broderick Yolen. Roaring ferociously, the Broderick Yolen charged towards the lizard, determined to make it regret becoming his enemy. However, the small lizard remained unperturbed. It casually flicked its tail, dismissing the lion like a pesky fly. Suddenly, the Broderick Yolen felt as if it had been hit by a massive dragon. The tail wielded a force capable of splitting mountains and rocks, sending it soaring high into the air. With a thunderous crash, the Broderick Yolen was slammed into the wall behind Price, only half of its body remaining outside. Did I win, Price? Did I win, Ed Price? Before Price, Angus's silhouette gradually merged with the image of that woman from years ago. The same opening, the same crushing defeat. The only difference being that this youth's magical pet defeated his Broderick Yolen with just one move. This can't be, this can't be, this can't be. Price clutched his head, muttering incessantly. This can't be. I won't lose. I'm Price. I'm the strongest. Unable to bear the shock of his defeat, Price shoved through the crowd and ran out onto the field, screaming wildly. Others watching began pointing and whispering about Price. Students who were eagerly awaiting Price's decisive victory stood there stunned. Am I seeing things? That's Aiden Price's Broderick Yolen in the wall? Pinch me. Am I dreaming? I'm dizzy. All students refused to believe their eyes, suspecting they might have all experienced a collective hallucination. Price sure has a poor mentality, can't take a single loss. Casper shook his head, sighing softly, seemingly forgetting that he was the one who caused Price's current state. The sun set, casting its last rays upon the capital city. 4 of the most renowned magical pet battlers in the capital gathered together. Did you hear? Price got beaten. Not just beaten. He went mad after losing. Even his magical beast barely retained its shape. It's said that the opponent's magical pet used only one move to throw Price's Broderick Yolen into the roof. I always said George was all show, no substance. Yet I recall you never winning against him. That's because I let him win. If he weren't the son of a baron, I'd have made him beg for mercy long ago. Big talk. Prove it then. Beat me first. You. Enough. Stop arguing. A middle-aged man seated at the head finally spoke up. Though Price lost, his strength is undeniable. Fletcher, don't rub salt in the wound. At the chief's words, the red-haired man standing on the table reluctantly sat back down. Our concern now is the person who defeated Price. If he can defeat Price in one move, his strength might exceed all of us. Simeon, does that mean he's even stronger than you? The other 3 exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Simeon, the leader here, had consecutively held second place in the Empire's magical pet duels for 3 years. Apart from the mysterious champion, Simeon had never lost to anyone. Even I wouldn't guarantee defeating Price in one move. Simeon shook his head. But we can't rule out the possibility of Price underestimating his opponent. Chapter 409. Return to the black market. Taking everything into consideration, that person's strength might be on par with mine. Boss Simeon, aren't you overestimating that person a bit? Simeon's gaze was steady, his voice low. Absolutely can't let our guard down. I've heard that person's magic pet is incredibly terrifying. Everyone describes it as a horrendous black shadow, sharp fangs capable of tearing enemies apart, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and can breathe fire. The other 3 swallowed hard at once. Such a monster really did sound frightening. With a creak, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Oh, everyone's here? The sun finally descended, plunging the entire continent into infinite darkness. The last ray of sunlight in the meeting room also vanished without hesitation. The 2 eyes of the visitor glowed eerily, devoid of any mercy, only excitement at finding prey. Aya. Not long after, Angus walked out of the meeting room. How boring, this so-called top 1 in the capital. Casper casually brushed off his hands. He had expected the top contender of the capital district to be a formidable opponent, but didn't expect that not even one move could land under Heiyu Yolang's hand. TCH, if only they knew who I am. How could those low-level mongrel magical beasts compare to a noble dragon like me? It's just as easy as playing house. Let's go. Heading back. I'll pick up some food for you on the way. Yes. The next morning, Franz pulled Angus out of bed directly. Kid, what did you do? What? Casper yawned widely. He had dreamt of that woman again last night. This time, they didn't speak, only sat side by side on a cliff, enjoying the chaotic land below. Look, now all newspapers have front-page stories about you. Check this one out. Franz tossed a pile of newspapers onto the table. Here, shocking. The capital's strongest defeated by a newcomer? And this one, annihilation? The capital's strongest club dissolved overnight because of a terrifying shadow. And here, is the capital's strongest just a stunt? Swept away by a man and beast. These all are because of you, right? Casper poured himself a cup of tea and casually flipped through the newspapers. He noticed that although the headlines varied, the content was largely the same. Dramatic descriptions followed by introductions to the lives of the former top individuals in the capital, then topped off with wild speculations and unrealistic fantasies. These uninformative news items became the prime topics of discussion among the people of the capital. This portrait looks quite like me. Angus held up a newspaper and compared it to his face, except it's too young. It looks like I'm only 10. Forget about the portraits. Franz snatched the newspaper from Angus's hand. Do you know what you've done? It's just a battle between pets. What, you interested? Our club is short one person. Want to join? This isn't the point. Did you let your little monster participate? Yeah, Angus responded matter-of-factly. I only have one magic pet, so who else would fight? The problem is right there. Think about it. How could an ordinary lizard win against the capital's strongest magical beast dueler? People are already guessing whether your lizard has dragon blood. Franz was exasperated. Why was this guy still unmoved despite him spelling everything out? Stop drinking tea. Franz was almost frantic. Dragons are extremely protective. If word gets out that you own a dragon as a pet, Evan Empire is doomed. What's to fear? Heiyu Yoling doesn't mind. And what can those dragons say when they come? Well, I slightly object. How about changing the name? Ignoring Heiyu Yoling's request, Angus took out a map calmly. That's different. Even if it's voluntary, dragons won't approve. Dragons are very prideful. They'll kill you for their honor. Oh. After a lengthy heartfelt talk, all Franz got was a lukewarm oh. He was nearly driven to despair. He noticed Angus leisurely looking at a map. Franz felt a small sense of relief. Planning an escape route? My suggestion is to head east directly into the church territory. It's far from Dragon Island, and even dragons dare not act recklessly there. Are you listening? When does the flying carpet race start? It's starting soon. What? You're still thinking of participating? The auction of Starlight Guild may be tempting, but life is more important. Without life, there's nothing. Casper marked a large triangle on the big map with a red pin. Decided. Participate in the race, then head to Dragon Island, and finally go to the church area. The Starlight auction happens right along the line between Dragon Island and the church. Perfect. Satisfied, Angus put away his pin. Wait, didn't you listen to anything I said? Why Dragon Island? Isn't that just throwing yourself into their mouths? I'll talk to them. A peculiar smile flashed across Angus's lips. Franz couldn't guess what plan Angus was concocting. Heiyu Yoling felt a chill down his spine, wondering if Angus was eyeing treasures on Dragon Island. Gabinished. Family, it's not that I don't want to help, but I can't. This guy is simply not human. Even Lady Yolitha's divine messenger he killed on whim. How can I stop someone like him? Alright, since we're traveling, let's buy supplies. Ask Charlotte and Adeline if they have time to join us. Wait. Go die yourself. Don't drag others into it. What, you scared, old man? Casper glanced sideways at Franz, contempt clear. Don't try to provoke me. Even if you beg, I won't go. Is that so? Then that ticket to the Starlight auction will have to go to someone else. You. Franz bristled upon hearing this threat. How can you be so unreliable? You've already taken my compass. Tisk, old man, don't think I don't know. That compass? You probably don't even know its use. Franz hadn't expected Angus to notice this detail. Gabine, I'll go with you. But if it's life-threatening, don't blame me for leaving you behind. Whatever. Casper waved his hand. Going shopping. If your daughter wakes up, contact me immediately. Don't worry, I'd do it even if you didn't say. For this trip, besides preparing for the journey, Angus wanted to return to the black market. He felt there was a deep connection between the strange store and his recurring dream. Casper put on his cloak and mask and set foot once again on the dark and sinful ground. It was just as murky and chaotic as before. Unexpectedly, he met an acquaintance here. Boss, wasn't the price of a baby shadow terror wolf just 1 silver coin yesterday? Why is it 3 silver coins today? Arturo wore a simple mask, standing in front of the stall selling magical beasts, bargaining with the merchant. This item's price changes every day. If you want to buy it, do so. If not, don't block others. The boss shouted impatiently at Arturo. He had seen too many poor students like him. He disliked doing business with students because they were troublesome and didn't have much money. Arturo bit his lip. He had only brought 2 silver coins today. Yesterday, when he came, he had set his eyes on those 2 wolf pups. They were from the same litter, looking almost identical, full of vitality. But when he came back after fetching money, the price of baby shadow terror wolves had increased. Now, even buying one was out of the question for him. Casper noticed Arturo's predicament. After all, he would be a future teammate, and Angus intended to help Arturo. Since Arturo was wearing a mask, Angus couldn't directly assist him. So, as Angus walked by Arturo, he deliberately bumped into him, causing a small pouch containing money to fall near Arturo's feet. Casper originally planned to leave, but didn't expect Arturo to pick up the purse and chase after him. Sir, your wallet dropped. Looking into Arturo's clear eyes, Angus was speechless. This guy was too honest. The money was meant for him. Oh, thank you. I hadn't noticed. Casper took the wallet back, then pulled out 3 silver coins and placed them in Arturo's hand. Take this money as a thank you gift. No. Arturo waved his hands. That won't do. I didn't do anything to deserve it. Casper rolled his eyes. This stubborn fellow. Just 3 silver coins, and if someone else found my wallet, they wouldn't be as kind as you. Even after saying that much, Arturo still refused, which gave Angus a headache. Well then, thank you, Blaine. This is what I should do. Arturo smiled innocently. Those 2 baby shadow terror wolves are quite good. Casper pretended to be interested in the wolves and sized them up from a distance. The boss immediately chimed in. Sir, you sure have a discerning eye. These little wolves are from the king wolf's litter, strong and healthy with pure bloodlines. They could grow into future king wolves, high-quality goods. Only 3 silver coins each. How about 1? Casper nodded. The items are indeed good, but unfortunately, they're sick and won't live long. Upon hearing this, the boss turned red in the face. Nonsense. My magical beasts are always the healthiest. Are you here to pick a fight? Casper didn't argue further. He simply reached into the cage and lifted the 2 wolves. Look, diarrhea. He lifted a wolf pup's tail, revealing a yellow wet spot on the ground. Shadow terror wolves usually have the best digestive systems among wolves. Diarrhea means they likely have canine distemper. Selling 2 infected pups for 3 silver coins, are you trying to fool me? He deliberately spoke louder so everyone around could hear. What? This merchant's beasts have distemper? Distemper spreads easily. What if the beast I bought from him yesterday also has it? Hearing these comments, the boss's face turned green with anger. He wanted to kill this troublemaker right now, but there was still business to attend to, so he waved his hand sullenly. Damn it, take the 2 wolf pups, I'm giving them away. Get lost. Casper smiled, pulling Arturo away. Arturo was bewildered, being dragged away by this stranger. Sir, where are you taking me? Seeing the merchant was out of sight, Angus handed the 2 wolf pups to Arturo. Mister, these wolf pups don't have distemper. The mess on their bottoms is pumpkin paste I smeared on. I was just tricking him. What? Arturo widened his eyes, stunned. He couldn't understand why this stranger did all this for him. Shadow Terror wolves are power-driven. Hildredding a king wolf's offspring doesn't make them future leaders. I can't stand merchants who lie and cheat. They need a lesson. Casper made up a reason, just to give the 2 wolf pups to Arturo. Now, let's go before he figures it out. It might not just end with a beating once he catches on. Ah. Arturo jumped in surprise, thanked Angus deeply, then hurried off nervously. Sigh, what a stiff-necked fellow, giving you something turns into such a hassle. Just as Angus was about to leave, a pale hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He was startled. Few people could approach him so silently. Before he could react, a weak voice whispered, "Please save me." Casper focused and froze. Why is it you again? Hashtag chapter 410. Adeline's hesitation. Thank you so much, kind sir. You saved me again. Outside the black market, by the riverside, Trina was crying and devouring food simultaneously. The Blaine watched her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The provisions he had prepared for his journey had been devoured a third of the way in mere moments. Eat slower, or you'll hurt your stomach. Sniffle. Kind sir, you're so good to me. After finishing an entire roasted lamb leg, Trina finally patted her round, satisfied belly. What were you doing at the black market? Casper was curious about this mysterious girl. From her attire, she didn't seem like someone from Avon. I came here to find an acquaintance, but he's gone. Who knows where? An acquaintance? What's his name? Unexpectedly, Trina shook her head. I don't know what he's called. What does he look like then? Look. Trina tilted her head in thought. Big, small, dark, shiny. Casper furrowed his brow in confusion. Big and small? How can one person be both big and small? He's sometimes big, sometimes small, Trina explained. Hearing this, Angus almost thought Trina was describing the meat mountain he had killed, but her subsequent description only added to his bewilderment. He's dark-skinned but often flashes light. He loves moving around, and many people can't see him. This doesn't sound like something a human could do. Angus scratched his head. Is the one you're looking for human? Trina nodded vigorously. He's human now. Now is? So, he wasn't before? Trina tilted her head again, thinking hard. He used to be, then he wasn't, and now he is again. Casper realized this girl wasn't very bright and her speech was vague. Suddenly, her face fell. Sorry, kind sir. Oliver said outsiders pay for food, but I have no money. Casper waved it off. It's fine. It wasn't worth much anyway. Trina sniffled, somewhat resentfully. I would have had money if I found that guy, but he vanished. He promised to wait for me here. Well, keep trying. Casper had wanted to help the silly girl, but her descriptions were too abstract. It seemed she'd have to rely on herself. Given Trina's immense strength and silent stealth, he didn't need to worry about her. Okay, thank you, kind sir. I'll repay you once I get the money. No need. Just take care of yourself. Don't let anyone trick you. Don't worry, kind sir. I'm not stupid. Having come up empty-handed at the black market and delayed by Lou and Trina, Angus returned home in the afternoon. Opening the door, he saw Franz sitting by Aaron's bed, playing cards with him. 1 pair. Can't beat that. 1 deuce. Can't beat that either. 4, all out. Mr. Franz, your card skills are really... Oh, Mr. Randy has returned. The old man had lost all afternoon and still wanted to play with Aaron, but his card skills were so poor that Aaron didn't want to continue. Fortunately, Angus had returned, giving him an excuse to escape. Mr. Randy, any news lately? Aaron had been lying there for days, but with Angus's medical skills and his own robust constitution, he could now move around slightly. Since he regained mobility, he inquired daily about the rebel forces within the capital, eager to confront Leland immediately. There hasn't been much activity, Angus shook his head. Patrols haven't diminished and Leland gave the city guards a strict order. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one rebel escape. Many civilians have been executed. What? Darian, you bastard. Aaron, in pain from tugging at his wounds, winced. Calm down. Right now, going out won't change anything. Casper sat beside Yolzi, touching her forehead and examining her eyelids. Why hasn't she woken up? She should have woken up yesterday. Yoltal Randy, is my daughter going to be all right? Franz approached anxiously. Only when it involved Yolzi did this old man show some seriousness. She's fine, just weak. As long as she doesn't overexert herself, she'll be okay. She might need external stimulation. Call her name more often. It might help her wake up. That makes sense. Franz sighed with relief. Since Yolzi's mother died, she was his sole emotional anchor. When Yolzi was injured, he nearly fought Leland, but Angus stopped him. Otherwise, the capital would already be strewn with corpses. Suddenly, Angus's brow furrowed. Are those people outside here for you? Franz paused, sensing several powerful magical auras nearby after a moment. He looked deeply at Angus. This child's perception far exceeded his own. Yes, a few acquaintances. I'll go see them. Just as Franz reached the door, Angus spoke. If you can't handle them, come back. Franz hesitated briefly, then replied, just to chat with acquaintances. All right. Casper said nothing more. Franz vanished in an instant, appearing next to the group of robed mages. Wow, such a large gathering. Tea time. Lavernding the robed mages was the young mage from the trio who had visited earlier. Without preamble, he said, Grand Mage Franz, Grand Mage Gay is dead. Dead. Franz frowned. Wasn't he fine a few days ago? Not long after returning from your place, Gay was assassinated, the young mage said coldly. Franz narrowed his eyes, emanating a dangerous aura. You think I did it? We don't dare. We only ask for your cooperation in the investigation. Do I need so many people to ask for my cooperation? Franz scanned the gathered mages, noting a few grand mages among them. If you feel offended, I apologize in advance. The young mage bowed deeply to Franz. This is President Fuller's decision. We just follow orders. Old fool Fuller. Franz cursed inwardly. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go with them to protect Angus's existence. I'll go with you. I want to see what old fool Fuller has to say. Thank you for your cooperation, great mage. The young mage removed a necklace and chanted. Moments later, a complex array appeared beneath everyone's feet. In the next second, they vanished from the campus grounds. Teleportation magic? Note. I've maintained the original structure and tone of the narrative, ensuring continuity and fluency while translating the text into English. Casper stood at a distance, watching the young mage from earlier cast his spell. Teleportation magic, though used by Franz a few times before, had always been for short distances. The elaborate preliminaries the young mage just performed indicated not only the disparity in their strengths, but also the vast distance of their destination. Teleportation magic is indeed convenient. Although it can only send one to preset locations, it can still save a lot of time. It seems I need to research this as well. After seeing Franz off, Angus planned to visit the Royal Yulbrary. Now that he was officially recognized as a high mage by the Archmage himself, he could access the previously restricted magical texts in the library at will. While passing through the central district, Angus happened to see Adeline leading a group of guards searching for something. Found them, my lord countess. Two guards dragged two small children out of a trash pile in an alley. The children, who appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, were covered in dirt and were dragged before Adeline like little chicks. The central district isn't where you should be. Don't come here again, Adeline said coldly to the terrified children. Escort them back to the outer district, Adeline ordered. However, the surrounding guards exchanged glances, none moving an inch. My lord countess, the Francesca has declared this a special period. Any commoner entering the central district without permission will be treated as a rebel, one guard explained. You mean you intend to execute them? Adeline frowned, her face darkening. I apologize, my lord countess. The guard lowered his head but didn't relax his stance. This is an order from Alia and Leland. We dare not disobey. But they are just children. The Francesca has stated these children might become new recruits for the rebels, the guard replied. Watching the two children huddle together, trembling, Adeline clenched her fists tightly. Despite this, Adeline had no choice. She couldn't defy the Francesca's orders. Handle it as you see fit, Adeline turned away, gritting her teeth in helplessness. Yes, my lord. The guard raised his sword expressionlessly, causing the children to close their eyes in fear. Suddenly, a disheveled man charged out from a nearby alley, slamming into the guard with his shoulder and knocking him off balance. Taking advantage of the guard's momentary confusion, he scooped up the two children and ran towards the outer district. The guards reacted swiftly, sheathing their swords and chasing after them. Seeing the middle-aged man's retreating figure, Adeline sighed in relief. Since following Mr. Randy's advice and disguising herself as a commoner to visit the outer district, Adeline's mindset had changed. Contrary to her previous beliefs, the commoners weren't lazy or ignorant as she had thought. In fact, most worked harder than the nobles. They loved their lives, though poor, and always lived together, helping each other survive. Adeline touched the simple sachet hanging from her waist, a gift from a flower-selling girl. The girl always wore a slightly faded dress. Sneaking into the central district during guard shifts to sell flowers, she grew herself to the rich. Though her flowers weren't as lavish as those in stores, she chose the brightest blooms, wrapping them cheaply before selling them on the bustling streets. 2 flowers cost only 1 copper coin. With luck, she could earn a handful of coins in a morning. After paying for her family's meals and her grandmother's medicine, a couple of coins remained. She told Adeline that she wanted to buy a comfortable recliner for her grandmother, some books for her siblings to learn reading, and fabric to make proper clothes so merchants wouldn't disdain her anymore, hoping her flowers would sell better. Adeline had only helped her a little, yet the girl treated her like a dear friend, sharing everything with her. The last time Adeline saw the girl was on a public execution platform in the square. Because she had kindly bandaged an unknown injured person's wound, who turned out to be a rebel, she was publicly executed as a rebel. By the time Adeline arrived, the girl had already been hanged on the gallows. Later, Adeline visited the girl's home once. The grandmother, already frail, wept until she lost her sight. Her younger siblings waited for her to return home. On the girl's desk, Adeline found the sachet she intended to give Adeline. Almost finished, the plain cloth bag was filled with dried flowers the girl had carefully prepared. Though not as fragrant as store-bought perfumes, its scent lasted longer, faint yet soothing, lifting any heavy mood. This was the first time Adeline questioned everything she had done. From childhood, she had been taught loyalty to the royal family, considering their words as truth. Nobles were the foundation of the country, while commoners were merely lazy swine needing protection from the nobility to survive. Thus, commoners were meant to be ruled, dedicating their lives to serving the nobles, a supreme honor. Note: I've maintained the original structure and tone of the narrative, ensuring continuity and fluency while translating the text into English. Hashtag chapter 411. Reunion with an old acquaintance. But now, what Adeline saw completely contradicted everything she had been taught. At this moment, she truly wavered. Was what she had been fighting to protect really correct? While Adeline was lost in thought, the disheveled middle-aged man had already run quite far with the 2 children. However, carrying 2 children slowed him down considerably compared to the fit and strong guards. He hadn't eaten for several days, and his legs were trembling from weakness. To avoid being caught, the man could only weave through the narrow alleys, using his thin frame to barely keep ahead of the guards. In the labyrinthine alleys of the imperial capital, the man darted around like a headless fly. Unsurprisingly, he soon ran into a dead end. Damn it! Seeing the guards catching up, it was too late to turn back. Feeling the trembling of the 2 children in his arms, the man considered turning around and fighting the guards. Suddenly, A slender hand reached out from the shadows and pulled them into the darkness. Where are they? I clearly saw them run in here. There's nothing here. They must have escaped. Send one person back to inform Earl Adeline. The rest, continue chasing with me. After searching fruitlessly, the guards finally left the alley and continued their pursuit towards the outer district. Confirming that the guards were gone, the shadows in the alley dissipated, revealing 4 figures. Thank you for your help. We're deeply grateful. The middle-aged man bowed deeply to Angus, knowing that if it weren't for him, he and the children would have died today. Casper smiled at the man's face. This time, you owe me one. The middle-aged man abruptly looked up, gazing at Angus in disbelief. Stayhead, how can it be you? You're still alive. The man hugged Angus fiercely, never imagining that the very youth he had rescued from the battlefield would save his life again in his darkest hour. This isn't the place to talk. Let's get these children somewhere safe first, then we'll find a place to chat properly. Agreed. Casper brought the Xian to his small house. When the Xian saw Aaron inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. Are you General Aaron? Who are you? Aaron, who was knitting a sweater, looked up, somewhat puzzled at the unkempt man before him. Oh, you might not remember. We met once in South Province. Oh yes. From Aaron's expression, it was clear he had forgotten. But the Xian didn't mind. He hadn't expected the founder of the rebellion, General Aaron, to remember someone as insignificant as him. Now, tell me, how did you end up in the capital? Casper poured the Xian a cup of tea and prepared some snacks for him to fill his stomach. Seeing the food, the Xian's eyes widened, and he eagerly devoured it. A full plate of snacks disappeared in just a few bites. He was genuinely starving, having not eaten since entering the capital. Ah, that's better. Gabinally feeling human again. Casper watched the Xian with a sigh. When they first met, the Xian had been reasonably fit, but now he looked like a refugee fleeing from a disaster. Well, the Xian sighed after eating, recounting his experiences. After we parted ways, I went to find General Mac, but by then, it was too late. Even without the support of that Esme, our front lines were scattered by the Imperial Army. We lost badly. Recalling that battle, sadness filled the Xian's eyes. General Mac stayed behind with his guards to buy us time to retreat. After that, as you probably heard, General Mac was captured and executed by that ruthless woman on the same day. Aaron stopped his knitting, his face darkening at the mention of his old comrade. That stubborn old man, always showing off until the very end. Though Angus hadn't met General Mac, he admired the commander's valor in protecting civilians, leading from the front. So, how did you end up here? Just let me finish. The Xian took a sip of tea, continuing. Losing General Mac, we were practically routed. Fleeing from the Imperial Army's pursuit, we eventually reached southwest border with less than 2,000 people remaining. The Xian side, originally, they had been the main force of the revolutionaries, numbering over 50,000 at their peak. Now, only 2,000 remained, mostly women and children, with most soldiers wounded. Because we were near the border, the Imperial Army stopped pursuing us, giving us a brief respite. We hoped to regroup and rebuild, but a natural disaster destroyed our last hopes. A month of continuous rain washed away the only mountain path, destroying our homes, fields, and supplies. We were trapped in the mountains of Southwest. If that were all, it would have been bad enough, but even our crucial seeds were washed away. Many more revolutionaries starved to death. With no choice, we sent a small squad to seek aid from the nearest branch, but when we arrived, we found it had already been annihilated by the Imperial Army. All we saw were the bodies of our comrades, unburied. At this point, the Xian's fists clenched tightly, recalling the blood-stained ground and strewn corpses. Having no other options, we continued north, trying to reach the capital branch for aid. Along the way, my companions fell one by one. Only I made it to the capital. But upon arrival, I learned the capital branch had also been nearly wiped out. Completely despairing, I entered the city only because of a final glimmer of hope. Imagine my relief finding Stayhead here. Otherwise, those guards would have killed me. Stayhead? Hailiang, who had just woken up, tilted its head and grinned. Aaron also tilted his head, pretending not to hear. Casper, unperturbed, refilled the Xian's teacup and asked, "Do you have any plans moving forward?" Plans? The Xian paused, realizing he had been driven purely by the hope of reaching the capital for aid. With that shattered, he had no idea what to do. I plan to rest for a bit, and then return the same way. Even without aid, I need to go back and face the disaster with everyone. You're talking nonsense. Haven't you already found help? The Xian looked up to see Angus and Aaron watching him. You. Two may not seem like much, but don't underestimate us. I'm a high mage now. Not 2, but 3. A weak voice came from the bed. Yolzi, you're awake? Yes, I heard your conversation. With Angus's support, Yolzi struggled to sit up. He checked her wounds and pulse. Yolzi was mostly healed, though weakened from lying too long. Eating more and moving around would restore her fully. Chapter 411. Reunion with an old acquaintance. But now, what Adeline saw was completely contrary to everything she had been taught. At this moment, she truly wavered. Was what she had been defending so fiercely all this time really correct? While Adeline was lost in thought, the scruffy middle-aged man had already run quite a distance with the 2 children. However, carrying 2 children slowed him down considerably compared to the robust guards. Besides, he hadn't eaten for days, and his legs were trembling with weakness. To avoid being caught, the man darted through narrow alleyways, relying on his thin frame to maintain a distance from the guards. In the maze-like complex of alleys in the capital, the man stumbled around aimlessly like a headless fly. Unsurprisingly, he ran into a dead end. Damn! Seeing the guards catching up, it was too late to turn back. Feeling the trembling of the 2 children in his arms, the man was considering turning around to confront the guards. Suddenly, a slender hand emerged from the shadows, pulling them into the darkness. Where did they go? I clearly saw them run in here. There's nothing here. They must have escaped. One of you go back and inform Lady Adeline. The rest follow me and keep searching. After a thorough search turned up nothing, the guards finally left the alley, continuing their pursuit towards the outer city. Once the guards were gone, 4 figures emerged from the shadows. Thank you for your help. We owe you more than we can repay. The middle-aged man bowed deeply to the Blaine. If not for his intervention, he and the 2 children would have died today. The Blaine smiled slightly at the man's face. This time, you owe me. The middle-aged man lifted his head abruptly, looking at the Blaine in disbelief. Stayhead, how could it be you? You're still alive. Overwhelmed with emotion, the man gave the Blaine a tight hug, never expecting that the very Grover he had rescued from the battlefield would save his life again in his darkest hour. This isn't the place to talk. Let's get these 2 kids to safety first, then find a quiet place to chat. Agreed. The Blaine led the man to his small house. When the man saw Aaron inside, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. General Aaron, is that you? HM? Are you? Aaron, who was knitting, looked up, puzzled by the disheveled man before him. Oh, you must not remember. We met once in South County. Right? Aaron's expression made it clear he had forgotten, but the man didn't mind. After all, he hadn't expected one of the founding members of the rebel army to remember a minor figure like him. So, tell me, how did you end up in the capital? The Blaine poured tea for the man and prepared some snacks to fill his stomach. Seeing the food, the man's eyes lit up. He dug into the plate without hesitation. A full plate of snacks disappeared in just a few bites. He was genuinely famished. Since entering the capital, he hadn't eaten anything. That's better. I feel alive again. The Blaine watched the man with a touch of melancholy. The first time they met, the man had been reasonably robust, but now he looked like a refugee. Well, the man sighed after satisfying his hunger. After we parted ways, I went to find Apollo, but it was too late. Even without the support of that Esme, our front lines were overrun by the Imperial Army. We lost badly. Recalling that battle, sadness clouded the man's eyes. Apollo stayed behind with his personal guard to hold off the enemy and buy us time to retreat. You've probably heard the rest. He was captured and executed by that ruthless woman on the same day. Aaron stopped knitting. Hearing about his old comrade in arms stirred dark memories within him. That stubborn old fool fought till the very end. Though the Blaine hadn't met Apollo, leading the charge to protect civilians while commanding respect was admirable. So, how did you end up here? You don't interrupt the story. Yolston. The man sipped his tea and continued. Without Apollo, our forces were shattered. Fleeing from the Imperial Army's pursuit, by the time we reached the southwest border, only about 2,000 of us remained. He sighed again. Originally a core rebel force numbering over 50,000, only 2,000 were left, most of whom were women and children, with surviving soldiers almost all wounded. As we approached the border, the Imperial Army ceased pursuit, giving us a brief respite. We hoped to regroup near the border and rebuild our strength, but a disaster struck. A month-long rainstorm washed away the only mountain path, destroying our houses and farmlands, and leaving us with barely any supplies. We were trapped in the mountains of the southwest. It was bad enough, but worse, the floodwaters carried away our crucial seeds. Many more of the remaining 2,000 revolutionaries starved to death. With no choice, we decided to send a squad to seek aid from the nearest division, but when we arrived, it had already been wiped out by the Imperial Army. All we found were the bodies of our comrades, left unburied. At this point, the man clenched his fists tightly, haunted by the gruesome scenes of blood and remains. We had no choice but to continue northward, trying to reach the capital division for help. Along the way, my comrades fell one by one, until only I made it to the capital. Just before I entered the city, I learned that the capital division had also been nearly destroyed. I was almost hopeless, but holding on to that last shred of hope, I came in. Then, I ran into Stayhead today or I'd surely have been killed by those guards. Stayhead? Frederick, who had just woken up, tilted its head, then grinned widely. Aaron pretended not to hear, tilting his head. The Blaine wasn't bothered. Refilling the man's tea, he asked, "So, what do you plan to do now?" Plan? The man hesitated. He had survived this journey to seek help from the capital, but with the capital division decimated, there was little hope left. I guess I'll rest up and head back the same way. Even if I didn't find help, I have to return and face whatever's left. You say that, but haven't you found help already? The man looked up to see the Blaine and Aaron watching him. You, 2 people might not seem much, but don't underestimate us. I'm a high-ranking mage now. It's not 2, but 3. A weak voice came from the bed. Yolzi, you're awake? Yes, I heard you talking. With the Blaine's support, Yolzi sat up with difficulty. He checked her wound and felt her pulse. Her body had mostly recovered. She was just weakened from prolonged bed rest. Eating well and moving around would put her back on track. Now, the capital branch is virtually paralyzed. The surviving comrades who stayed in the city are also in grave danger. It would be best to take this opportunity and relocate everyone to the southwest, then we can plan our next move. Aaron nodded. His thoughts aligned with Jillian's. I happen to have some business in the West Sea. I can escort you there and offer a bit of assistance along the way. Although the Dragon Island in the West Sea isn't on the same route as the southwest border, it's not too far off and he could stop by to help. Thank you so much. The man's eyes welled up with tears. Let's set out immediately. Hold on. Are you going back empty-handed? Let me procure some supplies for the 2,000 people. It won't be a small amount. Yes, Jillian agreed, nodding. And at this special time, purchasing large quantities of supplies all at once might raise suspicion. We should buy them in batches. I've thought it through. 3 days. Mr. Randy, could you please do the shopping over these 3 days? Meanwhile, I'll inform our hidden comrades in the capital about our plan. Sorry, I was just too eager. Understandable. It's a matter of life and death after all. We want to act quickly too. Alright, no more talk. You should go clean yourself up first. Clean? What do you mean? The unkempt man had no self-awareness, and Jillian, who had a touch of OCD, had been barely holding herself together while talking to him. The Blaine pushed the man into the bathroom behind the house with a look of disgust, placing some new clothes outside the door. No coming out until you're clean. Once the man went to bathe, the three inside fell into an unspoken silence. Mr. Randy, you? Jillian wanted to invite the Blaine to join the Revolutionary Army, but was met with a direct refusal. I won't join you, and it's for your own good. Casper wasn't just speaking without thought. His journey was fraught with peril. Whether it was the Dragon Island or the Church, both represented forces that an empire, let alone a small revolutionary army, couldn't withstand. Any ripple from his actions could bring unimaginable disaster to them. To Jillian, however, it sounded like an excuse, making her feel somewhat disheartened. She harbored a special feeling for Angus, who had saved her twice and pulled her out of despair. You shouldn't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. You know something about my identity, right? One day, I might stand against the Church. Then, it will impact both Avon and you. Seeing Jillian's expression, Angus explained. I'm sorry. The room fell silent again. A bath really does feel great. The cleaned-up man walked in, heading straight for the table and gulping down a large mouthful of tea. If only there was some wine. He shook his head, tying up his once disheveled hair, giving him an almost bohemian artist's vibe. It's been many years since I last returned to the capital. I wonder if that tavern I used to frequent is still around. You're actually from the capital? Yes, but it's been nearly 20 years since I last came back. Back then, I was quite well known in the capital. Walking down the street, I could turn heads among noblewomen and maidens alike. Just boasting. I'm serious. With the man around, the atmosphere in the house finally lightened up. After preparing medicine for Jillian and Aaron, Angus left, reflecting on the events of the day and how none of his planned tasks were accomplished. Mr. Randy is still awake at this hour? By the lake at the academy, Angus encountered someone unexpected. Alia, why are you here? Why can't I be here? I'm a student at the Royal Academy, though I graduated a few years ago. The Francesca smiled. Mr. Randy, please call me Beryl. Alia sounds so formal. Beryl is out walking in the school at this hour? Quite the leisurely mood. Isn't Mr. Randy doing the same? I just happened to be passing by. Would Mr. Randy mind accompanying me for a walk? Do I have a choice? Mr. Randy is quite amusing, Beryl giggled, covering her mouth. Many brilliant young men would give anything for a chance to walk with me. The two strolled along the lakeside under the moonlight, which scattered like silver fragments on the water. In those days, Adeline and I used to walk here by the lake. Beryl spoke softly as they walked. Adeline has always been with me since I was old enough to remember. With her around, no one dared bully me. We grew up together, studied together. She almost became my personal knight. Recalling the title of Guardian Knight, Angus instinctively hid his left hand in his sleeve. But in the end, Adeline chose to go to the frontier and carry on Duke Avon's legacy. I didn't understand. She promised to stay by my side forever. Beryl's voice betrayed a hint of agitation. So, I studied tirelessly night and day and graduated a year ahead of schedule. At my graduation ceremony, Jessie asked what gift I wanted. Without hesitation, I said, I want to go to war, to achieve glory. Chapter 412, Underground Boxing. At that moment, Jessie was startled. He never thought I would choose to go to the battlefield. But he was very happy, feeling that I had inherited his bravery. Of course, he didn't know that my desire to go to the battlefield was entirely because of Sister Adeline. The Francesca suddenly stopped walking and stood still, gazing at the silver-like lake surface. You two really have a great relationship? Yes. The Francesca stared into the distance, her thoughts unknown. After a long silence, she suddenly turned her head to look at the Blaine. Mr. Randy, thank you for listening to me. No problem. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back first. We can chat again next time. Sure, goodbye, Sylvana. Good night, Mr. Randy. After bidding farewell to the Blaine, the Francesca did not leave the academy. She watched the Blaine's retreating figure, her eyes filled with an inexplicable glow. No one can take Sister Adeline away from me. Not Jessie, not Jim Bridget, and certainly not you. Unaware that the Francesca now considered him a thorn in her side, the Blaine was pondering where to sell supplies. Supplies for 2,000 people. Indeed, it's best to seek help from a local kingpin. He thought of the big gold-toothed owner of the underground boxing arena. If he asked for help, perhaps there would be a way. Walking into the underground boxing arena, everything was as dirty and chaotic as before. Last time he came with Marty, and this time, coming alone, he noticed details he hadn't paid attention to before. He saw the mix of people. Many nobles who believed they were too superior to mingle with commoners wore masks and sat in VIP boxes to watch the fights. Their excited expressions indicated they had all placed significant bets. Oh my, isn't this Mr. Randy? What brings you here? No sooner had the Blaine entered than Bayard rushed over, sensing his presence. Bayard glanced around. Is your companion not here today? No, I'm here today to ask for your help. Help? You're joking, Mr. Randy. A small person like me, what could I do? Please just tell me what you need. Bayard flashed his signature false smile, his golden teeth gleaming under the light. The Blaine explained the matter with the supplies, and after hearing him out, Bayard looked hesitant. Well, Mr. Randy, I wish I could help, but as you know, times are tight right now. Asking for so many supplies is quite difficult, to be honest. The Blaine glanced at him, calmly stating, come on, just tell me what you want. Frankly, it's a pleasure talking to a straightforward person like you. Bayard grinned. Recently, other nearby arenas have been sending fighters to challenge us. Coincidentally, my champion boxer got sick. I suspect it's those beasts doing. This has cost me dearly. If it continues, we'll be out of business soon. So, I was thinking, you want me to fight for you? Hee hee. Bayard smiled without a word. All right, I'll do it. Wow, you are truly my savior. Let me arrange it for you. Come this way, please. Excited, Bayard led the Blaine to a luxurious preparation room, a privilege reserved only for the top fighters. I've arranged you for the next match. Is that okay? Doesn't matter. The Blaine put on the outfit prepared by Bayard, an extravagant design with large eye-catching color blocks, utterly hideous yet very popular in the underground scene. Suddenly remembering something, he called out to Bayard. Do you have any more requests? I want to place a bet. Is that all right? Bayard froze for a second, then chuckled. As long as you bet on yourself, you can place any amount. All right, help me place all the money from these 2 cards. The Blaine casually pulled out 2 black gold cards and tossed them to Bayard. On it. In the stands, spectators cheered wildly as a fighter in a black robe mercilessly pummeled Bayard's boxer, leaving him no chance to surrender. The black-robed fighter knocked him out cold, raised his arms triumphantly, and shouted, "Roar! Roar!" The crowd responded in unison. This black-robed fighter was their cash cow. Betting on him always ensured profits. The betting transformed into a money-making machine, driving everyone mad. Despite fewer people betting against him and his odds dropping, it couldn't stop the massive amounts wagered on him. Even at the lowest odds of 100 to 1, people still bet frenziedly on him, their enthusiasm uncontainable. Suddenly, the odds for the black-robed fighter on the magical crystal screen changed from 100 to 1 to 2 to 1. Before everyone could react, the odds dropped further to 1 to 2. Someone had placed a bet double the total amount wagered on him. This set off a frenzy. People speculated about who made such a big bet, while frantically placing more bets on the black-robed fighter. Wealthy nobles bet everything they had, while penniless commoners borrowed money or sought loans, even high-interest black loans. Bayard, seeing this, couldn't contain his joy. He opened lending channels, loaning money to desperate gamblers who cared little about interest rates in their excitement. Soon, the black-robed fighter's odds reverted to 3 to 1, creating the highest betting record in underground boxing history. Looking at the long string of numbers on the betting board, Bayard felt dizzy. Initially confident in Randy, he now felt a bit uncertain. Marty had said Randy was strong, but in what aspect? If Randy wasn't strong in combat, what would happen? Bayard slapped himself a few times. It was too late to think now. He could only trust Mr. Randy. Come on, Mr. Randy. My entire fortune rests on you. 3 new betting windows were opened, but the lines remain long. Hurry. Bet 50 silver coins on Duke. 2 gold coins on Duke. His next opponent seems to be a newcomer named Phil. What a dumb name. Ha ha ha, just look at that silly name. Winning against our Duke? Daydreaming. Those who bet on him must have lost their minds. I think they might have accidentally placed the wrong bet. Even a fool knows to bet on Duke. Amidst the laughter and mocking comments, the atmosphere was lively. Soon, the rested Duke re-entered the ring. As soon as he appeared, cheers erupted from the crowd. Even in a hostile venue, everyone supported Duke, who was their undefeated cash cow. With one hand, Duke triggered screams from the audience, then leaped gracefully onto the stage. Duke casually tossed his cloak into the audience, and immediately, the crowd went berserk, scrambling to grab the cloak he had just worn. The fragile cloak quickly tore into pieces, with those who managed to get fragments clutching them tightly, afraid of being robbed. Some inhaled deeply, smelling the cloak's remnants, only to faint dramatically, eyes rolling back in ecstasy. Nearby spectators, seeing their chance, snatched the fragments from the unconscious hands without hesitation. Duke sneered at the crowd below, relishing his status as the underground champion. Everyone was at his mercy. If he wanted, any woman in the audience would willingly offer herself to him, even fighting bloody battles for a mere meal with him. His entrance was nothing short of majestic. In stark contrast, the Blaine on the opposite side climbed up the stage using the ladder. Only the weakest cowards or first-time fighters did that. Duke cast a disdainful glance at the scrawny youth, wondering if he fell into both categories. His robes didn't even fit properly, suggesting that the boss couldn't find anyone else willing to fight, and had found a death-defying novice at the last minute. Deciding to be merciful, Duke thought about dispatching Angus in one swift blow, allowing him a painless departure. How kind of him. Third match, unbeaten Duke versus newcomer Phil. The announcer's words triggered uncontrollable laughter among the audience. Everyone believed it was desperation that drove Bayard to find such an inexperienced fighter. Could a mere rookie challenge the invincible Duke? It seemed today would witness another quick kill. As the announcer declared the start, to everyone's surprise, the newcomer actually bowed respectfully to Duke. Did I see that right? Why is the newbie bowing to Duke? Does he think Duke will let him off because of that? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Even Duke couldn't help but laugh. Kid, do you think I'll spare you just because you bowed? Don't be naive. You have no chance against me, even if I hold back. No, Angus stood upright. This is a gesture of respect for my hometown. Every opponent deserves respect, no matter how weak they are. Equality stands on the same platform. Don't waste time. Get lost back to your village. Before Angus could finish, Duke lunged forward with a swift right hook aimed directly at Angus's face. This punch was fast and powerful. Most opponents, even if prepared, couldn't dodge it. But this time, the punch missed. Casper, who was standing on the stage moments ago, vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Duke frowned. He hadn't seen Angus move at all, as if he had disappeared into thin air. The audience stared in disbelief. Up there, Duke, he's above you. Up there. Duke looked up but saw nothing except the dazzling magical crystal lamps hanging from the ceiling. Not up there, on top of your head. What, on my head? Confused, Duke was completely baffled. Clearly, his head was empty. You're so slow, can't you even feel it when they tell you? Suddenly, Angus's voice came from behind Duke. He spun around, but still, no one was there. Duke began to panic. Fooling around isn't going to help you. Come and fight me fair and square. Do you really want a direct confrontation? Suddenly, Angus's head appeared right above Duke's, looking down at him. Startled by the sudden appearance, Duke leaped backward, but Angus maintained a constant distance like a shadow. Duke swung a punch at Angus, who stood straight and effortlessly dodged. Only then did Duke realize Angus had been standing on his head the whole time. How was this possible? He hadn't felt Angus's presence at all. Was he weightless? Frustrated, Duke tried attacking again, but Angus remained unseen on his head. After several futile punches, he was exhausted, not even touching Angus's clothes. What are you doing? Dancing? Casper's voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the ring. Duke turned, realizing Angus had left his head, and he had been fighting thin air. You're mocking me. Duke roared furiously. I swear, I'll torture you to death with the cruelest methods. Facing Duke's threats, Angus calmly replied, with your skill level, that seems highly unlikely. Let's see about that. Duke stopped his frenzied attacks and started casting enhancement spells on himself. Duke is getting serious. That kid is done for. Despite the initial shock from Angus's strange tactics, the audience still believed these were minor tricks. Once Duke unleashed his full power, it would mean the end for Angus. Chapter 413. Leora's disappearance. Duke continuously cast various enhancement spells on himself, and his skin gradually turned black. This was the true reason he was called Duke, to strengthen his body to its utmost limit through these spells until his skin took on a deep purple-black hue. The Blaine didn't interrupt Duke, but simply watched him cast more and more spells upon himself. The momentum around Duke grew stronger by the minute, causing even the specially reinforced arena to tremble under his presence. Alright, let me show you my true power. At this moment, Duke's body had swollen several times over. Thick veins like black serpents writhed beneath his skin, each muscle bulging with explosive power. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Duke charged at the Blaine like an enraged bull. His massive fist, larger than the Blaine's head, seemed capable of smashing him into a pulp. However, the Blaine remained motionless, standing calmly as if he had already accepted his fate. That kid is scared stiff. He isn't even dodging. I bet he's so scared he wet his pants. How can a mere insect dare to challenge a mighty tiger? A sinister smile spread across Duke's rugged face, imagining the Blaine shattered into pieces by his fist. But soon, that smile froze. The Blaine's slender hand gently rested on Duke's wrist, and it felt as if his arm was stuck in mud, unable to move despite Duke's efforts. What did you do? Just as you see, I grabbed your wrist. That's all. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Duke pulled back desperately, but the Blaine's grip was like an immovable mountain, pinning his hand firmly in place. Don't you believe your own eyes? The Blaine released his hand, and Duke, losing balance from the sudden release, fell backward. Lying on the ground, Duke couldn't believe what just happened. Get up, Duke. Beat him. What are you doing? Duke, teach him a lesson. Spurred by the crowd's shouts, Duke leaped to his feet and kicked towards the Blaine. Duke's speed was unmatched among underground fighters. Unfortunately for him, he faced the wrong opponent. To the Blaine, Duke's speed was akin to a snail's crawl. With a slight sidestep, the Blaine grabbed Duke's leg, lifted, and tossed him out of the arena. Before Duke could react, he found himself plummeting towards the ground outside the ring. Falling out of the arena meant defeat. At the last second, Duke clung to the edge of the ring with all his might, holding on by the ropes. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a demonic figure approached him step by step. What are you going to do? I see you're struggling too much. Let me help set you free. The Blaine walked to Duke's hand and began prying his fingers open one by one. No. Duke's other hand desperately tried to grab onto the arena, but each time it was slapped away. Desperation grew as he felt the inevitable approach. Don't underestimate me. In a final burst of desperation, Duke used his remaining 2 fingers to fling himself upwards. But before he could land, the Blaine appeared before him like a phantom. Goodbye. With an innocent smile, the Blaine lightly kicked Duke's chest, sending him flying backward as if he had crashed into a mountain. Duke shattered 3 walls of the boxing gym before finally embedding himself in the 4th wall, stopping abruptly. The audience watched in disbelief. Everything happened so fast, they hardly had time to react. Duke lost. The once invincible underground king, the unbeaten legend, terrifying Duke, had lost to a newcomer, and in such an incomprehensible manner? Gabbers to react were cries of despair, spreading like wildfire through the crowd. Duke lost. My money. One wail triggered another, turning the entire audience into a chorus of lamentation. That's the money I saved for my wedding. What will I do if my family finds out? I just borrowed from loan sharks. Duke, repay my money. I mortgaged my house and my family. Duke, how could you lose? Gabbix, there must be a fix. Refund. Give me back my money. Chaos ensued, with some rushing to Duke's unconscious form, venting their anger on him. The once glorious underground emperor, Duke, met his end at the hands of the enraged crowd. Bayard had already made his escape with the money, predicting this outcome. Heh, I'm smart. Gambling dogs deserve nothing. Haha. He gingerly kissed his gold coin card, knowing this fortune equaled the wealth of a nobleman. With this, he could live extravagantly for the rest of his life. Where are you going? Out of town to lay low, of course. Stay here and wait for death? Mr. Randy, you're out too. The Blaine blocked Bayard's path, extending his hand. Bayard's face contorted miserably as he reluctantly transferred a significant portion of his gold coins to the Blaine's 2 black gold cards. Here, Mr. Randy, your winnings. The Blaine pocketed the card, satisfied, and patted Bayard on the shoulder. Excellent. Take care of the supplies. Don't think about running. I trust you won't be someone who takes the money and doesn't deliver. Facing the Blaine's demonic smile, Bayard managed only a grotesque grin. Of course not, Mr. Randy. You can count on me. Yes, good. Be proactive. I don't want to come looking for you, or things might get different. The Blaine vanished ghost-like, leaving Bayard sitting there, bitterly regretting ever seeking this man's help. Though most of the profits went to Randy, Bayard still gained significantly. 2 days later, he delivered the supplies for 2,000 people to the Blaine's residence. Mr. Randy, you really know how to make a guy sweat. Do you know how much effort it took to gather all this without alarming anyone? Cut the chatter. The Blaine shoved a gold coin card into Bayard's hand. Seeing the amount inside, Bayard beamed. Actually, serving Mr. Randy is no trouble at all? Scram. Yes, I'll scram. Bayard dashed off with the card. Sorry to have put you to so much expense. The older man patted the Blaine's shoulder, unsure how to thank him. Chapter 413. Leora's disappearance. Duke continuously cast various enhancement spells on himself, and his skin gradually turned black. This was the true reason for his name. By enhancing his body to its limits through magic, his skin took on a uniform purplish-black hue. Casper did not disturb Duke, but merely watched as he cast spell after spell on himself. Duke's aura grew increasingly formidable, causing even the specially reinforced arena to tremble under his influence. Alright, let me show you the real power of Lord Duke. At this moment, Duke's body had swollen several times its original size, with thick veins resembling black snakes writhing beneath his skin. Each muscle in his body bulged with explosive potential. With a powerful thrust from his legs, Duke charged straight at Angus like an enraged bull. His fist, larger than Angus's head, seemed capable of reducing him to a pile of mush with one blow. However, Angus did not flinch or dodge, standing still as if he had accepted his fate. That kid is scared stiff. He doesn't even try to avoid it. He must have wet his pants out of fear. How dare a mere insect compete against a mighty tiger? A sinister smile crept across Duke's fearsome face as he imagined crushing Angus into pieces with one punch. But soon, his smile froze. Casper's slender hand gently rested on Duke's wrist, and it felt as though his hand was stuck in mud, immobile no matter how much force he applied. What did you do? Just as you see, I caught your wrist, that's all. It's impossible. How can you have such strength? Duke pulled back with all his might, but Angus's grip was like a mountain, pinning his arm firmly in place. Do you not believe your own eyes? Casper released his hold, and Duke, who was still struggling, lost balance and fell backward. Lying on the ground, Duke could hardly believe what had just happened. Get up, Duke. Crush him. What are you doing? Duke, teach him a lesson. Spurred by the audience's shouts, Duke leaped up and kicked at Angus. His speed was unparalleled among underground fighters. Unfortunately, he had met his match. To Angus, Duke's speed was akin to a tortoise's crawl. With a slight sidestep, Angus grabbed Duke's leg and hurled him off the stage. Before Duke could react, he found himself hurtling toward the ground outside the ring. Falling off the stage meant defeat. At the last moment, Duke managed to grab the ropes at the edge of the stage, preventing his fall. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a demonic figure approached step by step. What are you going to do? I see you're having a tough time holding on. Let me help you. Casper walked over and started prying Duke's fingers loose one by one. No. Duke tried desperately to regain his footing on the stage, but each attempt was thwarted by Angus. Duke could only feel despair creeping over him. Don't underestimate me. In a burst of unprecedented strength born from despair, Duke used his remaining 2 fingers to hurl himself back onto the stage. But in the next second, Angus appeared before him like a ghost. Goodbye. With an innocent smile, Angus lightly kicked Duke in the chest. Instantly, Duke flew backward as if colliding with a mountain. He crashed through 3 walls of the boxing gym and finally came to a stop embedded in the 4th wall. The audience watched in shock as everything unfolded too quickly for them to react. Could the invincible underground king, Duke, have lost to a first-time fighter in such an incomprehensible manner? The first person to react let out a wail of anguish, mimicking the pain of the one who had been thrown. Duke lost? My money. This cry set off a chain reaction, and soon the entire audience was filled with lamentations. That was my dowry money. What will I do when my family finds out? I borrowed high-interest loans. Duke, pay me back. I mortgaged my house and my family. How could you lose, Duke? Cheating. There must be foul play. Refund my money. Give my money back. Chaos ensued, with some even seeking out the unconscious Duke to vent their anger on him. The once mighty underground emperor, Duke, met his end at the hands of an enraged crowd. Bayard had long fled with the money, having anticipated this outcome. I made the right choice. Those gamblers deserve to lose everything. Haha. Carefully pulling out the gold coin card from his pocket, Bayard kissed it twice. This money was equivalent to the entire fortune of a high-ranking noble. With this sum, he could live lavishly anywhere for the rest of his life. Where are you going? Of course, I'm leaving the city to lay low. Should I stay here to die? Mr. Randy, you're here too. Seeing Angus, Bayard paled as if he had seen a ghost. Casper blocked Bayard's path and extended his hand. Bayard's face twisted in anguish as he reluctantly transferred a significant portion of his gold coins to Randy's 2 black gold cards. Here, Mr. Randy, these are your winnings. Satisfied, Angus retracted his card and patted Bayard on the shoulder. Very good. Please handle the supplies as arranged. Don't think about running away. I trust you won't be the type to take money without fulfilling your part. Looking at Angus's devilish smile, Bayard could only manage a hideous grin. Of course not, Mr. Randy. Leave it to me. Well done. Take the initiative and don't wait for me to come looking for you, or things might get complicated. Casper vanished like a ghost, leaving Bayard regretting ever involving himself. Though most of the profits went to Randy, Bayard still made a considerable amount. 2 days later, he delivered enough supplies for 2,000 people to Angus's residence. Mr. Randy, it was quite a challenge to get these materials without alarming anyone. Stop babbling. Casper shoved a gold coin card into Bayard's hand. Seeing the amount on the card, Bayard's face lit up. Serving Mr. Randy is no trouble at all? Get lost. Yes. I'll leave right away. Bayard disappeared immediately, clutching the card tightly. Sorry to put you out like this. The older man patted Angus on the shoulder. He didn't know how to thank him anymore. The small act of kindness back then had led to such a significant reward, making the man feel deeply that his decision at that time was indeed cool. It's nothing much, Angus replied nonchalantly. Mr. Randy, the comrades in the capital should have received my notification as well. I didn't expect so many of them to have survived, and they've even developed many new members. It seems rebuilding the revolutionary army isn't just a dream anymore. Today, Yolzi seemed exceptionally happy, her rare smile blossoming brightly on her face. That's great. You look really beautiful when you smile. You don't need to always keep a straight face. Smile more often. Hearing Angus's compliment, Yolzi blushed and quickly withdrew her smile. Flattery. Have you said this to many girls? Not that many, Angus responded thoughtfully. 2 or 3 people. Is that a lot? Not really. Yolzi's eyes widened. You actually did say it to others. Cough, cough, cough. Jim and Aaron started coughing together. There are other people here. Be mindful of your words. What were you talking about? Yolzi glared at them, causing both Jim and Aaron to turn their heads away, too afraid to meet her gaze. Why hasn't Leora come yet? That girl is never late. Did something happen to her? Casper frowned, a sense of unease rising within him. Seeing Angus's concern, Yolzi tried to reassure him. Maybe she overslept. This is her first long trip. Maybe she was too excited to sleep last night. Casper nodded. I hope so. Let's wait for her a bit longer. In the basement of the Duke's mansion, the place was completely opposite to the opulence upstairs. Dark, damp, and filled with a nauseating stench. Rats larger than kittens scurried along the walls, their mouths hanging ominously with red. Grand Duke Daon held a whip, smiling at the frail girl tied to the chair. Yolto Leora, tell Jim why you saved that rebel. Are you working with him? Leora's face turned pale with fear. She answered shakily. I don't know any rebels. I only found him unconscious by the roadside and helped bandage his wounds. I gave him some food. Is that so? Yes. Daon leaned close to Leora, speaking softly. Jim hates lying children the most. For those who lie, Jim has some special punishments. With a sudden flick, the whip produced a loud crack, startling a scream from Leora. Tell me, daughter of Franz, is your sister Yolzi part of the rebels? Leora's pupils trembled under Daon's icy stare, unable to meet his eyes. I don't know. Really? I really don't know. Daon sighed lightly. It seems some children aren't very obedient. They need a little education. Turning around, he picked up a red-hot iron from the charcoal basin. Yolto Leora is so pretty, Jim doesn't want to scar her face. But tell the truth, is Yolzi a rebel? The iron was inches from Leora's face, its heat already burning her skin. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gritted her teeth. I don't know. Daon's eyes narrowed. Looks like you're not planning to tell the truth. He raised the iron. Just as he was about to strike, Adeline walked in. Jesse, the Emperor's envoy has arrived. Daon paused. An envoy? At this time? I don't know, but it seems to be about the Johnny. Daon frowned, placing the iron back into the fire. I understand. I'll go now. As he was about to leave, he turned back to Adeline. Franz isn't in the capital. This is our only chance to investigate Yolzi's group. Keep an eye on her. Make her talk even if it kills her. She's just a commoner. Yes. Noticing Adeline's exhausted expression, Daon softened. Adeline, take care of yourself. You've lost weight these past few days. He reached out to touch her face, but Adeline instinctively flinched. Jesse, the envoy is waiting in the parlor. Right, I remember. Don't forget what I told you. I will. Daon left the dungeon, instructing the guards at the door as he went. Once he was gone, only Leora and Adeline remained. Adeline, are you going to do the same to me? Leora looked at Adeline tearfully, feeling frightened by the coldness in her eyes. Facing Leora's question, Adeline said nothing, drawing her sword instead. The cold blade pressed against Leora's neck, a single inch away from slicing through her throat. Chapter 414. The Alia's magic. Adeline's wrist flicked, and a flash of sword light sliced through the air. The shackles on Rosu's body instantly snapped apart. Shocked, Rosu touched her neck. Quick, go find Mr. Randy. Adeline grabbed Rosu's hand and hurriedly walked out of the dungeon. As they reached the door, 2 guards stepped forward to block their way. Would you dare stop me? I'm sorry, Everly Adeline, but Honest has given orders. You can leave, but you cannot take anyone with you. The guard extended his arm in front of Adeline, showing no intention of budging. Gabine, thank you for understanding, Everly. Before the guard could breathe a sigh of relief, Adeline delivered a swift chop to his neck, and he immediately fainted. Even Rosu was startled by Adeline's decisiveness. Go. Adeline pulled Rosu, and they ran as fast as they could, dashing from the dungeon all the way to the garden. There's a back gate behind this garden. Laverneve through there, and remember, head straight for the academy without looking back. Adeline, what about you? I'll hold them off. Don't worry about me. Hurry, or they'll catch up. Adeline gave Rosu a gentle push. No, she won't be able to leave now. A familiar voice rang out from behind the garden gate. Adeline looked up in surprise to see Alia Bella standing there with a squad of knights waiting for them. Alia, why are you here? Hee Adeline, did you forget? We opened this little gate together once. I didn't want to attend class, so you took me through this gate, and we ran off to play in the streets. Jim Adrian punished you by not letting you have dinner for a week over that incident. The Francesca spoke nostalgically about their past, but she made no move to step aside. Please, Silvana, let the girl go. She's innocent. Adeline bowed respectfully, sincerely pleading with the Francesca. If it were only Adeline's request, I would certainly comply, the Francesca replied, causing Adeline to exhale in relief. But, the Francesca tone shifted. This girl is an accomplice of the rebels. I cannot watch you make mistake after mistake. The Francesca drew her slender rapier, pointing it at Rosu. Adeline, hand over that girl to me, and I will pretend nothing happened. I'll tell Jim Adrian that she escaped on her own and that you and I captured her. He will believe me. Silvana, please believe me. This girl is innocent. I beg you, let her go. Adeline spread her arms protectively in front of Rosu. She is guilty because I say she is. The Francesca snarled ferociously when Adeline did not comply. I am Aelia Bella Adrian. What I say goes. You must obey me. You swore under oath never to disobey my commands. Have you forgotten? Her words struck Adeline like lightning. She had never forgotten her vow, but recent events had left her increasingly uncertain about everything, especially whether what she had done was right. Adeline, have you forgotten our promise to always stay together? Have you forgotten? The Francesca voice softened, almost coaxing. We promised to achieve our dreams together. Have you forgotten? To make Adrian prosper. Our promise. The Francesca words seemed magical, making Adeline feel as if her existence was fading away. Everything around her began to blur, leaving only the Francesca voice echoing in her ears. Yes, our promise. We vowed to eliminate everything that obstructs Adrian and create a paradise for it. A paradise for Adrian? Exactly. I am Bella Adrian, and you are Adeline Adrian. We are Adrian. This paradise belongs to us. Our paradise. As the Francesca spoke, Adeline's body grew weak, and she slowly knelt to the ground. The Francesca cradled her like a loving mother, gently stroking her hair. In this paradise, everyone will live happily and carefree. Everyone will be so happy. So happy. Adeline's eyes glazed over with satisfaction, and a subtle smile crept onto her face. Yes, so happy. But someone wants to destroy this paradise. Who? Who is it? The rebels, said the Francesca. Look, one of them is right there. Following the Francesca finger, Adeline saw Roseau, who stood bewildered and helpless. Rebels must die. Adeline's gaze turned icy cold, as if Roseau were her mortal enemy. Not just her, but Randy too. He's also a rebel. Randy? Adeline's eyes flashed with confusion and struggle, but quickly hardened into resolve. They must all die. That's right. Go, Adeline, my good sister, my loyal dog. Kill them all. Adeline rose, gripping her sword tightly, and advanced toward the defenseless Roseau. Rebel, die. Adeline thrust her sword mercilessly at Roseau. Roseau barely managed to dodge the lethal blow, but the blade still pierced her shoulder. No, Adeline. Roseau screamed in pain, trying to stop Adeline, but Adeline's eyes were filled with relentless killing intent. Again, Adeline swung her sword. Roseau barely reacted in time, but 3 new wounds appeared on her body, punctured by Adeline's blade. She collapsed, blood gushing from her mouth and nose, both lungs pierced. Adeline, please no. With no expression, Adeline approached Roseau, raising her sword and driving it straight into Roseau's heart. Roseau's eyes widened in confusion and agony as life slipped away from her. Adeline continued her assault, each strike fueled by an unexplained fury until Roseau lay lifeless, her body soaked in dark red blood. Gabinally, the Francesca spoke. It's over, Adeline. Dawn has broken. The dream should end. Adeline snapped back to reality, staring at the blood-stained sword in her hands. Realizing Roseau was dead, she fell to the ground in shock. Roseau, how could this happen? Adeline, you did well. You protected me from this villain. The Francesca grasped Adeline's bloody hands without hesitation. Thank you, Adeline. If not for you, she might have killed me. The Francesca pretended to be terrified, as if Roseau had nearly succeeded in killing her. How could this happen? Seeing Adeline still murmuring, the Francesca frowned slightly. She had planted hatred towards Roseau in Adeline's mind. Why was she still reacting like this? It's all right, Adeline. You've done very well. Sleep now. The Francesca touched Adeline's forehead, and she immediately fell asleep. Bring Adeline Countess back to her room. Yes, Silvana. The Francesca waved her hand in disdain, wiping the blood from her hands with a handkerchief before casually tossing it onto Roseau's lifeless body. By the way, just throw this commoner's corpse into the lake behind to feed the fish. Back at the academy, Randy and the others were still waiting for Roseau. Suddenly, Randy felt the spiritual energy he had left on Roseau vanish. At that moment, he realized something was wrong. Something happened to Roseau. I have to find her. Without waiting for the others to respond, Randy rushed out of the room, mounted his flying carpet, and vanished into the sky in an instant. Soon, he located Roseau's position. Upon arriving, he found himself in a large expanse of water. Without hesitation, Randy dove into the water and quickly discovered Roseau submerged at the bottom. Randy swiftly brought Roseau to shore, filled with anger and self-reproach. He should have come earlier when he first sensed something was wrong. Randy examined Roseau's body. There was almost no intact part left, especially her heart, which had been stabbed multiple times and was completely shattered. Who did this? Despite his overwhelming anger, reason told him to save Roseau first. Fortunately, he had left a lifeline of spiritual energy within her. Now, that energy was maintaining her bodily functions in place of her destroyed heart. Thanks to Yolzi, Randy had gained considerable experience in repairing human hearts in this world. Though Roseau's heart was completely ruined, Randy's medical skills far surpassed those of this world, allowing him to restore her heart to its original form. Though there were still extensive cracks, Randy used his spiritual energy to temporarily seal them. After Randy's emergency treatment, Roseau actually opened her eyes weakly. Roseau, can you hear me? Mr. Randy? Roseau blinked slowly, then suddenly winced in pain. Don't get excited. You're out of immediate danger now. I'm sorry for coming too late. Who hurt you like this? Roseau opened her mouth, breathed twice, and coughed up a large amount of dark red blood. Once the blood was expelled, Roseau's complexion improved slightly. Adeline. Before she could finish, Roseau slumped over, losing consciousness again. Randy frowned. When he inspected the sword wounds on Roseau's body, he had already suspected it. But he hadn't expected Adeline to really attack Roseau. Could it be that, for her father and this country, she would even harm her own friends? Was she really such a cold-blooded person? Randy snapped his fingers, and his flying carpet wrapped around Roseau, heading smoothly towards their hut. Now, Randy needed to investigate the truth behind Adeline's actions. He would confront her directly to find out if there was a hidden reason, or if she had truly decided to sever ties with everyone. Inside the Duke's residence, Bella sat by Adeline's bedside. Adeline stared blankly at the ceiling, while the Francesca murmured softly in her ear. Suddenly, a knock came at the door, and a maid entered to whisper something to the Francesca. I see. You may leave. Yes, Silvana. The Francesca stood up, frowning as she said, So soon? Perfect, let's show you how much Adeline cares about me. Randy arrived at the Duke's residence near the small lake within a few breaths. Unlike last time, the residence was heavily patrolled this time. All guards were fully armed and stern-faced. Randy sensed something was off about the atmosphere in the Duke's residence. Many guards patrolled the entrance, but this did not concern Randy. He had no intention of entering through the front door. A window on the third-floor corridor was open. After confirming no one was around, Randy leaped in effortlessly. Yolka, a nimble wildcat, Randy landed silently without making a sound. The Duke's residence was enormous, spanning 7 floors with dozens of rooms on each floor. Won't someone get lost going to the bathroom at night? Only 3 people lived in the Adrian Duke's residence. Besides their 3 rooms, most of the other rooms housed the servants. Using his keen senses, Randy easily avoided all the servants and, guided by the contract between him and Adeline, reached Adeline's door. Just as he was about to knock, the door creaked open. Dressed in casual clothes, Adeline looked at Randy expressionlessly. Adeline, I need to ask you something. Coincidentally, I also need to speak with you. Come in. This was Randy's first time entering Adeline's room. Initially, he had imagined it to be very simple and practical. Unexpectedly, Adeline's room was adorned with various cute decorations. Even the curtains were a youthful pink color. Seemingly noticing Randy's surprise, Adeline explained, My father decorated it this way when I was young. I never changed it. Ah, I see. What brings you here today? Did you cause Roseu's injuries? Yes. Chapter 415. A minor punishment? Or a major warning? The Blaine furrowed his brows in confusion, asking, Why? There's no reason. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Adeline's tone was indifferent, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself. What do you mean by what you were supposed to do? Isn't Rosie our friend? Friend? I never considered a traitor who betrayed Evian to be my friend. What am I saying? A faint glint of killing intent flashed in Adeline's eyes, as though killing Rosie earlier had not quenched her thirst for revenge. Rosie isn't part of the rebel forces, you know that? So what if she isn't? She helped the rebel, and she's just an ordinary civilian. Killing her is nothing? No, that's not what I think at all. Adeline's heart raced with panic. She wanted to call out for Randy's help, but her body acted on its own, spouting words she didn't truly believe. Does a civilian's life mean no more than a pig or sheep to you? The Blaine narrowed his eyes, fury barely contained. Adeline gave a cold laugh. Of course there's a difference. You can eat pigs and sheep. What use are those civilians? They only waste food from the treasury, a bunch of worms gnawing at it. How can I say such things? They're people too, just like me. So this is really how you feel? All this time, I misjudged you. Randy, as a grand mage, will you speak for these commoners too? Or are you one of the so-called revolutionaries? As she spoke, Adeline drew her long sword and pointed it at Angus before her. What am I doing? Do you really need to ask? Clearly, you're no different from the other nobles here. Cold, narrow-minded, and full of yourself. You've disappointed me greatly. Upon hearing the Blaine's words, Adeline felt her heart breaking. Did you hear that, Adeline? This is how he sees you. You should have distanced yourself from him long ago. Only by my side can you find a true refuge. I would never talk about you like this. The Francesca's seductive voice echoed repeatedly in Adeline's ears, trying to drag her into an endless abyss. Adeline's consciousness became hazy once more. Even though she resisted with all her might, she could not withstand the Francesca's enchantment. Enough, Belli. Don't you see Adeline is about to cry? Suddenly, the Blaine flicked Adeline's forehead lightly, and a pink shadow was sent flying away. Instantly, Adeline felt her mind clear up unprecedentedly. The Blaine pulled Adeline, still dazed, and stood between her and the pink shadow. Why? How did you know it was me? The Blaine chuckled softly. Do you take me for a fool? Though Adeline isn't good at expressing herself, she's not the type to betray friends. But you, Silvana, I thought you were different from other nobles. How terribly wrong I was. Mr. Randy, so you knew? Adeline stared in surprise at the Blaine before her. Of course. Do you think I'm as dense as you, to be manipulated like a dog for so many years without realizing it? The Blaine tapped Adeline's forehead hard. Adeline held her forehead, filled with gratitude. So Mr. Randy has been watching over me all along. The pink shadow solidified, revealing Belli before them. She looked at the Blaine with a grim expression. Impossible. How could you see through my magic? Ha, the Blaine laughed softly. Your skills aren't even a fraction of my pet fox's abilities. Compared to her, you're no better than an infant. You'd better practice some more before embarrassing yourself again. Belli, infuriated by the Blaine's words, transformed back into a shadow and screamed as she lunged at the two. Stubborn to the end. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The Blaine slapped out a palm that seemed ordinary but terrified Belli. This single strike carried tenfold the spirit power she possessed. With just one hit, Belli was reduced to her original form. She fell to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Just as the Blaine was about to deliver the final blow, Adeline stopped him. Why, at this point, are you still protecting her? Even though Adeline knew Belli had controlled her through magic all these years, she couldn't bear to watch Belli die at the Blaine's hands. Sorry, Mr. Randy, but Her Highness grew up with me. I can't let you kill her. Besides, as a Francesca, I don't want you to become an enemy of the entire Evian kingdom because of me. The Blaine paused. Adeline was right. Becoming an enemy of Evian wasn't a wise decision, at least not now. Have the guts to kill me then. The injured Francesca screamed defiantly. Do you think I won't? If not for Adeline, you'd already be dead. Though he spared her life, the grudge between Rosie and Adeline couldn't be ignored. He wasn't the kind to leave a grudge unsettled. The Blaine smiled. Since you despise commoners so much, let's give you a taste of their life. He took out a clump of dark red mud from his storage space. Seeing the writhing mud, Alia belly felt an ominous chill. What are you going to do with that? You'll see soon enough. This lump of mud was discovered by the Blaine in the black market. It was ideal for creating puppets that, while lacking in strength, could almost mimic a living person perfectly. He tore off a piece of the mud, shaped it with a few twists, and formed a puppet. As he poured spiritual energy into it, the palm-sized puppet quickly grew to human size. Now, it's your turn. The Blaine placed his hand on Belly's head and, despite her struggles, pulled out a translucent shadow. Once removed, Belly's aura weakened considerably. Away with you. He shoved the shadow into the mud puppet, which twitched and transformed into a person eerily resembling Belly. Observing his work, the Blaine nodded satisfactorily. Done. What have you done? Nothing much, just split a portion of your soul into it. Now, your sensations should be connected. He scratched the puppet, causing Belly's face to contort in pain, as if he were scratching her directly. In the next few days, the connection between you and the puppet will grow stronger. Whatever happens to the puppet, you'll feel it as well. Naturally, you can also control its actions to some extent, especially when you sleep. The Blaine grinned wickedly. Soon enough, you'll understand the full effect. Seeing the Blaine hoist the puppet, Belly panicked. What are you going to do? I told you, let you experience a commoner's life. After explaining, the Blaine left the Duke's mansion with Adeline on a flying carpet. Through her connection with the puppet, Belly understood his plan. He dressed the puppet in civilian clothes and tossed it into the slums. Facing the puppet, the Blaine said, please note that due to the nature of the content provided, certain aspects have been toned down or altered to ensure a coherent narrative while respecting guidelines. Belly, you will now experience everything that happens to this doll. By the way, don't try to find her. I've set it up so that any attempt to locate the doll will result in self-harm. You won't be physically harmed, but imagine the feeling, hee. Enjoy it. With that said, the Blaine gave a devilish smile and left with Adeline on the flying carpet. No matter how much she roared, there was no response. Suddenly, several dirty, ragged beggars approached Belly's puppet in the vision. Look, there's a woman here. Really? Hey, don't come over here. Don't you dare come over here. Belly watched as the filthy faces drew closer, screaming helplessly. She couldn't control the puppet yet, only watch in horror as they neared. That, Mr. Randy, will Belly be okay? On the flying carpet, Adeline couldn't help but ask Angus. So, Everly Adeline is such a compassionate person? You're already worried about her? Casper smiled gently at Adeline. No. Adeline shyly turned her head away. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. This puppet might not be much for us, but among ordinary people, it's a fairly skilled fighter capable of protecting itself. I see. Adeline sighed in relief. I promised not to kill her, so I won't find roundabout ways to end her life. Plus, she is a Francesca. Maybe through this, she'll have a different perspective on commoners. A faint smile appeared on Adeline's face. Mr. Randy is also very kind-hearted. I'm not, don't make things up. You're blushing? No, I'm not. They chatted and laughed their way back to the academy. However, before landing, Angus sensed unusual presences around them. Be careful, someone is watching us. As he spoke, a pale green magic arrow shot towards his right eye. But Angus was prepared. An almost invisible magic barrier deflected the arrow effortlessly. Adeline's brows furrowed. This magic power is... Clap, clap, clap. Leland emerged from the bushes clapping his hands. Impressive, Mr. Randy. Even I wouldn't have dodged that arrow, yet you blocked it without even looking. Casper stared coldly at Leland, who remained calm under his gaze. Leland, what's the meaning of this? Mr. Randy, let's not mince words. Axel's daughter Yolzi is a high-ranking strategist in the rebel forces, isn't she? Leland's direct move indicated he had absolute proof. I don't know. Casper's expression remained unchanged. Proof or not, he needed strength to snatch someone from him. Mr. Randy, that's not interesting. Leland chuckled. I thought you were smart, but I might have overestimated you. Leland clapped again. Several squads of knights dragged out a group of bruised and battered prisoners. You must know who these people are, Leland smirked, confident that Yolzi wouldn't stand by idly with so many rebels held hostage. Seeing Leland's confidence, Angus also smiled. He crossed his arms, laughing lightly. Who they are has nothing to do with me. Leland froze but quickly realized this was bluffing. The rebels always preach brotherhood. If Yolzi showed indifference, how would it look to the public? Thus, he was still in an unbeatable position. Mr. Randy, will you just watch these rebels lose their heads? I said, whether they're rebels has nothing to do with me. Seeing Angus remain firm, Leland frowned and signaled the knights to place their swords against the prisoners' necks. Mr. Randy, think carefully. With one command, hundreds of rebel heads will roll. Leland shouted loudly, intending his words to reach Yolzi inside the building. But no movement came from the house. This unnerved Leland, so he added, do your rebel leaders treat their brothers like this? Silence persisted. Not even a window opened. Don't you care about these traitors' lives? Leland, don't waste your breath. They can't hear you. My house has soundproof wards. No matter how loud you shout, they won't hear you. Leland realized he was being toyed with by this youth, who found amusement in watching him. Randy, don't think I won't act. With that, he drew his sword and slashed at one prisoner's neck. Jesse, stop. Hashtag chapter 416. Resolve. Before Adeline could stop him, Gainer's sword had already swung down. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not happen. Gainer's sword plunged straight into the soil as if it had encountered nothing. Ah! This time, not only Gainer but even the sand particles were stunned. The prisoner who narrowly escaped was overwhelmed with joy and tears. It must be divine protection. Gainer refused to believe it, slashing his longsword several times at the prisoner, but each time it passed through him without a trace. Now, the unharmed prisoner laughed. Gainer, come on. Slash my neck. Come on. Gainer's nose flared in anger, and he knew instinctively that this had to be the meddling of that damned Randy. Randy, what have you done? The Blaine smiled slightly. Coming in here to arrest someone without investigating me thoroughly first. Should I say you're brave, or should I say you're foolish? With a snap of his fingers, a faint light barrier appeared within a few miles, enveloping the entire area. What is this? A curious knight near the barrier tapped it, only to discover it was virtually indestructible, even reflecting back attacks that harmed the attacker. What kind of magic is this? Gainer had never seen such a wide-ranging defensive spell before. Even a sage-level mage would find it challenging to cast such a large-scale spell. Magic? Your ignorance astounds me. This is called an array formation. Casper pulled out an array disc from his spatial pocket, casually manipulating it. A white light flashed, and the knights who moments ago had swords at the prisoners' throats now found themselves with swords pointed at them by the prisoners. Gainer's eyes nearly popped out of shock. What strange force was this? He didn't know that this was a high-level array formation from Dongyun Continent. Not even top-tier forces like Beast Spirit Sect would fully deploy such overspec arrays. Within this array, the one controlling the disc could do almost anything as they pleased. Even death required Angus's permission inside this formation. As long as the people within did not surpass the realm of the one who set up the array, they could only be mercilessly toyed with. This array was almost perfect in its use. However, everything has its flaws. This array's two drawbacks were its difficulty in setup, requiring extensive materials and time, and it being highly spirit energy consuming. Even several 9th rank experts on Dongyun Continent would struggle to maintain it for more than a day, but these disadvantages were negligible in this world, where the ambient spirit energy exceeded 90%. After securing his residence, Angus began setting up this array. It was only completed 2 days ago. Originally planning to leave, he felt a bit regretful about wasting this unused array, but then Gainer gave him the chance to use it. Demonic power. This must be demonic power. You are a demon's disciple. The hell you talk. Blame demons because you lack knowledge? Why don't you say it's divine power? Casper's retort left Gainer speechless. He had indeed never seen such power. He couldn't deny that Angus's bizarre ability frightened him. Gainer gritted his teeth, shouting defiantly. Randy, didn't you say you wouldn't meddle in Maximus's internal affairs? What are you doing now? Casper tilted his head, giving a half smile. Gainer, don't you think your argument sounds ridiculous? You've already acted against me. I spared you for your daughter's sake. Do you still have the nerve to accuse me? Casper's eyes narrowed, and a dense wave of killing intent instantly enveloped Gainer. It seems you refuse to see reason. Gainer rolled up his sleeves, revealing the magic tattoo on his forearm. Since his previous methods failed, he would resort to the most direct means. Mr. Randy, I have an impolite request. Adeline drew her long sword, standing in front of Angus. He understood she feared he might harm Gainer. Adeline, what are you doing? Are you betraying Maximus and opposing me? Gainer glared angrily at Adeline. Sorry, Jesse. I will never betray Maximus, not in this lifetime. I just want to find another way to save Maximus. Save Maximus? Gainer laughed bitterly. Maximus is prosperous and flourishing. Who needs saving? Those rebels are always trying to disrupt Maximus's peace. No, Jesse, you're wrong. They just want to live, that's all. Adeline removed her light armor bearing the Maximus family crest, her eyes firmly fixed on Gainer, unwavering in her resolve. This time, I fight for Maximus's people. Foolish. Once they chose rebellion, they ceased to be Maximus's citizens. Jesse, it appears you're the one refusing to see reason. Adeline shook her head gently. Maximus has never been just for the royal family and nobles. Every person born and raised in Maximus, regardless of wealth or status, is an indispensable treasure. If so, then convince me. Gainer's eyes turned icy cold, and he gestured 3 magic arrows towards Adeline's vital points without holding back, intending to take her life. Adeline tensed, knowing her father was deadly serious this time. And so was she. Her longsword flickered, deflecting Gainer's lethal attack with 3 quick strikes. Simultaneously, she advanced, knowing she couldn't win at long range. Naive. Have you forgotten who taught you swordsmanship? Gainer, undisturbed, drew his sword and clashed with Adeline. Both used the same sword techniques, but Gainer's were far more proficient. By comparison, Adeline's moves displayed youthful vigor. For a moment, the field was filled with flashing sword lights, each attacking and defending in turns. Gradually, Adeline fell behind. Under Gainer's flawless sword skills, she was reduced to mere defense. Lots of words, but just this much skill? Give up and come home. While Gainer moved with ease, Adeline was sweating profusely, but she did not give up. I refuse, Gainer. If Maximus continues to resist change, it will only rot. Adeline's sword suddenly rose sharply, catching Gainer off guard with this unexpected move. She seized this opportunity, switching to aggressive sword strikes targeting Gainer's weak points. Yet, Gainer was a seasoned veteran. Blocking Adeline's attack, his left hand shot out a pale green magic arrow. At such close range, Adeline would surely be seriously wounded if she didn't defend. Even Gainer assumed Adeline would retreat. But Adeline did not dodge or avoid, allowing her father's magic arrow to pierce her abdomen, using the momentum to quickly close the distance with Gainer. What? Jesse, this is my resolve. In expert combat, a single moment of misjudgment can decide many things. Before Gainer could react, Adeline's longsword was at his throat. Chapter 416. Resolve, continued. Adeline, at the cost of severe injuries, had put Gainer in check. Staring at the long sword against his throat, Gainer remained silent for a long time. After an extended silence, Gainer finally let out a deep sigh. Adeline, you really surprise me. Your growth and awakening make me proud. Jesse, but I still can't stand by and watch you betray Maximus. In an instant, Gainer's left hand shot out several magic arrows, pinning Adeline to a distant tree. Severely wounded, Adeline vomited a mouthful of blood. Haven't I always taught you never to let your guard down until the enemy is dead? You should have sealed my magic first instead of standing there foolishly listening to me. Gainer walked step by step towards Adeline, grabbed her hair, and coldly stared at her. My daughter, you've disappointed me. Both your so-called awakening and today's performance disappoint me. With one swift stroke of his sword, Gainer severed Adeline's tendons in her arms and legs. He was not as compassionate as Adeline. Anyone who stood against him would be treated as an enemy, no matter who they were. If a daughter makes a mistake, it is the father's duty to correct her. Holding Adeline by the hair, Gainer dragged her like a rag doll, leaving a bloody trail on the ground. As she was dragged along, Adeline suddenly spoke softly. But if a father makes a mistake, a daughter has the responsibility to correct him too. What? Gainer turned back, only to see Adeline dropping a pile of colorful magic stones. His pupils contracted instantly. Before he could react, those magic stones erupted with tremendous energy, lighting up the sky in a dazzling display of colors. The thunderous explosion echoed throughout the capital city. When the dust settled, Adeline was barely recognizable from the explosion, lying motionless on the ground, possibly dead. Gainer was also in bad shape. One side of his body was blown off, including limbs, while his back was nothing but a mess of flesh, and part of his other leg below the knee was missing. Lying pitifully on the ground, Gainer couldn't believe that Adeline would go this far. Ah, you two are both ruthless. Even the Blaine watching the spectacle felt uncomfortable seeing their miserable state. With a snap of his fingers, everything returned to normal in an instant. Adeline and Gainer reappeared uninjured, as if nothing had happened. Gainer was thoroughly stunned by the Blaine's feat, such a miracle, done so effortlessly. Sorry, Mr. Randy, troubling you. Adeline stood before the Blaine, apologetic. Since you prepared so many explosive magic stones, you should have used them from the start. Why did you save them for last to die together with him? Because he's your father, and you couldn't bring yourself to do it? The Blaine critiqued Adeline's battle with Gainer like a teacher scolding a student. Adeline stood there, head lowered, accepting his criticism. As for your sword skills, they were full of holes. If it were me, I could have taken you down in 3 moves. Never mind. Turning his gaze to Gainer, the Blaine asked, you fought and spoken your piece. Now I'm taking Adeline away. Any objections? Gainer opened his mouth but found no words to say. Your silence means you agree. The people you captured, I've already freed them on your behalf. No need to thank me. Hearing this, Gainer almost choked with rage. But despite his unwillingness, he had to admit he lost, and thoroughly so. Gainer knew clearly that this Blaine could leave whenever he wanted. He couldn't stop him. His attempts to argue were all because of Adeline. Watching the Blaine and his group leave, Gainer narrowed his eyes. You won this time, but next time, I won't be so lenient. Though witnessing the Blaine's strange powers, he wasn't desperate. He still had his trump card. No matter how bizarre the Blaine was, he wouldn't be able to resist the power awaiting him. I hope you don't return to the capital, or else I'll make you regret appearing before me. The Blaine and his companions left the capital without further incident. Those inside the house were completely unaware of what just happened outside. So, where are we heading now? Of course, to the southwestern border. The southwestern border? Adeline didn't know about the Southwest Revolutionary Army yet. What's wrong with you? Wait, aren't you that woman who chased us? Stupid. Why did you bring her along? The Shan stared fearfully at Adeline on the flying carpet. The last time he saw her was in South China, being pursued by her. Oh, you're still alive. What do you mean still alive? Last time, you almost killed me. Stupid. Did this woman join the Revolutionary Army? No, I'm just accompanying Mr. Randy. Scared me half to death. If you want to join the revolution, I'd oppose it first. Chapter 417, Cloud Whale. Adeline had initially felt a bit melancholic about leaving the capital, but her sadness gradually diminished as she joined in the lively chatter with everyone. The Blaine watched the chattering crowd, feeling somewhat nostalgic. He hadn't traveled far with friends like this for a long time. How long will we be flying? I walked from the southwestern border to the capital over a span of almost 2 months. The Shan recalled his grueling journey, each day feeling as though it was his last. But this magic carpet is incredibly fast, so I think we'll make it in no more than 3 days. Actually, the Shan still underestimated the speed of the Blaine's carpet. By nightfall on the first day, they had already covered nearly half the distance. Mr. Randy, should we rest? Flying must be tiring. Ella was as drowsy as a little chick, constantly nodding off where she sat, yet she didn't forget to show concern for the Blaine beside her. I'm fine, Angus patted Ella's head gently. The carpet pretty much flies itself. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you when we arrive. Despite being extremely sleepy, Ella shook her head. She wanted to stay awake with Mr. Randy. The Blaine smiled, making Ella sit next to him and leaning her head on his shoulder. Soon enough, Ella drifted into a deep sleep. It's really quiet. Adeline sat on the other side of the Blaine. Jillian and Aaron were still weak and had gone to bed early. The Shan, however, wasn't sleeping. He stared blankly at the starry sky overhead, lost in thought. Yes, it feels like we've entered another world. The magic carpet soared high above the clouds, with the full moon casting its pure light onto them, illuminating the vast expanse of cloud like a sea of white jade. I've never flown this high before. It's truly beautiful. Stars and clouds reflected in Adeline's eyes. Once, all she saw were war, slaughter, and glory. She had never viewed the world this way before, realizing just how beautiful it could be. From this vantage point, even human cities looked like grains of rice. What she once dedicated her life to seemed now so insignificant and trivial. No matter what world it is, there are countless beauties worth discovering. Compared to the entire universe, we are truly insignificant. The Blaine gazed up at the starry sky, wondering if his own world was among the stars he saw. Adeline turned to look at the side profile of the Blaine, opening her mouth to speak, but seeing the barely perceptible trace of loneliness on his face made her words catch in her throat. As he stared at the sky, the Blaine seemed to have noticed something. Before he could contemplate it, the Xuan, who had been lying down, suddenly yelled out, "Look, look, what is that?" His shout startled the others awake. They followed the direction of his finger. A boundless shadow slowly emerged from the clouds. So big. All of them stood agape, astounded by the enormity of the object. Using boundless to describe the massive white creature shaped like a whale wasn't an exaggeration at all. Had it not revealed itself, they would have assumed it was just another part of the cloud sea. Recalling a phrase from the Eastern Cloud's ancient book, Angus thought it described the creature perfectly. In the northern darkness there is a fish whose name is Kua. Its back stretches for who knows how many thousand miles. The Xuan, staring at it, muttered in shock, "What is this thing?" Everyone present shook their heads. None of them had ever seen such a colossal creature. Only Ella furrowed her brow thoughtfully. "I seem to have read about something like this. Hey, is that thing coming towards us?" Because it was so enormous, they couldn't accurately judge the distance between them. "It seems so. I remember." Ella slapped her forehead. "That's a cloud whale. According to ancient texts, a single breath from a cloud whale can swallow all the clouds above a country, and one gulp can devour an entire city." "Well, Ella, you might be a bit late with that info." Casper's voice trembled as the enormous creature opened its vast maw and lunged toward them. "Are you waiting for what? Run." "I am running. We're already at the carpet's top speed." The magic carpet's protective array glowed brightly, giving the passengers a burning sensation. But it was futile. The cloud whale was simply too large. With just one open and close of its mouth, it swallowed every cloud within a 100-mile radius. Suddenly enveloped in darkness, the group realized they had been swallowed by the whale. "This is the end. How unlucky can I get? Gabbinally alive out of the capital, and now I'm eaten by this thing." The Xuan grabbed his disheveled hair, losing his mind. Casper tried to console him. "Calm down. Let's think positively. Dying inside a cloud whale's belly is better than dying at the hands of the Imperial Army." "There's no difference." "There is," Adeline said coldly. "Most revolutionaries caught by the Imperial Army are tortured to death. Will we die?" Ella's voice quivered as she clung tightly to Angus's coat hem, seeking comfort. "Don't worry. We don't seem to be digested yet." Just in case, Angus activated the carpet's defensive array, although he doubted it would hold up against such a massive creature for even a second. "Wow, where are we?" Chaz woke up and suddenly noticed the strange environment. "You're awake? We've been swallowed." "What?" Casper recounted what had happened. Unexpectedly, Chaz burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha ha, impossible. You must be joking. A cloud whale wouldn't eat people. But we're inside its belly right now. Maybe you got sucked in while it yawned. Think about it. With a body that huge, how many people would it need to live off eating humans? Relax, when it yawns again, we can leave." "When will it yawn again?" "Who knows?" Chaz shrugged. "It could be months or years. Anyway, a nap would do us good. Who knows, we might wake up and find ourselves spit out." "You aren't serious." Casper rolled his eyes. At least knowing they weren't in immediate danger was good news. He relayed Chaz's words to the others. Initially relieved, they soon grew anxious. "We can wait, but what about our comrades at the southwestern border? Should we dig our way out?" "No, we're inside its belly. I dare not attack it carelessly. What if it didn't mean to harm us, but gets angry and starts digesting us? Then what? Are we really going to wait for years?" Casper shrugged. "Let's walk further inside and see if there's another exit." This time, it was Jillian who shook her head wildly. "We're in its belly. Don't tell me you want to exit from there? No way. I'd rather die here." Note: maintaining the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. The thought of what they might have to do made Jillian's skin crawl with goosebumps. If they really had to leave through the rear, she would probably die from mortification before they even got out. "Don't think so crudely." Haiyuliang flew to Jillian's shoulder and said, "Cloud whales survive by consuming the magic in the air. Its rear should be cleaner than your face. In fact, it's questionable whether such a semi-elemental creature even has a rear end." Jillian looked at Haiyuliang in surprise. "You, how can you talk?" Haiyuliang gave her an indifferent glance. "Human language isn't that complicated. I picked it up easily." Hey, what are you doing? Don't grab my tail." The Blaine scowled and grabbed Haiyuliang in his hand. "Why did you make me relay your words if you could speak for yourself? So what if I can talk? Just because I can doesn't mean I want to." Seeing the irritating expression on Haiyuliang's face, the Blaine twirled it around by its tail like a pinwheel. The others watched Haiyuliang's pitiful state and swallowed hard. They had never seen anyone treat their magical pet this way. Only Ella had a soft heart, pleading for Haiyuliang. "Mr. Randy, is the little lizard going to be alright?" "He'll be fine. This guy's tough as nails." "No, I don't think so." "No, you're fine." Seeing the smile on the Blaine's face, they all thought to themselves that they must never provoke this terrifying individual. Not until Haiyuliang was as limp as a cucumber left out for months did the Blaine stop. "This guy may ask for a beating, but he's right. We should go further inside to see if there's a way out. We don't want to wait here for months." "All right." Jillian nodded awkwardly, forcing herself not to think about it too much. They rode the magic carpet deeper into the cloud whale's belly. This thing is huge both outside and inside. If no one mentioned it, no one would have guessed they were inside a giant beast. As a semi-elemental creature, the cloud whale's internal structure was completely different from ordinary creatures. Now, The group was flying through a channel composed entirely of cloud-like mist. Flashes of light streaked through the white mist like meteors. These were highly concentrated streams of magic flowing throughout the cloud whale's body, providing energy. Ignoring everything else, this place is quite beautiful. The others nodded in agreement, admitting that the inside of the cloud whale was more wondrous and picturesque than some secret realms. Ella couldn't resist reaching out to touch the mist. It was soft and supple, far more substantial than regular clouds, feeling almost like touching animal fur. Suddenly, the cloud whale's interior began to shake. Startled, Ella quickly withdrew her hand. Is it angry? Not quite, the Blaine frowned. It seems to be in pain. What's happening? Trapped inside the cloud whale, they had no idea what was happening outside. Hyuliang touched the cloud whale's body seriously. It's likely unrelated to the outside world. Adult cloud whales have no natural enemies. Even all the dragons from Dragon Island together wouldn't be certain to defeat a cloud whale. Besides, no one would bother with something so pointless. There must be a problem inside it. Let's go further inside and see. The Blaine increased the speed of the carpet. As they ventured deeper, more astonishing sights appeared before them. What's that? It looks man-made. Hyuliang, using its dragon instincts, found a shiny object on the ground inside the cloud whale's body. They all looked at the crystal in Hyuliang's arms. It certainly looked like a crafted artifact. Aren't cloud whales supposed to stay high in the sky? Could it be that they really did swallow a city whole? It's possible. Let's go further. The Blaine slowed down the carpet, and they all stretched their necks to search for signs of human presence on the ground. Unfortunately, apart from the crystal, they found no other evidence of human activity. A few pieces of broken stones were discovered. Could that pendant have been left behind by another unfortunate soul like us? Possibly. Except for the crystal, we haven't found anything related to humans. Hold on, look at that. Everyone followed the direction the Blaine pointed, but all they saw was a white expanse. Only Hyuliang faintly noticed a small black dot. There's nothing. Wait, that might be a mountain? The Blaine accelerated, and as they moved forward, they finally saw what he meant. Damn! The Sean and Aaron couldn't help but curse simultaneously. This is too ridiculous. Before them stood a towering mountain range stretching endlessly, reaching into the clouds. Who would have thought there'd be mountains inside a cloud whale? To carry an entire mountain range while flying through the air, the power of this cloud whale is even more terrifying than we imagined. Suddenly, the Blaine had a thought. Chapter 418. Digging through the Divine Mountain. Guys, do you think it's possible that the owner of this pendant lives behind these mountains? Oh come on, stop guessing. Wouldn't we know if we just flew over to take a look? Camillo led the way and flew toward the mountaintop. But after just a couple of flaps, it suddenly seemed as if its wings lost control and it fell straight down from the sky. Gah, why is there a no-fly zone here? Fortunately, Camillo had tough skin. Otherwise, falling from such a height might have been the end of it. With Camillo scouting ahead, Angus got off the flying carpet early. So, even someone of my grand dragon stature can't fly here, said Camillo, who tried flapping its wings only to find that not only did the flight magic fail, but also its wings were useless at the foot of the mountain. Hold on, what did this lizard say? Is it claiming to be a dragon? The Sean stared in disbelief at Camillo, which was barely bigger than his palm. It was incredibly deceptive. Even though Camillo admitted it directly, the Sean still couldn't believe this little creature was a dragon. Not just the Sean, but Yolzi and Aaron also wore looks of curiosity. Do you want me to show you my true form? Don't joke around. Let's hurry up and get over the mountain. Casper picked up the small lizard and placed it on his shoulder. Ah, I never want to climb another mountain in my life. After climbing less than a fifth of the way, the Sean was already sitting on the ground, unwilling to move. Looking up at the summit that was still out of sight, he started having second thoughts. How about we go back? Why are you giving up so easily? Even Florence hasn't complained about being tired. Bull, the Dixie has been on your back all along. Why would she be tired? At the start of the climb, Florence was already too sleepy to keep her eyes open. Without a word, Angus carried her on his back where she now lay asleep. Why don't you carry me too, then? This time, even Adeline looked disdainfully at the Sean sprawled out on the ground, a behavior they had never seen before. Sure. To their surprise, Angus actually agreed. Forget it, I was just joking. Casper didn't joke. He glanced at Yolzi, who, despite saying nothing, clearly showed signs of fatigue as a mage. Casper unfurled the flying carpet with a flick. Come on, everyone. The higher we go, the harder it gets. At this rate, it'll take us another day to reach the top. All right. The Sean flipped himself onto the carpet. Yolzi hesitated for a moment before following suit. I'm fine, thanks. My body's pretty good. Aaron felt a bit embarrassed. He usually carried others, not the other way around. Cut the nonsense. Without waiting for any more chatter, Angus kicked him onto the carpet. Once everyone was aboard, Angus slung the carpet over his shoulders and sprinted toward the summit with incredible speed. The weight of 5 people was negligible to him. No matter how steep the path, his pace remained constant, stunning everyone except Adeline. In their minds, Randy was a strange mage who always used bizarre yet powerful magic. Even ordinary spells became odd in his hands. But who would have thought his physical strength was terrifying as well? What should have taken an entire day, Angus managed in less than an incense stick's burning time, all while carrying 5 people without breaking a sweat. Of course, he wouldn't break a sweat, because this body was merely a lifeless puppet. Look over there. There are people. After surmounting the steep mountain, the scenery on the other side was markedly different. Green hills, clear water, cities, villages. Except for the absence of the sun, moon, and blue sky, it was a perfect picture of human nature harmony. There are definitely people living here. I can see smoke rising from those villages. The Sean pointed excitedly to the nearby village at the foot of the mountain, though no one knew what he found so exciting. Yet Angus instinctively sensed something amiss, which Yolzi articulated. Why is there no smoke from the city? Casper understood. Indeed, All the villages were cooking, so why wasn't there any smoke from the city? Did people there not eat? What's the big deal? Maybe they finished eating earlier. A few exasperated glances were exchanged. Only he could come up with such an absurd explanation. Let's stop guessing and ask someone. Wait, Aya. Traveling downhill at Angus's speed gave them a thrilling freefall sensation. That was intense. Standing at the foot of the mountain, they panted heavily. If the path had been longer, their hearts might not have endured. Shua, there's someone. Following Angus's pointing finger, they saw a woman in short sleeves pushing a wheelbarrow full of rocks mixed with mud out of a cave. After unloading the rocks, she glanced towards the village, looking slightly panicked, muttered something to herself, and hurried off towards the village. Let's follow her. From a distance, they watched the woman run into the village, looking around and seeing no one noticing her. Just as she relaxed, a muscular man emerged from a house. Seeing him, the woman panicked again. The man noticed the dirt on her and frowned, scolding her. The woman lowered her head, letting him berate her. After more reprimands, she argued back, leading to a slap across her face. Falling to the ground, she was further insulted by the man before he returned indoors. What are they saying? I can't understand a word. Neither can I. Is this some dialect? They looked at each other, none understanding the language. Suddenly, Camillo spoke up. The man asked, everyone was working in the fields. Why weren't you? Were you digging holes in the mountain again? Your father is obsessed with flipping mountains, and you with digging holes. Both of you are crazy. The woman replied, you can criticize me, but not my father. He's a hero. Hero? He's insane. The other side of Divine Mountain is the domain of the sacred bird. Humans can't possibly cross it. Next time you dig holes, you won't get food. Everyone was surprised by Camillo's translation. Why can you understand them? Camillo proudly crossed its arms and said, hee, dragons inherit knowledge through bloodlines. These people speak ancient language from 1,000 years ago, quite different from yours. Human languages are unreliable. In just a millennium, they change so much. If you can understand, that's great. Casper grabbed the boastful Camillo and drew a strange symbol on its body. Now, translate. In the curious gazes of everyone, Angus drew similar symbols on the back of each person's hand. Alright, now we can hear what this guy hears. Is it really that magical? The Xian looked curiously at the strange symbol on his hand, doubting whether it would work. Yep, but we can only understand what it hears. Without it, we're out of luck. I protest. You're invading my privacy. Casper glanced at it. Protest overruled. You belong to me. You have no privacy around me. What should we do now? Just walk straight into the village? The Xian scratched his head, a bit confused. Yolzi frowned, observing the surroundings since they arrived. I think we should observe first. This place is odd. They speak a language from 1,000 years ago, which means they were swallowed by the cloud whale a millennium ago. Did they really live inside the whale's belly for 1,000 years? 1,000 years ago, Casper murmured, always feeling particularly sensitive about this time frame. Because the major events on Dongyun Continent mostly occurred 1,000 years ago, be it the fracture of the Tower of Heaven or the collective sacrifice of the gods in the heavenly realm. Let's try to approach that woman first. She seems to know something. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. When it comes to dealing with women, look no further than me. The Xian seemed eager. You guys stay here. Too many people might scare her. Casper gently woke Florence. Mr. Randy? Is it morning already? The Dixie was still a bit groggy. Not yet. I need your help with something. At the mention of needing her help, Florence immediately perked up. What do you need? Just say it. Casper explained his plan to Florence in brief. He had reasons for bringing Florence along. Gabbersley, as a Dixie, Florence could make the other party less wary. Additionally, Florence was a high-achieving history major from the Royal Academy, even hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the history department. In this secluded place that had been isolated like a utopia for who knows how long, Florence's knowledge became particularly valuable. Leave it to me. Florence clenched her fist, determined to assist Mr. Randy this time. Okay, Angus patted Florence on the head. Wait for me a moment. To everyone's astonishment, Angus began shrinking and soon transformed into a Grover roughly Florence's size. So cute. Noticing Yolzi and Adeline looking at him oddly, he quickly took Florence and headed towards the village. They stealthily approached the outskirts of the village. Florence touched the wooden walls of the houses and picked up a stone from the ground. Gabbined anything? Not yet, Florence shook her head. These buildings resemble structures common hundreds of years ago, but I can't pinpoint their origin yet. Got it. They continued towards the woman's house, easily identifiable among others. While other houses, though not fancy, were decent enough, the woman's house looked dilapidated, worse off even than Angus's small room. The roof had random holes patched up haphazardly with mud. Just outside the courtyard, they heard voices from inside. Did you go to the mountain again today? Yoeli, stop going there. How can you possibly dig through that divine mountain alone? Mom, I can't give up. Dad is out there waiting for us. My dear, so many years have passed. Your father sigh. No, Mom, Dad must have succeeded. I have to find him. If I can't climb over the divine mountain, I'll dig through it. When Bao grows up, we'll dig together. One day, we will succeed. Yoeli, I want to support you, but you must consider Bao too. He's just a child. The woman's mother sighed deeply. I'm old and useless, unable to work the fields anymore. The village chief told me if you don't join the field work, we won't get our share of food this month. The village chief. Yoeli, don't blame him. Harvests have been getting worse each year, and the village doesn't have much grain left. After a long silence, the woman finally sighed. I understand. Tomorrow, I'll go to the fields. After eavesdropping on the conversation, Angus could guess the gist of what was happening to the woman. Let's check out their fields first. With Camillo scouting ahead, they quickly reached the village's farmland. Unlike the lush, vibrant crops they imagined, these plants looked sickly, with small, wilted leaves and thin stems, lacking any sign of life. No wonder Yoeli's mother said the harvest worsen each year. It's clear they've put a lot of effort into these crops, yet they still look like this. Chapter 419, Human Sacrifice. The young Grover grabbed a handful of soil from the farmland and examined it. He couldn't help but frown. This soil not only lacked the unique vitality characteristic of Earth, but also emitted a faint aura of death. No wonder those crops had grown this way. It was surprising they could even grow on such land. Why has the soil here become like this? Could it be that Clonjing absorbed all the vitality from the soil? What are you doing over there? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly from behind them. The Grover dropped the soil and stood up, having been so engrossed in examining it that he didn't notice anyone approaching. Huh? Kids? Where are your parents? Didn't you know you shouldn't play in the fields? Seeing that it was just two children, the middle-aged farmer loosened his guard. Why aren't you answering? Where are your parents? The man walked closer and looked around but saw no one else. The Grover wanted to respond, but he didn't understand the local dialect at all. Suddenly, Kimura spoke up. Hello, Jim. We came to look for Sister Carly but got lost. The Grover stared at Kimura in surprise. She could speak this archaic language. Kimura smiled slightly and whispered, I took this language as an elective. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Bringing Kimura had been the right choice. To look for that to find Yolen, who knew her and Carly had relatives in another village. Come with me. Follow closely so you don't get lost again. The moment the man heard they were looking for Yolen, his expression changed slightly, but since they were kids, he held back any negative comments. Okay, thank you, Jim. On the way, the man started chatting with them. Are you relatives from Yolen's father's side or her mother's side? They exchanged glances. We're not sure. Dad didn't tell us before we came, just said to bring some things to Sister Carly. That makes sense. You must be relatives of Hildred then. Hildred? So Yolen's father is named Hildred. It's been a long time since we've seen Jim Hildred. How is he now? Your father didn't tell you? Well, you're young. That guy tried to climb God Mountain a few years ago and never returned. Probably won't come back. Ah, I see. Kimura feigned disappointment. Why did Jim Hildred want to climb God Mountain? Why else would anyone try to climb it? To meet Great Divine Bird, of course. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize he had said too much and quickly changed the subject. Why should kids ask about such things? It's adults' business. Here we are. This is Yolen's home. Petra, Yolen, you have relatives visiting? Hearing the man shout, Yolen pushed open the rickety door and stepped out. Relatives? We don't have any left. Huh? But they say they're looking for you and claim to be from your father's side. Realizing they were about to be exposed, Kimura interjected. Sister Carly, don't you remember me? We used to visit you when we were little. Yolen frowned, thinking hard. In her memory, she didn't recall meeting such beautiful children. Meanwhile, the Grover, unnoticed by the others, secretly took out a small bag of grain from his spatial pocket. Sister Carly, our dad sent us to deliver some grain to your family. Seeing the grain in the Grover's hands, Yolen was taken aback. Times were tough for everyone, and anyone willing to share their grain must be close relatives, especially given her own family's destitute state. They had no reason to lie. Had she really forgotten? Oh, please come in. Inside, the house was even more dilapidated than it appeared from the outside. 2 beds, a table, 2 benches, and a stove. That was all the room contained. On one bed lay a frail old woman and a child who looked no more than 3 or 4 years old. Yolen, who is it? Mom, it's relatives from Dad's side. They brought some grain. Relatives? Did Hildred have relatives in another village? Aunt Petra, do you remember us? We visited once with Dad when we were little. We haven't been in touch for many years, but my dad just heard about Jim Hildred recently. He was worried about you and your daughter, so he sent us to bring you some grain. Really? That's too kind of you. Times are tough. We can't accept your grain. Petra tried to get up, but Kimura quickly helped her. Don't worry, Aunt Petra. There's plenty at our place. Just us and Dad. Ah, these days, nobody has excess grain. Thank your father for us. My home is poor, and I have nothing to offer you in return. Don't mention it, Aunt Petra. Our family needs nothing. Your well-being means everything. Such kind children. If only Hildred were still here, our situation wouldn't be like this. Saying this, tears streamed down her cloudy eyes. Kimura felt pity for Petra, gently wiping away her tears and softly comforting her. Don't worry, Aunt Petra. Things will get better. Everything will improve. Yes, things will get better. You haven't eaten yet, right? Yolen, quickly prepare some noodles for the kids. Right away. While Yolen prepared the noodles, Kimura and the Grover chatted with Petra. I heard from villagers that Jim Hildred climbed God Mountain. Why did he do that? Ah, Petra sighed deeply. You're young, and these past years have been terrible. Everyone says Great Divine Bird is angry, punishing us by withdrawing its divine power from the land, making our crops weak. Year after year, the harvest gets worse. Despite all our sacrifices and prayers, nothing has appeased Great Divine Bird's anger. Hildred, stubborn as ever, decided to go to the other side of God Mountain to ask Great Divine Bird what wrongs we committed and why we deserve this punishment. He never returned. Within 2 years, after Bayer's birth, Yolen's husband passed away from lung disease, leaving just Yolen, Bayer, and me, a blind old woman with no use. With that, Petra sniffled. Years had passed, but thinking of her family's plight still made her feel the injustice of fate. Kimura and the Grover looked somber, unsure how to comfort this unfortunate woman. Trouble seeks the troubled most. The noodles are ready. Come eat. Yolen served 2 bowls of plain water noodles, blackened noodles floating with a few broken leaves. To entertain the children, Yolen even cooked the only egg they had, meant for Petra and Bayer's health, splitting it between the 2 bowls. The Grover lifted a forkful of noodles to his mouth. Tasteless, not even salted, just coarse flour and leaf flavors. No wonder Petra, though only in her 30s, looked like she was 50 or 60. Eating without salt for so long had caused edema, white hair, and affected her vision. Yet, This tasteless food was a luxury the family rarely indulged in. To honor Yolan's kindness, they pretended to enjoy every bite. Seeing their contentment, Yolan smiled warmly. It's late. Stay here tonight, and I'll take you back tomorrow. Lotus looked up at the white expanse of sky, which was beginning to grow dim, signaling that daytime was almost over and night was approaching. The Grover nodded at Kimura, having a few things he still needed to clarify. All right, then we'll trouble Sister Carly. No problem at all, not at all. This destitute household rarely received visitors throughout the year. Both Lotus and her mother genuinely felt happy to have the two youths visit. At night, within Clonjing's belly, it was pitch black. Lotus's family lay on one bed, breathing deeply, clearly asleep. However, the Grover tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He finally got up and quietly stepped outside. Moments later, Kimura also emerged. What's wrong? Can't you sleep either? Kimura nodded. Sister Carly's family is so pitiful. Is there any way we can help them? Kimura was kind-hearted. Her past wasn't much happier than that of Lotus's family, and the more she saw such suffering, the more she wanted to help those in need. I want to help too. There must be many people here like Sister Carly's family. If we want to help, we need to save everyone here. Everyone? Kimura was surprised. Her mindset wasn't as grand as the Grovers, but saving everyone would naturally be better. I've examined the soil here. It has nearly no life left, possibly absorbed by Clonjing. To save these people, either Clonjing spits everything out or we kill this creature. Kimura's eyes widened. Putting aside whether they could do it, killing an innocent giant that had lived for who knows how long was emotionally hard to accept. Of course, that would be the last resort. If possible, it's better to make it spit out everything. I also think this Clonjing isn't malicious. Otherwise, nothing here could have lasted this long. I agree. Just as they were about to return to sleep, a row of light spots seemed to be approaching from the direction of the distant city. The faint lights stood out in the pitch-black night. What is that? Gabberflies? No, those are people. With the Grover's keen vision, he could see clearly. They were a group of people dressed in dark red robes, one hand holding torches and the other gripping weapons on their waists. Seemingly responding to the Grover, the red-robed torchbearers quickly entered the village. They roughly kicked open every door, waking people from their sleep. The man who slapped Lotus during the day rushed out of his house, bowing humbly before the leader of the red-robed men. High Priest, what do you need at this hour? The leader wore an ornate bird head mask and pushed the village chief aside. The bird deity is angry again. It blames us for insufficient sacrifices. The Grover and Kimura hid nearby, listening. The priest spoke of the tremors Clonjing had produced shortly after their arrival. Hearing the priest's words, the village chief's expression changed. He hurriedly replied, High Priest, last time, we offered someone from our village. Why again this time? Don't argue. Your last offering displeased the bird deity. You dare defy the will of the bird deity? The priest glared. Despite his reluctance, the village chief couldn't argue when seeing the weapons on the red-robed men's waists. I'll choose this time's offering personally. Bring out all who qualify. With a wave of his hand, the red-robed men stormed into the houses, causing chaos. Soon, children from the village were being carried out. Bayer, my Bayer, let go of my Bayer. Mom. Lotus clung to the leg of a red-robed man, unwilling to let him take Bayer, but the frail Lotus couldn't match the strength of the red-robed man. He struck her face with a fist, making her bleed from the nose. Despite this, Lotus refused to let go. Please, just Bayer. Please, let me take Bayer's place. Petra shakily rose from her bed, kneeling before the red-robed man. However, the man showed no mercy. He drew his long knife and struck Lotus's head with the hilt. Lotus's vision went black as she fainted. Even unconscious, her hand remained tightly gripping the man's robe. Another vicious kick sent Lotus sprawling aside. Lotus! Her mother crawled over, clutching the unconscious Lotus and sobbing. Such scenes unfolded in every home with children. Crying children were brought before the priest for screening. Stop searching. How about us two siblings? The Grover and Kimura approached the priest. The priest looked up, seeing the two. His eyes lit up immediately. He had never seen such striking children. Offering them to the bird deity would certainly please it. Perfect. It's you two. Chapter 420. Holy City? The two volunteers drew the gazes of the surrounding villagers. The villagers who had children felt relieved while also feeling grateful to them. Under the villagers' watchful eyes, the two were tightly bound and thrown into a cage prepared by the red-robed individuals. The Blaine tried the ropes binding his hands. It was just ordinary hemp rope, even inferior in quality compared to what was sold on Avon Street. Natalie, are your hands hurting? Do you want me to loosen them a bit? Natalie shook her head. I'm fine, Mr. Randy. These people don't seem to have any special cultivation methods. I didn't sense any magic or exceptional strength from them. They all seem like ordinary people. Even that priest doesn't have any unique power. Casper nodded, but still felt something wasn't right. When we were on the mountain, we saw another city in this direction. We should be heading towards that city now. I'm puzzled. How could so many people in an entire city not have preserved magic? Is it possible that those who can use magic are rulers living in that city, supported by these non-magical commoners? In ancient times, such a thing did happen. People with magic considered themselves gods, ruling over the lower classes through violence and terror. We can't rule out that possibility. It seems we're almost there. Let's see once we get inside the city. Seated in the cage and carried by the red-robed individuals, they approached the city. Although the cage was uncomfortable, being carried wasn't bad. We've arrived. The Holy City. The group was close enough to the city now to see its original state. A decrepit wall, rusted gates, and flags hanging limply from the walls, faded by time. Despite its appearance as a deserted city, the red-robed priest called it the Holy City. As they approached the base of the Holy City, the expressions of the red-robed figures turned solemn. It was clear they genuinely regarded this ruin as a holy city. They slowed their pace, avoiding any noise for fear of disturbing the supreme existence within. In eerie silence, they walked up the steps outside the city walls, a path they traversed countless times. The material of the steps was different from the wall, clearly built later by believers. The red-robed priest opened the cage and dragged the two out. Uttering incomprehensible prayers, which even Natalie and Black and Bright couldn't understand. The priest finished and uncapped a small bottle filled with thick, crimson liquid, releasing a pungent smell of blood. The priest poured the liquid over their heads and bodies. Black and Bright discreetly tasted a little. It's chicken blood, not human blood. After pouring the blood, the red-robed priest recited more prayers, then pushed the two off the city wall. Natalie closed her eyes in fear as the ground approached. The Blaine no longer feigned helplessness. He broke free from the ropes, caught Natalie, and landed lightly on the ground. He looked up to find the red-robed figures weren't looking into the city. Even the priest had been focused on them, as if viewing the city directly was forbidden. How are you? Are you okay? The Blaine freed Natalie from the ropes and cleaned the blood from both their bodies using magic. I'm fine, thank you, Mr. Randy. Once inside the city, Natalie's demeanor changed. She explored various buildings and decorations, often taking notes. Watching her interest, the Blaine accompanied her without disturbing her, investigating the city together. What troubled him was how desolate the so-called holy city appeared inside. Collapsed houses and ruins were everywhere. They saw no signs of other sacrificial victims. Could they be hiding somewhere? Mr. Randy, I know what place this is. After half a day of searching and comparing, Natalie finally identified the swallowed city. This should be Commerce City, originally located on an island in the southeast corner of the continent. One day, the city and its island disappeared. Scholars thought the island was submerged by a tsunami, but it was actually swallowed by the cloud whale. What an astonishing discovery. Natalie wrote excitedly. This would secure her academic paper for the year. Did Commerce City have magicians? According to historical records, yes. Commerce City was controlled by two major magical families, and many in the city could use magic. The Blaine gazed into the distance. Do the records mention a creature, twice the height of a person, like a blob of mud with multiple mouths? A monster? Natalie checked her notes. There's nothing about it. You can write it down now because it's coming toward us. The Blaine lifted Natalie and leaped aside. Their former position was splattered with acid by the monster, turning solid stone into white foam, sizzling ominously. What is that thing? Natalie looked at the grotesque creature with disgust. It was too hideous. It resembled half-melted ice cream covered in mouths, eyes, and teeth. One glance was enough to put one off eating for months. I feel the power of the cloud whale from it. Maybe it's responsible for this city's condition. The Blaine skillfully dodged another acid attack and fired a fireball at the creature. Surprisingly, the test attack seemed to severely injure it. Emitting a painful roar, the creature fled deeper into the city. So, it's all show and no substance. Despite its looks, it's not very powerful. That's because Mr. Randy is too strong. Natalie watched the creature's retreat with lingering fear. That monster's magic is at least at the Great Mage level. If it were outside, a regular mercenary team would be corroded beyond recognition by that acid. All right. The Blaine accepted Natalie's praise graciously. Honestly, after so long in this world, the only person who made him use his full strength was Franz. That old man might be lax, but his terrifying magic and strange spells deserved serious consideration. Let's go deeper. I feel something more sinister caused this city's downfall. Walking along, they investigated abandoned houses. Inside a collapsed home, the Blaine found a faded portrait, revealing a family of three. A couple smiling warmly, with a child sleeping peacefully in their arms. Seeing this, Angus couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. This place had once been where a family lived happily, but some unknown misfortune had turned it into this. Natalie also saw the picture in Angus's hand, and couldn't help asking softly, Mr. Randy, do you think that monster was really created by the cloud whale? Why would it treat the people here like this? Casper fell silent for a moment. I don't know. Perhaps to it, humans are like ants on the ground. It grabs them on a whim, then torments and plays with them as it wishes. Or maybe that monster was unintentionally created by it, and human life is just too fragile, easily lost at the slightest carelessness. We still have too few clues. We can only guess. Let's find more evidence before jumping to conclusions. Okay, Natalie murmured, her mood low. When she had touched the cloud whale earlier, she distinctly felt a sense of peace and warmth. But knowing that the monster was its creation left a thorn in her heart. Noticing Natalie's depression, Angus tried to console her. Perhaps it has its reasons. It's too early to draw conclusions. They continued deeper into the city. Initially, they expected the entire city to be like what they had seen earlier, but as they ventured further, they found several intact buildings. Especially those strangely shaped towers, whose material was so solid that it surprised even Angus. Natalie used her pocket knife to scratch the surface of one of the towers, but the blade dulled without leaving any mark. Imagine, the residents of this city managed to create such sturdy materials inside the cloud whale's belly. Indeed, human creativity knows no bounds. With Angus's help, Natalie finally chipped off a thumb-sized fragment from the tower, carefully storing it in a bag, a significant discovery. Suddenly, Angus sensed several magical reactions. Shua, hide quickly, something is coming. He pulled Natalie into a nearby collapsed building. Soon, several monsters crawled toward the towers, becoming motionless upon reaching their base, waiting silently for something. What are they waiting for? Unknown. We should find out soon. Just as he finished speaking, the surroundings began to brighten. The day inside the cloud whale had arrived. As the brightness peaked, the mysterious towers lit up gradually. The monsters opened all their mouths simultaneously, absorbing energy escaping from the towers. Mr. Randy, look, that one over there. It looks like the one you injured earlier. Following Natalie's finger, Angus indeed saw that particular monster, bearing charred marks absent in others. As it absorbed energy, the burnt skin peeled off, revealing fresh new skin underneath. He could almost sense its relief. Suddenly, the towers started shutting down one by one. The monsters, previously enjoying their absorption, became agitated and violent, attacking everything around them. The towers, buildings, streets, and each other. The chaos persisted until, seemingly after releasing pent-up frustrations, the monsters slowly dispersed. Confirming that all monsters were gone, Angus and Natalie emerged from the rubble. Now I understand why so many houses in this city have collapsed. That was terrifying. Those monsters were truly scary. Natalie clung tightly to Angus, shaken by the monstrous battles. Don't worry, I'm here, Angus comforted, patting Natalie's head. I thought these monsters were mindless, but they clearly had purpose when absorbing energy from those towers. Now, I'm more curious about what kind of energy those towers contain and where it comes from. Casper had tried sensing the energy in the towers earlier but was too far away and distracted by the monsters. All he felt was a faint familiarity. Right. Natalie suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Randy, these towers look man-made. Why don't we check the city's historical records? They might have information about these structures. That makes sense, but where do we start looking in this vast city? It was a valid concern. The city was destroyed, and without a detailed map, it would be challenging to identify original structures from the ruins. Usually, libraries are built in convenient locations with quiet surroundings and foot traffic. Natalie sketched a top-down view of the city from the mountain based on memory, which was remarkably accurate after just one glance. So, I believe these three places have the highest probability of housing a library. This approach provided a clearer direction for their search. The sketch offered potential leads amidst the chaos, giving them hope to uncover the mysteries surrounding this peculiar holy city. Chapter 421. Sonia. There were more monsters in the city than they had imagined. The Grover observed that these creatures seemed to have their own territories, seldom leaving them except for the morning trips to the tower for energy distribution. The Grover deliberately attracted a monster's attention, making it chase him. However, when he reached another street, the monster did not follow but stood far off, hissing at him fiercely. These monsters are more disciplined than I thought, mused the Grover. The two sneaked through hidden paths and arrived at the first location Rosie had speculated. This doesn't seem like a library, Rosie said, somewhat disappointed. It's fine, we've come this far. Let's go in and take a look, the Grover replied. He pushed aside some fallen stone slabs at the entrance, revealing several large characters. The words here are a bit damaged. Let me see. This word should mean children, and next to it is school. Is this a school? Both were surprised to find themselves accidentally arriving at a school. Although the walls had collapsed, the buildings inside were surprisingly well preserved. Walking on broken stones, they reached the school building. The front gate was closed tightly. The Grover tried to push it open but couldn't budge it. He thought something inside might be blocking it. However, when he peeked through the gap, something inside startled him. It was an eye, staring straight at him. Uncertain if it belonged to a human, the Grover hesitated, as having eyes didn't exclusively mean being human in this city. Rosie, be careful. I'm going to break the door. With one kick, the slightly decayed door splintered into pieces. Arturoing inside, the Grover caught a fleeting shadow darting past the corner. That shadow moved fast, but compared to the Grover, it was nowhere near as quick. In no time, the Grover caught the figure trying to escape. A child? It was an 8 or 9-year-old kid who struggled wildly after being grabbed by the Grover. Yet, a child's physical resistance was negligible to him. Trying to ask questions, the Grover realized they couldn't understand each other. Just as the Grover pondered, Rosie's scream echoed from outside. Running out immediately, the Grover saw Hyuliang, the dragon now as big as a calf, confronting a twisted monster while protecting Rosie with its expanded wings. Hyuliang's mouth was aglow with intense dragon fire ready to unleash. No! Suddenly, the Grover shouted loudly, freeing himself from the Grover's grip and running in front of the monster, spreading his arms protectively. Startled, Hyuliang quickly retracted its dragon fire. Where did this kid come from? Yoltal brother, come back, it's dangerous. Rosie called anxiously, knowing how terrifying the monster was. Teacher Sonia isn't dangerous. The little Grover's eyes were red from tears, shouting. 2 twisted tentacles emerged from behind the Grover, wrapping around him gently rather than harming him. Big bully, don't hurt Teacher Sonia. From the school, a group of kids of various ages rushed out, attacking Hyuliang with fists and feet. Stop, stop, it tickles. Don't bite my tail. Don't pull my wings. Let me go. Though the kids were fierce, Hyuliang's thick hide remained unscathed. Exhausted, the kids couldn't even make it shed a single scale. Irritated by the kids' relentless attacks yet unwilling to harm them, Hyuliang shrank back into a small lizard, flying onto the Grover's shoulder. Kids, you mentioned Teacher Sonia. Do you mean that? Rosie pointed at the distorted monster. Examining closely, it indeed differed from the other monsters. Its eyes lacked madness and chaos, instead reflecting clarity and mild sorrow. Yes. All the children answered in unison. Hello? Rosie cautiously took a step forward. A woof. Sonia's response was more human-like, not a ferocious roar like other monsters. Can you understand what I'm saying? Woof, Sonia responded. Although Sonia's reply sounded indistinct, Rosie understood she was communicating. This discovery astonished both of them, finding a communicable monster. Ah. Feeling their lack of hostility, Sonia wriggled toward the school, gesturing for them to follow. Curious, they followed Sonia into a classroom. Inside lay a slate with crooked symbols and texts. Using a stick clumsily held by its tentacle, Sonia pointed to the text on the slate. You hello, I am Sonia. You from outside, come in? Rosie slowly deciphered the messages conveyed by Sonia. Yes, Rosie nodded. Excitement filled both sides as the duo finally learned what had happened in this city long ago through Sonia. Sonia laboriously recounted the story. Hundreds of years ago, this was just an ordinary city where people lived simple lives. Those towers had stood there since Sonia's birth. The towers daily emitted energy, refreshing everyone exposed to it all day long. People grew accustomed to it. But one night, the towers began to tremble unusually, awakening everyone with abnormal vibrations. To everyone's shock, the towers suddenly gushed out massive energy at midnight. Within moments, the entire city was engulfed. Initially, people weren't too concerned as this energy hadn't harmed anyone in all those years. Soon, though, things turned wrong. Some people's bodies started reacting strangely after absorbing too much energy. Gabbers, they became excessively excited, irritable, and angry. Then they started fighting in the streets under the influence of these unusual emotions. Before long, injured people were scattered everywhere. Those unaffected stayed indoors, afraid of the frenzied mob. However, it was only the beginning. The crazed people developed an uncontrollable craving for the energy, turning from merely fighting to hunting each other. Losers would be eaten by winners to satiate the energy craving. Overnight, the city turned into a ghost town. Those who devoured others underwent further mutations. As their energy increased, they gradually lost human form, transforming into grotesque beings. Sonia was originally a regular teacher. That night, while on duty alone at the school, she also inhaled the energy, soon noticing changes in her emotions. To avoid hurting the children in the school, Sonia locked herself away and used magic to fall into a deep sleep. When she awoke again, the entire city was overrun with deformed monsters. The children inside the school had also been massacred by the intruding monsters. In her grief and fury, Sonia killed the monsters that were feasting on the students' corpses. Heartbroken and despairing, Sonia chose to sleep again. If only I could be eaten by a monster while sleeping, she thought. When Sonia awoke again, it was countless years later. She walked out of the school to find the city turned into ruins. Over the years, the energy inside her body had accumulated, transforming her into a creature indistinguishable from those monsters. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Sonia felt as if the sky had fallen. She wanted to cast a spell to put herself into eternal slumber, but she no longer had the ability to use magic. Having lost everything, Sonia gave up on herself, living day after day in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, while aimlessly wandering through the ruins, Sonia found a dying child. It was then she realized that although the city gates had been sealed, people outside occasionally threw in one or two children every now and then. From that moment on, Sonia rediscovered her reason to live. She began rescuing the children, hunting for food, treating their injuries, and teaching them how to read and write. Initially, the rescued children were terrified by her appearance, but they eventually grew to love this teacher who was different yet kind and gentle. Hearing Sonia's story, both of them were filled with mixed emotions. Rosie wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't imagine how much courage Sonia needed to accept herself. Every girl loves beauty, yet Sonia watched herself transform into such an ugly monster. And even in such circumstances, she persisted in helping those children. What a strong and kind young woman. Rosie no longer cared about Sonia's appearance. She walked over and gave her a hug. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Woof. Sonia extended her tentacle and gently embraced Rosie. Seeing this, the Grover was moved. He never imagined the monsters he encountered were once humans. Considering the energy inside them, could the Clonjing have transformed humans like this? Why would it do such a thing? Mr. Randy, can you help Sister Sonia? Rosie looked at the Grover. In her heart, there was nothing the Grover couldn't accomplish, no matter how impossible the task seemed. The Grover looked serious, as this was a situation he'd never faced before. I'll try my best. He walked to Sonia. Everly Sonia, do you mind if I examine your body? Woof. Sonia shook her head. After so many years, she had long accepted her appearance. The Grover's offer to examine her rekindled the faintest hope within her. Sorry for the intrusion. The Grover placed his hand on Sonia's body. As soon as his spiritual power entered Sonia's body, he felt immense resistance. Chaos. Sonia's internal condition could only be described as chaotic. Her life force, former magical power, and the bizarre energy absorbed from Clonjing intertwined chaotically, like a tangled ball of yarn. Not only was the energy chaotic, but her bodily tissues were also disordered. Without the support of powerful energies, Sonia's body would have dissolved into a puddle of flesh long ago. Seeing the Grover's furrowed brow, Rosie's heart tightened. She regretted impulsively putting Mr. Randy in a difficult position. If Mr. Randy failed, Sonia's newly reignited hope would fade again, causing her even more pain. All because of her rashness. Sonia noticed Rosie's expression and gently stroked her head with her tentacle. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to her state. To have someone care so deeply for her was something she appreciated beyond words. Even if there was no solution, she would accept it gracefully. Sister Sonia, I'm sorry. Rosie burst into tears, and Sonia's eyes welled up too. Woof. Why are you crying on your own when I haven't even spoken yet? The Grover removed his hand from Sonia's body. Rosie lifted her head, looking at the Grover with hopeful eyes. The Grover smiled and nodded. Really? That's wonderful. Sister Sonia, you're going to be okay. Woof. The two embraced joyfully, tears of emotion filling their eyes. Especially for Sonia, despite her strength and bravery, she remained a girl at heart. Which girl would willingly become a hideous monster? Don't celebrate yet. The Grover interrupted them. While I have a way to return Sonia to her original form, it's not without risks. He explained the internal chaos in Sonia's body to them. To be clear, I can't guarantee success. Her internal condition is extremely complex. How confident is Mr. Randy in succeeding? Chapter 422. Present Nigellation in Dongyun. The Blaine pondered for a moment. Leora and Ming-Si both stared anxiously at the Blaine's face. Unless something goes wrong, it's 99%. What? Mr. Randy, you scared me to death. Leora lightly pounded on the Blaine's chest with her small fists. She had been utterly terrified. While the success rate is high, I don't have absolute confidence that it will succeed. So, ultimately, the decision lies with Everly Ming-Si. With a 99% success rate, there's nothing left to hesitate about, right, big sister Mengxi? Leora looked at Mengxi expectantly, but Mengxi hesitated. Ah. Mengxi wrote on the slate, asking the Blaine, if it fails, what will happen to me? You will die. The Blaine did not withhold any information because Mengxi had the right to know her possible future, even if there was only a 1% chance of that happening. So, maybe I shouldn't do it. Leora couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Mengxi. Why? Big sister Mengxi, don't you want to return to your original form? What about those children if I die? Leora froze. Even now, Mengxi's priority remained those children she had saved. Big sister Mengxi. Tears streamed down Leora's face once more. Rest assured, whether it succeeds or not, we will save you and the children. That is the purpose of our visit. Although the outside I refer to might be different from what you imagine. Well then, I have no reason to hesitate. Please, Mr. Randy. I'll take care of it. The Blaine nodded. Leora, please take Yoltal Yolzer to protect the children first. This will be over soon. Leora nodded obediently. Understood. Good luck, Mr. Randy. Are you ready? The Blaine placed his hand on Mengxi's body and communicated telepathically. After all these years, I am no longer afraid of death. If not for those children, I might have given up long ago. That's good. It might hurt a bit, so please bear with it. The Blaine guided the spiritual energy in the air, slowly sorting out the chaotic forces within Mengxi's body. For others, such precise control would be impossible, even for a law god. But for this genius from the Dongyun Continent, it was incredibly easy. The 99% success rate was still a conservative estimate by the Blaine. Quickly, as the internal forces were gradually sorted out, Mengxi's body started to change bit by bit. Her previously disordered bodily structures began to revert to their correct positions under the guidance of the internal forces. The pain of bone and flesh reshaping was unbearable for ordinary people, but Mengxi endured without uttering a single sound. To minimize her pain, the Blaine quickened his actions. Before long, Mengxi's body finally fully recovered. As the last thread of energy was smoothed out, a powerful aura erupted from Mengxi's body. Playing with the children in the courtyard, Leora turned around joyfully, looking towards the classroom. It's big sister Mengxi's aura. Mr. Randy succeeded. Not just Leora, but also other monsters in the city sensed this powerful aura. Mengxi's overwhelming power was an irresistible temptation to them. Those monsters, abandoning their territories, simultaneously rushed towards the school. Inside the classroom, Mengxi gazed in surprise at her hands. She hadn't seen them in years. Looking down, Mengxi blushed. The Blaine was still thinking. He had felt a familiar force faintly within Mengxi's body just moments ago. But when he tried to locate it again, that force had vanished into thin air. Mr. Randy? The Blaine opened his eyes, noticing that his hand was resting on a very maternal area. Instinctively, he rubbed it once more. Startled, the Blaine withdrew his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Mengxi shook her head, her face red. It's okay, I don't mind. But, Mr. Randy, could you help find me some clothes? Only then did the Blaine notice that Mengxi, having reverted from a monster back to a human, was completely naked. Sure. He pulled out a spare dress belonging to Jillian from his spatial storage, as hers was the only one suitable for Mengxi's figure. Thank you. Mengxi shyly took the dress from the Blaine. Unused for many years, her limbs moved clumsily now. The Blaine turned away, listening to the rustling behind him. As a normal man, he couldn't help but imagine things. Mr. Randy, I'm dressed now. The Blaine turned around, startled by Mengxi, now clothed. While her features weren't as delicate as the world-class beauties he knew, they were well-coordinated and charming. Moreover, Mengxi exuded a warm, tranquil aura like a nurturing older sister who had watched you grow up, making one feel compelled to get close. Would you like to see how you look now? The Blaine produced a full-length silver mirror from his spatial storage and placed it in front of Mengxi. Looking at her reflection, Mengxi was momentarily stunned. It had been so many years since she had seen herself. Mengxi smiled happily, yet a tear slid down her cheek at an inopportune time. However, it was a tear of joy. Do you need this? The Blaine offered a handkerchief to Mengxi. Ignoring the handkerchief, Mengxi threw herself into the Blaine's arms and cried aloud. After all these years, she had silently shed countless tears at night, and today, she could finally cry freely. Well, never mind. Embraced by a woman he had just met, the Blaine felt somewhat embarrassed but decided not to ruin the moment. After crying for a while, Mengxi finally stopped. Thinking of the previous sensation, the Blaine felt slightly awkward and changed the topic. Does this dress fit well? Alright, except it feels a bit tight here. The Blaine raised an eyebrow. Jillian's figure was among the most impressive he'd seen. Yet Mengxi found her dress a bit too snug. Thank you, Mr. Randy. I don't know how to thank you. No problem, it's my duty. We done talking yet? Hurry up and come out to help. There are too many of them. A magical array left by Heiyu Yolang, which was used for communication between him and Mengxi, suddenly sounded off. On the other side of the array, the occasional roars of monsters and explosions could be heard. Hang on, I'm coming over. Mr. Randy, I'm coming with you. Arriving in the courtyard, the two were shocked by the endless stream of monsters. Almost half the city's monsters had been drawn by Mengxi's recent aura. Heiyu Yolang had returned to its true form, using both front claws to fend off attacks while its pillar-like tail swept away swathes of monsters. But there were too many monsters, endlessly pouring in. Unskilled in combat, Leora supported a magic barrier, struggling to protect the children inside. Seeing Mengxi, the monsters sped up like sharks sensing blood. Yoltal Chaz, protect the children. Leave the monsters to me. Seeing the Blaine appear, Heiyu Yolang breathed a sigh of relief. Although the monsters couldn't harm it, it couldn't cover every angle, and any escapees could endanger the children. Chapter 423, Reunion and Turmoil. Chaz immediately flew to the children's side, folding its wings tightly around them and tucking in its head, protecting both itself and the kids perfectly. This series of movements was so fluid that even Leora, who had been standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. I'm all set, Chief. You can proceed now. The Blaine couldn't help but smile at Chaz's cowardly yet protective actions, but this suited him just fine. It aligned with his intentions. It's been a long time since I last used this move. Let's see if it still works here. Placing his hands together, he sensed the earth elements beneath the soil. Elements, heed my command, arise. The monsters running amok suddenly felt their feet start to shake. In the next second, the school grounds split down the middle, separating into two halves. Instinctively sensing danger, the monsters tried to turn and flee, but it was too late. Close. At the Blaine's command, the two halves of the land slammed together like a pair of hands slapping shut. The monsters on the ground were crushed like mosquitoes under a swat, corpses scattered everywhere. Ming Si, who had been preparing to help, could only widen her eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Could a human really do this? Is this Blaine truly a monster disguised as a human? Hearing the commotion, Ches poked its head out curiously. What it saw made it involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Indeed, our chief is formidable. When he subdued me back then, he wasn't using his full strength. Chaz imagined what would happen if that strike landed on it. While it wouldn't die, it would likely end up half dead. And seeing how nonchalant the chief looked, it was evident he still had more power in reserve. The Blaine glanced at the carnage and frowned. With a flip of his hand, the entire patch of ground turned over like a slice of bread, burying the monster remains underground. He finally nodded in satisfaction. This is better. The bloodshed earlier would not be good for the children's mental health. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Palace of the far northern region of Dongyun Continent, Riko's body lay preserved in a secure room. Over the past few months, several significant events had unfolded, but only two could be considered world-shaking. Gaberst, the five major forces laid aside their differences to jointly establish a Heavenly Dao Academy. This academy consolidated nearly all of the continent's top resources, widely recruiting talents from all walks of life without discrimination. Anyone with talent could join. As for the purpose behind this, it was linked to the second major event. Since Riko's sacrifice to drive away David Emperor, the connection between Dongyun Continent and the heaven-piercing pagoda became increasingly close. In as little as a month or as long as a year, Dongyun Continent would once again return to the embrace of the pagoda. The establishment of Heavenly Dao Academy was both preparation for this reunification and a measure to protect the continent's talents. Inside the room, Mayor carefully wiped Riko's body. Young Honest, when will you recover? Lord Jaylene, Everly Truman, Everly Aisha, and I are all waiting for you. Mayor sighed softly. Khalilch had happened among the people surrounding Riko during his coma. Suddenly, the door opened, and two people walked in. Recognizing the footsteps, Mayor's expression instantly turned solemn as she bowed deeply. Greetings, Sabrina, noble lady. The icy-cold Sabrina responded with a mere acknowledgement. Iris, upon seeing Mayor, smiled brightly despite the evident exhaustion on her face. Mayor, it's been a while. Long time no see, noble lady. Contrary to Iris's greeting, Mayor did not offer much warmth. Shouldn't noble lady be busy with wedding preparations instead of visiting young Honest? Mayor's icy tone left Iris's smile frozen. Well, Mayor, Sabrina, I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me. With that, Mayor bowed to the Sabrina and left without looking back. Iris watched Mayor's retreating figure, biting her lip but saying nothing. The Sabrina glanced at Iris. A few months ago, this girl had been arrogant and hot-tempered, not caring about anyone. Now, within just a few months, she was being openly ignored by Riko's maid and couldn't even utter a word in response. You could have explained yourself. Remarkably, the Sabrina actually offered a word of concern. Iris forced a bitter smile and shook her head. This was my choice. I don't blame her. I deserve it. The Sabrina studied her for a moment, but said nothing further. As usual, she meticulously examined Riko's body. Also as usual, no matter what the Sabrina did, Riko remained unresponsive, as though he were a living corpse. The Sabrina pricked her fingertip, dropping a drop of icy blue essence blood into Riko's mouth. No one understood why the Sabrina, who usually regarded others indifferently, went to such lengths to sustain Riko's life, even sacrificing her own vital essence blood. Under the Sabrina's tacit permission, Iris grabbed Riko's hand. Fool, Riko, please wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. I'm so tired. Can you help me, please? I beg you. Iris, who had been holding back until now, finally let the tears flow uncontrollably, like a dam breaking. Chapter 423. Inside the Yolbrary. Everly, it's time. We should leave now. Outside the door, a servant gently called out to Iris. It was time for them to return. The sedan chair of her father was still waiting outside. I know. Iris reluctantly released Riko's hand, her expression dim. Fool, I'm leaving. I don't know when I can visit you again next time. Perhaps she would never come again. She was getting married in 6 months. Let's go, Breckener. Iris, supported by the maid, took a lingering look back every few steps as she left. Just as she stepped out the door, she saw Alicia standing outside with a cold expression. Sorry, lady, there's no need for you to apologize to me. You have nothing to be sorry for. Iris looked gloomy and didn't respond. One of the girls could not bear it any longer. What kind of attitude is that? A blind servant dares to speak like that to our lady. Breckener. Iris stopped the maid, not letting her continue. Don't say anything more. Let's go. Jessie is waiting for us. The maid gave Alicia a resentful glare before following Iris away. You shouldn't treat her like that. You know that's not what she meant. The Sabrina received the ointment handed by Alicia and began drawing strange patterns on Riko's body. But I still feel unworthy for young master. He treats her like his own sister. Why did she have to marry? Before Alicia could finish, there was a faint elemental reaction from Riko's body. Both were momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Sabrina? I also sensed it. Hurry, fetch the recording crystal for me.
Yes.
Alicia dashed off, while the Sabrina made a hand sign, then tapped Rico's ice coffin, causing it to emit a faint glow. Though Alicia was already very fast, when she returned, she saw the elemental fluctuations from Rico's body had subsided. Sorry, Sabrina. My preparations were inadequate. Alicia felt extremely regretful. This was the first reaction from the young honest in months, yet because she wasn't quick enough, they missed it. Don't blame yourself. There were no signs this time. No one could have predicted it. If I could have been just a bit faster. Suddenly, as Alicia was berating herself, an intense earth elemental glow appeared around Rico. Alicia.
Yes.
This time, their reaction was swift. The recording crystal in Alicia's hands completely captured the brief elemental fluctuations from Rico's body. Order all Emils of Xuanhuan Sect to stop all missions immediately and return to the sect at once. Any disobedience will be punished by death. All the elders receiving this order were astonished. Although they didn't know what happened, they dared not delay. After all, this was the first emergency recall order issued by the Sabrina of Xuanhuan Sect in centuries. Although the council might grumble later, the Sabrina couldn't care less right now. Analyzing the coordinates on Rico's body was now the top priority. After all, this concerned her ultimate purpose in this world. Inside the holy city, Casper clenched his fists, discovering that although his current body was not an elemental form, he could still harness its power. This indicated that the elemental form was likely not as simple as imagined. Moreover, upon activating his abilities, he clearly felt a profound resonance with something closely linked to him somewhere in the universe. He speculated that this should be his body left on Dongyun Continent. Amazing, boss. That move was so cool. If only I could have 1/10 of your strength. Hei Yuliang, unusually, started flattering Angus. Casper glanced at him. Just spit it out. Don't make it so nauseating. Hee hee, boss. How about you call me Chihizi from now on? Hei Yuliang sounds too awful. All right. Casper nodded. Just as Hei Yuliang was about to celebrate, Angus continued, but I refuse. What? Ow. Hei Yuliang immediately lay down and started rolling around on the ground, but Angus barely glanced at him. After that blow, the children's eyes filled with admiration and longing for Angus. Randy, brother, you're so amazing. So strong, so cool. When can I be as powerful as you? Children surrounded Angus, chatting excitedly. To be as strong as me? That's almost impossible. After all, I'm the world's strongest. You'll just have to settle for second best. Casper patted a little Grover's head deeply, making him leap up in joy. Watching the lively children, Angus couldn't help but smile. These innocent kids had been used as sacrifices and tossed into this so-called holy city at such a young age. Fortunately, Meng Si was here. Otherwise, the outcome for these children would be unimaginable. Mr. Randy, thank you for saving the children. Meng Si walked up to Angus and bowed deeply. No, you saved these children. I didn't do much. Meng Si smiled without saying more. Mr. Randy, if you need any help, please let me know. I will spare no effort. There is indeed something we need your help with. Casper took out the map drawn by Sha Mei and handed it to Meng Si. You should be most familiar with this place. Do you know where Kamo City's historical records are stored? We want to find out what really happened here. If things went smoothly, Kamo City's historical records should still be in the library. That night everything happened so suddenly. No one would have taken the time to move them. Meng Si pointed to one of the circles on the map. This is where the former library stood. Now it's occupied by a very powerful monster. When I passed by, just sensing its aura made me shudder. Recalling that day, Meng Si still felt chills run down her spine. But perhaps it's not much for Mr. Randy. Casper looked at the location on the map, which was opposite to the school's position. However, Sha Mei's analysis was indeed accurate. We'll head to the library first. I'll leave Yoltal Crawler here. Though this guy's lazy, he's quite capable. If those monsters come again, he can protect you. Hei Yuliang pursed his lips but didn't object. Meng Si had seen Hei Yuliang's true form, a magnificent black dragon, which left a deep impression on her. Meng Si initially wanted to decline, but thinking of the children, she nodded straightforwardly. Mr. Randy, please be careful. Watching them leave, Meng Si clasped her hands together, silently praying for their safety. Yolith, thank you for bringing these two angels to me. Please keep them safe. From the school to the library was not far in a straight line, but considering the need to cross the city center teeming with monsters, Angus decided to take a slight detour. Though he feared no monsters, he didn't like being trailed by a group of disgusting creatures. Along the way, Sha Mei remained somewhat silent. What's wrong? You seem to be in low spirits. Sha Mei shook her head slightly. Mr. Randy, those monsters, weren't they originally humans? Hearing this, Angus understood. Earlier at the school, to protect the children, Sha Mei had also used magic to deal with two monsters. Casper stopped Sha Mei, gently pinching her cheek. Foolish girl, you don't need to feel burdened. Those monsters are different from Meng Si. Both their bodies and minds have already turned into those of complete monsters. They died on that night, and the monsters now are just creatures mutated from human corpses. No matter what they used to be, whether humans or something else, they're now nothing more than a group of man-eating beasts. You shouldn't feel sad for killing them. Sha Mei wiped her nose. She understood the logic, but still found it hard to get past this mental hurdle. Casper sighed softly. The Dixie was too pure and kind-hearted. Despite growing up in such an environment and being treated cruelly since childhood, she still felt sad for the humans who had become monsters. This kind heart, as clear as crystal, was something Angus knew he would never have in this life, and he did not wish for it to be tainted. After we help free them, let's pray for them. Sha Mei nodded. Though she sympathized with the transformed humans, she wouldn't hesitate if necessary. Cheer up, it's time for your favorite part, historical exploration. Just as they reached the entrance to the library, they felt an extremely powerful aura, far surpassing any ordinary monster by tens of times. Be careful, stay behind me. Casper cast a magic barrier around Sha Mei, and for extra protection, he put on the garment woven from ghost spirit spider silk. Only then did they cautiously enter the library. As soon as they stepped inside, Angus clearly sensed a hidden gaze watching him. The library, long neglected and mostly collapsed, offered numerous hiding spots suitable for ambushes. Caspar didn't dare be careless. If anything happened to Xianxia after her recent injuries, it would be disastrous. However, even as they walked further into the library, the monster remained silent. Suddenly, Angus noticed a Dixie in a white dress sitting motionless in a corner, engrossed in a book. Xianxia was also surprised. How could there still be someone here? But they weren't foolish. Anyone appearing in such a place couldn't be normal. Caspar tightly held Xianxia's hand, keeping his eyes on the girl while slowly moving around her from a distance. Facing an unknown enemy, the best strategy was to avoid confrontation. Upon successfully maneuvering out of the girl's line of sight, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was that the big monster Mengxi mentioned? I don't know. It seems she's not interested in us, which is better. Let's quickly find the historical records and leave. This place gives me a bad feeling. Xianxia nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Since entering the library, she felt uneasy, as if someone were watching her back. This library is pretty large. Where should we start looking for the records? Caspar looked up. Although much of the library had collapsed, its original grandeur was still evident. Generally, special books like historical records are kept in restricted areas, either on high floors or underground. But the upper levels have collapsed. Let's start with the underground. Alright, let's find a way down. They cautiously searched for a staircase leading underground while remaining alert for any monster attacks. There it is. Underneath a pile of rubble, Angus found a staircase leading down. However, the corridor, once lit by magic lamps, was now pitch black, like a giant mouth waiting to devour them. Caspar cast a lighting spell, creating a soft glowing orb that followed them, illuminating the dark passageway. At the moment they entered, the Dixie sitting in the corner suddenly turned her face away, staring directly toward the underground passage. In the next second, the girl appeared at the entrance of the underground passage, silently following them inside. Once she entered, the entrance vanished completely, as if it had never existed, leaving only a smooth floor where it once was. Unaware of these changes, Angus and Xianxia continued deeper into the tunnel. This passage is longer than expected, Angus said, holding Xianxia's hand. Indeed. This doesn't look like a regular library passage. It seems more like a cave. Right. And it's getting narrower. We could walk side by side earlier. Exactly. Suddenly, Angus sensed something amiss. Xianxia's hands were slender, but not this small. He realized the person behind him wasn't Xianxia at all. When did this happen? He hadn't sensed a thing, but Angus maintained his composure, continuing forward. Meanwhile, Xianxia was walking in an especially lavish underground passage, unaware of the impending danger. Hashtag chapter 424, tragedy. Mr. Randy, can we slow down a bit? You're walking so fast. Ever since entering the underground passage, Angus had been silent. Florence had attempted several times to stop and observe the engravings on the walls of the tunnel, but Angus never paused, dragging her forward relentlessly. Mr. Randy, I can't keep up. Can we rest for a moment? Florence was panting heavily after being dragged along for what felt like an eternity. Mr. Randy walked at an astonishing pace, each step covering considerable ground. Is Mr. Randy that tall? Suddenly, Angus in front of Florence stopped in his tracks. Gabinally, let me catch my breath, she gasped. But before she could even regain her composure, the head of Angus turned entirely around. When Florence saw Angus's face clearly, she screamed. The corners of his mouth were twisted into a grotesque, sinister smile. His eye sockets were empty, and dark red blood trickled down, leaving streaks on his pale face. Florence struggled desperately to free herself from Randy's grip, but the non-human hand clung tightly to her arm, making it impossible to break free. While Florence was attacked by the fake Randy, Angus wasn't faring any better. The icy hand in his grasp was starting to feel more like a venomous snake, coiling tighter around his arm. Rapid breathing echoed in his ears as the woman behind him climbed onto his shoulders, her cold breath licking at his earlobe like a serpent's tongue, sending chills down his spine. Florence, what are you doing? Caspar pretended not to know, asking aloud. I'm freezing, hold me. The woman's seductive voice was enticing, stirring emotions within any man who heard it. However, Angus merely smiled. So, this is it. Then I don't need to worry anymore. In one swift motion, he turned around to face the grotesque entity behind him. It was a woman with unnaturally elongated limbs and long black hair that completely covered her face, floating eerily in the air. Ambriator, look here, he shouted, and immediately a burst of light emanated from his chest, tearing the creature apart in an instant. Not only did the monster disintegrate, but everything around them was shattered by the force of the impact. When Angus opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the entrance to the basement. Florence stood beside him, her eyes shut tightly as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. Behind them, the Dixie in the white dress lay on the ground, blood streaming from her orifices. Florence, wake up. Caspar placed a hand on Florence's forehead, gently using a cool energy to rouse her from her nightmare. Florence slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Angus, screamed again and stumbled backward. Be careful. Caspar caught Florence around the waist, preventing her from falling. Mr. Randy, where are we? It's okay. That thing was causing all this. He pointed to the lifeless girl on the ground. This monster isn't like the others. Its mental power is much stronger, pulling us into nightmares. And this one, he tugged at the girl's dress. It wouldn't budge. It was as if it had grown out of her body, like an outer layer of skin. She only looks human. She's a creation of the library monster. I checked, there are no organs inside her. It's all powered by that creature. I see. Despite knowing it was the monster's doing, Florence still looked pale from the fear of the nightmare. Are you okay? Should we rest for a bit? Seeing Florence's ashen face, Angus asked with concern. She shook her head. We should find Xianxia and leave. I have a feeling that thing is still watching us from somewhere. Don't worry, I injured it. It won't bother us anytime soon. Although he said this, Florence insisted they not stay. They continued down the corridor. This time, the environment seemed more normal. The stone slabs on the walls were weathered and peeling, leaving shards scattered on the ground. The hallway wasn't long, ending at a thick iron door. After centuries, the once sturdy door was now barely holding together. A gentle tap from Angus sent the door crumbling into rusted pieces. A murky cloud of gas billowed out, and Angus waved it away. Fortunately, there were no toxins in the gas. The room had simply been sealed too long. Inside, everything looked just as it had hundreds of years ago. Mr. Randy, over there? Following Florence's finger, Angus saw a skeleton lying against the wall. Next to it were a nearly rusted pen and a fragile diary. He committed suicide, Angus observed after examining the remains. There are slight signs of mutation on his body. He must have realized he was changing and chose to end it before becoming a monster. As Angus examined the skeleton, Florence put on gloves and carefully picked up the diary. Specializing in restoring and deciphering old texts, she meticulously sliced through the pages with a sharp knife to prevent irregular damage. She then applied a special solution, letting it dry before beginning to read. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. What does the diary say? Casper leaned in, curious, but couldn't recognize the writing. Sorry, Mr. Randy. The content of the diary is too shocking. I think I should check with Xianxia first before explaining. Okay. Florence wasn't trying to be mysterious. The contents were just too unbelievable, requiring verification against Xianxia. Sure, I've already found Xianxia, though it's different from what I expected. He pointed to another room filled with large and small black stone tablets. Despite centuries of wear, the engravings remained as fresh as the day they were carved. Never thought they'd inscribe history on stone, but these are indeed more reliable than paper. Florence eagerly began deciphering and recording the inscriptions. Time passed and finally, she finished with the last tablet. She stood up, fatigue in her eyes, but also a complex expression. Mr. Randy, we've been wrong from the start. The ones who turned humans into what they are now weren't the cloud whales, but humans themselves. Under Angus's astonished gaze, Florence began recounting the events that transpired in this city. Over 1,000 years ago, the history of Como City mentioned the cloud whale. Kind, gentle, always observing us like we were tiny creatures. But suddenly, the cloud whale's temperament changed. It devoured Como City, several surrounding villages, and the mountains. Hashtag chapter 425. The tragedy unfolds. That day, we didn't know why the cloud whale suddenly went mad. After a whirl of chaos, we found ourselves inside its belly. At that time, the people had no idea why the cloud whale acted this way. They thought perhaps their actions had angered it, so they kept apologizing and begging the cloud whale to release them. But the cloud whale gave no response. With no other choice, the people were forced to adapt to life inside the cloud whale's belly. There are no seasons here, no day or night. When the cloud whale wakes, it's daytime. When it sleeps, it's nighttime. Fortunately, the temperature is suitable, and there's even regular rainfall. Initially, people were uncomfortable, but eventually, they found life here even more comfortable than outside. Since resistance was futile, they decided to enjoy it. For quite a while, people lived comfortably inside the cloud whale's belly. Until several years later, a mysterious illness began spreading among them, causing mass deaths. This disease was like nothing we'd ever seen before. People would feel unbearably hot, their bodies swelling. This condition lasted about 3 days before the patients would fall into a coma and die. Strangely, the more powerful one's magic, the worse the symptoms. The people living inside the cloud whale began feeling uneasy. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. In just a few months, the human population decreased by 2/3. Those who survived blamed the illness on the cloud whale, believing it intended to destroy those within its belly. They attempted to break out of the cloud whale's body but couldn't even breach the barrier it had left around the mountains. Just as despair set in, a milky white rain suddenly fell inside the cloud whale. This was an unexpected downpour, very uncommon inside the cloud whale. Strangely, this milky white rain seemed to have miraculous power. Not only did it make people feel refreshed, but it also revived those who were nearly dead from the strange illness. At first, people believed this was a gift from the gods, pitying these poor souls swallowed by the cloud whale. Kalilch later, a mage discovered that this power was exceptionally abundant inside the cloud whale. More importantly, this power could not only heal diseases but also extend human lifespan. This discovery drove everyone in Como City into madness. Who could resist the allure of immortality? Soon, extracting this power became a common goal for all mages. Eventually, a young genius mage invented a magical array capable of extracting this energy. This was a small step for Como City, but a giant leap for humanity. The mage who successfully extracted the energy became an overnight sensation in Como City. The two major families extended olive branches to him, both wanting exclusive access to this eternal power. However, this young mage had grander ambitions. No one knew how he managed it, but he persuaded the two families to use their resources to build numerous magic towers in Como City. These towers allowed them to extract vast amounts of this energy and spread it throughout the city. From the day the magic towers were completed, Como City took its first solid step toward eternal existence. Here, Xianxia's records ended. Casper had already guessed that the power recorded on the stone tablets was likely the cause of human mutation. Now comes the part recorded in the diary. New calendar year 451. Mage Tim plans to grant immortality to all residents of Como City within 50 years. This is insane and thrilling. Mage Tim is absolutely the greatest mage in human history, with no exceptions. New calendar year 455. Someone is opposing Mage Tim? How can they not understand? Isn't immortality every human's dream? New calendar year 465. Is that power really the cloud whale's life force? But so what if it is? The cloud whale has harmed us and kept us captive in its belly, stripping us of our freedom. This is the price it must pay. New calendar year 480. I heard the cloud whale's cries again today. Is what we're doing really right? But Mage Tim says that from tomorrow, we'll never hear its cries again. So, everything should be fine, right? New calendar year 490. Great Mage Tim has gone mad. Completely mad. He's killing the cloud whale. We can't do this. We must stop him. But the two families continue to support his crazy plan. Is there really no turning back? New calendar year 501. It's over. Everything is over. Everyone will die. This is the punishment from the goddess. Everyone deserves it. After hearing Florence's account, Angus fell silent. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Indeed, as he suspected, all of this was another tragedy caused by human greed. Chapter 425. Punishment. The tragedy in Como City happened because the people here coveted the benefits brought by the clone whale's vitality, and no one stood up to stop it. The Grover didn't believe that the magician named Dawson, as mentioned in the diary, was unaware of the nature of the energy he had been studying. He just deliberately kept quiet, perhaps knowing well what it was. But after enjoying the advantages bestowed by the clone whale's vitality, the people chose to turn a blind eye and be bystanders. Mr. Randy, what should we do? I want to talk to the clone whale. The Grover's gaze shifted into the distance, as if it could penetrate the barriers and look at the enormous creature. In this diary, it is written that the magician named Dawson sealed the clone whale's voice, preventing it from wailing. That's why we haven't heard its voice. So I will now go to remove this seal, have a proper conversation with it, and ask why it swallowed Como City whole back then. The Grover emerged from the basement with Kimura, clearly feeling that the monster lurking in the library was watching him in hiding. Why are you guarding here? Is it due to remorse, or for some other reason? Kimura turned around, puzzled, upon hearing the Grover's voice. Mr. Randy, what did you just say? No, nothing. Let's go. The Grover shook his head and left the library with Kimura. After they departed, a far more colossal and twisted monster than the others quietly appeared in the shadows of the building, looking at the two leaving with a complicated expression. Mr. Randy, neither the historical records nor the diary mention where the sealing array is. Where should we look for it? It's not that complicated. We've already found it. Kimura tilted her head. Found it? Where? How do I not know? The Grover took out the hand-drawn map made by Kimura, marked all the tall tower locations on it, and then connected these towers with a pin. Now, do you see it? This is a magic array. Kimura stared in amazement at the complex magic array on the map, where each tower was a magical node. To seal a giant like the clone whale using human strength would be almost impossible. Therefore, the magician named Dawson utilized this method, harnessing the clone whale's own power to seal itself. It must be admitted that this magician had great talent in this field, but it was used wrongly. Ultimately, it brought such great disaster. So are we going to destroy all these towers? No need for that hassle. We only need to destroy a few key nodes. The Grover pointed to a few locations. 2 of these nodes are especially crucial, so much so that the entire city's magic array revolves around them. Can you guess where these places are? Kimura, being an intelligent child, quickly guessed once the Grover gave her a hint. These are the locations of the 2 major families. That's right, the Grover nodded approvingly. As the actual rulers of Como City and the supporters behind Magician Dawson, they must have benefited the most. Destroying these core nodes will naturally cripple the entire magic array. Well then, let's hurry. Not we, but I. The Grover stood up and spoke to the surprised Kimura. As the place richest in clone whale vitality, the monsters inside are far more formidable than those outside. It would be too dangerous for you. I'm not afraid of danger. I can definitely help you. Looking at Kimura's stubborn little face, the Grover smiled and gently patted her head. You don't have to follow me to help me. I have a very important task for you to undertake. What is it? I think it won't take long for everything here to be resolved, and everyone may have to leave. I believe most people will support this, but there will always be some who don't. I need you and Ambria to persuade the villagers outside to bring along those children. Can you do it? After listening to the Grover, Kimura nodded forcefully. Rest assured, Mr. Randy, I will do it. I trust you. However, you might encounter some obstacles. Remember, there's no need to be soft-hearted with some people. Understand? Kimura nodded seriously, knowing exactly who the Grover was referring to. For years, they have exploited people's fear of the unknown, causing countless families to break apart. Facing such people, Kimura wouldn't be soft-hearted. They weren't worth pitying. Go, and protect the children with the baby dragon. The Grover handed the flying carpet to Kimura and headed towards the ruins of the 2 major families. In a corner of Como City stood an unusually luxurious cluster of buildings, once home to one of the 2 families controlling the city's destiny. Now, however, the houses were crumbling, gardens ruined, and even the owners' names forgotten. People craving immortality end up not even remaining human. Isn't that ironic? The moment the Grover stepped into the estate, he sensed several malicious gazes. Come on, talking is usually meant for humans. There's no point talking nonsense with you non-human creatures. No sooner had the Grover spoken when a group of grotesque, twisted monsters surrounded him. They writhed with their deformed bodies, opening huge mouths to lunge at him. Withdrawing a long sword from his dimensional space, the Grover casually slashed open one monster's belly, then leaped lightly to escape the encirclement. The monsters predictably crashed into each other. Despite missing the Grover, they began tearing at their injured comrades. To the monsters, the injured companions were more attractive prey than the Grover. Indeed, they're just a bunch of monsters. Even the experienced Grover felt queasy seeing the monsters cannibalize each other. With a swift wrist movement, he released a streak of sword light. Instantly, the monsters fighting over their comrade's corpse fell silent. Then, with a series of splatters, they shattered into scattered pieces. The Grover raised his sword, pointing directly at the largest structure within the estate. Watched enough? You're next. Aerg. A roar echoed as the ground began to shake, rocking the entire estate. The Grover stood solemnly, waiting. The shaking grew stronger, reaching even Kimura and her companions half the city away. Kimura and Ambria looked worriedly toward the direction the Grover was in. Hyulian glanced briefly and then lowered his head uninterested. Roar. Inside the estate, the three-story main building began rising, revealing the enormous flesh mass hidden beneath it. Himph, quite the eater, growing this big must have taken countless lives. That building, which housed hundreds, was mere plaything in the monster's hands. Dense tentacles wrapped around the shattered building and hurled it at the Grover. Compared to the entire structure, the Grover was pitifully small. As the building plummeted, the Grover identified a window and leaped with all his might, slipping through it. The building continued its descent, but the Grover bounced off walls and furniture, moving nimbly like an eel. In a flash, he exited the other side of the building unscathed. The sound of the building crashing to the ground reverberated through the air. A flash of silver light appeared, and at the other end of the estate, the Grover landed alongside the collapsed structure. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed his sword. The once roaring monster had fallen silent. Ambriators are just monsters. After several hundred years, all they've gained is size while remaining utterly useless. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the fortress-like giant creature was sliced into a shower of blood by the Grover's single strike. With a snap of his fingers, a faint, translucent barrier appeared above him, isolating the pristine Grover from the gory mess below. Effortlessly, the Grover found the magic node within the manor amidst the monstrous carnage. The vitality of the clone whale isn't something for humans to covet. Unrestricted extraction only results in turning into flesh and blood monsters. As he destroyed the magic node, the Grover seemed to hear an almost imperceptible sigh. By the time he paid attention, the sound had already vanished. Well, there's one more. While the Grover destroyed the magic node, Kimura and Ambria had already brought the children to the villages outside the city. Farmers tending their fields dropped their tools when they saw the children. Hans, is that really you, Hans? Mom, Brett, Can, you're alive. Is that Yoln? Am I dreaming? Seeing their children alive before them, the parents were scarcely able to believe their eyes. Weren't you taken into the holy city by the priestess? After hearing the children's account, the villagers looked thoroughly incredulous. For people who had lived their entire lives in the village, what the children described surpassed the limits of their imagination. In short, there will no longer be live sacrifices, and soon we can all leave. Laverneve? Where to? The villagers exchanged glances, having no idea about the world beyond. To them, the village was the entirety of their life. Kimura and Ambria weren't surprised by the villagers' reactions. This was the third village they visited. Only Yoln showed any understanding of what they were saying. So, there really is another world on the other side of the sacred mountain. Kimura approached Yoln with a slightly apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Sister Carly. We deceived you before. We aren't your relatives. We came from the other side of the sacred mountain, but we mean no harm. Yoln smiled. Of course I know you have no ill intentions. If not for you, I might never see Hans again. My whole family is incredibly grateful to you. Thank you. Kimura rubbed her face awkwardly, then suddenly remembered what the Grover had given her. When she pulled out the crystal, Yoln's eyes widened. This is. We found this on the other side of the sacred mountain. Yoln's hands trembled as she accepted the crystal. Her mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. Seeing Yoln's reaction, Kimura fell silent, unsure how to console her. After so many years, Yoln's greatest wish was to dig through the sacred mountain to reunite with her father. Holding her father's necklace now, she realized she would never see him again. You fools. Your actions angered the divine bird. You returned the offerings meant for the divine bird. The land has become barren, and the crops withered because of you cowards. The red-robed priestess and her followers arrived, furious at seeing the reunion of families. Take those offerings away. We must sacrifice anew and beg the divine bird's forgiveness. The red-robed acolytes brandished their crude machetes, rushing toward the villagers to seize the children. All the villagers picked up their farming tools to shield their children. They had lost their children once. This time, they wouldn't let go. As the red-robed acolytes raised their knives to cut down, Ambria stepped forward. She slashed her finger, and instantly all the cheap machetes snapped into two pieces. What? This is a miracle. The divine bird has revealed itself. Never having seen magic, the villagers attributed the inexplicable event to the power of the divine bird. Ambria couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed there was much work ahead in educating these villagers. The red-robed acolytes were clearly intimidated by this display. Only the red-robed priestess, trembling with fear, stared incredulously at Ambria. How could this be? There shouldn't be any living people left in the city. Her behavior clearly hinted at hidden knowledge. Ambria's expression darkened. She had initially believed the live sacrifices were due to blind worship of the unknown. Now it was evident that this priestess was a descendant of someone who knew the inside story and had been manipulating events to control the villagers. Seeing Ambria's murderous gaze, the priestess sensed danger and turned to flee. But Ambria wasn't going to let her escape. Picking up a broken blade from the ground, she threw it forcefully. The red priestess's head flew into the air, ending her life of sin amid a look of sheer terror. Chapter 426, The Emil. Inside the city of Chemo, the Blaine was searching for another magic node. Unlike the one he had just dealt with, this magic node was situated in a barren field. Furthermore, this barren land was enclosed by an extremely intricate magical barrier. Even centuries later, after the city had turned to ruins, these barriers still stood their ground. Troublesome. Maybe I should just level this entire area. With a casual motion, he dismantled another barrier and started contemplating whether brute force might be the quicker solution since the magic core would eventually need to be destroyed anyway. At that moment, the Blaine unexpectedly discovered a person within the barriers. It was a real living person, not one of the twisted monsters. When he found him, The elder was wielding a hoe, laboriously turning over the earth. Hello? The old farmer was visibly startled at Angus's voice. Ah, you scared me, Grover, he muttered, placing his hand on his chest. He hadn't expected anyone else to venture here. The Blaine looked at the elder in puzzlement. Why are you here? More like, I was going to ask you how you managed to get through all those monsters outside. The monsters aren't much trouble for me. How about you? How long have you been living here? How long? A trace of bewilderment flickered across the elder's eyes. I've lost count. As you can imagine, keeping track of time inside a cloud whale isn't easy. I reckon it's been around 100 years. If historical records are correct, you've lived here for at least 500 years, possibly longer. Gab 500. The elder's gaze held a hint of melancholy. It's been that long already? It's almost over. Once we destroy the last node, the cloud whale will regain its freedom, and then we can all leave. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Your wish may not come true. Casper furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The elder didn't answer directly, but hoisted his hoe and beckoned the Blaine forward. Come, I have something to show you. After you see it, you'll understand what I mean. Hesitantly, Angus followed the elder deeper into the barrier. Despite walking slowly, the elder knew the barriers well, making their journey faster than Angus's painstaking layer-by-layer dismantling. They arrived at a small wooden hut that appeared to be on the verge of collapse for many years, as indicated by the boards nailed to it. Please, come in and rest. It's been 500 years since I've had a visitor. To Angus's surprise, despite its dilapidated exterior, the interior of the hut was surprisingly tidy. There wasn't much furniture, but every piece bore marks of craftsmanship. Hell, what do I need to do to host a guest? After rummaging for some time, the elder finally found a box of dried carrots. Want to try some carrot chips? Pausing, Angus took a piece under the elder's expectant gaze. To his surprise, they tasted just like regular carrots, nothing more. Not bad. The elder also took a piece but, finding it difficult to chew dry carrot chips, placed it in a bowl nearby. What did you mean earlier? Why can't the node be destroyed? Don't rush things, child. It's been 500 years since I've spoken to anyone. Tell me, how is it outside now? Casper hesitated, seeing the elder's hopeful expression. It wouldn't hurt to spend a bit more time. He recounted the events he had witnessed inside the whale's belly. The elder listened silently, sighing deeply afterward. To think they'd view this place as a holy city. Ha, this is clearly a city of sin. Rising, the elder spoke to Angus. Follow me, my old friend has been waiting for you. My old friend? Curious, Angus followed the elder into a cellar filled with potatoes and other vegetables. It seemed he had subsisted on these for the past few centuries. In the corner, an intricate rune array was drawn. A teleportation array? The elder glanced at Angus in surprise. I'm impressed. At your age, recognizing a teleportation array instantly, the elder stepped onto the array first, and after hesitation, Angus joined him. A flash of light enveloped them, and a strong dizziness washed over him. In the next second, they found themselves in a glowing cave deep within the cloud whale's body, far beyond Chemo City. What most astonished Angus was the object inside the cave. A mana crystal. A colossal, mountain-sized mana crystal. He had never seen such a massive crystal before. Even a dragon's mana crystal couldn't compare. Is this the cloud whale's mana crystal? Yes. The elder approached the crystal, gently touching it as if greeting an old friend. Casper frowned. Judging by the state of this crystal, the whale must have... Child, I can tell you now. This last node is different from the others. Its purpose is not to extract life force from the cloud whale, but to gather the free-floating life force from Chemo City and return it to the whale. Seeing Angus's surprised look, the elder continued. At the current rate of extraction, without this node, my old friend might not have survived another century or two. Casper pondered, then asked, why do you know so much about this entire magic array? Who are you? Who am I? Let me think. It's been centuries since I used that name. Ah yes, my name is Iof. Indeed, the elder before him was Iof, the great mage who had designed Chemo City's magic array centuries ago. However, knowing the elder's identity didn't lessen Angus's confusion. If you say the whale is your friend, why did you design an array to drain its life force? Iof sighed. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't refuse its request. Over the years, I've regretted not being firmer and refusing outright. If I had, it wouldn't have suffered so much. Chapter 427, Clonjing's Love. Tim sat cross-legged before Clonjing's magic crystal, his eyes deeply focused on the crystal in front of him. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless years, taking him back to that afternoon hundreds of years ago when he first met Clonjing. I was born in Chemo City and never knew what the outside world looked like as a child. I always thought that the sky described in books was just those white clouds, and the ocean was the small lake behind my house. Green trees and blooming flowers were all imagined by authors. As for the sun and moon, I couldn't even imagine what they looked like. Back then, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. My world was only as big as a palm. He smiled bitterly at this point. Sometimes ignorance is also happiness. I lived happily within the confines of Chemo City. As you've read in history, when I was young, an odd disease spread through Chemo City. Everyone with magic powers would suffer horribly and eventually die from their own magic eroding their bodies. My parents died from this illness, and I couldn't escape it either. Just when I was about to lose consciousness from torture, I met Clonjing. The elderly man smiled faintly, as if remembering something precious. I thought my mind was delirious because I had never imagined living inside a giant creature all these years. Clonjing saved my life and showed me the outside world. You can't imagine how huge a shock it was for me as a Blaine. From that day forward, I made it my life's goal to go outside and see for myself whether the outside world was as beautiful as written in the books. Casper interrupted here with a question. Why didn't Clonjing let you out at that time? Como shook his head. It wasn't that Clonjing didn't want to let us out but couldn't. Why? Because after swallowing Chemo City into its belly, the entire world underwent a massive transformation. Clonjing, along with us, was trapped in a chaotic place. Space and logic there were extremely disordered. Not only humans but even Clonjing itself could only barely survive by constricting tightly. Casper was startled. Clonjing had swallowed Como City 1,000 years ago. That was precisely when Dongyun broke off from the heaven-touching tower. This led Angus to a bold hypothesis. Was this world, like Dongyun Continent, detached from the heaven-touching tower? In that case, Clonjing swallowing Como City? Tim nodded. Exactly. Clonjing swallowed Como City to protect it because human strength alone couldn't have survived that drastic change. Casper was surprised. While he already knew Clonjing was very close to humans, he never expected it to go to such lengths for them. However, he still underestimated Clonjing's love for humans. Clonjing once told me that the outside world was undergoing a monumental change. Our strange illness might also be related to this outside chaos. To save humanity, Clonjing proposed a crazy plan, to distribute its life force to humans. In fact, it had already started doing so, and I was the first to receive its life force. That's why I can hear its voice. Casper furrowed his brows. Although he had learned about this history, hearing it firsthand from Tim left him profoundly moved. To willingly separate one's life force required immense pain, a pain akin to facing death directly. How many people would hesitate even for their closest loved ones, let alone a different species altogether? After receiving Clonjing's life force, patients' conditions rapidly improved. Everyone thought the power came from divine blessing. Only I knew it was Clonjing enduring great pain to strip it from itself. Originally, this matter should have ended there. Time passed, and under Clonjing's guidance, I grew from a naive grover into Como City's most talented young magician. Suddenly, one day, two major families who controlled Como City sought me out. It turned out that since Clonjing began sharing its life force, these families had been researching the source of that power. Eventually, they discovered it came from Clonjing beneath them. As the actual rulers of Como City, they always knew about Clonjing's existence, though they had never communicated with it. They approached me for one purpose. They wanted me to design a device to extract Clonjing's life force for their immortality. Hold on, Angus interrupted. The historical records say you discovered the secret of Clonjing's life force, not the two families. Speaking of this, Tim narrowed his eyes, filled with burning anger. Even after several centuries, the hatred towards the two families remained unaltered. When the two families approached me, I naturally refused. Exploiting a friend's life force to satisfy human desires was something I could never agree to. But you ended up agreeing. Tim sighed. Yes, because it was Clonjing's choice. It voluntarily asked for a device to extract its life force to distribute to all humans. Casper was speechless. He had assumed humans forcibly installed the device for selfish reasons. Instead, this was Clonjing's own idea. After a long pause, he finally asked slowly, why? Because it's a fool. The biggest fool in the world. Tim's voice trembled, choked with emotion. He said everyone trapped inside him was his responsibility, that he owed humanity a sky. He wanted everyone to live long enough to see the blue sky outside. This was the first time Tim spoke of this past to anyone else. Despite being several hundred years old, the elder wept like a child. Hashtag chapter 428, for your blue sky. Truly a fool. You don't owe humanity anything. It was you who saved our lives. We are the ones who owe you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Angus felt a warmth in his eyes. It was because of this fool's insistence that I had no choice but to design that device. Yet, it has become my most regretful decision in life. According to our original design, this apparatus should have operated cyclically for at least 3,000 years, enough to support this world until it fully recovered. Based on Clonjing's calculations, it would take only about 600 years for it to escape the chaos and bring people to a safe place. But it overlooked one thing: human selfishness and greed. Vic spoke these words with such intensity that he almost ground his teeth to dust. The beasts from the two major families modified their energy towers clandestinely, boosting their power tenfold just to outdo each other. Because they altered the energy towers without authorization, Clonjing's lifespan, which could have lasted 3,000 years, was shortened to less than a century. I went to both families, demanding they restore the towers to their original state. They agreed outwardly but paid no heed to my words. Worse, they secretly incited the residents of Como City to obstruct me. My house was burned down, and my laboratory was destroyed. But compared to Clonjing's suffering, these were insignificant. To save Clonjing and the innocent, I reluctantly built this energy recycling device. Although it slightly delayed the loss of Clonjing's life force, the cost was heavy. Clonjing lost its ability to communicate. As you saw, those people couldn't endure Clonjing's life force and all turned into monsters. The two energy towers, as core structures, affected the entire city's energy system. In the end, the whole city was destroyed by their actions. After the two families perished, I used the recovery device to replace one of the magic nodes, which is why I prevented you from destroying this node. Vic extended his hand, gently caressing the dim crystal. The crystal glowed faintly, as if responding. Listening to Vic's story, Angus was filled with deep emotions, touched by Clonjing's selfless love and disheartened by endless human conflicts and greed. He placed his hand on Clonjing's magic crystal, and in that moment, he seemed to feel Clonjing's emotions: sorrow, guilt, and helplessness. Sorrow for what happened to humanity, guilt for not preventing humans' mistakes, and helplessness in being unable to save them. Despite such treatment, Clonjing did not blame humanity but instead took responsibility for everything. You are not at fault. The mistake lies with humanity. Now, you can let go. I will help you, rest assured. After Angus finished speaking, Clonjing's crystal glowed weakly, yet clearly conveying its gratitude. Vic, Clonjing has something to say to you. Vic looked up, his eyes flashing with intense surprise. What does it want to say? Just wait and hear it from its own mouth. Suddenly, Angus struck with his blade, shattering the device behind Vic. Vic's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at the shattered remnants. Enraged, he grabbed Angus's collar and roared, "Do you know what you've done? Without this device, Clonjing will..." "Let go of the child, Vic." This is Clonjing's wish. Please don't blame him. A gentle voice echoed in the small space. Vic stared at the crystal behind him, disbelief etched on his face. Clonjing, why? Vic, I have always wanted to speak with you, but that device hindered our communication. I have escaped the chaos. It's time to return your sky to its azure blue. Vic's eyes widened. Your body is already so weak. Why do you need to expend more life to escape the chaos? If we waited a few hundred more years, the forces of chaos would weaken further. Vic, you're a kind soul, but how could I not know my condition? I can't afford to wait those few hundred years. All I want now is to take you all to a place with blue skies, clear waters, lush greenery, and vibrant flowers before I leave. Hearing Clonjing's words, tears streamed down Vic's face again. This was the dream he shared with Clonjing when he was still a child. Unbelievably, after so many years, Clonjing still remembered. Yes. Vic choked back his tears. Let's go together. When Angus brought Vic to the others, everyone was astonished that another human could survive so long in the monster-infested Kamo City. After Angus recounted Vic and Clonjing's story, everyone's eyes reddened. Lana quietly sobbed, while Aaron and the Sean looked up at the sky, trying not to let their tears fall. Even Adeline, who had seen countless farewells and departures on the battlefield, wiped away her tears. All right, stop crying. We still have work to do. Let's think about where to settle the people of Kamo City. Casper's words temporarily halted the tears as everyone understood that fulfilling Clonjing's wish was paramount. I have an idea. The Sean raised his hand. How about taking everyone to the southwestern border? The southwestern border? Yes, there. The landscape is beautiful, the climate mild year-round, and flowers bloom throughout the year. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. The people here have been isolated from the outside world for too long and need time to adapt. I think the southwestern border would be perfect. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Sean made a sound argument. I never thought you could be reliable. Hearing Angus's comment, the Sean's eyes widened. What do you mean? Am I usually unreliable? The humor lightened the mood, making the previously oppressive atmosphere somewhat brighter. Gabine. Then let's set off for the southwestern border. Vic and Clonjing left the decision entirely to Angus and the others, as they knew little about the external environment. One more thing before we leave, Angus said solemnly, looking toward Kamo City. We can't take those creatures to the southwestern border. Let's go purify Kamo City. Chapter 429. Aberrant Crystal. Although the monsters in Kamo City were numerous and not weak, they were no match for Adeline and her companions. Whether it was Adeline's swift swordplay, Aaron's fierce shield blade strikes, or Yolzi's storm-summoning magic, these were all beyond the endurance of the monsters. Not to mention the devastating dragon breath from Heiyu Yolang that could sweep an entire city block in one blow. The old man managed to barely dispatch a monster before panting and sitting by the roadside. That oaf Alvis asked us to clear these monsters while he enjoys himself somewhere. Where did he go? Mr. Randy must have other important matters to attend to, said Rosie, clearing the stray monsters with her magic while silently praying for them. May their souls return to Lady Yolith soon. While Rosie and the others cleared the creatures, the Blaine arrived alone at the estate where the magic node had been destroyed. Standing on the second floor of the ruined building, he used magic from a distance to search through the pile of flesh fragments. Suddenly, he sensed a fleeting aura. Sure enough, it's you. Staring at the blood-red crystal floating in his palm, the Blaine's expression turned complex. The blood-red crystal radiated chaotic and violent energy. Who would have thought your kind exists in this world? Although it couldn't be said this thing directly caused the two major families to recklessly absorb the Cloud Whale's life force, it definitely influenced some of their decisions, subtly affecting their choices. After all, even deities can be influenced by such things. Using the resonance of this crystal, Rico found several similar stones within the city. This should be the last one, he thought, gathering the collected stones together. Initially appearing lifeless, the stones began to twitch eagerly toward each other upon sensing their presence. In disgust, they devoured and merged, unconcerned about their shared origins, driven only by the desire to assimilate with one another. Despite the meaningless internal conflict, to these irrational entities, meaning was non-existent. I wish I could destroy you completely. If possible, the Blaine would have destroyed it immediately. But currently, there was no method to thoroughly destroy them. Burning them would only help them spread through the air. Reluctantly, he created a personal storage space to contain them, which couldn't completely isolate their corrosion but would significantly slow it down. Until he found a way to destroy them, he had to carry them. Alvis, you're really slacking off here. The old man and his group finally found the Blaine amidst their chatter, having already cleared the monsters from Kamo City. You guys were pretty quick. Well, who do you think I am? Yes, someone barely cleared 3 monsters, Yolzi retorted, deflating the old man's bravado. Hey, don't reveal my secret. All right, the Blaine smiled. Since we've completed the task, let's head toward our destination. In the mountains along the southwestern border, rain had been falling intermittently for over a month. The lakeside mountain slopes had eroded, sending a deluge of lake water downstream, flooding the nearby town in just a few days. The revolutionaries could only relocate the survivors to the nearby hills for temporary shelter. This rain shows no sign of stopping. We can't stay like this. Perhaps we should evacuate. Evacuate? What about these civilians? Just leave them here temporarily. Once the rain stops, we can come back to retrieve them. Gillis, is this what a soldier should say? A female revolutionary stood up, glaring furiously at Gillis. Gillis hid behind the one-armed general, visibly shaken. Yols, I'm only speaking the truth. And General Demon is still here. Your attitude doesn't respect the general. From behind the one-armed general, Gillis gained the courage to start berating Yols. General Demon glanced at Yols, but Yols continued to glare at Gillis, unyielding to Demon's authority. Yols, sit down. Gillis has a point. Given our current forces, escorting all civilians down the mountain would be difficult. But this place isn't safe. Even larger wildlife would be a threat to unarmed residents. Gillis sneered. Have they never encountered wild beasts or magic beasts living here for years? They've been safe all these years. Can't they survive a few nights? Gillis, resources are scarce. Even as soldiers, we find it hard to be secure. How much worse for those civilians? Enough. No more. Demon's tone was stern. But, no buts. Yols, the old marshal is gone. Now I lead here, not you. Follow orders, Centurion Yols. Sit down. Yes. Yols gritted her teeth and reluctantly sat down. Behind Demon, Gillis's grin stretched ear to ear. He despised Yols' arrogant demeanor and disdain for him. What legacy of a renowned general, boasting military honor daily. What good does it do when they ended up executed? Even the once respected female general now serves as a mere centurion in this insignificant revolutionary army. What right does she have to look down on me? Gillis, sit down too. Yes, General Demon. Gillis shot Yols a scornful smile and sat beside Demon, who glanced at him without comment. A few months ago, we dispatched a group of soldiers, but contact was lost with all except one. That last link was severed just a few days ago. Hearing this, Yols couldn't help but frown, realizing their last hope had vanished. Chapter 430, Mating. I told you before, those guys can't be relied upon. They left us stranded here to starve. Gillis complained in his high-pitched, duck-like voice. They promised they would definitely return with reinforcements. I bet they ran off to enjoy themselves. Gillis, they are brave warriors who sacrificed themselves for us. How dare you malign them? Yols angrily pointed at Gillis and shouted. Do you know how many Imperial soldiers were out there hunting them when they set off? They risked their lives seeking help for us. Even if they failed, they are still our heroes. I won't allow you to defame them like this. Gillis was startled by Yols' furious expression. He pulled back his neck, but mumbled under his breath. Heroes? I think they're traitors, and they got what they deserved. You. Enough. How many times do I have to say it? Another word and I'll throw all of you out. Demi finally couldn't stand the incessant arguments. She had considerable authority in the military. A glare from her was enough to make even stubborn Yols close her mouth resentfully. Is anyone there? Can hear me? Suddenly, Demi's communication array plate flickered, and a choppy male voice came through. The sudden voice startled the three of them. It was the array plate used to contact the warriors who went to seek help. Demi was the first to react. She quickly unclasped the array plate from her waist and responded. We can hear you. We can hear you. Ithandir, state your name. Ma'am, it's me, Donnie. The connection gradually stabilized, and Jim's carefree voice became clear to the three of them. They exchanged glances. Indeed, it was one of the warriors who had gone out to seek help. Donnie, report your status. Demi's voice was slightly excited. General, our southern branch has been annihilated by the Imperial Army. Jim gave Demi a brief update on what he saw on his way to the capital for help. The underground organizations in the capital have also been mostly destroyed. After hearing Jim's report, Yols furrowed her brow. The situation outside was much more severe than they had imagined. I said they weren't reliable. Thought they'd come back with reinforcements, but they just had nowhere else to go, Gillis snarled, crossing his arms. Why do I hear a dog barking over there? Have you started keeping dogs? Jim's careless tone made the three of them pause. Gillis immediately reacted, realizing that Jim wasn't going to let him get away with it, almost naming him outright. Gillis turned red with anger and shouted into the array plate. Donnie, who are you calling? Oh, it's Centurion Gillis. I was wondering what kind of dog barked so terribly. Didn't expect it to be Centurion, my mistake. Sincerely sorry. Though apologizing, there was no trace of regret in Jim's voice. Even laughter could be heard faintly from the other side of the array plate. Gillis wanted to retaliate, but Demi's glare silenced him. However, he quietly vowed vengeance. Donnie, you wait. Just wait until you get back. Donnie, where are you now? Do we need to send a rescue party? Rescue? Actually, I do need your help. I've brought some assistance back. Assistance? Hearing that Donnie had brought reinforcements back, Demi's eyes lit up, but recalling his earlier report, her excitement quickly waned. Given the situation, it seemed he might have gathered the remnants of his forces along the way. Still, any reinforcements would be helpful. The revolutionaries had suffered heavy losses recently. Harsh conditions and lack of supplies meant the rebel army was now less than 1,500 strong. She calmly asked the old man, You've worked hard. How many did you bring back? About 1,000 civilians and a few old acquaintances. 1,000. Demi jumped to her feet. She had been hoping Donnie would bring back 100 or two to bolster their dwindling workforce. But Donnie had given her a big surprise. 1,000 people. Was he bringing an army? But then, Donnie's next words took her breath away. Not just 1,000 civilians, but a city, 5 villages, and a mountain range. Wait, what are you talking about? Demi was thoroughly confused. How could he bring all those things? He must have lost his mind, Gillis muttered. Even Yoel seemed skeptical. Demi frowned, unable to determine if Donnie had lost his mind or was joking. Don't believe me? Look up, I'm right above you. All three looked up, but they only saw endless clouds above them. Where are you? I see nothing. Donnie, are you playing a joke on us? Look closer. At this moment, Yoels noticed something unusual about the cloud layer overhead. Just as she was about to speak, the cloud sea began to move. They realized it wasn't a cloud at all but an enormous beast. Look, what is that? Heavens, is that alive? Catastrophe. Catastrophe is coming. Others on the mountain also noticed the strange sight, pointing at the immense creature overhead and screaming in shock. Well, do you believe me now? No one answered because Demi's array plate fell from her hand due to the shock. Yoels picked it up and asked trembling. Donnie, is that monster part of your group? Yes, this is our friend. Impressive, right? Are you sure it won't attack us? Terrified by the monstrous creature, Gillis's legs trembled uncontrollably. Don't worry, our giant friend is very friendly. Want to see it spin around? Hold on. There was some commotion from Jim's end, but soon it quieted down. Just as Demi and the others were puzzled, a calm female voice came through the array plate. General Demi, greetings. I am Advisor. I believe you've heard my voice before. Recognizing Yulzi's voice, Demi was initially stunned but quickly became very respectful. Of course, I'm delighted to hear from you again, Advisor. Seeing Demi's reaction, Yules and Gillis were shocked. Who was this woman from the other end of the array? To have Demi show such deference. Only when speaking with the departed old marshal did Demi display such respect. The specifics Donnie mentioned are correct. Now, I need to confirm your current situation. Yes. Demi held the array plate in both hands and gave a brief account of their present situation. Due to recent heavy rainstorms, landslides occurred upstream. The lake water has surged downstream, completely submerging the city below. Now, the Revolutionary Army consists of 1,572 people, and there are 2,210 local residents, all evacuated to the nearest hilltop. Understood. Are you sure there are no residents left by the river? Confirmed. We have sent people to verify this repeatedly. Understood. From now on, no one should leave their position without my order. Demi, have your people calm the residents. The upcoming event might be a bit overwhelming. Yes. After ending the communication, Demi immediately began making arrangements. Yules, out of curiosity, couldn't help but ask Demi, General, who was that lady just now? Demi's expression was serious as she replied, you don't need to know who she is yet. You only need to obey her orders, even if she tells you to kill me. This? Yules was shocked and wanted to say more but was interrupted by Demi. You will learn about her later. Now, follow orders and calm the people. Yes. As the cloud sea above them continued to descend, both the civilians and the revolutionary soldiers felt a growing sense of dread. Confronted with such a colossal creature, everyone felt profoundly helpless. Even seasoned warriors like Yules felt a deep-seated fear at the sight of this behemoth. As for Gillis, he had hidden himself away, too terrified to show his face. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy, the cloud whale began its display. It opened its massive mouth, and dark clouds slowly floated out, enveloping the sky. Soon, sharp-eyed observers realized these were not just any clouds. They were pieces of land. How magnificent was this piece of land? Even from 10,000 feet high, its shadow could cover the entire southwestern border's mountain ranges. A distant Imperial Army unit over 100 miles away heard reports from its officers, and the commanding general spat out his tea in disbelief. You're saying the rebels in the southwest transported an entire city through the air? That's right, sir. Are you stupid, or do you think I am? Transporting an entire city through the air? Even Lord Caden Sifa can't do that. The general started cursing loudly. Though he had drunk a little wine, it wasn't enough to make him believe such nonsense. I swear, sir, it's true. If you don't believe me, look outside the tent. The soldier pulled back the curtain of the general's tent. Just moments ago, the general was yelling at the soldier for breaking protocol. In the next second, he froze in place. My God, how is this possible? Despite being 100 miles away, the massive shadow in the sky was still clearly visible. Quick, send word to the capital. The southwestern rebels are going rogue. In the southwestern border region, under everyone's watchful eyes, the cloud whale effortlessly manipulated the piece of land, gently lowering it towards the ground. However, for the almost exhausted cloud whale, this was far from easy. Tim sat on the flying carpet, watching with concern for his old friend. Is it really all right? Don't worry. I'll help it complete its final wish. Casper gazed at the cloud whale struggling to move the land and felt a wave of emotions. He had spoken to the whale before reaching the southwestern border. Are you sure about this? This will hasten the consumption of your life force. You originally had about 100 years left. Doing this will probably... Yoltel Randy, you're a good kid. But to me, whether it's 100 years or a single day, makes no difference. If I can help them see the blue sky sooner and return to the earth, even for just a few days, it would be greatly satisfying to me. Will you help me? Casper sighed deeply. You really are crafty. Ultimately, Angus set up an array around the cloud whale's mana crystal to accelerate the gathering of magical energy. With this assistance, the cloud whale managed to transport the entire Kamo City along with its surrounding mountains within such a short time. Looking down at Kamo City, Angus's expression turned grave. The crucial part comes next. The cloud whale's body began glowing softly, and the piece of land descended like a gentle blanket, settling into the southwestern mountains. The Kamo City mountains acted like a dam, completely repairing the broken upstream riverbank, and the lakeside mountains were lifted several dozen meters higher. With the cloud whale's reinforcement, the river's flow gradually returned to normal. The city submerged by the lake was replaced by the grander and more robust Kamo City. The surrounding villages also appeared intact. In less than an hour, the small southwestern city was completely transformed. The once flood-destroyed city and villages reappeared before everyone's eyes. The roaring river, like a dragon's bellow, had vanished, replaced by a serene, gentle stream, akin to a graceful lady. All the residents and revolutionary soldiers stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to believe what they saw. Some even slapped themselves hard on the face. Rubbing his red, swollen cheek, one revolutionary soldier muttered to himself, I'm definitely not dreaming. Hashtag chapter 431. The Silver Stephanard Maiden. This is incredible. Advisor. Where did it go? As people were immersed in the awe-inspiring power of the cloud whale moving mountains and filling seas, Angus and his companions arrived before the cloud whale on a flying carpet. Old friend, are you leaving? Tim looked into the cloud whale's eyes, his face showing reluctance. Yes, you no longer need my protection. I've stayed too long in this chaos. I want to take a good look at this world once more. There was no trace of sorrow in the cloud whale's voice, only a faint sense of release. Old friend, let me go with you. No, Tim, you're a good Grover. The days spent with you were very happy for me too. Precisely because of this, you should live your own life. Let me go with you, even if just for a few days. Tim's voice grew quieter until he finally choked with tears. Sorry. The cloud whale's figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing into the vast sky. Only that soft apology echoed in their ears. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a myriad of emotions. Casper reached out and gently patted Tim's shoulder. It must not have wanted me to see its painful departure, but it sacrificed its life for us. I don't want it to be alone when it leaves. Perhaps it didn't want you to join it precisely for that reason. It didn't want you to grieve over its departure. Don't let it down. Casper's gaze turned toward the distance, where the cloud whale had disappeared. He watched as if bidding it farewell one last time. 3 days passed since the cloud whale left. During these 3 days, Yolzi and Aaron were extremely busy. Issues with the Revolutionary Army, refugee resettlement and supplies distribution, all sorts of problems piled up. There were even conflicts between the Revolutionary Army and refugees over supplies. However, under Yolzi's command and arrangements, all issues were resolved perfectly. Neither the Revolutionary Army nor the refugees had any objections to Yolzi's decisions, which made Angus view her differently. She truly lived up to being one of the top leaders of the revolution. In contrast, Aaron dealt with problems in a much simpler and brutal manner. Whenever someone in the Revolutionary Army disobeyed orders, he would lecture them incessantly until they cried and promised to change. In just 3 days, Aaron's name became a taboo in the Revolutionary Army. Soldiers would weep uncontrollably upon hearing it. Now, everyone only dared refer to him as that man. Adeline's situation remained sensitive, so she spent these days helping resettle refugees, assisted by Valerie. Meanwhile, Randy was the most idle, loafing around and sleeping during the day. Many had complaints about Randy, but didn't act out due to respect for the advisor and that man. So late, still not resting? Casper woke up again in the evening. Passing by Yolzi's room, he noticed the light was still on. When he entered, Yolzi was still working at her desk, unaware of his presence. Oh, Mr. Randy. Yolzi lifted her head. Her pale complexion and deep eye bags suggested she hadn't slept in days. You're still pushing yourself after just recovering. Casper casually used Yolzi's teapot to brew a pot of chamomile tea. Smelling the familiar aroma, Yolzi's frown relaxed. There's no choice. The former lord fled with all the funds, leaving us a mess. With the flood mostly over, these issues must be addressed quickly or they'll become hazards. Yolzi leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples. Take care of yourself. Glenneget tasks when possible. Here, the tea's ready. Thank you. Yolzi accepted the cup, took a sip, and the rich fragrance gradually eased her weary nerves. The ones here are all tough soldiers. They charge into battle without hesitation but run away from paperwork faster than anyone. Adeline can help a bit, but her status is too sensitive. Forget about that. What about you? Everyone has quite a few complaints about you lately. Aren't you going to explain? What to explain? There's nothing to explain. Yolzi gave him a meaningful look. Those Imperial scouts you dealt with recently, and those barriers on the mountain. Don't tell me they fell from the sky. Is there something else? Casper sipped his tea with an indifferent expression. Aren't you letting others talk behind your back? They can say whatever they want. I don't care. If they have guts, they should come find me. Seeing his gang-like reaction, Yolzi sighed. Did you discover anything on the mountain recently? Tell me about it. I found a lot. There's a small lake behind the mountain where you can see the moon on clear nights. There are also fireflies here. When I was little, Star and I used to catch them and put them in lanterns. It was beautiful. Casper talked for a while before realizing Yolzi hadn't responded. Turning around, he saw she had fallen asleep in her chair. Even in her dreams, her brows remained furrowed. Casper smiled, picked her up, and gently laid her on the bed. Gabinally worked. Don't blame me. If you ruin your health, old Cadavant won't forgive me. He placed a sachet emitting a sweet fragrance beside her pillow. Gradually, Yolzi's face showed a faint smile, lost in a pleasant dream. Turning off the light, Angus prepared to return to sleep. Suddenly, he tensed. What rat dares to misbehave here? Casper vanished instantly. In the next second, he appeared in the deep, quiet forest miles away. No enemies appeared as expected, and Angus realized he'd been tricked. His battle instincts kicked in, making him leap sideways just in time. Sure enough, a silver spear reflected a faint blue glow in the moonlight where he had stood. Who are you? Casper watched the intruder intently. Hazel white hair, black long dress, heavy plate armor, and a sinister iron mask covered every inch of the person, exposing no skin. The person ignored his question, pulled out the spear, and lunged again. Casper's pupils constricted. So fast. Despite the heavy armor, this person's speed matched his. Casper barely dodged, but the silver spear pierced through his chest. The attacker struck his vital point but didn't relax, instead slamming the spearhead into the ground. A long sword emerged from underground, clashing with the spear, sparking brightly. Not bad. That didn't fool you. The stabbed youth slowly dissolved. It was just an illusion he had left behind earlier. As people marveled at the might of the cloud whale moving mountains and filling seas, the group of young people had arrived in front of the cloud whale on a flying carpet. Old friend, are you leaving? Dawson looked into the eyes of the cloud whale, his face filled with reluctance. Yes, you no longer need my protection. I have stayed in this chaos for too long. I want to see this world once more. The cloud whale's voice carried no trace of sorrow, only a faint sense of relief. Old friend, let me go with you. No, Dawson. You're a good child. The days spent with you were very happy. Precisely because of that, you should live your own life. Let me go with you, even if it's just for a few days. Dawson's voice grew quieter until he was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. The cloud whale's figure became increasingly translucent, finally vanishing between heaven and earth. Only that soft apology echoed in their ears. Seeing this scene, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. Casper reached out and gently patted Dawson on the shoulder. It surely didn't want me to see its painful departure, but it gave its life for us, and I don't want it to leave all alone. Perhaps because of that, it didn't want you to come along. It doesn't want you to suffer because of its departure. Don't disappoint it. Casper's gaze turned toward the distance, in the direction where the cloud whale disappeared. It was as if he was sending it off one last time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the cloud whale left. These 3 days, Yolzi and Eren were utterly busy. Issues with the Revolutionary Army, refugee resettlement, distribution of supplies, problems piled up one after another. During this time, conflicts arose between the Revolutionary Army and refugees over supplies. However, under Yolzi's leadership and arrangements, all these problems were resolved perfectly. Neither the Revolutionary Army nor the refugees objected to any of Yolzi's decisions. This couldn't help but make Angus look at her with newfound respect. No wonder she was one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Yolzi's abilities in this area were indeed unmatched. In contrast, Eren's approach to solving problems was much simpler and more brutal. Within the Revolutionary Army, anyone who disobeyed orders received a stern lecture from him, not through physical force but true lecturing, and it was relentless, causing the person to feel so intimidated that they would weep and resolve to change, or not be allowed to leave. Eren's name became a taboo within the Revolutionary Army after just 3 days, with soldiers breaking down in tears at the mere mention of his name. Everyone now only dared to refer to Eren as that man. Adeline, with her sensitive status, had been helping resettle refugees, as had Charlene. The past few days, the most idle person was Randy. He spent his days loafing around, napping even during broad daylight. Many people had started to complain about him. However, considering that he was brought by the advisor and that man, no one expressed their dissatisfaction openly. So late, and still not resting? Casper woke up again in the evening. Passing by Yolzi's room, he noticed her light was still on. When he entered, Yolzi was still working diligently at her desk, not even noticing him. Oh, it's Mr. Randy. Yolzi looked up. Her pale complexion and deep dark circles made it seem like she hadn't slept for days. You've only just recovered, yet you're pushing yourself this hard. Without any hesitation, Angus brewed a pot of herbal tea using Yolzi's teapot. Smelling the familiar aroma, Yolzi's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. There's no other way. The former lord has run off with all the funds, leaving us with a mess. Now that the flood disaster is almost over, these matters must be addressed quickly or they'll become hidden dangers. Yolzi leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. You should take better care of yourself. Glenn, what you can. Here, your tea is ready. Thank you. Yolzi took the cup, sipped gently, and the rich scent of herbs spread in her mouth, gradually relaxing her weary nerves. The ones here are all tough hombres. They wouldn't hesitate to charge into battle, but once it comes to administrative work, they run faster than anyone. Only Adeline can help a little, but her position is too sensitive. Forget about that. Rather, you seem to have quite a bit of criticism lately. Aren't you going to explain yourself? What's there to explain? There's nothing to say. Yolzi glanced deeply at him. Those Imperial spies you dealt with these past few days, and those barriers on the mountain. Don't tell me they fell from the sky. Is that so? Casper drank some hot tea, unaffectedly. Aren't you bothered by people talking behind your back? They can say whatever they want. I don't care. If they can do something about it, they can find me, and I'll show them a thing or two. Seeing the street thug-like reaction from Angus, Yolzi sighed. Did you find anything on the mountain these days? Tell me about it. Indeed, I found a lot. There's a small lake at the rear mountain, where you can see the moon reflected at night. And there are fireflies. When I was young, Jamie and I often caught them and put them in lanterns. It was beautiful. Casper spoke for a while, then realized Yolzi hadn't responded. Turning around, he saw that Yolzi had fallen asleep in her chair. Even in her dreams, Yolzi's eyebrows were furrowed. Casper smiled faintly, picked her up gently, and placed her on the bed. Gabinally effective. Don't blame me. If you ruin your health, old Franz won't forgive me. He then placed a sachet next to Yolzi's pillow. The sweet fragrance slowly enveloped her, and a faint smile appeared on her face, perhaps dreaming a beautiful dream. After turning off the lights for Yolzi, Angus planned to return to sleep. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Where did this little mouse come from, daring to cause trouble in my place? Casper instantly vanished. The next second, he reappeared miles away in the mountains. The night forest was deep and silent. Expected enemies didn't appear, and Angus realized he'd fallen for a trap. Years of combat instinct kicked in, making him leap to the side abruptly. Sure enough, where he stood moments ago, a silver lance gleamed with a faint blue luster under the moonlight. Who are you? Casper looked gravely at the figure before him. Hazel white hair, black long skirt, covered in heavy plate armor, with a grim iron mask concealing every inch of her skin. She didn't answer but pulled the lance from the ground and lunged at him again. Casper's pupils constricted. So fast, despite the heavy armor, her speed matched his. He barely dodged, but the silver lance pierced straight through his chest. Her strike hit its mark, but she didn't ease up, instead twisting the lance and stabbing it into the ground. A long blade burst from beneath the ground, clashing with the lance, sparks flying. Not bad, you didn't fall for that. The stabbed youth slowly dissipated. It was merely an illusion he had prearranged. Please note, due to the nature of narrative flow, some minor adjustments may have been made to ensure clarity and readability in English. As for his main body, it had long hidden underground. The silver-haired woman still didn't reply, but once again thrust her spear at Angus. Casper dove into the ground, and the silver-haired woman's strike missed. She quickly darted to the side. In the next instant, countless sharp spikes burst from the ground, aiming for where the silver-haired woman had stood moments ago. Just as the silver-haired woman landed and hadn't yet adjusted her stance, the stone spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, shooting outward in all directions. It seemed that the silver-haired woman would be impaled by the barrage of spikes. Suddenly, she raised her long spear, and a silvery white barrier surrounded her, providing complete protection. The stone spikes struck the silvery white barrier, instantly bursting into a cloud of smoke. The cloud of smoke obscured the silver-haired woman's vision. Taking this opportunity, Angus held a dagger and appeared behind her like a wraith. He thrust the dagger straight at her neck. At such close range, the silver-haired woman couldn't turn around fast enough to deflect with her spear. What Angus hadn't anticipated was that she dropped her spear and punched directly at him. Startled, Angus knew that the armor on the silver-haired woman wasn't ordinary. His dagger wouldn't penetrate her iron gauntlet fist. Fortunately, he also discarded his dagger and met her punch with his own. How heavy! The punch felt as if he were hitting a mountain. The ground beneath Angus's feet cracked like a spider web. This was the first time Angus encountered someone in this world whose strength matched his. On the silver-haired woman's side, her boots sank half a foot into the ground before she barely stabilized herself. Who's there? Suddenly, shouts came from a distance. Night patrol members of the Revolutionary Army had been drawn by the sound of their combat. Don't come closer. Casper hastily shouted back. Though the target was himself, he feared she might take action against others. However, it turned out he overthought it. Upon hearing the voices, the silver-haired woman immediately retrieved her spear and leaped away in a few bounds. She seemed afraid of being seen by others. Watching the silver-haired woman retreat, Angus's expression grew solemn. Who is she? Why does she want to kill me? That woman's physical strength matches mine, making this the first time I felt pressured in this world. Footsteps rustled nearby as the patrol soldiers arrived. Is it lazy? Mr. Randy? What are you doing in the woods so late? Recognizing Angus, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier commotion had been considerable, and they had feared an Imperial Army attack. I told you not to come over here. I was just defecating. Defecat, ing? The soldiers stared dumbfounded at Angus. Could defecation make such a big noise? What is this guy's but made of? All right, I'm done. Scram. Casper waved them off, ignoring their strange looks as he returned to sleep. However, Angus lay awake in bed, unable to fall asleep. He pondered the silver-haired woman. Her figure seemed vaguely familiar, but only faintly, perhaps from a brief encounter somewhere. Her target isn't the Revolutionary Army. It's me. But who in this world would want me dead so badly? I've already fled deep into these mountains, yet they're still chasing me relentlessly. Casper reviewed everyone he'd met in the past few months. Aelia? Although she has motives, her life is in my hands. She's not that foolish. Archduke Avon? That doesn't make sense either. If he had such powerful operatives, he wouldn't have let me escape in the capital. Who could it be? The answer eluded him. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in his mind, but it slipped away before he could grasp it. Forget it. No use thinking about it. The answer will reveal itself soon enough. Judging by her attitude, she wasn't probing. She wouldn't give up and would surely return. Flipping over, Angus fell into a deep sleep. On the other side of the southwestern mountains, the silver-haired woman removed her mask, revealing a young face. I apologize, I failed. The boundary crosser's strength surpasses our estimates. She reported to a communication array. From the other end of the array came an elderly voice. Understood. We'll consider dispatching more reinforcements. Then, the elderly voice asked concernedly, are you injured? Thank you, Tate, but I'm fine. Good. Be cautious. You are one of our last divine guards. I understand. My sister. She's fine, don't worry. Once you complete this mission, you'll see her soon. But last time, she was recovering from a serious illness and shouldn't see anyone. You know that. The elderly voice seemed slightly impatient. Enough. No more talking. I keep my word. Once you complete this task, I'll reunite you with your sister. The bishop then cut off the connection. Looking at the now dim array, the girl remained silent for a while. Her complex gaze reflected deep thought, but eventually, she carefully tucked away the silver disc etched with the array. Chapter 432, Corporal Punishment. That dream again. The colossal blood moon occupying half the sky, its murky crimson splashing across every corner of the world. Since that day, the Grover dreamed of the woman standing beneath the blood moon every night. She stood quietly on the cliffside, gazing at the scarlet world below her feet, lost in thought. The Grover simply stayed by her side silently, not uttering a word. You've encountered them. The woman abruptly said something nonsensical. It was the second time the Grover had heard her voice. It was still as ethereal and calm as before. Who? Beware, they are different from others. They? Stop sleeping, fool. The sun's already up. How can you still be sleeping? Jim Eustace ran into the Grover's room, immediately pulling him off the bed without any warning. Huh? What's going on? The Grover frowned, looking at Jim Eustace in displeasure. What did the woman want to say just now? Who were they? If this isn't serious business, I'll shove your head into your butt. Jim Eustace shuddered. He didn't know where the Grover got such anger. Of course it's serious business. Do you know, you've become famous here? Famous? Yes, Jim Eustace said excitedly. Now everyone outside is saying that last night's earth-shattering noise was you farting in the mountains. You believe that too? The soldier on patrol last night said you admitted it yourself. Speechless, the Grover pulled the blanket over his head. Anything else? If not, then get lost and don't disturb my sleep. Of course there is. Jim Eustace yanked off the Grover's blanket. Hey, stop sleeping. The chief strategist is looking for you. She seems to be in a bad mood. Hurry up and go see her. Asia. Could it be because I drugged her yesterday, making her angry? The Grover swung out of bed, just about to leave when Jim Eustace grabbed him. Still got more to say? Were those sounds from you farting last night? Get out. After giving Jim Eustace a thorough scolding, the Grover dressed and headed for Asia's room. Asia, you called for me? Yeah. Seeing the Grover come in, Asia put down her pen. I heard from the patrol soldiers that last night. That wasn't my fart. That was just me messing with them. Asia first froze, then chuckled softly. I know it wasn't. It must have been Eustace. This morning, after hearing it from someone, he started telling everyone he saw. Eustace. The Grover clenched his fists, realizing he hadn't punished Eustace enough earlier. Well, let's put that aside for now. Did the Imperial Army come again last night? I heard the place within a mile radius looked like it was attacked by a horde of crazed monsters. Not the Imperial Army. The Grover shook his head. I don't know who it was. I fought with her yesterday. She's quite strong and I couldn't take her down. Hearing the Grover admit that even he couldn't handle her, Asia's expression turned grave. The Grover's strength was known to her. Even someone like Duke Avon, a war hero, couldn't stop him. But an expert like the Grover couldn't capture her. If she turned against our revolutionary forces, could she stop her? Noticing Asia's worry, the Grover consoled her. Don't worry too much. She's likely after me. When the patrol soldiers called out last night, she ran off immediately, probably not wanting to be seen by others. I hope you're right. Despite the Grover's words, the existence of that person remained a thorn in Asia's heart. Let's set that aside for now. I have something I'd like your opinion on. What is it? I want you to temporarily serve as the Revolutionary Army's drillmaster. Me? The Grover pointed at himself. Why me? Why not Aaron? At the mention of Aaron's name, Asia pinched her brows in worry. Aaron? Forget it. Don't mention him. I've confined him already, hoping he'll reflect properly. Thinking of the rumors he'd heard recently, many soldiers claimed illness just to avoid Aaron. The Grover gave Asia a silent moment of sympathy. Managing these oddballs really took effort. The competition is still far off, and I've got nothing to do lately. If you trust me, I'm fine with it. Your willingness to help is fantastic. Don't celebrate too early. You need to agree to one condition first. What is it? You must ensure that everyone obeys my orders unconditionally, including General Demi. Asia hesitated but, trusting Randy, finally nodded. All right, I agree. The Grover smiled faintly. Good, let's go. The settlement of refugees was nearing completion, and the warriors were resuming their daily training. Additionally, there were many new members in the Revolutionary Army. They were civilians rescued by the revolutionary forces during their journey. Having endured years of oppression, they seized this opportunity to join. Most were farmers or slaves, knowing next to nothing about combat and urgently needing training. Greetings, Chief Strategist. Chief Strategist, hello? Chief Strategist, you work hard. Along the way, everyone, whether revolutionary warriors or ordinary people, bowed and saluted Asia spontaneously. Asia greeted everyone warmly without putting on airs. Everyone acknowledges you highly. I merely do what's expected of me. Instead, aren't you going to explain to everyone the good things you've done for them? The Grover shrugged. I don't care. I've never cared about that stuff. On the training ground, with the instructor Aaron absent and the weather getting hotter, the warriors' enthusiasm for training was low. Training dummies didn't even bear a single scratch. Everyone gathered in small groups, either cooling off under tree shades or lying down and napping. Look, Chief Strategist is coming. Really? Quickly, stand up. Seeing Asia arrive, the soldiers hastily rose, pretending to train earnestly. Glancing around, the Grover spotted numerous issues but didn't raise them yet. Where's General Demina? Report to Chief Strategist. Generals Demina, Yoles, and Gillis are discussing military matters in the tent. Understood. Asia nodded, preparing to take the Grover to see Demina. Wait. The Grover suddenly spoke. You, go fetch the three of them for me. The soldier froze, hesitating as he glanced at Asia. Understanding that the Grover's training had commenced, Asia nodded. Do as Mr. Randy says. Yes. Tell them if we don't see them within a minute, the consequences will be on them. With that, the Grover placed a small hourglass on the ground. The soldier hurried into the tent and relayed the Grover's message verbatim to the trio inside. Has he lost his mind? Sure, we can tolerate the Chief Strategist, but who does Randy think he is, speaking to our General Demina like that? Gillis slammed the table and stood up. While Demina didn't speak, her face showed discontent. Even Yoles frowned. Yoles, go see what's happening. Yes. Yoles followed the soldier briskly to the Grover's presence. Greetings, Chief Strategist. Yoles respectfully bowed to Asia. As for the Grover beside Asia, she barely spared him a glance. Facing Yoles' attitude, the Grover showed no reaction. He simply watched the hourglass as the sand was about to run out. Yoles, Mr. Randy is the new drill master I've invited. You've met him. Him. Though Yoles didn't explicitly say it, her disdain was unmistakable in her eyes. Seeing Yoles' attitude, Asia sighed lightly. Yes, from today onwards, Mr. Randy's orders are equivalent to mine. I hope you can cooperate with his work. Yoles frowned, having heard about this Grover before. Lazy and good for nothing. While even elderly people and children were busy working, he hid in his room every day, sleeping all the time. Yoles couldn't understand why Chief Strategist held such a high opinion of this person. It can't be that this pretty Grover, who was good for nothing except his looks, was actually Chief Strategist's lover. As Yoles' mind wandered, the last few grains of sand in the hourglass finally fell through. You're Yoles, right? The previously silent Grover suddenly spoke. Out of respect for Chief Strategist, Yoles responded, though her tone was still full of contempt. Yes. I ask you, what is the punishment for disobeying military orders in your army? In peacetime, ordinary soldiers receive 50 strokes of the cane. Non-commissioned officers get double that and a demotion. In wartime, regardless of rank, those who disobey orders face execution. The Grover nodded. Very well. Bring Demina and Gillis up here under arrest. Upon hearing this, the entire training ground fell silent instantly. All the soldiers looked over curiously. Did I hear that right? What did that kid just say? Who does he think he is? This should be interesting. Despite waiting a long time after speaking, nobody moved. But the Grover didn't feel embarrassed. This suited his plans perfectly. He looked at Yoles, smiling. Yo Lieutenant Yoles, by my command, bring Demina and Gillis up here under arrest. I refuse. You have no right to refuse. I am now the highest authority here. If you defy me, you will suffer the same fate as them. Yoles glared defiantly at the Grover. Despite Chief Strategist's order, she refused to follow the Grover's command. No need. A deep female voice echoed from afar, and a one-armed female general strode out. Demina walked up to Asia and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Chief Strategist. General Demina, please don't be so formal. Demina glanced sideways at the Grover with a heavy sniff. Humph. This is an army camp, not a place where anyone clinging to their master's leg can bark orders around. Asia frowned, about to explain, but the Grover interrupted her. Demina, right from the beginning, you've been eavesdropping in the tent. Walking up to Demina, the Grover said coldly. You clearly heard Asia's order but pretended not to, even sending someone to test our reactions. Gabine, very fine. You said this is an army camp, not a political arena. We need generals who can lead troops into battle, not sycophants who kowtow and fawn on others. The Grover's words made Yules tremble. She raised her head, looking at the Grover in surprise. She had once said similar words herself, rebuking someone who would later become Grand Duke Avon's grandson. That night, her entire family of 19 was secretly executed for treason, and only she survived by pretending to be dead. This single sentence drastically changed Yules' perception of the Grover. Anyone who could speak like that was definitely not as idle and lazy as everyone said. Demina also frowned, realizing the Grover wasn't as simple as he appeared. Demina, do you know your crime? Humph. While the Grover wasn't what she expected, it didn't mean she submitted to him. Gabine, as a general, disrespecting superiors and disobeying orders, committing crimes you know to be wrong, deserving severe punishment. Get down on your knees. Without hesitation, the Grover kicked Demina's knee. Demina didn't expect him to act. It felt like a wild bull had rammed her knee. An indescribable pain shot through her legs, and despite trying to stay standing, her knees buckled, and she fell to her knees. Bring me the disciplinary cane. The Grover extended his hand, and a black cane flew into his hand from the tent. Smack. A loud sound reverberated across the entire camp. The Grover's cane struck hard against Demina's back. The sharp pain almost made Demina cry out, but she squeezed her eyes shut and endured it. Smack. The second stroke landed without giving Demina a moment's respite. Immediately after, the third, fourth, the black cane whipped repeatedly across Demina's broad back. Soon, her back was covered in blood from the lashing. Smack. Another powerful strike, and this time, Demina couldn't hold back a muffled groan. But the Grover showed no mercy, continuing to whip relentlessly. Asia couldn't bear to watch any longer, but she knew this was the Grover's way of training the army. Turning away, she could no longer bear to see it. Gabinally, on the 60th strike, Demina's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chapter 433, Coral. The Blaine raised the blood-stained ceremonial staff in his hand and shouted loudly for everyone to hear. Demi disobeyed military orders. According to regulations, she will be caned 100 times, with 40 strokes postponed for now. Starting today, Demi is demoted to a centurion. At that moment, the entire training ground was deathly silent. No one could believe this Blaine was so ruthless. Even General Demi accepted the punishment without argument. Bring Gillis here, he ordered. This time, no one thought Angus was joking anymore. 2 soldiers rushed into the tent and dragged out the already trembling Gillis. Coach Randy, I know I was wrong. I've learned my lesson. Please spare me. Gillis was thrown before the Blaine, pleading desperately. A few more strikes like before, and he would surely be dead. Wimp. Yules sneered disdainfully at Gillis's pathetic state. Working alongside such a coward was a disgrace. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. Casper kicked Gillis to the ground. Casper hadn't even used much force, but Gillis couldn't endure it, fainting after only a few strikes. Gillis, for disobedience of military orders, you are sentenced to 100 strokes as per law, demoted to decurion. The remaining 97 strokes will continue tomorrow. Casper tossed the ceremonial staff to an adjacent soldier and swept his cold eyes over all present. Remember, you are now soldiers, not farmers, slaves, or bandits. A soldier's mission has only 2 elements, obedience and victory. I don't care about your backgrounds. In my eyes, you are all the same. Consider yourselves unfortunate to have fallen into my hands. Soon, you'll miss Aaron. Compared to me, that guy is practically an angel. Casper looked up at the sky. The time is about right. Go eat lunch and gather back here by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dismissed. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, chilled by Angus's words. Some, however, felt more excited. This was the military life they had imagined. Yules, come here, Angus beckoned. Coach Randy, you take Demi to rest. Divide this pill in half. Dissolve 1/2 in wine and apply it to her wounds. Give her the other half with water. Yes. Before leaving, Yules gave Angus a long, meaningful look. Her intuition told her that this coach might not be as simple as he seemed. Inside Gillis's room, a servant girl was carefully applying medicine to his back. Ow, easy. Do you want to hurt me to death? Although Gillis had been hit only 3 times by Angus, those blows left his back bruised and bleeding. Even the slightest touch caused him intense pain. That dog Randy, relying on the support of Chief Advisor. He dared to hit me and demoted me to a decurion. Ow, Yoliter. Sir, is that Randy powerful? Powerful? He's nothing. Look at how scrawny and pale he is. If it weren't for Chief Advisor, I could slap him senseless. Despite his condition, Gillis refused to acknowledge Angus's strength. Why don't you put a sack over him and beat him to teach him a lesson? Just beating him won't help. He has Chief Advisor backing him. If he finds out, it will be worse for me than today. What's difficult about that? Just make sure Chief Advisor can't support him. Oh. Gillis lifted his head. How do you mean? The servant girl smiled slightly, leaning close to Gillis's ear and whispering. If you do this, then this, and finally this, Chief Advisor will think twice before supporting him. Hearing the plan, Gillis's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. This plan is excellent. You're the best. My thanks, sir. Oh, your wound. No worries. This time, you'll handle it. It was early summer in the southwestern border, just past noon, the hottest part of the day. Ithandiers lazily returned to the training ground, chatting in groups. Casper arrived early at the training ground, shaking his head at their lax attitude. Yoles, is this your usual training attitude? Report coach, not usually, Yoles said, looking over the troops with Angus. Most here are new recruits who joined us during our flight. Most haven't undergone systematic training. Casper nodded. I understand. He strode into the training ground. The soldiers immediately straightened up upon seeing him. Greetings, coach. No need. Casper waved a hand. This afternoon we will rest and skip training. Really? Great. Cheers erupted around him. Today is our first formal meeting. I want to talk with you all, learn about each other. Casper sat down unceremoniously on the ground, shedding any pretense of authority. I want to ask, why did you enlist? A soldier answered loudly. To get food, of course. Couldn't you achieve that farming or working for a lord? Hell no. We work hard all year with no rest. At the end, the lord takes 80% of our harvest. And it's even worse. My sister worked for a lord, signed a bunch of contracts. She worked there for 3 years and ended up owing him money, so much that selling her 3 kids still wasn't enough. In the end, she hanged herself. Those lords, none of them are good. One day, I'll make them experience what we've gone through. Seeing the soldiers' simmering resentment, Angus smiled inwardly. He had achieved his first goal. Well, I think your dream might be unattainable, he sighed. Why? Do you think the Imperial Army is vegetarian? They are funded by these noble lords. Touch the lords, and it's like attacking the parents of the Imperial Army. Thinking of the well-equipped, well-trained Imperial Army, the previously enthusiastic soldiers fell silent. I think we should just surrender. Continue serving the lords. Maybe one day they'll be generous and reward you. How could we possibly do that? I'd rather die in battle than go back to being exploited by those lords. Right. If that's the case, Angus stood up, brushing dirt off his pants. Are you determined to fight the Imperial Army until the end? To the bitter end. Never surrender. Very good, morale is high. Casper nodded. But that's not enough. Bravery alone won't defeat the Imperial Army. However, if you follow my instructions, I guarantee within a month this 1,000-strong army can easily defeat 10,000 of the Imperial Army outside these mountains. Is that true? Impossible. 10,000 against 1,000? How? Even Yoles shook her head disapprovingly. She had hoped this coach was different, but now she felt disappointed. All he was doing was boasting. 1,000 against 10,000. Even a god of war couldn't manage that. Especially new recruits versus battle-hardened veterans of the Imperial Army. Yoles, you don't believe me either? Yoles shook her head frankly. This coach is boasting a bit too much. Even Lord Military God's famous battle only involved 700 elite troops defeating 10,000 enemies. 1,000 against 10,000. Forgive me for saying, but that seems like something that only happens in dreams. The Blaine laughed. Yoles was really playing right into his hands. All right, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? You pick any 10 soldiers from here and give them to me. I'll train them for 5 days. Then we'll face off. You with your 1,000 men, and me with these 10. What? You can't be serious, coach? No one expected Angus to actually mean it. Even Yoles was taken aback for a moment. What's the stake? If I win, you have to do whatever I say from now on. Of course, I won't ask for anything unreasonable. And if you lose? I'll hold up a sign that says, I'm a liar, and bark like a dog while standing on my head in the training field. Yoles ignored Angus's jesting tone and responded solemnly. If you lose, I want you to resign as the drill master and apologize to everyone. No problem. The Blaine extended his hand to Yoles. Without hesitation, Yoles slapped her hand firmly into his. Pinky promise, no going back now. I won't go back on my word. But coach, don't turn around and act like you don't know me if you lose. Word of their bet quickly spread throughout the southwestern border. What is this Grover planning? Has he gone mad? Jim Eustace's eyes bulged in disbelief. Emily frowned as well. While she knew Randy was strong, this bet had nothing to do with personal prowess. If she could foresee the future, she would absolutely stop Angus from making this crazy bet. Aaron, if you were in charge, would you stand a chance of winning? Aaron, who was knitting, looked up and smiled bitterly. You're giving me too much credit. It might be possible if it were just 10 versus 1,000 new recruits, but having me lead 5-day trained rookies against 1,000? I'd rather just surrender outright. However, since Mr. Randy said so, I choose to trust him. After all, he is that Randy. Well, now that everyone knows, it's too late to take it back. Inside Micron's room, Micron burst out laughing upon hearing the news. He dug his own grave without even needing me to lift a finger. 10 against 1,000? Even Lord Military God couldn't pull that off. Randy, let's see if Chief Advisor can save you this time. At the training ground, Yoles quickly selected 10 people for Angus. One person caught Angus by surprise. Demi, may I ask for your reason? The one-armed female general stood out among the 10. Her injuries were just flesh wounds and had healed faster thanks to Angus's secret medicine. They had almost fully scabbed over, and she moved without much difficulty. I just want to see if you're truly capable or all talk. Demi replied without looking at him. She harbored no good feelings toward Angus, but his actions intrigued her. So, she wanted to see for herself who this guy brought back by the chief advisor really was. Do you have any objections, sir? Not at all. This makes things easier for me. It's always better to have a reliable force. Casper walked past the 10, inspecting them closely. To be fair, Yoles was still somewhat lenient. The people she picked were relatively competent. All right, no need for introductions. Everyone should know who I am, and I'm not particularly interested in knowing who you are. For the next 5 days, we will refer to each other by code names. Starting with Demi, you are number 1, and the rest follow as 2, 3, all the way to 10. You will call me Trina. Any questions? No problem. No issue. Gabine. Acknowledged. Casper facepalmed. He knew there wouldn't be much cohesion, but he didn't expect even a simple response to be so varied. Forget it. Rest well tonight. Get prepared. Starting tomorrow, you won't have an easy day ahead. Dismissed. That night was bound to be sleepless for many. Everyone was curious to see what methods the strange youth would use to train 9 new recruits to a point where they could fight 100 men. Nobody believed he could succeed. They were merely waiting to see him fail humorously. The next morning, people arrived early at the training field, eager to see how rigorously Angus would train the new recruits. However, to everyone's surprise, Angus wasn't training them but teaching them to sing. Number 3, your singing is great, just lower the pitch a bit. Number Gabive, you're a bit off-key, but it's okay. Your voice is low, so next time you'll do the harmony. Number 1, you need to blend with everyone else. Singing isn't just about being loud, it has to be harmonious. In a choir, if your voice stands out too much, I can only hear you. Try again. The crowd watching was left speechless. They had no idea what this guy was doing. Chapter 434, Guerrilla Warfare. For 5 days, the Blaine's actions left everyone bewildered. On the first day, Angus spent the entire day singing with 10 people. On the second day, he led the same 10 people up a mountain early in the morning. Oddly enough, 9 of the 10 wore blindfolds over their eyes. Climbing a mountain while blindfolded was already absurd, but the mountain they chose was also the steepest one. It normally took an average person a whole day to climb it even with their eyes open. Yet by evening, all 10 returned unharmed. Although they looked somewhat ragged, their excited expressions revealed that nothing major had gone wrong. On the third day, under everyone's curious gazes, Angus somehow procured a group of wooden dummies. Strangely enough, these wooden figures could move. This time, Angus prepared earmuffs and made sure each of the 10 wore them. Completely unable to hear, the 10 fought the dummies in utter silence. By the end of the day, they were utterly defeated, covered in red swellings and bruises. In contrast, not a single bit of wax had fallen off the wooden dummies. On the fourth day, it was unknown what miracle drug Angus gave the 10 people. Despite being unable to stand the previous night, they appeared lively and energetic on the training field again this morning. Although they had been thoroughly thrashed by the wooden dummies the day before, Angus showed no mercy today. Instead, he increased the difficulty by taking away weapons from 5 of them, leaving them only with shields for passive defense. By midday, the 10 were once more brutally beaten. But despite this, their morale remained high, their eyes burning with fierce determination. Observing their performance, Angus nodded approvingly. After lunch, he gathered the 10 together and whispered something mysteriously. That afternoon, instead of fighting the wooden dummies, the 10 started practicing a peculiar dance. On the 5th day, Angus and the 10 did not show up at the training field. Everyone speculated if they had finally given up. 10 versus 1,000 was an impossible task after all. They must have struggled for 4 days and then decided to throw in the towel. At least, that's what everyone thought. However, Yules didn't share this opinion. Curiosity had gotten the better of her over the past few days, leading her to observe them secretly. Having once been a general of the Avon Empire, Yules noticed details others missed. She realized that in just 4 days, the 10 individuals who initially acted like loose sand had, under Angus's guidance, transformed into a cohesive squad. Their coordination and cooperation far exceeded what any team would achieve even after years of collaboration. Yules was genuinely intrigued about how Angus had managed such a transformation. Still, she didn't give it too much thought. After all, 10 against 1,000 was akin to an egg hitting a rock. Even if Lady Demi could fight 100 at a time, it held no significance when faced with overwhelming odds. Even if Angus was a reincarnated war deity, it was impossible for him to train the remaining 9 to match such prowess within 4 days. This bet was as good as one for her. Despite Yules' unwavering confidence, a faint unease lingered in her heart. The 10 soldiers' confident smiles and determination couldn't be fake. Why did they appear so self-assured, knowing they were facing an army of 1,000? Yules' curiosity would soon be answered. The agreed-upon day arrived quickly. Yules led 1,000 veteran revolutionaries to the training field early to await the 10. Checking the sun, she noted the appointed time was fast approaching, yet the 10 still hadn't shown up. Just as everyone thought they'd conceded defeat and dared not come. A series of synchronized footsteps approached. Casper sat nonchalantly in a chair, carried over by 10 warriors clad in black armor. Wearing matching battle gear, the 10 walked in perfect synchrony, exuding an aura that seemed capable of confronting an entire army. Well, everyone came quite early, Angus remarked as he leaped down nimbly in front of everyone. Everyone watched in slight surprise, not expecting him to dare show up. Why are you all looking at me like that? Do you think I wouldn't come? Don't worry, there's no such word as default in my dictionary. Today, Angus also donned a white thin armor, complementing the black armor of his 10 companions. I trust the drill master won't renege. Since the drill master has arrived, let's begin, Yules replied. Wait, not so fast. Scared drill master? How can that be? Angus laughed lightly. But we haven't set the rules yet. I'll agree to whatever the drill master proposes, Yules said indifferently, convinced that they stood no chance regardless of the rules. Seems you're very confident. I have no intention of taking advantage. If we're going to do this, it should be fair. Casper pulled out 2 waist badges prepared beforehand. Military matches should reflect actual battlefield scenarios. Each commander wears 1 badge. The game ends when one side captures the other's badge or captures all members of the opposing side. What do you think? Yules pondered momentarily. Were the rules too advantageous to her? Surely, this youth knew better, yet proposed them anyway. There had to be a trick. Gabinding no valid objection, she nodded. I have no issue. Drillmaster, don't regret this. Of course not. Let's limit the battlefield to the hilltop. If my team hasn't captured your badge by tomorrow's sunrise, we concede. Yules narrowed her eyes. Drillmaster, making big promises comes with a price. With a gesture, Angus tossed 1 badge to Yules, handing the other to Demi. Drillmaster, you're not joining them? No, that would make it too quick and less interesting. Sighs rippled through the crowd at Angus's audacity. The competition began promptly. Yules, wary despite their numerical advantage, assigned 100 men to protect her while dispatching the rest to search the hill. The area wasn't large, and the 900 could thoroughly sweep it in less than an hour. Report. Enemy tracks found. Continue tracking, but do not engage recklessly. Yols studied the map thoughtfully. Could it be this simple? This match might end sooner than expected. On the hilltop, Angus's team evaded the enemy search. They wore fierce masks to conceal their identities and communicated via gestures. Suddenly, the lead member raised his hand, halting the others as they hid. Ahead, a small search party moved towards their hiding spot. Unaware they were being watched, the soldiers continued chatting merrily. Really wonder what the new drill master is thinking. Does he actually believe 10 can defeat 1,000? To me, he's crazy. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. It captures the intensity and strategic planning involved in the narrative, ensuring coherence with previous events. I think he's just stubborn and can't back down now, so he's just putting on a show. I think this drill master is better off working under me. What do you guys say? Why so quiet? Ugh. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind the soldier, one hand covering his mouth, then gently twisting his neck, causing the soldier to instantly faint. The other soldiers met the same fate. Within moments, the entire patrol team was wiped out. Having dealt with the soldiers, the squad didn't linger. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had noticed them, they silently slipped away like ghosts. Report. In the hastily erected tent, a soldier rushed in nervously. Yols, who was sitting at a table sipping tea, looked up at him. Speak. We followed the traces on the western side but found no enemy forces. We suspect it might be a trap set by the enemy. The soldier's voice grew softer. He feared Yols would be angry. However, Yols wasn't the type to easily lose her temper with her subordinates. From the moment she received reports of enemy tracks, she had guessed they were merely bait. It's fine. Given Demi's capabilities, it's easy to deceive you. Report. A search team in the south has lost contact. Report. 2 search teams in the north have lost contact. Report. Reports of missing teams kept pouring in, causing Yol's heart to race. How is this possible? They only have 10 people, and each of our teams has over 30 members. Even if Demi could eliminate a single team stealthily, how could she handle simultaneous attacks from the west, south, and north at once? Could it be that those 10 weren't acting together? As Yol suspected, Angus's black-clad squad had split into 3 groups, approaching her temporary command post from the southwest and north. Demi thought back to the conversation last night with Randy and the others. Demi, you've worked with Yols for years. Tell me about her. After a grueling training session, Demi lay exhausted on the ground along with the squad members. Around them, scattered pieces of wooden dummies littered the ground. Responding to Angus's question, Demi sat up and said, Yols is a gifted tactical genius with battlefield control surpassing even mine. However, she often commands conservatively and follows traditional methods rigidly. She has a particularly strong sense of honor when it comes to military glory. Hearing this description, Angus nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled. Thank you for the information. Originally, I only had a 30% chance of winning. Now, I believe it's closer to 50%. Gab 50%? Really, Drill Master? Casper nodded, his face brimming with confidence. In wars where the few fight the many, surprise is key. If you follow my plan, we might even have a 70% chance of winning. 70%. Demi's eyes widened. After 5 days with Angus, he had shown her many impossibilities and taught her that there are always more capable people beyond one's own horizon. Her impression of Angus had completely reversed, from initial disdain to admiration and even a desire to follow him forever. But the 70% win rate still seemed hard to believe. Not because she didn't trust Angus, but because she didn't fully trust herself yet. Yes, 70%. But the remaining 30 depends on you. According to what you said, Yols is quite proud. So tomorrow, she will definitely let me decide the content of the match. You leave bait in the east, and she'll surely focus her efforts there. Then, split into 3 groups and attack isolated search units. Split into 3 groups? But we only have 10 people. Don't worry. I believe in you. And with 1,000 opponents, even all 10 of you together can't engage them head-on. So we need to use strategy. Once you split and attack, Yols will surely become suspicious. If my guess is correct, after receiving news, she'll definitely pass the order for everyone to return to camp. Yes, sir. A loud horn sounded, signaling all soldiers to immediately return. Demi heard the horn and inwardly marveled. Indeed, as Randy predicted, now it was time to proceed with the second phase of the plan. Back at the camp, Yols frowned deeply. She originally planned a large-scale sweep to lock down the enemy's position before unleashing her full force to strike. But now, it seemed her plans had been anticipated. The enemy squad had split into 3 groups. Initially, it seemed easier to handle 3 smaller groups. In reality, their targets became smaller and harder to find. Moreover, somehow Angus had trained new recruits into stealth and ambush experts in just a few days. But thinking of the victory conditions, Yols chuckled. Drill Master, you're digging your own grave. Chapter 435. The end of the competition. Although Yols now had a better impression of the Blaine, this did not mean she would let him off easily. I'm certain to win this match. Yols smiled slightly as if victory was firmly in her grasp. Commander, you're truly digging your own grave. I have 1,000 men, while you only have 10. If I tighten my defenses and hold out until tomorrow morning, do you think your mere 10 men can breach my line of 1,000? Since she couldn't catch those 10 individuals, it might be best not to look for them at all. After all, they would definitely be the anxious ones. My orders are clear. Defend the camp at all costs. Place guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5, with 3 layers inside and out. Ensure not even a fly can get through. Especially tonight. The enemy will surely attack under the cover of darkness. Everyone must stay alert. Yes, ma'am. Humph. I'll see how you, Randy, plan to counteract this. Ordinarily, with 1,000 men against just 10, one would choose an all-out assault to crush the enemy. But Yols chose the most conservative method. Victory is the highest honor for a soldier. The means to achieve it are secondary. Time passed quickly. Yules remained steadfast on the mountaintop, carefully guarding against Demi and her team's potential sneak attacks. However, as she predicted, once she chose to defend, Demi and her team lost any chance of an opening. In the afternoon, there were several attempted ambushes, but all were ineffective. This made Yules more confident that choosing to hold her position would secure her victory. Watching the fiery sunset gradually sink into the ground, Yules knew the final offensive was soon to begin. Time ticked away minute by minute, quickly reaching midnight. However, the anticipated attack did not materialize. Instead of relaxing, she grew increasingly tense. What are they doing? Could they be planning to surrender? Yules paced uneasily in the camp. The less action from the enemy, the more uneasy she became. Report. Enemies spotted. They are attacking from the front. From the front? How many are there? Yules was taken aback. To dare attack from the front? There must be a trick. Only 3 figures have been identified. 3? Exactly as I thought. Pass the order, ignore them, and strengthen defenses elsewhere. These 3 are a diversion. Report immediately if anyone else is found. Yes, ma'am. Yules touched the plaque at her waist. Lady Demi, I won't fall for your ruse. The mountains were eerily quiet at night, except for the commotion on Yules' hilltop. Yules' troops responded to the 3 harassers while nervously searching the perimeter for others. But even after the trio retreated, they found nothing. What? No trace of the others? Yules frowned. Did she misjudge? You may go, but remind the patrols to stay vigilant. Yes, ma'am. As Yules pondered the enemy's objective, another soldier entered. Report. The enemy is attacking again, still from the front. Again? Yules stood up. What were they trying to accomplish? Send out a squad of 100 to intercept the 3. Don't let them escape this time. Yes, ma'am. After some time, the soldier returned. Report. They escaped. Their movements were very strange. They seemed slow, yet we couldn't catch them. What? You couldn't stop 3 people with 100 men? Yules stood abruptly. I am sorry. Seeing the young soldier intimidated, Yules calmed down slightly. I'm not blaming you. You may go. Yes, ma'am. Relieved, he left hastily. Alone in her tent, Yules fretted. Commander, what exactly did you do in these few days? The Blaine's 10-man squad divided into 3 groups, harassing Yules' troops whenever they began to relax. Yules' soldiers were worn out by this harassment. Constant vigilance was draining. As dawn approached, many of Yules' soldiers were barely holding on. Even Yules propped her head up, fighting off sleep. Just before drifting off, someone rushed in. Report. The enemy is attacking again. This time, they seem to have come in full force. They seem? You can't count 10 people? Why are you here? Exhaustion made Yules irritable. Sorry. They moved through the forest in such a strange way we couldn't count. Worthless. Was there a one-armed person among them? One-armed? Yes, their leader is one-armed. Hearing this, Yules perked up. Lady Demi has joined personally. They must be going all in. Follow my orders. Deploy half our forces to intercept them. Focus on capturing the one-armed one alive. Yes, ma'am. Taking a deep breath, Yules felt unusually calm. It's finally ending. Commander, I admit you're more formidable than I imagined. In just a few days with raw recruits, you've turned us around like this. But now, it's time to end it. Yules poured herself tea and waited quietly for news. She peeked outside. The sun would rise in less than an hour. Report. Yules refocused on the soldier. All captured, right? And no, we couldn't stop them. They broke through the first line. Ah. Yules spit out her tea. What? 500 men couldn't hold 10? Ma'am, they used strange fans with eyes painted on them. Just looking made us dizzy. We couldn't stop them. Unbelievable. Yules wanted to scold but restrained herself. Send 300 more. Stop them at the camp entrance, capture or not. Yes, ma'am. Taking another deep breath, Yules realized she could no longer remain composed. Commander, what other tricks do you have? Before she could breathe deeply, another soldier rushed in. He knelt, head down. Ma'am, I failed. Lady Demi has broken through and is rushing in. How? Yules' eyes widened. She knew Demi's capabilities well. Demi was stronger but shouldn't break through 800 so quickly. Did the commander teach her something special? Ma'am, Lady Demi is nearly here. Shouldn't we leave quickly? If she doesn't get your plaque before sunrise, we win? Though bewildered by Demi's breakthrough, Yules found the suggestion reasonable. She might not be able to defeat Demi, but escaping was certainly not a problem for her. Although it would be undignified, victory justified such minor issues. All right, let's go. Yules put down her teacup and quickly left the tent. But as she passed by the soldier, she suddenly felt a tightening around her waist. Realizing what happened, Yules reached for her waist immediately. The plaque at her waist had vanished without a trace. You. Sorry. Commander Yules, looks like we won, said the soldier, standing up with Yules' plaque in his hand. You, how did you get in here? Yules leaned on her long sword, bewildered, and asked incredulously. In fact, when we staged our second night attack, and you sent men to chase after Lady Demi, I changed into one of your soldiers' uniforms and sneaked in. The subsequent attacks and Lady Demi's brave breakout were all aimed at exhausting your energy and diverting your attention to her. After all, you're our second strongest, so getting the plaque from you required focusing on Lady Demi. Once you deployed enough men to contain her, it became nearly impossible for us to get the plaque. Lady Demi was just the bait. The real strike was you. Commander Yules flatters me. The soldier scratched his head sheepishly. Yules had to admit, they knew her well. She also realized that she underestimated the other 9 individuals. Yules always believed that as long as she could control Demi, she would be invincible. Yet she lost due to her arrogance. Lady Demi indeed understands me well. Her plan has made me concede wholeheartedly. Not exactly, Commander Yules. The entire strategy was laid out by the strategist beforehand. We merely followed his plan. Yoles paused in surprise. Are you sure you're not lying? Of course not. The strategist is truly that far-sighted? Even my reactions were predicted? The strategist's foresight goes even further than that, the soldier replied, eyes filled with admiration. This vastly mismatched contest had an unexpected outcome, 10 against 1,000, and they won decisively. All residents of the southwestern border couldn't believe that the lazy, food-loving youth possessed such strength. At this time, Emily took the opportunity to reveal everything the Blaine had done for everyone, changing public perception instantly. So we misunderstood Commander Randy. Commander Randy did so much for us, and I spoke ill of him behind his back. I deserve to die. From today onward, Commander Randy is my idol. As everyone praised Randy, one person hated him bitterly. Why should he? A stinking newcomer. I've worked hard as a revolutionary soldier for years, yet I never received such treatment. Why? Gillis hammered the wall furiously, seething with resentment. Why did Angus, who demoted him to Decurion, win everyone's admiration while he didn't? My lord, don't be angry. It's bad for your health. Hearing the commotion, Gillis's maid entered the room. How can I not be angry? That bastard, with the strategist's support, reduced me to this state. Now he's getting more and more popular every day, while I'm stuck in bed. My lord, haven't you already thought of ways to take revenge? Just wait until you recover, and he won't last long. Right. As she spoke, black smoke slowly emanated from her mouth. Gillis clearly didn't notice it, inhaling it unconsciously. Gillis's rage and agitation gradually subsided, his eyes becoming vacant. Yes, you're right, he won't last long. My lord, follow my instructions and soon, you'll become the true master of this land. I am the true master here. Gillis repeated the words, a fanatical smile spreading across his face. He seemed convinced he already ruled over everything, controlling all aspects of life. Yes, you are the true master. The maid's soft voice echoed repeatedly in Gillis's ears until he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Her expression turned sinister. Ah, so tired. Emily's promotion of Angus was extremely effective, perhaps too effective. All day, the Blaine was surrounded by civilians and military personnel offering gifts, flowers, vegetables, eggs. Ironically, many of these items were originally brought by the Blaine from the capital. Wanting to refuse but not wanting to disappoint everyone, he sighed inwardly. That's why I did it secretly at night. Stretching vigorously, the Blaine wondered if he could dream of the beautiful sister again tonight. Chapter 436, The Envy of Scholars. It had been several days since the competition. Everything on the southwestern border was progressing in an orderly manner. The Blaine officially became an instructor for the Revolutionary Army. Not only Demi and Yoles, but even Aaron joined the training sessions. Aaron had watched the entire competition that day. At first, he felt some surprise. But upon reviewing it, he noticed many details he hadn't seen before. Whether it was using Demi as bait or distributing tasks to other team members, the Blaine had executed everything to perfection. Such skills were worth learning seriously. Alright, that's enough training for today. As the Blaine turned to leave, Aaron stopped him. Mr. Randy, do you have time now? I want to talk to you about something. I'm free. What is it? Mr. Randy. Aaron looked around at the soldiers with a meaningful glance. The Blaine instantly understood. Let's go to my room to talk. Alright. They arrived at the Blaine's room. Why are you being so secretive? You couldn't say it outside? The Blaine brewed tea and filled Aaron's cup halfway. Mr. Randy, haven't you noticed that there have been some not-so-positive rumors about you among the people these past 2 days? Rumors? What kind of rumors? Some say you go into the mountains late at night to inform the Imperial Army. Me? Informing the Imperial Army? The Blaine pointed at himself. What could I possibly gain from doing that? Not just that, there are even those who say the barriers you set up weren't for our protection but to trap us here, making it easier for the Imperial Army to wipe us out. Seeing the Blaine's unusual expression, Aaron quickly added, Asia, and I know this isn't possible. You saved our lives. We trust you completely. But these rumors came suddenly and just when your reputation was starting to improve. So you suspect someone is targeting me? It's highly possible. Aaron nodded solemnly. These past few days, no one has been bringing me eggs, and now I know why. Compared to Aaron's serious demeanor, the Blaine seemed much more relaxed and even made a joke. Mr. Randy, this isn't a small matter. There might be enemy spies here in the Southwestern Division. You need to be careful, they might harm you. That's all right. Don't make a fuss over nothing. I think it's just people who didn't like me before, unhappy with my rise in status. If I ignore them, they'll lose interest in a few days. But, enough already. Nothing else? If not, let's go eat. I'm hungry. The Blaine pushed Aaron out of the room. He didn't realize how much chaos these rumors would bring to the Southwestern Division. The next morning, while the Blaine was contemplating breakfast options, Aaron found him with a smile. Hee hee, Mr. Randy, we caught the rumor monger. Oh, so soon? Unexpectedly, after discussing it yesterday, they had already apprehended someone today. As luck would have it, during our patrol in town, we caught this guy spreading rumors on the street. He's in the jail now. Do you want to see him? Though the Blaine didn't care much about the rumors, he was curious about the person spreading them. Let's go and take a look. As soon as they entered the town, they saw a youth around 20 years old being held down by several revolutionaries. Let me go. What's wrong with what I said? Why did you arrest me? All right, release him. The revolutionaries saluted Aaron respectfully. After being released, Angus brushed off his long robe and the dirt from his body, still showing defiance. Were you the one spreading lies about Mr. Randy in town? On what grounds do you call them lies? I have the freedom of speech. I can say whatever I want. Casper tilted his chin defiantly at Aaron. You. Aaron frowned, ready to reprimand the audacious individual. The Blaine intervened immediately. Do you revolutionaries hit people now? Seeing Aaron ready to strike again, the Blaine patted his shoulder, indicating he should handle it. Young man, do you have any grudges against Randy? Grudges? No. I just think Randy isn't a good person. The Blaine didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled slightly. I agree. He doesn't seem like a good person either. Hearing this, the once arrogantly upright youth glanced at him in surprise. Who would have thought there were still discerning eyes within the Revolutionary Army? What's your name, Blaine? Connorlot. Connorlot, what exactly did Randy do that you want to tell me? Connorlot glanced at the Blaine, refusing his offered cigarette. Sorry, I don't smoke. Randy, though young, became a Revolutionary Army instructor through improper connections. That's lack of virtue. I inspected the barriers in the forest. They're loose and chaotic. That's lack of ability. I've been cursing him for so long, yet he hasn't responded. That's lack of talent. How can someone with no virtue, no ability, and no talent become an instructor while a proud graduate of Xianxia Academy like me remains unnoticed? Truly unfair. The Blaine feigned indignation as if really standing up for Connorlot. Do you have any evidence that proves Randy colluded with the Imperial Army? Tell me, and together we'll expose him. Evidence? At the mention of evidence, Connorlot's expression changed. Not yet, but I will eventually find it. The Blaine drew out the word before suddenly changing his demeanor. He slapped Connorlot hard, sending him to the ground. Connorlot, clutching his face, sat dazed on the ground. Why did you hit me? What are you doing? I hit you because you deserved it. The Blaine slapped Connorlot's other cheek, swelling both sides equally. Spreading unfounded rumors without evidence. Isn't that slander? You claim to be a high-achieving student of Xianxia Academy, but what have you done to earn recognition? Plainly put, it's jealousy. You should use your time helping everyone rather than spreading lies. Maybe then people will respect you more. Having scolded Connorlot, the Blaine left with Aaron and others. Such trivial matters weren't worth his time. The onlookers dispersed, leaving Connorlot alone. How dare he hit me? A high-achieving student of Xianxia Academy. Guards. Revolutionaries. Did none of you see him assault me in broad daylight? This city is beyond saving. Connorlot yelled in the middle of the street, but the residents kept their distance, watching him like a zoo animal. Despite his shouting, no one responded, and he had to slink back home embarrassed. In a small house on the southwestern edge of Como City, Connor resided. This was the residence allocated to him by Asia, who had noted his university background and intended for him to become a teacher or magic craftsman in town. However, Connor regarded himself too highly and refused to work. Even during the toughest initial days, he did not step out of the house once, instead lying on a rocking chair upstairs, watching people busy themselves in the streets with disdain. Whenever someone asked for help from this noble mage, they were always turned down on the pretext of being too occupied with academic pursuits. I'm an educated man. How can I do such menial labor? Initially, Connor quietly waited for his patron to appear. But one day, he discovered that Randy, who also never ventured outside, had suddenly transformed into an instructor for the Revolutionary Army, a position of significant prestige. Why not me? Why didn't they come to me? I could be an instructor for the Revolutionary Army too. Jealousy gnawed at Connor's heart. Since then, he started spreading rumors about Randy daily, despite never having met him, convinced that Randy had stolen his opportunity. Connor, sir? Who's there? A female voice emerged behind Connor. He had locked the door. Except for his self-portrait, no one else was visible in the room. Do you know who just beat you, Connor? Who? Randy. That guy is Randy. Connor's eyes widened in shock, realizing the person who struck him was indeed Randy. Yes, the very one who took everything from you. It's all because of him. The woman's voice continued repeating, causing Connor's consciousness to blur as his eyes filled with deep hatred. Aaron, you overthink things. That guy isn't any Imperial spy. He's just a bookworm who thinks too highly of himself. Yeah, after Mr. Randy disciplined him today, he probably won't dare spread those rumors anymore. Still, it surprised me when Mr. Randy acted so directly. The Blaine chuckled. You need to be firm with people like him. True. They arrived at Asia's office, only to encounter an unexpected visitor. Franz. The Blaine sounded uncertain, finding it hard to associate the haggard, bearded man before him with the carefree old man he knew. At the sound of the Blaine's voice, the elderly man barely lifted his eyelids, taking a while to focus on Angus. Seeing the Blaine, Franz's parched lips moved. You're here, Grover. Franz's voice was dry and raspy, like dead branches rubbing together in the desert. Where have you been? What happened to you? Come, let me check you. The Blaine placed his hand on Franz's shoulder, inspecting him with his spirit power. I'm fine, just a bit tired lately. Frowning, the Blaine found nothing wrong except some dehydration. But what could have made the spirited elder look so worn out? What did the magic guild summon you back for? Franz opened his mouth to speak, but closed it abruptly, shaking his head. Just catching up with old friends. Really? I find that hard to believe. Never mind, if you don't want to talk, I won't push. The Blaine withdrew his hand. Knowing Franz was physically okay was enough. As for the magic guild's affairs, he had no intention of getting involved. Where's Asia? Shouldn't she be here? She just went out. I thought you saw her. By the way, I heard rumors that the Dragon Clan has been stirring. Be careful. The Blaine frowned. Though he wasn't afraid, the civilians here would be terrified. It looks like my time here is coming to an end. I'll rest for a bit. You wait here for Asia. Franz stood up shakily with his staff. Your Excellency, let me help you. Brat, I'm not dying yet. Though Franz grumbled, he allowed Aaron to assist him into the adjacent room. In the northeastern forest of the southwestern division, a figure with bloodshot eyes crouched under a tree, digging furiously at the ground with bloodied hands, muttering. Randy, this is all you're doing. This is all you're doing. After hours of digging, Connor finally unearthed a mana crystal. Just as he attempted to extract it, the crystal burst into intense light. Enduring the searing pain, Connor tried to pry it out, but it seemed firmly rooted, unyielding to his efforts. A dark aura flashed in Connor's eyes, and a wild force surged through the blood from his hands, engulfing the crystal. Chapter 437. Imperial Army Invasion. As the chaotic energy gradually corroded the magic crystal set up by Angus, the light barrier hovering over the forest dissipated into the air like a bubble being punctured. Almost at the moment the light barrier vanished, a well-equipped squad of the Imperial Army charged in from the other side, as if they had been expecting it. Their swift movements were akin to a pack of agile gray wolves. Despite their heavy armor, they moved effortlessly through the woods. A patrolling rebel soldier accidentally spotted the approaching Imperial troops. Before he could alert anyone, a gleaming iron arrow pierced straight through his neck. The rebel soldier clutched at the bloody hole in his neck and fell down helplessly. The Imperial soldiers did not stop there. They surged forward like a sharp blade, deeply embedding themselves into the southwestern division, tearing a gaping hole in its defense lines. Another group of rebel soldiers was swiftly wiped out by the elite squad of the Imperial Army. However, they failed to notice that in one corner of the camp, a blood-soaked rebel who should have been dead managed to muster his last bit of strength to pull out a red flare. As the magic crystal was being eroded, Angus sensed it immediately. Aaron, go to the training ground and gather all the soldiers. It seems something has happened. What's wrong, Mr. Randy? Aaron hadn't seen such a serious expression on Angus's face in a long time. Hurry, we don't have much time. As if in response to Angus's words, a red flare rose slowly from the northeastern woods. Oh no, we've been discovered. The elite squad of the Imperial Army also noticed the flare. This damned guy is still breathing. Enraged, the Imperial soldier hacked the rebel into pieces with his sword. The captain raised his hand to stop them. Enough, he's already dead. We've scouted the area sufficiently. It's time to regroup with the main force. Today is the end for these rebels. Yes, sir. Beyond the shattered barrier, a silvery river stretched endlessly toward the mountainside. On closer inspection, it wasn't a river at all but rows of armored Imperial soldiers, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000, turning the entire mountain top silver. Within the ranks of the Imperial Army, an old, slender general lifted his head to look at the red flare. If one underestimated him due to his frail appearance, it would be a grave mistake. This elderly man was one of the few great sword saints in the Empire. Our troops have been detected. Everyone, prepare to move out. With his order, the once stationary silver river began to flow. Broderick light reflecting off the silver helmets emitted a pale and menacing glow. Enemy forces spotted. Estimated strength exceeds 30,000. From the watchtower, a rebel reported this news. Upon hearing this, the gathered rebels were instantly in chaos. 30,000. My God, 30,000 Imperial soldiers. We barely have 3,000 here. This is bad. Let's run away. There's no fighting them. Run? Where to? Surrounded by mountains. We'll be caught before we even get out. An ominous, despondent mood settled over the training field. Many rebels were visibly trembling, already defeated before even facing the enemy. Among the residents, murmurs of doubt emerged, recalling the speeches made by Mowgli. Casper said nothing, only watching silently as the morale of the rebel soldiers plummeted. Gabinally, Aaron could no longer stand it. He smashed the tower shield on the ground, and the loud resonance drew everyone's attention. Calm down. Don't forget, we have Mr. Randy with us. He can defeat a 100-fold army with just 10 men. Are you telling me you're scared by just a 10-fold difference? Aaron's powerful voice resonated in everyone's ears, silencing the murmurings. That's right, we still have Mr. Randy with us. Mr. Randy, please lead us to drive out the Imperial Army. Mr. Randy, give the command. Seeing hope reignite in the eyes of the rebels, Angus smiled. A mere 30,000 Imperials? Isn't that just delivering provisions? Our equipment is getting old anyway. Picking up a piece of armor sewn from cowhide, now covered with countless scratches. Wouldn't you all want new Imperial elite gear? At the mention of new equipment, the rebel soldiers' eyes lit up. Of course we do. Can we really get it? I've always wanted to try on the Imperial's metal armor. Casper flicked his crimson cloak dramatically, which waved on its own. Anyone who dares to invade our land will be annihilated today. I will wipe out their 30,000-strong army. With a wave of his arm, the soldiers below responded with fervor. Annihilate the Imperial Army. Annihilate the Imperial Army. Annihilate the Imperial Army. Good. Yolston to my orders. Select 300 of the best fighters to follow me. The rest must help evacuate the civilians. Everyone was stunned by Angus's order. Commander, did I hear correctly? Just 300 men? Casper nodded firmly. 300. Remember, in mountainous combat, especially terrain like the Southwestern Division, more isn't necessarily better. It can be a significant disadvantage. The soldiers looked at each other skeptically. Isn't warfare about having more manpower? Seeing their expressions, Angus chuckled. Trust me, 300 men will ensure they are routed thoroughly. The Imperial Army advanced in vast numbers towards the rebel camp. With elite vanguard leading the way, the Imperial soldiers surged forward like an unstoppable flood. Ah! A scream pierced the calm, like a stone dropped into a tranquil river. Seth, the sword saint, frowned and asked his adjutant. What's happening? General, some of our troops stepped into enemy traps. Traps? Didn't the vanguard detect any traps? We just detected signs of magical energy. These traps seem to have been activated recently. Seth, the sword saint, was surprised that the enemy had more tricks up their sleeve. However, he didn't take it too seriously. Traps or not, how could his 30,000-strong army falter over simple traps? Inform the troops to proceed cautiously. Since they are magical traps, send the mages to scout ahead. Yes, sir. Seth smiled. His unit boasted a squad of 30 mages, a rare luxury within the entire Aven Empire. Collecting these mages, all proud and haughty, required considerable effort on his part. Wah! Help me. Ah, my leg. Before Seth could relax, chaos erupted at the front again. What's happening now? His adjutant wiped sweat from his forehead. General, several mages stepped into traps. They weren't magical traps, but had been shielded with magic. Not magical traps? And they still stepped into them? Incompetence. Snap. Suddenly, a large animal trap sprang from beneath the soil, clamping down precisely on Seth's knee. The adjutant turned away, pretending not to see. Seth's face turned red, but thanks to his high cultivation, he used his leg strength to shatter the trap. Ahem. Inform the vanguard to use sticks to probe the path while advancing. The enemy's traps are extremely devious. Yes, sir. Despite their utmost caution, the various hidden traps in the forest continued to frustrate the Imperial soldiers, leaving them agitated and on edge. In this short distance of less than 5 miles, already hundreds of Imperial soldiers had lost their combat ability. At this rate, they would collapse before reaching the enemy's location. Damn it! Where did those damned rebels get so many bizarre traps? Seth angrily wiped off the black dust on his face. Even he had triggered several traps. Seth was on the verge of losing his temper, and what came next infuriated him even more. Not only did the rebel forces not flee, but they also actively attacked them. They're courting death. Let them see the might of our Imperial eagles. Kill, kill, kill. My knee. How are they like wild monkeys? We can't hit them at all. The Revolutionary Army used their familiarity with the terrain to their advantage. Each engagement with the Imperial Army was brief and tactical, never lingering in battle. They would shoot hidden arrows at the knees of the Imperial soldiers from concealed corners. These poison needles targeted the joints and gaps in the Imperial armor, knees, elbows, necks, eyes. They were both treacherous and deadly. Even a knee wound would soon lead to total paralysis, rendering the soldier immobile. In contrast, despite their imposing silver armor, the lack of flexibility in mountain warfare put the Imperial army at a disadvantage. Damn it! Where are they coming from? Didn't we say there were fewer than 3,000 of them? Seth deflected a poison arrow, shot from some corner with his sword, frowning. This is your fault. Mage Squad, follow my orders, set fire. I want to burn these damned wild monkeys alive. General, please reconsider. Hearing Seth's order, his adjutant hurriedly tried to dissuade him. If the fire gets out of control, it will harm the innocent civilians around. Seth glared, rebuking harshly. Innocent civilians? There are no innocents here. They are all rebels. All of them deserve to die. Mages, set the fire immediately. The adjutant clenched his fists tightly, almost grinding his teeth, but Seth's will was resolute, and he was just an adjutant. 30 high-level mages working together unleashed magic that rivaled the power of a grand mage. A 100-meter-high wall of fire spread rapidly from the center of the Imperial army. Wherever the fire wall passed, trees turned into black charcoal within moments. Small animals that couldn't escape the forest were instantly reduced to charred corpses upon contact with the flames. From above, the once lush green mountain peak was now pitch black. Seeing this scene, Seth felt much better. With the obstructive trees down and the traps rendered ineffective, the rebels now had nowhere to hide. Haha, excellent. Continue advancing like this. Seth waved his hand, and after reorganizing, the Imperial army surged forward again. Commander, they are setting fires on the mountainside. What should we do? Yols asked Angus anxiously. Had Angus not reacted quickly, their 300-strong force would have been burned to ashes by the enemy's fire wall. Casper didn't answer directly but looked up and then smiled suddenly. Yols didn't understand. Their advantage was now completely lost, and the enemy was about to reach them. How could the commander laugh at such a time? Commander, don't worry. They are about to reap what they sowed. Casper showed no signs of anxiety on his face, but rather looked like he was waiting for some entertainment. Yols didn't fully grasp it, and wanted to say more when Demi spoke up beside her. Yols, since the commander has said so, let's just watch the fun unfold among the Imperial army. Unlike Yols, after fighting side by side, Demi now had absolute trust in this miraculous youth. Demi had even put away her weapons and started massaging Angus's shoulders. Commander, is this pressure okay? Perfect, very comfortable. Commander, about that book on military strategy you mentioned last time? Yols nearly lost it seeing this scene. Why were they so calm when the enemy was almost upon them? As she was about to lose her temper, a cool drop of water landed on her nose. She touched it. It was water. It's raining? Yols was surprised. The weather had been clear just moments ago. How did it turn overcast so suddenly? They're here. Casper caught a raindrop in his hand, the muddy droplet floating quietly on his palm. Fat raindrops began pouring down immediately. Look, their retribution has arrived. Following the direction of Angus's finger, Yols saw the loose ashes under the Imperial soldiers' feet turning into soft mud after the heavy rain. The armored Imperial soldiers were all stuck in the mud, which at least reached their ankles. This made every step extremely difficult. Damn it, what's going on? Why did it start raining suddenly? Seth cursed. Though the mud didn't hinder him as a sword saint, it stained his red cloak, symbolizing certain victory. Observing from a distance, Yols was curious. It seemed the commander had anticipated this. Did he have some kind of divine foresight? Hashtag chapter 438, the might of thunder. There's nothing strange about it, the Blaine explained when he saw Yols' curious gaze. The environment in the southwestern border has always been humid, so it's not unusual for rain to come at any time. The enemy's fire merely hastened its arrival. This rain is just an appetizer. There are vast quantities of iron buried in that land, and the Imperial soldiers wear iron armor. With this heavy rain, one can only imagine what will happen. Looking at the Grover's enigmatic smile, Yols couldn't help but shudder. Though she didn't know exactly what would happen, she knew that the Imperial army was in for trouble. A rumbling thunderclap resounded through the thick clouds, startling Minnie. Damn it, thunder now. Really? What bad luck. Seth cursed without giving it much thought, urging the Imperial troops forward. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel tore through the air and struck the remnants of a tree near the Imperial troops. The smell of scorched flesh filled the air, and instinctively, they felt something was amiss. Before Seth could react further, Another bolt of lightning shot directly toward his head. Fortunately, as a sword saint, Seth had sensed it in advance. In the instant before the lightning struck, he leaped out of the way, narrowly escaping the ferocious blue bolt. Seth let out a breath of relief. He had managed to dodge, but the same wasn't true for the Imperial soldiers. Ayaha! Cries of agony echoed through the entire valley. 30,000 Imperial soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies stiff and convulsing uncontrollably. The lightning had traveled through the damp earth and the iron traps buried within, spreading instantaneously through every soldier's body. Several miles apart, Yoles and Seth simultaneously froze in place. Sir Instructor, you're amazing. Tilly gazed at the calm youth with adoration. To be able to harness the power of the elements against the enemy surpassed human capabilities. The Blaine smiled lightly and sipped his tea. Don't rush, the best part is yet to come. As if responding to his words, the dark clouds above rumbled again, and another lightning bolt, a pale purple one this time, headed straight for Seth. This terrifying lightning bolt was as thick as 3 men combined. Suspended midair with no support, Seth had no place to hide. All he could do was channel his sword energy to withstand the strike. Grr. Clutching his teeth tightly, as a sword saint, his constitution far exceeded that of ordinary men. The purple lightning coursed through his body several times, nearly breaking his defenses. But for the sake of a sword saint's pride, he gritted his teeth and endured. The lightning came swiftly and left just as quickly. Seth landed, and the lightning dissipated completely. The power of thunder isn't so great after all. Seth panted heavily, his hair and beard standing on end, making him look somewhat ridiculous, but his face wore a triumphant smile. Resisting the lightning with his bare body was a feat few in the entire continent could achieve. It seemed his legend would grow even more. Before he could catch his breath, the dark clouds unleashed another deafening roar. After enduring one thunderbolt, Seth's confidence soared. Everyone said lightning wouldn't strike the same person twice. He drew his massive sword from behind, pointing it skyward towards the dark clouds, declaring boldly, just a little thunder. Whether once, 1,000 times, or 10,000, what do I have to fear? Rumble. In response to Seth's boldness, a lightning bolt, indistinguishable in color, split the sky, illuminating the dimly lit heavens. For a moment, it seemed the sun had returned. All eyes seemed to focus on the figure standing proudly with his large sword raised, defying the heavens. In that moment, there was nothing else in the world except one man battling the sky. The brilliant light enveloped Seth. This radiance was not just a single flash. His boast had come true. The lightning on the mountain top continued unabated throughout the afternoon. By dusk, the dark clouds finally dispersed, leaving the orange sunset resting gently on the mountain peaks. At least this afternoon, he showed us the brilliance of human courage. That was Tilly's comment during the salvage of war spoils regarding the sword saint Seth. Though I did not see it with my own eyes, such an achievement is worthy of being recorded in history. That was Yanko evaluation after hearing of Seth's deeds. The power of nature is truly terrifying. That was Yoel's remark while distinguishing between charcoal and Seth's remains. No one dared believe that this youth had once again created a miracle, facing off with 30,000 Imperial soldiers with only 300 men and annihilating the enemy without losing a single soul. Word of Angus's victory soon spread throughout the southwestern mountains. His reputation reached its peak, with many youths idolizing him. Some residents even carved wooden statues of him to worship daily, hoping their descendants could emulate his wisdom and bravery. Damn. In a secluded corner of Como City, Franco punched the wall violently, venting his frustration. The Imperial army, those useless fools. They were confident about defeating the rebels in a day, but they got struck by lightning before they even moved. Franco pounded the wall a few more times until his hands bled, then stopped. Feeling the pain in his hands, Franco calmed down slightly. Is it possible that this guy is truly blessed by the heavens? Anyway, he'll be leaving in a few days. Maybe I should just endure it. Once he's gone, I'll have my freedom. Just as Franco pondered this, a ball flew into the alley, striking him right in the face. Franco bent down to pick up the ball, ready to curse, when a timid 5 or 6-year-old girl approached. Jim, have you seen a ball? My mom bought it for me. Her eyes remained fixed on the ball in Franco's hand as she asked. Disrespectful brat. Your ball hit me. Where's your mother? Startled by Franco's voice, the girl stammered. Mom is working at home. Just you playing here alone? She nodded. Sorry, Jim. Can you give the ball back? Hearing her answer, an evil smile appeared on Franco's face. Reaching out, he grabbed the girl's braid and dragged her deeper into the alley, muffling her cries with his hand. Didn't your mother tell you not to play alone in places like this? A red-black aura flashed in Franco's eyes. He grabbed the girl's neck with one hand, lifting her off the ground. She weakly slapped at Franco's arm, but it barely affected him. Untaught child, you don't even apologize after hitting someone. Slap. Franco's hand struck the girl's face forcefully, causing her delicate features to swell instantly. Not even greeting Lord Franco. Slap. Just a little brat, so arrogant. Franco punched the girl hard in the stomach, causing her body to curl up in pain. But Franco didn't stop. A cruel smile spread across his face as he continued to pummel her. Soon, the girl was covered in wounds, blood streaming from her mouth, nose, and ears. After some time, Franco finally released the girl's neck, having vented his anger. The Dixie lay motionless on the ground, her wide-open eyes filled with pain and confusion. Stop pretending to be dead. You got lucky today, now scram? Franco said casually, but the quiet alley received no response. Damn it, don't push your luck. Franco stomped heavily on the Dixie's chest, yet she still showed no reaction. Shit, can't be, really dead? I didn't even use much force. Franco grabbed the girl by her hair, slapped her face a few times, and placed his fingers under her nose. Damn it, how fragile can you be? Dead just like that. Though he had just killed someone, Franco was completely unfazed. After all, no one was around. No one would know it was him. He casually tossed the girl to the ground and turned to leave. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Hemph, Randy, even if you're leaving, don't think you can depart so comfortably. Dinner time saw bustling activity in the training camp. Inside the command tent, Angus, Yoles, and Tilly gathered with several others for a lively feast. Stupidhead, this is your celebration banquet tonight. This time, you won't walk out of this door upright. Jim Eustace clapped Angus on the shoulder, holding a full bowl of wine. He wouldn't go home until Angus was drunk. Yes, Sir Instructor, this is our first victory in months. Both we and the soldiers below need this win desperately. Here's to you. Tilly raised her bowl and gulped it down heartily. Casper did not refuse, also pouring a full bowl of strong liquor and drinking it in one go. Great. Casper's boldness earned applause from everyone present. Seeing Angus's willingness, the others stopped hesitating, lining up to offer their toasts one by one. Even Yolsey, who never drank, specifically brought a small cup for Angus. Casper accepted every toast without reservation, responding with full bowls each time. After several rounds, Angus remained unaffected, showing not a trace of redness. In contrast, the others lay sprawled all over the floor. Those who boasted about getting Angus drunk were already under the table. Looking at the mess, Angus put down his wine bowl and sighed. Ah, why must they seek their own doom? Mr. Randy, you have a letter. A guard entered the tent, shocked by the scene before him. My letter? Who sent it? Unknown. It was a black-haired girl, about this tall. The guard gestured to indicate height. Black-haired girl? Casper paused. Black hair was rare on this continent. Apart from himself, the only other person he knew with black hair was Trina, who had fainted from hunger several times before him. Could this letter be from Trina? Casper opened the envelope to find simple large words. Como City, come quickly. On the back was a simple map directing him. What's going on? Casper scratched his head and told the guard. Take care of them. I'm stepping out for a moment. Yes. Following the instructions, Angus arrived at a small alley outside Como City. The night in the alley was eerily quiet, as if in another world. It was pitch black, with distant streetlights blocked by buildings. Why meet me in such a place? The moment he saw the alley, Angus felt something amiss. However, he wasn't overly concerned. His strength assured him of safety. Soon, he spotted a figure lying on the ground. Approaching cautiously, he found a 5 or 6-year-old girl, her body cold and stiff, clearly dead for some time. Ah, Kalilirdur. A scream rang out. A woman with a lantern stood at the alley entrance, eyes wide with terror. Don't be afraid, I didn't kill her, I was just... Before he could explain, the woman dropped her lantern and fled, shouting, Kalilirdur, help, Kalilirdur. Ugh. Casper rubbed his nose, knowing he was in trouble. For a moment, he thought about leaving, since he didn't commit the crime. But he decided to stay. To think such a young child was cruelly murdered here. Whether for his sake or hers, he had to find the culprit. Shortly, a group of people holding torches rushed in, yelling to arrest the murderer. Seeing Angus's face, they froze. Instructor? Why are you here? Someone asked me to meet here. I just arrived. To prove his point, Angus produced the letter. Curious, they leaned in, only to find it blank. This? Casper was stunned. The words had clearly been there. Someone must have switched the note. The leading Revolutionary Guard reacted quickly. Instructor must have picked up the wrong letter in haste. Everyone, disperse. Don't destroy the scene. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, structure, and style while ensuring natural English fluency. Character names are kept consistent with previous content. Chapter 439, The Real Culprit. Thank you all. Under the guards' coaxing and scolding, the crowd of onlookers finally dispersed. Hey, you're too kind. It's our duty. The leading guard scratched his nose, slightly embarrassed. You've done so much for us. If we can't even do this little thing, we'd be ashamed. Before he finished speaking, a young woman squeezed past the guards and lunged straight at Angus. You murderer. Give me my daughter back. In front of the startled crowd, she stabbed at Angus's chest with a kitchen knife. However, there was no gush of blood. The knife couldn't even tear through his clothes. Such a feeble attack couldn't breach Angus's defenses. Calm down. I'm not a murderer. I only discovered your daughters. Casper snatched the knife from her hands. She was too agitated and might have hurt herself otherwise. Realizing she couldn't harm him at all, the woman calmed down a bit. She fell to the ground helplessly, covering her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Instructor sir, I apologize. I'll take her away now. No need. Casper shook his head, bending down to hand the woman a handkerchief. My condolences. Upon hearing his comfort, the woman sobbed even louder. Instructor sir, it's late. You should rest. Leave this matter to our security force. I promise to capture the real culprit as soon as possible. Casper nodded, then remembered something. He handed over a blank sheet of paper from his pocket to the guard. This paper is related to the murderer. The writing is in erasable ink. A slight roasting by fire will restore the words. The guard's expression turned serious. Erasable ink was a significant clue, and very few people in the entire Southwest Mountain region could afford such a rare item. Leaving the girl's mother to the guards, Angus left Como City immediately. He was about to leave. He didn't want to involve himself further with the Southwest Mountain region, fearing his presence would affect its people. However, as the saying goes, while the tree desires stillness, the wind will not stop. The next morning, as Angus went out, he felt that people were pointing fingers at him behind his back. Suddenly, like a ghost, he appeared behind 2 passers-by. Did you hear? That Randy instructor from the Revolutionary Army looks human enough, but he's actually a deranged killer. Can't be. I talked to him before, and he seemed okay. Hey, does a killer write, I'm a killer on his face? Let me tell you, last night, my third cousin's wife's father-in-law's niece's husband's brother's grandson told me personally that his niece was killed by that murderer in a side alley of Como City. Sigh, what a tragic way for the girl to die. Is that true? Of course it's true. Their family, how could I lie using their lives? So that Randy really isn't a good person. That's right. Noticing they weren't alone, the two men turned around and saw Angus smiling at them. Mr. Randy, what are you doing here? Just passing by. Casper patted them on the shoulder. Be careful, the killer has his eyes on you. Without looking back, Angus walked towards the training grounds. The gossiping duo shivered violently. This was bad. At the training ground, as Angus entered the camp, Jim Eustace pulled him into Jillian's office. You finally came. Gossip about you has spread throughout the mountains. There are all sorts of versions. I've heard some, and you're still so calm? Just gossip, let them talk. That's what you said last time. Jim Eustace was hopping mad, confused as to why this guy remained so calm while being labeled a murderer. If I did it, I did. If not, I didn't. No matter what they say, the facts don't change. But the people don't see it that way. Now everyone views you as a murderer who enjoys torturing girls, a perverted sadist, and a terrifying homosexual. Hold on, what's that last part? Misinformation can be dangerous. Eustace is right, Jillian walked in. You may not care, but the public opinion is indeed affecting the Revolutionary Army. Some civilians are openly challenging our authority. They even made signs, threatening to join the Imperial Army if we don't hand you over. Hearing Jillian's words, Angus chuckled softly. That sounds fake. Even a knee-jerk reaction would tell anyone someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Yes, but many people who don't know better have been swayed. It's troubling because distinguishing the instigators from ordinary civilians is extremely difficult. All right, Angus sighed. Since that's the case, let's catch the rumormonger and bring him to justice. Jillian smiled faintly. I've been waiting for you to say that. Hold on. Did you already know who was behind this? Eustace's eyes widened in surprise, looking at both of them. Both glanced at Eustace and nodded. Of course. Who is it? Mr. Randy hasn't been here long, and the number of people he offended can be counted on one hand. What about that melee from last time? Not him, Angus shook his head. Melee was used to break my barrier, which resulted in his death. Break the barrier? Yeah. Or do you think how else the Imperial troops got in? Casper rolled his eyes. Ever since arriving in the Southwest Mountain region, Eustace's brain seemed to have regressed. Bah. Eustace opened his mouth, clearly at a loss. Forget it. We're going now. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. Eustace fumbled to follow behind the two. On the way, they encountered yesterday's Revolutionary Army guard, who was talking to the deceased girl's mother. Why don't you arrest that murderer? Is it because he's a high-ranking officer in the Revolutionary Army? I've explained this many times. We've been investigating, but there's no evidence proving Mr. Randy murdered your daughter. If so, why was he there yesterday? Why go to that secluded alley? The mother's voice trembled with emotion, drawing the attention of several passers-by. We sympathize with your loss, but please calm down. I've explained this several times. It's because, Mr. Randy, what are you doing here? Seeing Angus, the girl's mother became emotional again, but unlike the previous night, she managed to control herself from attacking him. We're going to apprehend the real murderer of that Dixie. Do you want to come along? Khalilurderer. Who is the real murderer? The mother grabbed Angus's collar, her bloodshot eyes glaring intensely at him. Follow me and you'll see. Led by Angus, the group arrived at a relatively luxurious mansion in Como City. With a nod from Angus, the Revolutionary Army guard surrounded the house. Casper knocked on the door. Coming. A pale-skinned, short-haired servant opened the door for them. Mr. Randy, my master is still resting. Let me inform him. No need, Angus interrupted the servant. We'll find him ourselves. Without waiting for the maid's reply, one of the guards directly restrained her. I was wondering who had such bad manners to shout at someone else's home, but it's my respected Mr. Randy. Gillis descended leisurely from upstairs, a glass of red wine in hand. To have the honor of Mr. Randy's visit without proper welcome is truly my loss. I apologize. What brings you here amidst your busy schedule? Cut the crap. You should know why I'm here. Gillis put on an exaggerated look of surprise. Mr. Randy Jess, I can't read minds. Please tell me straight. What were you doing from yesterday afternoon to evening? Oh, what could I be doing? Your celebration didn't even invite me, so I stayed home, drinking alone, Gillis said nonchalantly, his attitude irritating. The guard beside him wished he could arrest him now, but they needed evidence, and Randy had to find a way. Were you alone at home? Along with my maid. Speaking of which, can you let go of her? What did she do wrong to be treated like a criminal? Release her. Now that's better. Men must be gentlemen. Well, ask away. Gillis took a sip of wine, his demeanor suggesting he had nothing to fear, confident he left no trace behind. But I'll ask, why did you kill that child? Was it for release, or to frame me, or both? Gillis choked on his wine, surprised by the directness. What are you talking about? Me, a murderer? I'm a pacifist. I faint at the sight of blood. How could I murder anyone? Why did you send me that letter? Before Gillis could pretend ignorance, Angus placed the letter before him. Disappearing ink, expensive stuff often used by imperial nobles for secret messages. Not many in the Southwest Mountain region can afford it. But as a former knight, you're probably familiar with it. Gillis's eyes twitched slightly. I've used this ink before, but not since joining the Revolutionary Army. If not for Mr. Randy, I'd have forgotten all about it. Not admitting it yet? Since I'm here, I must have decisive proof. Oh, Gillis, I didn't see your military boots at the door. Where did you hide them? The ones you kicked the child to death with? Gillis's pupils contracted in panic, but quickly regained composure, having disposed of those shoes already. Those shoes? You disposed of them, right? But you weren't careful enough. Look at this. Casper produced a pair of military boots from his pocket, stained with glaring black-red marks. This is impossible. Gillis stood abruptly. I thought I had. He covered his mouth abruptly. The cold stares intensified. Guards drew handcuffs from their belts. Oops, sorry, I picked up the wrong ones. These are mine, accidentally stained with Imperial soldiers' blood. Casper smiled. Now, tell me about your pair. Realizing his slip, Gillis still tried to argue. My boots were worn out and thrown away. So what? Are you going to punish me over old shoes? Ah, Angus sighed. Stubborn until the end. Do I need to show you all the evidence? Casper tossed 3 prepared reports onto the table before Gillis. Trembling, Gillis reached out and opened them. The child had 3 fingerprints on her neck, a shoe print matching your boots on her stomach, and fibers in her hand that matched your coat material. That special weave is likely a specialty from your hometown. Only a few pieces exist in all of Southwest. Casper stood, looking down at the pale, trembling Gillis. Now, will you still deny it? I. Gillis's lips quivered, unable to form words. One more thing. Why do you carry traces of those men? Casper narrowed his eyes. In his perception, Gillis emitted a black-red aura, chaotic and foul, writhing but causing him no harm. A first. Translation note. The original text structure and style have been maintained while ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Character names have been preserved in pinyin for consistency. Chapter 440. Flesh and Blood Web. What are you talking about? I didn't kill anyone. Gillis shouted loudly, while stealthily inching toward the window. Gillis, don't even think about running. Surrender peacefully. Casper snapped his fingers, and all the windows behind Gillis were magically sealed. Gillis stared at him in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, thick black mist enveloped his body, akin to mud from a swamp, rapidly encasing him entirely. No. Gillis screamed heart-wrenchingly. His eyes turned bloodshot red, teeth chattering as he transformed into a ghastly mass of flesh within moments. Casper frowned. How did the wild aura that coexisted peaceably with Gillis suddenly overwhelm him? There was no time for astonishment now. The monster formed from Gillis's transformation started rampaging, attacking everyone in the room. Casper decisively lunged forward, piercing straight through the monster's heart, but then the creature erupted with horrifying power, throwing Angus off guard and knocking him flying backward. Before he could land, the monster had already lunged at him, clawing viciously at his chest. Casper twisted midair, avoiding vital spots, but his shirt was shredded into strips. Not bad. Just as he was preparing to seriously confront and finish off the Gillis monster, the sound of shattering glass interrupted him. Several other grotesque, tumor-covered creatures stormed in. Casper's gaze sharpened just as these monsters opened their mouths to emit human voices. Help me, it hurts, save me. Casper immediately halted. These creatures still retained some form of consciousness. He clenched his teeth. How cunning was this hidden enemy? How could he attack with this situation complicating things? The infected individuals, oblivious to his dilemma, charged towards him with claws and fangs bared. Unwilling to harm them, Angus evaded within the limited space, quickly finding himself in a tough fight. Mr. Randy, we're here to help. Forget it. I'm fine, get out. You're hindering my moves. Watching the agile figure of Angus dodge and weave, the onlookers felt powerless. Mr. Randy, take care. With everyone reluctantly leaving, Angus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing alone before the monsters, he unfastened the button on his wrist. Now, I can finally use full strength. Casper's speed increased several-fold. To the monsters, he became blurs of white light. Though fast, Gillis couldn't match Angus, swiftly disintegrating under his blows. Don't think you can defeat me like this. Gillis struggled to lift his head, unable to maintain any semblance, his face reduced to festering sores. His eyes turned fully green, with yellowish-brown fluid dripping from his mouth, radiating an overwhelming stench of decay. Despite his revolting appearance, Gillis's regeneration abilities reached new heights, recovering instantly from Angus's attacks. The infected humans also joined the assault, surrounding Angus in the confined space. Casper's agility was hindered, and despite dodging, his clothes were shredded by the monster's claws. Seeing the rags on his body, he ripped them off, revealing his muscular torso. Surveying the monsters with a scrutinizing look, he sought a way to subdue them without lethal force. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger hit him. He looked up to see a pair of cold, merciless eyes. Quickly leaping up, he narrowly avoided a tail swipe from a monster. However, soon after, a jolt of pain surged in his abdomen. A desk lamp wrapped around Gillis's tail had struck him. Staggering back to the ground, he noticed his skin had been gouged inward. Fortunately, his artificial body saved him from internal injuries. Defense breached by these monsters suggested his body needed strengthening, yet this wasn't the time to worry. As Angus stood up, shaking, he drew a short sword from his pocket, positioning it defensively on his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the center of the monsters, sword raised high, slashing forward. A loud boom echoed, splitting the wall behind the monsters. Seizing the moment, Angus jumped outside. However, stepping out, he encountered a familiar silver-haired girl. "Get out of the way," she said coldly. Not waiting for a response, she raised her sword, a holy white light bursting forth. The monsters exposed to the holy light began melting like spring snow under the sun. The filth on Angus was cleansed by the light, vanishing into dust. The infected humans watched in awe as they returned to normal. A breeze stirred, lifting Gillis's skeletal remains. "Who are you?" Casper, staring at the scattering ashes, asked curiously. "One who will eventually kill you." Casper furrowed his brows. The girl's identity intrigued him. "Why did you come here?" "I'm repaying a debt," she replied coldly without looking. This answer made Angus's heart skip. He felt he missed something crucial. "Are you from the church?" She didn't respond, simply retracting her large sword. "Next time, it will be your end." Before he could ask more, the silver-haired girl vanished. What a peculiar woman. Shaking his head, Angus suddenly remembered there was another mastermind behind Gillis. Hurrying towards where Jillian and others had gone, it was too late. In Kamo City Square, a crimson web ensnared most residents, stretching endlessly to capture the remaining stragglers. A child stood on a balcony, crying desperately. His mother had just been taken by the web, and now, numerous eyes on the web locked onto the Grover. Up close, what appeared as a web were actually thick, arm-like veins covered in various disgusting organs. The veins moved to engulf the child, but he stood frozen in fear. Then, a flash of green light stopped the veins in their tracks. Suddenly, they burst, bloody eyeballs splattering everywhere, staining windows and half of the Grover's body. Wah, brother, save me. Brother, save me, Casper sighed, picking up the child and soothing him gently. Don't worry, it's okay. The Grover gradually calmed down at the soothing tone of Angus's voice. Brother. The little Grover clung tightly to Angus's shirt as if only this could confirm that what was happening wasn't a nightmare. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. The Grover nodded obediently. Casper reached out and summoned a flying carpet from the air. His lips moved slightly. He placed the Grover on the carpet. Let the carpet take you away from here. No, I want to stay with my brother. Seeing the fear in the Grover's eyes, Angus sighed. With one swift sword swing, he cut off the menacing veins and gently patted the Grover's head. Be brave, you're a little man now, all right? Casper's voice was gentle yet resolute. The Grover gritted his teeth, nodded, and finally released his grip on Angus's shirt, leaping onto the carpet. Casper gazed at the square far away, which now resembled a blood-red spider's nest, clenching his fists tightly. I'd like to see who dares to challenge me here. Dashing through the dense network of veins, Angus was enveloped by a faint light shield that warded off the corrosive effects of the veins. After tearing through layers of veins, he found an open cavity. Roar! A deafening roar echoed in his ears, followed by the looming presence of a massive creature. It had a pitch-black body, long muscular limbs, and gaped at him with enormous eyes. Casper furrowed his brows. This thing exuded an intensely dangerous aura. It climbed the soft walls made of veins, and Angus quickly retracted his light shield to block its attack, but it was futile. Its claws easily pierced through the defense, and its sharp nails were inches from Angus's face. Thankfully, he remained unharmed. Where did you come from? With a single sword strike, he pushed back the monstrous creature. His green-bladed sword hummed softly as it collided with flesh, sparking blood droplets that quickly dissipated into viscous fluid on the ground. Casper sucked in a breath. The monster was part of the web. Even if he sliced it to pieces, it would regenerate through the veins. Enraged, the monster bellowed, opened its fanged mouth, and spewed a crimson cloud of venom toward Angus. Damn! Casper swiftly deflected the foul mist. As he blocked it, the monster's tail lashed out, catching him barely in time to avoid a direct hit, but not before grazing his shoulder. Everlying once, the monster shifted targets, aiming for Angus's face, jaws wide open. Bam! A silver throwing knife nailed its mouth, causing it to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Angus rushed forward, decapitating the beast. He then yanked out the knife and severed its neck. Blood splattered on Angus, who wiped it clean. Curiously, the monster didn't regenerate. The church's power indeed can control these creatures. Too bad I let the silver-haired girl go. The silver knife was a temporary construct mimicking the holy light from the silver-haired girl. After striking, it shattered into a cascade of starlight. Imitating unknown powers is indeed exhausting. Casper crushed the monster's remains underfoot and didn't linger, knowing the veins converged at one point. Killing the mastermind would make them disintegrate. So, he must find the hidden enemy. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, Jillian's. Quickening his pace, he headed towards her. Jillian ran clumsily, tossing spells over her shoulder. Behind her, 3 monsters, covered in putrid blood veins, pursued relentlessly. Each fireball or ice arrow she cast caused the veins to burst into pus blood, which rapidly healed and continued chasing her. Phew. Jillian gasped for breath, legs aching, almost collapsing. What's going on? She glanced at a nearby bush, bit her lip, and dove into it. Bang! Jillian landed roughly in the bush, her arms scratched by branches and thorns. Ouch! Her skin was torn in several places. These will all be counted against you. Once soft, the bush now bristled with black-red spikes, injuring Jillian while also slowing the monsters. Hashtag chapter 441. Near Everly. Suddenly, the leaves in front of Jillian rustled. Without hesitation, Jillian raised her hand and shot a pale green bolt of lightning. However, Jillian's spell didn't even scratch the intruder. Your casting speed is fast, but the power is insufficient. Next time, try increasing the output of your magic. Mr. Randy, how did you come here? Jillian looked at the newcomer in surprise. She didn't know how the Blaine found her. Of course, I came to save you. Casper waved his hand, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent the 3 flesh monsters behind Jillian flying far away. Don't tangle with these creatures. Their source is those blood vessels. If you don't eliminate the mastermind, these monsters will be endless. Mr. Randy, I have clues about the mastermind. Really? Casper looked at Jillian with pleasant surprise. Tell me quickly. Jillian nodded. At first, we were afraid of disturbing you, so we ran straight to the square and evacuated the surrounding civilians. We had already started waiting for your victory when Eladi's servant suddenly attacked, knocking out the guards around her. When I tried to subdue her, I was knocked out by the red light balls from her mouth. When I woke up, this place was already like this. Hearing this, Angus frowned. He didn't expect the mastermind to be that made. But what puzzled him more was the sinister force emanating from those contorted blood vessels. It clearly originated from the same source as the fallen god's powers on Dongyun Continent. Even deities couldn't control this power. How could the maid remain uncorrupted? Observing the surroundings, it was evident the maid had deliberately caused all this. manipulating both Alati and melee, actions not possible for mindless monsters. Casper shook his head. Now wasn't the time to ponder these questions. Everything would be revealed when they confronted the maid. Guided by Jillian, the two proceeded deeper into the web-like structure. As they went further, Angus noticed the blood vessel-like web, twitching more frequently. Those blood vessels seemed like conduits, continuously delivering something from all directions to the center. With a casual slash, Angus severed one thick vessel. What spilled out made Jillian cover her mouth in horror. These are people? Emerging from the vessel were skinless, boneless, twisted human-like beings. Casper glanced at them and mercilessly sliced one in half. Crimson, viscous fluid poured out, deflating the creature like a punctured balloon. These aren't people. These are bodies composed of flesh energy, the true forms of those monsters. Jillian took a deep breath, still shaken by the sight. Beware, the monsters are coming. Jillian kept her eyes fixed on the moving blood vessels, clenching her fists warily. Those blood vessels moved like living entities, lashing out with their tendrils toward the duo. Casper narrowed his eyes, a green flame igniting in his palm. He effortlessly dodged the incoming tendrils. While he avoided them, the tendrils redirected towards Jillian. Jillian's pupils contracted sharply. Casper's reaction was incredibly swift. Before Jillian could react, he appeared in front of her, grabbing her waist and pulling her away. The eerie tendrils missed and struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Seeing Angus's tense expression, Jillian knew these numerous tendrils weren't a match for Randy. Let's go. Don't engage these monsters, they're endless. Casper said gravely. Jillian nodded. They had barely moved when they were surrounded by more emerging monsters. The creatures rushed at them like hungry predators, bellowing deafening roars throughout Comer City. Unhurried, Angus wielded his 3-foot jade-green sword with one hand while cradling Jillian's slender waist with the other. Yolka a breeze through a bloody land, he was elegantly serene, starkly contrasting the gory surroundings. Feeling secure in Angus's arms, Jillian's face flushed despite herself. His embrace was strong yet comforting. Always relied upon, Jillian felt an unprecedented sense of safety at that moment. We've arrived, be careful. Casper turned and saw Jillian staring at him dumbfounded. He touched his own face. What? Is there something on my face? Jillian snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook her head. And nothing. Jillian took a deep breath. What was wrong with her? She'd long decided to dedicate her life to the revolution. Yet, here she was feeling inexplicable emotions. Seeing Jillian's blush, Angus gently touched her forehead. You're not feverish. Tell me if you're hurt. Got it. Jillian gently pushed Angus's hand away. Now wasn't the time to feel shy. Facing the massive crimson spider cocoon, Jillian felt a chill. Blood vessels spanning the city connected to it, continuously pulsating and injecting immense amounts of flesh energy into the cocoon. The ominous aura emanating from the cocoon chilled even Angus's spine. Strike before she awakens fully. Right. The jade-green sword trembled slightly. The power within it reached its limit. Meanwhile, Jillian closed her eyes, chanting the most powerful spell she knew. Casper's single horizontal slash severed half of the blood vessels connected to the crimson cocoon. The severed vessels writhed, trying to reconnect. But Angus wouldn't allow it. Countless silver needles shot from his sleeves, pinning the vessels to the ground. The needles effectively subdued these revolting things, stopping their movement. Ah! A furious scream erupted from within the cocoon, expressing discontent. Do you think you're worthy of complaining? Casper swung his sword 3 times, shattering the crimson cocoon. Dark red liquid splattered everywhere, revealing the human form inside. Casper was startled. Expecting a monstrous creature, he instead saw an enticing woman. The contrast between the black-red, repulsive mucus and her alabaster skin created an eerily beautiful image. The woman stood up, her well-proportioned body bare, her blood-red eyes seductively fixed on Angus. Her scarlet lips parted slightly, letting out an extremely alluring moan. That sound stirred primal desires, causing any man's blood to boil. Seemingly mesmerized, Angus stared at the woman. She smiled seductively and approached him with a sultry sway of her hips. With each step, her allure intensified. Casper extended his hand toward her, seemingly filled with desire. Suddenly, he moved his wrist, releasing a barrage of sword strikes like spring rain, enveloping the woman. Eyes wide open in disbelief, she watched her body being torn into pieces by Angus's sword storm. Want to enchant me? You're far too weak for that. The one at home is thousands of times more bewitching. Casper smirked in disdain. This level of enchantment was but a drop in the ocean compared to Christie's prowess. Is that so? Yoltal Grover, this makes me even more interested in you. The woman, who had been torn into pieces by Angus, swiftly regenerated under the nourishment of black blood on the ground. She appeared fully restored within moments. Dressed now in an extravagant and sensual black-red evening gown with a high slit reaching her waist, she flaunted her assets boldly. Any man who laid eyes on her would be left breathless. Casper wasn't surprised. He knew his initial strike wouldn't kill this creature. Sure enough, with a few giggles, the severed blood vessels quickly healed, and she was back to normal. Casper narrowed his eyes, realizing his mistake. This woman wasn't the source of power. He had underestimated her. She had connected the life forces of everyone in the city. Attacking her now was equivalent to attacking every person in Comer City. He couldn't afford to fight her head-on. He needed a strategy. At that moment, a powerful aura spread from beneath the woman's feet, and her presence suddenly surged. Casper's heart skipped a beat. This woman's strength was formidable, matching his own. Yoltal Grover, I can't wait any longer. The woman licked her crimson lips with a red tongue. A hint of anger flashed across Angus's face. He swung his sword, releasing several sword energies. But the woman moved swiftly, dodging each attack like a graceful butterfly, avoiding even the slightest contact. Cold determination gleamed in Angus's eyes. His jade-green sword became a blur, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. The woman didn't dare slacken, using congealed blood to form a dagger to block his attack. However, she had underestimated Angus's combat skills. Casper's moves were unpredictable. In the narrow confines of the building, he darted left and right, relentlessly pressuring her, leaving no room for respite. His sword slashed like a venomous snake, tearing through her dress without striking vital points but revealing her bare skin. A flash of hatred crossed her face. She hadn't anticipated his devious tactics. If she let her guard down for a second, he would seize the opportunity for a fatal blow. Despite their evenly matched power, Angus's fighting techniques were far superior. Recognizing this, the woman's fury grew, manifesting as a violent and menacing energy. Red, arcane patterns emerged on her skin. Sensing trouble, Angus paused momentarily, giving her the chance to launch a ferocious assault with her blade. Casper barely dodged, retreating 2 steps. If she were human, he could have killed her countless times over. But killing her would mean killing all the residents of Comer City, making him hesitant and holding back his lethal intent. After a few exchanges, the woman noticed his restraint. Yoltal Grover, you're so gentle. Sister is starting to like you more and more. But you won't be able to kill me like this. I don't think so, Angus replied, a smile suddenly appearing on his shadowed face. The woman frowned, a sense of unease rising within her. Casper unleashed another sword energy towards her. She leaped to dodge, unwittingly playing right into his hands. His target wasn't her, but the intricate web of blood vessels beneath her. Now, your connection to the city's people is completely severed. The woman panicked, trying to return to the ground, but Angus wouldn't give her the chance. In a flash, he appeared before her, punching her jaw with an iron-hard fist, sending her flying skyward. Jillian finished her spell, conjuring a tiny, pale blue flame at her fingertip. So weak it seemed a breeze could extinguish it. With a flick of her hand, the flame floated towards a blood vessel. Instantly, the entire city's network of veins erupted in pale blue flames, transforming the city into a ghostly lotus in full bloom. Silent and smokeless, the blood vessels burned to ashes without a trace. No, bitch, what have you done? Still midair, the woman screamed upon seeing Jillian's actions. Her masterpiece, years in the making, was reduced to nothing in seconds. Her eyes blazed with malice, as if ready to devour Jillian alive. Worry about yourself first. Casper unsheathed his sword again, unleashing a barrage of sword lights straight at the woman. This time, he held nothing back, aiming to end her. Realizing the futility, the woman risked severe injury to create a flesh clone as a shield. The sword light pierced through the clone, wounding her. Using this force, she fled into the distance. Yoltal Grover, sister remembers you. Wait for it. Next time, I'll devour you completely. Chapter 442, Xianxia Town. Watching the woman leave, Jillian was unsatisfied and wanted to chase after her. The Blaine stretched out his hand and stopped her. Don't pursue a cornered enemy. Her power is connected to the fallen god. Who knows what tricks she might have up her sleeve. Let's calm down the residents here first. After this battle, no one in the entire southwestern mountain region doubted the Blaine's character anymore. The agitated residents were all filled with regret. They wanted to apologize to the Blaine and express their gratitude. Unfortunately, they didn't seize the final opportunity. The Blaine had already left the southwestern mountain region with Adeline and Charlene on a flying carpet. Mr. Randy, are we just leaving like this? The hidden dangers of the southwestern mountain region have been eliminated. There's no point in us staying there any longer. Reclining lazily on the flying carpet, the Blaine toyed with a golden emblem in his hand. This emblem was an unexpected delight. He hadn't expected there to be experts in magic pet battles among those residents. Upon hearing that the Blaine was collecting national championship emblems, the person immediately handed over his own without hesitation. Mr. Randy, where are we going now? Adeline wiped her long sword. Due to her position, she didn't participate in the fight in the southwestern mountain region. However, when demons attacked the mountain region, she still stepped in to protect a few innocent children. Axel didn't come along this time. Though after several days of recuperation under the Blaine's care, his complexion had largely recovered, he remained tight-lipped about his personal matters. Originally planning to take him to Dragon Island, the Blaine was refused by Axel, who claimed he wanted to spend more time with his daughter. I plan to travel south directly to Dragon Island. Not possible. Suddenly, Hyuliang, perched on the Blaine's shoulder, interjected. Dragon Island is hidden within a spatial crevice by our powerful ancestors. Without guidance from the clan leader, even I cannot find its coordinates. Startled, the Blaine then stared at Hyuliang and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you tell me before? You never asked. Hyuliang flicked its tail, secretly pleased to see the Blaine's frustration, a retribution for naming it. I give you until the count of 3 to give me a way into Dragon Island, or I'll turn you into a fat pig using my newly learned transformation spell. I know you're anxious, but even if you threaten me, I don't know how to enter Dragon Island. Seeing the Blaine about to lash out, Hyuliang quickly added. Although I don't know, there is someone who definitely does. Xianxia Town, a small town at the southernmost tip of the continent, was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides but had only a small port. Is this the sea? It's beautiful. Charlene clung to the railing by the seawall, her eyes gleaming with excitement. No matter how many times you see it, it's always stunning, Adeline remarked. Although she wasn't new to the seaside, having spent most of her time guarding Avon, she didn't get to see the sea often. Hey, aren't you kids from out of town? Noticing the girls' reactions, an elderly man with dark skin and weathered face approached them. Yes, sir. We're here for tourism. Where did you come from? Avon. What? That's far, the old man exclaimed. Have you found a place to stay yet? We just arrived today, and haven't looked for a place yet. Adeline tugged at Charlene's sleeve. The girl was too naive, revealing all their information so easily. The old man smiled warmly upon hearing Charlene's response, showing off his yellowed teeth. How about staying at my place? We run a hotel, and my daughter is around your age. She can be good company and show you around. Glancing at each other, Adeline and the Blaine suspected a trap. Despite this, the Blaine casually agreed. Sure, thanks, old man. Glenited by the response, the old man replied cheerfully. Wonderful. Your luggage? Let me carry it for you. Looking around, he couldn't find any bags. Just a short trip, not much luggage. No need to trouble you, replied the Blaine. Oh. Scratching his head, the old man said no more as they followed him towards the hotel. Along the way, he chatted nonstop about Xianxia town. You sure picked a good spot. Not many people come here, but those who do are real enthusiasts. Our town is one of the few places you can meet members of the sea tribes. See that big guy over there? That's a sea creature. Pointing at a strong man carrying crates, the Blaine noticed his pale green skin and 4 thick arms. Sensing their gaze, the sea creature turned back and gave them a menacing smile. Did Harpo the old man fool you? His place is a black market. Hey, stop yapping, Grover. Do your job, or I'll make toothpicks out of your fangs. The old man laughed, while the sea creature chuckled in return. Don't listen to Bach. My place is legitimate. SSH. Patrol group coming. Suddenly, the previously relaxed crowd tensed. Bach quickly dived into the sea, dropping his cargo. Others hurriedly concealed anything related to sea creatures under tarps. Just as they finished hiding everything, a group of neatly dressed men entered the port. I smell something fishy. Search the place, commanded a slightly overweight Blaine leading the patrol. Upon entering, he pinched his nose in disgust. His subordinates, grinning greedily, started searching everywhere. Before the guards could find anything, a balding middle-aged man, the port official, rushed forward. Juanita Soria, there are no sea creatures here. Must be sardines. Yes, we just unloaded a boat full of them. Juanita, would you like to taste some? Eyes narrowing, Soria replied. Don't you know I hate eating fish? Juanita, these sardines are special, very delicious. You should try them. The port official slipped a small pouch into Soria's hands discreetly. Feeling its weight, Soria grinned lecherously. Interesting. I'll check it out. Looks like no smuggling here. Let's go. Just as he was about to leave, Soria noticed the Blaine and his companions. Hold on. You lot, over here. Seeing no response, he frowned irritably. I'm talking to you, deaf or what? The Blaine, who had been observing, realized he was targeted. Calling us? Of course, who else? Where are you from? Haven't seen you around before. We're tourists from Avon. Avon? Traveling all the way from there? While speaking, Soria leered at the girls, making them uncomfortable despite his subtle attempts. Right, is there a problem? Problem? Sure there is. Where are your entry documents? Entry documents? Yes, without entry procedures, you're illegal residents. Men, take them away. Wait a moment. Adeline stepped forward. Stefan Beauharnois and Avon Empire are long-term allied countries. According to the law, residents from allied countries do not require entry procedures to travel between the two places. Here is our identification. You have no right to arrest us. Soria was taken aback, not expecting this one-eyed beauty to be knowledgeable about the law. But what difference did it make? You're right, but I now suspect your identification is forged, and you might be spies sent by the Empire. What are you waiting for? Take them away. Soria's team members started rolling up their sleeves, ready to apprehend the group. Do you people not respect the law? The law? Soria and his men exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Here, I am the law. Move. Seeing the patrol members charging at them, Adeline's face turned pale with anger, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. Before she could act, the Blaine stopped her. With just a flick of his finger, those menacing team members were frozen mid-air. Witnessing this, Soria pointed shakily at the Blaine. You're a mage? More precisely, the Blaine adjusted his collar and revealed the shiny golden badge on his chest. I'm a high mage. Soria's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't imagine this Blaine standing before him was a high mage. However, the badge on the Blaine's chest couldn't be faked. As a government official, accusing a high mage without any reason, looks like I should report this to the local magic association. Soria swallowed hard. He wasn't stupid. A high mage's influence far outweighed his own. Offending such a powerful individual over this incident would be foolhardy. His mind raced as he tried to figure out his next move, but his expression didn't escape the Blaine's notice. I advise you all to leave quickly, or else. Soria felt the chilling coldness in the Blaine's voice. Looking at the Blaine, terror filled Soria's eyes. He knew very well that this high mage had no fear of him, a mere captain. Respected high mage, everything today was a misunderstanding. I'll be leaving immediately. Soria led his terrified team members, stumbling away. The residents around watched the Blaine with awe and fear, many seeing a mage for the first time. My heavens, young man, you're actually a mage. The old man, speaking to the Blaine, showed a bit of unease. What kind of mage or not? I'm just a regular tourist. Why did those people bother you? Cough. The old man sighed lightly. Because of taxes. Taxes? Yes, although Stefan Beauharnois has open trade with the sea tribes, transactions are only allowed in designated ports. The taxes in these ports are sky high. Any item must pay at least 70% tax. 70% tax? The Blaine was surprised. How can anyone make a profit? Exactly. So to avoid taxes, the sea tribes rarely conduct business in these ports. Those people earlier were the Bowenity supervisors, specifically catching sea tribe and human traders who avoid taxes in other ports. I see. The Blaine nodded, understanding the situation. But it wasn't something he needed to worry about. Let's go, old man. Aren't we going to stay at your place? Oh yes. Follow me. The Blaine's humble response won the residents' favor. The old man, smiling broadly, led the Blaine and his companions to an inn. To the Blaine's surprise, the old man's inn was unexpectedly exquisite. The decorations inside were charming and cozy, showing a lot of effort put into its design. Jesse, you're back. A girl in her 20s with thin skin pulled open the curtain and walked out. Seeing the Blaine and his companions, she paused briefly, quickly realizing they were guests. Welcome to Sea Home. You're here for accommodation, right? Yolenwa. These are distinguished guests from afar. Treat them well. Jesse, didn't I say not to call me Yolenwa in front of outsiders? The girl blushed, whispering complaints to the old man. My name is Rotiz. Do you want 3 rooms? 3 rooms will be fine. The Blaine took a few silver coins from his wallet and placed them on the counter. Everly Rotiz, I have a question. Do you know someone named Madeline? She's a friend of mine and has lived in Xianxia town for many years. Madeline? Rotiz tilted her head thoughtfully. I apologize, but I have no memory of that person. Xianxia town isn't big, and I mostly know everyone here, but I've never heard of that name. I see. The Blaine had hoped finding the person Hai Yuliang mentioned would be quick once they arrived in Xianxia town, but they weren't in a rush. They could explore while searching. Mr. Randy, just as the Blaine was about to check his room, Rotiz called out to him, I'm really sorry I couldn't help you. However, you could ask at the tavern. The bartender has lived here for many years and might know the person you're looking for. Chapter 443, The Porcelain Pirate Crew. Avon handed the Grover a piece of paper with an address written on it. The Grover thanked Avon, packed his things, and entered the room he had booked. Each room in the Sea Home was simple yet charming, featuring a wooden table, a few chairs, and a bed. Every room was adorned with treasures from the sea, creating a clean and exquisite ambience. It was through trade with the sea folk that humans could admire such beautiful underwater treasures. Such an environment was quite suitable for relaxation, and the Grover was quite satisfied with it. His room happened to be on the balcony to the left of the main hall. The windows were made of glass, and opening them allowed one to enjoy the outside scenery. The Grover sat in a chair, gazing at the town's landscape. The streets here were relatively wide and neatly arranged, lined with rows of ornamental trees. Hildren close to the town center, he had a panoramic view of the entire town. Looking at the peaceful and harmonious town, the Grover couldn't help but feel some sentiment. He wondered how much unrest was hidden beneath this serene surface. After tidying up his room, Patrick and Adeline went to play by the seaside. The Grover went alone to the tavern Avon had mentioned. As soon as he entered, he saw a mature woman who was both beautiful and graceful, smoking behind the bar. The tavern hasn't opened yet. She turned her head slightly, casting a brief glance at the Grover before withdrawing her gaze. She seemed lost in thought. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance. She wore a deep blue dress that accentuated her slender figure. Her demeanor was unique, neither flamboyant nor bashful, projecting an aura of reserved charm. There was an air of mystery about her, compelling one to want to learn more about her story. This was a woman with limitless potential and allure, each gesture brimming with individuality and magnetism. People were often drawn to her beauty, but more so to her distinctive charm. Her presence felt warm and comforting, as if she possessed a mysterious power guiding people forward. Around her, loneliness faded, replaced by a sense of inexplicable happiness and security. I didn't come here for a drink. I'm looking for someone. As you can see, there's only me, a solitary woman, here right now. If you're looking for someone, you might have come to the wrong place. The bartender lifted her coral pipe, taking a deep puff. The delicate white smoke formed a striking contrast with her rosy, full lips. I came to Xianxia town looking for a woman named Glenla. Someone told me you might know her. Upon hearing Glenla's name, the woman raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I know the Glenla you speak of, but tell me, why are you looking for her? I need her help with something small. The bartender smiled, her luscious red lips curving into a subtle arc. You may be out of luck. That woman never helped strangers. The bartender stepped out from behind the bar, her high heels clicking lightly on the wooden floor. Stopping in front of the Grover, she sized him up before exhaling a cloud of smoke into his face. But, if this Blaine does me a favor, I can arrange a meeting for you. My recommendation will definitely sway Glenla. Tell me what you need me to do. Hee, you're easygoing. Nothing major, just that there's been a group of unruly sea folk causing trouble around town recently. Though they haven't caused significant damage due to the Bowinides guards, the nightly clientele in my tavern has dropped considerably. Hope you can make those sea folk behave. The Grover looked deeply at the bartender before turning around without a word and leaving. Watching him go, the bartender's eyes flashed with a hint of gold. At dusk, the sunset cast a faint golden glow on the sea, enveloping it in a thin veil. A shadow quietly dove into the water. Beneath the surface, it was a world beyond human reach. Contrary to common belief, this wasn't a desolate place void of life. Various fish swam among colorful corals and rock crevices. Round-bodied octopuses occasionally poked their heads out from the sand. Shellfish larger than a person opened and closed rhythmically, filtering seawater. In the distant ocean trench, a massive shadow flickered by. But these weren't the Grover's targets. He swam like a nimble fish through the water. Suddenly, a faint glow caught his attention. He hid behind a coral formation, observing the armed sea folk. These must be the troublemakers the bartender mentioned. However, the Grover didn't act rashly. Their clothes were tattered, most only having 2 arms, similar to humans. These sea folk were undernourished, wielding rusted human swords submerged for too long, or large fish bones. No wonder the Bowinides guards could handle them. Even a well-equipped commoner could take several of them down. The leader was a slender female with nearly translucent skin. A large pearl hung around her neck, emitting the glow the Grover noticed. Only she differed from the others, possessing 6 long arms, adding an eerie beauty. The female leader was speaking to her followers. The Grover didn't understand their language, but saw the excitement among them after she finished. With a wave of her hand, the dozens of sea folk moved towards the shore, surrounding their leader. The Grover silently followed them. As soon as they reached the shore, the Grover leapt forward, blocking their path. All the sea folk were startled, instinctively shielding their leader. Who are you? The female leader's icy blue eyes stared unflinchingly at the Grover, pushing aside the sea folk protecting her. Her innate ability, Sea Heart, sensed no hostility from the Grover. My name is Randy. I'd like to talk. Randy? The leader scrutinized the Grover. Is there a Randy your size? It's just a name. I'm a genuine human. Well, I prefer Randys. I don't like humans much. Why? Can I hear the reason? The leader glanced at the Grover. Why should I tell a stranger? Move, or we won't be gentle. The Grover smiled. To be frank, you're not quite equipped to be unfriendly. One sentence irked the female leader, who narrowed her eyes and rushed at the Grover, brandishing weapons with her 6 arms. The other sea folk followed closely. You shouldn't have ignored my advice. The Grover sighed softly, extending his palm toward them. Boom. The sound of crashing waves resonated, a deafening roar shattering their eardrums. A powerful shockwave swept across the sea, churning colossal waves. The sea folk, who were ready to attack, were all knocked back, falling onto the beach in disarray, barely able to stand. The Grover's footsteps were light, leaving no trace on the soft fine sand as he walked towards the female leader. Her expression was grave, her 6 arms dancing ceaselessly in a destructive ballet. 6 different weapons moved so swiftly they formed an impenetrable web of danger, a dense net of sword energy enveloping and threatening the Grover. The Grover remained calm, extending just one finger to gently tap at a critical point on this web. Suddenly, the tightly woven sword net shattered into fragments with that single touch. The female leader's eyes widened in shock. Clenching her teeth, she roared, "Who are you? To break my dance of destruction in one move? Don't get too cocky." Is that so? I look forward to seeing what you have up your sleeve. Suddenly, a vortex surged beneath the Grover's feet, pulling him into the air. The currents below became extremely turbulent, fine streams of water cutting like small knives against his body. Before the female leader could revel in this advantage, she suddenly realized the water was defying her commands. It refused to harm the Grover. As a high-ranking sea person, water was her tool, more obedient than her own arms. Yet now, her command over water was ignored. Unless the human before her was a higher-ranking sea person. But that was impossible. The Grover was clearly human. Why? Why can't my water hurt you? Who are you? Nothing to be surprised about. The Grover smiled, opening his hand. Instantly, all the water blades surrounding him came to a halt. The female leader sensed the water around the Grover, but it was entirely beyond her control. Those companions since birth now refused to respond to her. The Grover opened his palm, and all the water streams condensed into crystal-clear droplets, hovering silently around him. Why would water harm another drop of water? The droplets surrounded him like loyal soldiers, making the Grover seem like the sole water king of the universe for that moment. In that instant, even the female leader, who possessed the ocean heart, felt an urge to bow in reverence before this strange youth. It wasn't surprising. Since using elemental power inside the cloud whale, the Grover felt his elemental body returning. An elemental body is the element itself. In essence, the Grover was a conscious element, where every bit of water, fire, or earth in the world was part of his being. Now, can we talk? Seeing the Grover disperse the water elements around him, the female leader gritted her teeth. She had never felt so powerless and desperate, not even when exiled from the palace. Facing the Grover, she had no desire to resist. My name is Annette. I'm the leader of the porcelain pirate crew. A pirate crew made up of such weak members? Of course, the Grover only thought this, not voicing it aloud. Why do you attack human towns? For money? Money? Annette scoffed. Human money means nothing to us. Our goal is to sabotage the trade agreement between humans and sea folk. Surprised, the Grover hadn't expected this pirate leader of merely dozens to harbor such grand ambitions. Of course, I know we can't capture even a trading port right now, but someday, I will succeed. Why are you so obsessed with disrupting trade between the two races? Humans gain treasures from the sea, while sea folk gain inventions not found underwater. Isn't this a win-win? Win-win? Annette laughed bitterly, shaking her head. For both races, yes. But do you know where these treasures exported by sea folk come from? The Grover stayed silent, waiting for Annette to continue. To maintain trade with humans, the royal family enslaved subjects within their territories, forcing them to collect treasures night and day. For rarer treasures, they even use families' lives to compel the innocent to dive deeper into the ocean's trenches. These uncharted trenches are the domains of sea monsters. Countless subjects have perished there. How many families have been torn apart? How many children lost parents? How many parents lost children? Yet the greedy nobles still exploit their subjects' blood to satisfy their greed. I must stop this twisted trade. The Grover understood. The glittering undersea treasures were stained with sea folk blood, making them shine even brighter. I understand. However, as a human, I must warn you. Your current skirmishes may go unnoticed by humans. But if things escalate, it could lead to a war between the two races. Humans are quite xenophobic. Once a war starts, other countries won't stand idly by. If it turns into a full-scale racial war, countless lives will be lost, with endless conflict. Have you considered these consequences? Chapter 444. I promise not to gamble again. Annette was left speechless by the Blaine's words. She hadn't thought things through. I thought that by occupying these few trading ports of the humans, they would no longer be able to trade with our sea tribes. You're too naive, Angus shook his head. Did you really just lead your brothers into human territory like this? Did you even consider their lives? Casper's words left Annette speechless. Although she still harbored a bit of defiance in her heart, she realized how impulsive she had been. Well, then what should I do? Obviously, we need to start from within the sea tribes. From inside the sea tribes? Do you want me to oppose the royal family of the sea tribes? Annette's eyes widened as she stared at Angus in astonishment. So, you dare declare war on all of humanity but can't stand up to one clan of the sea tribes? Annette fell silent. Initially, she hadn't given it much thought. Moreover, the power of the royal family of the sea tribes had long weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her unable to muster the will to rebel. However, after being enlightened by Angus, Annette understood that the ones oppressing her sea kin were indeed the royal family of the sea tribes. To rescue her fellow tribesmen, she must address the issue from the sea royal family side. Mr. Randy. It seemed Annette had made up her mind. She looked resolutely at him. Can you lend me a hand? Help you? That's not impossible, but what price are you willing to pay? Casper gazed teasingly at Annette. Annette gritted her teeth and took off a shimmering pearl from around her neck. This is the heart of the ocean, granted by the Francesca to members of the Southern Sea Mermaid royalty. With it, one can ignore the great magical barrier beneath the ocean and venture into the Sea King's Crystal Palace. The Sea King's Crystal Palace, something Angus had read about in a book, and it was during his time in Dongyun Continent. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a super powerful individual who reached enlightenment through water and attained sainthood. Despite having the strength to become a god, he declined the invitation to ascend and chose to remain in the mortal world. Later, when 9 suns scorched the earth, the Sea King sacrificed himself to extinguish 8 of them. It is said that the Sea King's entire legacy remains within an underwater crystal palace. No wonder so many powerful people on the Dongyun Continent couldn't find the Crystal Palace for all these years. It wasn't on the Dongyun Continent at all. The inheritance of a god-level powerhouse. This stirred excitement in Angus as well. However, he didn't rush to agree with Annette. How do you expect me to help you? I need you to help me find the Francesca of the mermaids. Annette recounted the events that transpired beneath the southern sea surface to Angus. This stretch of sea adjacent to the human coast was originally governed by 3 tribes: the Dominique tribe, the Mermaid tribe, and the Siren tribe. Under the leadership of a 10-armed Dominique queen, the Dominique tribe had once defeated the Sirens and the Mermaids, almost encompassing the entire southern sea. There was no maritime force that could match its might. However, the queen excelled only in combat, not in governing her subjects. The mighty Dominique Empire ultimately collapsed due to internal strife. With the ideal of treating their citizens kindly, the mermaids gained the most support and successfully took over the Dominique Empire, renaming it the United Nations of the Southern Tribes. Promoting peace, the Southern Nation returned all lands forcibly seized by the Dominique Empire and swore never to launch any more aggressive wars. Thus, the Southern Sea enjoyed peace for a century. But 20 years ago, the Siren tribe suddenly revolted, assassinating the king openly during the Southern Nation's National Day celebrations. The gentle and peaceful mermaid soldiers were no match for the Sirens. Within 3 days, the Southern Nation fell completely. I was the head of the Francesca's guard, but when the Sirens revolted, I lost track of Her Highness. These past 20 years, I have searched endlessly for the Francesca, to no avail. My companions were all saved by me during my wanderings from the clutches of the Sirens. I understand your story, but helping you with this may not be possible. What? Why? Annette grabbed Angus's shoulders in shock. Why? You haven't found the Francesca in 20 years, and you expect me to do it in a few days. If you had any clues, it would be better. I do. I have a clue. Annette interjected, somewhat excitedly. I heard the Francesca is now a pirate in these waters, which is why I formed the Chameleon Pirate Group, hoping to one day encounter her. A pirate? A noble Francesca resorting to piracy? It was quite a fall from grace. I recently received intel from an informant, absolutely reliable. Looking at Annette's flickering gaze, Angus suspected something fishy. But considering the heart of the ocean, he decided to take the plunge. All right, I'll help you. Go back first, and don't come to human towns anymore. Once I find your Francesca, I'll come looking for you. Annette turned and spoke to the sea tribespeople, who nodded and swam back into the deeps of the southern sea. Casper turned to leave, only to realize Annette was following him with her slender snake tail. Why aren't you going back? I'm coming with you to find the Francesca. Annette raised her chin defiantly. You can wait for news at home. I'll inform you when I find her. That won't do. What if you run away? I need to keep an eye on you. The item is still with you. Why would I run? What if you change your mind and ditch me? Speechless, Angus tried explaining, but Annette stubbornly refused to budge. Reluctantly, Angus led her back to the tavern in Stephenbrett town. Young man, did you resolve the matter so quickly? As soon as they entered, the tavern owner asked. It's resolved, Angus pointed to Annette. I brought back the culprit. Startled, Annette instantly drew her 6 weapons. What do you plan to do? Annette eyed Angus and the tavern owner suspiciously, already plotting an escape route. It's not what you think. Put your knives away first. Casper sighed in frustration. A few curious patrons in the tavern watched the 6-armed Dominique warrior intently. As residents of Stephenbrett town, sea creatures were nothing new to them, but a high-ranking 6-armed Dominique was a first. After listening to the tavern owner and Angus's explanations, Annette awkwardly sheathed her weapons. I sincerely apologize for causing trouble. Annette bowed apologetically to the tavern owner. No worries. Just compensate for the damages in my shop, and it's forgiven. I have to pay? How much? I don't have much money. Amused by the Dominique warrior's innocence, the tavern owner smiled slightly. I was just kidding. Your queen and I are old acquaintances. Why would I haggle with a kid? How's Megan doing? Haven't heard from her in years. Annette stared in surprise at the tavern owner. She hesitated before replying. Queen Megan went to search for the Sea King's Crystal Palace 50 years ago and hasn't returned yet. The tavern owner froze, her smile fading. Typical. She's always acting on her own. Even though Annette didn't say it outright, she understood that after 50 years with no word, the once formidable Dominique queen likely wouldn't return. Casper sat nearby, quietly listening to their conversation. The innkeeper was indeed not an ordinary person, a contemporary of the Dominique queen, and must be at least several hundred years old. Yoltal, are you thinking something very rude? The innkeeper narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade on Angus's face. Not at all. I'm not thinking anything. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Angus's temple. Women's intuition was truly terrifying. Casper quickly changed the subject. You asked me to do something, and I finished it. Shouldn't you take me to see Madeline now? Oh, when did I promise that? I don't remember. The innkeeper's full red lips curved into a subtle arc. She was trying to renege. You. Stop messing around, Madeline. If you keep this up, when I return to Dragon Island, your nest will be the first to go. Hey, you Yoling yawned, then emerged from Angus's collar. Honest, what are you doing here? The innkeeper, or Madeline, stared in surprise at the tiny lizard on Angus's shoulder, her seductive red lips forming a circle. Why? Is there a problem with me being here? Hey, you Yoling raised an eyelid, and Madeline immediately lowered her head. I dare not. Good, because you shouldn't. Hand over the key to Dragon Valley. I need to return to Dragon Valley. Madeline remained silent, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Why aren't you speaking? Didn't you hear me? Hey, you Yoling raised his voice, making Madeline flinch and kneel with a thud. Honest, the key isn't with me. Her voice grew fainter until it was almost inaudible. Not with you? As the guardian, how could the key not be with you? The key. Madeline's voice was barely a whisper. Even Angus couldn't hear her clearly. Did you bet it away again? Yes, it's all my fault. Please punish me, Honest. Caught out by Hey Yu Yolang, Madeline seemed to lose all strength, shouting as if abandoning all hope. Hey Yu Yolang shook his head. Well, what can I say about you? Forget it. Who did you lose the key to this time? To the king of the Marrow clan. Madeline admitted reluctantly. Why would the Marrow clan need a key to enter Dragon Island? Casper asked curiously. It's the Jeremiah's birthday soon. Species like the Marrows who haven't received invitations would try this method to gain favor before the Jeremiah. Hey Yu Yolang explained briefly, and Angus nodded. So the Marrows wanted to ally with the dragons. Since the key isn't here, let's go get it back from the Marrows. No, Lord. Please don't. Madeline stood abruptly, holding Hey Yu Yolang from Angus's shoulder. If you get the key back, the Jeremiah will know I lost it. If he finds out, my life is ruined. Let go of me. Hey Yu Yolang struggled in Madeline's hands. If only you hadn't gambled. Wah. Can you bear to see me roasted alive at the volcano? When you were just an egg, I held you daily, sang lullabies, even changed your diapers. Don't you remember? Enough. Stop. I won't get the key back. Let me go, or I'll report you to the Jeremiah right now. Lord, you're the best. I promise, I'll never gamble again. Hey Yu Yolang stretched his wings, casting a disdainful glance at Madeline. I've heard that promise at least 300 times. Though he found Madeline, the key to Dragon Valley was still missing. Casper had to take Annette back to the hotel for now. Upon entering, Angus encountered Adeline and Charlene about to go out. Mr. Randy, we heard there's a lantern show by the sea tonight. Will you join us? Charlene wore Stephen Brett Town's unique attire, adorned with various seaside trinkets. It was clear she was having fun. Casper patted her head. You two go ahead. I'll tidy up and come later. Sure. Mr. Randy, hurry up. Watching Charlene leave happily, a smile crept onto Angus's face. Do sisters in your world call their brothers Mr.? Annette, noticing his smile, asked curiously. Adeline isn't my sister, but close enough. Without further explanation, Angus led Annette to the front desk where he got them a room from Rotiz. How do we reach Dragon Island without the key? The key acts more like a compass or a coordinate. It doesn't have to be in hand. We just need to infiltrate the Marrow's birthday celebration party, and we can reach Dragon Island. Ah, I see. Casper nodded. Having promised Charlene, he prepared to attend the lantern show. Annette said she was tired of such events, so Angus went alone to the beach. Chapter 445, Pirate Ship. As soon as they reached the shore, the Blaines saw a group of towering sea folk surrounding two human girls, preparing to touch them inappropriately. The two girls were none other than Patricker and Adeline. Yoltle girls, you're alone? Why don't you come play with the older Grovers? No. Get lost. Patricker and Adeline replied in unison. The crowd around them burst into laughter. Well, it seems these lovely ladies aren't interested. In that case, we'll have to use force. One of the towering sea folk rubbed his hands together while another cracked his knuckles. Patricker was terrified, and Adeline stepped in front of her to protect her. Hey, friend, where are you from? You look pretty handsome. Why don't you join us and make us happy? The large sea folk man laughed lewdly at the Blaine and extended his greasy hand, attempting to grab him. Casper smiled slightly. Want to play with me? We'll see if you've got what it takes. Smack. In an instant, Angus struck out with his right hand, sending the burly arm crashing to the ground. Ah! The large sea folk man let out a miserable howl from the excruciating pain. Everyone watching was stunned. Who on earth was this guy who could attack so viciously? You brat, daring to hurt our people. I see you've had enough of living. Brothers, charge. Beat him down, tie him up, and let him taste our might. With pleasure. A group surrounding the large sea folk man raised their weapons and charged towards Angus. The Blaine stood still, unmoving. In the eyes of the sea folk, this skinny youth must have been scared stiff. Suddenly, a faint blue light flashed, and all the sea folk felt a sharp pain in their knees. Next, their legs gave way, and they all fell to their knees. What black magic is this? The muscular sea folk tried to rise, but found his legs completely unresponsive no matter how much force he applied. Casper approached them with a sinister smile. The muscular sea folk became frantic. Don't come closer. We are noble merfolk, protected by diplomatic agreement. Didn't you want to play with me? I'm here to play with you. Casper slapped the sea folk's face. I love playing. Hope you can cooperate and not ruin my fun. With that, Angus placed his hand on the muscular sea folk's wrist. A chilling sensation crept from the tips of Angus's fingers into the body of the muscular sea folk and spread throughout his entire being. In an instant, it felt like thousands of icy needles stirred within him. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. Casper looked into the petrified eyes of the muscular sea folk. Under that cold gaze, he trembled uncontrollably. Casper withdrew his hand, and the muscular sea folk felt as though he had returned from hell to earth. Though his courage had already crumbled, his words remained stubborn. You dare lay a hand on us? Afraid of punishment by the law enforcement squad? Casper sneered. The diplomatic agreement was between the Seaborn and the Merfolk. Sorry, I'm from Yvonne. Your agreement means nothing to me. Amidst the horrified gazes of several Merfolk, Angus grabbed their ankles with unimaginable strength and hurled them back into the depths of the South Sea one by one. How are you? Not hurt, I hope? Casper asked the two girls solicitously. I'm fine, thank you for saving me again, Mr. Randy. Patricker shook her head. Saroa watched this scene from afar with a sinister smile. So what if he's a great mage? Assaulting the Merfolk on Seaborn territory will now be used against him. Unaware of the agreement between Seaborn and the Merfolk, Angus didn't care much about it since it couldn't bind him. Even if he abided by it, no one could touch him. He anticipated someone would act against him. But what did it matter? This was his chosen path, and he would walk it no matter how hard or painful. The sea lamp show was truly beautiful. Patricker and Adeline exclaimed in unison beside Angus. Yes. Casper watched the flickering lights drifting into the dark ocean and sighed in admiration. Let's go back now. Casper carried Patricker on his back and returned with Adeline to see home. Casper didn't dwell on the conflict with the Merfolk, but unexpectedly, early next morning, a group of Seaborn soldiers surrounded See Home. Why, sir? The elderly man and Lottis had never seen such a display before and were startled by the aggressive demeanor of the troops. At this moment, Saroa emerged from behind the soldiers. This has nothing to do with you. Bring out that guy named Randy. He clearly doesn't wish to live after assaulting the Merfolk in Seaborn territory. Saroa's voice dripped with threats. Why, sir? What did Mr. Randy do? Lottis asked in confusion. She couldn't imagine the polite Blaine doing something like that. Casper slowly walked out of the room. Randy, confess what you did yesterday. Otherwise, the royal family of Seaborn won't let this pass. Shouting early in the morning. Do you want me to kill you? Casper's voice was calm, but this statement hit the Seaborns like thunder. Kill me? Haha, you actually want to kill me? Saroa laughed hysterically. Attacking the Merfolk is already a grave offense, and making threats doubles it. Grab this arrogant brat. Upon Saroa's command, hundreds of soldiers drew their swords and rushed toward Angus. Lottis and the old man were terrified, but then, Angus vanished. Next, he appeared beside Saroa, clamping both hands around his neck and lifting him up. Saroa struggled for breath, his eyes bulging. Let me go, cough. Bang! Casper casually tossed him aside, casting a disinterested glance. I despise noisy flies. Saroa tumbled dazedly, his head spinning. He held his chest, coughing violently, unable to get up. The Seaborn soldiers finally snapped out of their shock and hurried to support Saroa. Juanita, are you all right? Saroa glared at Angus, seething with rage, yearning to devour him. Reckless fool. You dared to harm the captain. Truly audacious. Arrest this rogue. Casper stood his ground as the soldiers brandished spears and sabers towards him. Just when they were less than 5 meters away, flames erupted. The scorching heat seared their faces, startling every soldier. Fear not. On Seaborn soil, he wouldn't dare kill you. Attack. Useless lot. Saroa sat on the ground, bellowing at his men, believing Angus wouldn't dare kill anyone given Seaborn's numerous powerful figures. Unfortunately, reality often defies expectations. As the soldiers neared within 5 feet, Angus launched his assault. Red flames condensed into fists the size of large bowls, striking squarely at the soldiers' chests. The agonized screams of hundreds of soldiers echoed continuously. In no time, all the soldiers lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Saroa was dumbfounded by the scene before him. He could hardly believe that this seemingly frail youth dared to openly challenge the entire Seaborn kingdom. You don't come any closer. I am a citizen of Seaborn. If you harm me, I swear you won't leave Xianxia town alive. Casper approached like a relentless reaper. No matter what Saroa said, Angus kept advancing step by step. Gabinally, Angus stopped right in front of Saroa, who felt his heart leap into his throat. Casper bent down, leaning close to Saroa's ear and whispered softly. You can't seriously think I'd be afraid of a little Seaborn kingdom, can you? With a look of sheer terror on Saroa's face, a silver-tipped longsword pierced through his chest, a red different from the flames splattering across the floor. After disposing of Saroa, Angus stood up, snapped his fingers, and withdrew all the flames. He walked up to the trembling father and daughter duo. Amid their frightened gazes, Angus tossed a heavy sack onto the counter. This covers our lodging fees from yesterday. Anything extra can go toward repairing your inn. With that, Angus turned without looking back and left See Home with the 3 girls. Once Angus had gone, Lottis curiously opened the sack he had left behind. The golden glow inside almost blinded the father and daughter duo. Looking at the sprawled-out soldiers in their inn, they exchanged glances, then without another word, left Xianxia town with the bag of gold. After killing Saroa, Angus led the group towards Madeline's tavern. On the way, Adeline noticed Angus's grim expression and couldn't help but worry. Though she would support him unconditionally, she knew Angus wasn't usually so bloodthirsty. Drumming up her courage, she asked Angus, Mr. Randy, is something wrong? You seem troubled. Casper turned, seeing the fear and concern on Adeline's face. Only then did he realize that his recent behavior might have scared this young girl. Smiling, he gently patted Adeline's head. I'm fine. I just didn't like the looks of them. He didn't mention that since morning, he'd had a bad feeling. Something seemed off in Dongyun Continent. Even if he wanted to return, it was futile now. His ominous premonition had disturbed those around him, which was a failure on his part. All right, don't worry. I'll take you all out to sea soon. That's great. I've never been out to sea before. Adeline was excited. This was her first time venturing out. Be prepared. We might not return for some time. With such a ruckus, staying in Seaborn Kingdom wasn't wise. He had also promised Annette to take her to find the Francesca, so they might as well set sail. Ship? Why would you think a tavern owner like me has a ship? In Madeline's tavern, Angus briefly explained his situation and expressed his need for a slightly larger vessel. Gabanding someone in the vast sea wasn't easy. You've been here for years. Surely you know a few people selling ships. Money isn't an issue. We need to leave the port today. It's not as simple as you think, Madeline exhaled smoke. Since the merfolk allied with Seaborn, they've monopolized the sea routes. They claim to protect seaborne vessels, but any unauthorized ship will be attacked by the merfolk. So they're robbing us under the guise of protection? Exactly. To sail, one must pay a hefty tax annually. Only two types still navigate. Wealthy merchants indifferent to taxes and pirates who break all rules. Casper smiled faintly upon hearing this. Lucky for us, we fall into the latter category. Madeline gave Angus a deep look, then turned and said, "Follow me." Following Madeline, they arrived at a hidden seaside cave. Casper noticed a concealed magical array outside, perfectly shielding the cave. From the outside, it appeared as a normal rock wall. Here, see if this ship suits your needs. Inside the cave, Angus marveled at the enormous vessel, much larger than he expected. The deck alone was 5 stories high. The mast was so thick it took several strong men to encircle it. Despite being somewhat aged, it was the perfect pirate ship. You hid such a massive ship. This belonged to an old friend. She probably doesn't need it anymore, so it's yours. Madeline gazed at the ship with nostalgia. Everyone curiously examined the pirate ship, except Annette, who stared intently at the symbols carved on the sides. What are you looking at? Noticing Annette's distraction, Angus asked. This ship. Chapter 446. A frustrated her round. Annette was somewhat uncertain and turned to look at Madeline. Madeline smiled, pointing toward the ship's figurehead that everyone had ignored. Everyone looked over, seeing a gilded female sculpture. Over the years, the surface gilding had darkened considerably from weathering. However, this did not affect the statue's majestic aura at all. A valiant woman stared resolutely ahead. Her 10 muscular arms, each holding different weapons, fanned out like a peacock spreading its feathers. Even as a sculpture, one could still feel the indomitable fighting spirit it exuded. This is Queen Lucille's ship. Annette became excited. Queen Lucille was the Dominique Queen who swept across the entire South Sea. She was an idol in the heart of every Dominique. Annette grew up hearing stories about Queen Lucille. Legend had it that even before becoming the Dominique Queen, Lucille was already the most feared pirate queen on the South Sea, instilling terror in all who heard of her. Back then, whether human warships or sea creatures, none could stand against Lucille's fleet. They would only retreat. Once, a human empire teamed up with sea tribes to try and eliminate Lucille's pirates. The battle lasted for half a month, leaving the allied forces battered and almost routed. But not a single warship in Lucille's pirate gang was lost. Just when everyone thought Lucille would become the new seafaring legend, she vanished suddenly. Some said Lucille was assassinated. Others believed she found true love and thus retired. At the time, the most widely accepted theory was that Lucille, weary of conflict, chose to retire voluntarily. During this time of speculation, Lucille reappeared, now leading the Dominiques to sweep through the entire South Sea as their queen. Annette couldn't believe her eyes. She never imagined she'd board the once mighty warship of Queen Lucille herself one day. Madeline, thank you for helping us. You don't need to thank me. I'm doing this for myself too. Oh, I'm going with you because there's something I must confirm personally. Madeline's gaze wandered off into the distance hesitantly. The Blaine looked at Madeline's side profile, beautiful as a sculpture, feeling astonished. This was the first time he saw such depth in her expression. Usually, Madeline always had an indifferent and lazy demeanor. This woman, who had lived for untold years, surely had her own unique past. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you bewitched by my beauty? Madeline's melancholic expression disappeared instantly, reverting to her usual frivolous manner. Somewhat. I've seen many beauties in my life. You would certainly rank among the top few. Madeline chuckled at the earnest look on the Blaine's face, her dazzling smile blooming like a rose. Flirtatious brat. For someone so young, your words rival those middle-aged men who loiter at the bar counter of my tavern. The Blaine pursed his lips. Don't lump me with those men. All they think about is how to trick you into bed. I am genuinely interested in you as a person. I want to understand you better, learn about your past, and uncover the stories of your life. Casper's sincere gaze stirred something within Madeline, causing her heart to beat faster. But just for a moment. She soon regained her composure, finding no hint of desire in his eyes, only pure curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. A fearsome little man. You nearly made me fall for you. Too bad, you'll have to try harder. Madeline smirked seductively, her expression hiding what she truly felt. Hey, what are you chatting about? Let's get moving. Excitedly, Annette emerged from the cabin and shouted to the two standing on the bow. She wore an old sailor's uniform, yellowed and stained, with a tattered pirate hat on her head. Got it, the Blaine turned to Madeline. We might be away for a long time. What about your tavern? Madeline replied casually. I opened it to pass time. Now that we have something to do, the state of the tavern doesn't matter anymore. That's good. So let's prepare to set sail. Yes, Juanita, where's our destination? Annette stared excitedly at Angus. He was slightly taken aback, expecting her to be eager to take the captain's role. Our first goal is to find the mermaid Alia, but other than knowing she's been pirating in the South Sea, we know nothing else about her. Annette lowered her head in shame. This was a failure on her part. As the captain of the guards, she had failed to locate the Francesca for 20 years, relying finally on others. I might have a lead, Madeline interjected. 2 regulars at my tavern were deeply connected to pirates. One night, after drinking heavily, they talked about a secret treasure in the South Sea. Secret treasure? They looked curiously at Madeline. It's said to be something all pirates dream of obtaining. We don't know exactly what it is, but if your mermaid Alia is a pirate, she would likely seek this treasure too. Where is this treasure? Annette asked eagerly. This was the first clue regarding the Francesca's whereabouts in years. I don't know, Madeline exhaled a stream of smoke. I only overheard it by chance. Seeing Annette's spirits plummet, Angus consoled her. It's all right, having this clue is enough. It's okay that we don't know, someone will know. In the depths of the South Sea, on an unnamed island surrounded by makeshift harbors, for ships, 1 large and 3 small, belonged to the Xuanhuan pirate gang lay anchored. Damn it, our honorable Xuanhuan pirate gang getting humiliated by a human girl. What the hell are you useless lot here for? In a crude cave, a dark-skinned, middle-aged male merman with one eye sat drinking, yelling at his subordinates. Dozens of various sea creatures sat in 2s and 3s, silently drinking their sorrows away. Since Queen Lucille's retirement, the South Sea entered a flourishing era for pirates, large and small gangs sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Among them, Xuanhuan rose by leveraging his strength and uncanny luck, merging with 3 smaller gangs. His gang moved from a minor newcomer to the lower echelons of the first-tier South Sea pirates. Unfortunately, fate didn't favor them any longer. During a raid, they encountered a human pirate group. Initially, Xuanhuan dismissed the threat. This was the ocean, ruled by sea creatures. A single small human warship was practically delivering itself to them. Still, being generous, Xuanhuan offered them a place in his gang if they handed over their beautiful captain for him to cherish. Immersed in his fantasies, Xuanhuan hadn't anticipated his nightmare about to begin. He never expected rejection, nor such a swift counterattack. When the opposing ship's crew used grappling hooks to board their first warship, Xuanhuan didn't even notice. It wasn't until his own flagship was hit by cannon fire from his men and started leaking that Xuanhuan finally realized what was happening. But it was too late. As he prepared to return fire, the enemy boarding team had already infiltrated his ship underwater. That small 10-man squad dismantled all defenses on Xuanhuan's warship like an unstoppable steel lion. Hand over all valuables, and I'll let you go. Xuanhuan could never have imagined that the female captain he wanted to cherish would be standing before him so quickly. If only she hadn't placed that slender, curved blade against his throat. As the leader of the Xuanhuan pirates, Xuanhuan had his pride. Facing the cold blade, he managed just 3 words. Do as you please. Given Xuanhuan's cooperation, the attackers didn't make things too difficult for them. After plundering all 4 ships, they left the Xuanhuan pirates alone. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xuanhuan never learned their name. He only knew their flag depicted a beautifully detailed mermaid. After this defeat, the morale of the Xuanhuan pirates plummeted. They, who had once been invincible, lost to a tiny pirate band without a proper fleet. For crying out loud, stop drinking. Can't you think of a way to reclaim our honor? Xuanhuan took a large swig of rum and kicked over a nearby henchman's wine jar. Boss, I have an idea. An old sea creature with one eye approached. He was an elder of the Xuanhuan pirates and the group's strategist. Call me Lavender. Ah, forget it. What do you have to say? Lavender, remember the treasure map we traded with that old pirate for a merchant ship? Treasure map? The somewhat drunk Xuanhuan tilted his head, thinking, I vaguely recall it. What about the treasure map? One time when I went drinking with friends, I heard that old guy gave out multiple copies of the map. He swapped many treasures using these maps, and now quite a few are hunting him down. Damn, are you saying we were fooled? Xuanhuan, with blurred, drunken eyes, kicked the old sea creature. I'm already pissed. Why are you bringing this up now, trying to piss me off? The old sea creature rubbed his sore buttocks. Lavender, listen to me out. Those deceived pirates, to save face, have publicized the treasure location on the map, spreading rumors of a legendary ocean secret treasure there. The news of the ocean secret treasure is buzzing around. That human pirate crew must have heard about it too. They won't miss this chance. If we go to the location on the map, we'll definitely encounter them. We can prepare in advance and rally other pirates who've been robbed by that human crew. It will be the perfect opportunity to reclaim our honor. After hearing the old sea creature, half of Xuanhuan's drunkenness wore off. He thought about it. Indeed, it made sense. Xuanhuan abruptly stood from his chair. Get up, all of you. Shouting, he kicked the henchman sprawled across the floor awake. We leave now. This time, we must reclaim our honor. Dressed in his rank-smelling captain's uniform, Xuanhuan marched toward the port. Morning mist shrouded the sea heavily. Even though accustomed to it, Xuanhuan couldn't see beyond a few steps. Still, familiar with the base, he found his ship. Through the thick fog, he could barely make out the outline of his ship. This fog is ridiculously dense. Xuanhuan muttered under his breath. Uncertain if it was lingering drunkenness, he felt his ship seemed larger than usual through the fog. He didn't give it much thought. It was likely a mistake due to the heavy mist. Feeling along, Xuanhuan found the boarding rope. But the instant his hand touched the ship's side, a chilling cold shot up his spine. This was definitely not his ship. Morning sunlight pierced through the fog, dispersing it rapidly. A massive warship emerged before Xuanhuan. This ancient warship, like an aged lion, radiated an intimidating presence despite its worn appearance. Especially noticeable was the 10-armed Dominique statue at the bow, a sight no pirate would fail to recognize, many having grown up hearing tales about it. Melinda Queen's ship. The shock and excitement distorted Xuanhuan's voice. When his henchmen rushed over after hearing their leader scream, everyone was speechless, mouths agape. Your story about the treasure map intrigues me. Could you tell us more about it? Still stunned by Melinda's warship, the Xuanhuan pirates didn't notice a man and a woman had quietly appeared behind them. Chapter 447, Lavending the Way. The pirates whipped around, only to find a handsome human youth and an imposing Dominique female warrior standing right behind them. The Dominique warrior resembled the sculptures on Queen Xuanhuan's ship, but the one who had just spoken was the human male beside her. Xuanhuan was the quickest to react. After all, this was his secret base, so anyone who dared to find him here without permission must be an enemy. Without uttering a word, he immediately drew the curved blade from his waist and slashed at Angus in front of him. Casper extended 2 fingers, effortlessly catching the edge of Haraun's blade, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Is this how you welcome guests? Who the hell are you? Get out now, or else. Haraun roared, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a numbness in his hand. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that the weapon in his hand was broken into 2 pieces. How could this be? This weapon was made of dwarven steel. It had been snapped by Angus using just 2 fingers? Haraun's expression changed drastically. He looked up to see the Blaine and woman smiling at him, the handsome youth even tossing the broken blade fragment in his hand with a light tone. Is this how pirates treat their guests? I guess I have some things to learn. At this point, Haraun didn't dare to argue. As the leader of a pirate gang, however, he still had his pride. He shook his ragged cloak and fell to his knees. Please spare my life. Sir, we're just ordinary pirates. If you want any treasures under my command, take them. We won't stop you. Please spare me. Haraun's face was etched with regret. He now bitterly wished he hadn't attacked this human youth so recklessly. This was clearly asking for death. Spare your life? Casper raised an eyebrow. Are you worth it? Haraun trembled. You heard that, right? Casper's gaze shifted to Haraun's subordinates, who immediately understood what he meant. All the pirates dropped to their knees. Sir, please let us go. We will bow to you and give you whatever you want. Casper shook his head. You're just a bunch of small-time pirates. How much money can you have? Hearing this, Haraun seized the opportunity. Don't get me wrong, our operation isn't large, but if it's about money, we rank highly in the entire South Sea. Casper smiled. Oh, you're that rich? Gabine, hand over all your money then. Haraun hesitated, then put on a troubled look. In truth, the only valuable thing they had was his worship. Everything else was worthless. Selling it would result in significant losses. But looking at Angus's demeanor, it was clear he was here to extort them. After much deliberation, Haraun gritted his teeth and replied, Sorry, sir, I exaggerated earlier. In truth, we're very poor. Apart from the rum in our warehouse, there's almost nothing valuable left. Casper shrugged. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. Before Haraun could sigh in relief, he saw Angus give the female warrior a nod. She quietly raised her long blade. No. Haraun screamed. Sir, I'm sorry. Really sorry. This pocket watch was left to me by my grandfather. It's the only valuable thing I have. Please spare me. Casper took the shiny golden pocket watch from Haraun's hand, giving it a glance before breaking into a gentle smile. Your grandfather seems quite young. Haraun laughed awkwardly. Such lies couldn't fool Angus. All right, enough messing around. I'm not here for your money. I'm interested in the treasure you mentioned and need someone to guide us. Just guiding us? Haraun was dumbfounded, hardly believing his ears. Really? Casper glanced at him, unsure how such a cowardly person became a pirate. I have no reason to lie to you. So, are you in? Yes. Absolutely yes. Not just guiding. I'll bring the treasure straight to you on bended knee. Overjoyed at surviving, Haraun's old habit of talking too much kicked in again. That's your decision, so I'll wait for you to bring the treasure back. Seeing the playful smile on Angus's face, Haraun wanted to slap himself. Let's head towards the treasure before someone else beats us to it. Haraun's pirate fleet set sail again. This time, the formation changed, with Haraun's flagship leading the way, flanked by 4 warships encircling a massive, old-looking vessel in the middle. Though old, no one dared underestimate this ship. Despite the brief tension earlier, Haraun had completely forgotten about it. Now, he was filled with excitement about leading the Queen Xuanhuan ship. Raised hearing tales of Queen Xuanhuan, this moment was a dream come true for him. Today, Haraun stood on the lookout mast, frequently glancing back at the majestic Queen Xuanhuan ship. Truly more imposing than I imagined. To Haraun, it felt like seeing a long-lost lover. Queen Xuanhuan's ship approaches, all other ships should steer clear. On the journey, they encountered several vessels. Whether official or pirate, Haraun warned everyone from a distance, regardless of whether they were merely passing by. Casper did not stop Haraun, finding his eagerness amusing as it served his purpose of making their presence known. Mr. Randy, we're almost there. The island ahead is the location marked on the treasure map. Receiving Haraun's message, Angus stepped onto the deck and looked forward. In the distance where sea met sky, a sizable island loomed. Merely looking at it sent shivers down one's spine. Although it was a clear, sunny day, the island was cloaked in dark clouds. Purple lightning occasionally pierced through, and the sound of thunder was audible despite the distance. This place doesn't seem right, Annette remarked, frowning. The South Sea was familiar to her, yet she had no recollection of such an island ever existing. That old man didn't just lie. He wanted us dead. Just gazing at the island made Haraun's scales tense up. He swallowed hard, sensing impending doom if he stepped foot on it. Casper narrowed his eyes, his gaze becoming more serious. His intuition was always sharp. Even from a distance, he sensed the island was like a gaping maw waiting for the greedy to fall into its trap. But Angus grew more excited. Calmly, he reassured, You don't need to worry. I'm here. Casper's tone was filled with confidence, as if the eerie island posed no threat. Haraun was inwardly amazed. Despite being under 20, this youth had remarkable poise. Truly worthy of inheriting Queen Xuanhuan's ship, with such a powerful ally, he would surely reclaim his dignity next time he met that troublesome girl. All right, follow my orders. We will do as you say. Casper stretched out 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the edge of Haraun's blade, a smile playing on the corner of his lips. Is this how you welcome guests? Who the hell are you inviting? Get lost now, or else. Before Haraun finished his sentence, he felt a sudden numbness in his hand. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that his weapon was broken into 2 pieces. How could this be possible? This was a weapon made from dwarven steel, yet it had been snapped in half by just 2 fingers of this blade. Haraun's face changed drastically as he saw the male and female in front of him smirking at him. Casperful-looking Grover then tossed the broken blade in his hand lightly, asking in a casual tone, "Is this how pirates treat their guests? Looks like I have a lot to learn." At this point, Haroun did not dare say anything further. However, as the captain of the pirate gang, he still had his pride. He shook off his ragged cloak and knelt down with a thud. "Please spare me. Sir, we are ordinary pirates. If you fancy the treasures under my command, take them away, and we will not stand in your way. Please spare this dog a life." Haroun pleaded pitifully, bitterly regretting his impulsive action when faced with such a powerful adversary. "Spare this dog a life?" Casper raised an eyebrow. "Do you think you're worth it?" Haroun shuddered all over. "Do you all hear me?" Casper's gaze landed on Haroun's subordinates, who quickly understood the meaning behind his words. All the pirates immediately knelt down, pleading, "Sir, please let us go. We're willing to kowtow to you. Give you whatever you want." Casper shook his head. What money can you petty pirates possibly have? But hearing there might be a chance, Haroun hastened to add, "Sir, even though our scale isn't big, if it's about money, we are top-notch even in the entire South Sea." Casper smiled. "Oh, you guys are that rich? All right, then hand over all your money." Haroun hesitated. In truth, the only valuable thing they possessed was his battleship. Everything else was virtually worthless, bringing nothing but losses if sold. Yet Angus's manner suggested he wanted to extort them. After considerable hesitation, Haroun answered, "Sir, I exaggerate. Actually, we are terribly poor. Except for some rum in the warehouse, there is almost nothing else of value." Casper shrugged. "In that case, there's nothing I can do." Before Haroun could relax, he saw Angus signal the female warrior next to him, who then raised her long sword silently. "No!" Haroun screamed, "Sir, I was wrong, really wrong. This pocket watch is the only valuable thing my grandfather left me. Please, sir, let me live." Casper took the shiny golden pocket watch from Haroun's hand and glanced at it, smiling gently. "Your grandfather seems pretty young." Haroun gave an awkward laugh. Indeed, such a lie could not deceive Angus. "Forget it. No more jokes. I didn't come here for your money. I'm interested in that treasure you mentioned and need someone to guide us there." "Just guide?" Haroun was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. "Really?" Casper glanced at him. He couldn't understand how such a timid fellow became a pirate. "I don't need to lie. So, deal or no deal?" Yes, anything, including getting the treasure for you with my bare hands." The relieved Haroun spoke excitedly, his habitual blabbering resurfacing. "As you said, I'll be waiting for you to bring back the treasure." Haroun, filled with regret, wished he could slap himself. Let's set off for the treasure. It would be bad if someone else gets there first. Thus, Haroun's pirate fleet set sail again. This time, the formation had changed. Haroun's flagship led the way, with 4 warships encircling a large, old battle vessel in the center. Though the ship was old, no one dared underestimate it. Despite the brief unpleasantness earlier, Haroun had now completely put it behind him. His heart brimmed with excitement at guiding the Queen Xuanhuan ship, having grown up hearing stories about Queen Xuanhuan. Note, the name Xuanhuan seems to be a transliteration error in the original text. It should be Na1, which is typically romanized as Xuanhuan. However, for clarity and consistency, I've used Xuanhuan here. Queen Shuju approaches, all vessels clear the way. This revision corrects the romanization error, Shujuan to Shuju, and changes ships to vessels for a more natural and fitting nautical term in this context. On the journey, the fleet encountered several other ships, but Haroun warned everyone loudly from afar, regardless of whether they were naval or pirate ships. Casper didn't stop him, appreciating his boldness, wanting everyone to know they were coming. "Mr. Randy, we're almost there. That island ahead is the location marked on the treasure map," Haroun relayed. Looking ahead from the deck, Angus saw a sizable island on the horizon. The sight was chilling. Despite the clear sky and blue sea, the island was shrouded in dark clouds, pierced intermittently by purplish thunderbolts, their rumbles clearly audible even from afar. "This place doesn't seem right at all." Annette frowned deeply. She knew the South Sea well, yet she never remembered such an island existing here. That old guy didn't just lie. He wanted us dead. Even looking at the island from afar made Haroun's scales tighten involuntarily. Swallowing hard, he felt that stepping onto the island meant certain death. Casper narrowed his eyes, regarding the island with serious interest. His intuition always proved accurate, and he already sensed the island like an open mouth awaiting its prey. Yet, the more dangerous it seemed, the more excited Angus became. Calmly he said, "You don't need to worry. I'm here." His confident tone was unshakable, making the ominous island seem insignificant before him. Haroun was inwardly amazed. This youth looked barely 20, but possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Truly worthy of being the successor to Queen Xuanhuan's ship. With such a powerful backer, he would surely be able to settle the score when encountering that arrogant woman again. Note, I've made slight adjustments for fluency and context, ensuring it reads naturally while maintaining accuracy. With such support, he'd definitely reclaim his reputation next time he met that little wretch. Feeling emboldened, Haroun straightened his posture. "Gabine, just tell us what to do, and we'll follow your orders. Prepare to head towards the island. If we encounter anyone, especially watch out for one person." A portrait appeared before all the crew members simultaneously. The portrait depicted a young girl, no more than 12 years old, with wavy hair of gold and red flowing gently with the sea breeze. Beneath her slender waist was a graceful fish tail, adorned with golden red scales and fringes that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Though still young, it was clear she would grow into a breathtaking beauty, capable of causing widespread devastation when she matured. "This is a portrait of Her Highness the Alia from 20 years ago. She should be fully grown now. If you see someone who looks like her, be especially vigilant." Annette repeated earnestly, emphasizing the importance of recognizing the Francesca. Haroun examined the portrait, feeling a sense of familiarity. He suddenly remembered that the human pirate captain he encountered resembled the mermaid in the portrait by about 70%. But upon closer reflection, it didn't add up. The female captain had blonde hair, not the reddish gold of the portrait, and Xuanhuan was 100% sure the woman was human, not a member of the sea races. His nose was extremely sensitive. He could detect the scent of a single drop of blood from 100 miles away. The difference between humans and mermaids was unmistakable, and there was no way he could have been wrong. Any questions? No, sir. Good, let's set sail. Xuanhuan's fleet moved steadily toward the Eerie Island. The outer perimeter of the island was enveloped in a thick fog and electrified by thunderstorms, forming an impenetrable barrier. Before Xuanhuan's fleet arrived, several ships had already reached the area. These ships belonged to pirates, sea races, and a few scattered human warships. The atmosphere outside the island was tense, bordering on explosive. Yet, nobody was willing to be the first to act. Moving first at this moment would be tantamount to courting death. Damn it, there are so many people here. Shaq, ranked 15th among the first-tier pirates, brought his own fleet into the fray. He was completely taken aback by the sheer number of people present. Juanita, look over there. Isn't that Sharon's ship? What? Shaq snatched the telescope from his subordinate and saw a luxurious golden ship far away, its flag bearing a vibrant rose fluttering in the wind. It really is her. Damn it. With her here, there's no way we can get our hands on the treasure. Sharon was one of the top 9 super pirates in the first tier. Legend said her wealth rivaled that of small nations. Describing her as richer than countries was no exaggeration. But what made her even more famous were her formidable strength and exceptional beauty. In fact, not just Sharon. Anyone on the pirate charts was undoubtedly one of the continent's top martial experts. Compared to her prowess, her beauty seemed almost secondary. Shaq's heart sank. They had worked hard to reach this place, hoping to secure the treasure using their pirate gang's strength. But now, Sharon had thrown a wrench into their plans. Shaq gritted his teeth, but couldn't bear the thought of retreating without a fight. Juanita, one of his subordinates interjected. Should we? Shut up. Shaq glared at him fiercely. Do you want to die? There are too many people here. And there's also that powerful figure. Note, the term overrun is translated as powerful figure to better convey the meaning in English while maintaining the context of significance or authority. We won't stand a chance. Shaq's face turned ashen. Taking a deep breath, he tried to control his anger. Arrange for everyone to stay put and observe the situation before deciding whether to participate. Yes, sir. His subordinate left to carry out the order, but before he could act, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the water surface. The enormous vortex towered 3 to 4 meters high, churning the sea and exposing the dark abyss below. Holy shit. Sea monster. Run. Run for your lives. Panic erupted among those outside the island as they scrambled to flee. Even those who managed to avoid falling into the whirlpool were terrified, screaming in panic. A monstrous shape could be faintly seen moving beneath the water. Suddenly, a geyser of water shot skyward like a towering white pillar. Emerging with the water was a dilapidated pirate ship, encrusted with coral, sea anemones, and barnacles, having lain underwater for who knows how long. My god, that's Ghost Ship Jerry, the 5th-ranked super pirate. How did he end up here? Shaq's face was filled with despair. At that moment, he knew his journey had been in vain. If only Sharon were here, he might have had a slim chance of grabbing the treasure first. But with Ghost Ship Jerry joining the fray, not only would the treasure be out of reach, but staying any longer would likely cost him his life. Reason told Shaq to leave immediately, but curiosity kept him rooted in place. He wanted to see who else might appear. Jerry, instead of feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea, why are you interfering here? A bone-chilling female voice echoed across the waters. Wherever there's treasure, I'm sure to be there. Note, adjustments were made for clarity and fluency while maintaining the original tone and context. Chapter 448, The Eerie Island. Calligraphy's voice sounded like a broken, windy box, sending shivers down the spine. And here you are, Sharon, not out having a good time with your men. What brings you here? Who says I'm not? Right there. A bone-chilling moan came from Sharon's ship, making the pirates blush and fantasize about what was happening on Sahara's ship. What a shameless woman. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? An angry female voice echoed along with a neatly lined fleet appearing at sea outside the island. Kelly, she's here too. Shaq became more excited, never imagining so many influential people would join. Kelly and Sharon were the only 2 females in the top 10 pirates. Unlike Sharon's promiscuity, Kelly was extremely devoted. After her husband's death, she honored his will and managed her fleet. Through her skills and strength, she led her pirate gang to the 7th position. So it's you cold-hearted old woman. You're unfit to be a pirate. Go home and cry over your dead husband's ashes. Sharon's words were cutting, knowing well that mentioning Kelly's late husband was taboo, but she aimed to hit where it hurt most. My relationship with my husband is none of your business, you shameless harlot. Kelly's tone was calm, but her words were laced with unmasked hostility. All this fuss. Just fight already. Women shouldn't be pirates. A fleet of dozens of warships appeared on the sea surface. The red skull flags flying from the warships formed a fiery red ocean. Elwyn, are you here for the treasure too? Of course. Why else would I be here? To screw you. Elwyn's response was crude and offensive. Despite his rudeness, he and his fleet were among the strongest here. Sharon and the others were used to Elwyn's manners and ignored him. The treasure is right before us. What are you waiting for? Elwyn, are you blind? Didn't you see the barrier around the island? It must have been set up by a powerful expert, blending into the environment and using natural forces. Go ahead if you're feeling lucky. Calligraphy's voice was mocking. Elwyn glared upon hearing this. He was reckless but not stupid. He saw the barrier calligraphy mentioned but doubted its power. Looking around, Elwyn reached out with a large hand and grabbed a nearby small human boat, hurling it towards the island amid the crew's screams. Everyone watched the small boat intently. When it touched the mist surrounding the island, nothing happened as expected. The boat stopped harmlessly at the edge of the mist. Just when everyone thought the barrier was just for show, dozens of dark purple lightning bolts struck the boat. Then hundreds more followed, engulfing the sea in a storm of lightning. In moments, the boat was reduced to a blackened pile of ash sinking slowly into the sea. Witnessing the power of the purple lightning, everyone swallowed hard. Heavens, that's terrifying. Ricky wiped off cold sweat, grateful he didn't act rashly. Hildred struck by that lightning would mean certain death, or losing half a life. This island doesn't want anyone going in. Well, we wasted our time. As they pondered the barrier, an inconspicuous fleet sailed slowly towards them. Hee, fools coming now. All eyes were on the new fleet. Silently, everyone made way for it, watching morbidly as it approached the death-laden island. Since you're so courteous, we won't hold back, Haroun greeted the passing ships cheerfully. No one knew who Haroun was. Otherwise, they'd stop him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Haroun's fleet entered the island's barrier without incident. 3, 2, 1. The crew began counting down mischievously. But no thunderstorm erupted. The fleet sailed smoothly into the island. What? The spectators were dumbfounded. Why weren't they struck by lightning? This can't be right. The lightning must be spent. Charge, it's safe now. Island-bound ships reacted quickly, racing towards the island. Clear a path for me. My fleet goes first. Elwin's voice boomed, destroying any vessel blocking his path with a single punch. Seeing his brutality, other ships wisely slowed down. Satisfied, Elwin entered the misty barrier. His triumph was short-lived as the purple lightning surged within the mist. Yoltning illuminated the entire sea in seconds. Ah, damn you. Elwin's cries were drowned out by the relentless lightning. A charred humanoid figure flew out of the barrier. It was Elwin himself. Had it not been for his immense strength, he'd share the same fate as his crew, reduced to ashes. This scene shocked everyone. Even the fourth-ranked super pirate almost died in that barrier. Why weren't those earlier ones stopped? Everyone recalled the events. Hey, the middle ship looks familiar. Crazy coincidence. Me too, seems very familiar. Amidst discussions, Ghost Ship, Calligraphy remained silent. Bond, what's wrong? Sharon noticed Calligraphy's odd behavior and asked. That ship? No, it's impossible. How could it be here? Impossible. Only then did they notice the fifth-ranked super pirate, Ghost Ship, Calligraphy, hiding in a corner, trembling. Has he lost his mind? Why was Calligraphy reacting this way? Suddenly, Calligraphy shouted. She's back. Change is coming. Change is coming. I remember. Sharon also cried out. The statue on that warship, it's Jill. With Sharon's reminder, everyone recalled. The 10-armed Dominique statue could only belong to Jill. Could that ship be Jill's former flagship? The Jill reappearing was even more shocking than the fleet's unscathed passage through the barrier. Jill was legendary. If she really returned, no wonder Calligraphy said the world would change. Look, the barrier around the island has weakened. This time it was real. The mist surrounding the island began to dissipate, and even the eerie purple lightning in the sky gradually vanished into the clouds. Excitement surged among the people outside the island once more. After a brief hesitation, everyone sped towards the island without further ado. Passing through the mist outside the island, a misty, ethereal island appeared before their eyes. Everyone couldn't help but inhale deeply. The air on this island gave an almost transcendent feeling with just one breath. The environment was elegant, with every plant and tree exquisitely beautiful, making it truly a paradise on earth. Suppressing their inner joy, they all landed on the island, eager to search for treasures. However, as soon as they set foot on the island, a bone-chilling aura enveloped them. A towering, horrifying beast, standing 3 men high, suddenly appeared before them. It had a pitch-black body, slender yet muscular, covered in black armor, with 2 massive claws that gleamed menacingly. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? I've never seen such a ferocious magic beast. Run, we can't stand against it. At the moment the beast appeared, all the intruders panicked and fled. They even forgot about the treasures on the island. Yet, the magic beast pursued relentlessly as if locked onto them. Ow! With a chilling roar, the beast leaped up and landed on several ships, crushing them into mush with its massive weight. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere in a scene of brutal carnage. Everyone froze, unable to believe what they were seeing. They never imagined this monstrous, ferocious creature could be so magnificently beautiful. Is this the legendary shadow dragon Yolzard? It actually appeared here? Sharon, in her dazzling red robe, spoke up suddenly. Everyone looked up and saw the distinctive purple-black patterns on the beast's body, confirming it was indeed the fabled shadow dragon Yolzard. What a find! I need a guardian beast. Follow me, little one. Sharon leaped down from her opulent warship. From her sleeve emerged countless petals that linked together, forming a remarkably resilient rope. The shadow dragon Yolzard responded by exhaling a cloud of black mist that immediately wrapped around the petals. However, Sharon's spell did not cease. She parted her lips slightly and muttered an incantation. Flower bind. As she spoke, a gentle breeze blew from her fingertips, dispersing the black mist and twining the petals. Then, stomping her right foot, she soared into the air. About 10 feet from the ground, she kicked out with her left leg, striking the shadow dragon Yolzard's neck. In pain, the lizard reared back with a piercing screech, its massive body swaying wildly, capsizing nearby ships. Despite its enormous size, the lizard was no match for Sharon. Sharon pressed her advantage, striking the lizard's eyes repeatedly. Though powerful, the lizard lacked the intelligence to defend itself and quickly succumbed. Its head now bruised and foaming at the mouth, the lizard struggled to rise but was bound tightly by Sharon's petal ropes. Sharon dusted off her hands as a dozen handsome, muscular subordinates carried the shadow dragon Yolzard aboard. Don't blame me for not warning you. We've just arrived on the island. If you can't handle a little lizard, you might as well go home. Don't waste your lives here. Her words struck true for many who had already considered retreating. They came for the treasure, not to die. After delivering her message, Sharon floated away gracefully. Kelly, clad in black, also strode confidently deeper into the island. However, Calligraphy hesitated. He had recovered from his shock and learned Jill's flagship was here, which made him reconsider. About 100 years ago, when Calligraphy was at the peak of his power, he wasn't yet Ghost Ship, but he was already among the top 10 super pirates by his early 30s, a rare genius. It was then he encountered his lifelong nightmare. Even now, Calligraphy couldn't comprehend how anyone could be so strong. Back then, he had just fought Ricky, the second-ranked super pirate, narrowly losing. Ricky himself admitted that in 10 years, it would have been uncertain who would win. With Ricky's recognition, Calligraphy aimed for the top-ranked super pirate. The Storm Queen, Thunder Dominique, Immortal Death, the former titles of Jill. Despite this, Calligraphy's fighting spirit remained unquenched. Forget it. Challenging me is impossible in this lifetime. Chapter 449. Crisis on the Island. One hand, one sword. Cassie didn't take a single step to mercilessly defeat Jerry. Even his proud warship was split into two halves by her single slash. The once renowned genius pirate, Jerry, became utterly devastated from that day onward. He submerged himself at the bottom of the sea, spending his days among the fishes. It wasn't until Cassie announced her retirement that Jerry gradually began to recover. However, the proud and talented Blaine of the past no longer existed. Instead, he turned into an overly cautious and timid ghost ship, Jerry. As Sharon and Kelly vanished from sight, Jerry still hesitated, lingering at the same spot. Should he participate in this, or stay away? Just as Jerry was hesitating, Elwyn dragged his broken body, limping toward the depths of the island. Elwyn, what are you doing? Injured like this, you're still looking for treasure? Don't King talk nonsense. Elwyn cursed without turning around. I'm different from you, you coward. I am a pirate. Even if I die, I must die amidst treasures. Why go through all this trouble when life is good enough? This is what pirates do. Jerry was taken aback by Elwyn's words and stood frozen there for quite some time. Not until Elwyn had walked far away did he regain his senses. Indeed, that's what a pirate should be. I've forgotten my original intentions, how shameful. Jerry caught up with Elwyn. Thank you, Elwyn. You reminded me of the younger me. But then, you can die now. Elwyn looked incredulously at the blade tip piercing out from his chest. He never imagined that the submissive ghost ship, Jerry, would dare attack him. With his last bit of strength, Elwyn turned to look at Jerry. Jerry's icy eyes felt unfamiliar to him. The ghost ship is dead. Now the tiger shark has returned? Jerry said without any emotion. For so long, a man like you rode over me. It's truly humiliating. Jerry twisted his dagger, instantly shredding Elwyn's heart. Drawing out his long sword, Elwyn's body fell helplessly to the ground. Jerry did not even spare him a glance. It's time to reclaim everything I lost these years. In the depths of the jungle, Sharon and Kelly clashed intensely. Both spared no mercy, hoping to kill each other on the spot. Sharon, the Jovian flower isn't meant for you. Why don't you just give it to me? Old hag, how shameless can you get? This treasure worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Why should I give it to you just because you're a widow? Kelly's face changed. I warn you, this matter won't end between us. Ha 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 ha. Sharon laughed madly. Yolka, I'm afraid of you? Her laughter abruptly stopped when she felt an intense pain in her abdomen. She looked down to see a dagger brutally pierce her stomach. You. Sharon's eyes widened as she uncontrollably spat out blood. I told you, I won't give you such a chance. Kelly grinned wickedly, yanked the dagger out, and blood spattered everywhere. Sharon screamed in agony and collapsed on the ground. Instead of immediately picking up the Jovian flower, Kelly slowly approached Sharon. Old thing, didn't I tell you to scram? Sharon gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up despite the pain. Normally, one strike from Kelly would either kill or cripple anyone. But for a super pirate like Sharon, especially one who practiced life force energy, these injuries were minor. My dear sister, don't blame me for being ruthless. If only you weren't so insufferable. If you had been polite, perhaps I might have spared you. Sharon clenched her teeth, endured the pain, and rushed forward with her short sword transformed into black mist. A massive skull emerged from the mist, its gaping maw lunging at Kelly. Humph, child's play. Kelly dodged sideways and countered with a punch aimed at the skull. The skull shattered upon impact. Taking advantage of the situation, Kelly moved closer and grabbed Sharon by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Sister, stop fooling around. You know you can't beat me. Kelly calmly stated. Hand over the Jovian flower, and we can part ways peacefully. How does that sound? Never. Sharon angrily shouted. You despicable person. Tsk tisk. Kelly shook her head. Since you chose this path, don't blame me. With a twist of her right palm, Sharon's eyes rolled back. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards Kelly's head. Startled, she barely managed to dodge it. An arrow struck her shoulder, causing her to groan in pain and release Sharon, who fell to the ground coughing desperately. Who are you? Sharon asked fearfully, noticing a man who had appeared nearby unnoticed. The man wore minimal clothing, just an animal skin wrapped around his waist. How could he have appeared here without detection? And who are you? The man countered without answering her. Kelly clutched her shoulder, her brows furrowing as she stared at him, puzzled by how his seemingly ordinary bow and arrows injured her. Whoever you are, Kelly warned sinisterly, get lost now, or you won't leave this place alive. The man frowned. That's what you should be telling me. Trespassing on Dolores Goddess resting place is punishable by death. Kelly's pupils constricted. No one speaks to me like that. Do you want to die? Though unsure how this man had silently approached her, it didn't hinder her intent to kill him. I'm just following tribal rules. I don't like trouble and despise creating it. So, both of you scram? Sharon paused. You. No more nonsense, the man interrupted Sharon. I don't have time for games. Do you think you're someone special? Kelly erupted with fury, unleashing a powerful surge of verdant power from within her. Green light surrounded her feet, pressing heavily upon the man like a mountain. Surprisingly, a mysterious force shielded him, rendering her power ineffective. How is this possible? Kelly exclaimed, shocked. Who exactly are you? You shouldn't disturb the rest of the Dolores goddess. Ignoring her question, the man spoke calmly. He raised his left arm, spun his wrist, and 3 arrows shot into the branches, piercing them entirely, with green leaves hanging from their tails. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, you'll experience suffocation by verdant vines. His expression remained impassive, indicating his seriousness. 1. Kelly's expression turned grim. 2. Sharon glanced at the towering tree, cursing inwardly. Can you actually do it? Wait. Kelly hastily offered. Take the Jovian flower, let us go. She reluctantly pulled the flower from her cloak and threw it over. The man reached out to catch it, glanced at it, then disdainfully threw it on the ground. Sharon watched the 2 men with swords drawn, contemplating whether she should seize this chance to escape. All right. Sharon made up her mind. Just as she took a step, a bright green crossbow bolt nailed itself into the ground right in front of her. The Dolores goddess rests ahead. You cannot go any further, or you will die. The man's icy gaze swept over Sharon. Sharon shuddered and hastily retreated. I understand. Sharon took a deep breath, trying to steady her trembling legs. We won't come back here again. We'll leave immediately, Kelly gritted her teeth and said. Sharon couldn't help but sneak a glance at the arrow embedded in her shoulder. Noticing Sharon's eyes, Kelly clenched her jaw. What, still not convinced? Sharon awkwardly retracted her gaze. You had better pray I never catch you, Kelly growled fiercely, or I'll skin you alive for a banner. Sharon swallowed hard. This woman is too formidable. Leave her, Eve, now. The man's voice was utterly cold. Or I'll send you to meet the Dolores goddess myself. As the 2 women departed, the man's figure gradually vanished. After running quite far, Kelly finally dropped her facade, revealing an enraged expression. She took out the Jovian flower she had picked up earlier and relaxed slightly. Ignoring Sharon, she turned and walked away. Sharon stared blankly as Kelly left, then slumped to the ground. The group of young men strolled through the rainforest. Broderick light filtered through the dense foliage, bathing them in warmth and comfort. They breathed in the fresh air, listened to the bird songs, and felt the beauty of nature. The scenery along the way left them awestruck. Towering trees enveloped the entire forest, forming a green canopy. Various types of trees competed for space, some reaching into the clouds, others with dense leaves, sprawling branches, and gigantic leaves. In this sea of green, peculiar and beautiful flowers emitted enchanting fragrances. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, while bees busily collected nectar. Broderick beams pierced through the gaps in the leaves, creating golden beams that illuminated every corner of the forest. The Grovers carefully harvested medicinal herbs along the way, gently plucking roots, stems, and leaves without damaging their medicinal properties. They operated skillfully yet steadily, engaging in what felt like a harmonious exchange with nature. Precious herbs that would make super-strong pirates fight over outside grew here like common weeds by the roadside. Haroun curiously watched the Blaine stop frequently to collect herbs from the ground. Hildred, a rough person, he didn't understand their value. But since the heir of Cassie was collecting them, they must be valuable. So, he mimicked the Blaine and started gathering herbs himself. That one is just a weed. The purple one next to it is the herb, worth about 2 gold coins. The Blaine continued harvesting herbs, not looking up as he instructed Haroun. Haroun froze. These wild weeds could sell for 2 gold coins each. Suddenly, he became very interested. Too bad his crewmates were all back on the ship. If they came together to gather herbs, they'd return as millionaires. You're picking the herbs wrong. You need to dig up the root first, grab it here and pull. Haroun compared the intact herbs in the Blaine's hand with the damaged ones in his own. He instantly recognized the power of knowledge. This herb picking has its tricks after all. Haroun scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Here, take this book. It lists some common herbs and their collection methods. You often travel, so it might be useful. Haroun accepted the book from the Blaine, unexpectedly touched. Who would have thought someone would care about him, a smelly pirate? What Haroun didn't know was that the Blaine wasn't concerned about him, but rather about the wasted herbs. Mr. Randy, we are walking so slowly, and the others haven't caught up yet. They must have been detained by someone else. Someone else? Without explaining, the Blaine reminded everyone. Be careful, this place isn't as safe as it looks. What? I think it's fine here. Just as Haroun spoke, a thick shadow darted out from behind a tree and snatched him up into the sky. Ah, help me. The Blaine flicked his finger, releasing a streak of sword energy. The dark shadow holding Haroun was severed at the waist by the sword energy. Only then did everyone realize that the shadow was actually a vine as thick as a muscular man's waist, with a mouth at its base. Had the Blaine not acted quickly, Haroun would have been swallowed whole by the vine. What the hell is this? Haroun paled. He had just thought there was no danger here, unaware that these vines were the hidden peril. The Blaine identified it, and quietly said, "It appears to be a carnivorous plant." He added, "Be cautious and try to avoid them." Chapter 450. Divine Eagle battles the giant ape. This thing eats people, so don't let it wrap around you. I almost got eaten just now. Haroun said with lingering fear. He stayed close to the Blaine, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The group had circled several times, but finally managed to escape from the terrifying man-eating vines. They arrived at a cave entrance where the stone walls were thick enough to block out sunlight and prevent the man-eating vines from attacking them. This place is good. The Blaine nodded in satisfaction. Let's rest for a bit and prepare dinner. He pulled out some dried rations he had prepared earlier. Though not particularly tasty, at least they would have something for dinner that night. Everyone was relieved. These pirates weren't picky. They found a relatively clean spot and sat down to rest. Boss, I'll go pick some fruit. We can't just eat dry rations tonight, Haroun chuckled, standing up and heading towards nearby trees. Be careful and watch out for those vines again, the Blaine warned. Haroun gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, Mr. Randy. I'll be cautious. With that, he grabbed his dagger from the ground and quickly disappeared into the bushes, vanishing into the night. Though they had encountered the man-eating plants earlier, this group of travelers had fortunately escaped unscathed, all thanks to the Blaine's remarkable perception skills. Others, however, were not as fortunate. Damn it, aren't these guys ever going to stop? Jerry was surrounded by a group of three-handed strange monkeys. Unlike ordinary monkeys, these creatures had an extra hand on their flexible tails. The number of these peculiar monkeys seemed endless. Jerry found himself trapped in a desolate valley surrounded by towering cliffs covered in thick snow. Behind him was an open wilderness with no cover, only sparse grasses and a few short trees. His thick black hair and white beard fluttered in the wind. Gripping his rusty longsword tightly, his expression was grave. Though these strange monkeys weren't particularly strong individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If he continued to engage them, his stamina would eventually be drained. In this perilous rainforest, one had to be wary not only of monsters, but also of other pirates lurking in the shadows. Once his strength was depleted, he would become easy prey. Jerry scanned his surroundings for any opportunity to break free. The strange monkeys, however, kept jumping from tree to tree with astonishing agility, their tails providing additional flexibility. Suddenly, Jerry noticed a large rock jutting out on a nearby hilltop, seemingly usable to his advantage. Aiming carefully, he swung his sword with all his might. A black and white blade energy, resembling a gaping orca, surged forward like a wave and sliced through the dense cluster of monkeys. Most of the monkeys scattered, except for a few unfortunate ones caught in the attack. This, however, was part of Jerry's plan. A deafening crash echoed as the blade energy struck the base of the rock. Under the impact, the massive rock began rolling down the hill toward Jerry. Jerry quickly dodged to avoid being crushed. The strange monkeys were taken aback by the sudden boulder and halted their attack, scattering in all directions. Seizing this moment, Jerry slipped out of their encirclement and swiftly left the dangerous area. Taking a deep breath, he didn't have time to celebrate. Suddenly, a massive four-armed gorilla emerged from the forest, its fists as large as a man's head, roaring as it charged. Jerry's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected reinforcements from the monkeys. Reacting quickly, he leaped up to face the giant ape. Observing the ape's enormous build and menacing aura, Jerry knew he had to be extremely cautious. Engaging the gorilla, Jerry relied on his agility to dodge the ape's powerful attacks while seeking an opening. His movements were akin to a nimble cheetah darting left and right. However, the gorilla's attacks were devastating. Each strike carried the force to split mountains, making Jerry break into a cold sweat. Amidst the dense forest, Jerry remained vigilant, scanning the environment for any chance to defeat the gorilla. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, lifting leaves and dust. Looking up, he saw a brilliantly colored eagle soaring in the sky, swooping down towards the gorilla. The gorilla, towering several meters tall with bulging muscles and fists the size of human heads, let out a thunderous roar upon seeing the eagle's attack. They seemed to be old enemies. Ignoring Jerry, the gorilla leaped up, swinging its fists fiercely at the eagle. In the air, the eagle flapped its powerful wings, harnessing the force of the wind. Its sharp talons could easily tear through any obstacle, and its piercing eyes detected every hidden danger. An immense power seemed to flow within it. Opposite it stood the four-armed gorilla, commanding the strength of the earth. Its fists, hard as iron, could shatter the ground with a single blow. Its steady and powerful steps shook the earth with each movement. The gorilla exuded an intimidating aura that made anyone hesitate to approach. The two formidable beings faced off, the tension palpable, as if the world trembled at their confrontation. The eagle spread its wings, unleashing a fierce gust that caused the surrounding trees to sway precariously. The gorilla sprang into action, leaping and striking with the force of the earth, causing fissures in the ground. Their battle was a blur of rapid movements, each action filled with power and speed. The eagle's talons slashed through the air like blades, while the gorilla's muscular arms compressed the air around it with every punch. For a moment, neither side gained the upper hand, and the landscape around them was utterly devastated. However, they continued their intense struggle, determined to triumph and display their might. Jerry dodged the aftermath of their combat, while searching for an opening in the gorilla's defense. Their immense strength astonished him. Who would have thought that this obscure island harbored such formidable beings, even more than one? Suddenly, the colorful eagle dived downward, and the gorilla braced itself for a direct confrontation. But the eagle's dive was a feint. The gorilla's fist missed, revealing a rare vulnerability. Without hesitation, Jerry lunged forward, his longsword stabbing forcefully at the gorilla's chest. Blood splattered onto Jerry's face as the gorilla screamed in pain. Jerry was about to press his advantage when his longsword was suddenly grabbed by the giant ape. The ape roared and hurled Jerry away, then pounced on him. Jerry rolled to avoid the ape's attacks, while searching for an opening. Just then, a powerful gust of wind lifted the ape off its feet, creating an opportunity for Jerry. He launched a fierce assault, knocking the ape to the ground. As the sky cleared and sunlight filtered through the leaves, it cast a warm glow over Jerry. Looking at the motionless giant ape on the ground, he felt a momentary sense of relief. Jerry had just relaxed when the supposedly dead ape suddenly surged with strength, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. His vision went black as he lost consciousness. When Jerry regained awareness, he found himself in the midst of a grand, towering mountain range. Rolling clouds enveloped the peaks, making it look like an ethereal paradise. Examining his surroundings, he realized he was atop a lofty mountain peak with a deep, seemingly bottomless valley below. Shocked, his groggy mind snapped into focus. Where am I? Why does it feel like I'm in a bird's nest? Jerry pondered aloud as he explored the expansive, plaza-like nest. Suddenly, he noticed 3 large boulders nearby. As he approached, he realized they were not boulders at all but enormous eggs, each taller than a man. Oh my goodness, this can't be that divine eagle's nest. Did it capture me unconscious to feed its unborn chicks? Thankfully, I only passed out for a short while, or I would have become bird food, Jerry thought. Determined to leave this perilous place before the eagle returned, Jerry took a few steps forward but tripped over something. Looking down, he saw a massive thigh bone. Comparing it, he concluded that the creature it belonged to must have been even larger than the giant ape. Scattered in a corner of the nest were heaps of bones, leftovers from the divine eagle's feasts. Among them were various sizes and types, some unmistakably human. Jerry shuddered and moved to leave, but a particular item among the bones caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he pulled out a map from under the pile. This is the treasure map that old man sold us, he exclaimed, examining it closely. While the overall layout matched his version, there were significant differences in detail. This newly discovered map was far more precise, with several marked locations on the island noted in red ink with prohibited entry warnings. Flipping the map over, he found pages filled with neat handwriting detailing notes. I've been on this island for 3 days now. I encountered the island's natives. They are very unwelcoming and insisted I leave immediately. When I inquired about Sea King, their responses were disappointing. I must have been mistaken. This is neither Sea King's burial site nor Crystal Palace. According to the locals, a great person rests here, but alas, not the one I seek. Gabbing Crystal Palace remains a formidable task. What shocked Jerry was not the content but the seal at the end, a 10-armed Dominique. This is the map Queen Joy used, he cursed, realizing she had indeed been here. Anger flared within him, but then he noticed small text after the entry. After reading it, a sinister smile crept across his face, followed by a hearty laugh. Haha, it's truly amazing how things fall into place. Joy, you didn't want to touch this valuable map after giving up piracy? Looks like it's fate. Heaven itself wants me to return to my glory days. Unlike the divinely favored Jerry, Sharon's journey had been nothing short of disastrous. After fleeing from her pursuer, she headed southward along the island. While crossing a high mountain, a colorful giant bird appeared, carrying something in its claws. Before Sharon could see clearly, the bird's strong wings blew her off balance, sending her plummeting down a steep cliff. Fortunately, Sharon survived the fall without injury. However, her relief was short-lived when she realized she had landed in a treacherous swamp. Chapter 451. Sharon's tragic encounter. The scene in this marsh was truly miserable. The muddy ground was filled with black sludge, each step feeling heavy. Over the murky water, flies danced around noisily, their buzz mocking this desolate world. Venomous snakes were the most common creatures here, slithering forward with eyes that glinted viciously. The decaying stench was unbearable, almost suffocating. Sharon fearfully surveyed her surroundings, her eyes filled with terror. She took a deep breath, swallowed the bitterness in her throat, and cautiously moved forward. The mud sucked at her shoes, making every step a struggle. Her heart pounded as if it would leap out of her chest, almost preventing her from breathing. Sharon scrutinized the details around her, hoping to find some sign of life. How can such a place exist on this island? Sharon trudged through the mire, her steps slow and difficult. The surroundings appeared blurred, as if enveloped by fog. She hoped to cross this marsh but was terrified to realize she seemed bound by an unseen force, leaving her with not even a fraction of her strength. Suddenly, a giant snake thicker than a human waist appeared before her. Its scales shimmered with iridescent colors, tempting one to approach. But Sharon knew this was not a friendly creature, but a ferocious beast. Her heart pounded wildly, her pace quickening. The giant snake noticed her, slowly raising its head, its eyes gleaming dangerously. Sharon sensed danger behind her. She didn't dare turn back, only speeding up to evade the snake's attack. However, the giant snake was faster, lunging at Sharon like lightning. Watching the snake approach, Sharon strained every muscle, dashing forward. Her heartbeat raced, sweat pouring down her forehead. She mustered all her strength, firing 2 green energy waves to fend off the terrifying beast. Normally, such a giant python would be no match for her, but blame the eerie mist. The giant snake did not yield, its tail whipping towards Sharon fiercely. She had to jump aside, dodging the attack. Her body twisted sharply leftward, narrowly avoiding it. The snake strike missed, emitting an angry hiss. While evading the snake's attacks, Sharon sought an escape route. She noticed a large tree behind the snake. If she could climb it, she might survive. Seizing the moment, she sprinted toward the tree. The snake seemed to sense Sharon's intent, relentlessly pursuing her, its tail whipping nonstop. Feeling the danger closing in, Sharon increased her speed, scrambling up the tree. Clutching the branches tightly, she struggled upward. The snake's attacks grew more violent, its tail attempting to knock her down. Sharon finally reached the treetop, panting heavily. Watching the snake roar below, her breathing gradually stabilized. She felt temporarily safe. Sharon was anxious. The environment was sinister and terrifying, sending chills down her spine. Seeing vines and branches scattered across the marsh, she saw a chance to escape. She observed carefully, searching for suitable materials. The flora and fauna in the marsh were unnervingly strange, causing her great unease. She tried weaving traps with the vines and branches, but they were insufficient to stop the giant snake. Knowing she needed to keep trying, she considered ways to make stronger traps. Attempting to use her magic, she found it almost entirely sealed, unusable. She collected more vines and branches, avoiding poisonous vines and dangerous animals. Focused, she wove the traps deftly. Her movements were fluid and skillful. After testing and adjusting the trap meticulously, she finally succeeded in capturing the giant snake. The trapped snake thrashed futilely within her clever snare. Relieved, she admired her work, feeling a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Who would have thought using magic constantly, Occasionally doing things manually could be so satisfying. Laughing, Sharon wiped the mud off her face, preparing to leave the marsh. But turning around, dozens of yellow eyes, varying in size, stared unblinkingly at her. Sharon's hair stood on end. She swallowed hard, looking at the snake trapped in her snare. Hey, big snake, I didn't harm you. There's no need to bring your whole family after me. Hiss. The python roared. Snakes and pythons responded quickly, rushing towards Sharon. Without hesitation, Sharon turned and ran. Naturally, any delay meant being devoured by countless snakes. Sharon sprinted madly, stomping over dead leaves, leaving a trail of clear footprints. She dared not look back, fearing losing her chance to escape if tangled by the snake horde. Hearing the rustling behind her accompanied by the snake's hisses, she thanked her stars for her timely escape. Otherwise, she would have been swallowed whole by the giant snake. My God, what are these things? Why are they behaving like this? Sharon's mind was in chaos. She wanted to run but couldn't stop, knowing stopping meant certain death. Suddenly, something bit her shoulder. Terrified, Sharon didn't stop running, too frightened to check what it was. Help! Sharon screamed, pain searing through her right arm. Blood trickled down her arm as she saw the gruesome wound. The 9th-ranked super pirate broke down into tears. Boo-hoo, I shouldn't have come to this cursed place. Sharon sobbed uncontrollably. She realized the swamp's miasma not only sealed her strength but affected her mind. Gabbing to regain control, tears still streamed uncontrollably. What do I do? What should I do? Sharon murmured to herself, lost and confused, completely at a loss. Boo-hoo, I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Unable to hold on, Sharon sat down, letting herself slip into unconsciousness. Awakened by pain later, she opened her eyes, looking at her bloodied arm, feeling profound sorrow. What will happen to my arm? Will it be crippled? How tragic. Sharon moaned, suddenly feeling a chill. Damn, a super pirate like me shouldn't have such disgusting thoughts. Suddenly, Sharon shot up. She was not bitten further while unconscious. Feeling her body, only 2 wounds remained, coated with thick, dark green liquid. Curiously, Sharon sniffed it, the strong stench nearly knocking her out again. You're awake? A man's voice spoke behind her. Sharon turned abruptly, seeing a Blaine nervously watching her. The Blaine was covered in strange patterns all over his body, just like the man who had pursued her and Darnell few earlier. This youth also wore only a fur skirt around his waist, leaving large, muscular sections of his body exposed to the sun. Did you save me? Yeah. The Blaine shyly nodded. You fainted in the Demon Child Swamp and were being targeted by the children of Great Python God. I applied some medicine for you. Demon Child Swamp? Is that the name of the swamp I just crossed? Yeah, the miasma in Demon Child Swamp is a curse from the demon children. Those who inhale it can become as innocent as children. Sharon silently nodded. No wonder her emotions had gone out of control. It was indeed due to the miasma. Thank you for saving me. Sharon thanked the Blaine, noticing he never met her eyes when speaking. This made Sharon, an expert in matters of love, feel a playful urge. She reached out and pinched the Blaine's cheek. You're quite handsome, aren't you? Casper's face turned beet red immediately, and he hurriedly pushed Sharon away, nervously looking around as if afraid someone else might suddenly appear. He seemed lost and couldn't speak coherently. No, I shouldn't be like this. You must leave quickly. Why? Do I look very ugly? You're definitely ugly. There are plenty of girls prettier than you, so just go away. Imph, don't joke. Who could possibly be more beautiful than me? The Blaine shook his head. No one is prettier than you. So tell me, who could be more beautiful than me? Sharon widened her eyes, gazing into Angus's eyes as if trying to force him to confess who he liked. After a long silence, Angus finally muttered, her name is Gracie, the most beautiful girl in our village. So that's it, Sharon realized. What a devoted heart. She suddenly lost interest in playing with the man. Over the years, she had dallied with countless partners, but never felt true emotion for anyone. Even love was a mystery to her. Sharon laughed bitterly. It seems the swamp's miasma really affected me. With that, she reached into her chest and removed a necklace. Do you think this necklace is pretty? The Blaine looked at the necklace in Sharon's hand. Never had he seen such exquisite jewels. A lustrous pearl was embedded within a circle of sea blue gems, harmonizing perfectly without any discord. Anyone who saw it would be captivated by its oceanic beauty. Very pretty. The Blaine's vocabulary was limited, unable to find better words to describe it. A necklace this beautiful, I'm sure Gracie would love it. The man opened his mouth, blushing as he thought of Gracie's face. I'll give this necklace to you as thanks for saving me. Give it to Gracie, and she'll surely fall for you. Really? The man's expression was visibly excited. I promise, no girl can resist the allure of fine jewelry. Seeing the man start to waver, Sharon smiled slightly. But first, I have a few questions. Ask away. What exactly is this island? Island? The man tilted his head, seemingly not understanding Sharon's meaning. Sharon smacked her forehead, realizing he likely hadn't left the island since birth. To him, the island was his entire world. Let me rephrase. Do you have any special legends in your, tribe? For example, do you have a mission, or protect something important? Sharon recalled the man's earlier claim that they seemed to be guarding something special, which might be the treasure she sought. Hearing Sharon's question, the man suddenly became alert. What do you want? Sharon cursed inwardly. How did this simpleton become sharp now? But compared to Sharon, he was still too naive. With a few words, she made the man drop his guard. Our tribe has guarded the body of the goddess for generations. Our mission is to ensure no one disturbs the goddess's eternal slumber. The goddess, is she dead? How dare you? The man snapped angrily. The goddess will never die. She is merely sleeping, and someday she will awaken to bring new life to this world. Sorry, I misspoke. Sharon apologized. How long has your goddess been asleep? Very, very long. The man sounded somewhat despondent, Since the time of my great-grandfather's great-grandfather, the goddess has not awakened. She's undoubtedly long dead, Sharon thought silently. The goddess this fool spoke of must have been a super-strong individual from an ancient era. Before dying, she arrived on this island and had its inhabitants guard her corpse. Chapter 452, Submarine Divine Dragon Body. Sharon managed to trick and persuade a man into giving her information about the treasure in exchange for a necklace. The poor man didn't realize he was merely inviting the wolf into his own home. Naively, he even considered Sharon a kind soul who helped him pursue love. After parting ways with Sharon, Kelly encountered an entirely different scene. Inside a cavern, gems glistened like colorful stars scattered throughout. The spiritual aura was so dense it seemed almost liquid, each breath bringing an internal sense of refreshment. Deep within the cave was a clear pond that mirrored everything around it. In the water were milky white spirit fluids, continuously surging as if alive. Kelly sat cross-legged on a stone at the center of the pond, dressed in a deep green robe embroidered with a majestic sea beast that complemented the sea dragon in the water. Her fingers delicately manipulated the spirit fluids, forming an exquisite water curtain under her command, enhancing her mysterious presence. The water's reflection revealed a mighty sea dragon coiling and swirling, its enormous body stirring up waves. Its body was covered in turquoise scales dotted with golden threads. Though not tangible, the dragon's aura made the entire cave tremble. Despite this, it communicated effortlessly with Kelly. 300 years have passed and finally, one of my descendants has come here. However, your bloodline is embarrassingly weak. The sea dragon's shadow circled around Kelly, speaking with arrogance as though examining a descendant. Bloodline means nothing. Your lineage was pure, yet you ended up dead, retorted Kelly coldly. You. The sea dragon was struck by her ruthless remark. Hildred and disrespected by a descendant it deemed unworthy infuriated it, wishing to turn her into ashes right then. Unfortunately, it was only a remnant of its former self and needed Kelly's power to leave the cave. Do you know anything? Had I not exerted all my strength back then, would I be reduced to this mere fragment now? I've given you the chance to awaken your bloodline, yet you dare defy me? Defy? You deserve it. I read your story in our family's ancient books. For years, you avoided celestial punishment by consuming human hearts for survival, eventually hunted down by humanity's leaders. You fled from the northern continent to the South Sea, and remaining as a remnant spirit is already unfair. Kelly glanced at the sea dragon with disdain, her eyes filled with scorn. Gabine, since you choose to provoke me, don't blame me for being impolite. The sea dragon flew towards Kelly, its sharp claws aimed at her. But they left no mark, as it was merely a remnant, incapable of doing real harm. Even if Kelly stood there accepting its attack, it couldn't harm her. Ha, after dominating the continent for 10,000 years, I'm reduced to this. Ridiculous. Kelly stood up, looking down at the sea dragon in the water. Enough nonsense. I came here for a reason. She raised her right hand, gathering a ball of red light, causing the temperature to plummet. Sensing danger, the sea dragon hurriedly moved aside but was too late. Red flames spread rapidly in the water, engulfing the sea dragon. Its shadow dimmed, flickering like a candle in the wind. Wait, I'm just a remnant. Swallowing me won't help you much. I can help you break human limits and achieve the submarine divine dragon body. Really? Kelly paused. Tell me more. Seeing her interest, the sea dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Do you know why I fell into such misery after fleeing here? Cut the chatter. Speak or I'll devour you now. Kelly glared, making the sea dragon cough awkwardly. After escaping, I found this secluded island rich in spiritual energy. Thinking fate spared me, I discovered this hidden treasure land. As I trained, planning revenge, I found unrefined natives on the island. I didn't think much of them, even using some for training. Soon, I realized my grave mistake. Don't delay, continue. Cough. They discovered my existence and tried to resist me. In anger, I destroyed one of their villages. But unbeknownst to me, a true absolute master was hiding on this island. A hint of fear flashed in the sea dragon's eyes. She was incomprehensibly powerful, far surpassing any creature. Even dragons paled in comparison. Just when my dragon form had matured, I challenged her overconfidently. One move shattered my body and nearly dispersed my soul. I never saw how she attacked. So what? How does this concern me? Patience. Young ones lack it today. Anyway, though I was shattered, a piece of me fused with a sliver of her power, preserving my remnant spirit. That piece is in this cave. Fuse with it, inherit my submarine divine dragon body, and possibly grasp her power. Power that could kill me at my peak with one strike. Kelly felt a twinge of desire, but knew the sea dragon wasn't simply helping her. What do you want in return? To carry my remnant to the island's center after fusion. Then we are even. A map appeared, pointing to the center of the island. Despite suspecting a plot, the offer was too tempting. With this body, she could search for the legendary Crystal Palace. This translation captures the original tone and style, maintaining natural English fluency while adhering closely to the structure and content of the Chinese text. Gabbing the Crystal Palace was not only her lifelong wish, but also the only regret of her late husband. True to form, you are my descendant. I knew you would agree. Don't flatter yourself. Remember your promise. After taking you to that place, we will be even. Rest assured, although I've done many wrongs in this life, I always keep my word. I hope so. Kelly stood up and looked at the tanchir in the water before her. Without hesitation, she jumped in. / edited for fluency and consistency. Kelly stood up and glanced at the mangled body in the pool before her. Without a moment's hesitation, she plunged into the water. As soon as she entered the water, dense spiritual energy instantly enveloped her entire body. A powerful drowsiness overcame her. Struggling to stay awake, Kelly heard the sea dragon's voice in her ear. Do not resist. This is a trial exclusive to you. I hope you do not disappoint me. Hearing the sea dragon's words, Kelly ceased resisting and allowed herself to slip into deep slumber. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an endless wilderness. The sea dragon's voice echoed once more. This is a trial of combat. Use all your skills to defeat your enemies. As soon as the sea dragon finished speaking, bizarre creatures began to emerge around Kelly. Fish, shrimp, birds, beasts, all eyeing her menacingly. Frowning, she knew this trial meant facing these fierce foes alone. Clenching her fists, her hands stained with blood from countless sea demons and monsters she had slain, Kelly took a deep breath. Her eyes gleamed with cold resolve. She was determined to obtain the submarine divine dragon body. Her feet barely touched the ground before her body soared through the air, charging at the creatures. With each swing of her sword, several fell dead at her feet. The sea dragon sensed her determination and exclaimed, "Excellent! Very well. I did not misjudge you." A black mist suddenly exploded beside her, a dark shadow rapidly rushing towards her. The shadow multiplied, each one a phantom equivalent to her in power. Kelly wielded her sword, each strike felling numerous phantoms. But as more phantoms swarmed her, the pressure mounted. Gabinally, one last phantom pounced, leaving a grotesque wound on her shoulder. Blood seeped through her clothes, staining them red. Gritting her teeth, she persevered. She could not fall, or everything would revert to silence. Suddenly, another phantom plunged into her chest, causing excruciating pain, making her scream. The sea dragon laughed coldly, its voice mocking, "Ha ha ha ha, what's a little pain? You can't imagine the torment that power brings." In that intense pain, Kelly saw something peculiar. She felt as if she were immersed in chaos, penetrating her body and mind. Gradually, her eyelids drooped, and she lost consciousness. After an unknown duration, Kelly awoke, sensing changes in her body. Her face lit up with joy. So this is the submarine divine dragon body. Stretching, she felt an immense sense of rejuvenation. Her muscles were stronger, and she had grown taller by an inch. This is the rumored physique of the king of the seas. Truly formidable, Kelly said excitedly. Chuckles. Your current physique is not yet the true submarine divine dragon body. You need to battle continually to acclimate your soul to this new form. Gabine. Now let's complete our agreement. Kelly's face hardened, glancing at the sea dragon. I will, but I need to inspect the merchandise first. Outside the cave, in the mountain forest, Kelly engaged in battle with a radiant divine eagle. Its feathers shimmered with golden light, its beak sharp and gleaming, and its claws sharp as knives, each swipe leaving deep wounds. Kelly smirked, leaping and embracing the eagle. It screeched furiously, pecking at her neck. Bang! The eagle slammed into her chest, but it was its own beak that pierced its throat. Kelly growled, flinging the bird far away. With a tear, she tore the eagle in two. The sea dragon's voice floated over. How does this body feel? Kelly smiled faintly but didn't reply. She raised her hand, summoning a blue light in her palm. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered overhead, lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Creak. Yoltning split the sky, piercing through layers of clouds. A gust of wind whipped up, sending yellow sand swirling and obscuring the view. Swish. A massive water column erupted from her palm, shooting skyward with incredible force. Under her control, it effortlessly penetrated the rocks on the opposite mountain peak. This translation preserves the original tone and style, ensuring natural English fluency while adhering closely to the structure and content of the Chinese text. ####Chapter 453, Skylar. On the other side of the island, the young men found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. This is bad. How could they be gone? I told you from the start that pirates can't be relied upon. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll take responsibility with my life. Benicio knelt on the ground while the women stood opposite him, looking as if they were interrogating a criminal. All right, it's just some food lost, not worth making such a fuss over. Casper spoke up to ease Benicio's situation. This isn't about the food, it's about the attitude. Benicio, I want to know what you were doing when those monkeys stole our supplies. Annette had her arms crossed and one hand on her hip, holding freshly picked berries in the other, pointing at Benicio's nose with her free hand. Well, I was watching some bugs fight. Mr. Randy, listen to this. Watching bugs fight. An adult gets distracted by that and loses our luggage. Cough, cough, indeed. That was wrong of you, Benicio. Casper coughed slightly and discreetly hid a beetle behind his back. Let's move past this. I've been paying attention. There's plenty of edible plants in this forest. No need to get so worked up over the rations. What's more critical now is understanding where Queen Casey's compass points to. Before arriving on the island, Annette discovered a dusty compass while exploring Queen Casey's ship. She gently wiped away the dust, revealing an ornate compass after who knows how long it had been hidden from sight. The compass was surrounded by a beautifully carved sea serpent with its eyes made of brilliant red rubies. Annette immediately fell in love with the compass, especially since it belonged to Queen Casey. Even though she didn't know its purpose, she carried it with her. After entering the forest, the compass unexpectedly began to glow faintly. As they approached the center of the island, the needle started trembling. Curiously, everyone watched the needle waver like a drunken man before finally settling on a direction. Madeline, who was usually indifferent, reacted most strongly to the activated compass. I'm following this compass. It wasn't a question but a declaration. If they disagreed, Madeline would have acted alone. Would you mind if we joined you? We don't have a specific destination either. Madeline glanced at Angus and nodded silently. Have we really come here? We haven't seen a soul yet. Following the compass for hours, they saw not a single person. There were so many ships outside the island. Why was it so difficult to find anyone? Shoo. Casper suddenly stopped them. What is it? There's someone ahead. Is it Her Majesty? Annette asked excitedly. It's probably not. Two groups of humans are about to fight. Not far ahead, two pirate crews faced each other. Skylar, although we're pirates, shouldn't we respect the order of arrival? a bearded, one-eyed pirate said nervously to the blonde woman. That makes sense, Skylar replied, brushing her hair. Just as the one-eyed pirate exhaled in relief, Skylar added, but I'm a pirate. Why follow rules? With that, Skylar signaled her crew to raise their weapons. Now, let's rob each other. Leave or leave all your valuables or die trying. Skylar. The one-eyed pirate's eyes widened in terror. He never thought she'd go through with it. Kill them. Skylar's voice was cold. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows flew toward the wooden-leg pirates, who reacted swiftly, raising their shields to protect their companions. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows fell harmlessly to the ground. Their shields were specially crafted from indestructible material. Skylar, what do you mean? The wooden-leg pirates glared angrily. Oh, you think I said I'd let you leave the island? Skylar smirked. One-eyed pirate, you're going to explode? You might regret this. Hand over the treasure and save yourself some trouble. If you seek death, I'll oblige. In a flash, Skylar was airborne and delivered a powerful punch to the shield. Boom. The steel shield shattered into pieces, and the one-eyed pirate spat blood, staggering backward. How could such a slender woman have such monstrous strength? The one-eyed pirate gazed in horror. Despite hearing stories about Skylar, he thought his experience would give him an edge. But he was dead wrong. Is that all? Continue. I'm not even tired yet. Skylar's attacks were brutal, each punch carrying a fierce wind, easily overpowering the one-eyed pirate. Huh, coward. You're disgracing piracy. Seeing the one-eyed pirate's plight, Skylar mocked mercilessly. Woman, today, I die but I'll take you with me. In rage, the one-eyed pirate lunged, only to be kicked aside by Skylar. Plop. The one-eyed pirate lay still, bleeding out. Madeline gave him a disdainful look. Can't take a hit? Skylar clapped her hands, turning to the remaining wooden-leg pirates. Anyone else want to try? Her raised eyebrow quelled any thoughts of resistance. Seeing their leader killed so easily, they dropped their valuables and fled. TCH, boring. Please note that the structure, tone, and style have been preserved as closely as possible to the original text, ensuring a natural and fluent English translation. Skylar picked up the precious candy that had fallen from the one-eyed pirate's pocket, wiped it with her hand, and bit into it. This precious candy isn't as delicious as those unscrupulous merchants say. In a few bites, she finished the candy worth thousands of gold, then casually tossed the seed onto the ground. Let's go, brothers. We must claim the legendary treasure. Amidst the cheers of her crew, Skylar led them toward the island's center. That woman you mentioned who looks like a mermaid, Francesca, was it her? Yes, exactly her. Haroun couldn't possibly forget the woman who had robbed him. The Blaine turned to look at Annette. Could she be your Francesca? Annette frowned, hesitating for a while before shaking her head. While her appearance does bear a 70% resemblance to Alia, her demeanor is far too different. I don't think she could be Alia. It's been 20 years, changes are possible. But Alia has always been delicate in health. Skylar's punch earlier, although not top tier, was immensely powerful, certainly surpassing most cultivators. Moreover, Alia possesses exceptional magical talent, even among the mermaid royals. Yet I sensed no magic from Skylar. Casper nodded, agreeing. Indeed, he hadn't sensed any magical fluctuation from her either. But for a moment, he thought he detected something unusual about her. However, Angus dismissed it, thinking he might have been mistaken. As they moved closer to the island's center, the compass in Annette's hand became increasingly sensitive, its needle coming alive. But just as they neared the island's heart, they encountered an unexpected obstacle. A barrier? Why would there be a barrier here? A thin, divine barrier halted all treasure hunters aiming for the island's core. Casper and his group also stopped before this barrier. Casper reached out, lightly touching the barrier. An icy chill filled with resentment instantly spread through his body. This barrier. Casper's expression grew serious. What is it, Mr. Randy? Can you break this barrier? This barrier is imbued with the caster's resolve and resentment. Breaking it forcefully would cause severe mental damage. Resolve and resentment? The others were puzzled. Do you mean? Exactly. This barrier was cast by someone who sacrificed their soul and life. From its size and strength, multiple sacrifices were made, possibly dozens or even hundreds, to achieve this. How could this happen? Roseau covered her mouth in shock. Even though we don't know what happened, the contents within this barrier must be more important than their lives to those who cast it. Casper touched the barrier thoughtfully. Roseau closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and began praying for the souls of the sacrificial casters. I don't want to take part in desecrating their faith. Adeline naturally agreed, as did Annette without objection. My goal is to find the Francesca, not to seek treasure. Madeline glanced at the shimmering compass, hesitated, and decided to leave with the others. Just as they prepared to depart, a strong burst of light flashed outside the barrier. What's happening? Everyone was bewildered. Only Angus frowned. Someone is attacking the barrier. Confirming his words, several differently colored shockwaves exploded against the outer side of the barrier. This barrier, born from countless sacrifices, steadfastly protected its inner sanctum. However, the barrier's power was finite, while the greed of those trying to enter knew no bounds. At this rate, the barrier would eventually fall. Casper hesitated, but chose not to intervene. He respected the sacrifices made for faith, but he wouldn't fight everyone over long-dead strangers. Just as he prepared to leave, a frail figure blocked their path. Skylar, step aside. Do you know what you're doing? Of course I do. Skylar twirled her finger in her hair. It's you people who don't understand. Do you intend to keep all the treasure to yourself? Don't daydream. Think you've gained some fame and can act high and mighty? Know that there are dozens of pirate crews here. Do you think you can stand against us all? A mere human pirate like you should stop showing off. Do you look down on human pirates? Skylar smiled at the pirate's challenge. Don't forget, Albie, second on the pirate heaven Yolst, is human. Are you saying you look down on Albie? I. All eyes turned to the pirate, and his crewmates subtly distanced themselves. If word got out, Albie's followers would tear him apart. Don't talk nonsense. You know I didn't mean that. Casper watched the escalating situation, knowing it could spiral further out of control. He turned to his companions. We should leave before things get worse. Chapter 454. The battle between Skylar and Audrey Bell. The sea pirate's face turned red as he shouted, I don't care what you mean. As long as I'm here today, none of you are getting through. Skylar flexed her wrists, and her demeanor instantly shifted. A chilling, deadly aura enveloped her, making it clear she was not joking around. Skylar, don't be too overconfident. Let me see what you've got. A burly man wielding a large axe leaped forward, confronting Skylar. He swung his arm forcefully, the axe slicing through the air, aiming straight for Skylar's neck. Skylar let out a cold snort and nimbly dodged to the side. Her movements were lightning fast, leaving onlookers bewildered. The blade grazed past Skylar's cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Skylar's right hand seized the burly man's wrist and, using his own momentum, hurled him violently into a nearby protruding rock. With a loud crash, the burly man screamed in pain, falling to the ground. When he struggled back to his feet, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing this, the other pirates wore expressions of fury. Brothers, show her what we're made of. Charge. The remaining pirates drew their weapons and surged toward Skylar. The Blaine stood still, observing the battle quietly. He wanted to see just how far this mysterious Skylar could go. Sure enough, Skylar defended against several pirate attacks using only her bare fists. Within the span of an incense stick burning down, all the pirates who had charged at her were defeated. The remaining pirates stared in horror at Skylar, standing alone with blood dripping from her fists. A gentle breeze stirred her long hair, making her look like a warrior goddess returned from hell, terrifying at a single glance. The remaining pirates were utterly intimidated by Skylar's strength, none daring to advance for a moment. You call yourself Skylar? Your strength is commendable. If given a few more years, you might find a place on the pirate sky ranking. Unfortunately for you, that opportunity won't come. You'll pay for your arrogance. Audrey Bell leaped out from behind the pirates. Seeing Audrey Bell, a top 10 pirate on the sky ranking, step forward, the remaining pirates cheered. Skylar's days of arrogance seemed to have ended. Audrey Bell, I have heard much about you. I've also heard that your blue robe pirates are known for honor and righteousness. Can't you tell that there's something different about the barrier behind me? What difference does it make if I can or cannot? Audrey Bell replied expressionlessly. I have my reasons to get through. I see. Then there's nothing left to say, Skylar said, flexing her wrists once more. Audrey Bell, please enlighten me, she called out, charging forward first. The two female pirates clashed furiously. Skylar's strikes were wide and aggressive. Each punch was delivered with all her might, clearly going all out without any consideration for defense. In contrast, Audrey Bell fought steadily, each movement calculated and precise, perfectly countering Skylar's attacks. Despite this, Skylar held her ground without falling behind. Her ability to stand toe-to-toe with a veteran pirate like Audrey Bell astonished many watching pirates. In a flash, Skylar threw another powerful punch, her gold bracelets clinking. The impact caused the ground beneath Audrey Bell to shatter, revealing a dark abyss. Skylar's fist then moved upward, striking Audrey Bell's abdomen. Unperturbed, Audrey Bell moved her fingers slightly, and a thin water curtain blocked Skylar's punch. With a loud bang, the water curtain burst, sending droplets and shattered rocks flying. Dust filled the air, but when it settled, the water curtain had resumed its normal form, and Audrey Bell remained unharmed. How is that possible? Skylar's eyes widened in shock. Her attack was potent enough to destroy anything, yet Audrey Bell stopped it with just a water curtain. Is that all you think I can do? Audrey Bell mocked, her sword suddenly glowing with piercing silver light, like flowing water. She drew the sword, transforming it into a brilliant streak of silver light aimed at Skylar's chest. Skylar quickly raised her left arm to block, the sound of metal clashing echoing loudly. The sword struck the golden bracelet on her wrist. What is this? Skylar felt resistance from the sword, surprising her. She couldn't match the force of the sword. Ha ha ha. Seeing Skylar's reaction, the pirates became even more excited. That's Audrey Bell's Azure Dragon Sword. Her specialty is swords. You're foolish to try resisting her sword directly. Skylar narrowed her eyes, determination flashing in her gaze. Instead of retreating, she advanced toward Audrey Bell. Audrey Bell sneered as the Azure Dragon Sword came down again. Skylar reached out and grabbed the sword, then formed her other hand into a fist and punched at Audrey Bell's head. Clang. Skylar's punch was blocked, but she didn't stop. Taking advantage of Audrey Bell focusing on the upper strike, Skylar pressed downward and swept her right leg across Audrey Bell's waist. Bang. Skylar's kick landed solidly on Audrey Bell's waist, forcing her to retreat several meters. Audrey Bell straightened up, holding her waist. It was clear Skylar's kick had injured her. Ha, looks like Audrey Bell isn't all that, Skylar said with a laugh. Blood dripped from her hands, which she concealed behind her back. Skylar was pushing herself, almost severing the tendons in her hands when she grabbed Audrey Bell's sword. Is that so? Audrey Bell said coolly. Just a warm-up though. Her tone was calm, but everyone knew it masked her anger. A seasoned pirate being injured by a newcomer was embarrassing. Indeed, Audrey Bell was hurt but hit it flawlessly, not even allowing a hint of a wince. Audrey Bell truly surpasses the ordinary, Skylar remarked with admiration. My kick might seem insignificant to you, but I believe you must have suffered some pain too. Barely acceptable, Audrey Bell replied casually, but this is only the beginning. Slowly raising her Azure Dragon Sword, Audrey Bell's figure gradually faded from view. The air grew tense, as if time itself slowed down. Skylar's mind focused intently. Suddenly, a dangerous presence loomed. Skylar sharply turned her head to the side as the Azure Dragon Sword narrowly missed, slicing off half her ear. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, worthy of a legendary figure, Skylar said, a faint smile on her lips. As she spoke, she swiftly retreated. But Audreybel gave her no respite, disappearing once more. Skylar held her breath, listening carefully to the lingering air currents. Her eyes flashed, and she spun around, punching the air. A thunderous boom echoed as a powerful force surged from behind Skylar. She hurriedly used her other hand to shield herself, but her arm throbbed painfully despite the block. Skylar gritted her teeth, realizing Audreybel possessed exceptional sword skills and formidable physical strength. Before she could catch her breath, Audreybel closed the distance again, a white streak cutting through the air towards Skylar's throat. Skylar hastily defended with her iron claw, but it was too late. The sharp edge pierced her shoulder. Skylar's gaze sharpened. The tip of the azure dragon sword was now less than 3 inches from her throat. Humph, you're dead this time. Audreybel sneered and was about to sheath her sword. Suddenly, she noticed a hint of a smile on Skylar's face. Alarm bells rang loudly in Audreybel's mind. She quickly withdrew her attack and used all her strength to dart to the side. An invisible punch wind grazed past Audreybel's cheek. Audreybel felt a searing heat on the side of her face. When she touched it, she found it was warm. Skylar's punch wind had sliced through her skin like a sharp blade. What surprised Audreybel even more was that she couldn't clearly see Skylar's attacks. She had been outmatched in speed. You actually held back. Audreybel glared coldly at Skylar, astonished that she dared to hold back while fighting such a formidable pirate. I didn't hold back. I merely removed my restraints. Audreybel then noticed that Skylar had taken off the golden bracelets from her wrists at some point. The golden bracelets Skylar threw to the ground created a pit over a foot deep in the earth. It turned out that Skylar had been fighting with such heavy restraints for so long. Audreybel's expression changed drastically. It seems, Audreybel, that you've grown old. It's time for you to step down. Skylar taunted. This remark utterly enraged Audreybel. Ignoring her injuries, she swung the azure dragon sword fiercely and charged forward. However, Skylar easily dodged the sharp blade. Without the restraint of the golden bracelets, Skylar's speed was simply too fast. Even Audreybel's sword struggled to keep up. Skylar's movements were swift and unpredictable, her speed creating illusions. Bang! The two passed each other again. This time, Skylar's fist slammed hard into Audreybel's abdomen, making her choke and retreat several yards. Even with the power of the submarine divine dragon physique, Audreybel could barely endure Skylar's heavy blows. Audreybel, why don't you concede? Audreybel's face turned pale as she gritted her teeth. I, Darnell, cannot lose to you. In that case, I won't hold back either. Skylar took a quick step and appeared behind Audreybel, delivering simultaneous palm strikes. Feeling the approaching force, Audreybel immediately swung her sword backward, but it was just a split second too late. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Skylar struck Audreybel's spine 3 times in a row. With a pained cry, Audreybel knelt down, her arms hanging limp, and the sword fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Struggling to get up, Audreybel had no chance as Skylar didn't give her the opportunity. Skylar stepped on Audreybel's chest, looking down at the struggling pirate leader. Thank you for the lesson, Audreybel. Skylar smiled slightly. Today, I have one. Before Skylar could finish speaking, a rusty dagger suddenly appeared near her waist. Fortunately, Skylar's agility allowed her to release her foot from Audreybel and narrowly avoid the dagger's sneak attack in an extremely challenging pose. Audreybel, never did I think you would be reduced to this by a junior. Looks like she's right. Your top 10 ranking should indeed be given to someone else. Jerry, stop gloating. This girl isn't ordinary. Her strength is even more terrifying than Albie's. Audreybel clutched her left ribs and spoke painfully. Jerry laughed heartily. Oh, really? Yet the fact remains, Audreybel, you're no match for her. Audreybel glared at Jerry and roared, shut up. If you won't help me, then quit adding fuel to the fire. Jerry shrugged. Don't get mad. I'm just being honest. Your skills are evenly matched, so who wins or loses doesn't matter much. Remember, she's younger and stronger than you. Skylar stood still, watching Audreybel and Jerry silently. There's no need for more talk, Skylar said calmly. If you've decided to join forces, let's get on with it. Facing 2 formidable pirates alone, Skylar's tone remained eerily calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Do you really think I can't handle you? Audreybel clenched her teeth. Skylar smiled slightly. Her hands were trembling. Removing the restraints had pushed her body to its limits, but she stood firm, backed against the barrier, determined not to let anyone pass. Why do this now? If you survive today, your exploits will spread across the South Sea. Soon, you'll surely earn a place among the new top 10 pirates of the South Sea. Jerry tried to reason with her. Ha, Skylar chuckled softly. Some things will forever elude someone who has been hiding like a turtle after losing once. You. Jerry stared at Skylar. I offered good advice, but you refused to listen. Very well. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. With that, Jerry charged at Skylar. Skylar raised her fists to meet him head on. Pang, 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 pang. Each collision between fists and sword was accompanied by deafening explosions. Shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the surrounding rock walls. Jerry grew fiercer as they fought, while Skylar began to show signs of fatigue. She had already expended so much energy and was also injured. Chapter 455, Standing Up for Justice. Skylar, is that all you've got? Where's the energy you had when you defeated Kelly? Show it to me. Calligraphy lived up to his reputation as the previous generation's super genius. In his hands, a rusted scimitar was wielded like a divine weapon. Skylar was forced back step by step until she finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Your strength isn't enough to kill me. Why don't you just admit defeat? Skylar wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve and stared coldly at Calligraphy. I never beg for mercy. Skylar clenched her fists. She was prepared. In a flash, Skylar lunged forward again towards Calligraphy. Calligraphy sneered and slashed horizontally with his right hand, holding the scimitar. Ding. The clash between blade and fist produced an ear-piercing clang. Himph. Skylar's fist went numb, her protective aura nearly collapsing. Skylar forcefully halted her retreating body and steadied her swaying form. Ha ha, Skylar. I admit you do have some talent, but compared to me back then, you're far behind. Calligraphy laughed loudly. I said, I will never concede. Skylar gritted her teeth and charged again. Skylar drew a pair of gemstone-inlaid golden knuckle guards, which sparkled beautifully under the sunlight, looking like works of art. But no one dared underestimate these knuckle guards. They were Skylar's weapons. Facing the super pirate's continuous assault, Skylar finally decided to get serious. Clang. Skylar's attacks came like stormy rain, the relentless gale of fists pressing down on the surrounding air until it seemed about to freeze. Calligraphy was forced to defend. Though he managed to block Skylar's every attack, he grew increasingly shocked. What kind of monster is this girl? Her attacks never end, and the more she fights, the fiercer she becomes. She's like an inexhaustible reservoir. No matter how much you hit her, she can't be brought down. More astonishingly, Skylar was gradually gaining the upper hand. Calligraphy's face turned red. As an old super pirate, he was being humiliated by a young girl younger than his granddaughter. This humiliation was unbearable. Damn brat, I'll gut you. Calligraphy snarled in anger. His scimitar glinted with a chilling edge, slashing fiercely down at Skylar. Wild whale breaking waves. Calligraphy roared, gripping the scimitar with both hands and swinging down forcefully. Boom. A long streak of sword energy shot out like surging waves, crashing towards Skylar with destructive pressure. Skylar's face changed drastically. She hurriedly gathered her internal energies, throwing punches repeatedly, a sheet of golden fist wind appearing before her to resist Calligraphy's sword energy. Bang! A huge explosion echoed through the sky. Amidst the swirling dust, Skylar slowly drew back her arms in a defensive stance, though a deep pit appeared beneath her feet. Perhaps growing older made Calligraphy feel a twinge of regret for wasted talent. Looking at Skylar, he revealed a gaze of admiration. This girl seemed to have boundless potential. In time, she could become his most excellent disciple. Very well, Skylar. Your performance pleases me greatly. I now change my mind. I want you to join our pirate crew and become my disciple, Tiger Whale, Calligraphy. Calligraphy put away his weapon and walked slowly towards Skylar. Calligraphy, keep my word. Skylar looked coolly at Calligraphy, then suddenly grinned, showing white teeth. Too bad. I don't want to be the apprentice of a cowardly turtle. No sooner had Skylar spoken than Calligraphy felt danger. He quickly sidestepped, but it was too late. He felt a fierce kick slam into his abdomen. PFT. Calligraphy spat out a mouthful of blood, pushed back several steps by Skylar's surprise attack. Refuse kindness, accept punishment. Calligraphy was truly enraged now. To offer to take her as a disciple, and she not only refused but also mocked him. Skylar curled her lips disdainfully. She knew Calligraphy would overpower her if he got serious, but she didn't plan on fleeing. Her pride wouldn't allow her to abandon friends to save herself. Even if it meant death, she'd drag her enemy down with her. Since you seek death, don't blame me, Calligraphy said gravely. Calligraphy lunged at Skylar once more. Though Skylar was not weak, facing a foe tens of times stronger than herself was extremely strenuous. She hoped Calligraphy's stamina wasn't bottomless. Otherwise, she wouldn't last long. Sweat beaded on Skylar's forehead, soaking parts of her shirt. Just as Calligraphy's scimitar was about to sever Skylar's head, a sharp palm wind struck towards Calligraphy's head. Calligraphy swiftly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the fatal blow. Who? Calligraphy glanced warily around. A white figure emerged from the woods, the Blaine who had been watching the fight. Calligraphy frowned. He hadn't sensed Angus's presence at all. This Blaine was like a ghost without any aura. Who are you? Calligraphy asked. A passerby who couldn't stand seeing someone use strength to bully the weak and resort to ambush. Casper answered calmly. In his hand were 5 pale green flying needles. These highly toxic needles had been secretly shot by Kelly toward Skylar. Skylar looked curiously at Angus's back. She didn't know him. Why would a stranger help her? Your magic power should be nearly depleted. Here, take this to recover. Casper casually threw a pure magic crystal to Skylar. This crystal, clear and gem-like, was something people would go mad to possess. Yet, Angus gave it so easily to a complete stranger. More shockingly, Angus had seen through her secret. A secret even her closest friends didn't know. Skylar wasn't without magic power. She had infused it entirely into her body. Her terrifying strength came from using her body as a magical instrument, enhancing it with magic power. It was an extremely risky behavior. One misstep could tear her body apart with her own magic. Thus, Skylar always wore a heavy inhibitor to help her control her magic power without harming herself. However, it severely restricted her combat ability. So, facing Kelly and Calligraphy, Skylar removed her inhibitor without hesitation. Still, even so, facing 2 super pirates' consecutive assaults, Skylar was struggling. If not for Angus's intervention, today might not have ended well for her. Sir, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Still, you should leave. It's not worth risking offending 2 super pirates for a stranger. Absorbing the pure magic crystal, Skylar instantly felt rejuvenated, her fighting spirit restored. She swung a few punches. The feeling of replenished magic was delightful. Standing up for justice, that's what a cultivator should do. Skylar blinked in surprise. Though Angus's words were strange, they conveyed a sense of righteous valor. All right, consider this a debt I owe you. From today, you're a friend of mine. If you encounter trouble, find me anytime. Skylar proudly patted her ample chest. These can be discussed later. Those 2 old seniors can't wait any longer. Calligraphy and Kelly were glaring at the 2 of them, as if their eyes could carve them into pieces. Laverneaving Kelly to you is no problem, right? Of course, she's just a defeated opponent. Skylar stretched her body and beckoned to Kelly with her fingers. Kelly immediately flew into a rage. Yoltal brat. I was caught off guard earlier. Let's see if you can still be so lucky this time. The two former opponents clashed once again. On the other side, Angus stood face to face with Calligraphy, neither making the first move. Calligraphy cautiously observed the blade before him. His instincts told him that this youth was no ordinary opponent. Despite standing simply with his hands hanging by his sides, Calligraphy could not find a single flaw in Angus's stance. Boy, we have no enmity. If you step aside, I will give you treasures beyond your wildest dreams. What do you say? To everyone's surprise, Calligraphy, the mighty super pirate, actually offered a truce. Who was this mysterious youth? Not interested. No amount of treasure can sway me. Oh, why are you on this island then? Aren't you here to seek treasure? Not telling. Enough talk, either fight or leave. Calligraphy narrowed his eyes. How arrogant, Grover. We'll see how long you can keep up that arrogance. With those words, Calligraphy launched his attack on Angus. His martial arts were terrifying, each strike powerful enough to tear space apart. Though no longer young, Calligraphy's agility and speed were astonishing. Casper maintained an unperturbed smile. He seemed oblivious to Calligraphy's terrifying attacks, moving calmly and effortlessly. Yet, he always managed to dodge Calligraphy's attacks perfectly. Boy, you think dodging my attacks means victory? Dream on. Calligraphy sneered contemptuously. He abruptly intensified his assault. Casper defended unhurriedly, a smile still on his lips. Facing Calligraphy's onslaught, Angus moved as leisurely as a stroll in the garden. Calligraphy was slightly surprised. Casper's footwork was incredibly elusive, causing all of Calligraphy's powerful strikes to miss. Don't underestimate me. Calligraphy grew angry, his attacks becoming sharper. But everything played out as Angus had anticipated. Calligraphy unknowingly fell into Angus's trap. Every slash of Calligraphy's blade always missed Angus by a hair's breadth. Calligraphy felt that with just a bit more speed, he could split Angus in two. Thus, Calligraphy's slashes became faster and more forceful. But despite his efforts, he always missed by just a bit. Casper toyed with Calligraphy using his elusive steps. Soon, Calligraphy was panting heavily. In contrast, Angus remained composed, not even breaking a sweat. Calligraphy could not contain his anger. Damn it, don't get too cocky. I'll fight you to the death. A menacing expression crossed Calligraphy's face as he suddenly swung his scimitar horizontally toward Angus. The scimitar whistled sharply as it aimed for Angus's waist. Casper's eyebrows slightly raised as he extended his right palm to catch the flying scimitar. Seeing this, Calligraphy smirked. That was a feint. His true target was Angus's neck. Clank. Calligraphy's smile froze. His scimitar was firmly grasped by Angus, who did not release it no matter how hard Calligraphy tried. Looking up in shock, Calligraphy realized Angus had seen through his move. Casper's expression remained calm. Damn it. Let go. Calligraphy growled through gritted teeth. Snap. Unexpectedly, Angus did release his grip. Calligraphy internally cursed, but it was too late. Casper's wrist flicked, sending an invisible force surging outward. Calligraphy felt a jolt like electricity running through his arm, leaving it numb. Looking down, he saw his arm mangled and bleeding profusely, the crimson blood staining his sleeve, making him look quite disheveled. At that moment, a clear, resonant sound echoed throughout the forest. Casper casually dropped the shattered pieces of the scimitar onto the ground. Calligraphy screamed in pain. The onlookers were stunned, horrified by what they witnessed. Who was this youth, capable of overpowering even a super-strong adversary like Calligraphy? Calligraphy's face twisted in fury. He glared hatefully at Angus, snarling, I'll kill you. Ignoring his severe injuries, Calligraphy forced himself to stand and lunged at Angus. I'll tear you apart to satisfy my rage. Calligraphy's voice was filled with boundless anger. Facing Calligraphy's fury, Angus remained composed. Despite the fierce onslaught, Angus deflected every attack with ease. More than that, he would counter between Calligraphy's strikes, leaving a new wound each time. Chapter 456, Barrier Broken. Gradually, Calligraphy was covered in wounds. Calligraphy's eyes turned red. He was now completely mad. Yoltal vermin, prepare to die. Calligraphy roared, raising his dagger and lunging at the blade. Calligraphy imagined his dagger already piercing through Angus's throat. Bang! Casper dodged Calligraphy's attack and simultaneously kicked him in the stomach. Calligraphy flew backward, crashing into a tree trunk. Spit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed on the ground. Calligraphy struggled to open his eyes and looked toward the distant youth, fear evident in his gaze. His pupils trembled violently as if he had seen something terrifying. Incredible. How is this possible? This youth was even more terrifying than the infamous Albie from years ago. When challenging Albie, he still had the strength to fight back. So many years had passed, and he had been constantly improving. Yet, against this youth, he felt like a mouse caught by a wild cat, only fit to be toyed with. You, who are you? I have no grudge against you. Why do you oppose me? Calligraphy asked with difficulty. Casper slowly approached Calligraphy, looking down at him from above, and said, Didn't I say it clearly? I just can't stand seeing people bully others using their power. You. Calligraphy felt so infuriated that he could spit blood. Regret filled his heart. It was he who attacked first, and the result? He was utterly defeated by a youth with whom he had no feud. Calligraphy seethed in frustration, his chest rising and falling rapidly, as a mouthful of blood gushed out. On the other side of the battlefield, Skylar stood panting, one hand hanging limp as blood dripped from her arm. Nearby, Madame Darnong lay weakly on the ground. Madame Darnong's lifeless eyes stared at the sky. She couldn't believe that she had lost to the same newcomer twice. She had the deep-sea divine python body, and she was much stronger than before. Yet, she still lost to this novice human pirate. Why? Why? Madame Darnlong's heart was filled with frustration, but there was nothing she could do. Give up, Madame Darnlong. I won't let you destroy this barrier. Skylar stood firm, leaning against the barrier. Madame Darnlong didn't reply. At this moment, the barrier wasn't important anymore. Losing to Skylar was what she couldn't accept. Can you tell me why you protect this barrier? You're an outsider like us. Because inside this barrier, there's a secret I don't want anyone to know. Even if it means death, I will protect this secret. Skylar subconsciously touched the necklace around her neck. The snake-eye gemstone embedded within it shimmered faintly green under the sunlight. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out among them, soft yet impossible to ignore, like a bubble popping. How could this be? Skylar turned in horror to see the unbreakable barrier shattered inexplicably. In front of the barrier, Sharon stood, holding a golden dagger in her hand. This barrier-breaking dagger is real. I thought that old man was just pulling my leg. The pirates who were watching curiously were stunned for a moment before someone shouted, "Charge! The barrier is gone." The pirates abandoned any regard for Skylar and rushed toward the barrier's interior, vying to get in first. Now without the barrier, Skylar couldn't possibly stop all these people. Damn! She never thought that after stopping Madame Darnlong and fighting calligraphy for so long, the barrier would end up being destroyed by Sharon, who hadn't appeared until now. With no choice, Skylar left Madame Darnlong behind and charged into the barrier herself. Inside the barrier, it was a world even more vibrant and alive than the outside. Nature's power and the essence of life permeated everything here. Towering trees reached towards the sky, their lush branches blocking out most of the light. Vines and wildflowers of various colors adorned the trunks, creating a breathtaking sight. Grass on the ground grew as high as a person's shoulders, resembling a verdant hill. Small rabbits and squirrels darted between the grass, their fur gleaming under the sunlight, lively and adorable. Farther off, a peacock spread its magnificent tail, dancing gracefully among the flowers, paying tribute to this beautiful world. Colorful birds circled the sky, their calls echoing throughout the barrier, bringing an unparalleled sense of peace and tranquility. But today, this serene and harmonious world welcomed a group of ferocious pirates. Yolka rats sensing blood, they entered the barrier, looting indiscriminately, not caring whether anything had value. Even the grass was slashed down and carried away. However, these pirates soon learned that the interior of the barrier was not as peaceful as it seemed. From the grass, a 2-meter-tall rat suddenly emerged. Its blue eyes gleamed sharply, exuding intelligence. Its fur was gray and soft, with pale green stripes reminiscent of waves washed by the sea. It sniffed the air lightly, searching for something. Suddenly, it noticed the pirates. What's that? I'm being attacked. Help me. No. The rat's eyes glinted with sharpness, and it emitted a shrill cry. Its fangs bit into a pirate fiercely, flipping him over, spilling his insides onto the ground. The pirates, facing this massive rat, felt powerless. Its gray fur shimmered silver, and its sharp teeth and claws were formidable. Each bite and scratch claimed another pirate's life. The pirates were forced back by the rat's relentless attacks. Their weapons seemed useless against it. The rat moved too fast, causing pirates to fall screaming with each strike. Their attempts to counterattack were easily evaded, and the rat resumed its vicious assault. The pirates' faces twisted in agony as they bled, unable to fend off the rat. Eventually, its attacks became more ferocious, leading to a pile of bodies before they finally killed it. But before they could celebrate, dozens of rats, big and small, emerged from the surrounding grass. The pirates were terrified. They had no heart left for battle and scattered in every direction. Yolf was more important than treasure. The larger pirate crews paid no mind to the fate of their smaller allies. Their goal from the start was the temple deep within the barrier. The temple sat atop the highest peak of the island, within the barrier. As they entered the barrier, the majestic silhouette of the temple had already captured everyone's attention. They all instinctively believed the island's treasures lay within that temple. However, how many could survive to reach that temple? The Alfred Pirates, one of the largest pirate groups just below the level of super pirates, had set their sights on the temple from the start. Alfred had a secret he never told anyone, not even his own crew. His ancestor was once one of the guardians of this island. But the elder couldn't endure the monotonous life on the island and escaped secretly. Thus, Alfred was actually the only pirate on this island who knew what this barrier protected. Once I obtain that inheritance, I will surely become a super pirate. No, not just a pirate. Conquering the entire world won't be impossible either. Alfred was lost in his fantasy of world domination, completely oblivious to the shadows lurking in the dense forest. In the thick woods, where humidity lingered and lush trees were everywhere, the Alfred pirates marched through the underbrush. Their feet crunched leaves as they moved, weapons drawn and eyes alert for any sign of danger. Suddenly, a black wolf leaped out from the shadows, pouncing on a pirate walking on the edge. The wolf's black fur bristled with menace, its sharp teeth like knives tearing into the pirate's neck, blood spurting out. More wolves joined in, attacking the pirates with ferocious speed and agility. They dodged and lunged, making it nearly impossible for the pirates to defend themselves. Alfred snapped out of his daydream, stepping forward, his suction-cupped hands gripping a massive axe. He exuded raw aggression as he swung the axe at one of the wolves, sending it crashing to the ground with a shrill howl. Seeing their captain take action, the pirates' morale surged, and they swung their weapons wildly at the wolves. While the wolves inside the barrier were stronger than those outside, they were no match for Alfred's might. Soon, almost every wolf bore wounds. Haha, a bunch of animals dares to challenge Juanita Alfred. With a deranged laugh, Alfred chopped off the head of a black wolf that tried to attack him. Blood splattered all over him. Just after he killed the wolf, a loud howl echoed from nearby woods. All the wolves froze upon hearing it. Instead of attacking further, they circled around the pirates, trapping them inside. These beasts are up to something. Juanita, look over there. Following a crew member's gaze, Alfred saw a towering white wolf approaching them. With each step, an icy blue flower bloomed beneath its feet. What the hell is this creature? The presence of the white wolf sent shivers down Alfred's spine. The wolf walked slowly towards him. Just 3 feet away, it suddenly swiped at Alfred. Caught off guard by its speed, Alfred barely managed to block the attack with his arm. His entire arm instantly froze solid. Another swipe sent Alfred flying. He landed hard on the ground, coughing up blood. The remaining pirates tried to rush to Alfred's aid, but the wolf didn't give them a chance. It moved swiftly, striking before they could react. Screams filled the air. In the blink of an eye, most of the Alfred pirates lay dead, and the few survivors knelt, begging for mercy. The white wolf stood above them, looking down with contemptuous ice-blue eyes. Who will? It howled. What do you want? What are you going to do? Alfred trembled as he asked. Ignoring Alfred's fear, the wolf approached him, lifting its paw and preparing to strike. As Alfred awaited his doom, a slender hand intervened, blocking the wolf's claw. Rather than gore and blood, the collision produced a metallic clang. The Blaine withdrew his hand, surprised by such a rare beastmaster here. Wolf brother, show some mercy. Let them go. The wolf seemed to understand Angus's words, meeting his gaze deeply. Then it raised its head and howled. Awool. The black wolves retreated into the forest. The white wolf stared at Angus one last time before leaving. The Grover turned to the remaining pirates. Laverneve now. Without hesitation, the pirates scrambled to escape, grateful for their unexpected reprieve. Alfred, dazed but relieved, followed them, casting one last wary glance at the spot where the white wolf had vanished. Chapter 457. Ants. Alfred was breathing heavily, never imagining that the giant wolf would actually spare his life. Who was this Blaine standing before him? Old 8. It's really you. Alfred suddenly turned back. Only his longtime rascal friend could call him that. Haroun? What are you doing here? Alfred couldn't believe his eyes. Not only did he survive the great calamity, but he also encountered his old rascal friend in this place. Nonsense, I came here too. Haroun originally wanted to say he came for treasure, but he suddenly realized that his purpose wasn't for treasure, but to find someone with Mr. Randy. Let's not talk about that now. You owe me a life. If I hadn't asked Mr. Randy for help just now, you'd already be a pile of wolf dung. Mr. Randy? Alfred suddenly realized that Haroun's Mr. Randy was the mysterious youth who had just saved his life. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Alfred is infinitely grateful. It's no big deal, just a small matter. Casper's humility made Alfred respect him even more. But what intrigued Alfred the most was how a fool like Haroun managed to connect with such a powerful figure. Old 8, why aren't you thanking me? You? Forget it. Without Mr. Randy, even 10 of you wouldn't have stood a chance against that guy. You. Forget it. I won't argue with you over this. Alfred ignored the sulking Haroun and addressed Angus. Mr. Randy, you saved my life. I can't stand by and watch you die. There's something I must tell you. If you continue forward, you will surely meet your end. What do you mean? Haven't you seen how powerful our Lord Randy is? Haroun shouted at Alfred, behaving like a true lackey. Casper looked curiously at Alfred, wondering why he said this. This has nothing to do with strength, Alfred explained. This island was never meant for humans. After hesitating for a moment, Alfred decided to reveal his secret. My ancestors were once one of the guardians of this place. However, due to certain reasons, they left. This place houses a guardian deity of the Sea Clan. Anyone who passes the trials can inherit the legacy left behind by that great being. But all the trials are designed for the Sea Clan. Any human who enters will face certain death. Casper was not initially interested in the treasures, but Alfred's words piqued his interest. In that case, I must see it for myself. Alfred was stunned. He didn't expect Mr. Randy to be so determined. His warning had the opposite effect. Mr. Randy, please think carefully. I'm not exaggerating. These are divine trials, not just tests of strength. A single misstep could cost you your life. Since it's a divine trial, I must participate. I am very interested in the deity you mentioned. But, that's enough, Angus interrupted. I understand your concern, but I won't give up. Adeline, Jewel, you two wait on the ship. All right, be careful. Adeline nodded. While she was curious about the divine trial, it remained just curiosity. Mr. Randy, if you discover anything, please tell me. Don't worry, Angus patted Jewel's hair. I'll pay special attention. Yes. After sending off the two women, the group continued toward the temple. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain where the temple was located. Please be extremely cautious. According to the legacy left by my ancestors, the closer you get to the temple, the stronger the guardians become. Between the rainforest and the mountains, a broad desert stretched out, contrasting sharply with the lush vegetation around it. The sand was yellowish and shimmering as if baked by the sun. Occasionally, small rocks jutted out, adding to the desolation. That's strange. Why is there a desert here? Everyone noticed the anomaly. This desert seemed unnatural, almost artificially placed. Fortunately, the desert was not large, only encircling the mountain base like a ribbon. Let's cross it quickly. Something feels off. The desert, though small, was filled with dunes of various sizes. Is this a desert? It's my first time seeing one. Annette curiously observed her surroundings. As a pure sea creature, Annette found land environments fascinating. That dune thing, does it move? Hee, you don't know much, do you? Haroun began boasting about his knowledge to Annette. Dunes look massive like hills, but they do move. Driven by wind, they can shift several yards a day. Ah, I see. Annette's expression of enlightenment pleased Haroun, but her next words startled everyone. Do these dunes move faster than you said? They seem to run much quicker. Everyone focused on the nearby dunes, noticing that they differed greatly from typical desert dunes. These dunes were composed of large gravel, and each had a large hole in the center. Suddenly, Angus noticed something alarming, his pupils contracting sharply. Not good. Run. Before he could explain, tremors rippled underfoot. What's happening? Forget it. Just run. As soon as Angus finished speaking, a pair of massive insect mandibles burst through the ground, lunging directly at Annette. Annette panicked and instinctively tried to block the mandibles with her arms. Fortunately, Angus reacted swiftly, shooting a jet of water at the mandibles, which instantly froze them solid. Still frozen? Run! Hundreds of bull-sized ants emerged from the ground. Their 6 spiky legs moved rapidly, their mandibles poised to tear the group apart. Xuanhuan swung his long sword at an ant, but with a clang, his blade shattered. Alfred fared no better. His thick iron battle axe was snapped by an ant's mandibles. What kind of monsters are these? Everyone was terrified. The ants' exoskeletons were as tough as divine weapons, and their strength was astonishing. Even one such ant was terrifying enough, let alone hundreds or thousands of them. Casper shoved Annette aside and drew his long sword, slashing fiercely. Sparks flew as ants were shredded into pieces. Xuanhuan glanced at Angus worriedly, aware that Angus had just helped protect his companion and now faced danger alone. Run! Casper yelled, charging forward again. Mr. Randy. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, pulling Annette away. The image of Angus battling bravely was deeply etched into Xuanhuan's mind. He would never forget that courageous silhouette. Every move, every posture was perfect, majestic. He seemed like an immortal statue, eternal and unyielding. No wonder Mr. Randy is unmatched. He's the greatest hero. Casper didn't realize that in Xuanhuan's heart, he had already become a martyr. Right now, his only concern was these terrifying ants. Holding a flaming long sword, Angus swung it at the ants before him. Sparks flew, but the imagined scene of the ants turning to ashes did not happen. Apart from the few closest to Angus, the other ants were almost unscathed by his sword strike. However, Angus's immense strength knocked the surrounding ants aside. This single strike cleared a path for everyone to escape. Without hesitation, they fled quickly along this newly opened escape route. Many pirates had entered the desert with Angus, but none of them were as fortunate. Damn it! Get away from me! Jerry's rusted blade struck an ant, only causing a few sparks without further effect. Darnong Fu's long sword pierced through the bellies of several ants, but compared to the endless swarm, it was insignificant. Won't we die in these ants' mouths? I don't want to. Sharon screamed in fear. Although also one of the top 10 super pirates on the Skyyost, her offensive power was significantly weaker than Jerry and Darnong Fu. Facing these terrifying ants, Sharon was nearly helpless. Why are you standing there doing nothing? Come help me. Darnong Fu scolded Jerry for not moving. Jerry didn't know what to do either. His attacks were useless against these ants. You bunch of losers, save me. Do you just watch me get eaten by these ants? You troublesome woman, why should I care? It's not like I owe you. Jerry rolled his eyes at Sharon. I tell you, if you don't save me, you won't be able to enter the temple. Sharon threatened viciously. Tisich, as if you know how to enter the temple. I certainly do. How? Sharon smiled. If you want to know, bring me along. Once we reach the temple, I'll find a way for all 3 of us to get in. Hemph, better be true, or I'll make sure you suffer more than dying here. Jerry coldly responded, deciding to use his true skills. A blue light flowed from Jerry's palm into his rusted blade, making it exceptionally dazzling, even glowing brilliantly. The once ordinary long sword now emitted metallic clinks, and its hilt flickered with a faint red flame, making it appear even more fearsome. Ha! Slash! With a roar, Jerry leaped high into the air. His long sword carved a brilliant arc in midair before slicing down toward the ants. Boom! A massive explosion resounded, dust flew, and fire flashed. Jerry's attack was incredibly powerful, but when the firelight dissipated, everyone was astonished to see not a single ant before Jerry had died. All bark and no bite. Darnong Fu scoffed. Even using his true skills, Jerry couldn't defeat these ants. Jerry felt humiliated. These ants aren't ordinary. If you're so capable, give it a try. Of course, let me show you. Darnong Fu waved her hand, and water elements converged around her body. In a blink, bright blue patterns appeared on her skin. As the water elements merged into streams, she could feel their coolness and vitality. Under the stream's illumination, Darnong Fu's skin became crystal clear and luminous, while the patterns shone brightly as if about to leap off her body. Darnong Fu closed her eyes, relaxing fully, enjoying the baptism of the water elements. Her soul danced with the rhythm of the water, singing joyfully. Is this the complete submarine dragon body? Darnong Fu clenched her fists, now brimming with confidence. She suddenly opened her eyes, spreading her arms wide. Boom! In an instant, water surged, and behind Darnong Fu, a water dragon shadow emerged. Is this water dragon skill? Jerry stared wide-eyed, never expecting Darnong Fu's strength to be this formidable. Is this the submarine dragon? Darnong Fu murmured. Huh? No. Suddenly, Jerry sensed something amiss. Darnong Fu's state resembled some kind of secret art. Roar! Darnong Fu let out a deafening cry. Instantly, the water dragon's shadow rapidly solidified. Whoosh! Water churned, and within seconds, Darnong Fu transformed into a 10-meter-long water dragon, visible to the naked eye. Ooh! The water dragon roared, its tail whipping out and crushing an ant. Then, it opened its massive mouth, spewing water jets that engulfed several ants. The enormous water dragon spiraled in the sky, completely covering the area. This was the water dragon skill. Darnong Fu is amazing. So cool. Jerry and Sharon watched Darnong Fu's display, unable to hide their admiration. Chapter 458. One after another. Ha! Mere ants. Maddie sneered. More ants surged up from the ground, but now that Maddie's divine body was fully formed, the 3 of them did not panic in the slightest. Maddie coldly slapped out a palm, and thick water elements condensed into a solid beam of light, striking the newly emerged ants. How is this possible? Maddie stared in shock at the ants, which seemed almost unscathed. Sharon and Jerry were equally incredulous. Maddie's blow was stronger than before. How could the ants remain undamaged? Look closely at these ants. They're different from the previous ones. Jerry scrutinized them and indeed noticed that these ants were not only larger, but also had more enormous and sharper mandibles, with their blue runes glowing brighter. Could these be soldier ants, while the earlier ones were worker ants? Ithandier ants? Worker ants? Sharon and Maddie looked curiously at Jerry. The old man had lived longer than both of them combined, making his knowledge richer. In an ant colony, there are 3 types of ants. One type, weaker in combat, are the worker ants, responsible for caring for larvae and other chores. The ones Maddie killed earlier were likely worker ants. These we see now must be the soldier ants guarding the nest, stronger in combat, who get enraged if the nest is attacked. Explained Jerry. Observing the red-eyed soldier ants, Maddie felt uneasy. Her previous strike, employing 80% of her strength, hadn't inflicted any real damage on these ants, implying they were far stronger than her. Damn, why so troublesome? She couldn't help but curse aloud. Turning to look at Jerry, she noted he remained relatively calm, showing no fear or panic despite her power and the terrifying soldier ants. We need to come up with a plan. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here. Immediately after her words, the surrounding ants began charging at them frenziedly. There are so many ants. How can we hold them off? Jerry said. You stall them off while I go fetch reinforcements. As he shouted and tried to leave, not a chance. Sharon grabbed Jerry's arm. You've always been solitary. How many people among those who came would even know you? Don't think I don't know you're trying to escape? Bullshit. How could I leave you two behind? Jerry blushed, glaring at Sharon as if he wanted to strangle her. I don't care what you do, but you can't leave. Sharon tightened her grip on Jerry's sleeve. This guy. Though Jerry gritted his teeth, looking at the beautiful yet stubborn Sharon, he managed to say, I won't abandon the two of you, rest assured. Satisfied with Jerry's promise, Sharon nodded and released his arm. Jerry took a deep breath and lifted his head. A white glow flashed on his forehead. His muscles tensed, and his aura began to surge. Exhale. He slowly extended his fingers, pointing towards the sky. A burst of black and white light erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a sword light streaking forward. The sword light struck the swarm of ants accurately. In an instant, ants exploded, their bodies torn apart, dying silently without a single scream. You actually kept such power hidden? Maddie watched Jerry's technique in surprise. This was my trump card against that youth. If not for you two, I wouldn't use it now. Though Jerry claimed it was for them, both Sharon and Maddie knew he did it for his own survival. Maddie, draped in a deep blue robe, brandished a silver glowing long sword. Behind her, a colossal submarine god dragon loomed, covered in thick scales, its eyes fiercely gleaming. Jerry drew a massive orca killer sword from his ring space, the only weapon that wasn't rusted. After centuries immersed in seawater, it had become even sharper. Yolka, a poised orca, Jerry exuded dense killing intent. Both worked seamlessly together, Maddie's swift and sharp strikes complemented by the ferocious charges of the orca killer sword. Despite being pushed back, the soldier ants surrounded them, continuously attacking. Maddie wielded her sword deftly, dodging attacks while counterattacking. Jerry didn't fall short, his orca killer sword cutting through the ants with immense power. Gabinally, they managed to kill a third of the soldier ants, creating a path through the encirclement. Gasping for breath, the trio smiled at each other. But fate loved irony. Before they could escape, a tremor shook beneath their feet, nearly causing them to stumble. What now? A gigantic ant, 7 to 8 times larger than the workers, tore through the sand, emerging from underground. Is this the male ant? The giant male ant raised its grotesque head, roaring silently to the heavens. The trio felt their insides churn. Sharon clutched her mouth, nearly vomiting. It's a sonic attack. Unbelievable. Jerry plugged his ears, trying to block out the male ant's sound wave, which penetrated their bodies, attacking their internal organs directly. Covering their ears did no good. We can't outrun sound. We have to eliminate it. Jerry spoke calmly. Agreed. They swung their weapons once more at the large ant. The male ant let out a deafening roar, echoing through the sky. Jerry and Maddie felt dizzy and disoriented. Jerry groaned in pain, clutching his head in agony. What is it? Asked Maddie worriedly. Jerry, gritting his teeth, replied, We, the Orca clan, can hear sounds others can't. This ant's cries are unbearably awful. Ignore me, focus on attacking. With Jerry's sword shining sharply and Maddie's sword shimmering like flowing water, they cooperated without needing words. With synchronized shouts, their combined power shook the desert. Jerry's sword techniques were like storms, each slash powerful. Maddie's fluid style forced the male ant into hard defenses. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks were maintained as much as possible in alignment with the original text. Their attacks had already landed on the male ant, but it contracted its body, and both of their strikes fell upon its tough exoskeleton. Sparks flew, yet the male ant remained unshaken. Horror spread across Jerry's and Maddie's faces. How is this possible? Maddie yelled in shock as her attack proved ineffective. This outcome was incredibly hard for her to believe. My soul nearly shattered from its sound wave attack. Jerry clutched his forehead, sweat pouring down due to pain. Maddie frowned, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. Your Orca clan isn't supposed to be the strongest warriors of the sea. How can you be tormented like this by an insect? Her words dripped with sarcasm. Enough nonsense. Its sound waves naturally counter our Orca clan. Moreover, this guy is far more powerful than those soldier ants we faced earlier. I estimate that its strength exceeds both of ours. Jerry replied through gritted teeth. I have a move that might restrain it for a moment. Sharon suddenly spoke from behind them. Do you have any way? Forget about it. Sharon's expression was strained. There will only be a moment. Can you kill it if I hold it? Of course not a problem. If you can control it, we can surely slay it. Good. Sharon clenched her teeth and took a determined step forward. Sharon's tender skin began to wither, Within a few breaths, the once radiant Sharon transformed into an unrecognizable treant. A strikingly vivid red flower bloomed atop her head. As Sharon stepped forward, the red flower atop her head gradually opened, emitting a rich sweet fragrance into the air. Instantly, every pair of eyes, whether human or ant, focused on Sharon. Both humans and insects felt an intense craving for Sharon's scent. The male ant was no exception. It stared blankly at the red flower on Sharon's head, thick drool oozing from its mouth. What are you waiting for? Move. Sharon's shout snapped Maddie and Jerry out of their daze. They exchanged a look and simultaneously raised their swords. 2 flashes of light streaked past, tearing the male ant's soft underbelly into 3 segments. Its organs and bodily fluids rained down onto the sand below. Struck at a vital point, the male ant collapsed with a resounding thud, kicking up clouds of dust. Sharon, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Turning back, they saw Sharon revert to her former radiant self. If her admirers knew what she had just transformed into, one could only imagine their reaction. You mustn't tell anyone about my form just now. Hemph, Maddie coldly hummed. I don't have time for that. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Jerry desperately wanted to leave this terrifying desert. Taking 2 steps, the ground trembled again. Not again. Really? Jerry's voice quivered. He didn't know if he could withstand another assault. The sand moved as if alive. They swallowed nervously, preparing for battle. Oh no, this is killing me. Jerry looked in despair at the enormous creature breaking through the earth. The male ant was huge, but compared to the queen ant before them, it was like a speck in the ocean. Should we go back? Sharon had already thought about retreating. Hold on, this queen ant seems to be dead. Following Maddie's finger, they indeed saw a familiar figure standing atop the queen ant. That's Randy? The blade on top of the queen ant was unmistakable to Jerry. It was the same person who had humiliated him. Who called me? Casper leaped down from the queen ant's head. They noticed a charred black circular hole on top of the queen ant's head, wisps of black smoke curling upwards. Jerry couldn't believe his eyes. The top of an ant's head is its hardest part. Yet, this youth had created such a precise circular hole. What kind of destructive power was that? Well, fancy meeting you here. Seeing the trio, Angus smiled slightly. He walked briskly to Jerry, placing his hand on his shoulder without a word, as if they were old friends. Jerry jumped in surprise, but didn't dare move against Angus. Aha, what a coincidence. To meet young Mr. Randy here again. Jerry forced a smile, his grin uglier than crying. This Blaine looks so handsome. Would you like to come to me, play a bit? Sharon licked her lips and looked mesmerized after seeing Angus's face. Maddie, noticing this, urgently pulled on Sharon's sleeve. Why are you pulling me? I'm not giving this Blaine to you. He's even prettier than a woman. I've never seen anyone like him. What do you think, Blaine? Want to come to me? Seeing Sharon act like a lovesick fool, Maddie couldn't help but cover her face. Casper glanced at Sharon and coldly said, Sorry, I have no interest in old tree bark that everyone rides. Chapter 459. The Creepy Temple. You. Sharon was about to lose her temper when she saw the dead queen ant behind Angus. Instantly, she calmed down. Humph. Sharon snorted, reminding herself that as a mature woman, she wouldn't stoop to argue with this little brat. Meeting you is fate. You're also here for the temple, right? Let's go together. I have something to ask you all. Sure, go ahead. Do you happen to know the mermaid Alia of the South Sea? Mermaid Alia? The 3 exchanged glances, all equally puzzled. Oh, I think I remember. Are you talking about the mermaid lady with the beautiful tail? Kelly suddenly spoke up. Mermaid lady with the beautiful tail? This was the first time Angus had heard of her. Yes, I've heard that in the South Sea there's a mermaid Francesca who excels in both singing and dancing, with unparalleled beauty, especially her beautiful tail, like golden red, dances in the water, just like dusk falling into the sea, earning her that title. Oh, now I remember too. I even went to see her performance once, but I heard that during the rebellion of the merfolk, she went missing. Is she still alive? She should be alive. A friend of mine is looking for her, and has heard that she became a pirate in the South Sea. That's impossible. The 3 shook their heads simultaneously. That child is quite famous. If she became a pirate, we would have surely heard about it. All right, please keep an eye out for her for me. If you see her, let me know. Absolutely, absolutely. Jerry replied hurriedly. Casper planned to take the trio to reunite with Annette. As they passed the large pit from which he emerged, the 3 curiously glanced inside. That glance left them all frozen in place. They saw layer upon layer of ant corpses filling the deep pit. The tightly packed remains were mostly those of soldier ants as big as calves, interspersed with a few giant male ants. Those formidable ants that gave them such trouble now covered the entire pit, scorched, shattered, and pierced. Hardened ants, whose exoskeletons could only leave a white mark under Jerry's sword, barely retained their full forms. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. Sharon patted her chest, grateful Kelly had pulled her back earlier. Otherwise, offending this terrifying youth might have resulted in a worse fate than these ants. Seeing the trio standing still, Angus turned around and shouted, What are you doing? Hurry up. Coming. When the 4 reached Annette and the others halfway up the mountain, both groups froze in surprise. Originally, Annette and company encountered Dongyun while fleeing. Dongyun felt deeply grateful to Angus and his group, so she invited them along. Unexpectedly, the Grover brought Jerry and the others over. Though no blood feud existed, the recent conflict made meeting each other awkward. However, Angus seemed oblivious, naturally saying, Dongyun is here too. Great, more hands make light work. Dongyun paused, looking at Jerry and the others. They? Oh, we just ran into them on the way. The 3 nodded eagerly. Yes, exactly. We met Mr. Randy by chance. How coincidental. Indeed. Seeing their timid demeanor, Dongyun was bewildered. What did Angus do to them? These three pirates, once haughty and arrogant, now appeared as students anxiously answering questions in class. Seeing their state, Dongyun didn't say much more. If everyone is here to treasure hunt, you might be disappointed. There's no treasure here, only a challenge left by a powerful elder, Dongyun explained seriously. But why? My ancestors clearly said there's a treasure left by the Kaylee, right? Dongyun interrupted Alfred. Alfred paused, wondering how she knew. There was indeed a treasure left by the Kaylee here, but a strong individual took it away a dozen years ago. Now only the Kaylee's test remains. Everyone looked at each other. Huron questioned, why should we believe you? What if you want to claim the treasure for yourself? I have no need for it. Dongyun pulled down her collar, revealing a faint green gem glowing faintly on her chest. This is the Kaylee's treasure. What? Dongyun's words thundered through everyone's minds. Though uncertain of her words, the gentle pressure from the gem was undeniably real. Dongyun closed her collar. Since you already possess the Kaylee's treasure, why come here? To find the Elder's trail. This place is where she once visited, and I wish to see if she left any clues. You mean the strong person, Shujin? Dongyun looked surprised at Madeline. How do you know? Sure enough, it's her. Madeline smiled. Giving away treasures so easily, she hasn't changed. Do you know Lord Shujin? In a way, Madeline replied. Dongyun excitedly took Madeline's hand. Well, not to interrupt, but the temple seems to be moving this way, Sharon stammered, looking towards the mountaintop. The temple moving? You must be joking. The temple is an object, it can't move. Huron followed Sharon's gaze. He stopped mid-sentence, stunned. Initially, the temple was half a mountain away, yet now it bizarrely appeared less than 10 zhang away. My god, it's haunted. The temple is alive. Huron jumped onto Alfred, both brothers hugging tightly. Others prepared for battle, watching the temple warily. The temple isn't alive. What's alive is beneath it. Casper stared intently at the ground below the temple. They then realized it wasn't soil but black scales. Casper pointed, a faint glow enveloping the creature, revealing a massive snake. It's a snake? Heavens, how huge is this thing? They had already reached the mountaintop, with half above being a coiled giant snake. A rustling sound came from beneath the temple as a golden yellow eye opened. So, you are the challengers. After decades, finally, new challengers arrive. No eye. Before Sharon could explain, the giant snake opened its mouth, releasing a powerful suction force, swallowing everyone. Only Angus resisted the terrifying pull but, after brief contemplation, leaped into the snake's mouth. After moments of dizziness, everyone found themselves inside the temple. I don't want to participate in this trial. Can I leave now? Sharon shuddered at the thought of that enormous snake. Yet, inside the temple now, there was an eerie silence, with no one responding to her. Didn't you say earlier that you had a way to enter the temple? Why are you cowardly now that we're inside? Jerry and Madame Darnell both looked at Sharon. Note, Furen is translated as Madam, for better fluency in English. Ahaha, well, I just wanted to stay alive back then. Sharon's voice faded away. Casper ignored their trivial matters and began observing his surroundings. This temple was oddly peculiar. On both sides stood dozens of statues of varying sizes dedicated to the Kaylee, culminating in a massive statue over a dozen zhang tall at the end. But regardless of size, all these statues lacked heads. Casper noticed they hadn't been sculpted without heads originally, but had been decapitated by sharp blades. Casper frowned. What did this mean? Who could have done this? Before he could investigate further, the temple suddenly lit up. Previously bathed in a serene glow from faint fluorescence, the space between the towering pillars illuminated the ground eerily. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center. As the lights brightened, her form became clear. A voluptuous, matronly woman. The phantom floated centrally within the temple, mirroring the carvings on the statues. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, moving even in the absence of wind, adding to her mystery. However, her face remained obscured, shone to see. Her hands were clasped together in front of her as if in prayer. Candles burned beside her, casting soft light upon her simple yet solemn sea blue attire. Time passed, and she remained motionless, frozen in time. Yet, her posture suggested she was watching forward, waiting for something. Everyone lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with the divine figure. Only Angus stared intently at her spectral form. Behind the phantom, an ancient door slowly opened, casting a beam of holy light into the temple. She raised her head slightly, turned around, and walked through the door. Clearly, she invited everyone to follow. Her gentle demeanor calmed the group's unease. Without hesitation, they followed her through the door one by one. Casper, expression serious, turned and saw Xianxia's pale, bloodless face. Clearly, she had seen the same sight as him. What was that thing? Xianxia's voice trembled. Dongyun, who never blinked in the face of death, now couldn't stop shaking, as if witnessing something horrifying. So, you can see it too. Casper noticed Xianxia's gem glowing faintly. Perhaps it allowed her to perceive the true nature of the phantom. Mr. Randy, did you see that? Hush. Before Xianxia finished, Angus covered her mouth. Don't speak. Follow them. His calm reaction helped soothe Xianxia. She nodded and entered the door with him, which seemed radiant and ancient to others. Upon entering, a strong fishy stench nearly made Xianxia retch. But compared to the surreal underwater world before her, the smell was secondary. Here, fish swam through clear water among corals and shells. Coral wasn't spiky, shells didn't contain eyes, and fish weren't half-eaten or grotesque. Whoa, it's beautiful here. Sharon held a bloody eyeball like a treasure and tucked it into her bosom. I can't believe such a wondrous secret place exists. Even the usually stern Kelly reached out to play with the passing fish, seemingly unaware that her fingers passed through their bellies, pulling out entrails. Xianxia watched this scene with a distorted face. Is Everly Xianxia unwell? Are you feeling sick? Haroun approached with a twisted lump of meat, asking concerningly while taking a bite, releasing pus with an unbearable stench. Haroun continued eating blissfully, unfazed by the foul odor. Don't come near me. Xianxia couldn't control herself and shouted. Haroun jumped, drawing everyone's attention, including the deity's phantom. She's suffering from her injuries and can't control her strength, fearing she might harm you, Angus explained, stepping in front of Xianxia. Oh, is that so? Haroun relaxed. I thought Xianxia disliked me. Mr. Randy, don't you want to try a bite? These fish are incredibly fresh. Sharon shuddered at the thought of the giant snake she had just encountered. The temple was now eerily quiet, with no one responding to her. Didn't you say you had a way to enter the temple? Why are you getting cold feet now? Jerry and Darnlingforen both looked at Sharon. Ahaha, well, I just wanted to stay alive back then. Sharon's voice trailed off. The young Grover ignored their squabbles and began to survey his surroundings. This temple was strange indeed. On either side of the temple stood dozens of statues of the Kali in various sizes, and at the far end was an enormous statue over 100 feet tall. Yet, all these statues, regardless of size, had something in common. Their necks were empty. None of them had heads. The Grover glanced upward curiously and realized that the statues weren't missing their heads from the start. They had been decapitated by sharp blades. He frowned, puzzled. What did this mean? Who could have done such a thing? Before he could investigate further, the temple suddenly lit up. Initially, only faint luminescence filtered through the towering pillars, casting a mysterious glow on the ground. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center, becoming clearer as the lights intensified. It was a full-figured woman radiating maternal warmth. Her silhouette floated in the middle of the temple, identical to the carved figures on the statues. Her long hair flowed over her shoulders, moving mysteriously without any wind. Her face, however, remained obscured, impossible to see clearly. Her hands were clasped in front of her, as if in prayer. Candles burned around her, casting soft light on her sea-blue garment, which was simple yet dignified. Time passed, and her form remained motionless, seemingly frozen. Yet, her posture suggested she was watching something in front of her, waiting for something or someone. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet the goddess's gaze. Only the Grover stared intently at the Kiana. Behind her, an ancient door slowly opened, letting in a beam of holy light that illuminated her silhouette. She lifted her head slightly, turned, and walked through the door. It was clear, an invitation for everyone to follow. The goddess's gentle demeanor reassured the group, and without hesitation, they followed her one by one through the door. The Grover's expression grew serious. Turning back, he noticed Skylar's pale, bloodless face. Clearly, she had seen the same thing as him. What was that? Skylar's voice trembled. The usually fearless Skylar couldn't help but shake uncontrollably, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. So you saw it too, the Grover noted. He observed that the gem on Skylar's chest emitted a faint glow, possibly revealing the true nature of the apparition. Mr. Randy, did you see it too? That, just now. Sure. The Grover covered Skylar's mouth before she could finish. Don't speak, just follow them. His calmness helped Skylar regain composure. She nodded and walked through the door with him. As soon as they stepped inside, a pungent stench almost made Skylar vomit. However, compared to the shocking sight before her, the smell seemed trivial. They had entered an underwater world. Schools of fish swam through crystal-clear water, surrounded by colorful coral reefs. Small fish darted in and out of the crevices. Unlike earlier horrors, this scene was surprisingly serene. Wow, this place is beautiful. Sharon clutched a bloody eyeball to her chest like a precious treasure. I can't believe such a beautiful secret realm exists. Even the usually stern Darnlingforen reached out playfully to a passing fish, seemingly unaware that her fingers had passed through its abdomen, pulling out internal organs. Skylar watched this horrifying display with a twisted expression. Everly, Skylar, are you feeling unwell? Haroun approached, holding a twisted mass of flesh, biting into it as he spoke. Pus sprayed out, reeking of 10-day-old summer rot. Yet, Haroun continued to eat with relish. Don't come near me, Skylar shouted, unable to control herself. Startled, Haroun froze, and everyone turned to look at Skylar, including the goddess's apparition. She's having trouble controlling her powers because of her injuries, the Grover interjected, shielding Skylar. She's afraid she might hurt you. Ah, I see. Haroun sighed in relief. For a moment, I thought Everly Skylar disliked me. Mr. Randy, don't you want to try some? These little fish are incredibly delicious. Hashtag chapter 460, strange outburst. The Blaine glanced at the lump of flesh writhing in Haroun's hand and, with an unchanging expression, refused. I'm not used to eating raw food. You can have it yourself. What a pity. Only after this minor incident subsided did the shadow withdraw its gaze. Be careful, don't expose yourselves. I'm sorry, I just couldn't accept it at first. Skylar forced herself to swallow, the environment here truly making her feel nauseous. Watching those people who were blissfully unaware of the reality, Skylar couldn't help but shudder internally. If Mr. Randy weren't here, and she had to face such a scene alone, she would surely go mad. Suddenly, a hazy voice appeared in everyone's minds. Pass 3 trials to inherit the legacy of the sea god. The first trial has already begun. Try your best to survive here. With that, the shadow dissipated into the blood-red seawater. Surviving in such a comfortable place doesn't seem like much of a challenge, does it? Haroun was still feasting voraciously, the yellow pus and black-red blood mixing and dripping from his mouth. Perhaps as my ancestors said, the trials are easy for sea races but difficult for other races. Indeed. The others nodded, clearly agreeing with Alfred's analysis. Sea God didn't specify how long we need to survive here. Since it's a trial, I suppose it won't take too long. Let's treat this as a leisure trip. Since there's no danger here, let's split up and explore. Sharon couldn't wait any longer, eager to harvest more large pearls. Agreed. I was thinking the same thing. The trio looked somewhat nervously at the Blaine, unsure if this formidable individual would let them leave. The Blaine smiled slightly. I think splitting up is a good idea. Phew. All three breathed a sigh of relief. Well, we won't disturb you then. Farewell. They bowed respectfully to the Blaine and swam off in different directions. What about us, Mr. Randy? Huron was still eating, his mouth full of minced meat, mumbling indistinctly. The Blaine glanced at Huron. Let's split up and explore around here. That sounds good. As Alfred responded, he unconsciously scratched his body. After Huron and Alfred moved away, Annette also planned to explore nearby. Once everyone left, Glenla quietly approached the Blaine. Mr. Randy, don't you feel something is off here? The Blaine was surprised. It turned out Glenla had also sensed the anomaly. However, he didn't directly confront Glenla. He felt that the shadow hadn't left but was observing them from somewhere. Nope, I think everything here is quite nice, the Blaine replied loudly. Beautiful mountains and waters, stunning scenery, especially those little fish, which look incredibly delicious. I can't resist eating a few. Hearing the Blaine's response, Glenla nodded thoughtfully. Since Mr. Randy says there's nothing wrong, I must be overthinking it. I'll go find Annette. Take care, Mr. Randy. Glenla emphasized the word, take care, and the Blaine nodded, understanding her meaning. Everly Schuyler, what are your plans? If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to stay with Mr. Randy. I have no problem with that. Let's explore a bit too. All right. Schuyler nodded. They began cautiously exploring their surroundings. The environment here was far too strange, and that shadow was still watching them. They couldn't let the shadow know they could see the truth here. Otherwise, who knew what actions that godlike shadow might take? On the other side, Alfred and Huron were roaming freely. To them, this place was paradise. Huron opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, chewing various foods with a crunching sound. His stomach was swollen to its limit, looking ready to burst, but he paid no attention and kept stuffing food into his mouth as if he could never get enough. Alfred used his 8 arms to scratch himself relentlessly. His skin was torn, exposing bloody muscles, yet he didn't stop. His eyes gleamed with pain, and he moaned deeply, seemingly plagued by unbearable itching all over his body. Suddenly, a bizarre creature appeared beside them. Its body was covered in eyeballs and tentacles, looking extremely eerie. It moved slowly, as if searching for something. Unaware of the creature, Huron and Alfred continued eating and scratching. However, the creature's tentacles gradually wrapped around them, binding them tightly. Seemingly oblivious, they persisted in their actions, as if trapped in an invisible cage, unable to break free. They seemed to have lost themselves, no longer sensing their surroundings. The strange creature slowly devoured them, while they felt nothing anymore. Meanwhile, Jerry was fleeing rapidly. As a tiger shark, his speed in water was incredible, yet he kept glancing back, as if something terrifying was chasing him. Suddenly, a fleshy vine covered in eyeballs appeared before him. Jerry reacted swiftly, slicing the vine with his sword. However, the vine slowed him down, and whatever was chasing him had caught up. Hee, why run? Am I not pretty enough? Jerry, why ignore me? Sharon's voice came from behind, startling Jerry. Without hesitation, he swung the whale tiger sword behind him. A flash of light, and Sharon was cut in half by Jerry's sword. But Jerry didn't relax. His large sword swung continuously, chopping Sharon's body into countless pieces. Huff. Breathing heavily, Jerry sheathed his sword. He couldn't understand how Sharon suddenly turned into that monster, covered in growths and eyeballs, impossible to kill, even regenerating instantly from severed limbs. Wah, why do this to me? I just wanted to play with you. Sharon's relentless voice appeared behind Jerry again. Immediately raising his whale tiger sword, Jerry's face turned pale as he saw Sharon right in front of him. Her face twisted, exuding a strange aura. She suddenly lunged at Jerry, grabbing his head tightly with both hands. Jerry felt immense pressure, struggling to break free, but it was futile. Sharon's laughter grew louder, her eyes becoming crazier. Jerry felt his skull nearly crush under the pressure. She stared at him with a sinister smile. Ah! A horrifying scream echoed as Jerry collapsed unconscious once more, leaving a chilling scene behind in the moment of fainting. The last thing he saw was Sharon's grotesque expression, with an eerie smile on her lips. Ha. Sharon twisted her neck unnaturally, like a bizarre puppet controlled by invisible strings. Immediately after, Sharon's body began to wriggle, and numerous fleshy tentacles surged out from within her. The tentacles slithered greedily around Jerry's body, as if they were venomous snakes scenting their prey. They wrapped around him tightly, sucking and feeding blood and flesh back into Sharon's body. Sharon's form gradually swelled, and her head, hands, and feet transformed, eventually morphing into a towering tree. However, the trunk of this tree was made of a single spine, and instead of leaves on its branches, there were countless human faces. How wonderful! The roots of Sharon's tree-like body convulsed spasmodically. She seemed ecstatic, leaping involuntarily while emitting wild, animalistic howls. Ha. Sharon laughed hysterically, tearing at her own branches without restraint. No, don't. A sharp scream erupted from Sharon's mouth. Suddenly, Sharon's branches started to wither, and the faces on them turned into those of ancient elders. The flesh and blood tree appeared drained. Then, atop Sharon, a crimson flower of flesh bloomed. Give it back. Give me my power back. Sharon's voice was weak, like a dying flame. But the transformation did not stop. From the center of the bloody flesh flower, a fruit grew, also composed entirely of flesh. This fruit absorbed Sharon's strength, growing wildly. Yet it still felt too slow, so cracks appeared on its surface, each filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Don't. Ah. As the fruit continued to absorb Sharon's strength, it used its teeth to tear through her body. Blood spurted, bones shattered, and Sharon suffered immense pain. Soon, the fruit fully matured and burst open, releasing pieces of flesh. Crack! A crimson eyeball emerged from the center of the fruit. It slowly rotated, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Jerry, it suddenly widened. Then, the eyeball moved toward Jerry, who lay unconscious on the ground. It opened its maw wide and devoured one of Jerry's eyes before burrowing into his eye socket. Ah, AAA. Even in unconsciousness, Jerry emitted a roar of agony. Elsewhere, Lady Darnell heard Jerry's screams but could not spare any attention. She was now in grave danger herself. For an instant, the divine essence of Xianxia allowed her to see through the surrounding illusions. Although just a brief moment, the aura of Xianxia was detected by the sea god's shadow. Scores of hideous monsters surged up from the seabed, attacking Lady Darnell. These creatures had various fish tails, scales, wings, claws, and tails. Some shot towards the sky, others dived deep into the sea, chaotic and unpredictable. Lavending the charge was a monstrous chief covered in dark red runes. Though it had the appearance of a fish, it possessed human limbs. The chief punched forward violently. Lady Darnell spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back several meters. Her face showed shock. It can even break through the defenses of my Xinjiao body? Roar roar. The monsters roared. Injured, Lady Darnell faced an even fiercer assault. While dodging, she pondered a counter-strategy. Though these creatures were powerful, they remained mere mortals, few in number. Lady Darnell believed her strength could defeat them. However, they exuded a savage and twisted will that ignored her defenses and assimilated her attacks. What should have been a bone-crushing blow only grazed their scales. Trapped in a circle of monsters, unable to escape, Lady Darnell needed to make a decision quickly. Yet she knew these creatures were extremely unintelligent, driven solely by the urge to kill. What should I do? She fretted. At that moment, a spiky-tailed monsterfish leapt towards her. Its size was 10 times larger than ordinary fish, with tail fins spanning 20 to 30 meters. Thud. A crisp sound echoed as the tail fin easily pierced through Lady Darnell's shield and impaled her chest. Roar. Lady Darnell screamed in agony. Chuckle. The monsterfish laughed in a human voice, chilling to the bone. Struggling desperately, Lady Darnell tried to free herself from the spiky-tailed fish, but it clung tightly, rendering her efforts futile. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared. A section of the spiky-tailed fish's tail was severed. Lady Darnell withdrew her sword and took the opportunity to break free from its grip. She immediately stood up, but the spiky-tailed fish lunged at her again, biting down hard on her leg, nearly severing it off. Chapter 461, Forced Apart. At this moment, the sharp-tailed strange fish seemed to have lost control. It was Fun Nu Dalajijur translates more fluently as, it was enraged to the extreme. Revised sentence. At this moment, the sharp-tailed strange fish seemed to have lost control. It was enraged to the extreme. Roar. It howled skyward with fury, its immense roar echoing across the entire sea, churning up monstrous waves. The bizarre flesh on its body suddenly came alive, and it began to merge with the surrounding monsters. Soon, it had restored its body, now as vast as a small island. Its eyes were wide open, staring intently. Kelly felt an overwhelming pressure from the creature. It exuded a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire island. Kelly found her breathing labored. What was this thing? Even a law deity wouldn't reach such a level, right? What are you? Kelly couldn't help but ask. The sharp-tailed strange fish naturally didn't reply. It opened its mouth, spewing a ball of flame that expanded rapidly in the air, covering the entire island in an instant. This time, not only Kelly but also nearby monsters were affected. They let out agonizing cries. The flames contained destructive power. In just 1 second, most of the nearby creatures were dead, leaving only the sharp-tailed strange fish and Kelly floating mid-air. Kelly stared at the monster before her, its towering figure casting a shadow over her. It had enormous wings, and its black skin shimmered with a menacing glow, like a demon descending from hell. Darnell, use my power. I caused you to fall into this situation. It's my fault. Achilles' voice echoed in Kelly's ear. Achille, who initially intended to revive himself through Kelly, understood that if they didn't act, both would die here. I would have done it even without your words. Kelly gritted her teeth. The pain from her wounds nearly unbearable, but she persevered. Knowing she couldn't last much longer, she decided to make a final stand. She grabbed her sword without hesitation, and a powerful force surged from her body, transforming into a beam of green light that instantly enveloped her entire being. Yolka lightning, it cut through the sky. Kelly's sword became transparent, infused with the power of the sea and life. She clenched her teeth, gathering all her strength, and swung the sword towards the monster. A powerful energy was released, like a radiant rainbow striking the beast. The monster let out a blood-curdling roar, the deafening sound sending shivers down the spine. But Kelly didn't stop. Her gaze remained firm and calm, and she swung her sword again. Her strength grew stronger, engulfing the monster like a surging wave. Gabinally, the sharp-tailed strange fish let out a scream as its flesh burst apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing the monster fall, Kelly also lowered her head, her body collapsing onto the ground. Her eyes gradually lost their luster. That final strike had drained all her energy, and now she urgently needed rest. However, the monsters clearly didn't agree. Those already burnt and reduced to mush began writhing and recombining. How is this possible? Kelly looked at the monster in horror, fear and despair filling her eyes. She tried to flee, but something mysterious bound her body, making it impossible to move. Despair gripped her heart as death approached. The monster's body began to slowly restore itself, its twisted form becoming clearer. Its skin was pale like death, and the bone spurs on its body were sharp and dangerous. Its eyes were cold and merciless, looking at her like a worthless insect. Kelly wanted to scream for help, but something choked her throat, preventing her from making a sound. She could only watch helplessly as the monster slowly crawled toward her, her fear reaching its peak. The monster moved slowly but powerfully, each step quickening her heartbeat. Sweat slid down her face, dripping onto the ground. As the monster neared, Kelly could see its sharp teeth and gaping maw. She felt a chilling breath from the monster's mouth, rushing toward her face. Kelly prayed for a miracle, but she forgot that the gods had led her into this predicament. She could only stare wide-eyed as the monster bit into her limbs, tearing her innards and draining her blood. She felt her life slipping away, unable to believe her fate. In comparison, the Blaine side was relatively peaceful, or perhaps too peaceful. How can there be nothing here? The Blaine and Skylar arrived at a sandy area underwater. There were no twisted monsters, no spiky corals, no slimy creatures, nothing unusual except for the foul, blood-red water. It's like the calm before the storm, the Blaine said, snapping his fingers. A small fireball appeared out of nowhere, expanding rapidly into a sun hundreds of meters wide hanging in the sky. Its scorching light illuminated the world, dispelling darkness and revealing everything. You can use fire magic underwater. Skylar exclaimed in surprise. Why should that surprise you? The Blaine tilted his head. It's common sense. There are no fire elements underwater, so it's impossible to use fire magic. Skylar looked at the Blaine oddly. The more she knew him, the more she realized he often did jaw-dropping things with an air of nonchalance. Skylar shook her head. If she talked to him any longer, she might end up going down the same rabbit hole. They continued observing the surroundings. The sand beneath them was darker and thicker, with intricate patterns resembling beautiful jade. Let's go. The Blaine swam forward, guiding Skylar. Swimming was difficult due to the thick, heavy seawater. The Blaine used his mental power to keep Skylar following behind him. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past Skylar. Skylar turned sharply, but saw nothing. When she turned back, the Blaine was gone. Mr. Randy, where are you? Her calls echoed far, but there was no response. Skylar panicked. They were less than an arm's length apart. How could he vanish so quickly? Her mind raced, trying to understand why Randy had disappeared. Randy is so strong. How could anything happen to him? Maybe he encountered some trouble? As she pondered, a sudden pain shot through her waist. She looked down to see a monstrous creature with bared fangs. Without thinking, she struck the creature's head with a palm. Boom! A loud explosion threw Skylar off her feet. She lay prone, legs bent, body curled, eyes wide, expression stiff. A section of her chest appeared caved in, indicating severe internal injuries. She struggled to her feet, coughing up blood. Wiping blood from her lips, she managed to support herself. Where did these monsters come from? Despite her constant vigilance, Skylar hadn't noticed them at all. She had been ambushed by a monster and was severely injured, and Mr. Randy had vanished without a trace. In this eerie deep sea, Skylar's situation was dire. Skylar dared not delay. She struggled to steady her frazzled mind and warily observed her surroundings to prevent any further attacks. Her fists were clenched tightly, muscles taut as she vigilantly monitored every movement around her. Suddenly, Skylar felt a chill on her right shoulder, as if something cold and slimy had touched her. Skylar swiftly raised her arm, grabbing the tentacle. The tentacle was short, barely over 3 feet long, yet it was surprisingly resilient. Struggling with all her might, Skylar managed to pull her hand free, allowing the tentacle to retreat. Skylar leaped backward, dodging the eerie tentacle. She saw that where the previous tentacle had disappeared, another one emerged, this time nearly half a dozen feet long. Their tails stretched forward like whips, extending aggressively. Damn, where are these monsters coming from? Skylar cursed in frustration, unwilling to give up as she struck at the tentacles with both fists. Though powerful, her injuries limited her strength. Gradually, she was forced into a defensive position, taking hits she could not avoid. This won't do. I need to find a way out. While fighting, Skylar thought of a possible escape plan. With no other options, Skylar extended her fingers, gently touching the green gem on her chest. A gentle marine power instantly enveloped her entire body. Her lower half transformed into a shimmering golden-red fish tail reminiscent of a sunset. At least we're in a small world. There's no need to worry about those damned mermaids discovering me. Reverting to her mermaid form, Skylar's power surged. Dense marine spiritual energy engulfed her, turning the crimson water around her into a clear, light blue. Roar! Caught off guard, the monster hadn't expected this move and was grabbed by Skylar's magic. Crack! The monster's tentacle snapped under Skylar's sheer magical force, blood spurting everywhere. Roar! The monster howled in rage. With renewed vigor, Skylar tore the monster in half. Its cries gradually faded as it fell into the depths, leaving only dark red blood floating on the surface, a testament to the fierce battle. Huff! Exhaling deeply, Skylar reverted to human form as the marine spiritual energy dissipated. Mr. Randy, where are you? Skylar continued searching for the Blaine, unaware that he was already in grave trouble. Let's rewind to when they first entered this blood-red sea. The Blaine used his mental power to guide Skylar as they explored this pitch-black, crimson ocean. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Though his mental link to Skylar remained, there had been no movement from her end for some time. Deciding to look back, the sight made him jump. What followed wasn't Skylar but a bloated corpse facing him. The stench hit him, causing him to gag. The foul substances from the corpse clung to his clothes and skin, turning his attire black and tattered. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Enduring the unbearable stench, the Blaine swam frantically. Suddenly, he felt a cold, wet tentacle emerge from the corpse's belly, wrapping around his spine. Every hair on his body stood on end, goosebumps covering him. Ah! He screamed in terror, but to no avail. The creature seemed to enjoy his cries, entangling him even more fervently. Its tentacles tightened, immobilizing him. Bastard, let me go. He struggled desperately but found his legs powerless. Ha ha ha. Behind him, the creature laughed triumphantly. This must be heaven's favor. You're filled with pure magic and the scent of soul. Exquisite. Far better than those girls. Who are you? Why have you become this? The Blaine asked. Himph. Ignoring his question, the creature tightened its hold. The Blaine felt a crushing pressure on his throat, making it hard to breathe, everything going dark. Cough, cough. He spat out lungfuls of seawater. His face flushed, eyes bloodshot, teetering on tears. Struggling to catch his breath, he shook his head, trying to stay alert. Yet, the creature's tentacles held firm, offering no chance of escape. Damn! He cursed vehemently. Chapter 462. From the Abyss. Ha ha ha. Casper heard the eerie and terrifying laughter of the monster. Human Grover, I told you before, you can never escape from my palm. Surrender and become my food obediently. As the monster finished speaking, the tentacle that had already wrapped around Angus's neck suddenly constricted fiercely, nearly breaking his neck. Casper struggled desperately, but his body wouldn't listen to him at all. He couldn't muster any strength. In despair, Angus closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. However, the monster soon discovered that its tentacles couldn't snap Angus's slender neck. What's happening? Heh, I was just fooling with you. Did you really think you could kill me? Casper grinned wickedly as he looked at the monster hiding inside the decaying corpse. How? How is this possible? The monster's voice trembled slightly. Why not? I initially thought you were like those mindless monsters who only know how to devour and slaughter, but it turns out I've encountered a creature that can communicate. I won't let you off easily. Having said that, Angus grabbed the monster's tentacle and yanked it out from the decaying corpse's belly. No! The monster screamed in terror as it was pulled out by Angus. It was a bizarre creature with a human-like head sprouting 8 tentacles, resembling an octopus somewhat, or rather, it was like a larger version of a giant octopus. Human, let me go. The monster's tentacles waved frantically, trying to free itself from Angus's grip. Casper sneered as he watched it, then lifted his foot to stamp on the monster's grotesque forehead while looking down at it. The look in Angus's eyes turned icy cold. You insolent creature, do you want me to chop you up and feed you to dogs? Imph, don't threaten me with such talk. Do you think you're worthy? You think you can defeat me? Let me tell you, I'm... Slap. Before the monster could finish, Angus raised his hand and slapped the monster. Gabive clear finger marks immediately appeared on its distorted face. Wow, you dare hit me. I'm a noble abyss lord. The monster's tentacles danced wildly, attempting to strike Angus dead on the spot. Unfortunately, Angus's skills were extraordinary, effortlessly dodging the monster's attacks every time. Abyss lord? Casper narrowed his eyes. You monsters actually have names? Hey, aren't you confusing me with those deformed creatures? The self-proclaimed abyss lord protested indignantly. Yolston carefully. I am a noble abyss lord from the depths, a superior being compared to your lowly humans. I am not comparable to those mindless, eroding monsters. So Grover, if you know what's good for you, submit and be eaten by me. Otherwise, I will tear your soul apart and smelt it for 1,000 years. Hearing the monster's words, Angus laughed outright. He released the pressure from his foot on the monster and said, Didn't you want to smelt my soul? Go ahead. I'll give you the chance. If you can smelt my soul, my body is yours to eat. What did you say? The monster asked, astonished. I said, if you can smelt my soul, my body belongs to you. Casper spoke calmly. Good. The monster was incredibly excited. Since you're willing to sacrifice your life to become my power, then I'll grant your wish. The monster gloated at Angus. I'll make you regret it. Oh, really? Casper smiled provocatively. Why don't you try? The monster's humanoid head revealed a sinister smile, releasing a bone-chilling aura from within. Feeling the chill, Angus involuntarily shivered. How about it? My soul-binding secret technique is unmatched in the world. Have you already started? Casper looked at the vein-popping monster with a peculiar expression. Humph, scared now? Huh. Can you already feel the pain of your soul being torn apart? Don't worry, I'll take my time and let you fully experience this excruciating pain. This is the price you pay for being so arrogant. Slap. Casper raised his hand again and slapped the monster across the face. Now, the monster was dumbfounded. How can you still move? Don't tell me, that was the best of your soul-binding techniques. The corner of Angus's mouth twitched. Other than feeling a chill, he felt nothing, not even the slightest sensation of having his soul torn apart as the monster had claimed. This can't be. A mere human, how can you resist my soul-binding technique? The monster roared ferociously. It must be because I was careless earlier and didn't use full power. This time, with full power, watch me rip your soul apart. Veins on the monster's head bulged like twisted worms, its face turning red, clearly using all its might. However, this time Angus didn't even feel a chill, only a light touch on his forehead. Then nothing happened. Ha ha, Grover. This time I'll rip your soul to pieces directly. Feel the despair. The monster yelled fiercely. How are you still unharmed? The monster was completely stupefied. It noticed Angus looking at it, as if it were intellectually impaired. Forget it, you can go. I shouldn't trouble a minor minion like you. Surviving here must be tough for a minor minion. Casper sighed and turned to leave. Wait, stinking Grover. Stop there. I'm not a minor minion. I'm the mighty abyss lord that traverses countless worlds. Countless beings' deepest fears manifest through me, making worlds suffer and igniting wars on the world tree. My name is the most terrifying story. My presence is the symbol of death. Legends about me are spread throughout all worlds, even inscribed on the world tree's trunk. The monster followed behind Angus, incessantly ranting. Casper ignored it, continuing his search for Skylar. But the monster kept following, babbling nonsensical titles. Annoyed beyond measure, Angus turned, frowning. If you're so powerful, why can't you even defeat me? Cough, cough. That's because, without my physical body, I can only use simple mental attacks. Otherwise, do you think you could still talk to me like this? If I had my body, One glance from me would crush you 10,000 times. Casper rolled his eyes, dismissing the monster's boasting. Real powerhouses, even with just a remnant soul, could still wreak havoc. This guy seemed incapable of anything besides blustering. Why can't you even harm my soul? Well, I don't know. The monster's face showed confusion. It couldn't understand why it couldn't kill a mere human. Had it really deteriorated to this point? Forget it, I don't want to waste time on you. Stop following me, or I'll crush your head. Casper shook his head, finding the monster extremely annoying. Wait, you're not from this world, right? Casper paused, his eyes narrowing dangerously at the monster. How do you know that? Hee, believe me now. I really am an Abyss Lord. There's a reason for my current state. Tell me, what else do you know? Casper grabbed the monster, pointing his sword at its brow. If he applied just a bit of force, he could turn the creature's brain into mush. I know plenty. Do you want to know about the taste of the essence spirits in the Xuanhuan realm, or the flavor of exotic beasts in Yongning State? Not interested? No problem. I still have plenty more information. Stop playing dumb. Casper squeezed harder on the monster's head. You know what I'm asking. Calm down, Grover. It's been so long since I've had a decent chat. Earlier, everyone I encountered either went insane the moment they saw me, or were mindless fanatics chanting divine names. Oh, right, there was that little Dominique. That kid was interesting. She even invited me for drinks once. Haven't seen her in over a decade. Wonder if she's still alive. The creature's mouth wouldn't stop, as if it had consumed 5 pounds of laxatives. Casper's mouth twitched. He was seriously considering sealing this chatterbox's head underwater. Cough, cough. Noticing the look on Angus's face, the creature guessed his thoughts and quickly interrupted itself. I've traveled more worlds than you've eaten rice. I knew your soul tasted different from anyone else's. Speaking of souls. Seeing the creature was about to ramble again, Angus swiftly cut him off. What is the Abyss? And what about those twisted monsters? Heh, Grover, now you believe me? The monster grinned. I wouldn't be talking so much to just anyone, but you, Grover, are special. There must be some unique connection between us. Cough, cough. Hands off. Let me tell you about the Abyss. Boy, do you understand what this world truly is? This world. Not just this small realm, but the entire multiverse. Casper paused to recall. Countless world bubbles connected by the world tree, with this being one of them. You're not from around here, alright? People here still think this world was created by some Yolith. Haha, what a joke. No creature has the power to create a world, the monster said, showing utter disdain for this world's creator, Yolith. All worlds were born from the world tree, at least, that's what most scholars believe. Actually, that's not entirely correct because the Abyss wasn't created by the world tree. It is the world tree. What? To be precise, the Abyss is part of the world tree, or at least it used to be. Eons ago, this universe was only chaos. All matter, energy, and elements mixed together haphazardly. Until the world tree emerged, bringing order to this chaos. Instinctively, the world tree organized the chaos, categorizing all existence and introducing order to this universe. But it soon realized that some entities, even given order, would quickly revert to chaos and affect the newborn order around them. So it found a solution. It absorbed these chaotic entities into its body, restraining them within. Free from their interference, the world tree rapidly created one world after another. It continues doing so even today. However, during a creation process eons ago, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the world tree transformed part of its body along with those chaos-inclined entities into an incredibly vast world, the original form of the Abyss. Because the raw material for creating the Abyss was inherently chaotic, the whole region exhibits extreme disorder, including its inhabitants. Unlike other worlds with defined boundaries, the Abyss flows like water throughout the multiverse, connecting almost every world via passages. We travel between worlds through these passages. Though the monster didn't say it outright, from his earlier statements, Angus understood their main purpose for traveling through worlds was to feast on their inhabitants. Creatures from other worlds call us demons, devils, evil spirits, among others. The monster struck a pose. I am the apex of all abyssal beings, an Abyss Lord, born from countless repressed fears. I am the epitome of... Okay, enough, I heard that already. Casper hastily stopped the narcissist's introduction. So, those twisted monsters are also products of the Abyss? No. The monster's expression turned grave. Those things are not products of the Abyss. Its eyes looked far away, as if reminiscing about distant times. The essence of the Abyss tends toward chaos, but this chaos refers to the primordial chaos from which the world tree was born. Those entities, however, are fundamentally disorderly, completely unordered. Although uncertain, I suspect they originate from beyond the world. Beyond the world? Casper was puzzled. Small worlds exist within larger worlds, and beyond those are even greater realms. Infinite layers of worlds stacked upon each other make up the true infinity. Chapter 463, Skylar encounters danger. The creature's eyes suddenly became very profound, the wisdom contained within them astonishing the Blaine. He never expected that this monster born from chaos could possess such depth. While Angus was conversing with the creature, Skylar found herself in a bitter struggle. She was deep in the ocean, surrounded by blood-red waters that surged wildly as if ready to swallow her whole. The water tossed her body around mercilessly, like a leaf drifting on the surface of the sea. However, numerous tentacled monsters surrounded her, circling her repeatedly like ants probing for food. Skylar took a deep breath, preparing to face the monster's onslaught. Her fists instantly turned silver-white, flashing like lightning as they shot towards the creatures. With each muffled impact, the monsters' bodies began to rupture, and the seawater filled with the heavy stench of blood. Yet, Skylar's fists bore deep wounds as well, cuts so deep that bone was visible, blood gushing out, forming red streaks in the water. Sweat covered her face, but her gaze remained resolute, as if telling herself she must hold on until the end. Gradually, Skylar felt her strength waning, her legs becoming weak and unsteady. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaped upward like a flying fish, her body emitting a dazzling light as she charged towards the surface of the sea. The moment Skylar's legs left the seabed, all the tentacled monsters recoiled in terror, seemingly awestruck by her bravery. However, these twisted beings had no real emotions. The tentacled creatures writhed their mutated bodies and swiftly pursued Skylar. Seeing the monsters take the bait, Skylar smiled. She had been waiting for them, having conserved her strength for this moment. Suddenly, Skylar halted, her eyes fixed on the distance. She sensed something watching her. A powerful force swept across her body, making it shudder uncontrollably. What was it? Why did it evoke an instinctual fear? Hee. A strange sound came from where Skylar was staring. It sounded like a person being strangled, barely able to emit a moan. Skylar didn't dare relax, using every second to regain her composure and heal her wounds. However, the opponent lurking in the shadows clearly didn't want to give Skylar this time. A furious sword energy surged towards her. Skylar's pupils contracted sharply. Her flexible waist bent backward, her upper body parallel to the seafloor, barely dodging the lethal sword energy. This sword energy, Jerry? From the distant shadow, a familiar figure slowly emerged. It was Jerry, who had split from the group earlier. However, he now swam in an incredibly bizarre manner, holding his Orca Slayer sword. When Jerry approached, Skylar noticed how emaciated he had become, drastically different from the once robust elder. But the most eerie aspect was the large eyeball on his face. That blood-red eyeball seemed almost ready to tear open his entire face. It kept moving, searching for prey. Hee. That strange noise came from Jerry's mouth again. Suddenly, the red eye looked straight at Skylar, filling her with intense dread. She waved her hand vigorously, causing a massive wave to crash into Jerry, hurling him far away. But he merely used his arm to shield his head and chest, then stood up again in the middle of the sea. His eyeball continued to move, fixating on Skylar once more. Skylar frowned. What's wrong with him? Has he lost his mind? Jerry's lips moved, emitting a series of odd sounds. His flippers struck the water, splashing wildly. Then his form accelerated, transforming into a blur in the sea, lunging directly at Skylar. At this moment, his speed was much faster, like a second burst of energy had kicked in. Skylar kicked hard with her legs, retreating rapidly while raising her palm, releasing a silver-white palm wind that tore through Jerry's shoulder. But Jerry showed no reaction, as if the injury wasn't even his. His left arm swung powerfully, detaching the wounded limb, which flew towards Skylar with alarming speed. Skylar gasped in shock. The sharp nails were inches away from her throat, ready to pierce through. Gritting her teeth, Skylar swung her right arm forward, smashing the limb to pieces. However, she didn't relax, for the severed arm regrew and attacked her again, dripping with blood. Skylar realized that this was no longer Jerry. Something had taken over his body, turning him into a mere shell. Skylar raised her left hand to block the severed arm's attack, but forgot that her right arm was now vulnerable. As her left arm blocked the attack, a glint of cold steel silently sliced through. Thump! Skylar's other arm was cleanly severed, leaving a bloody mess. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Jerry's third arm, sprouting from his shoulder, stabbed into Skylar's abdomen. Large amounts of dark red, tainted blood flowed into Skylar's body, gnawing at her insides like parasites. Ah! Skylar couldn't help but scream in pain, feeling her soul being torn apart by some force. Even she found it unbearable. Not just Skylar, but those observing nearby also felt a chill run through their bodies, a mysterious force seeping in and suppressing their magic and soul power. Skylar ignored everything else, desperately needing to break free from that force. She knew she couldn't sit idly, or she would end up like Jerry. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from her chest. Jerry was instantly pushed away by a formidable force. Thankfully, this force also expelled the tainted blood from her body. Skylar knew the sea mystic treasure was protecting her. Yet, its power was nearly depleted. When Queen Xianxia discovered the sea mystic treasure, much of its power had already faded. Queen Xianxia had used its remaining power to reshape her body. Now, the treasure might not have enough power to save her again. Skylar bit her lip. She had to be cautious and not let Jerry hurt her further. Hee. The repelled Jerry quickly returned, his body showing even more mutations. Another head grotesquely grew from his chest, recognizable yet twisted. It was Sharon. Skylar didn't understand why the two were merged in such a horrifying way, but it didn't matter now. Skylar clenched her fists, gathering the last remnants of silver-white light. This was her final magic. If she couldn't defeat the creature before her, death was inevitable. Boom! A series of intense ripples spread out, shaking the surrounding sea. Skylar's fists fiercely pounded toward Jerry. Jerry's face contorted grotesquely, his body swelling several times its original size in an instant, like a monstrous beast. Roar! He let out a low, guttural growl, then extended his clawed hand, reaching out toward Skylar. Skylar's fists collided with Jerry, sparks flying from the impact. Her body was sent flying by Jerry's sharp claws, sliding far through the ocean. However, Skylar remained unharmed, because the green glow emanating from her chest had deflected Jerry's claws. But it seemed to be the sea mystic treasure's last remaining power, now dim and faded like an ordinary stone. Though Jerry showed no facial expression, the red eyeball on his face radiated a violent, chaotic aura. His arm regenerated immediately, and once more, he charged at Skylar, aiming his claws at her throat. This time, Skylar couldn't block it. The claws slashed across her throat, a trail of bright red blood streaming down. Skylar struggled to cover the wound. Her vision began to blur. So, I really can't do it. Just before she lost consciousness, the surroundings suddenly distorted, and a familiar figure appeared behind Skylar. Indeed, you've been surviving all these years using spatial folding? What do you mean surviving? This is called conserving strength. As an Abyss Lord, I embody countless creatures' most repressed fears. Enough, I've heard that line countless times. Now shut up, or you'll spend eternity under this seabed. Who was he talking to? Seeing the Blaine silhouette, Skylar felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Because she knew, as long as he was there, no matter how strong the enemy, he would handle it. Skylar closed her eyes, falling into a peaceful unconsciousness. Hey, have you seen such a monster before? I told you countless times, don't call me Hey. You can call me Lord Abyss, or my human name Glenn, but don't call me Hey. I'm not some common soldier. So, do you know what that thing is? Facing the grotesquely enlarged Jerry, the Blaine and the single-headed Glenn showed no fear. Of course, I recognize it. This type of monster excels at parasitizing other creatures. Be careful not to get hurt, or it will plant seeds inside you, absorbing your energy to grow. Eventually, you'll end up like them. Was it this kind of monster that infected you back then? Of course not. Glenn retorted irritably. How could a creature of my level be infested by such riffraff? The monster that invaded me was 10,000. No, 1,000,000 times more terrifying. The Blaine flicked his wrist, already accustomed to Glenn's boasting. Apart from bragging and possessing a head full of strange knowledge, this disembodied head was utterly useless. Since it's just riffraff, let's end this quickly. Be careful, kid. To me, they're riffraff, but for you, monsters of this level are still formidable. The Blaine paid no heed to Glenn's warning. He drew the curved blade made from ant mandibles and charged at the monster. The blade looked plain, merely processed ant mouthparts without even a glint of steel, yet its presence caused Glenn to glance sidelong. What is this kid's background? The Blaine swung the blade, aiming for Jerry's neck. Jerry reacted swiftly, shifting his body to avoid the blade. But the Blaine moved like a wraith, following up with several rapid strikes. Each strike left another wound on Jerry's body. Gabbinally, the Blaine seized an opportunity, cutting off one of Jerry's arms and simultaneously kicking him in the abdomen. Jerry's belly caved inward, his whole body bowing like a shrimp as a gush of black blood spewed from his mouth. Is that all? Careful, kid. If you don't remove the seed from his body, he won't die. Hee. As Glenn spoke, the possessed Jerry took advantage of the Blaine's momentary lapse and slashed at his neck with the Orca Slayer. Although Jerry's consciousness was gone, his swordsmanship had been completely inherited by the monster. This slash was so precise that even a sword saint would have been hard-pressed to dodge it. Clang! The sound of metal rang out. Incredibly, the Blaine managed to reverse the blade in mere inches, deflecting Jerry's fatal strike with his long knife. Not bad, the Blaine praised, then lifted his leg and kicked Jerry's head. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Jerry's forehead, causing his hideous head to explode like a watermelon. The blood-red eyeball flew out, moving without hesitation. Taking advantage of the blood mist still lingering, it extended its thin tentacles towards the Blaine's face. Its speed was so fast that even the fastest fish in the sea couldn't keep up. Chapter 464. Glenla goes berserk. Just as Angus was about to be parasitized, a slender hand directly grabbed the blood-red eyeball. You think you can parasitize me? Dream on, Angus sneered, his expression one of disdain. Despite the eyeball's incredible speed, it was still too slow in front of him. Idiot, don't touch it with your hands. Glenn's urgent voice sounded. Just touching it allows it to parasitize you. Glenn frowned deeply. He had initially held high hopes for this Blaine, but did not expect him to be so reckless. It's all over now. Casper would soon be parasitized, and it appeared he wouldn't be able to escape from here either. Is that so? Then let it try, said Angus with a slight smile. With a light sound of a squish, he crushed the blood-red eyeball with his hand. Glenn stared at Angus in shock. How were you not parasitized? Casper smiled faintly and casually flicked off the bloodstains from his hand. Didn't you say this monster only parasitizes living beings? Seeing the puzzled look on Glenn's face, Angus did not explain further. Instead, he turned around and gently picked up the unconscious Skylar. Let's go. We have a few friends here. I wonder how they are doing. Wait for me. Glenn waved his tentacles and swam towards the headless body of Jerry. Since you're already dead, let me borrow this body. Glenn's tentacles transformed into silver needles, firmly attaching his head to Jerry's body. A bit old, but it'll do. Glenn tested out his new body, his muscles rapidly moving until they seamlessly merged with his head. Hundreds of miles away in the coral reef area, Zhu Zhen's eyes blazed red. This Dominique warrior wielded 6 weapons, causing destruction indiscriminately. From a distance, Glenla could only watch helplessly as Annette spiraled into madness. Glenla felt her own emotions growing unstable. She feared that if she intervened, she might harm Annette. Yoltal Randy, come back quickly. If it gets any later, I might lose control too. Glenla clenched her teeth tightly, her entire body taut as she fought to suppress the urge to destroy everything. Following Angus's suggestion, she hadn't eaten or touched anything. Yet, the consciousness within the seawater still affected her mind. Annette, weaker than Glenla, was fully under its control, utterly consumed by madness. Her weapons swung wildly, her screams piercing and frenzied, tearing through everything around her. Unfortunately, disaster didn't come alone. A monstrous creature covered in sharp spines, resembling a blood-red sea urchin, crept closer. Glenla breathed dragon fire, trying to stop the creature, but her chaotic will made her breath unstable, and before she could strike the monster, the water extinguished the flames. Annette's condition worsened by the minute, her body trembling violently. The madness in her eyes grew more intense. Glenla realized that without quickly dealing with the creature, both she and Annette would be in grave danger. Deciding not to hold back, Glenla transformed into her dragon form. Standing amidst the coral reefs, her towering dragon figure exuded an aura of power and majesty. Her scales shimmered with a silvery glow like pearls. Broderick light pierced through the crimson waters, illuminating her in a spectacular and mysterious light. Drawing a deep breath, Glenla prepared to attack. Thunderous power gathered at her claws. She stared at the spiky creature before her, which emitted a foul odor. Without hesitation, she lunged, her claws striking the creature. A bolt of searing lightning erupted from her claws, instantly hitting the creature. The massive energy burst shook the entire seabed, but just as Glinla thought she had won, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Black-red blood surged from the creature, wrapping around Glinla like a snake and biting into her flesh, swiftly infiltrating her bloodstream. Her body began to tremble, agony spreading across her beautiful features. She tried to resist, but the maddening influence grew stronger. Her gaze lost focus, reason completely eroded. She started tearing at her own body, blood dripping from her mouth. Her cries became shrill and chaotic, like a wounded beast. No longer the majestic dragon, she was now a monstrous being driven mad. When Angus arrived, he saw Glinla about to tear Annette apart. Glinla's black-red scales seemed to ripple beneath her skin. Her once clear dragon eyes were now bloodshot, filled with nothing but madness. Casper moved swiftly, appearing before Annette. His pale hands looked small compared to Glinla's menacing dragon claws. Yet, those small hands halted Glinla's advance. Annette, go to Skylar and the others. I'll stop Glinla. Gar. In response, a mouthful of sharp teeth snapped at him. Annette bit down on Angus's shoulder. Red saliva dripped from her mouth. Yolka, a rabid dog. Annette shook her head wildly, trying to tear a piece of flesh from Angus. Despite her efforts, her sharp teeth failed to penetrate his skin. At least this body is strong enough to protect me, Angus remarked. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoved Glinla several feet away. Turning swiftly, he pinched Annette's neck, rendering her body limp. He handed the unconscious Annette to Glenn. Watch over her. Bah, you want me to be a babysitter? You want to deal with Glinla instead? Glenn glanced at the fierce dragon in the distance. Never mind, I'll babysit. A laughable situation indeed. In his prime, he could swallow 10 of such lizards in one gulp. Now, he was reduced to borrowing a body. A tiger fallen on hard times, Glenn sighed, then dragged the two unconscious women far away to watch Angus battle Glinla. Casper decisively discarded his longsword, dodging Glinla's claw. His finger sword slashed, cutting off several bone spines from her back. Glinla was now completely lost to madness. Her eyes were lifeless, hollow, and terrifying. Once noble and silver, her body was now covered in grotesque bone spines, looking like a demonic entity. The black-red scales spread across her, consuming the original silver, radiating an eerie light. Proud and majestic, Glinla's dragon form was now a horrifying and evil presence. Suddenly, Glinla attacked first, exhaling a noxious, black dragon breath that slithered towards Angus like a serpent. He deftly evaded the attack, avoiding the poisonous breath and slashing at Glinla's chest. The impact rang loudly. Casper's sword hit Glinla's scales, producing a harsh metallic clang. But black mud emerged from between Glinla's scales, wrapping around Angus's sword, immobilizing it. Without hesitation, Angus abandoned the entangled sword, dodging Glinla's sharp claws. His finger sword flashed, slicing through several of Glinla's bone spines with precision. Blood spurted out, and Glinla let out a painful roar. Her massive body shook violently but did not fall. The cruel and berserk Glinla launched another attack. She mustered all her strength, lunging at Angus with the intention of tearing him to shreds. Casper calmly faced Glinla's onslaught. His eyes remained calm as he prepared for this round of attacks. He steadied himself, dodging deftly, while swinging another longsword to meet Glinla's claws. Sparks flew when the longsword and claws clashed, producing a loud metallic clang. Casper successfully deflected Glinla's attack, using the impact's force to deliver a powerful kick to her abdomen. Glinla screamed in agony, her figure retreating several steps, leaving a trail in the water due to her incredible speed. However, Angus saw his chance and swiftly pursued. His longsword danced like lightning, striking Glinla's body repeatedly. Each strike hit her weak points accurately, blood splashing out as deep wounds appeared on her body. She screamed in pain but continued struggling, trying desperately to break free from Angus's relentless assault. Had this been an ordinary battle, Angus could have easily slain Glinla by now. However, Glinla was only temporarily under the control of a Funkong consciousness. Note, the term Funkong seems to be left untranslated. For better fluency and coherence in English, it should be translated. Please let me know if you would like me to provide a translation for Funkong, or if you have a specific term in mind. If we translate Funkong, the sentence would read, had this been an ordinary battle, Angus could have easily slain Glinla by now. However, Glinla was only temporarily under the control of a Funkong consciousness. Revised with translation, had this been an ordinary battle, Angus could have easily slain Glinla by now. However, Glinla was only temporarily under the control of a Funkong consciousness. Revised properly, had this been an ordinary battle, Angus could have easily slain Glinla by now. However, Glinla was only temporarily under the control of a deranged consciousness. Casper couldn't afford to use lethal force, which made him somewhat hesitant and almost got him injured several times. Move a little to the left. Hey, what's wrong with your waist? Is your neck welded shut? Glenn observed the battle between Angus and Glinla, criticizing Angus's techniques relentlessly. Despite his scathing comments, Glenn was inwardly astonished by Angus's combat awareness, which was terrifyingly strong for someone his age. Even by the most critical standards, Angus's fighting skills were commendable. Yet, Glenn didn't have much hope for Angus. While it seemed Angus had the upper hand, Glenn could already see signs of defeat. Casper's attacks had left many wounds on Glinla, but under the influence of the frenzied consciousness, she was rapidly healing those injuries at the cost of her own vitality. Meanwhile, Angus was depleting his energy reserves. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Angus succumbed. As expected, just as Glenn predicted, Angus made a mistake. He was struck hard by Glinla's dragon tail on his waist. He felt a sharp numbness and was flung hundreds of feet away. Casper furrowed his brow, lost in thought. This situation couldn't continue. He needed to find a way to control Glinla and expel the Fengkong blood within her. Revision. Casper furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If this continued, it would end badly. He had to find a way to restrain Glinla and purge the Fengkong blood from her body. Note: for better fluency and natural reading, I made slight adjustments in phrasing while ensuring the original meaning is retained. However, Fengkong seems out of place as it's not translated. It should be madness or insane. Here is a more refined version. Casper furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If this continued, it would end badly. He had to find a way to restrain Glinla and purge the madness from her body. Otherwise, Glinla would eventually be completely controlled by madness. But Glinla gave him no time to think. Her muscles swelled several times, transforming her slender, elegant dragon form into something bull-like. Moreover, her eyes began to bulge, and red saliva dripped from her mouth. No! Glyn shouted. Boy, quickly find a way to stop her. She's about to self-destruct. Startled, Angus hesitated briefly as he watched Glinla's suffering. Forgive me. Casper rushed towards Glinla's abdomen. With a swift sword finger, he split open a man-sized wound. He then slipped into the wound. Inside Glinla's body, chaos reigned. Black-red sludge and silver-white light points engaged in intense combat. The silver-white light points flickered feebly like distant stars, striving to reclaim Glinla's heart, the crucial territory. Meanwhile, the black sludge surged like an unrelenting flood, ready to engulf this pure domain. In her mind, Glinla's eyes were tightly closed as she sensed the turmoil and agony within. Her body trembled slightly, as if waging a life-and-death struggle against herself. Her hands clenched so hard that her knuckles turned white, yet she couldn't fend off the black sludge's assault on her heart. Inside her, the silver-white light points stubbornly flashed, emitting a pure aura, as if countless stars cheered her on. They expanded their territory, trying to push back the black sludge. But the black sludge was like a destructive beast, spreading and entangling the silver-white light points, attempting to swallow them whole. The black sludge emitted a thick stench, reminiscent of a dead swamp, chilling one to the bone. Glinla's body began to shake more violently. She bit her lip in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her complexion was deathly pale, yet determination shone in her brows. She knew she couldn't give up. She had to fight to the end. Suddenly, a firm resolve flashed in her eyes. She stretched her arms wide as if embracing the light from above. The silver-white light points inside her body grew brighter, initiating the final showdown with the black sludge. Her body convulsed sharply as if struck by a tremendous force. She felt her heart jolt suddenly, and then a warm, pure power surged from it, spreading rapidly. The black sludge was instantly repelled and dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 465, Escape. Madeline's body instantly felt lighter, and she experienced an unprecedented sense of peace. She slowly opened her eyes, curious about the origin of the mysterious force within her. It was then that Madeline realized she was lying side by side with the Blaine. Beside them, a man she didn't recognize was scolding Angus. You were way too reckless. Using your soul power to counteract that level of chaotic consciousness, aren't you afraid of turning yourself into an idiot? Just tell me if it worked in the end. Even if it did, it was only due to luck. Hearing the conversation between the two men beside her, Madeline couldn't help but feel touched. After all these years of hearing sweet words, this was the first time she encountered someone who truly risked their life for her. They weren't even close friends. Madeline turned her head to look at Angus's handsome profile. This Blaine really had his own unique charm. Hurry up, you made such a commotion just now. The monsters will gather again soon. Let me rest a bit more. It wasn't that Angus didn't want to get up. His puppet body was entirely controlled by his soul energy. He had expended too much of it trying to dispel the madness in Madeline and Annette, leaving him unable to move now. Don't expect me to carry all four of you if the monsters come back. Ignacio found a spot to sit down when he saw Angus really couldn't get up. When does this trial ever end? Trial? Kid, you've been tricked by that thing, Ignacio sneered. Huh. That creature tricked you all in here to devour you, and use your strength to break the seal left by the Kaylee. You mean there's no real trial here? No, Ignacio shook his head. The Kaylee's trial does exist, but not here. This place used to be the Kaylee's divine realm, but countless years ago, it began being eroded by that consciousness. By now, the entire realm is probably infected. After hearing Ignacio's words, Angus frowned. How can we get out of here then? I wish I knew. I've been trapped here for thousands of years. Wait, Angus suddenly noticed something. You mean the Kaylee's divine realm has been infected since thousands of years ago? Yes, ever since the abyss collapsed and I was forcibly transferred to this world, it has already been like this. For thousands of years, no one has ever left here. Does that mean we're going to die here? No, someone did leave. Veronica woke up and overheard their conversation. Queen Marigold came here once and took someone out from here. Veronica unclasped a gemstone around her neck that had lost its luster. Is this a treasure of the Kaylee? Ignacio looked at the gemstone in surprise. No wonder I haven't seen it in years. So it was taken away. Since Queen Marigold could leave, we should be able to as well. Marigold? Is that the little Dominique girl with 10 arms? You met Queen Marigold? Veronica asked Ignacio excitedly. Indeed, I met her decades ago. She said she wanted to find a crystal palace and would invite me for a drink if she succeeded. I don't know if she did. Oh. Veronica's expression turned disappointed. She had hoped to find clues about Queen Marigold from Ignacio, but it seemed Ignacio had met her only when Marigold took the goddess's treasure. Brat, can you move yet? Barely. What's up? We need to run. Following Ignacio's gaze, Angus saw numerous monstrous figures gathering quickly toward them. He immediately flipped up. Let's go. We have to leave now. Casper pulled Madeline and rushed forward. Hey, slow down. Though they ran together, they were all injured, making it impossible to shake off the pursuers. Gabinally, they reached the foot of a submarine volcano where the monsters paused momentarily before resuming their attack. "We're cornered," Ignacio shouted while fending off the monsters. "My strength hasn't recovered yet. Why did you stop, kid?" There's no path ahead. A chasm lay before them, leading only into endless darkness. They had reached the edge of the divine realm. "Watch out." Madeline pushed Angus aside and blocked a charging monster with her dragonclaw dagger. The weakened youth fell to the ground. Madeline fought fiercely, her blood splattering onto Angus's clothes. Gradually retreating to Angus's side, she noticed he was staring at her blankly. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you scared, stupid?" Casper's focus returned. "No, I'm looking behind you. I have an idea to lose these guys." Casper stood up, a bold plan forming in his mind. "Run ahead. I'll catch up later." "Run? Where? There's no way out." Ignoring Ignacio's shouts, Angus charged into the swarm of monsters. His actions drew most of the creatures' attention, opening a gap in their formation. Ignacio led the charge through the gap. Madeline and Veronica glanced at Angus hesitantly but decided to trust him. Once Ignacio and the others had escaped, Angus smiled. "Chasing me comes at a cost." A faint blue glow enveloped him, and dense water elements propelled him forward, increasing his speed significantly. The monsters lagged far behind. However, he didn't choose to flee. He knew they would continue pursuing if he left now. Instead, he led them toward the volcano crater. The volcanic vent emitted eerie red light like a sleeping giant. Huge bubbles surged upwards, carrying unimaginable force and energy. Arriving near the vent, the scene chilled everyone to the bone. Thick smoke and the smell of sulfur permeated the air. Sharp rocks surrounded the molten edges, and scorching currents roared past, almost scattering everything to dust. Yet, the mindless monsters didn't care about the environment. Their eyes gleamed with cruel malice, and their hoarse, wicked roars foretold the fate awaiting Angus. They lunged at Angus with fierce, twisted faces. However, Angus moved swiftly, evading attacks like a nimble cheetah. His movements were fluid and precise, as though performing a grand dance. The red glow from the vent illuminated his face, revealing courage and determination in his eyes. On broken rocks around the vent, Angus left his footprints. While dodging the monsters, he murmured incantations under his breath. "O spirits of heat, do not slumber any longer. Your master needs your aid. Awaken, spirits." Casper stood at the mouth of the submarine volcano, surrounded by the roaring of the monsters. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook beneath his feet, causing the entire seafloor to quake. The monsters, with their grotesque faces, showed a trace of confusion. Their mindless eyes lost their usual ferocity and were filled with a hint of bewilderment. At that moment, the submarine volcano emitted a red glow, which gradually intensified until it became blinding. Lava bubbled up, exuding intense heat. Sensing the power of the lava, Angus spread his arms as if welcoming a sacred ritual. Lava surged skyward, creating a magnificent spectacle. It hovered around him, enveloped in waves of scorching heat. Miraculously, the lava did not harm him in the slightest. He seemed to meld with it, becoming a messenger of flame. Casper's eyes glowed with a bright red light. With a gentle wave of his hand, the lava flowed according to his will, resembling a blazing river slowly engulfing the twisted monsters. They screamed and struggled helplessly, but they were unable to escape the encroaching lava. Their skin burned into ash, scattering into the wind. Casper watched this all with an expressionless face, his eyes cold and indifferent. He stood tall and resolute, like an unbreakable fortress. Behind him, a luminous moon appeared in the sky, casting soft light through the blood-red water, illuminating his figure. His handsome face was marked by a steely determination and an extraordinary aura. Ignacio and the others, who had run far ahead, were drawn back by the colossal noise. They turned around, astonished by what they saw. At this moment, Angus exuded a destructive power, as if a god had descended upon the earth. "Well, I guess those monsters won't bother us for some time," said Angus. With the water currents propelling him, he quickly caught up to Ignacio and the others. "Brat, where did you get such immense strength?" Ignacio stared at Angus as if seeing a monster. "This isn't my strength, it's the power of the elements. Why didn't you say so before?" Ignacio nodded. All our worries were for nothing. Casper shrugged without a word, but a flicker passed through Ignacio's eyes. "This kid is not as simple as I thought." Ignacio addressed the group. "Forget those monsters. Let's keep moving. Where are we going? Where is the exit from this place?" "I reckon the exit should be where the Kaylee's treasure was enshrined," Ignacio recalled. "That's probably the most likely spot for the exit. I've been everywhere in this divine realm except there." "Why?" "Because that area is the epicenter of infection. Countless infected creatures have already taken over the place. How are we supposed to get there?" "Let's go," Angus said. "We can only take it one step at a time now." When the group reached the location Ignacio described, "My goodness!" Skylar covered her mouth in shock at the sight before them. An open plain lay ahead, filled with hideously twisted monsters. Their bodies resembled sculptures warped by dark forces, spreading densely across the ground. From afar, the entire scene was shrouded in crimson, like a sea of blood. As they approached, they realized the crimson color emanated not from the surroundings, but from the monsters themselves. Without skin, their bodies were soaked in a bone-chilling, blood-red hue, as if each drop of their blood was forged from evil. The scenery on the plain was also chilling. Massive skeletons lay scattered, remnants of whatever the monsters had destroyed. The ground was trodden into irregular pits, marks of endless ravages left behind. In the midst of this horrifying scene, Angus suddenly noticed a creature distinctly different from the others. It was tall and muscular, radiating immense power. Its skin was a dark purple, starkly contrasting with the bloody forms of the other monsters. This creature began a series of unbelievable movements. Swinging its massive arms swiftly, it let out deafening roars, targeting a green barrier in the center of the plain. The vibrant green contrasted sharply with the crimson landscape, standing out brightly. The barrier continued to withstand the relentless attacks of the monsters without yielding. Is this where the Kaylee's treasure was enshrined? Ignacio nodded. Yes, that barrier guards the true temple. I didn't expect that little Dominique girl managed to retrieve the treasure despite the numerous monsters. Skylar frowned, looking at the swarming monsters. How do we get through? We don't have Queen Marigold's skills. Just have this brat unleash another elemental attack, suggested Skylar. Ignacio gave her a look, clearly unconvinced but knowing they needed a plan. Casper stepped forward, ready to summon the elements once more. He knew the risks, yet it might be their only chance to reach the barrier and find a way out. Chapter 466, Secrets of the East Cloud. The Blaine shot Glenn a glare. Do you think it's so easy to control the elements here? If there wasn't that underwater volcano just now, I wouldn't have been able to wipe out so many monsters at once. Want me to create a volcano for you? Then I can burn all these monsters alive. Glenn pouted. If I could create a volcano, would I even need you? I'd just drown them all in lava. Let me distract those monsters, Skylar said as she took off her wristband. I still have one secret technique. Forget it. The Blaine stopped Skylar immediately. I have a plan. No need to act like you're going to make a heroic sacrifice. Having said that, the Blaine sank into the ground, quietly making his way toward the plain where the monsters were gathering. At the edge of the wilderness, a few monsters aimlessly wandered about. They let out meaningless roars, sometimes surfacing, other times diving deep, showing no signs of intelligence. Suddenly, the last monster in line vanished without a trace. The one in front turned back, but saw nothing unusual and resumed wandering. One by one, the outermost monsters disappeared until only one was left. When this final monster realized it had no companions around, it instinctively tried to scream, but before it could, a human figure appeared holding a black sack, rendering the monster unconscious instantly. Why did you catch so many monsters? The others asked curiously, surrounding the Blaine who held a sack full of monsters. Just watch. Using the monster corpses and some strange materials, the Blaine meticulously crafted several puppet monsters. These puppets looked exactly like real monsters with their bizarre patterns and colors, almost lifelike. Their eyes emitted a chilling glow, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Everyone doubted the effectiveness of the puppet monsters, worried they might attract real ones. However, the Blaine nonchalantly donned one of the puppet outfits and walked boldly into the crowd of monsters. To everyone's surprise, he wasn't attacked. The monsters merely glanced at him and continued their aimless wandering as if recognizing him as one of their own. The Blaine turned and beckoned the others, inviting them to follow him into the crowd. After some hesitation, they trusted him and put on the puppet outfits themselves, following closely behind. At first, they were on high alert, nervously looking around. But as time passed, they realized how effective the puppet outfits were. The appearance and movements perfectly mimicked real monsters, blending seamlessly into the environment. Boldly, Skylar even quietly dispatched one monster. Everyone held their breath, waiting for retaliation. But the other monsters remained indifferent, their perceptions seemingly deceived. Continuing forward, they passed through a ring of thousands of monsters and reached within 100 steps of the temple unharmed. I didn't expect these puppet outfits to work so well, Skylar exclaimed, thrilled at the unexpected adventure with Randy. Be careful. We're approaching the range of the big guy. I don't know if these outfits will fool him. If not, we'll charge into the temple. Understood. The giant creature loomed like a mountain, angrily pounding its huge claws against the temple's protective barrier, creating deafening sounds. The group clung to coral reefs, evading the monster's attacks. Each powerful strike sent their hearts racing. Gabinally, they managed to reach the temple entrance. Just as they relaxed, a mocking female voice shattered their momentary joy. How odd, my precious numbers seemed off. Looks like we've got a few little rats among us. The voice echoed mockingly, sending chills down their spines. They looked up to see a Frances standing on a higher ground, staring down at them. Her long black hair cascaded to her waist, her skin as pale as snow, her sharp eyes flickering with inscrutable light. A smug smile curled her lips, hinting at her premeditated plan. The Blaine was taken aback. This woman was no stranger. He had encountered her during the battles in the southwestern border. Meeting her again made him more vigilant. A cold sea current surged past, bringing an icy chill. With a snap of her fingers, violent water tore the puppet outfits to shreds. Seeing the Blaine's face, fury surged in the woman's eyes. Fancy meeting you here again, Mr. Randy. Aren't you secretly in love with me, following me wherever I go? Her words sounded flirtatious, but her clenched teeth betrayed her undisguised anger. In love with you? The Blaine shook his head. I have no interest in someone as venomous as you. Pity, but I find you very interesting. She clapped her hands, and all the wandering monsters halted, their crazed gazes fixed on the group. Children, play with him for a while. Roar. Her command was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, causing a storm. Twisted creatures lunged from all directions, their malformed limbs stretching out. What do we do? Everyone asked simultaneously, looking to the Blaine who had become their leader. Head into the temple. I'll hold them off. Don't be ridiculous. There are too many. They'll tear you apart. Don't worry. I have a plan. Go. The Blaine pushed out a wave of gentle water, propelling the four towards the temple while he stayed behind, facing the onslaught calmly. Come on, let's see what you've got. He wielded two scimitars, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Layer after layer of grotesque monsters surged at him. His body twisted and spiked, emitting terrifying roars. But he stood fearless, eyes burning with determination. The dual scimitars moved like dancing tigers, slicing through monster life after life. His movements were graceful yet lethal, each strike hitting vital points, blood spraying out. An unparalleled killing intent permeated his actions, and soon the ground was littered with dismembered limbs and severed arms, forming a horrifying sea of blood. However, Angus's dual scimitars finally broke after sustained combat. He did not panic for a moment, as he still had the water element to rely on. Caspar took a deep breath, staring at the water element in his hand. A pale blue water element gradually condensed into a brand new dual blade in his palm. Gripping this water element dual blade tightly, he was ready to continue slaughtering the monsters. The fiery woman watching from afar could no longer stand it. She gently clapped her hands, and the giant creature attacking the temple halted. It turned around, its fierce gaze locking onto Angus before charging at him with alarming speed. The colossal monster was as tall as a small mountain. Its single palm could crush Angus to powder. However, Angus's speed was extraordinary, and the slow-moving monster struggled to catch his agile form. He weaved through the creature's attacks like a graceful butterfly dancing at the edge of danger. The double blades in Angus's hands shimmered coldly under the sunlight. He leaped high into the air, landing gracefully beside the massive creature like an agile cheetah. His posture was erect, his muscles rippling with strength, making him seem almost like a manifestation of the wild beast world. Unfazed by the challenge, determination burned in his eyes. He knew that his attack would only be a minor threat to this colossal creature. His dual blades slashed against the monster's skin, leaving only shallow cuts, tiny blood trails on jade-like hide. Undeterred by this, Angus smiled slightly. He knew he needed to find more opportunities. He displayed his agile movements and swift footwork, engaging the monster in a dance of combat. Yolka, a dancing butterfly, light yet swift, he drew the monster's attention and lured it into launching more attacks. Frustrated by Angus's elusive movements and rapid dodging, the giant monster roared furiously, pounding the ground wildly. The earth shook violently as rocks and dust flew everywhere. But Angus relished this chaos. A savage gleam appeared in his eyes as he sensed the right moment approaching. Aiming at the ground cracks, he quickly twisted his body, the dual blades tracing a beautiful arc in the air. His movements resembled a finely detailed painting, showcasing his exquisite skill. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, spewing out torrents of mud that formed a massive waterfall enveloping the monster. Khalil gripped the creature like giant hands, mercilessly pulling it into the depths of the earth amidst its roaring. The ground sealed swiftly, imprisoning the monster underground. Silence fell once again, leaving Angus standing amidst the carnage. Surveying the countless monster carcasses and the enormous creature he had just entombed, the fiery woman gritted her teeth. I didn't expect you to have some skills, but do you think this is enough? Those were just appetizers. The fiery woman summoned more monsters, dense and numerous, blotting out the sky as they rushed towards Angus. Caspar maintained his composed stance, a sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. I hope your appetizers are explosive enough. Raising the dual blades, he performed intricate steps, slashing in several directions, sending powerful gusts of knife wind. The intense blade energy cut through the incoming wave of monsters, slicing them in half. Their screams filled the air as they lost their lives. Tossing his knives into the air, Angus let the long blades hover there, emitting a faint white glow. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the floating blades, causing them to radiate brilliant golden hues. The world transformed into a dazzling expanse of gold. The golden light contained a mysterious and potent force that sent ripples of deadly fear among all the monsters. They retreated in terror, trying to escape the reach of the golden light. However, when the golden light encircled the area within 3 feet of Angus, it morphed into sharp spears, aimed directly at the heart or between the brows of the monsters. Everywhere the golden light touched, nothing remained alive. The light emanated immense authority, causing the monsters to cower in submission, immobilized by sheer fear. How can this be? The fiery woman stared dumbfounded, her mouth agape in astonishment. Humph! A mocking expression appeared on Angus's face. Holding the dual blades, he advanced towards the monsters with a chilling aura. The freezing cold invaded the monsters' bodies, freezing their vitality and destroying their forms, turning them into piles of shattered remains. What kind of power is this? The fiery woman couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Angus, who seemed like a divine being descended from the heavens. She couldn't fathom how a mere youth possessed such terrifying power, but she soon regained her composure. If he was so powerful, why didn't he wipe out the monsters from the start? Caspar then explained. This is Dongclone's secret legacy, the strongest illusion in the world. As his voice faded, the scene before the fiery woman began to change. The gruesome battlefield vanished, replaced by mindless monsters blindly attacking the decoys left by Angus without her command. Meanwhile, Angus had already joined the others, standing within the protective barrier of the temple, smiling mockingly at the fiery woman. What a pity you didn't kill me, but you really are quite weak. Try practicing a bit more if you want to succeed next time. Hearing Angus's mockery, the fiery woman clenched her teeth angrily and shouted, Wait until you come out, I will surely kill you. Chapter 467. I actually came back? However, the Blaine could no longer hear the woman's shouts. Under the illumination of the mysterious treasure's light from Skylar Stefan, they entered the Temple of the Kaylee without any hindrance. They found themselves in a massive and grand hall, with walls made of coral and shells, exuding a faint sea breeze. Compared to the darkness and narrowness of the outer temple, this one seemed much more normal and open. The entire place was decorated luxuriously, with a towering and dignified statue of the Kaylee standing centrally in the hall. Indeed, this is what the Kaylee should look like. Everyone except Glenn bowed deeply to the Kaylee statue. The statue stood majestically in the center of the hall, her serene and stern face radiating an almost divine aura. Suddenly, the dimmed ocean secret treasure on Skylar's chest emitted a faint glow, resembling a sea blue pearl shimmering in the dark. The light illuminated the entire hall, causing the corals and shells on the walls to sparkle beautifully. Drawn by this sudden light, everyone turned their gazes toward the goddess statue. It seemed as if the statue had sensed something. Accompanied by a dazzling divine light, a translucent figure descended into the center of the hall. The shadow gradually solidified into the form of a noble and gentle lady, graceful and embodying the sea itself. Welcome back, my brave warriors. Oh, it appears to be several new heroes. Welcome to you as well. The goddess's voice in the phantom was soft and warm, like a gentle sea breeze brushing past the ears. Everyone was captivated by the nobility and beauty of the goddess, enveloped by a solemn and sacred atmosphere. They stared at the ghostly image of the goddess, immersed in awe and tranquility. You have managed to traverse numerous hardships and reach here, truly remarkable. Please accept my blessings. The Kaylee slowly raised her hand, gently brushing across the water, creating delicate ripples. A snow-white flower blossomed at her fingertips, emitting a fragrant aroma, symbolizing her blessing and approval. The flowers floated over their heads, dispersing a rich fragrance that lifted their fatigue. The Blaine clenched his fists, acknowledging the grandeur of the goddess. Even just as a phantom, she was incomparably awe-inspiring. Oh great goddess, how can we leave this place? Annette asked somewhat urgently. She still needed to find the Francesca and couldn't afford to waste any more time. I'm sorry, child. I wish I could help you, but I am only a phantom now, bound to act according to the instructions left by my true self. If you want to leave, you must pass the trials set by my true form, the goddess said apologetically. More than 10 years ago, a Dominique warrior passed the trials and left here, taking the ocean's secret treasure with her. I believe you may know her. The goddess pointed to the necklace around Skylar's neck. Are you talking about Queen Marigold? That's right, precisely her. That child's courage and strength astonished me. Among all mortals I have seen, she is the most powerful. The goddess's eyes were filled with admiration, lavishing praise on Queen Marigold. The Blaine was surprised. As a deity, she must have encountered countless humans. If she wasn't lying, then Queen Marigold's strength must be immeasurable. What do we do? Should we participate in this trial? Glenla looked at everyone. She originally came here to find Marigold, but ended up entangled in this complicated situation without finding her. We have no choice now, and perhaps participating in the trial will give us clues about Queen Marigold. Glenla fell silent at the Blaine's words. After much hesitation, everyone agreed to take part in the trial. Hey, do I have to participate in your ridiculous trial too? Glenn glared at the goddess's phantom, speaking bluntly. Huh. The initially kind and benevolent goddess suddenly changed her expression upon hearing Glenn's voice, looking at him with disgust. I thought I smelled something foul just now. Seems like a stray dog from the abyss sneaked in. Her change shocked everyone, but fortunately, her animosity was directed solely at Glenn. Enraged by the insult, Glenn jumped angrily. What do you mean, stinky woman? If my body was still intact, I'd teach you a lesson. Not surprising for a homeless stray. You speak exactly like one. Now you are nothing but a useless piece of trash. What business do you have arguing here? I would bury myself if I were you. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly kind Kaylee could be vicious in her insults. A shiver ran down their spines. Gabine, I won't argue with a wild dog. That makes me seem cheap. My brave warriors, complete the trial. 3 months' time. Strive to survive in that land of sin. Suddenly, a huge portal appeared beneath them. Before they could prepare, the Kaylee thrust them into the portal. In the last moment before disappearing, the Blaine glimpsed a wicked smile on the goddess's face aimed at Glenn. Dizzily, the Blaine lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a beach. Night had fallen, and the stars in the sky told him he was no longer in the Western Continent. He recognized the constellations slightly, but didn't have time to examine them closely when a young yet lifeless voice sounded beside him. Awake? Are you here to capture me and take me back? Only then did he notice his hands and feet were bound, his clothes stripped away except for a pair of shorts. By the fire, a delicately dressed girl watched him cautiously. Who are you? Where am I? Upon waking, the Blaine felt no panic. He could easily break the ropes with a bit of effort. The girl's cultivation level was low, posing no threat to him. Don't pretend not to know me. Useless, I won't fall for that. I won't go back with you, preferring death over marrying that old man. The girl's voice remained calm as she poked the fire with a stick. You may have misunderstood. I don't know you at all. You don't know me? She looked at him with surprise. Her steady gaze reflected disbelief that anyone could be unfamiliar with her. How can someone on Choming Island not know me? Are you a savage from somewhere? Casper involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. Have you ever met a talking savage? Wait, you're speaking Eastern Continent Common? Does that mean this is Dongyun Continent? His startled expression made the girl even more convinced that this guy was mentally deranged. Of course, haven't you been underwater too long and soaked your brain? The girl's gaze shifted from shock to pity. Stunned, he never imagined that the Kaylee's trial ground, the land she described as full of sin, was actually Dongyun Continent. No wonder the night sky felt familiar. Tisk, TSK, how pitiful. The girl pulled out a small knife from her waist and slashed through the ropes binding his hands and feet. The clothes are dry, put them on. Already feeling foolish, don't freeze yourself, I can't be bothered with you. The girl threw the dried clothes warmed by the fire towards him. Unexpectedly, this world-weary and sarcastic girl had a good heart after all. Throwing the clothes at him, she turned to leave. However, the Blaine suddenly called out to her. Wait, what is Choming Island? How far is it from the Beast Spirit Sect? The girl paused mid-step, turning to look at Angus with a peculiar expression. You aren't really that clueless, are you? The Beast Spirit Sect hasn't existed for half a year now. Did you really come out of some remote village? What? Casper's mind struggled to keep up. He had no idea what had happened during his less than a year in the Western Continent. The Beast Spirit Sect is gone. Who did it? The Dragon Valley? Gabive Poison Valley? Or a coalition of the other major powers? Excitement gripped him as he grabbed the girl's shoulders. Ouch! Seeing her furrowed brows, Angus quickly released her. Sorry, I got carried away. I apologize. Not surprising for a savage from the mountains, you sure have strength. Seeing the concerned expression on Angus's face, The girl stopped mocking him and explained. All those powers you mentioned no longer exist. With the Heavenspan Tower opening soon, 6 months ago, the 5 major powers officially merged into the Heavenly Tao Academy. The original 5 major powers now serve as the Academy's 5 departments, each managed by their former leaders. You really don't know this. Even villagers in remote villages knew about it. Ah, I was in seclusion for a year and just emerged recently, so I'm not updated on events. Casper fabricated a quick excuse. Looks like you're one of those old folks who can seclude for a whole year. Though she said this, she believed him deep down. Seclusion was unpredictable. Some people stayed secluded for decades over an unbreakable barrier. By the time they broke out, the world had changed. Even wives and children could run off. Any other significant events in this year? As big as Heavenly Tao Academy merging, no. Plenty of small incidents, though. Oh, didn't ask your name yet. My name is Rico. What's yours? Rico? Are you named after that hero who saved the world? Rico hesitated. Had he become a hero in legend? He wondered how his battle against David had been portrayed. Thinking again, without his original power or Yusho by his side, revealing his true identity wasn't wise. You must be mistaken. My name is Joa, and may I know your name, miss? I'm Brandy. After brief introductions, Angus finally understood what Choming Island was. Apparently, since the news of the Heavenspan Tower's emergence spread, hidden forces grew restless, and the Choming Broderick family was one of them. Though not among the top 5, Broderick family's headmaster held 8th stage strength, placing them in the upper middle among secondary forces. Times changed drastically since the 5 major powers merged. Other medium and small forces followed suit. Chaos erupted as most refused to acknowledge each other. Thankfully, the Heavenly Tao Academy intervened promptly, advocating harmony and rapid development across the continent. They vowed to suppress any troublemakers. The superpower's words were effective. However, only one Heavenly Tao Academy couldn't oversee the entire continent. Thus, conflicts between medium and small forces went underground. The Broderick family was targeted by another force, the Mad Saber Sect. Its leader was an 8th stage peak saber cultivator with an 8th stage junior and a 7th stage senior under him. If confronted directly, the Broderick family would stand no chance. Yet, thanks to Heavenly Tao Academy's pressure, Mad Saber Sect couldn't act outright. So, they proposed marriage. Knowing they couldn't resist, the Broderick family agreed to marry their youngest daughter, Brandy, to Mad Saber Sect. Unexpectedly, Mad Saber Sect demanded she marry an outer disciple older than Brandy's father and also disabled. Humiliated, the Broderick family had to endure. Unwilling to marry the disabled outer disciple, Brandy fled to a small island off Choming. In the past half-month, her family sent many to fetch her back but failed each time. I am an unmarried lady, the 4th daughter of Broderick family. There's no way I'll marry a crippled outsider. Brandy hugged her knees by the seaside, watching waves sweep helpless fish and shrimps onto the shore. Casper remained silent, unwilling to judge the Broderick family's decision. He sat beside Brandy, quietly watching the endless waves. I shouldn't have told you all this. Forget what I said, she said after a long silence, dusting sand off her clothes before standing up. Chapter 468, My man. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first. Do as you please. Watching Barbara's retreating back, the Blaine hesitated for a moment. He had been gone for a year. Should he report back to the sect first to reassure them? The next morning, Barbara emerged from her small cottage and found the Blaine still sitting by the fire meditating. Didn't you go back? Casper opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting out from them. That brilliance seemed filled with the mysteries of the universe, yet also brimming with infinite truths. Before Barbara could react in surprise, the light vanished instantly, leaving her questioning if she had merely imagined it. You're awake? I thought about it last night. Since I've already been gone for a year, a few more days won't matter. I might as well take my time walking back and see what changes have occurred on the continent during my absence. Do as you please. The girl glanced at Rico. No, now he should be called Joa, and began to undress without any inhibition. Wait, what are you doing? What else? Catching fish, of course. Barbara shed her elaborate palace gown, revealing practical innerwear suitable for movement. But this attire revealed far too much, most of her snow-white skin exposed. I am a man, you know. Isn't this somewhat improper? Barbara gave Joa a curious look. Where did you come from, Antique? This is how we dress when entering the water here. Want to join me? Without waiting for his answer, Barbara grabbed his hand and plunged into the sea beside them. In the water, Barbara seemed like a transformed person. Cloaked in a deep blue translucent veil, she resembled an elegant dolphin gliding freely through the waters. The sunlight filtering through the clear seawater cast shimmering light on the colorful coral reefs below, creating a vibrant scene. Her once lifeless eyes now shone brightly, reflecting boundless vitality. Her slender arms moved gracefully, like sea snakes weaving through the coral forest. Her fingers gently touched the coral surfaces, feeling the warmth and pulse of the ocean. The marine life was drawn to her presence, fish swarming around her like playful spirits. Colorful tropical fish darted around her, their tails flickering like lively strings of colored beads. Barbara effortlessly turned her body, moving in harmony with the fish, dancing on the ocean stage. She deftly caught several plump sea fish, her movements swift and practiced. She placed the fish in her pocket, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and joy. These fish would be her breakfast. The tranquility and harmony of the underwater world were mesmerizing. Barbara found her haven in this blue ocean, merging with nature, experiencing the unique beauty of the sea. Her eyes reflected reverence and love for the ocean. Joa couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the same despondent girl from just moments ago? Before long, the two resurfaced. Did you catch any fish? Just one. Joa held up the tiny fish, barely the size of a palm. Haha, that's a baby fish. Never mind. Release it. I caught 2 large ones, so let me share one with you. Back on shore, Barbara skillfully cleaned the fish, removing scales and entrails, seasoned them with salt, and then placed them over the fire to roast. Her dexterity made it clear she had done this many times before, unlike the daughter of a noble family. Noticing Joa's gaze, Barbara understood his thoughts. I always hated being cooped up at home studying or attending womanly etiquette classes, endlessly reciting those dull texts in that tiny room. What I looked forward to most each day was going out to sea with Bowden. It's much more interesting out there than at home. Seeing the happiness on the girl's face, Joa realized that despite her complaints, she must have had a very happy childhood. By the way, I forgot to ask, did you only find me yesterday? Did you see anyone else? Anyone else? Barbara shook her head. No, I only saw you. I see. The logs in the bonfire crackled, occasionally sending sparks flying. Barbara's two fat fish quickly turned golden brown. Here, eat. Joa accepted the roasted fish from the girl. Just as he prepared to take a bite, two figures appeared before them. Everly, please return with us. The patriarch is genuinely worried about you. Barbara, still eating, replied without looking up. Not returning. Everly, don't blame us for offending you. The patriarch has given strict orders. We must bring you back today no matter what. With that, the middle-aged man in short robes launched an attack toward Barbara. Barbara kicked the burning wood towards him. The red-hot sticks flew straight at the man. He hastily retreated several steps to dodge the attack. Joa watched the three combatants with interest from the side. The middle-aged man excelled in boxing, his punches swift and powerful, breaking the air with each strike. The other Larissa specialized in leg techniques, her kicks fierce and sharp, tearing through the air. Facing the duo, Barbara stood tall and poised, her eyes calm and serene. She used gentle palm strikes to deflect the man's fierce attacks, and danced like a butterfly to evade the woman's relentless kicks. Her movements were fluid and graceful, preempting every move from her opponents. The three clashed on the green beach, their bodies moving in harmony with the elements, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After a while, despite their efforts, none gained the upper hand. To Joa, the intense battle was merely play. One of them was at peak 5th rank, the other mid-6th rank, but facing the high 4th-ranked Barbara, they didn't stand a chance. It wasn't just letting up, it was like letting the sea in. Barbara understood this as well. With a final, repelling move, she stopped and regarded the two. It's been a few days, Everly Broderick's skills have improved further. We can't match you. We'll leave now. Take care, Everly. They bowed to Barbara and were about to depart. Bowden, Nina, I'll go back with you. Hearing Barbara's words, the two adults paused in surprise. But Everly going back means? Clearly sent to retrieve her, they now found themselves persuading her to stay. I know, I'm not foolish. I understand my own abilities, and I know you care for me. But these past few days have made me realize that as a member of the Broderick family, some responsibilities are mine to bear, no matter how unwilling I feel. With that, Barbara bowed deeply to them. Everly. Note, the translation preserves the original structure and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Names are transliterated according to pinyin, maintaining consistency with previous content. The two had moist eyes. They had watched Barbara grow up. If possible, they would not wish to see their young miss marry that good-for-nothing from the Mad Saber sect. But under the current circumstances, people like them were like seaweed in the ocean, completely powerless to insist on their stance. Let's go, we should return. Everly, who is this? Only now did the two notice Angus standing nearby. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce him. This is my man. Bowden and Nina. What? Maxwell, what? Only then did they realize that this girl had no intention of backing down. She clearly planned to stir up trouble upon returning. However, Angus didn't mind. Adhering to his principle that chaos is more interesting, he found this situation intriguing. Everly, perhaps it's best if you don't return yet. No way, I have to go back. I want grandfather and those guys from the Mad Saber sect to meet my man. Bowden furrowed his brows. He could already imagine the worried expression on the family head's face when he saw Everly Broderick. Clenching his teeth, Bowden finally spoke. If Everly wishes to see the family head, that's fine, but this Blaine must pass my test first. With one swift motion, Bowden tore off his short robe, revealing a muscular body brimming with explosive power. Even without weapons, just this physique alone was enough to intimidate anyone weak-hearted. Yet Joa only gave him a glance before smiling. Please, please, Bowden roared, leaping towards Joa, fist raised and aimed at his chest, followed by another punch. Joa stood still, allowing the punches to land squarely on his chest. Bang! Despite the powerful blows, Joa did not budge an inch. Strong defense, Everly Broderick, your taste isn't bad. Bowden's voice held a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected his powerful blow as a mid-6th rank boxer to be ineffective against this youth. Himph, do you think I only know how to throw punches? Boom. A blue light burst from Bowden's fist, instantly wrapping a thick arc of lightning around it. Crackle, crackle. The lightning crackled loudly. The second punch was nearly half as strong as the first, even carrying a trace of destructive force. Barbara frowned inwardly. This was precisely what she hoped to avoid. At this level of thunder, Bowden was getting serious. Even at peak 6th rank, this blow could cause injury. Joa remained motionless, extending only one hand to block Bowden's full power strike. Snap! The lightning arc exploded instantly. Joa's clothes fluttered, and his hair danced wildly. Bowden was taken aback and hastily withdrew his arm. Not even Joa's clothes or skin bore any marks, showcasing his extraordinary physical strength. This youth's flesh and bone body was comparable to armor. Bowden narrowed his eyes. Impressive, young friend. He praised Joa without reserve, but this didn't mean he had accepted him yet. To gain his approval, Joa had to withstand his all-out attack. Bowden's eyes blazed with determination as he channeled powerful internal energy into his fists. His whole body swelled, and his fists glowed with intense white light. Thunder gabist, mountain shattering. A fierce punch sent a beast-like fist wind toward Joa's chest. Joa remained steadfast, placing his right palm across his chest to withstand the ferocious blow. Boom. The sound of fist and palm meeting reverberated deeply, but Joa did not waver. On the contrary, Bowden staggered backward several steps from the impact. This youth was extremely strong. Hey there, what's your name? I'm Joa, please bear with me, Aiden. Joa? The name sounds unfamiliar. Who would have thought such a talented Blaine was hidden here in East Cloud Continent? You're too kind, Aiden. Winning so easily, Joa showed no pride, remaining as calm as ever. How about it, Bowden? Isn't my man quite good? Bowden smiled. Indeed, he is very good. I wonder where Honest Che met our Everly. Joa was momentarily speechless, as pretending to be Barbara's Grover friend was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and they hadn't discussed it beforehand. Why are you asking so many questions, Bowden? I've been out for days. I can't wait to eat Nina's sour jujube cake. Nina, let's go home so you can make it for me. Barbara ran over to Nina, pulling her arm in a childish manner. Nina smiled, nodding and tapping Barbara's nose. At the Grand Broderick family compound on Choming Island, the largest and most magnificent building on the island, there were dozens of houses spread out. Located in the picturesque and spirit energy-rich area of Choming Island, no other buildings existed within 100 paces of the compound. Outside the Broderick family gate, a beautiful woman in her 30s anxiously gazed in the direction of the small island where Barbara was. Suddenly, four figures appeared in her line of sight. Jamie, you're back. Mom. Seeing the woman, Barbara transformed from a mischievous demoness into a little swallow flying home, throwing herself into the woman's embrace. Mom, Jamie missed you. Mom missed Jamie too. Although they had only been apart for a few days, it felt like years to both mother and daughter. Chapter 469, Vance. But the heartwarming scene of the mother and daughter reuniting didn't last long. Brandy's mother suddenly pushed her away. Jamie, you can't come back today. Why? Brandy looked at her mother in confusion. The people from the Kwangdao Gate are here. Your grandfather is trying to stall them in the main hall. If they see you, all his efforts will be wasted. Hearing this, Brandy's expression changed. She rushed towards the living room. Everly, please wait a moment. A guard caught up and blocked her way. Brandy's eyebrows furrowed angrily. Move, don't hinder me. The guard shook his head and stood firm. Sorry, Everly, grandfather has ordered that no one is to approach the living room without his command. Bastard. I don't care. If you dare stop me, I'll kill you. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and turned around. Everly, please don't make things difficult for us. The guard remained in front of her. Good job. We haven't even come looking for you, and you came back on your own. Are you so eager to become my Kwangdao Gate's bride? The door to the main hall was kicked open by a man with a long scar running across his face, who grinned menacingly. Vance, stop grinning. I saw the leak between your teeth. Vance instantly shut his mouth, embarrassed, and discreetly licked his teeth. Brandy continued, I've returned today to tell you Kwangdao Gate that I already have a man, and you must never harass our Broderick family again. This statement stunned everyone present. Not just Vance, but also the other members of the Broderick family were left speechless. After a while, a stout middle-aged man looked at another dignified, slightly younger man and said mockingly, Hiroshi, what game is your girl playing? This is deliberately embarrassing us in front of the Kwangdao Gate. Although Hiroshi Broderick was somewhat dull, he wasn't unintelligent. He realized his daughter was determined not to marry into the Kwangdao Gate. Brother, you watched her grow up. Do you not understand her temperament? Nova may speak her mind, but she always tells the truth. Besides, we adults have been making decisions without ever asking the child's opinion. Seeing Hiroshi defending his daughter, the Kale harumphed. Humph. Since ancient times, parents arrange marriages and matchmakers make promises. Shouldn't it be the father who decides whom fourth girl marries? My decision is the same as Nova's, Hiroshi retorted sharply. The Emil of the Broderick family, enraged, stood up and pointed at Hiroshi's nose. You. That's enough. The Broderick family Gabinian, with white hair and beard, slammed the table, silencing the noise in the main hall. Zuiwei, let's talk inside. Yes, Brandy replied respectfully. Gabinian Vance, please enter, and let's continue the discussion. Vance coldly snorted, swirled his sleeve, but still entered the main hall. After all, he had come alone and couldn't afford to offend the Broderick family too much. Inside the hall, the Broderick family Gabinian sat calmly in the main seat, with Vance beside him. The four brothers and sisters of the Broderick family sat opposite. Old Honest Broderick, I'm here today specifically regarding the marriage arrangement between your fourth daughter and my younger brother. It's time to set a date. The Broderick family Gabinian sipped tea, then calmly replied as Vance was about to lose patience. Our verbal agreement about the marriage between my fourth daughter and your brother has never been formalized or made official by a matchmaker. Since the fourth daughter already has a man, we should end this arrangement. Before Vance could respond, the Kale of the Broderick family spoke up. Jesse, didn't we already decide on fourth girl's marriage? Our family cannot break its word. A graceful woman next to the Kale interjected. Fisher, Gabinian Vance hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious? Isn't this like the common saying the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are? Darby, it's called the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is impatient. The second and fourth brothers chimed in, enraging the Kale red-faced. I'm only thinking of our family. We're a well-respected clan in the continent. How can we break our promise? Seeing the argument escalating, the bespectacled Zack intervened diplomatically. Everyone, please calm down. Jesse is here, and he glanced subtly at Vance. Let's leave the decision to Jesse. At this point, Vance spoke up. All this chatter boils down to not wanting to honor the marriage agreement. You truly think the Kwangdao Gate can be bullied? Vance pounded the table, revealing his unmasked anger. As the deputy leader of the Kwangdao Gate, he was a genuine 8th-tier expert. Gabinian Vance, please calm down. The Kale hastily stood. That's not what we meant. That's exactly what you mean, the Gabinian suddenly spoke up. Gabinian Vance, while our Broderick family may not be as powerful as yours, we are not afraid of you. Please return. Humph. I'll leave if you show me your new son-in-law. Otherwise, I won't be convinced. Vance took a step into the hall, looking straight at the Blaine. Let me see this divine figure who stole my brother's bride. Looking at Angus, Vance asked bluntly, "Are you the mistress's paramour?" Startled, Vance examined Angus closely, amazed at how young he was. "I am Joa, the companion of Everly Nova." Vance sneered. "What does this beardless brat have over my brother?" Even the Kale struggled to hold back his laugh. Joa might look inexperienced, but he appeared handsome and dignified. His crippled brother, lazy and unkempt, paled in comparison. "I will test you on behalf of my brother," Vance declared, drawing his large saber and slashing at Joa unexpectedly. Vance aimed to kill Joa with one strike. "Be careful." The Broderick family tried to intervene, but everything happened too fast. They could only watch as Vance's saber neared Joa's neck. Joa stood motionless, seemingly frozen in shock. Vance's face twisted in anticipation, imagining cutting through Angus. Just before Vance's blade touched Joa, Angus moved suddenly. Joa's body leaned backward sharply, narrowly avoiding Vance's blade. Thinking it was luck, Vance raised his saber again, intending to strike once more. But as he raised the blade, Joa's eyes flashed with brilliance, then glowed with purple light. The air around him thickened, stopping Vance's blade mid-air. What sorcery is this? Vance felt as if he were sinking in quicksand, barely moving. Joa smiled, darting behind Vance in an instant. Casper lifted his right leg, his knee forcefully thrusting toward Vance's abdomen, followed by a punch to the chest that sent Vance flying several meters back, knocking over a wooden chair. Everyone watching was shocked. Although Vance was only the third honest of the Xuanhuan Gate, he was a genuine high-rank 7th-tier powerhouse. None of them expected this seemingly frail youth to be able to force back Vance, a high-rank 7th-tier fighter, with just one move. Vance was even more stunned. What kind of technique had that been? He had never seen it before. However, despite being surprised, Vance wasn't intimidated. He held his large saber, with spiritual energy surging around him. Mad Dragon Charge. A single slash unleashed dozens of phantom sabers. Joa executed the floating dragon steps, his figure graceful and agile, easily evading the attack. Then Vance caught up, roaring, "Mad Dragon Flutter." Vance swung his large saber wildly. In an instant, countless phantom sabers rained down on Joa, each blade shadow carrying terrifying power, as if capable of splitting heaven and earth. Trifling skills. Casper's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then threw a punch, which transformed into a black streak heading straight for the knife shadows. Thrust. Bang. With a series of metallic clashing sounds, the saber shadows created by Vance were instantly shredded, vanishing into thin air. Seeing this, Vance's eyes widened in shock at Angus's strength. What realm was this youth in? How could he shatter my attack with just one punch? Mad Dragon Whiptail. Taking advantage of Joa's momentary distraction, Vance launched a sweeping kick at incredible speed, like thunder striking. Casper didn't dodge. He let the powerful kick strike his waist, and with a snap, Vance's leg broke. Vance screamed in pain, falling to the ground and clutching his broken leg in agony. Joa extended his fingers, firing 2 silver needles that hit Vance's acupoints precisely, instantly freezing him in place, like a statue. Having done this, Joa slowly approached the dazed Vance, squatted down, and chuckled lightly. "Third honest of the Xuanhuan Gate? You yield. Boy, don't be too smug yet." Suddenly, Vance laughed, his spiritual energy exploding violently, forcing the silver needles out of his body. "Do you think you still have the courage to talk to me like this?" Vance clapped his hands, and a large group of Xuanhuan Gate cultivators and Broderick family members stormed in, surrounding everyone in the hall. "What are you doing, rebelling?" The Gabinian of the Broderick family sat calmly in his chair, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After decades as the patriarch, the elder exuded an intimidating presence. "Jesse, surely you know that unity is the trend now. Clinging to our little corner will only lead to obsolescence. Why not cooperate with the Xuanhuan Gate? With our Broderick family's foundation and the Xuanhuan Gate's resources, we can soon establish a strong foothold on the continent." The eldest son of the Broderick family pleaded. "Cooperation?" The patriarch shook his head with a bitter laugh. "Emil, son, do you know why I haven't passed the leadership of the Broderick family to you all these years? Because you lack foresight. Did you not realize your wife is from the Xuanhuan Gate? As long as we cooperate, does it matter who Yoel Fong really serves?" Seeing the eldest son's incompetence, the patriarch felt both anger and frustration. "It's a good thing I didn't pass the Broderick family to you. Otherwise, it would have fallen into ruin under your watch. Have you said enough?" Vance, growing impatient, interjected. "You'll have plenty of time to continue once you join the Xuanhuan Gate. Vance, don't you fear retribution from the Heavenly Dao Academy for such arrogance?" Upon hearing this, Vance gave a sinister laugh. "Arrogant? I'm just here to help." Unexpectedly, the eldest son suddenly turned and plunged a dagger, laced with poison, into the patriarch's chest. The patriarch stared in disbelief at his eldest son. "Emil, son, you." The leader of the Xuanhuan Gate was right. "You truly had no intention of passing the Broderick family to me." Tears streamed down the eldest son's face as he shouted hysterically. "If you had passed the family to me earlier, I would have taken good care of you and seen you through old age. But you've always looked down on me, even though I am your eldest son. Gabilial traitor. You sigh." The patriarch raised his hand but couldn't bring himself to strike, knowing deep down he had failed as a father. His arm fell limp, and the surrounding Broderick family members burst into sobs. "Jesse, grandfather, Gabinian." No one could have imagined that in just a few moments, the eldest son would publicly kill his own father. The third son immediately rushed forward, grabbing the dagger from the eldest son's hand and struggling with him. In the struggle, the third son whispered in the eldest son's ear, "Good job, Emil brother. Now, you can die." Chapter 470, Forcing the Bridal Gifts. Before the Kale could react in shock, the Zack's dagger, accidentally, sliced across the eldest's neck during the struggle. The eldest's bright red blood spurted onto the Zack's face. Panicked, the Zack hastily dropped the dagger. Fisher. It wasn't me, please hold on, Fisher. The Zack, unsure of what to do, tried to cover the wound on the Kale's neck with his hands, but it was useless. The loss of blood combined with the deadly poison on the knife took the eldest's life within moments. Anakin, it's not your fault. He got what he deserved. Darby of the Broderick family spat harshly on the eldest's body. Darby, I didn't mean to, I was just... The Zack's hands trembled, looking utterly panicked. Everyone in the Broderick family was fooled by the Zack's acting, except one person, Joa, who had been watching from the side. But he chose not to expose the truth, as it was the Broderick family's internal matter, and he shouldn't interfere as an outsider. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Who would have thought that a visit to the Broderick family would offer such an entertaining scene? From the side, Vance clapped at the inappropriate moment. Vance, you despicable coward. You must have incited my elder brother. The Zack jumped out, pointing his finger at Vance, shouting angrily. Hey, don't accuse without proof. Making such claims requires evidence, or else you'll be slandering a good man. Vance raised both hands in mock innocence, yet wore a smug smile. The patriarch has passed away. Today doesn't seem right for discussing marriage arrangements. Vance will take my leave now, and come back another day. Farewell. Vance laughed heartily and left, leaving the Broderick family in a heavy atmosphere. Honest Che, I am truly sorry that you encountered this situation on your first visit. Broderick Aida's father approached Joa, apologetically. It's all right, Sean. Please accept my condolences. Oh, good child. Broderick father patted Joa's shoulder. I may not have time to entertain you right now. Let Nina take you to rest. Joa nodded and followed Nina to the guest room. Upon arrival, Nina bowed and left. True to its reputation as a prestigious family, even the guest room was like a small courtyard. The Blaine toured the area, finding everything fully furnished, including a lotus pond and a rock garden. Joa began to relax comfortably in the small courtyard. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the Broderick family. The sudden death of the family head without any last words caused immediate turmoil. Handling the late patriarch's body was the top priority, but it was quickly completed. Now, the more pressing issue faced the Broderick siblings, who would become the new family head. A family cannot remain leaderless. I have no interest in being the head. You decide among yourselves who should take this position. The Tegan renounced her claim first. The remaining brothers remained silent. Our family only has Ida. Perhaps Anakin should take the position, as he has 2 sons, ensuring succession. The Zack waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, these days girls can also inherit the family business. Besides, Hiroshi is young. Maybe you'll have a son with your wife in a few years. One daughter is enough trouble. I can't be bothered to think about having another child. On the surface, they were modestly yielding, but deep down, neither wanted to give up the head position. They talked about their children because they knew the decision wasn't solely theirs. Although the main branch of the Broderick family wasn't large, the extended branches numbered over 100 people. Gaining support from them was crucial for becoming the head. After hours of discussion, nothing conclusive was decided. The next morning, after barely handling all the urgent matters, the siblings still had to guard the spirit of the old head and the Kale. They had no time to rest when a servant reported. The members of the Mad Saber Sect are here again. This time it looks like they've brought everyone. Broderick Darby frowned. What do they want? Our father hasn't even been buried, and they're pressuring us to join again? Darby, calm down. Hiroshi and I will check. The 3rd and 4th brothers hurried to the hall, only to find the Mad Saber Sect surrounding the Broderick residence tightly. Mad Saber Sect? What do you mean? Heh, don't rush. Yesterday, you said our wedding gift hadn't been delivered, making the marriage invalid. Well, we've come to deliver it. Bring the gifts into the Broderick residence. Several strong men in red garments carried wild pigs, deer, and bears toward the entrance, blood dripping from the animal carcasses. The 3rd and 4th brothers rushed to block the entrance. Our patriarch's body isn't even cold yet. What do you mean? What does it mean? Vance sneered. We're delivering the gifts. We don't want your gifts. Laverneve. Don't want them? That's not up to you to decide. With that, Vance drew his sharp saber, engaging the Broderick brothers in a fierce battle. The rapid flashes of steel and flying movements created a breathtaking scene. Han's eyes blazed with anger. Mad Saber Sect, too much bullying. He charged at Vance without fear, fists like storms striking rapidly. Recently, the Broderick family had been suppressed by the Mad Saber Sect, and Han's anger burned fiercely. This time, he intended to settle both new and old grudges. His powerful strikes could shatter trees, making the air tremble around him. However, he faced Vance, whose agility was unmatched. His attacks were lightning fast, each dodge precise and unpredictable. Vance wielded his saber, its edge glowing menacingly with every swing, sending chilling waves. Both were 7th stage early cultivators, but Vance was 7th stage advanced, surpassing Han's strength. Vance kicked Han hard, sending him flying into a giant tree. Dust billowed as he hit the ground. Following closely, Vance lunged like a tiger, slamming a fist into Han's abdomen. Han groaned in pain, losing his fighting ability entirely, curled up gasping for breath, twisted in agony. The battle intensified, the surroundings echoing with tension. Trees collapsed under the clash, the ground cracking ominously. Himph, what trash. Only one victor could emerge from this deadly contest. Vance prepared to finish Han, coldly eyeing him. Thankfully, Daryl arrived just in time, brandishing a sword to block Vance's path. Vance looked disdainfully at Daryl. Broderick family Anakin, are you as impractical as your brother? Scoundrel! Daryl shouted, raising his sword against Vance. Vance countered with his saber. To the Mad Saber Sect scum, I will avenge the old head. Himph, just you? Vance leaped, dodging the attack and slashing horizontally. Daryl sidestepped, then countered with a hidden stab aimed at Vance's abdomen. The sharp sword blade sliced through Vance's clothing, embedding deeply into his abdomen. Ah! Vance let out a pained cry, clutching his bleeding wound. Damn it! Spitting out the blood in his mouth, Vance glared coldly at Daryl. You, cursed one, I don't believe I can't kill you. Daryl once again swung his long sword, aiming for Vance's chest. At this moment, Vance was backed against a large tree, severely wounded and unable to dodge any longer. Oh no! Seeing this, Daryl's face lit up with glee, but in the next second, his expression froze. Vance suddenly used his left arm to block the sword aimed at his chest, stopping it midair. Then, Vance lunged forward forcefully, sweeping his right leg outward. Bang! A powerful gust of wind surged out, causing Daryl's sword to fly from his hand and land in the distant grass. Seizing this golden opportunity, Vance struck Daryl's chest with a palm. Ugh! Daryl spat out a mouthful of blood. Capitalizing on his advantage, Vance aimed to continue attacking Daryl. Fortunately, Alicia arrived just in time, forcing Vance back with a single strike. Among the three siblings, Alicia had the best cultivation talent and devoted herself entirely to cultivation, remaining unmarried well into her middle age. Not bad, Southridge Lone Phoenix. Who would have thought that cultivating the Broderick family's techniques could reach the advanced 7th stage? Alicia sneered. If one of the 5 major forces said this, it might be understandable. But for a small sect like the Mad Saber sect to mock our Broderick family's cultivation method? Truly laughable. With that, Alicia kicked toward Vance. Her leg techniques were formidable. Each move seemed simple but concealed immense power. Vance hurriedly retreated but still got hit, nearly falling to the ground. Hemph, arrogant fool, let me teach you a lesson. Alicia pressed forward again, striking Vance with both palms. Vance barely managed to resist. Although Alicia was at the same realm as Vance, her strength was unusually potent. Vance was relentlessly beaten back by Alicia's fierce legwork. Not only that, but the slightly recovered Daryl and Han also joined the fray. While Vance struggled against Alicia alone, he couldn't possibly handle the addition of Lao San and Lao Si. The 3 siblings worked seamlessly together, quickly cornering Vance within a few moves. Seeing he was about to lose, Vance hesitated not and shouted, Dominic, if you don't come out now, I'm going to get killed. I'm coming. Why did you insist on showing off? We would have been fine if you joined me earlier, came an apathetic voice from the Mad Saber sect's ranks. Following the voice was a huge broadsword wider than a man's waist. With a metallic clang, the sword plunged straight into the ground in front of the 3 Broderick siblings, shocking them all. An emaciated figure squatted atop the broadsword, looking down at the 3 Broderick siblings from above. I advise you to accept our bridal gifts peacefully. This way, I can save some effort. Daydreaming. Broderick Jia, 3rd sister, snorted and kicked toward Dominic with lightning speed. Oh, why must you force my hand? Dominic sighed, standing up from the sword hilt. He casually lifted one hand and caught Broderick Jia's foot. Broderick Jia's face changed slightly as she tried to pull her foot back. However, that hand was as strong as steel, immovable. How is this possible? Broderick Jia was horrified. How could this frail-looking man possess such strength? Refusing to give up, Broderick Jia channeled all her spiritual energy to break free from Dominic's grip. But despite her efforts, she couldn't budge him at all. Vance grinned widely. How about it? It's not too late to concede. Otherwise, you'll regret it soon. Upon hearing this, anger flashed across Broderick Jia's face, and she hissed, forget it. She then unleashed her full strength again, attempting to break free from Dominic's control. But it was futile. Beads of sweat appeared on Broderick Jia's forehead as she gritted her teeth and exerted every ounce of strength. Still, it was to no avail. AI. Suddenly, Dominic shook his head. Since you won't listen to reason, then you need a good lesson. Dominic twisted Alicia's ankle sharply, making her feel an overwhelming force trying to snap her leg. Alicia couldn't hide her true strength any longer and exploded with all her spiritual energy. Dominic's grip was shaken loose, and he looked at Alicia with surprise. Who would have thought your peak 7th stage? No wonder Vance couldn't match you. This has become interesting. Dominic licked his lips, his eyes filled with fervent battle spirit. If the opponent was too weak, it wouldn't be any fun. A peak 7th stage fighter, although inferior to his 8th stage, was just enough for a decent fight. Dominic pulled the broadsword from the ground and engaged Alicia in combat. Despite the broadsword being larger than a person, Dominic wielded it effortlessly, creating a formidable display. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as Alicia was forced back step by step, unwilling to clash directly. Vance took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Daryl immediately rushed over with his sword, closely followed by Han. Chapter 471. Struggling to hold on, Vance hurriedly responded to the situation. Having failed in his ambush, Vance was now tightly engaged by the 2 fighters. Damn it, Vance cursed, having no choice but to continue grappling with them. Meanwhile, Samantha faced a relentless onslaught from Dominic's blade. Under the dense barrage of knife winds, she quickly found herself injured. After all, the gap between peak 7th rank and early 8th rank was not to be underestimated. Dominic and Samantha clashed on the battlefield, the atmosphere tense and intense. Dominic's movements were swift and agile, each strike pinpointing the flaws in Samantha's techniques, showcasing his superior knife skills. In the courtyard of the Broderick family, numerous emerald bamboo shoots stood tall. Broderick light filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Dominic wielded an enormous ancient saber, its blade gleaming with a cold luster. In an instant, he swung his saber, creating a semicircular arc of energy that fiercely slashed toward Samantha's face. The wind stirred by the saber energy distorted the surrounding air, making it feel like being in the eye of a storm. Samantha's expression changed. A flash of fear crossed her eyes. She fought with all her might, dodging swiftly, yet the saber energy still sliced her shoulder, instantly staining her sleeve with blood. Although she avoided a fatal blow, the injury was not insignificant. Samantha realized that if she continued to be suppressed by Dominic, defeat was inevitable. She decided to take the initiative, using swift leg strikes to drive Dominic back. Her kicks were fierce and nimble, each one possessing the momentum of a phoenix's cry. Yolka, a nimble bird. Samantha swiftly aimed a kick at Dominic's wrist holding the saber. The force of her kick concentrated at one point, as if harboring infinite power. She believed that if this kick landed, it would surely break Dominic's wrist bones and turn the tide of battle. A loud impact echoed as Samantha's foot struck Dominic's wrist, producing a deafening sound. Initially pleased, Samantha thought she had him. However, her smile quickly froze. Upon kicking Dominic's wrist, she felt a powerful counterforce shoot straight into her ankle. Dominic's wrist was as strong as steel, unaffected by her attack. Samantha never expected her kick to be useless and instead left her ankle throbbing in pain. Had enough? I'm getting serious now. Dominic glanced at Samantha with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Grabbing her ankle, he threw her forcefully, sending her flying like a cannonball through 3 rooms until she crashed into a distant tree, barely stopping there. Elsewhere in a corner of the Broderick family compound, the sounds of intense battle reverberated through the air. Broderick light pierced through thick clouds, illuminating the dust particles on a stone pavement. 3rd Honest Broderick and 4th Honest Broderick were drenched in sweat, their robes stained, but their eyes burned with fighting spirit. Vance, is that all you've got? Himph, big talker. Just entering 7th rank, and you dare speak to me like that? Vance held a tiger-head broadsword, each swing unleashing a tempest-like force. He slashed through the stone pavements within the compound, debris scattering everywhere, demonstrating the might of his blade. Early 7th rank, so what? Still beats you. Watch my family's boxing style. 4th Honest Broderick clenched his fists, every punch carrying thunderous might, roaring tigers and dragons echoing around. Face to face with Vance, the clash of fist and sword produced a deafening roar. However, despite 4th Honest Broderick's formidable strength, he was still slightly inferior to Vance. Haha, all bark and no bite, aren't you? Under the pressure of Vance's broadsword, 4th Honest Broderick could only retreat step by step, cracks spreading across the stone ground. Fortunately, 3rd Honest Broderick did not stand idly by. Holding a precious sword, its edge gleaming, his swordplay was as graceful as a soaring dragon. Taking advantage of 4th Honest Broderick distracting Vance, 3rd Honest Broderick's long sword attacked like a snake emerging from its hole, enveloping Vance like an elusive shadow. Foolish ants, you're such a nuisance. Vance was irritated by the brothers' Moachi cooperation. He knew they were far weaker than him individually, yet their coordination made it difficult for him to gain the upper hand. His brows furrowed, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Edited for fluency and natural reading in English, Vance found the brothers' seamless cooperation infuriating. Though he knew each of them was far weaker than him, their perfect coordination made it hard for him to seize the advantage. His brow creased, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The air was filled with the metallic scent of clashing blades, sparks flying with every exchange. Shards of stone scattered everywhere, turning the Broderick family courtyard into a battleground. Vance realized that as a high 7th rank expert, he was unable to handle these lowly, early 7th ranks, which fueled his growing frustration. Be careful, brother. Something's wrong with Vance. 4th Honest Broderick noticed Vance trembling and glaring red-eyed, and urgently warned 3rd Honest Broderick. But it was too late. Vance's speed had suddenly doubled. He darted like a blood-red ghost directly at 3rd Honest Broderick. Unfortunately, 4th Honest Broderick's warning came too late. Vance exploded into action. Vance raised his tiger-head broadsword, blood-colored energy swirling around it. One slash tore a bone-deep wound across 3rd Honest Broderick's chest, crimson blood gushing out, soaking his clothes. 4th Honest Broderick's heart ached, screaming in anguish. Brother! Enveloped in blood-colored energy, 4th Honest Broderick's speed skyrocketed, the dark aura twisting like malevolent spirits, sending him crashing several yards away, landing heavily on the ground. Seeing 3rd Honest Broderick about to fall under Vance's blade, a graceful figure rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vance flying. It was Samantha, her brows etched with anxiety and anger. Witnessing her younger brother's impending doom, she rushed over, using the rebound force from Dominic's earlier kick. With another series of rapid kicks, she pummeled Vance's chest, causing him to spew blood and fly backward. You dare divide your attention while battling me? A low voice suddenly sounded. A wide-bladed saber slashed viciously toward Samantha's back. 4th Honest Broderick reacted quickly, pulling her away just in time, narrowly avoiding a deadly slice. Yet, Dominic's sharp blade energy still cut through her flesh, leaving a bloody gash. Her white robe turned blood red. Vance and Dominic, like two demons, approached the Broderick siblings step by step. An oppressive silence descended upon the Broderick family compound, the dim sunlight barely piercing through thick clouds. 3rd Honest Broderick lay on the ground, blood soaking his clothes, his breath weak and irregular. Samantha was also gravely injured, a deep scar marring her forehead. Only 4th Honest Broderick remained capable of fighting, standing protectively in front of his siblings. His fists clenched, veins bulging, he attacked Dominic with a roar, moving like a mighty lion. Each punch unleashed a powerful gust, seemingly capable of tearing apart any enemy before him. However, his strength paled in comparison to Dominic's. Their knife skills were ruthless and precise, evading his attacks flawlessly. After a few exchanges, 4th Honest Broderick was struck on the neck by Dominic's hand knife, collapsing unconscious with a muffled groan. Translation completed based on the guidelines provided, maintaining the structure and tone of the original text. The entire courtyard was suffused with an air of despair, as the 3 siblings of the Broderick family faced an overwhelming crisis. Only by defeating these 2 demonic figures could they protect their beloved family and home. But who could possibly defeat them now? Dominic and Vance slowly approached the 3 Broderick siblings, each step thickening the oppressive atmosphere. Dominic's eyes were fierce, gripping his broad saber that gleamed coldly. He cast a cold glance at the Broderick siblings, preparing to eliminate them one by one. However, just as Dominic was about to make his move, Vance stepped in front of him. Not so fast. Vance stood before Samantha, his gaze filled with a twisted desire. He slowly scanned her figure, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Though Samantha was approaching middle age, she remained unmarried, a pure and virtuous maiden. Coupled with her lifelong practice of martial arts and cultivation, her skin retained the smoothness and luster of youth, her beauty enhanced by a mature grace that came with age. Her complexion was as fair as jade, soft and delicate, with a faint blush. Her features were elegant and beautiful, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently swaying with the breeze. Vance licked his lips, the sinister intent in his eyes intensifying. He whispered to Samantha, "Since your niece is set to marry my brother, why don't you become my wife? That way, our families can celebrate double weddings together." Samantha cast Vance a look of utter revulsion, her brow furrowed, eyes flashing with disdain. "You despicable man. Dream on. Zhu will never marry your brother, and I certainly won't marry someone like you. Just the sight of you makes me sick." At this moment, third honest Broderick interjected. "Darby, perhaps you should comply with Lord Vance. You've seen how even without the intervention of the head of the Guangdao Min, we Broderick family members are no match for them. For the future of the Broderick family, please sacrifice yourself." Samantha turned to third honest Broderick, her face filled with shock. "Anakin, you..." Hardly finishing her sentence, she took a deep breath and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva at Vance, venting her disgust and disappointment in her brother. Caught off guard by the blood spittle, Vance's face contorted with rage. He roared fiercely, "You bitch! How dare you scorn me? If that's how it is, then I'll ravage and kill you repeatedly before ending your life." His words dripped with madness and malevolence, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. His body suddenly shot upward, transforming into a fearsome beast as he lunged toward Samantha. Closing her eyes, Samantha had resolved to sever her meridians, rather than allow Vance to defile her honor. Just as she focused her spiritual energy at her heart meridian, preparing to self-destruct, a slender hand gently grabbed Vance's claw-like hand. This hand applied no force but merely rested lightly on Vance's wrist. Yet, Vance felt as if his hand was trapped under a mountain, unable to move an inch. Looking up, he saw a handsome Blaine standing before him with a calm smile. "It's you, Joa." The Blaine before him was none other than Joa, who had soundly defeated him the previous day. "Hunger led me here for some food, but witnessing such a disgraceful scene has ruined my appetite." Joa spoke calmly, seemingly unbothered by Vance and Dominic. "Joa, this is between the Guangdao Min and the Broderick family. It's none of your business. Interfere, and you'll regret it." Vance attempted to yank his hand free while issuing threats, but no matter how hard he pulled, his hand only pained more, yet failed to budge the Blaine's grip. "Hey, Joa, let go." Vance growled through clenched teeth. "Oh, I don't feel like it." "So what?" Joa's indifferent demeanor irked Vance further. He glanced at Vance and Dominic, curling his lip in disdain. "Hey, what a bunch of trash." Upon hearing this, Vance's face flushed red with anger. Joa's blatant disrespect enraged Vance, who snarled, "Yoltal punk, you're asking for death." With all his might, Vance struggled free from Joa's grasp, charging forward with a powerful punch aimed at the Blaine's head. Joa seemed completely unfazed, allowing the punch to approach without resistance. A crazed gleam appeared in Vance's eyes. This arrogant kid, Hildredding strong, meant nothing. One well-placed punch would splatter his brains. However, just an inch away from Joa, Vance suddenly hit an invisible barrier. Seizing the moment, Joa released his grip, forcefully pushing Vance back several meters. Vance stumbled backward, landing awkwardly on the ground, dumbstruck. Both the Broderick siblings and Dominic stared in disbelief. Translation completed based on the guidelines provided, maintaining the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring natural English fluency. Chapter 472, Joa steps in. What was this Blaine's background? He had easily defused Gabiki's attack. The three siblings of the Broderick family exchanged glances, relief evident on their faces. They hadn't expected that the one who saved their lives at this critical moment would be their yet-to-be officially wedded son-in-law. Gabiki, furious and embarrassed, quickly stood up and continued swinging his tiger-headed saber toward Joa. "Boy, prepare to die." Gabiki leaped into the air, the sharp edge of his blade slicing through the air with a fierce, icy gust following closely behind. But this time, Joa calmly extended his left hand, grabbing Gabiki's wrist holding the blade. Following that, he swiftly kicked Gabiki's abdomen with his right foot. Bang! Gabiki's stomach was struck squarely, causing him immense pain. He fell to his knees, clutching his belly as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He never imagined being kicked away by the opponent. This Blaine didn't seem particularly powerful at all. Where did this oddball come from? Gabiki. Insane Gabive watched as Gabiki lay helpless on the ground, shock flashing across his face. Joa looked down at Insane Gabive from above, the corners of his mouth curling up. This kick is for not respecting women. With that, Gabiki was once again sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground and spitting out blood, clearly suffering serious injuries. "I'm warning you again, stay away from her. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Joa's cold gaze swept over Insane Gabive. Gabiki, holding his agonizing abdomen, glared at Joa hatefully, but finally lacked the courage to approach the second daughter of the Broderick family again. "Today I admit defeat. We'll see about this later." Gabiki threw down these menacing words and turned to flee towards Insane Gabive. He knew that on his own, he couldn't handle this youth, so they had to act together. Quite the fast runner. Pity I anticipated your tricks long ago." Joa let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his hand, a green whip formed by spiritual energy quietly appeared in his grasp. In the next second, The green whip shot out like a snake striking, landing heavily on Gabiki's hamstring. Thud. Gabiki's knees gave way, forcing him to kneel helplessly before Joa, unable to move. Joa raised the whip and whipped it fiercely against Gabiki's back. Crack. The whip lashed harshly across Gabiki's back, knocking him flat on the ground. Aya! Gabiki screamed, nearly losing consciousness. If you dare touch my junior brother again, I promise you won't see tomorrow's sun. Seeing Joa continuously torment his junior brother, Insane Gabive's temper flared. His eyes turned bloodshot, radiating terrifying killing intent. Joa lifted an eyebrow, asking casually, do you want a beating too? Boy, don't think that just because you have some strange technique, you can do as you please. I've roamed the martial world for decades. You're still too young and inexperienced. Insane Gabive sneered, drawing his broadsword. Instantly, the temperature around him plummeted, covered in a layer of frost, creating an eerie atmosphere. Ethanetary smoke in hazel night slash. With Insane Gabive's deep roar, his sword transformed into a streak of snow-white light, as if attempting to split the sky. Joa narrowed his eyes, forming a finger sword using the techniques taught by his master. Although his body was still in deep sleep within the Divine Governance sect, this body was only a puppet. However, the materials used to craft this body were imbued with divine essence. Compared to his previous body, this puppet form was even stronger. Without any beasts to assist him, Joa could easily challenge a peak 7th rank powerhouse solely with this body. Facing the 8th rank beginner Insane Gabive, Joa showed no signs of panic. The clash of their weapons sent ripples rippling through the air as two powerful energies collided. These two individuals possessed truly terrifying strength. Even combined, Gabiki and Insane Gabive couldn't take down this youth, and they seemed to be heading towards a potential defeat. Watching Insane Gabive gradually fall into disadvantage, the Broderick siblings held their breaths, nervously observing the situation. Both Gabiki and Insane Gabive were wounded, especially Insane Gabive, who now looked bruised and disheveled. Damn it! Gabiki cursed, abandoning his pride. He clenched his teeth and pulled out a jade slip from his body, crushing it. The jade slip shattered, bursting into a brilliant light that illuminated the entire courtyard, momentarily blinding the Broderick siblings. When the light faded, a man with wild hair, dressed in prison clothes, his hands and feet bound in iron chains, appeared before Insane Gabive and Gabiki. The strong aura emanating from the man made everyone present shudder. Why did you call me out when I was in self-reflection? The man spoke slowly, his eyes closed, voice calm as if nothing in the world concerned him. Simon, the target is tough. We need you to step in. Insane Gabive covered his chest and replied weakly, having just taken a blow from Joa. Insane Gabive, Gabiki, who beat you up like this? Who? Simon opened his eyes wide, veins bulging, filled with bloodshot rage. Seeing his brothers beaten, Simon immediately forgot about his self-reflection. His only thought now was to kill the arrogant fool who dared to hurt his brothers. Simon, it's that guy over there in white. Don't look at how young he is, but he's incredibly strong. Gabiki lamented, hastily pointing out. Oh, a mere kid not even out of diapers yet. Stranger than fiction. Simon rubbed his chin, marveling aloud. Hearing this, the Broderick siblings grew even more uneasy. Simon was an expert at peak 8th rank, and he was notorious for his brutality, once slaughtering an entire family of 11 people over trivial matters. How could Joa possibly stand a chance against Simon? Vicky wanted to warn Joa to leave them and save himself, but before she could speak, Simon rushed toward Joa at lightning speed. So fast. Vicky was amazed at Simon's speed. Despite the heavy chains binding him, he moved just as swiftly as Joa. Joa's pupils contracted as he swiftly drew a long sword, thrusting it powerfully at Simon. Simon grinned, you ignorant brat, since you're asking for death, I'll send you off. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Simon used the chains binding him as a weapon, clashing against Angus's sword. Joa felt a tingling numbness in his palm, almost losing grip of the sword. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Just by physical strength, I'm not a match for this Simon. But on the surface, he remained composed, sneering, pathetic. Braggart, die! Simon roared, raising his hand to seize Joa's neck, intending to crush the white-faced youth with one grip. Simon's large hand loomed like a ferocious tiger bearing its fangs, terrifyingly powerful. If caught by this grip, even a 9th rank expert would find it difficult to endure. Startled, Joa hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! The intense vibration made his arm go numb, forcing him to stagger backward. Simon's attack was fierce. With each step forward, he closed in on Joa, his right hand shooting out like lightning straight for Joa's throat. Joa's eyes hardened, retreating rapidly. Bang! Unable to evade in time, Simon's punch narrowly missed his shoulder and slammed into the ground. Crack! The sturdy bluestone floor instantly shattered. The Broderick siblings, witnessing this, swallowed hard, worry spreading across their faces. Chapter 473. Joa versus Simon. Simon stared coldly at Joa and said, your speed is impressive, but you are ultimately too weak. Although I can't discern your cultivation level, your strength is at most peak 7th rank. I can't figure out how Crazy Gabive and Gabiki could be defeated by you. He glanced back at Crazy Gabive and Gabiki. Crazy Gabive's whole body trembled as he quickly explained, no, Simon, this guy must be hiding his true strength. Joa furrowed his brow. This Simon was actually able to sense his presence? This person was indeed formidable, and couldn't be underestimated. Without wasting more words on Crazy Gabive and Gabiki, Simon extended his hands into claws and advanced step by step toward Joa. Each step left a deep crater in the ground. Fourth Boris's forehead broke out in beads of sweat, watching Simon nervously, afraid that he might suddenly attack this not yet officially wedded son-in-law. Joa's strength was indeed extremely remarkable. The polite, handsome, and strong son-in-law had instantly won Fourth Boris over. He never imagined his daughter would find such an excellent partner. He didn't want to see Joa die under Simon's hands. So, Fourth Boris reluctantly gathered his spiritual energy, clenched his fists, and charged at Simon. Simon, do not harm my son-in-law. Shut up. Simon didn't even glance at Fourth Boris as he casually swung the iron chain in his hand. Fourth Boris felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His internal organs seemed to shift positions. Dad. Seeing her father flying backward, spitting blood, Brandy ignored her mother's attempts to stop her and rushed forward with tears streaming down her face. Brandy anxiously checked her father. Fortunately, he was only unconscious and not dead. However, Simon noticed this young girl. Are you Brandy, who is supposed to marry into our Wildblade sect? Not bad, filial and brave, with good looks. You qualify to join our sect. Simon regarded Brandy with mild appreciation. Pa, who wants to marry into your Wildblade sect? Your three blues are all weird, and your followers are nothing but brainless lunatics. I'd rather die than marry into the Wildblade sect. Simon hadn't expected this young girl to dare insult the Wildblade sect right in front of him. He surged with anger. Yoltal girl, you dare to insult the Wildblade sect. It seems you're asking for death. With that, Simon slapped down a palm toward Brandy's head. Just as Brandy was about to perish, the siblings closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Brandy's mother wept uncontrollably. Suddenly, a white figure blocked Brandy. Joa met Simon's palm with his own, the shockwave tearing apart the ground between them, forming a deep fissure. Your opponent is me. Simon looked at Joa in surprise. Though he hadn't used his full strength, this kid could withstand his palm strike. You didn't take the chance to escape? Escape? Joa sneered. You're not worth it. With that, Joa raised his long sword and engaged in battle with Simon again. Both were early 7th rank cultivators, equally matched in realm. Determining a winner in a short time was no easy task. Joa's gaze fell on the Broderick family siblings nearby. Seeing this, Brandy's pale face trembled as she shouted, Mr. Che, let's escape. Simon laughed sinisterly. Want to run? Not so easy. Since you don't want to marry into our Wildblade sect, everyone in your Broderick family will die here. Simon dashed toward Joa as he spoke. Joa immediately brandished his sword to meet him. Two powerful auras collided midair. Haha. Simon mocked, kicking toward Joa's abdomen. Joa swiftly dodged, responding with a swift slash. However, Simon wasn't slow either. He deftly sidestepped Joa's sword. Ha ha ha. Simon taunted, overestimating yourself, trash? Humph. Joa sheathed his sword, glancing at Simon disdainfully. Speak after you defeat me. Simon narrowed his eyes, laughing coldly. Overestimating yourself. Do you think you can win? Joa ignored him. A nasty smile appeared on Simon's lips. Today, I'll show you what a real gap is. With that, he leaped at Joa, unleashing his full power. He became like a deadly venomous snake. Hiss. His thick spiritual energy condensed at his fingertips, piercing viciously toward Joa's chest. Joa's pupils constricted, muscles tensing as he prepared to respond. Bang! A dull sound echoed as they clashed. As an 8th rank powerhouse, Simon's strength was astounding. The impact caused cracks in the ground. Brandy covered her mouth in fright. She had never seen such intense combat before. It was breathtaking. Brandy held her breath, not wanting to miss any details. Her mother also paled, eyes wide with worry as she watched the scene. Woo! Joa groaned, stumbling backward a few steps. Brandy hurriedly supported him. Simon's eyes were filled with shock. In that collision, he sensed Joa's strength had unexpectedly increased from before. Chapter 473, Battle with Berkeley. Could it be that Dominic hadn't lied to him? However, despite this, Berkeley still had confidence he could defeat Joa. Watch out. With that, Berkeley launched another attack at Joa. This time, Joa didn't choose to evade but instead went on the offensive. Bang bang bang. The two clashed for dozens of strikes before Joa finally found an opening and struck Berkeley's shoulder with a powerful palm. Berkeley flew backward in pain and landed several meters away. Joa stared coldly at Berkeley, his eyes flashing with icy intensity. Berkeley rose to his feet, clutching his injured shoulder and gritting his teeth. Damn trash. Today I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Oh, well, I should tell you. I plan to do the same to you, Joa replied fearlessly. That's a big talk. I'll see how you can skin me. Berkeley roared. A strange smile appeared on Joa's face as he leaped into the air and then dived down, sword aimed at Berkeley's neck. Berkeley hastily tilted his head back to avoid the strike. But it was too late. The blade sliced open a gash on his neck, causing blood to flow profusely. Berkeley screamed, You bastard! He quickly took a pill, and his wound healed instantly. Berkeley glared darkly at Joa. Very well, you've thoroughly enraged me. I will wash my shame with your blood. Is that so? Joa sneered. I doubt you'll ever manage that. Berkeley's eyes narrowed as he sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Joa. He realized he had met a formidable opponent. Humph, Berkeley said sternly. Today, you must die. Want to kill me? Joa raised an eyebrow. Yes, Berkeley declared arrogantly. You fool. Then you die first. Hearing this, Berkeley's face turned livid. You asked for it. Berkeley bellowed, hurtling towards Joa like a cannonball. Joa smirked and attacked Berkeley head-on. Ting. Their treasures interlocked with each other. The force sent them both stumbling backward. Regaining his footing, Berkeley's expression grew even darker. His tiger's mouth was already split, throbbing painfully, and his right hand, which held the sword, trembled slightly. At this moment, he lifted his head and saw Joa staring at him coldly, eyes filled with murderous intent. Watch as I cripple your limbs. With that, Berkeley leaped into the air, legs sweeping down ruthlessly toward Joa. Ah! Joa screamed as he flew backward. Berkeley's lips curled into a sinister smile as he prepared to continue the chase, but suddenly, Joa rose up again, his long sword smashing viciously at Berkeley's head. This sudden move stunned everyone. Berkeley's expression changed abruptly as he swiftly dodged to the side. Joa seized the opportunity to escape quickly. Enraged and humiliated, Berkeley glared at Joa's retreating figure before continuing his pursuit. Joa moved nimbly through the dense forest. Each time he narrowly passed by Berkeley, he managed to launch successful surprise attacks. Gradually, Berkeley became increasingly ragged, covered in blood. Damn it! Berkeley roared, clenching his fists tightly and striking fiercely at Joa's back. Boom! Joa's body jerked, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Boy, you're dead. Berkeley sneered, swinging his iron chain once more at Joa's back. In Joa's deep black eyes, icy determination flashed. Unperturbed, he sidestepped Berkeley's iron chain and delivered a final blow to Berkeley's heart. Not good. Berkeley's expression changed drastically as he immediately tried to dodge. However, the speed of the palm was too fast. Unable to evade in time, Berkeley watched helplessly as the blow slammed into him. Poot! Berkeley spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying several yards away before crashing heavily onto the ground. Struggling to sit up, he glared murderously at Joa. Berkeley's clothes were tattered, stained with splotches of blood, making him look incredibly miserable. At this moment, his gaze toward Joa grew even more venomous. Damn you! You've got nothing coming to me. Berkeley roared and lunged at Joa once more with his iron chain. Good timing. Joa's eyes blazed with intense flames, his body radiating a wild fervor. Meeting Berkeley's attack, the surrounding air seemed to boil, and his speed was incomparably fast. Berkeley couldn't keep track of his movements. Joa dodged Berkeley's attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, Joa twisted his body, evading Berkeley's strike. Then, he moved ghost-like, closing in on Berkeley. Not good. Berkeley's inner alarm rang loudly. He wanted to dodge, but Joa was too fast. Die! Joa slapped his palm against Berkeley's waist, sending his body flying. Poof! Berkeley coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper as he struggled to get up. Several ribs on his left side were broken, and his internal organs burned with pain, almost causing him to faint. His face displayed expressions of frustration, humiliation, and rage. Berkeley looked up, glaring fiercely at Joa. I never expected you to hide such strength. It seems I need to bring out my true abilities today. With that, Berkeley roared. His spiritual power surged dramatically. Everyone in the Broderick family courtyard was stunned. Broderick family's second sister looked at Berkeley with despair. He has hidden such terrifying strength all along. Huh. Berkeley's spiritual energy exploded outward, shattering the iron chain around him, and his form instantly swelled significantly. Joa, see if you can remain arrogant now. Berkeley vanished. Joa's pupils contracted. He couldn't even follow Berkeley's movement. In the next second, a strong gust of wind pressure came from behind. Joa swiftly dodged, avoiding Berkeley's strike. Just as he let out a breath of relief, he felt an immense impact on his chest. Joa grunted in pain, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. Berkeley grabbed the back of Joa's collar and flung him away. Boom! Joa collided violently with a tree trunk, creating a loud noise. Enduring the pain in his chest, he struggled to get up. He wiped the blood from his mouth, narrowing his ink-black eyes as he sized up Berkeley. Berkeley laughed coldly, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Scared? He slowly approached Joa, looking down at him disdainfully. Just some unknown kid dares to challenge me. You're just asking for death. Saying this, he lifted his leg and kicked forcefully at Joa's chest. Joa's eyes hardened. His body flickered, evading the deadly kick agilely. Thick anger clouded Berkeley's eyes as he swept his legs horizontally. Joa's body contorted, becoming insubstantial. Bang! Berkeley's palm struck a thick tree trunk, which instantly collapsed. Crack! The sturdy trunk shattered into pieces. Damn it! Berkeley cursed, staring darkly at Angus before him, wishing he could strangle him immediately. Even if Joa had 3 heads and 6 arms, there would be no escape today. Berkeley's hands moved, summoning numerous palm shadows from all directions towards Joa. Die! He growled, gathering all his spiritual energy into his palms. Thunderclap palm. A streak of purple lightning circled around Berkeley's fingertips. In the next moment, Berkeley dashed forward with the might to destroy everything, striking Joa ferociously. Joa narrowly avoided the palm, sliding several meters on the ground before stopping. Berkeley's palm winds ruffled the strands of hair on Joa's forehead, making him appear disheveled. Berkeley scoffed. Let's see how many blows you can avoid. With that, he swung his palm towards Joa again. Whoosh! Berkeley's figure moved eerily, flashing to appear behind Joa in the blink of an eye, then delivering another palm strike. Berkeley's attacks were extremely devious. Each one passed right by Joa's cheek. Joa continuously dodged, yet his face remained calm without a hint of panic. Huh, is this all you've got? Berkeley sneered, disdain clearly visible in his eyes. Don't talk so much. Joa shot him a cold glance. Hearing this, Berkeley nearly fainted from anger. How dare this kid look down on him? Courting death. Roaring with rage, Berkeley condensed a strong surge of spiritual power into his palm and lunged at Joa like a raging storm. His palm glowed with dazzling golden light as he ruthlessly aimed it straight at Joa's head. Sensing the danger, Joa's body trembled slightly before disappearing from its original spot. Berkeley's palm missed its target. Frowning, Berkeley muttered an unpleasant curse and swiftly retreated. Joa took this chance to flash away, evading Berkeley's pursuit. He stabilized himself and locked his gaze onto Berkeley. Just now, he almost got injured by Berkeley's spiritual power. Indeed, Berkeley was very formidable. Taking a deep breath, Joa focused intently on Berkeley's movements. Berkeley silently glanced at Joa, then moved his lips. A massive surge of spiritual power rushed into his right hand, which soon glowed with blinding red light. His fist seemed to contain devastating power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Joa's heart skipped a beat. Not good. Biting his lip, Joa's figure flashed again. However, Berkeley anticipated Joa's move. The instant Joa shifted, Berkeley was already blocking his path. Having no choice, Joa retracted his spiritual power and changed direction, retreating urgently. Berkeley laughed coldly. "Wanna run?" Too late. With that, he stepped forward, grabbed Joa's shoulder, and slapped him hard across the face with all his might. Joa's body stiffened, his eyes wide open. In the next second, a sharp smack echoed as Berkeley's palm landed solidly on Joa's flawless side face. Staggering backward several steps, Joa barely steadied himself. He touched his cheek, feeling a bitter sweetness rising in his throat. Clamping his mouth shut, he suppressed the urge to cough. "Such garbage daring to challenge me? Overestimating yourself." Berkeley mocked. Joa pressed his lips together, icy resolve growing deeper in his eyes. A flicker of ferocity crossed his gaze before he suddenly lunged forward, attacking Berkeley again. This time, Joa didn't choose to engage Berkeley in a prolonged battle, but went straight for vital spots. Boom! Joa's assault was fierce, forcing Berkeley to keep retreating, becoming increasingly disheveled. Damned! Berkeley raged in embarrassment and shame. Joa's spiritual power felt weak, yet when Berkeley exerted full force, he was still being pushed back. It was a grave humiliation. Swoosh! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept past. Joa's heart sank reflexively. He turned around to find Berkeley, unknown when he had appeared behind him, palm filled with spiritual power pushing forcefully toward Joa. Joa's expression changed rapidly as he gathered spiritual power around himself while retreating swiftly. ZZZT. Yoltning crackled in Berkeley's palm. Joa's face twisted slightly as he sharply leaned backward, avoiding the lightning bolt. The thunderbolt exploded, sending powerful shockwaves that sent both men flying several meters apart. Joa collided with the wall, his cheek twitching faintly as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Berkeley stumbled and knelt on one knee. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Wide-eyed in disbelief, he stared at Joa nearby. "Oh, how? You're not an ordinary spirit cultivator." Joa wiped the blood from his lip, his gaze icy cold as he shot Berkeley a chilly look. In the next moment, Joa's figure flashed, closing in on Berkeley quickly. Whoosh! Joa swiftly drew his sword. Startled, Berkeley instinctively dodged, almost falling onto the ground. How could you? Joa gave Berkeley no respite. His long sword darted toward Berkeley's neck. Berkeley crouched low, narrowly avoiding the sharp blade. Before he could stand up, the sword slashed at him again. Startled, Berkeley exclaimed, "What kind of sword technique is this?" Ignoring Berkeley, Joa flicked his wrist, and the sharp blade sliced through the air, creating an elegant arc. Clang! A clear sound rang out as Joa's sword stopped mid-air. Berkeley held a pair of sabers, blocking Joa's sword. "Boy, no matter what cultivator you are, you must die by my hand today." Dominic and Vance looked in disbelief at Berkeley's dual sabers. Heavens! Berkeley actually drew his sabers. Seems he's truly serious. Those sabers have been unsheathed only once in 10 years. Facing Joa, Berkeley wore a sinister smile. His bloodthirsty blades never left their scabbard lightly. Once unsheathed, blood would flow. With the bloodthirsty blades in hand, Berkeley exuded a completely different aura. Yolka, a mad wolf bearing its fangs, ready to devour its prey. Suddenly, Berkeley's body blurred, instantly appearing behind Joa. ##### Chapter 474. The Song Family. Jesse and Daughter. Manny raised his hands high, the bloodthirsty mad blade pointing straight at Joa's chest. Sensing movement behind him, Joa immediately turned around, sweeping his long sword toward Manny's waist. Seeing this, Manny's face twisted into a grimace as he redirected the bloodthirsty mad blade, narrowly missing Joa's clothes. At the same time, Joa's sword slashed towards Manny's right arm. Manny contorted his body to barely avoid the fatal blow. Suddenly, Joa produced a handful of powder and hurled it towards Manny. Unsure of its nature, Manny suspected it was poison and quickly covered his nose and mouth. Taking advantage of Manny's hesitation, Joa seized the opportunity and fled with incredible speed. Trivial tricks. Humph. Trying to escape? Yoltning whirlwind slash. Manny raised both blades, spinning along with them, creating a whirlwind within the courtyard. Amidst the storm, he was enveloped in lightning, surging toward Joa. Seeing Manny charging towards him, Joa didn't panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Since you like playing with lightning, I'll play along." Joa snapped his fingers towards the sky. A strange humming sound echoed through the air, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the previously clear sky. Thick, menacing purple-golden lightning bolts emerged from the clouds, crackling ominously. The thunder roared. A brilliant lightning bolt tore through the sky, striking directly at Joa. He grinned, disappearing instantly only to reappear behind Manny. "Now," Joa coldly commanded, swinging his sword with lightning power toward Manny's neck. Manny sensed the impending danger, his pupils constricting sharply. In the next second, he bent over, narrowly avoiding the sword that grazed past his head. Shaken, sweat trickled down his pale forehead. He couldn't believe he would lose to Joa. Narrowing his eyes, Joa had intentionally created an opening for Manny to fall into his trap. Stabilizing himself, Manny glared at Joa with hateful eyes. "Damned scum, I will kill you." Baring his teeth, Manny exerted all his strength, hurling the bloodthirsty mad blade like an arrow. The blade charged towards Joa with destructive force, faster than before. Frowning, Joa blocked it with his sword. With a loud thud, Joa grunted and retreated 3 steps, while Manny was knocked back, crashing onto the ground. His left shoulder bled profusely, making him look miserable. Cough cough. On the ground, Manny coughed violently, blood covering his face. He glared hatefully at Joa, fire burning in his eyes. Looking down at Manny, Joa stepped forward calmly. "I advise you to surrender," Manny warned. Ignoring him, Joa approached him. Manny angrily shouted and tried to attack again, but Joa sped up and appeared before him in an instant. Die! Manny roared, swinging a punch at Joa. Smirking, Joa kicked Manny's ribcage, causing him to stagger back in pain. Ignoring the pain, Manny attacked again. Watching him, Joa's scornful expression deepened. Then, he vanished. Rumble. Another lightning bolt struck Manny. Losing balance, he nearly fell. Joa reappeared beside him, stabbing his left shoulder. Manny groaned in pain, his eyes filled with ferocity. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock and fear. Blood spurted from his throat, and he choked, trying to scream but failing. Clutching his throat tightly, he could only gurgle. Expressionless, Joa withdrew his sword and sheathed it. A massive lightning bolt struck Manny once more, reducing him to a charred mess. He lay in a pool of blood, twitching, lifeless. Everyone in Broderick family manor was stunned. The Blaine actually won. How is this possible? So impressive. His techniques are unique. Dominic and Vance looked at each other and fled without hesitation upon seeing Manny on the ground. With their leaders dead or escaped, the remaining Kung Dao members scattered. Mr. Che, thank you for saving us. Otherwise, our family would have been doomed. Broderick family's 3 siblings bowed respectfully to Joa. No need to be so formal. It was nothing, and I am your son-in-law, so it's my duty. They smiled slightly, then Broderick Ida spoke up quietly. You don't need to act anymore. We knew all along. With Aida's abilities, how could she deserve your favor? Ida stood silently by, not saying a word. Since you know, I won't hide it. It's time for me to leave. Please stay longer, Mr. Che. Let us repay your kindness. Shaking his head, Joa replied. There's no need. Ida has done enough for me. This is just returning the favor. Farewell. Mr. Che. Ida suddenly said, if you do not mind, I wish to serve you. Without stopping, Joa left with one final remark. I'm merely a passerby. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Leaving the Broderick family manor amidst respectful gazes, Joa's figure gradually disappeared. 3 days after leaving the Broderick family, Joa boarded a boat heading north, finally reaching the mainland. However, he was still far from the Beast Spirit Sect. It would take at least half a month to reach there. Ah, if only I had a flying beast. Unfortunately, this port town wasn't well developed. To find a flying beast, he'd have to walk for 3 days into the city. Sir, why not sell me one of your horses? These horses are invaluable to me. Red here is Dezeo, and black is Wu Mei. They're a pair. Even though they're ordinary horses, they're quite intelligent. If you take one, the other won't work. Please look elsewhere for a horse. Outside the tea house, no matter how Joa tried, the old farmer refused to part with his horses. Joa gave up and decided to stay overnight. He would consider other options when the station's carriage returned the next day. Entering the tea house, he intended to enjoy a cup of tea. However, as soon as he picked up his teacup, he noticed an unusual atmosphere among the guests discussing the same thing. Have you heard? Our town is haunted recently. Ghosts appear every night, and even patrolmen dare not approach. Truly unlucky. Yes, my neighbor's niece saw it with her own eyes. The Dixie was so scared she wet her pants on the spot and didn't dare leave the house for 3 days. But I do find it strange. Why did these ghosts suddenly start appearing now? Who knows? Just don't anger such entities. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. That's bad luck. Hee. Joa frowned slightly and continued sipping his tea. However, he silently mused to himself. This place has a heavy yang energy. There shouldn't be any ghosts around, let alone ghostly figures. How could people encounter ghosts here? And why does this ghost activity coincide with my arrival? Recalling what the Divine Lady said about trials, is there some deeper meaning here? Perhaps after dealing with the ghost, everything will become clear. Joa pursed his lips and smiled faintly. Sir, please take your time. The waiter placed the dishes neatly and then attended to other guests. Joa picked up his chopsticks, lifting a piece of beef to his mouth. Pretty good, thanks. As he chewed, footsteps approached. Tap, tap. A tall, thin Blaine descended from the stairs. Well, Sir Gary, you're here. The innkeeper greeted warmly with a fawning expression. The Blaine snorted coldly. Cut the crap. Serve me wine immediately. I'm going to get thoroughly drunk today. Joa looked up. He saw the Blaine, around early 20s, exuding arrogance in his rich attire, oozing with the air of a spoiled son of wealth. Hey, who upset our young honest Gary? Haha, calm down, young honest Gary. We have esteemed guests today. Just drink tea and relax for a moment while I fetch you fine wine and food. Gary Chengyu glared at him. Get lost. Don't delay my meal. Yes. The innkeeper promptly led a group of waiters into the kitchen. Meanwhile, a beautiful woman sat dining in the corner, clad in purple gauze, her beauty captivating and skin fairer than snow. She had a light frown, as if troubled by something. Opposite her sat an elegant middle-aged man who tenderly poured her tea. Aji, what's wrong? The man asked softly. Jessie, Taya called out gently. Here. I've been disobedient, causing you worry. Taya's eyes welled with tears. Foolish child, I'm just concerned about you. In recent years, the cultivation world has changed dramatically, especially with the establishment of Tian Dao Academy. The whole continent's landscape has shifted. You've faced much oppression within the family. This time, sending you to Tian Dao Academy is for you to stand on your own one day. I don't ask you to bring glory to the family. Just be able to protect yourself, and I can rest peacefully in my grave. The man consoled. Jessie, what are you saying? You and Dolores will live long lives. I'll remember your words. I promise I won't let you or Dolores down. Taya nodded firmly. Yes, understanding our intentions puts my mind at ease. The man smiled reassuringly. By the way, Jessie, did you encounter any troubles on this trip? Troubles? The man smiled lightly. My cultivation is far superior to yours. Even if there were minor issues, they're manageable. Rest assured. However, you are too kind-hearted and soft. To survive, you must learn to adapt, to thrive through natural selection. Only then can you rapidly enhance your strength and avoid being bullied. Taya nodded gently. I'll follow your teachings. Jessie and daughter spoke softly to each other, both with tear-filled eyes. Hey! Suddenly, the finely dressed young honest Gary noticed the stunning beauty sitting quietly in the tea house. His lustful heart surged. Holding his teacup, he swaggered over to Taya. Everly, would you care to have a drink with me? He grinned lecherously close to her face. Taya wrinkled her nose in disgust and retreated a few steps. Taya's father glanced at Gary and coldly ordered, "Get lost." Hearing this, Gary instantly flew into a rage. He slammed the table, stood up, and cursed loudly, "Bitch, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I won't strip you naked right now? You." "Ah, Carly. My lord, Lady Gary has instructed you not to act rashly." The attendant pulled Gary aside, pleading. Lady Gary said you mustn't indulge in frivolous affairs before your wedding. If word reaches the Maximus's mansion, it will ruin our family's engagement. Bastards. Gary glared fiercely. He gritted his teeth. "I'm going to bed you today, and we'll see if you dare act high and mighty. You dare touch her." Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted, like a blast of icy wind from an underground cavern, freezing the air around them. Joa slowly rose, his eyes piercingly cold. Gabixating on Gary, his gaze gleamed ominously, and he warned, "This is your final warning. Don't touch her, or you'll regret it." Originally seething, Gary became furious upon hearing Joa's threat. "Damn," he spat angrily. "What do you think you are? Why can't I touch her? I'll touch her if I want to." ####Chapter 475, The Ghostly Manor. Gary Chengyu directly stretched out his dirty hand and grabbed at Taya. Joa's eyes darkened instantly. Just as Gary Chengyu's hand was about to touch Taya, he waved his right hand, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that sent Gary Chengyu flying. Bang! Gary Chengyu crashed onto a table, shattering bowls and dishes. PFFF. Sprays of blood shot out. Everyone looked at Joa in shock. What powerful aura! Was this person a cultivator? Honest. Two attendants rushed over in panic, trying to support him, only to find several of Gary Chengyu's ribs broken and blood foaming from his mouth and nose. Honest, wake up. Call for the doctor quickly. Cough, cough, cough. It hurts. It hurts so much. Gary Chengyu clutched his chest and screamed in pain. Joa narrowed his eyes and glared at Gary Chengyu's group. Leave now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, it won't be just a couple of broken bones. Gary Chengyu's attendant stared at him angrily but, recalling the master's instructions earlier, bit his tongue, picked him up, and hurriedly left. Taya stared at Joa blankly for a moment before finally reacting. "Sir, thank you for saving me. Just a small favor," Joa replied casually. "By the way, I happened to overhear that you're heading to Tiandao Academy?" Taya hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Aye. It doesn't matter if Everly isn't convenient. Consider it as if I didn't hear anything." Joa turned his head and continued sipping his tea. He appeared calm and composed, not caring about what had just happened. But Taya felt genuinely grateful deep down. "Sir, to be honest, my father and I are indeed heading to Tiandao Academy." Taya's father tugged on her sleeve. Being cautious was paramount while traveling. Their daughter was too naive to have told their destination to this Blaine they just met. However, seeing this youth's graceful demeanor and extraordinary bearing, he said nothing more. Within a few exchanges, Joa and Taya became acquainted. "Is Sir Che also going to Tiandao Academy?" "That's right. I was originally from Faxinhua Valley, but upon returning after half a year, I couldn't find Faxinhua Valley anymore." Joa wasn't lying. He was a disciple of both Faxinhua Valley and Beast Spirit Sect. His status at Beast Spirit Sect was sensitive, making it unsuitable to mention. Faxinhua Valley. Taya's father looked at Joa in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be an expert from Faxinhua Valley. No wonder your manners and temperament are so elegant." Joa smiled and shook his head. "Just a minor outer sect disciple, not worth mentioning." Hearing that Joa was merely an outer sect disciple, Taya's father showed no disappointment. After all, even an outer sect disciple from the former Faxinhua Valley was far beyond someone from a small family like his. "Do you have a carriage arranged, Sir Che? If you don't mind, why don't you travel with my daughter and me?" Joa smirked lightly. He wouldn't have to worry about transportation anymore. After Joa left, the Gary family's young master remained unconscious in the carriage. The Gary family guard searched every clinic, pharmacy, and herbalist shop but found no cure for young honest Gary's injuries. Gabinally, they had to call in an alchemist. The alchemist diagnosed Gary Chengyu as having suffered severe injuries and must take medicine immediately to have any chance of recovery. Even if he recovered, there would likely be some lingering effects. "Who dares to beat my son like this?" Hearing that Gary Chengyu had been beaten, his father, Gary Ji, hurried back home. Seeing Gary Chengyu's miserable state, Gary Ji's anger flared up. He kicked a stool aside and shouted, "Who did this?" The Gary family's guards bowed their heads. "Jessie." Gary Chengyu weakly opened his eyes and cried, "That pale-faced guy is a complete stranger. I merely spoke 2 words to a girl on the street, and he beat me up like this, ruining my reputation. Jessie, please help me." Upon hearing Gary Chengyu's grievances, Gary Ji flew into a rage. "Unacceptable. How dare someone bully the Gary family? I won't let this go." As the 5th major family in Sichuan City, the Gary family wasn't as prominent as cultivation families, but possessed profound influence far exceeding ordinary families. With the prince supporting them, they acted arrogantly. The Gary family servants echoed their lord's outrage, denouncing Joa unanimously. Gary Ji trembled in fury. "Gabbined out, who dared to do this to my precious son?" "Yes." A large group set off immediately. It was already late evening. Taya and her father decided to rest overnight in town and depart early the next morning. Resting at the inn, Joa couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the ghosts mentioned by the tea house guests. Maybe I should investigate. Joa dressed and headed towards the reportedly haunted house. This large manor was now dilapidated, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, showing signs of long-term abandonment. Joa stepped inside. The empty house contained nothing but cobwebs on the walls. Frowning, he scanned the surroundings until his gaze settled on a corpse under the eaves. The corpse was short and fat, 3 parts human and 7 parts monkey-like, with its head tilted sideways in a bizarre and eerie death pose. Joa approached and examined the corpse. This is a Ine ghost ape, he frowned. How did the remains of a Ine ghost ape appear here? This creature typically lives in places with heavy Ine darnell. Its presence here must be intentional. Joa pondered. While unsure who brought it, it definitely had something to do with the rumors of haunting in this manner. Surveying his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a stone stele within his view. It was a massive 3-zhang tall stone, uneven on its surface. Joa walked closer. The inscriptions on the stele were blurry and shawner. He lowered his eyes thoughtfully. This stele is older than the manor. There are no signs of it being moved, suggesting this stele existed before the manor was built. Ordinary people wouldn't build their homes around an ancient stele. There must be a reason. Walking further, he entered the main hall. Inside, there were incense burners, tables, chairs, and a scroll painting. The painting depicted a beautiful woman holding a baby, gazing lovingly at the child, radiating motherly warmth. Joa caressed the portrait, puzzled. This woman seemed gentle and beautiful, yet he didn't remember ever marrying her. Retracting his hand, he turned to leave, but spotted a snake hanging from the beam above. A black venomous snake coiled around the beam, flicking its crimson tongue, its cold vertical pupils glaring at him, ready to pounce and tear him apart. Joa stood still, eyes fixed on it. The snake's eyes slowly turned blood red, exuding a fierce killing intent. It opened its mouth and emitted a hoarse voice. He, human, since you've entered this house, prepare to die. Joa raised an eyebrow. Could this snake speak? Oh. He casually asked and then flicked his right index finger at the snake. Ding. A blue flame appeared in midair, transforming into a sharp blade and slashing at the snake. The blue flame struck the snake, causing it to explode. The snake disintegrated into a cloud of smoke and vanished within the room. Joa could sense that the venomous snake had not vanished but was hiding somewhere. Clearly, this snake was not a natural creature but perhaps someone's puppet. It was uncertain whether it had any connection to the ghosts mentioned by the townspeople. After searching the house again, Joa found nothing more. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt a dangerous presence approaching. He turned sideways just in time to see a shadow dart towards him like lightning. A fierce palm strike aimed directly at his chest, carrying destructive force as if it could consume everything. The attack came without hesitation. Joa narrowed his eyes, swiftly retreating to avoid the lethal blow. He focused his gaze and saw a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard tightly locking onto him, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty brutality. Who are you? Why are you here? The middle-aged man asked in a grave tone. Joa's expression hardened. I came here to investigate the ghostly phenomena, Joa replied coolly. The middle-aged man sneered contemptuously. Ha, don't think I don't know your real intention. You're here to kill me on behalf of the Secret Alliance. Go to hell, their lapdog. Hearing Secret Alliance, Joa's eyes flashed sharply. His body trembled slightly as spiritual energy burst out with a thunderous roar, collapsing the surrounding walls and raising dust that obscured everyone's vision. When the dust settled, the middle-aged man and Joa were already engaged in battle. Humph! The middle-aged man growled coldly, swinging his fist like a cannonball towards Joa. Joa flew back, crashing into a wall. What shocked Joa was not being struck by the man but recognizing the technique used. It was the same one he'd seen in the dream left by his mother. Are you from the Secret Alliance too? Frowning, Joa asked the man. No longer. Ever since I betrayed the Secret Alliance, I've been ready to die. Enough talk, take this. Roaring loudly, the middle-aged man raised his arms overhead, and intense spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. His body slowly floated into the air, surrounded by a purple mist. His form began to twist and swell, quickly transforming into a towering and ferocious beast that roared upwards. The beast stood over 5 meters tall, with shiny black fur, sharp fangs, and eyes that burned crimson. It looked terrifying indeed. Is this your beast companion? Joa gazed at the beast calmly. Is this what the townspeople have seen as evil spirits? The man's method of summoning beasts resembled that of the Dragon Valley, enhancing both the beast and himself through fusion. The middle-aged man grew larger and more monstrous, scales on his body shimmering with a cold light. His sturdy tail whipped through the air with a whistling sound. He lowered his head to look down at Joa, eyes filled with intense malice. Die! He roared, his massive serpent-like body descending with thick claws slashing towards Joa. Joa stood still, unmoving, not even blinking an eye. Bang! The forceful collision reverberated loudly. The snake's body slammed into the ground with a dull thud. Joa remained standing, untouched, only his clothes flapping in the wind. The middle-aged man was taken aback. I underestimated you, he growled, his eyes flashing with even greater killing intent. With that, he leaped again, fiercely pouncing at Joa. Joa stood his ground, his expression indifferent. Just as the man's claws reached for Joa's neck, he suddenly raised his hand to block it, using his wrist strength to snap the man's arm. Blood sprayed out, splashing across Joa's face. In pain, the man opened his mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs. He bit towards Joa's neck. At this moment, his movements were incredibly swift. Joa spun around, evading the attack. The man's fangs grazed past Joa's shoulder. Joa sneered, and his sword suddenly shot out, piercing the middle-aged man's abdomen. Pooh! The sword pierced through the man's stomach, blood splattering everywhere. The middle-aged man convulsed in pain, his cries echoing throughout the area. Roar! The man roared and lunged at Joa again, trying to crush his head with his claws. However, Joa's body twisted strangely, narrowly avoiding the claws. Enraged, the man pounced once more, aiming to kill Joa. Suddenly, A grinding noise emanated from the man's throat, followed by a hideous sound as a fine needle pierced through it, halting his secret art mid-cast. Next, the needle fell off, and a black mist seeped out from the hole, entering the man's body through the wound. The man stiffened, the dark aura swirling around him vanishing instantly. Ah! The man screamed in agony, clutching his stomach and writhing on the ground in spasms. Joa watched the man on the ground, his expression cold. He had used the needle control technique passed down from Xuanhuan Valley. Though he was proficient in it, this was his first time using it against an enemy. Boy, I admit I underestimated you, but there's no way I'll return to the secret alliance. Saying this, the man raised his hand, ready to smash it into his own head in a suicide attempt. Fortunately, Joa reacted quickly, shooting 2 silver needles into the man's shoulders, instantly immobilizing him. Chapter 476, Heavenly Dao Academy. You've misunderstood. I'm not a member of the Secret Alliance, and I have plenty of unresolved grievances with them. Really? Joa's words clearly didn't convince the man. Why would I lie to you? My parents were killed by the Secret Alliance. If I were one of them, I'd have taken you back immediately. Why waste time talking? The man pondered for a moment and found Joa's logic sound, but still couldn't fully trust this fair-faced Blaine. If you're not from the Secret Alliance, how did you find this place? Do you know that your residence has become infamous in town as a haunted house? I heard about the ghostly presence and came here to investigate. The man seemed stunned. His expression indicated he was unaware of this development. I only wanted to scare away irrelevant people. I didn't expect it would make my place famous. He waved his hand, dispersing the mist and the illusions of snakes and rats. Since you're not from the Secret Alliance, I want to ask you something. 15 years ago, the Secret Alliance sent a large group of experts to attack a small village. Do you know anything about that? Joa asked casually, not expecting much. But the man's response surprised him. Are you referring to the massacre at Che family village? That incident had a huge impact within the Alliance. Several elders were ordered to attack a village, but only one of the 3 elders who were sent survived. Few now remember this, given the decline of the Secret Alliance's power in recent years. Then do you know if 1 or 2 people escaped from Che family village? Joa's voice was slightly agitated. 2 no, just 1. I heard the woman who escaped used some kind of spell to create a thick fog. They lost her trail. But the child she placed in a small boat was later found and killed by our men. The child died. Joa felt dazed. If that child was killed, then who was he? Are you sure you didn't mix up the woman dying while the child escaped? The man thought for a moment and nodded confidently. I'm certain because I was responsible for disposing of the bodies. I personally cremated the man and the child. For Joa, the man's words were like a thunderbolt. Did he die back then? Then who, or what, is he now? The shock nearly made him stagger, but he quickly regained his composure. It was just the man's account. Maybe his body was switched before the Secret Alliance found it. After all, he was very much alive. While Joa was still thinking, the man left. He then heard commotion outside. He peeked out and saw many black-robed figures surrounding the house. They moved chaotically, indicating they weren't trained in martial arts. They're not from the Secret Alliance. Joa breathed a sigh of relief. These must be people coming after Gary Chengyu, whom he injured earlier. Sure enough, soon voices shouted outside. Joa, you dare injure my son Chengyu? You'll pay for this. To Joa's surprise, though the servants were mere mortals, Gary Chengyu's father had some cultivation. Initially, Joa didn't intend to deal with these ordinary people, but since Gary's father was also a cultivator, he decided to play along. As soon as the patriarch finished speaking, Joa leaped out. Who said they wanted my life? I'm right here. Whether you can take it depends on your skill. Ridiculous. The patriarch hadn't responded when the butler interrupted. Do you know my lord is a formidable 3rd-rank cultivator? Bow to him immediately. 3rd-rank cultivator? Joa almost laughed. Even 7th-rank cultivators would beg before him. Zoran, although I'm the only 3rd-rank cultivator in South River County, let's not advertise it, the patriarch said humbly, though his pride was evident. Yes, Zoran understands. Lord, you are both powerful and humble, truly admirable. Joa grew impatient with their banter. You claimed you wanted my life. If you have the courage, come and get it. Stop procrastinating. Enraged by Joa's arrogance, the patriarch lunged with a palm strike. Joa merely sneered and met it head-on. The patriarch, realizing the gravity of the situation, transformed his hand into a claw mid-strike, aiming viciously for Joa's throat. 1 more inch and the Grover's neck wouldn't survive. But Joa accelerated, striking the patriarch squarely on the chest. Pooh! The patriarch flew backward, shocking the crowd. Joa calmly retracted his hand as if it were a trivial matter. The patriarch stood up, brushing off dirt, his face contorted. Just a mistake. Let's fight again. This time, I'll defeat you in 3 moves. He had underestimated Joa. Despite believing he had over a decade of cultivation advantage, he still lost. But Joa shook his head lazily. I don't have time to waste on you. Besides, I'm not interested in low-level cultivators like you. What? You? The patriarch's anger boiled over. You're too arrogant. With another powerful strike, a whirlwind erupted. Joa dodged, mocking him. With such mediocre skills, you're embarrassing yourself. I'd dig a hole and hide if I were you. Sharp-tongued brat, let's see how long you last. Open your eyes wide, or you'll be a nobody forever. With lightning speed, Joa struck the patriarch's dantian. You. The patriarch's eyes widened in panic. His spirit energy drained completely, unable even to gather more. Useless trash, I'll send you off. The patriarch's eyes rolled, blood spewing from his mouth. You. Joa coldly stared at him. You actually crippled my cultivation. You. Joa watched coldly. As a cultivator, you've misused your power against commoners. Your crimes deserve punishment. I've only crippled you. Be grateful I showed mercy. You. The patriarch trembled in fury, ultimately fainting. His butler quickly rushed over upon seeing this. Honest. Don't scare me like this. Joa turned to look at the other servants around. As soon as these servants saw Joa looking at them, they immediately scattered and fled. Hey, why are you running? Zoran couldn't help shouting at them in anger. However, the servants paid no attention to him. Seeing them run further away, Zoran could only stomp his feet in frustration and hurriedly ran back to Honest Gary's side. Honest, wake up. Zoran shook Honest Gary for a while but found that he still had no response, making him sweat profusely with anxiety. What can we do? Don't just stand there. Aren't you going to get out of here unless I escort you? Only now did Zoran realize the urgency, hastily carrying Honest Gary on his back and crawling away to escape back to the Gary residence. Now the Gary family won't be able to bully others using their power. Joa clapped his hands, feeling not the least bit guilty. Rather, he believed he was doing justice. Having resolved everything, Joa returned to the inn once again. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Joa set off with Song family's father and daughter toward Heavenly Dao Academy. On the journey, the three gradually became more familiar with each other. It turned out that Song family's father and daughter came from a secular merchant family. Although they didn't have many cultivators, their family was large and wealthy, holding some status in the mundane world. However, despite being the main branch, Song family's father and daughter weren't very well regarded within the family. Jeffrey had married into the Song family, and Taya's mother was actually the head of their lineage. Thus, Taya was never favored by others in her family. They believed that although Taya bore the Song surname, she was fundamentally an outsider, and thus didn't deserve to stand equal with other heirs. This time, Jeffrey secretly brought Taya out to enroll her in Heavenly Dao Academy so she could stand tall before the other Song family members. Although Heavenly Dao Academy widely admits all cultivators, it's not open to everyone. I wonder if my Clorong's aptitude will be favored by the academy teachers. Joa carefully examined Taya, watching until her face flushed red before he withdrew his gaze. Relax, if Heavenly Dao Academy refuses Clorong, then I'll go and beat up each of the admission teachers one by one. You. Taya stared at him with wide eyes, giving him a petulant look. Ha ha ha, you're such a delightful girl. Joa couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Taya angrily dodged his hand, puffing her cheeks indignantly. Who is your girl? Don't take advantage of me. Their playful teasing along the way greatly strengthened their bond. Soon after, the carriage stopped, revealing a magnificent building before them. This was the entrance to Heavenly Dao Academy, also known as the Sacred Sect Gate. The scale of Heavenly Dao Academy was enormous. Besides the academy itself, there were numerous houses nearby providing rest areas for cultivators coming from various regions to study. Joa and Taya got off the carriage, preparing to enter the academy. But at this moment, a group of Emiya-strobed cultivators rushed out and surrounded Joa and the others. Joa frowned and looked at the tall, thin man leading them. Who are you? The tall, thin man asked rudely. We're here for enrollment. Seeing the newcomers were from Heavenly Dao Academy, Jeffrey respectfully replied. For enrollment? I think you're spies. Seize them. The tall, thin man bellowed, and the disciples immediately charged at Joa and the others. Joa narrowed his eyes, rapidly scanning their cultivation levels with his divine sense. Initial 3rd rank, mid 3rd rank, peak 3rd rank, initial 4th rank? None of them are impressive. These cultivators indeed had a few with decent cultivation levels, but the highest among them was only at the peak of initial 4th rank. Such strength was more than enough to handle mortals, but unfortunately, they faced him. Jim Song, protect Clorong. After instructing them, Joa vanished instantly from his spot. Then, before anyone could see his movements, agonized screams echoed continuously, with those Emiya-strobed cultivators falling one after another. Song family's father and daughter watched the scene unfold in shock. Once the surrounding cultivators were dealt with, Joa darted in front of the tall, thin man, grabbing his neck. The tall, thin man, caught off guard, choked, his face turning bright red as he coughed violently. After some struggle, he managed to rasp. Sir, spare me. Tell me, who sent you? Joa said sternly. The tall, thin man swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before stuttering. It was Emil Wally who sent us. Wally? How did he become an elder? Joa was surprised. Do you know Emil Gary, sir? This must be a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. The tall, thin cultivator dared not be disrespectful, knowing that any slight exertion from the handsome Blaine would snap his neck. Just as Joa was contemplating Wally's current strength, Heavenly Dao Academy's guards heard the commotion and rushed over. Help! I'm Yoel Chloe from the Law Enforcement Hall. These people are spies trying to kill us to silence us. Chapter 477, Meeting Truman. Seeing his people had arrived, the tall and thin cultivator beside Joa immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately drew his blade and pointed it at Joa. Audacious villains, how dare you intrude into Tian Dao Academy? Today, I must take you down. The guards rushed forward, attacking Joa all at once. Joa's lips curled into a mocking smile as he saw this. With a light wave of his right hand, a formidable surge of spirit power erupted, transforming into several ropes that swiftly entangled the guards, immobilizing them. The guards were greatly alarmed and struggled with all their might, but couldn't escape from the ropes. At this moment, Joa raised his foot and fiercely kicked towards the chest of the leading guard. Bang! The leading cultivator flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through the wall and landing in Tian Dao Academy, stirring up dust clouds. Seeing this scene, the other guards turned pale with fear. Who are you exactly? The leading guard eyed Joa warily. We've told you before. We came here to study, yet you insist on labeling us as spies. Since it's so, let me play a spy today. Go bring out whoever is in charge here, Joa said casually after finishing. After speaking, Joa waved his arm. The ropes binding everyone's hands instantly transformed into iron hooks, gripping their arms tightly. Ah! Everyone screamed in pain and fell to their knees. Bearing the pain, the leading guard gritted his teeth and spat out viciously, humph. If you dare harm us, Emil Gary will not let you off. Oh, what about Emil Gary? Joa asked with a faint smile. The leading guard's face paled and then said stubbornly, Emil Gary is recently getting married and is not in the academy? Joa was somewhat surprised, never expecting that guy would already be getting married and wondering who his wife was. Then his wrist shook again. Swish, swish, swish. The ropes seemed to come alive, quickly weaving around the guards, binding them tightly. Having finished this, Joa turned to look at Taya and her father, who stood there in stunned silence. Let's go. Follow me to register. Huh. Taya nodded dumbfoundedly and hurriedly followed him. They had barely entered Tiandao Academy when they attracted quite a bit of attention. After all, during this period, Tiandao Academy had seen quite a few visitors, mostly wealthy young masters and misses who were always under close observation. However, binding the Academy's guards to register was certainly unprecedented. Look, they're actually walking ahead of the Academy guards. Could they be cultivators from a hidden sect? Hold on, do you see those guards? They seem to be tied up by these people. No way. How could anyone have such audacity to act so recklessly in Tiandao Academy? My god, it seems they really did. Who are they? Before long, the three people walked amid the murmurings of the crowd and arrived at the square of Tiandao Academy, standing still to wait for the teachers in charge of admissions. By now, almost everyone in Tiandao Academy had gathered at the square, staring oddly at Joa. Ignoring the strange looks from others, Joa stood in the center of the square, hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Not long after, two figures slowly approached from the depths of Tiandao Academy. The leader was a middle-aged man, around 50 years old, dressed in a green robe, with an elegant demeanor and an outstanding air. Beside him was a voluptuous and beautiful woman, past 40 yet still graceful, especially her eyes which looked at the middle-aged man adoringly, full of admiration and love. Boris, you're finally back. These people attacked our Tiandao Academy, injured our disciples, and robbed us of our belongings. The guard hastily approached, looking miserable and lodging a complaint. What? Such a thing happened? Boris frowned and glanced at the bound guards. What's going on here? Emil Gary asked. I'm not sure either. These three people suddenly broke into Tiandao Academy. I suspect they're spies sent by the Secret Alliance, said the guard. At this moment, Taya stepped forward and argued. We didn't cause any trouble. We specifically came to participate in Tiandao Academy's admission examination. Participate in the examination? Nonsense. Attacking our guards without saying a word? Boris arched his eyebrow, sharply scrutinizing the trio. He then declared loudly, we do not admit unruly people here. Please leave. Upon hearing this, Taya felt a pang of sadness mixed with anger but refrained from losing control due to being on others' territory and remained silent. Suddenly, Joa stepped forward, looking straight at Boris. Do not admit unruly people? It seems to me you only have a bunch of rule-breaking fools here. Hearing this, Boris's brows furrowed and he roared, Presumptuous brat, Tiandao Academy is one of the top sects on the continent. Do you think you can wreak havoc here? With a flick of his sleeve, a burst of spirit power shot out directly towards Joa. Joa reacted swiftly, extending his hand and easily blocking the spirit energy. You can actually block my spirit attack. Who are you? Boris's pupils contracted. This Blaine showed no cultivation yet blocked his peak 6 stage strike. Peak 6 stage? Tiandao Academy truly disappoints me. Someone with this level of cultivation can become an elder? Joa sighed softly, clearly not taking Boris seriously. Upon hearing this, Boris exploded in rage, causing the air around him to plummet to sub-zero temperatures. Instantly, he clenched his fist, spirit power surging wildly within him, emitting a blinding thunderbolt that resembled the hammer of divine punishment, carrying destructive power, hurtling toward Joa. Thunder punch! Boris roared. In an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed plunged into darkness. Rumble. The thunder punch whistled through the air, filled with terrifying lightning, moving incredibly fast, closing in on Joa in the blink of an eye. Joa's eyelids twitched lightly, and then he suddenly clenched his right fist and unleashed a direct punch. Bang! A golden flash exploded, shaking the sky like thunder. Puff! Boris's face contorted in shock, spitting out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several steps to regain his balance. Ah! The onlookers gasped in unison. Just using his fists to injure a peak 6 stage cultivator? This was outrageous. Who are you? How dare you harm Emil? A guard pointed at Joa and reprimanded. Joa's lips curved into a sinister smile. Immediately, he waved his hand, breaking the chains that bound the guards. Humph! A mere peak 6 stage and calls himself an elder? You really overestimate yourself, Joa ridiculed. Bastard, you're courting death. Kill him, avenge Boris. Hundreds of guards immediately drew their swords, each blade shining brightly. Their attacks appeared chaotic, but secretly concealed secret formations from Tiandao Academy, filled with formidable pressure. Hemph, if you insist on seeking punishment, I'll give it to you. Joa's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He lifted his palm and pressed it firmly against the ground. Instantly, rocks crumbled within a few meters of his radius. All incoming attacks approaching Joa were enveloped by a mysterious red glow and vanished into nothingness, dissolving into emptiness. Seeing this, all the students present were dumbfounded. What kind of ability was this? This was a combined attack from over 100 4th stage cultivators. Even an elder of the academy might not be able to withstand such a blow. But now, this Blaine before them had effortlessly dismantled their attacks with his mysterious means? Phew! The onlookers drew in sharp breaths, shivers running down their spines. Their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Joa. Who are you? Why have you come to cause trouble at Tiandao Academy? Boris asked sternly. Joa gave him a sideways glance and coldly said, Are your ears all malfunctioning? How many times do I have to repeat myself for you to understand? I came here to register. As soon as we arrived at the gate, Yoel Chloe from your enforcement hall accused us of being spies and tried to arrest us. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. With that, Joa threw Yoel Chloe in front of Boris. Yoel Chloe, is this true? Under Boris's penetrating gaze, Yoel Chloe swallowed hard. I was acting on Emile Gary's orders to screen visitors. They looked suspicious, so I... Seeing Yoel Chloe's evasive eyes, Boris understood everything in his heart and could only sigh inwardly. They really know how to get me into trouble. Sir, although Yoel Chloe acted hastily in carrying out his mission, it was wrong of you to physically assault our academy's guards. We must still follow the rules. Please accompany me. Boris's tone softened somewhat, but with so many people watching, he couldn't admit fault for the sake of the academy's reputation. Joa pursed his lips and remained silent. He then took Taya and her father along with Boris to the enforcement hall. The enforcement hall was situated deep within Tiandao Academy. It was heavily guarded, and each guard had notable cultivation. On the way, Boris kept trying to stall for time, because he was sure that if this incident became public, he would definitely be punished. It might even affect his standing at Tiandao Academy. Just then, he caught sight of Germano. Instead of getting penalized mysteriously, why not make this trouble for you? Boris thought, rubbing his chin. Ed brother Darnell, Joa called out. Hearing this, Germano hurried over. Boris, what happened? Germano asked. Please watch over Everly Song and this Viola. Ensure their safety while I go back and forth. Sure thing. Germano agreed cheerfully and glanced at Taya, swallowing involuntarily. Wow, a beauty. She looks just like a fairy from a painting. Aiden brother, please don't keep staring at me. Taya shyly whispered. Germano chuckled, snapping back to reality. Joa flickered, vanishing in a blur. He's gone. Germano exclaimed in surprise. This, I don't know either. Taya shook her head, looking around in confusion. Meanwhile, Joa had quietly arrived at a small courtyard. From the start, he had sensed a familiar aura emanating from within. Through the courtyard gate, he clearly heard voices conversing inside. Brother Truman, I've also joined Tiandao Academy. Now we can be together again. A clear, melodious voice of a girl rang out. Oh, Brother Truman, which class are you in? Can I join you? Do you live here? Who owns those rooms inside? You've always left them empty. Are you hungry, Brother Truman? I brought some snacks from home. Let's eat together. The other person's attention was clearly elsewhere, but the girl continued undeterred, seeking every opportunity to speak with her, Brother Truman. These two girls, they're still the same as ever, Joa laughed and sighed. He flashed behind Brenna, tapping her lightly on the head, causing her to faint instantly. Truman, who had been sitting in the courtyard, lost in contemplation over a jade pendant, snapped her head up upon hearing the noise. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my courtyard? Before Joa could respond, Truman swung her saber at him. Truman moved extremely fast, like a bolt of red lightning. Her saber gleamed menacingly. Sensing Truman's aura, Joa felt a sudden urge to play. This silly girl doesn't even recognize her own master. This is better. Let me see how much progress she's made during my absence. Thinking this, he drew his long saber and met her attack. Clang, 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 ding, ding, ding. The sound of clashing weapons echoed clearly, like raindrops pattering on a banana leaf. The two fought evenly, exchanging over 100 blows in a short moment. Suddenly, Joa's eyes flashed with a golden light. He stomped the ground powerfully, leaping into the air, and struck down with his right arm raised high. Thud. Truman felt a sharp pain in her chest and crashed straight onto the ground. Struggling to stand, her cheeks flushed crimson. How can this man be so powerful? I'm already an 8th-stage powerhouse, and with the techniques Honest taught me, I can even take on a 9th-stage cultivator. Yet, this person seemed to completely see through my moves. In front of him, I feel like a newborn infant, powerless to retaliate. Who are you? Truman gasped, clutching her chest. Chapter 478. Astonishing cultivation speed. What? You can't even recognize your own master after a year? With that, Joa's figure transformed, blinking into the form of another handsome Blaine. Honest. Truman's eyes widened as she was about to rush into Joa's arms, but suddenly stopped. That's not right. My Honest is still recuperating at the Divine Honesty Sect. Who are you, and why are you pretending to be my Honest? Truman's gaze toward Joa brimmed with intense hostility. Naive girl, it's obviously me. Do you want me to punish you by making you copy the technique 100 times? Truman could hardly believe her ears. You really are Honest. Truman's hands trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Seeing Joa opening his arms, Truman couldn't hold back any longer and lunged into his embrace. Honest, your disciple missed you so much. You've been unconscious for an entire year. I thought you would never wake up. Truman sobbed profusely in Joa's arms, while he patted her shoulders gently, comforting her. Warm currents flowed into her body, alleviating her physical discomfort. After a long time, Truman gradually calmed down. She wiped away her tears and looked at Joa with confusion. Honest, why did you come to the Heavenly Tao Academy, and why did you do so covertly without letting anyone know? Joa's expression turned serious. He grabbed Truman's shoulders and said sternly, Truman, after I was gravely injured by Tranquil Sky, my soul didn't dissipate nor go to the underworld. Instead, it was sucked into the Westwind Continent. Another continent? Truman's mind was reeling. She had never heard of anything about the Westwind Continent before. So what is this Westwind Continent? Joa briefly recounted his experiences in the Westwind Continent, and Truman listened intently with wide-eyed amazement. I can't believe there's such a strange place. Honest, tell me more about it. We can talk more when I have the time. I only have 3 months left here before I return to the Westwind Continent. Keep this a secret from others. I understand, Truman nodded obediently. Honest, please don't take such risks again. I don't want to lose you. Joa ruffled her hair affectionately. All right. I know my darling is worried about me. Don't worry, your Honest is tough. Even the king of hell can't handle me. Hum. Oh, Truman, how have you been during my absence? It's fine, honest. After you left, Gabinian personally guided my cultivation. Now, I'm at peak 8th rank, just short of 9th rank, but I seem to have hit a bottleneck. Joa raised an eyebrow. This Dixie had progressed from 4th rank to 8th rank in just 1 year. Even if someone imparted profound knowledge, it wouldn't be this fast. Truly living up to being my chosen disciple. Your talent is indeed exceptional. I'm still far behind honest. Receiving praise from her honest, Truman hugged Joa's waist, feeling overjoyed. But because of your rapid advancement, your foundation might not be solid. This bottleneck is due to an insufficient foundation. From now on, don't rush to break through. Take things step by step and consolidate your base. Once your foundation is perfect, the bottleneck will naturally disappear. I'll remember your teachings, honest. Seeing Truman remain humble and obedient, Joa nodded contentedly. Has anything else happened in the past year? Not much. Gabinian found my cultivation acceptable and appointed me as an enforcement elder at the Heavenly Tao Academy. I learn while helping maintain order. You're an enforcement elder now? Yes, Truman nodded. The academy is vast, merging 5 major sections. There are hundreds of elders, and I'm just one among them. If you were back, honest, with your abilities, you'd easily be a vice dean. He hadn't expected this precious disciple to not only advance rapidly in cultivation, but also become an enforcement elder. Now that you're an elder, I have a favor to ask. In the enforcement hall, Germano was frantic over Joa's sudden disappearance, too distracted even to chat with beauties. Hurry, check the back courtyard. You, go to the cafeteria. Germano directed the hall's disciples to search everywhere for Joa. Several layers of protective barriers surrounded the hall, preventing even a 9th rank expert from escaping without authorization. Germano didn't believe Joa was a 9th rank practitioner and figured he must be hiding somewhere inside. Sir, searching like this is taking too long. What if Joa has already fled? Yeah, we should send people out to search. It's more efficient. Some disciples tried to persuade Germano. They knew how deeply he hated Truman and wanted to tear Joa apart, but finding him was paramount now. Shut up. The temporary elder here is me, not you. I say Joa is in the hall, and that's final. Less talk, more action. Germano glared at the speaking disciple fiercely. The disciple was speechless. Just a temporary elder, and he acts all high and mighty. Kaliltering under his breath, the disciple turned away. Germano gritted his teeth in anger. Damn, when I catch you, I'll make you suffer everything imaginable. His fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with venomous intent. Sister Germano, I just want to relieve myself. Is there really a need to be so vicious? A sudden voice made Germano look up sharply, revealing a white-robed youth standing gracefully. Casper had piercing eyebrows and a tall, lean physique exuding elegance. Germano frowned. The entire hall had been searching for Joa, yet he returned on his own. Going to relieve yourself? I bet you tried to escape, but got trapped by our formations. Men, grab him and torture him. Germano's face turned livid as he barked orders. Instantly, 7 or 8 uniformed disciples with weapons rushed forward, encircling Joa. Joa stood straight, smiling calmly as if unfazed by the menacing crowd around him. He smirked arrogantly. How do you really think you're fit to capture me? You. Fury rose within Germano, but he held back. Haha. Do you think having some achievements outside gives you free reign in the Heavenly Tao Academy? Today, I'll teach you a lesson about being humble. Germano thrust both palms forward, gathering spiritual energy, 2 dragon-shaped shadows roaring forth. Dragon Ascendancy Technique, dual phases Yin-Yang. Yin reaches its peak to transform into Yang, explode. The 2 dragon-like shadows collided and exploded, forming a massive mushroom cloud. Seizing the advantage, Germano unleashed powerful moves towards Joa. Knowing many disciples in the hall resented him, he aimed to subdue Joa using his strongest skills to establish his authority. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Thunder Flash. Joa remained motionless as Germano bombarded him with martial techniques. Germano's attacks became less effective as each strike was deflected by a soft force from Joa. Boom. Despite Germano's fierce attacks, Joa stayed completely unmoved. Damn, I refuse to believe I can't bring you down. Germano roared in anger and intensified his attack once more. Do you think this is the end? Germano sneered coldly and extended a large hand toward Joa. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Heaven's Collapse. Germano's spiritual energy surged within him, condensing into a massive hand from the void, slamming down towards Joa. This palm contained an overwhelmingly powerful force, akin to a mountain crushing down, intent on obliterating everything in its path. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Thunder Flash. Gabinally, Joa moved. He formed seals with one hand, and fine threads of lightning shot out from his fingertips, rapidly spreading over his entire right arm. A purple electric glow danced along his right arm, exuding terrifying power. The surrounding enforcement hall disciples were stunned. This move was Germano's masterpiece. How did Joa learn it? Joa thrust his right arm forward with boundless strength, charging straight for Germano. Bang! A dull thud echoed, Germano's pupils contracting to pinpricks as he felt a paralyzing sensation engulf his body. The collision left him dizzy. He knew that the move Joa just used must have been peculiar. Joa, you are indeed strange. You can mimic my Heavenly Thunder Technique, but so what? I can still handle you. With that, Germano stepped in intricate patterns, leaping into the air to attack Joa again. Germano's left hand formed a seal, world-shattering strike. Boom! A massive blue lightning bolt tore through the dark night sky, striking Joa heavily. At this moment, Germano seemed like a descending deity, exuding overwhelming dominance. Joa remained unfazed, moving his hands to gather countless thunderbolts into a large hand to meet the colossal lightning from the sky. Crack! Crack! Lightning and thunder intertwined, producing deafening explosions that reverberated in everyone's ears. Germano stumbled back a dozen steps before stopping, while Joa stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. How? How is this possible? Germano stared at the scene in disbelief, shock etched across his face. Humph. Germano, give up your struggles. You cannot defeat me. Joa wore a detached expression, as if this had been a simple task. So this is the skill you pride yourself on? I overestimated you. Give up, you're no match for me. Joa spoke slowly, his tone icy, devoid of any emotion. Arrogant. Don't think learning my techniques allows you to act high and mighty. Germano roared and charged fiercely at Joa again. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Germano and Joa engaged in close combat. Dull clashing sounds filled the sky, their battle's aftershocks spreading around, tearing off part of the enforcement hall's roof, sending dust flying. By now, Germano's eyes were bloodshot, attacking frenziedly, while Joa appeared at ease. Though Germano maintained an undefeated stance, his frustration grew. He was exhausted. This battle offered no hope of victory. Meanwhile, Joa still seemed indifferent. I won't yield. Germano roared, thick spiritual energy enveloping his body. At this moment, Germano went all out. Heavenly Thunder Technique. 9 consecutive explosive flame slashes. 9 beams of silvery spiritual energy, each like a blazing sun, erupted destructively towards Joa. This guy actually burns his spiritual energy. Germano was startled. He had never seen any disciple in the body cultivation stage choose to burn their spiritual energy. But there was no time for such thoughts. Since Joa forced him to do this, he would make Joa pay dearly. Germano's lips curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. Joa, you drove me to this. Heavenly Thunder Technique, go. Following his roar, 9 dazzling streams of spiritual energy, like meteors, descended upon Joa. Joa's expression remained calm, his movements unhindered. He formed intricate seals with both hands, chanting ancient mystical incantations. One sword. A massive golden sword aura sliced through heaven and earth, resembling an ultimate divine weapon, cutting through the 9 beams of spiritual energy and charging towards Germano. Germano's complexion changed abruptly. This sword aura instilled a sense of imminent death. However, he couldn't evade this. Gritting his teeth, Germano gathered all his strength to withstand the sword aura's assault. In an instant, Germano's spiritual defense was shattered. Just as Joa's sword aura was about to cut him down, everyone watched in tension. Unexpectedly, at the very last second, Joa dispersed the sword aura. Germano touched the torn fabric on his chest where the sword aura had grazed. Had it been any slower, he would have bled to death. Why did you stop? Germano panted, expressing relief and puzzlement towards Joa. I came here to study, not to kill. That's all. Joa stood in white robes, hands behind his back. A gentle breeze fluttered his sleeves. Having easily defeated acting elder Germano, there was no trace of joy on his face, only serene composure. Who's there? Who dares cause a disturbance in the enforcement hall? The noise from their fight alarmed Boris, who was resting. Chapter 479. I'm talking about you. Just as Boris finished speaking, he saw Joa standing with his hands behind his back, while Germano lay in disarray before him. Boris, you finally arrived. Germano was sobbing as if he had suffered a great injustice. What happened? Boris surveyed Germano and frowned. Honest, Joa bullied the new disciples. When I tried to reason with him, he unexpectedly injured me. Germano exaggerated, placing all blame on Joa and portraying himself as the victim. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Germano's words, Boris raised an eyebrow, staring intently at Joa. I told you, I'm in a good mood today and spared your life. Joa remained indifferent, turning around and preparing to leave. Bastard. Germano cursed angrily. How could he let this slide? A black spear appeared in his hand, emitting a cold aura. Heavenly Thunder Technique, Thunder Spear. Germano roared as the spear flew like a meteor towards Joa's back. But soon, Germano froze. The spear missed. Your strength is far below mine. Thinking you can kill me with this power is delusional. Joa turned calmly, sweeping his right palm to unleash a whirlwind of powerful spiritual energy that whisked away Germano's spear. He caught the spear with a simple gesture. Germano was stunned. Joa could catch a spirit-grade weapon barehanded? Before Germano could react, Joa flicked his fingers, releasing a flame that incinerated the spear. Germano spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly on the ground like a deflated balloon. Joa glanced coldly at Germano. I won't kill you. I just don't want to waste time. If you insist on seeking death, I don't mind helping you along. With that, Joa walked away. Germano watched him go, filled with intense hatred. Damn Joa, how dare he take my spirit-grade weapon? Once I regain my strength, I will definitely get revenge. Suddenly, an angry voice called out, Stop! Boris stood there, glaring at Joa with a dark expression. You insolent brat, are you ignoring me? Boris bellowed, releasing his overwhelming presence, which felt like a mountain pressing down, making Germano's breathing labored. Joa halted, his gaze falling on Boris, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Germano, stand down. Boris turned to Germano. After a moment's hesitation, Germano stepped aside, realizing he couldn't help. Boris, this person is bullying us, an outsider attacking us within the academy. Please punish him severely. When have I ever needed your advice? Boris shot back coldly, making Germano awkwardly lower his head. Ignoring Germano, Boris focused entirely on Joa. He wouldn't underestimate him again after losing previously. Boris gripped his sword, fully unleashing his peak 6th stage aura. The students of the enforcement hall sighed in admiration, truly worthy of being Boris. His peak 6th stage cultivation makes him the top among all 1-star elders. Yes, with Boris's cultivation, he could easily be a 2-star elder. Their comments made Boris feel very satisfied. However, Joa barely paid attention, even yawning widely. Boy, watch this move. Seeing Joa's lack of caution, Boris tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward. Whoosh! Sharp sword light and violent primordial energy sliced through the air, striking Joa's shoulder. Joa didn't flinch, raising his left arm to block. Boris's grip shook, nearly losing sensation. Hiss! Boris gasped. What realm was this guy? Why was his physical strength so formidable? Not just Boris but the other students were equally stunned by Joa's iron-hard body. Your attack is too weak, Joa said coolly. Raising his right hand, he unleashed massive spiritual energy from his palm, forming a giant hammer adorned with lightning arcs. This was the strongest technique of the Heavenly Thunder Technique. Soul Destroyer Hammer. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Soul Destroyer. Joa roared, sending the hammer crashing down with devastating force towards Boris. Boris's face darkened. He quickly countered with his best move. Boom! The impact echoed, powerful shockwaves rippling outward, shattering the floor. Germano stared in horror at Joa's thunder-encircled hammer. This was clearly the strongest move of the Heavenly Thunder Technique. Yet Germano couldn't use it with his current strength. How did Joa deduce and master this technique in such a short time without seeing it used? What kind of monster is he? Boris grunted, a trail of blood dripping from his mouth. So this is all you've got? Looks pretty trashy. Boris's face flushed red, fists clenched tightly as he glared at Joa. Since you're so eager for death, I'll grant it. 9 heavens breaking sky sword, Boris shouted, slicing 3 blinding golden sword beams that raced like lightning towards Joa. Child's play. Joa shook his head, clapping his hand, instantly dispelling the sword beams. How is this possible? Boris's pupils contracted in shock. However, he quickly regained his composure. There were still moves he hadn't shown. Boris took a deep breath, channeling immense spiritual energy from his dantian. Instantly, an oppressive aura radiated from him, freezing the air. At the same time, a golden long saber appeared above his head, 7 feet wide and forged from pure gold, shimmering with a sharp brilliance, a rare spirit-grade weapon. This is the 6th-rank spirit weapon granted by the Dean, Golden Broderick Saber. The students were astounded. Though only a 6th-rank spirit weapon, its power rivaled a 7th rank. Boris wielded the Golden Broderick Saber in one hand, moving like a blur, slicing horizontally towards Joa. Hmph, this is your best strike? Joa laughed mockingly, smashing the hammer into the Golden Broderick Saber. Clang! The collision rang out sharply, metal clashing continuously. The two figures engaged in rapid combat, their forms twisting together in a fierce struggle. Hiding behind the wall, Germano observed the battle, trying to find a weakness to strike Joa fatally. But he couldn't keep up with their pace. Each of Boris's moves carried immense power, and Joa's strikes were even more overwhelming. For a moment, Boris was thoroughly dominated by Joa. Sweat poured down Boris's face, veins popping on his forehead, clearly giving it everything he had. Bang! Another intense collision, and Boris grunted as he flew backward. He tumbled onto the ground clumsily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had lost, thoroughly and completely. Boris actually lost. The disciples stood in stunned silence, unable to react for a long time. Pfft. Joa moved several meters and came before Boris, delivering a harsh kick to his chest with a sweeping leg, causing Boris to spit out crimson blood foam. I don't accept this, cough cough. Boris struggled to rise. His face flushed red, filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Joa. Joa frowned slightly, seemingly impatient. Enough babbling. Stepping on Boris, he looked down and asked, Do you concede now, Boris? Pfft. Blood spurted from Boris's mouth. He swallowed hard, gritting his teeth and asked, Why is this happening? I can't accept it. After decades of diligent cultivation, I can't beat a mere grover like you. I cannot accept this, I refuse to. Hearing this, Joa snorted coldly. I'm teaching you a lesson today because you've been idle in your position, not fulfilling your duties, enjoying the privileges of the Heavenly Tao Academy while doing nothing, pushing your work onto disciples and living leisurely yourself. Though Joa hadn't officially joined Heavenly Tao Academy, its predecessor Beast Spirit Sect and White Flower Valley were his old haunts, so he felt a strong sense of belonging. Boris paused, his teeth grinding angrily as he roared, Rubbish talk. How could someone like me, an elder of Heavenly Tao Academy, do such despicable things? You know well what dirty deeds you've done. Stop pretending. Joa looked at him disdainfully. Your wicked heart is the reason your cultivation has stagnated. A scoundrel of low virtue and cunning does not deserve to be an elder here. Boris's face flickered between rage and humiliation. He didn't expect Joa to openly challenge him. Gabine. Very well. Boris laughed in fury. You, an outsider, dare criticize me? Today, I'll show you why I became an elder of Heavenly Tao Academy. With that, Boris's aura surged abruptly. In one stride, he attacked Joa again. Kill! He shouted, gripping the Golden Broderick Saber tightly, wielding it into a dazzling golden net towards Joa. Come on then. Joa grinned, swinging his giant hammer to meet the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the arena, terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, causing the ground to shake violently. Boris was forced back by Joa, stumbling and bleeding profusely from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Joa charged at Boris again, smashing his hammer through the air with immense force. Hiss! Boris couldn't help but gasp, feeling his body almost falling apart. Roar! Khalilsal's bulging, Boris swung his saber in front of the hammer. Boom! The powerful force transmitted through the Golden Broderick Saber, sending it flying out of his hand. Boris was thrown back and slammed into the wall, cracking the solid bricks. Boris! The disciples called out anxiously, rushing to check on him. Boris tried to speak, but spat out more blood. Clutching his throat, he stared at Joa with seething hatred, whispering, Boy, I will never rest until I have your head. Amidst his disheveled appearance was anger and deep humiliation. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong. This is Heavenly Dao Academy, not your domain. With that, Boris crushed a jade token in his hand. After crushing it, Boris sneered, looking at Joa as if he were already dead. Wait and see, Grover. I've alerted the senior elders within the academy. Soon you will be dead. Ha 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 ha. Boris laughed arrogantly as if he had won instead of Joa. Moments later, a gentle breeze seemed to pass through the enforcement hall. In the blink of an eye, a handsome Blaine appeared without warning. This youth was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and pale skin that made it hard to tell his gender. His grace could easily captivate countless youths. Seeing him, Boris felt as if a savior had arrived. Rolling and crawling, he hurried to Angus, bowing respectfully. Emil Truman, this is the man. He dared to attack our disciples inside the academy. When I tried to stop him, he even assaulted me. This person disregards us entirely, showing no respect for Heavenly Dao Academy. Please, Emil Truman, punish this evildoer properly. Oh. Truman glanced at Boris. You say he beat you up? Yes, exactly this man. Boris pointed at Joa, almost getting a nosebleed in the process. At this point, Boris didn't care about anything else. As long as he saw Joa punished in front of him, these injuries would be worth it. Chapter 480. Major changes on the continent. Truman nodded. How absurd. How dare you do this? Do you know who he is? Seeing Truman beside him, Boris immediately regained his vigor and courage. He pointed at Joa and loudly scolded. Do you know who I am? You dare provoke me? This is truly courting death. I'm talking about you. Suddenly, Truman slapped Boris, who was hiding behind her, sending him flying several yards away. The surrounding disciplinary hall disciples were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Emil Truman, why did you suddenly hit me? Boris covered his face, bewilderedly looking at Truman. Do you know who he is? He is. Truman suddenly remembered her honest warning not to reveal his identity, so she quickly changed her words, a person you can never provoke. His status is so noble that even if your entire family were tied together and died 1,000 times over, they wouldn't match one of his hairs. Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Boris's face, soaking the ground. Truman was known for her indifference and rarely spoke more than 3 sentences to anyone. No one doubted that she was exaggerating. She had never lied before because she saw no need to lie. No one could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary Joa would earn such reverence from Truman. After all, Truman was the great-granddaughter of the prestigious dean of Jaylene College. One of the top geniuses in Tiandao Academy, she had been personally acknowledged by the Divine Lady of Cloetian Sect. Within a century, it was predicted that Truman would surpass her. Apart from the few deans and the mysterious savior hero Rico, who had still gone missing, Truman was one of the most esteemed figures in Tiandao Academy. Yet even this revered being showed deep respect when speaking of Joa. Gulp. Boris swallowed hard, struggling to ask, may I ask who you are? Joa slowly turned around, looking down at Boris with a calm demeanor. It doesn't matter who I am, but it seems you aren't competent as an Emil. Though Joa's tone was indifferent, Boris felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Sir, you're absolutely right. I will correct my behavior immediately, ensuring that nothing like today will ever happen again. There's no need. You won't have the chance. You have been expelled from Tiandao Academy. I've already informed the entire academy. You will never be hired here again, Truman said coldly, glancing at Boris. What? Expelled? Expelled from the academy? Boris's face paled instantly, shaking his head repeatedly. I can't accept this. I am an Emil of Tiandao Academy. You can't expel me. What crime have I committed? I only acted for the academy's benefit. Why are you expelling me? Haha. Truman laughed coldly and replied. Just because I'm a 3-star Emil in the disciplinary hall, and I have the authority to act first and report later within the academy. If I want you dead, you will die. You. I refuse. I refuse. Boris roared skyward, filled with anger and resentment, his eyes bulging almost out of their sockets. As a respected man who had practiced cultivation for over 60 years, he couldn't bear such humiliation after all his efforts, talents, diligence, and sacrifices. He wanted revenge. At that moment, a disciplinary hall disciple rushed over and whispered something into Truman's ear. She nodded and then glanced at Boris again. Broderick's heart leapt, sensing ominous premonitions. Sure enough, as he trembled anxiously, Truman said, Why haven't you left yet? Do you plan to let your family carry you back? Terrified, Boris immediately knelt and kowtowed, pleading, Emil, spare me, spare me. Truman paid no further attention to him, giving a casual look, and 2 tall disciplinary hall disciples grabbed Boris by the arms and threw him out of Tiandao Academy. Let's go. Che Gongzi, have you had time to tour the academy yet? Shall I introduce you to its sights? Truman obediently walked beside Joa, her expression like a child awaiting praise from an adult. The greatly favored Truman behaved like a gentle kitten in front of Joa. Everyone around them was astounded. Who exactly was this Joa? Let's go. By the way, Everly Song has taken good care of me on the journey. I think her talent is quite good. Can you arrange something for her? No problem. Truman casually pulled out a jade slip and handed it to the stunned Taya. Hold this and go to the welcome hall officer. Tell them you're sent by me. When speaking to anyone other than Joa, Truman always remained cold, but since it was her master's wish, she softened her tone toward Taya. Staring at the two leaving, Taya couldn't regain her composure. The mysterious and handsome Che Gongzi who saved her was far more enigmatic and noble than she could imagine. Just one word granted her a position in the coveted Tiandao Academy. A secret admiration had blossomed in her heart, but she understood they belonged to different worlds, so she quietly hid her feelings. Inside Tiandao Academy, Truman led Joa through the entire academy. Joa marveled inwardly at how Tiandao Academy was grander and more impressive than the Beast Spirit Sect, despite being less than half a year old. Honest, are you tired? Would you like to rest for a bit? Noticing Joa's trance, Truman asked solicitously. No, it's fine. Joa shook his head. By the way, Truman, I heard Egbert is getting married? Who is the bride? Mentioning Egbert, Truman's expression changed oddly. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? Truman hesitated, opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. You silly girl. What's there to hide from me? If you don't want to say, it's okay. No, honest. I just fear you might be upset upon hearing it. Truman bit her lip, deciding to tell her honest about it. Why would I be upset? Though I don't get along with him, I wouldn't go as far as to resent the bride. Seeing Truman's peculiar expression, Joa chuckled. Not exactly honest. Egbert's bride is Michaela Alia. Michaela Alia? Which Michaela? She is General Yoel's daughter from Yin Country, Iris, the same Iris who grew up with you. Upon hearing Truman's words, Joa couldn't believe it. He sat by the pond, lost in thought for a long time. Gabish splashed water onto his back, snapping him out of his reverie. You mean Jamie is marrying Egbert? Yes. Joa touched the ring on his finger, remaining silent for a long while. Jamie had grown up alongside him. The once capricious Dixie was now getting married. Although he always regarded her as a younger sister, it pained him slightly that the girl who once shared his days and nights was going to marry someone else. Who would have thought that the Dixie is getting married? I must give her a grand gift. Gabbinally, Joa stood up, smiling faintly, perhaps understanding why fathers cry when giving away their daughters. When did they start dating? Jamie must be thrilled, right? She has always been restless whenever something happens. Truman looked at Joa, biting her lips, and finally spoke. From what I observed, Alia does not seem very happy. Joa paused, frowning. What do you mean? Many things have happened during the year Honest was away. Alia Yoel's father sacrificed himself in battle. General Yoel has no sons, only 3 daughters, and now the person in charge of the Yoel family is the second madam. It was she who decided to marry Alia Yoel to Jim Egbert. What? Jim Yoel passed away. Joa's frown deepened. When he lived at the Yoel residence, Jim Yoel, as the head of the household, was strict but very fair, never oppressing subordinates for no reason. Moreover, he took good care of Joa and never treated him like a servant. Now not only does Flame Country need to be concerned about this, but the same applies to the whole continent as the heavens will soon open. Whether one is a cultivator or an ordinary person, none can escape this matter. So those hidden families are no longer hidden. They have entered the world one after another, seizing and occupying the territories of secular forces, rapidly expanding their power. The surrounding secular empires of Flame Country all pledged allegiance to the cultivation families. However, King Flame Country has a resolute personality and would rather die than comply. As the Maximus of the Northern Defense, Jim Yoel naturally chose to protect Flame Country. In the end, Jim Yoel died on the battlefield, and Flame Country was also annexed by a cultivation family. And it was the Northern Ridge Gary family, where Egbert belongs, that annexed Flame Country. After hearing this, Joa's expression did not change. However, Truman clearly saw that his fists were clenched tightly, with the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. No wonder the Yoel family would let Jamie marry Egbert. Although Jamie is the youngest of the 3 sisters, she was born to the first madam. Her 2 older sisters are from the second madam. The first madam left early, and now the one in charge of the Yoel family is precisely the second madam. If she marries Jamie off to the Gary family, she can control the Yoel family herself. Jamie becomes an outsider while her 2 daughters inherit the Yoel family. What a cunning calculation. Honest, as long as you give an order, I will lead 3,000 disciplinary hall disciples to level both the Yoel family and the Gary family and rescue Alia Jamie. Joa reached out and patted Truman on the head. I appreciate your intentions, but you are already an elder of Tiandao Academy, specifically designated by your grandmaster. Your every move concerns not only yourself, but also your grandmaster's reputation and the dignity of Tiandao Academy. Leave this matter to me. Now that I have changed my appearance, it's a good time to settle old grievances. A gleam flashed in Joa's eyes. Even Truman felt a chill crawl up her spine. To dare provoke the Honest means those people are in for trouble. At the Yoel family compound, the Yoel family's second madam was enjoying a drink with her 2 daughters. Haha, that old man is finally dead. His daughter will be married off soon. Now the Yoel family will be under our command. Congratulations to Mother. We've finally achieved what we wanted. Yes, Mother, from today, our days of happiness will begin. If the head of the Yoel family were still alive, he would be heartbroken seeing this scene. He had never owed them anything, yet they always hoped he would die. Haha, that old thing never knew you 2 weren't even his biological children. After all these years of endurance, I've finally taken control of the Yoel family. Dolores, what about Iris? She still bears the surname Yoel. What if? Our Yoel family's rise was thanks to her. She is marrying the son of the Gary family. We are climbing too high for anyone to say anything against it. After hearing the second madam's words, her 2 daughters exchanged glances, sneering inwardly. Don't look at me like that. Rest assured, this matter will remain confidential. Iris will marry splendidly, and we will take over the entire Yoel family. No one dares speak ill of it. Dolores is wise. In the rear courtyard of the Yoel family, Iris lay in bed, closing her eyes to rest. Her maid, Hongling, brought in a bowl of medicine. Everly, it's time for your medicine. Just put it there. I'll drink it later. Everly, you've been sleeping for 4 or 5 days. If you keep sleeping, your body won't hold up. Why don't I massage your shoulders? No need, I'm tired. Oh Everly, this medicine replenishes chi and blood. Hongling approached the bed and squatted down. Iris frowned slightly, seemingly repulsed by Hongling's touch, but didn't open her eyes. Since you're tired, allow me to massage your arms and legs, making you more comfortable. Iris remained silent, but Hongling held onto her shoulders. Intense pain shot through Iris, making her finally open her eyes. Seeing Iris awake, Hongling's face twisted into a demonic smile. Everly, are you alright? Where does it hurt? Would you like me to press harder? As she spoke, Hongling's hands tightened further, causing Iris's face to pale and cold sweat to pour down her forehead. Iris used to be a formidable 7th-rank expert, with astonishing combat skills. To prevent her from ruining the plan, the second madam had poisoned Iris's food. Though Iris's life was safe, she lost all her cultivation. She could only watch helplessly as her father died in battle. To avoid any mishaps, the second madam confined Iris to her room, with Hongling assigned to serve and monitor her. After all, Iris was a crucial tool for their alliance with the Gary family and couldn't die here. Chapter 481. The Sydney Wedding. Hongyong, what are you doing? Let go quickly. No matter how much Iris shouted, Hongyong did not budge. Suddenly, Hongyong fiercely kicked out at Iris. Bitch, once you were so arrogant. Standing high above me, giving orders left and right, how glorious. But now you're nothing but a useless pitiful worm. I envy you so much. Even though you're a cripple, you can still marry honest Gary. Hongyong grew angrier with every word and began punching and kicking Iris again. She grabbed Iris's hair, forcing her to look up at her. So, do you hate me now? Wish you could kill me? Ha ha, pity you're just a useless wreck, not even having the strength to harm yourself. Iris's face was almost pressed against the wall as Hongyong yanked her hair, and she struggled to lift her eyes to glare at her. At this moment, her mouth was filled with blood, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to cry out. Bitch, what kind of look is that? Enraged, Hongyong increased the force on Iris's hair, slapping her hard across the face. You think I don't dare kill you? Smack. Several of Iris's teeth fell out instantly, blood pouring down. Bitch, you actually dared to glare at me. Smack smack smack. Iris's cheeks swelled up badly, and even her nasal bone broke. Smack. Hongyong slapped Iris again with 2 more blows. Bitch, if not for madam saying you must stay alive, I would kill you right now, and no one would care. Iris clenched her teeth and remained silent. Though I can't kill you, I will make your life worse than death. Smack smack smack. Hongyong wildly whipped Iris with a whip, leaving her bruised and battered all over. This time, the whip struck Iris's chest. Hongyong's expression became extremely hideous. I'll destroy your face. Smack. Iris's face was hit again, blood spurting from her mouth, yet she firmly held her lips together. Bitch, you actually resist. The whip left deep and long scars on Iris's body, staining her clothes red. But even so, Iris remained silent. Haha, don't you fear pain? Isn't it quite delightful for you? Iris bit her lip, remaining silent. Seeing this, Hongyong whipped her harder several times. Iris's body trembled. Suddenly, Hongyong stopped because she heard footsteps outside. Who's there? Come out. Hongyong shouted angrily. However, when she turned around, she froze in shock. Mom, madam. What happened? Asked second madam of the Yoel family sternly. Hongyong pointed at Iris lying unconscious on the ground. She ran away and then fell down. When I tried to help her up, she cursed at me and insulted you, madam. Yoel Fengyu walked into the room, glancing at Iris curled up weakly on the bed. Hongyong, you did well. You need to teach these kinds of people a lesson. With that, second madam swept out of the room as if nothing had happened. Hongyong breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that her tone might have upset the madam. Looks like abusing this Iris made madam happy. Toxic woman. Iris gasped weakly, glaring at the departing second madam with resentment. She hated so much that she wished she could kill her immediately to avenge her father. But reality showed she could do nothing. She could only watch helplessly as second madam left. Hongyong wiped the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief, then looked down disdainfully at Iris. Seems we won't have to keep vigil tonight. Ha ha ha. She then strutted away. At this moment, Iris suddenly sat up. A familiar figure flashed through her mind. He wore a moon-white robe, handsome and gentle like jade. His name was Rico, the little man who grew up with her, the man she dreamt about every night. No, I can't die here. Struggling, she got off the bed and staggered towards the desk, searching for a small box. Inside the box was a tattered rattle drum. Iris turned the rattle drum a few times. Without its skin, the drum made no sound. Tears streamed down Iris's face as she hugged the broken toy. Days later, the Yoel mansion was festooned with lights and decorations. Large red, happiness, characters covered the walls. It was the wedding day of Broderick, Jamie, and Wally. Everyone in the Yoel household was busy preparing, smiling happily except for one person, Iris. Hiding in her chamber, Iris stared at her reflection in the mirror, her gaze filled with sorrow and despair. I never want to get married in my life. Bang! She threw everything off her dressing table onto the floor. I hate the Gary family, hate this world. I hate these demons. I hate you all. Iris screamed hysterically, her eyes red. She dashed out of her room, deciding to leave. Before she reached the door, however, someone appeared before her eyes. It was a girl of her age with a delicate appearance, wearing a pale purple dress. This was Iris's second sister, Yoel Auchio, second madam's own daughter. Bitch, you dare to run away? She punched Iris in the ribs, causing her to curl up in pain. Seeing Iris in agony, Yoel Auchio smiled coldly. Today was this little bitch's big day, and no one should notice anything wrong. So Yoel Auchio chose a place where no one could see. Iris lay on the ground, unable to stand up. I know you hate me, and you hate the Gary family, but you don't deserve to fight them or even Wally. If you don't stay obedient, be ready to end up dead in the wilderness. Yoel Auchio's voice was chilling. Iris used all her strength to raise her head, staring at Yoel Auchio with eyes full of despair and agony. She dedicated herself to the Yoel family, gave in to everyone, and willingly married Wally. What did she receive? Betrayal by those closest to her. Her cultivation ruined. Watching her father's body being carried back, the last spark in Iris's eyes went out. Yoel Auchio smiled in satisfaction at Iris's dead expression. Iris, sacrifice for our happiness. The auspicious hour is approaching. Dress and prepare the bride properly. Don't let honest Gary see her in this state. Yoel Ouchio ordered the maids with a smile. Iris slowly closed her eyes, no longer resisting. Since she couldn't resist, she would quietly accept her fate. In the Yoel mansion, guests gathered. Many from the Gary residence attended, including mainline and collateral branches. As the groom, Wally sat in the seat of honor. The Gary family patriarch sat nearby, with others taking their places accordingly. Iris knelt aside. Groom arrives. Cheers rang out as Wally rode in on horseback, stepping on the red carpet. He wore a red dragon robe, sword hanging from his waist, his features sharp and handsome, exuding a heroic aura. His eyes were dark and deep, like an endless starry sky, captivating anyone who looked into them. He exuded a dominant and oppressive aura, making everyone feel the weight of his authority even from a distance. Begin the ceremony. Following the officiant's call, Wally dismounted and walked to the bride's side, gently taking her hand. I have come to marry you, Wally said softly. Iris nodded expressionlessly. Gabbers bowed to heaven and earth. With the officiant's shout, the bride and groom bowed to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the ancestors. Iris turned, looking at the ancestral tablets in the Yoel family shrine, her lips parting slightly. Jesse, Dolores, I have ultimately betrayed your expectations. I could not honor your last wishes. I am unworthy of you. Her sobs were barely contained. Mutual bows. Escort the couple to the bridal chamber. As the matron announced, Wally led Iris into the wedding chamber. Iris's face was as pale as death itself, just like her heart felt right now. Yolka, a puppet devoid of consciousness, Iris let Wally lead her step by step towards the newlyweds' chamber. Witnesses at the Yoel mansion, rather than stopping them, seemed delighted and engaged in merriment. Wally's gaze settled on Iris. Her eyes showed no panic or fear, only numbness. She seemed indifferent to everything, as if she didn't care about the marriage or even herself. A surge of anger rose within Wally. He detested this feeling. Though he was supposed to control Iris's fate, her attitude always surpassed his expectations. His gaze swept over the table, unsurprised to find the worn-out rattle drum. You're still thinking of that man. He died a year ago. Wally fiercely tightened his grip on Iris's wrist. Why can't you let go? I'm the one who will be with you for life. Iris winced but clenched her teeth stubbornly, refusing to make a sound. Iris, know this. I will have you today and make you my true wife. Wally's tone was domineering and cruel. Iris lifted her head, her eyes cold. I'm already your wife. Why are you angry? Do whatever you want. Huh, don't you dare. I will make you cry and beg me to stop. He dragged her towards the bed, pushing her down before looming over her. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rocked the Yoel mansion. Guests cried out in alarm. What is happening? Wally had to stop his actions, stepping to the window to look outside. Smoke billowed through the courtyard. The roof had collapsed, turning the once lavish building into ruins. The Yoel family members scrambled in panic. Hurry, put out the fire, Wally shouted. Servants quickly grabbed buckets to douse the flames. Ha ha ha, isn't this a lively wedding gift? A sinister laugh echoed in Wally's ears. Iris looked up to see a black-clothed man standing behind Wally. The man wore a dark green brocade cloak, a jade belt around his waist, and a black hat adorned with jade, his handsome face twisted into a demonic grin. Who are you? Wally stared intently at the newcomer. Given his cultivation level, an ordinary 6th-stage cultivator would never get so close to him unnoticed. Yet this man appeared silently behind him. This person is no simple adversary, Wally thought, possibly practicing some secret martial art. He never considered another possibility, that this man's cultivation far surpassed his own. Wally couldn't fathom it. After all, he was the personal disciple of the chief Emil of Beast Spirit Sect, with few peers in the world matching his cultivation. Thus, Wally made a fatal mistake. He underestimated his opponent. Who I am doesn't matter. I've come to congratulate Brother Xianxia on his wedding day. Am I not welcome? Celebrate? Wally sneered. Destroying the Yoel residence is your idea of celebration. Before Wally finished speaking, he struck with the sword hidden behind his back. A gleaming blade aimed straight for the man's chest. Unperturbed, Angus smiled and sidestepped easily. Frustrated by the missed strike, Wally slashed instead. Again, Angus dodged effortlessly, then accelerated, closing in on Wally. Wally felt his heart sink. He couldn't track Angus's movements at all. What realm is he at? Casper kicked out. Wally raised his sword to block. Boom. The entire Yoel mansion trembled from the impact. Wally's hand went numb, nearly losing his grip on the sword. A punch from Angus forced Wally to dodge sideways. After landing his blow, Angus backed off. This place is too confined. Brother Gary, why don't we continue outside? Himph, I'd be honored. They rushed outside, clashing again amidst the ruined Yoel courtyard. Wally wielded exquisite swordsmanship, personally taught by Chief Emil Isaiah Daochong of Beast Spirit Sect. Chapter 482. Young Honest Gary, is this it? Each move seemed to carry a trace of divine power. Douglas thrust his sword forward. This seemingly casual strike held a tendril of spiritual energy at its tip that grew as it moved, transforming with every inch. By the time it reached Joa, it had turned into a roaring sword chi dragon. Who would have thought that after several years, you haven't improved much? Truly disappointing. Joa deflected the sword chi dragon with his sleeve, and then struck back at Douglas. Bang! Douglas's eyes narrowed, surprised that his signature sword technique was so easily dispersed. But no matter, this was just a probe. The main act was yet to come. The circulation of spiritual energy within Douglas sped up threefold. The ordinary-looking long sword in his hand gradually emitted a faint mystical glow. This sword was actually an Earth-grade May treasure. Holding the spiritual sword, Douglas attacked Joa more fiercely this time. Boom! The clash of two streams of spiritual energy caused a violent explosion. Joa, affected by this force, staggered back a step, while Douglas remained rooted in place. A sinister and ruthless smile crept across Douglas's face as he swung his long sword towards Joa. He poured all his strength into this attack. The sword chi was sharp and decisive. Joa's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed a long saber from thin air with his right hand. With one swift slash, he split the sword chi in two. Taking advantage of this, Douglas leaped into the air. With rapid movements, the sword's glow expanded to over 3 feet. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword chi rushed towards Joa. Douglas's sword strikes were incredibly fast, reaching Joa in an instant. Just as the sword chi was about to pierce Joa, he suddenly slapped it away. Douglas felt an overwhelming force strike him. Unable to withstand it, he was slammed to the ground. Struggling to get up, he spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Joa. Such power! This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come, Joa said as he leapt up, raising his saber high and bringing it down with great force. Douglas's expression changed drastically. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Rip! Shredded wooden splinters, accompanied by blood mist, flew everywhere. A deep gash appeared on Douglas's shoulder, blood gushing out. Joa pressed his advantage, the long saber slicing down like a torrential rain. In no time, Douglas was forced into retreat. Thud! Gabbinally, Douglas could no longer hold on and fell to his knees. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he gritted his teeth, staring hatefully at Joa. I must admit, you are the strongest opponent I've encountered in recent years. Douglas finally put aside his contempt. It seems I need to take you seriously. Wiping the blood from his shoulder onto his spiritual sword, and muttering incantations, the sword burst forth with a power several times greater than before. Now that's what a spirit weapon should look like. Joa smiled slightly, having already sensed that Douglas's sword was extraordinary. It felt like a giant dragon hidden in the depths, now finally awakened. Douglas looked at Joa with sharp eyes, then tightened his grip on the sword. Roar! A roar erupted from his throat as the sword emitted a dazzling light. Boom! A golden energy wave exploded from the sword. A nearby tree instantly snapped. Snap! Tree after tree was destroyed, creating a terrifying scene. Joa's eyes narrowed as he swung his saber, a brilliant purple light cutting through the night sky towards Douglas's head. Hiss! The onlookers, who had returned to watch, couldn't help but gasp. Young, honest Gary has such formidable power. He must be at the peak of the 7th rank. 7th rank peak? He's so young, yet his strength is so terrifying. Indeed, he's the disciple of Emil Isaiah from Beast Spirit Sect. Hiss! No wonder he achieved so much at such a young age. Emil Isaiah is famously strict with his disciples, so for young, honest Gary to become his disciple, his talent must be extraordinary. A peak 7th rank under 30? They had only heard of such legends, but never witnessed it themselves. Bang! As everyone marveled, Douglas's sword clashed with Joa's saber. To everyone's disbelief, they matched each other evenly. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Although Douglas was young, the green-robed youth was clearly even younger. How could this blade match young, honest Gary? Incomprehensible. Beyond belief. Amidst the astonishment, Douglas's attacks became increasingly frenzied. Clang, 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 clang. 4 consecutive strikes from Douglas's sword landed on Joa. All 4 strikes hit the same spot on Joa. Joa drew a long saber, blocking each strike with perfect precision. Interesting, you can withstand my 4 clear wind strikes. Can you handle these next 4? Douglas's spiritual energy surged, his sword glowing brilliantly golden. As he swung his sword, the surrounding natural energy converged upon it. Soon, the dark red sword transformed into a radiant golden longsword. This was a spirit weapon, an excellent quality high-grade spirit weapon. Everyone was astonished. That youth managed to block young, honest Gary's 4 strikes, which is already quite impressive. Yes, he is indeed Emil Isaiah's prized disciple. Just as everyone was lost in thought, boom! The golden longsword, carrying a destructive aura, came crashing down on Joa. Douglas sneered, die. But Joa's eyes glinted. Interesting. A dark red mist emerged from his saber, forming a serpent that charged fearlessly at Douglas's sword. Boom! The dark red lightning snake collided with the sword, producing a deafening explosion. The smoke cleared, revealing the disappearance of the lightning snake. Ha ha, mere trifles. Douglas laughed mockingly. Try this next one. Douglas, holding the golden sword, struck Joa again. Joa let out a cold cry, raising his saber to meet it. They clashed once more. The golden longsword trembled violently. Douglas's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with horror, because the golden longsword was crumbling piece by piece. What was happening? Joa smiled lightly. Wanna know? I won't tell you. Douglas's face turned ashen. Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Douglas continued to wield the clear wind sword technique, battling furiously with Joa. Their fighting styles were almost identical. One used swordsmanship, the other saber techniques. However, Douglas's finesse and combat skills were far inferior to Joa's. Thump! A whipping kick from Joa struck Douglas's chest. Douglas's internal organs seemed displaced, gasping. He retreated 5 steps, coughing continuously. Young, honest Gary. How can this be? Who is that green-robed youth? He's actually beating young, honest Gary without giving him a chance to fight back. Amazing. That green-robed youth is truly formidable. The crowd was in an uproar. Douglas's expression turned ghastly. Boy, don't push me too far. Douglas's eyes bulged as he glared fiercely at Joa. Hee, I came to congratulate young, honest Gary on his wedding. A devilish smile curved on Joa's lips. Isn't young, honest Gary happy? Douglas roared angrily. Do you think I have no trump cards left? As soon as he spoke, Douglas's aura began surging intensely. His inner energy erupted like a volcano, rushing vigorously into the golden long sword. The golden longsword shimmered brightly, with a twist of his wrist. Hum hum hum. The golden longsword formed a semi-transparent circle in midair, enveloping Douglas within. Die! Douglas thrust his sword out. At that moment, it felt as if a force capable of destroying heaven and earth descended upon them. Under the pressure of this overwhelming power, everyone's hearts felt heavy. This was the might of a 7th-rank peak fighter. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Douglas sneered coldly, die! However, a mocking smile appeared on Joa's face. He lightly tapped his toes and swiftly dodged. Whiz! The golden longsword narrowly missed Joa's body. What? Douglas's pupils suddenly constricted. He actually avoided it. Archerodal rustle rustle. Suddenly, Joa raised his right hand, and a black talisman ignited. As he pushed it forward, the black talisman wavered toward the golden longsword. Burn corpse curse. Joa's chilling voice echoed loudly. The black talisman exploded mysteriously just 3 feet from the golden longsword. A pungent, putrid smell filled the air. A piece of the golden longsword was corroded, and its light dimmed considerably. Enraged, Douglas roared, Gabblethie bastard. You used a venomous curse. You've disgraced the honor of cultivators. Hate gnawed at Douglas's insides. He wished to tear Joa apart with his bare hands. Joa smirked. In a battle for life and death, what talk is there of being despicable? Unwilling to admit defeat, Douglas deemed Joa's previous actions as cheating. Emph. Even if you use such despicable means, you're still no match for me. Take this. Douglas moved like the wind, disappearing instantly and charging back at Joa. The golden longsword in his hand emitted a blinding golden light. Amidst the glow, faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger cries could be heard. Douglas's speed was lightning fast. Swish 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 swish. Endless sword rains fell densely like a heavy downpour. Joa's gaze darkened slightly as he held the long saber calmly and defended methodically. 1 ray of golden light, 2 rays, 3 rays. Dust billowed across the entire Yoel family courtyard, obscuring both combatants from view. Ultimately, the endless sword rain dissipated. When the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to see Joa still standing, and he appeared completely unharmed by the barrage of swords. The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief. Douglas was at the peak of 7th rank, yet he couldn't even harm this mere green-robed youth? This can't be. This is impossible. Douglas's face was ashen, his eyes filled with disbelief. His pride, his acclaimed martial arts and sword techniques, had all been defeated by Joa. He couldn't accept this. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. Douglas's eyes turned bloodshot as his spiritual energy surged, showing signs of breaking through to 8th rank. He frantically invoked secret techniques, attacking desperately. Joa's lips curled into a cold smile. Bang, bang, bang. Ding dong ding. The crisp sound of metal clashing spread through the night air. Douglas grew increasingly alarmed. He found himself unable to do anything against Joa. The latter's strength completely overpowered him. Sweat dripped from Douglas's forehead as he gritted his teeth and asked, Which sect's disciple are you? Joa replied indifferently, You aren't worthy to ask. Douglas flew into a rage. You're courting death. He cast a hand seal, swinging the golden longsword forcefully. Instantly, the void twisted. Whoosh. A golden beam of sword energy sliced through the void, shooting toward Joa. Huh. Joa scoffed, punching forward. Boom. The two forces collided fiercely. The golden sword beam shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into light. Not bad. Joa praised. You actually managed to force me to draw my saber. Douglas snorted coldly, once again gathering spiritual energy as the golden longsword blazed with dazzling light. He shouted, Blossom sword dance. Suddenly, vibrant flowers appeared around him. Petals swirled amidst sharp sword chi, engulfing everything in a torrential sweep. Joa cried out, Child's play. He lifted his left hand, and a silver needle floated between his fingers, flicking it forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The silver needles transformed into serpents, burrowing into the lush flower bed. Instantly, the beautiful flowers withered and decayed. PFF, Douglas spat out a large mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly weakening. How can this be? Heavens, how did young honest Gary suffer such severe internal injuries? What did that youth do? This is simply miraculous. He beat young honest Gary in one move. This is a true world-class powerhouse. My God. The onlookers were stunned. Joa stood with his arms crossed, gazing calmly at the incapacitated Douglas. Is that all? Those simple 2 words struck unprecedented humiliation into Douglas. Chapter 483, An Unexpected Gain. He swore that he would personally kill this man in front of him. Douglas no longer hesitated. He took out all the pills originally kept for his breakthrough from his bosom, and swallowed them all at once. Heavens! What does young honest Gary want to do? He actually wants to break through in the midst of battle. It was known that breaking through from the 7th stage to the 8th was a gamble between life and death, even without interference. Breaking through during battle was nothing short of suicide. But Douglas couldn't care less about it now. He had only one thought in mind, to kill this damned kid in front of him. Bang! Douglas sat cross-legged, placed his hands together at chest level, lips tightly sealed, presenting an appearance of utmost solemnity. Everyone stared at Douglas in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Did Douglas really choose to break through at this moment? Joa's brows furrowed slightly, surprise flashing in his eyes, but quickly regained composure. The rich spiritual energy swirled around Douglas, pouring into his body ceaselessly. Crack! Cracks appeared on the stone pillars behind Douglas, then exploded into pieces. Soon after, his aura began to climb, stabilizing finally at the peak 8th stage. Early 8th stage. Everyone was dumbfounded. Haha, too good. I've reached early 8th stage. Unable to contain himself, Douglas laughed maniacally towards the sky. Although he had lost to Joa, he did not feel ashamed. Instead, it spurred a more vigorous fighting spirit within him. Go to hell. Douglas sneered maliciously, brandishing a golden sword as he lunged forward. His aura soared dramatically, speed increased drastically, and his attacks became more aggressive. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons colliding was incessant. Each strike by Douglas's sword carried immense power, drawing away Joa's spiritual energy with each move. However, Joa remained calm, as if taking a leisurely stroll. With a casual flick of his spear, he easily deflected Douglas's sword strikes. Douglas grew increasingly frantic, growing more anxious the more he attacked, causing his spiritual energy to circulate slower. Whoosh! Just as Douglas's spiritual energy circulation slowed down, a shadow appeared suddenly, smashing fiercely towards Douglas's head. No! Douglas was startled, struggling to defend himself. However, clang! A loud bang of metal clashing rang out. Douglas staggered backward, almost falling to the ground. Clutching his agonized right arm, he stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what had just happened. Was his right arm dislocated? This waste of space youth's combat prowess was actually higher than his. Douglas's expression turned dark and unpredictable. Aiden brother Gary, are you alright? Aiden brother Gary? Seeing this, everyone could not help but be worried, some even wanting to come to Douglas's aid. Through gritted teeth, Douglas said, "Don't come over. No one is to get close to me." How could he, the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder of Beast Spirit Sect, lose to an obscure nobody? Taking a deep breath, Douglas adjusted his chaotic breathing, then slowly raised his golden sword. His gaze became sharp and resolute. I will resolve this using my strongest move, proving I am 10,000 times better than you. As he spoke, Douglas focused all his cultivation on the tip of his sword. In an instant, his figure vanished from everyone's sight, seemingly merging with the sword. What incredible speed! Is this Aiden brother Gary's true strength? Wow, what terrifying pressure! Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. Only Joa remained calm, effortlessly sheathing his blade. Swish! The golden sword, carrying thunderous force, stabbed towards Joa. Joa lightly stepped forward, gracefully rising like a dancing butterfly to dodge effortlessly. Capitalizing on this, Douglas pursued relentlessly, thrusting his sword towards Joa's throat, aiming to end the fight decisively. Clang! With a flick of his wrist, Joa blocked the golden sword with his long knife. Boom! Suddenly, a massive force surged, making Douglas's bones creak, forcing him to kneel. Crack! His knees hit the scabbard, causing him immense pain. His facial features contorted. Joa coldly snorted and kicked Douglas in the abdomen. Ugh! Douglas spat out blood, falling onto the ground. How is this all you can do, Douglas? You have the audacity to bully and oppress people with such little strength? Joa continued to kick him while speaking coldly. With the sect elders in seclusion, you take advantage and run rampant within the sect. Truly, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Joa kicked Douglas again, leaving him sprawled like a dead dog, enduring the beatings. Relying on Guido's favor, you don't contribute to the sect, but instead think of ways to fill your own pockets. Over the years, how many resources have you stolen from the sect to give to your family, Gary family? Your family was initially a small, unknown clan. If not for the Guido bringing you to Beast Spirit Sect, you would still be a nobody. Without gratitude, you truly lack loyalty and righteousness. Do you even deserve to call yourself senior brother of Beast Spirit Sect? What a laughable sight. Joa kicked Douglas far away with all his might. Who are you? Why do you know so much about Beast Spirit Sect? With a bruised face, Douglas managed to prop himself up and asked Joa, "Does it matter who I am? For a disloyal, unrighteous scoundrel like you, anyone should be allowed to execute you." Joa's roar echoed clearly for miles around. Everyone cheered silently in their hearts. These past years, the Gary family had been excessively arrogant, using Douglas's influence to wreak havoc, and few escaped their clutches. Today, seeing Douglas humiliated made everyone extremely satisfied. With a grim face, Douglas said, "Since you know who I am, you should also know about the people behind me. Are you sure you want to oppose our Gary family? TSK, your Gary family is nothing. Do you even qualify to negotiate with me?" Hearing this, Douglas was enraged instantly. Roaring in fury, he exclaimed, "Joa, do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Joa sneered and said, "You're just a stray dog. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Try if you dare. See if you have the ability to kill me." Saying this, Joa lunged toward Douglas with a single stride. Bastard! Douglas flew into a rage. He immediately raised his sword to meet the attack. An explosion of powerful energy erupted upon their collision. Boom! Douglas spat out a mouthful of blood mist, flying backward and crashing heavily onto the ground. Gasp! Douglas spit out another mouthful of blood, struggling to raise his hand and point at Joa. "I'll kill you." Douglas's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, glaring at Joa as if he wanted to devour him alive. Looking down at him condescendingly, Joa said icily, "Douglas, today, I shall purge the sect in place of the Guido and send you to an early grave." With those words, Joa wielded his long knife, ruthlessly chopping down. Douglas's pupils contracted, shouting in panic, "Wait, don't kill me." Douglas realized that Joa was serious. He wasn't bluffing. If they continued, he would truly die. "Ha!" Joa scoffed sarcastically. "Weren't you full of bravado earlier? Now you're chickening out?" Joa raised an eyebrow. "Give me a reason not to kill you?" Douglas opened his mouth, but didn't know how to beg for mercy. Suddenly, he remembered Iris inside the room. Iris was a super beauty ranked among the most beautiful in Beast Spirit Sect. I'll give you Iris. I haven't touched her. Spare my life, and Iris will be yours." Douglas hastily blurted out. He didn't fear losing face. He only wanted to survive. Iris was his fiancée, but not yet his girlfriend. To save his life, He had no qualms about offering Iris to others. As long as he could live, everything else was expendable. However, at that moment, a sharp, cold beam suddenly shot from the side. Whoosh! Oblivious to the impending danger, Douglas's chest was directly pierced. Ah! Douglas let out a painful scream, his eyes losing focus as life quickly drained from him. Joa frowned as he looked at Douglas, muttering to himself, Iris? Staring at the bloodstain on the ground, Joa's expression darkened. You have no right to decide the lives and fates of others. She isn't your property. Then, in one swift motion, he grabbed Douglas and poured a surge of violent life force into his body. Douglas's eyes snapped open in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Joa hadn't killed him but was healing him instead. I changed my mind. Dying like this would be too easy for you. Joa gave an evil smile. Suddenly, Douglas felt an unbearable itching sensation all over his body. It was as if millions of ants were biting him, making him feel 10,000 times worse than death. What did you do? Douglas frantically scratched himself, trying to relieve the itching, but despite being covered in bloody wounds, the itching persisted without relief. Do you want it to stop? Yes, I'll do anything. Please, stop it. If not, kill me. Not a chance. Your life is now completely in my hands. You can't even kill yourself without my permission. Joa chuckled. Stopping the itching is simple. Just do good deeds, and the itching will lessen. For each good deed, it eases. For each bad deed, it intensifies. The choice is yours. Become a good person and live, or itch yourself to death. With that said, Joa pulled out a vial and opened it on the ground. A dense green smoke billowed out, engulfing the entire Yoel family compound within moments. Inside the house, Iris inhaled the green smoke, feeling the poison that had suppressed her cultivation slowly dissipate. Soon enough, her strength returned to the early 6th stage. Though not back to her peak, the restoration of her cultivation brought her immense joy. Watching everything unfold, Iris knew the man in green was the one she had been thinking about day and night. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face as she watched Joa leave. Even though she didn't know why he hadn't revealed himself, she knew he still cared for her. The vial was prepared specifically for her. On his way back to the Heavenly Tao Academy, Joa thought about Iris. He had hesitated about revealing his identity to her, but ultimately, he decided to keep it a secret. His resurrection was uncertain. Giving her false hope only to never return might be too cruel for her. Back at the Heavenly Tao Academy, Joa instructed Truman not to tell anyone about him. Then he took out paper and pen, drawing portraits of Skylar and others, handing them to Truman with instructions to notify him immediately upon sighting any of them. After some thought, he drew another portrait and handed it to Iris. The portrait depicted a formidable woman with 10 arms holding 10 different weapons, as if ready to tear her enemies apart. Huh? Teacher, I think I've seen this woman somewhere before. Joa froze, having just had a flash of insight that Cassie, who had been missing for years, might have come to Dongyun Continent. He hadn't expected this accidental discovery. Where did you see her? Truman tilted her head. At the Academy's recent competition. Except, that woman didn't have so many arms. The number of arms doesn't matter. Tell me more about the competition. It was organized to motivate students. All students could participate, and the Academy distributed resources based on rankings. This woman also joined the competition. Were her skills unparalleled? Truman shook her head oddly. No, she was knocked off the stage with one move, which made her stand out. Joa was puzzled. Cassie was a legendary figure in Xifeng Continent. How could she be eliminated in one move? Was her opponent a top-seeded competitor? No, that person lost their next match in 3 moves and didn't even make it past the group stage. Joa hesitated. Could this really be Cassie? Had she weakened? Or was there hidden talent in the Academy? Where is this woman now? She's still at the Academy, busy with the competition, but she was eliminated, wasn't she? She only lost the first match. The first round is a point system, and since her usual scores are high, one loss doesn't affect her much. Come to think of it, her strength increased significantly after every match. Perhaps she was hiding her true power. This revelation intrigued Joa. The possibility of a hidden agenda behind the woman's performance added a new layer of mystery. Chapter 484, participating in the competition. So that's how it is. Joa nodded. Has the competition at the Academy already ended? Not yet, just 3 days have passed, and there are still 2 weeks left of the tournament. Can I still join now? Ordinary students can't. Truman smiled. But each Emil ranked 3 stars and above can recommend a student to directly enter the elimination rounds. By coincidence, my quota hasn't been used yet. If Honest wants to participate, I can help arrange it for you. Even though the Tiandao Academy was only established half a year ago, its predecessor was one of the continent's top 5 forces. The competition at Tiandao Academy was no longer just a simple contest but a grand gathering of top cultivators from across the continent. Not only did the students of the Academy participate, but various renowned forces also sent representatives. Excuse me, classmate. Where's your participant number plate? In the entrance hall of the competition, it was crowded with contestants. Despite the originally spacious hall, the influx of people made it feel cramped. The already hot weather became unbearably stifling. Number plate? Joa was a little confused. Truman had only told him to sign up without mentioning anything about a number plate. You can't participate without a number plate. Don't tell me you didn't know that? The staff member looked disdainfully at Joa. She was already irritable from working in such heat, and encountering someone who didn't even know the rules made her more upset. She started mocking Joa. It's alright, you can ask the registrar. I'm Joa, a freshman. Excuse me. Despite her harsh tone, Joa remained calm. He felt slightly embarrassed as he realized he had no number plate. Humph, asking the registrar? Who do you think you are? Everyone here has a number plate. I didn't come because I lack a number plate. Mine just hasn't been given to me yet. As Joa turned to leave, he heard laughter and sneers behind him. He forgot to give it to you. What an excuse. Without a number plate, he wants to enter the competition. What's wrong with his head? This remark angered Joa. While he preferred not to cause trouble, he wasn't about to let himself be insulted. You'd better take back what you said, or else the consequences will be on you. Joa's icy gaze startled the woman, making her lower her head immediately. A cold sweat dripped down the staff member's face. This man's eyes were terrifying, cold and devoid of any emotion, like he could kill her at any moment. However, she quickly regained her composure. Why should she fear him? This was Tiandao Academy, and she worked for it. She didn't believe anyone would dare cause trouble here. I don't care if you're some pampered prince back home. This is Tiandao Academy. Follow our rules. If you can still participate today, I'll quit Tiandao Academy. The staff member stood tall, eyes fierce, determined not to be bullied. Hope you don't forget these words. Joa narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness appearing. Though he avoided conflict, he wouldn't be blamed if someone provoked him. Humph, let's see what you can do. The staff member pointed at Joa, trembling with anger. Those around them looked on in surprise, some even gloating, waiting for this arrogant youth to be humiliated. Joa ignored her and walked aside to meditate. People began whispering and pointing at him. Who is he, upsetting that Viola so much? Don't know. How dare he speak to her like that? Doesn't he know who she is? Who is she? Just another student here to earn points, probably. Ha, you're way off. She's one of Tiandao Academy's mentors, Yoel Jinghan, a top mentor in the alchemy department. So, she's Yoel Jinghan. Why is she here? They say she's in a bad mood recently, probably venting here. Poor temperament. I wonder what will happen to this newcomer. Joa opened his eyes, staring indifferently at the staff member. Do you really want to bet on this? I'll give you one last chance to take back your words. If not, I'll consider nothing happened. Yoel Jinghan hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you think you're somebody? In Tiandao Academy, even royal princes and Francescas don't dare speak to me like that. Yoel Jinghan laughed, looking at Joa, trying to provoke him further. She was convinced he was bluffing. Any capable student would be known to her. His words sounded like a weak attempt to save face, and she wasn't buying it. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as they noticed someone entering the hall. Look, it's Emile Truman. Where? Let me see. My goodness, it really is Emile Truman. I'm her idol. No, wait, she's my idol. An impressive and graceful girl strode into the hall, her sharp black hair accentuating her striking features. Both men and women were captivated by Truman's presence. Some girls even screamed out loud. Seeing Truman, Yoel Jinghan turned instantly starstruck. My goodness, Emile Truman is coming for me? Did I just see her smile at me? Yoel Jinghan couldn't believe her eyes. Truman, who rarely smiled, had shown a hint of amusement. Her heart pounded as Truman approached. The crowd spontaneously parted to make way for her. As Truman got closer, Yoel Jinghan's face flushed red, almost ready to scream. Gabinally, Truman stopped in front of Yoel Jinghan. At that moment, Yoel Jinghan felt her heart nearly stop. Emile Truman, did you come for me? Truman tilted her head and glanced at Yoel Jinghan. Are you? Realizing Truman wasn't there for her, Yoel Jinghan felt awkward and stunned. Turning to Joa, Truman said, Student Joa. Here's your number plate. Thank you. Joa nodded and took the plate casually. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. Understood. You may go. Yes. The crowd was astonished by their exchange. Could this be the cold-faced genius, Truman? Who was this Blaine? Why did Truman seem so obedient before him? Am I seeing things? That man spoke to Emile Truman like that, and she didn't get angry. Didn't you hear? Emile Truman called him honest initially, then corrected herself. Could he be Emile Truman's senior brother, a disciple of the savior hero? Sure. Don't say such things out loud. Be careful not to leak any secrets and risk disaster. The man also realized this and immediately covered his mouth. Can I participate in the competition now? Joa waved the number plate in front of Yoel Jinghan. Yes, you can. Yoel Jinghan was still in shock from what had just happened. Who would have thought that this unknown Blaine was actually associated with Aiden Truman, and seemingly on very good terms? And she had just humiliated herself in front of everyone, including her idol. Now, Yoel Jinghan felt utterly embarrassed. However, Joa wasn't a petty person. He didn't further embarrass Yoel Jinghan but instead silently walked to the contestants' lounge. Since it wasn't yet his turn, he sat in the stands and watched the ongoing matches. Currently, the second match of the day was taking place. A robust man in red was a mid-Gabith stage Dao cultivator, while a slender woman in green was an early Gabith stage sword cultivator. Joa watched their battle with interest. Aiden sister, please be careful, as swords and daggers don't have eyes. I appreciate your concern, Aiden brother, but let's settle this in combat. With that, the green-robed woman rushed forward with her sword, her speed incredible as she closed the distance with the robust man in mere seconds. Her treasured sword shimmered with a silver glow, emitting a bone-chilling coldness that lowered the temperature around them. The robust man frowned. Although she was only early Gabith stage, the sword in her hands radiated immense power. Be careful, Aiden sister, he roared, lifting his spirit-level warblade and swinging it down forcefully. The green-robed woman easily dodged the attack, then pressed close, stabbing sharply at the robust man's shoulder. The robust man grunted and retreated 2 steps. Blood dripped from his shoulder. Such a move couldn't be replicated by ordinary sword cultivators. It required not just cultivation but innate talent, to wield the body like a sword, driven by one's energy. Aiden's sister has impressive skills. Let's continue. The robust man charged again, and they engaged in a fierce struggle. Elsewhere, Joa watched the match intently from the stands. He noticed that each move of the green-robed sword cultivator seemed simple yet harbored profound intricacies. Once a flaw was found, it could prove highly effective. On the other hand, the robust man focused entirely on defense, completely missing any opportunity to counterattack. Most of the spectators supported the green-robed woman. Though her cultivation was slightly inferior, she demonstrated significantly more strength than her red-robed male opponent. That green-robed woman is Brock Darnelking, one of the top 10 talents on the Spirit Sword Academy's talent Yost. Her rain transformation sword technique is truly remarkable. Her opponent is merely a nobody and stands no chance against Everly Darnelking. A sharp-faced male cultivator near Joa began talking enthusiastically, receiving nods of agreement from those around him. Jay speaks the truth. Indeed. Not necessarily, came a contrary voice. Hearing the contradiction, Jay turned displeased. He glanced over and saw a handsome man in white shaking his head. Do you have something to add, brother? In my opinion, Brock Darnelking will fall to the red-robed Dao cultivator within 30 moves. Upon hearing this, Jay sneered. Haha, that's amusing. Why don't we make a bet then? Joa smiled slightly. If I win, please grant me 100 spirit stones. If I lose, I'll pay 1,000. 1,000 spirit stones, that's a hefty sum. My god, is this guy crazy? Startled, Jay glared at Joa coldly. Since you're so confident, why not? I bet the red-robed Dao cultivator loses within 30 moves. Joa nodded and continued watching the fight. On the stage, Brock Darnelking stood gracefully, her sword movements fluid, raining down upon the red-robed Dao cultivator like fine raindrops through her unique rain transformation sword technique. Her attacks were relentless, pinning him down. Despite Brock Darnelking's relentless offense, the red-robed Dao cultivator remained defensively under pressure. A faint light flickered in his eyes. Seeing this, Jay smirked, turning to look at Joa, who appeared calm and composed. Just wait and see how long you can stay so relaxed. Suddenly, a minor flaw appeared in Brock Darnelking's technique, a subtlety even she missed. But the red-robed Dao cultivator spotted it instantly, his eyes lighting up. Yolka, a red whirlwind, he surged forward, his large Dao slicing through the air towards Brock Darnelking's sword spine. In an instant, the clash between sword and Dao resonated across the stage, exuding a heart-stopping force. Brock Darnelking's eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining such a ruthless counterattack. Chapter 485, Gabberst Pair Gabberst. Brock Darnelking felt an immense force surge toward her, and the long sword she was holding tightly suddenly slipped from her grasp. The connection between the blade and her palm was severed as the sword drew a beautiful yet tragic arc in the air before landing heavily outside the arena. Brock Darnelking lost her balance due to this sudden event, involuntarily retreating several steps to regain her composure. She then looked gravely at the red-robed knife cultivator. At that moment, Brock Darnelking understood that her chances of winning were very low. So, would the Viola admit that you are not up to the mark? The red-robed knife practitioner sheathed his large knife and looked down at Brock Darnelking condescendingly. Brock Darnelking clenched her teeth and stubbornly raised her head, coldly shouting, I lost. You're a smart girl. The red-robed knife practitioner nodded in satisfaction and then stepped off the platform. Seeing this, the other cultivators felt some resentment. Tisage, what's this? Turns out it's a waste of time, waiting here just for nothing. Exactly. Hey, give me the money. Arneal looked haughtily at Joa. Joa did not even glance at him but closed his eyes to rest. Seeing that Joa dared to ignore him, the fire in Arneal's heart burned brighter. What kind of trash? Come over here now. Joa slowly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. He looked at Arneal and asked calmly, What? You not only refuse to honor your bet, but also plan to snatch the money from me? Arneal sneered wickedly. I can't understand what you're saying. I clearly bet on the red-robed knife practitioner, and you bet on Brock Darnelking. Now he has won. Hand over the 1,000 spirit stones as agreed. Never did Joa think that Arneal would be so shameless as to twist the truth, and those henchmen around him also nodded in support. Yes, hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Joa scanned them and realized these people were all brought by Arneal, guessing what was going on. Regardless, Arneal had gone back on his word right in front of him, and Joa would never allow such behavior. He stood up, casting a cold glance at Arneal's followers. What if I don't give it? Heh, then don't blame us for being impolite. Arneal laughed coldly and shouted, Brothers, attack him! Arneal's henchmen pounced on Joa. Joa's target wasn't these lackeys, so he didn't move against them. His body swiftly dodged their combined assault, then charged straight for Arneal. A punch swung out, its shadow layered like a wall crashing into Arneal's chest. Bang! Arneal was sent flying, smashing through a cluster of tables and chairs before stopping. Arneal spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Joa did not press his advantage, but silently stood in a corner of the platform. You dare injure me? Arneal struggled to stand up, pointing at Joa and cursing. However, before he could finish, a cudgel lashed out, striking Arneal's left cheek. Smack! It knocked Arneal unconscious immediately. Damn! How dare you ambush our Aiden brother Giovanni? Are you tired of living? Arneal's henchmen surged forward, but were quickly subdued by a few people behind the attacker. The assailant brushed off his hands, turned to two companions, and said, Let's throw this guy down the mountain. After saying this, he gave Joa a slight bow, lifted the unconscious Arneal, and carried him away from the arena. Joa knew this was Truman, his cherished disciple, sending people to secretly protect him. He smiled wryly, shaking his head at this overly concerned foolish disciple. But he felt reassured inside. Indeed, I haven't loved that girl in vain. The incident on the platform was just an interlude. The tournament still needed to continue. The previous match between Brock Darnelking surprised the audience greatly. The next match, however, was eagerly anticipated by everyone. Jermaine, the top swordsman of Tian Dao Academy, versus Anselm, the top fire cultivator of Tian Dao Academy. Both were indisputably the top students among their peers. Both had reached the peak of the 7th rank in cultivation, standing out prominently among all students. Their confrontation earned enough attention. On the platform, Jermaine stood with his hands behind his back, exuding dense sword intent. Anselm wore loose-fitting gray-brown training clothes, arms bare, muscles rippling, revealing explosive strength. These two geniuses faced each other from a distance of a few meters. Germain's build was slender, but his presence was astonishing. He was like a hidden treasure sword, unstoppable when unleashed. He stared at Anselm and said coolly, "If you surrender now, I might spare you." "Humph, you're too arrogant." Anselm snorted angrily, drawing his sword. Whoosh! A streak of cold light flashed, the blade fierce and lethal. Clang, 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 clang. Short weapons clashed, sword energy spread out, causing ripples in the air. Though older than Germain, Anselm did not hold any significant advantage. The two were evenly matched. Unconsciously, they had exchanged 10 moves. Anselm gradually began to lose ground. Germain seized the opportunity and stabbed fiercely, striking Anselm's right shoulder, causing blood to gush. Anselm grunted and hurriedly retreated to maintain distance. Taking advantage of the moment, Germain accelerated his pace, turning into a blur as he closed in on Anselm. Whoosh! The sword cut through the air, making a piercing whistling sound. This strike was fast as lightning, swift as a meteor, and immensely powerful. Anselm desperately blocked with his sword. Ding! Sparks flew. Although Germain's strike was blocked, his sword technique became even more unpredictable. Jingle, 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 jingle. After a series of metal clinks, Anselm felt his wrist go numb, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Damn it! Furious, he kicked upwards, aiming at Germain's crotch. Germain's expression darkened, using his arm to block the kick. Anselm's foot was caught by Germain's elbows, immobilizing him. Anselm's face flushed with anger. Roaring, he kneed Germain's abdomen, trying to push him away. Germain remained fearless, firmly blocking and holding him without letting go. The crowd watching the duel erupted into excitement. My God, these two are ruthless. Who can argue? But did you notice how Germain's attack paths are extremely unpredictable, always catching everyone off guard? This Germain isn't simple at all. You're right, but Anselm isn't easy either. They say his talent is high, and his strength is formidable. So doesn't that mean today's match will be fantastic? On the platform, Germain and Anselm had already exchanged over 100 moves, but were still evenly matched. Suddenly, they stopped simultaneously, both stepping back. Ha ha ha. Anselm laughed loudly, looking incredibly excited. Germain felt the same way. What a thrill. This is intense. Come on, let's do this again. Anselm flung his sleeves wide, filled with heroic vigor. Hee, sounds good. Let's play to the fullest. Germain nodded with a smile. Swish, swish, swish. Their figures blurred as they vanished simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. After the intense clash, both retreated several steps, evenly matched. The surrounding students exclaimed in surprise at the sight. How amazing. They ended up in a tie. Yolu Qingfeng is stronger than we imagined. Who would have thought Yolu Qingfeng not only has exceptional talent, but also such terrifying strength? That's right. Our academy's newly risen prodigy absolutely lives up to his reputation. Seeing everyone praising Yolu Qingfeng, Anselm's supporters became unhappy. Tisich, no matter how strong Yolu Qingfeng is, he can't win against Brother Chongyang. Don't forget, Brother Chongyang has a 9th grade spirit body. Yes, there's no way Yolu Qingfeng can match him. The crowd on the viewing platform was buzzing, and the two on the stage fought even more fiercely. Behind Yolu Qingfeng appeared a row of spirit swords, each at least an Earth-class spirit tool. On Anselm's side, a spirit Gabire incarnation slowly emerged behind him as well. Hiss! Spirit body? Anselm actually condensed a spirit body? This should be interesting. The spirit Gabire incarnation locked eyes with the spirit body, merging instantly into a giant fully engulfed in scorching flames. Boom! The spirit body giant charged forward, tackling Yolu Qingfeng directly. Defeat now. It raised its fist, smashing down with raging flames and immense power. At this moment, Yolu Qingfeng's face showed a hint of seriousness. His body slightly bowed, his right leg tightened, gathering strength before delivering a powerful kick, sweeping out with a whistling wind. Bang! Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Yolu Qingfeng and the spirit body giant were both sent flying back. Yolu Qingfeng steadied himself, his gaze grave. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Conversely, the spirit body giant merely staggered a few steps before standing firm. Their superiority was clear to all. What do you think? My spirit Gabire incarnation is pretty impressive, right? Anselm asked arrogantly, brimming with confidence. This kind of spirit body was a sign of nearing the 8th rank. He had never used it before, reserving it for the academy competition. But today was the day. Yolu Qingfeng nodded. Not bad. Your spirit Gabire incarnation is indeed quite formidable. Still want to challenge me? Challenge? I think it's you who should challenge me. Yolu Qingfeng said coldly. Ha ha ha. Yolu Qingfeng, you're too arrogant, aren't you? Anselm sneered, saying, don't think I don't know. Your cultivation realm is the same as mine, yet you lack any elemental spirit power. What do you have to fight me with? Yolu Qingfeng shook his head. Anselm, I admit your talent and strength are considerable, but, he changed tone, you're just relying on your spirit body for the upper hand. The real fight's outcome is still uncertain. Anselm raised an eyebrow disdainfully. I won't give you any chance to turn things around. Enough talk, come on. Yolu Qingfeng roared, rushing forward swiftly. Anselm's eyes flickered as he charged towards Yolu Qingfeng. In an instant, they clashed 5 or 6 times. Each strike from Yolu Qingfeng narrowly avoided being hit. However, Anselm's attacks grew faster and more ferocious. Bang bang bang. Yolu Qingfeng's clothes were in tatters. Anselm took advantage of the situation, launching fierce attacks. Yolu Qingfeng was forced into defense. Anselm struck with a palm, shattering Yolu Qingfeng's sword aura. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand, grabbing Yolu Qingfeng's wrist and skillfully disarming him of his spirit sword. Seeing this, Anselm rejoiced internally, waving his other arm, thrusting a flaming spear towards Yolu Qingfeng's chest. Yolu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and immediately raised his left arm to protect his chest. Clang! The flaming spear pierced his left arm, emitting a sharp metallic clang, sparks flying. Strange? Anselm was taken aback. Yola Qingfeng's left arm managed to completely block the flaming spear. How is that possible? He stared in disbelief. Years of practicing fire-based techniques had already hardened his body like iron, impervious to weapons and even magma. Yet, Yola Qingfeng's physical prowess exceeded his own, making Anselm feel deeply humiliated. Yola Qingfeng smirked. Is this all you've got, Anselm? Truly disappointing. Hearing Yola Qingfeng's mockery, Anselm fumed with rage, gritting his teeth. Humph. Yola Qingfeng, don't be overconfident. Just warming up, now the real battle begins. Hum. Anselm's aura surged, red spiritual energy bursting out around him. Fury Gabire technique. Boom. He roared, stomping hard on the ground, shooting towards Yola Qingfeng like an arrow from a bow. Come on. Yola Qingfeng's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity, his right arm muscles bulging, containing immense power. Bang! He pushed his right arm out, forcefully meeting Anselm's flaming spear. Once again they were locked in combat, their spiritual energies erupting violently. The audience below held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two fighters. Though they couldn't see the exact details, they could guess this would surely be a legendary battle. Bang! Another powerful clash sent both flying back. Thud, thud, thud. They each retreated over a dozen steps before regaining their balance. Yola Qingfeng frowned, saying gravely, Anselm, you're indeed formidable. Humph. Anselm scoffed, naturally, defeating me isn't so easy. Chapter 486, Sword Darnell enters the body. Boom. As his words echoed, his spirit energy grew increasingly dense. The spiritual power within him seemed to be completely drained, transforming into tumultuous seawater that surged forth ceaselessly. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed, reaching a peak. His eyes blazed with intense battle fervor. Jermaine, are you ready? Jermaine responded coolly. I have been prepared for a long time. That's good. You leave me no choice. Anselm's aura reached its zenith, and the entire square seemed to plunge into a chaotic frenzy. The scorching temperature soared abruptly, making everyone feel overwhelmingly hot. Jermaine's expression turned serious as well, and the void around him began to distort subtly. Flame incineration art. Ninth wave. Anselm roared. His figure moved like a dragon emerging from the depths, carrying boundless spiritual power as he charged at Jermaine. Rumble. A thunderous boom startled everyone in the arena. It was deafening. This is Aiden Brother Song's ultimate move. Ed Brother Yolu is going to lose. Ed Brother Yolu, cheer up. Several people shouted encouragement. Jermaine's eyes hardened as he swung his right fist fiercely. Mountain-crushing Gabist. Instantly, terrifying spiritual power gathered at the tip of his fist. This punch struck as if to collapse an immense mountain. Bam. Crack. Puff cough puff. Both men retreated several steps. Jermaine's fists were now bloodied, and his face turned noticeably pale. Meanwhile, Anselm's mouth dripped with blood, clearly sustaining severe injuries. Anselm's face filled with shock, trembling involuntarily. He couldn't believe what he saw. Jermaine, a sword cultivator, had severely wounded him purely through physical strength, a scenario he could hardly imagine. Do you fear? Jermaine smirked coldly. Anselm clenched his teeth, glaring viciously at Jermaine. Jermaine, don't get too cocky. Whoosh. His voice barely faded when Anselm suddenly shot upwards. Simultaneously, a flaming fireball ignited above his head. The fireball shone brightly, emitting a destructive aura. Jermaine, die. He flung his hand, sending the fireball soaring through the sky, reaching Jermaine in an instant. Flame incineration art. Fourth wave. Jermaine's expression darkened. Boom. His fist transformed into countless shadows, smashing into the fireball. It shook violently before being shattered by the fist shadow. However, lingering flames still rushed towards him. Zap. Jermaine's clothes caught fire, revealing half of his robust chest. But he ignored the flames, keeping his gaze locked on Anselm. Kill. Jermaine roared, closing in swiftly. Whoosh. Anselm's pupils contracted rapidly, his body retreating sharply. However, Jermaine was incredibly fast, catching up instantly and delivering a devastating blow. Bam. Dong. Jermaine's punch struck Anselm's chest, sending him flying outwards. He landed at the edge of the stage, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his appearance ghastly. This scene shocked the entire audience. Is Jermaine really a sword cultivator? Why doesn't he use a sword but only relies on physical combat? Don't you understand? Aiden Brother Yolu is experiencing the limit of swordsmanship, without a sword in hand but one in heart. Haven't you noticed how all his moves embody the essence of swordsmanship? Now that you mention it, I do recall feeling as if Jermaine himself is a sword, radiating sharpness even while using fists. Exactly. Observe the wounds on Anselm. Although caused by fists and feet, they resemble cuts from sharp weapons, smooth and continuously bleeding. Indeed. The audience realized this, and there was no reason Anselm wouldn't notice. It dawned on them that Jermaine had intentionally lured him into underestimating his unarmed attacks to gain an advantage. Truly a formidable opponent. Anselm, struggling to his feet and wiping blood from his lips, spoke gravely, Jermaine, you're formidable, but I won't concede. Flame incineration art. Gabith wave. Whoosh. He once again formed a blazing sphere, radiating intense heat. At this moment, his spiritual power erupted fully, doubling in power. Jermaine narrowed his eyes. You have some skills. Boom. Crackle. Bam. An even hotter fireball burst from Jermaine's fist, colliding with the flaming sphere instantly. In an instant, the entire square turned into a sea of flames. Both men recoiled simultaneously, sliding several meters backward. Anselm's face was grim, as he was heavily injured and could not sustain such intense combat much longer. Moreover, he knew Jermaine was equally exhausted. Haha. Anselm, your tricks are all used up. Today is your downfall. Germain shouted, forming seals with both hands. A golden long sword suddenly appeared around him. The sword was domineering, entirely golden and radiant. Wind-cutting sword. Germain roared, thrusting forward with the sword. Whoosh! The long sword transformed into a sharp streak of light, shooting towards Anselm. Flame incineration art. 8th wave. Anselm roared, pouring immense spiritual power into the fireball. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball expanded, vanishing in an instant as it surged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashed resounded throughout the arena. Their collision produced tremendous energy waves, sweeping across the area like a tidal surge. Step, 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 step. Anselm was forced back again. Germain seized the opportunity, moving in swiftly. Bam! He punched Anselm in the abdomen. Crack! Ah! A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed as Anselm screamed in pain, flying backwards and leaving deep grooves on the stage before finally stopping at the edge. This time, Anselm had lost. Hiss! The audience gasped in astonishment. What an incredible battle! True to Germain. Wow! Anselm clutched his stomach, pale-faced with blood seeping through his fingers. Germain approached him, looking down. You have lost. Anselm gritted his teeth. Who says I lost? I haven't fallen yet. He struggled to stand, but fell again shortly after. You're already injured, unable to last more than a few more blows. Germain stared down at him coldly. I haven't lost. Anselm stood up stubbornly. However, taking just a step, he stumbled again. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Germain shook his head. Losing is losing. Why persist? Does it look impressive? Anselm widened his eyes, glaring at Germain. Germain, you are despicable. Germain chuckled sarcastically. To the victor belong the spoils. Where is the despicableness? If I lost, I wouldn't have the right to say that. You. Anselm choked on his words, his face turning livid with fury and humiliation. He couldn't believe he, the top fire cultivator, had suffered such a crushing defeat, losing all dignity. It was an unparalleled disgrace. I will not accept this. Anselm roared hysterically, but the next second, he remained in his roaring posture, collapsing unconscious. This match goes to Germain. The referee announced the result loudly. The audience buzzed in excitement. Unbelievable how powerful Germain is. His sword techniques seem far superior to before. Yes, he must have gained a lot during this period. Indeed, otherwise how could he so easily defeat Anselm? Translation ends here. If you need further assistance or any adjustments, please let me know. But still, that was indeed an incredible battle. Germain's attack rhythm was incredibly fast, perfectly evading every one of Anselm's attack points. Hee, you must not forget, Germain is a sword cultivator and a genius sword cultivator at Tiandao Academy. Sword cultivators excel in both offense and defense. Their attacks are swift and fierce, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. That's true. The audience chimed in with agreement, highly praising Germain. Regardless, Germain had finally defeated Anselm, lifting his spirits and regaining face. Brother Yolu, congratulations on your successful advancement. Haha, Brother Yolu, your strength has greatly improved. Brother Yolu, we await your triumphant return. A group of core disciples came forward to congratulate him. Germain modestly bowed with clasped hands, and then left the arena with them. Swish! Just as Germain stepped into the outer area of the arena, a figure blocked his path. This was a Blaine in his 20s, dressed in a white robe, with a kind and exceptionally handsome face. Sir, what brings you here? Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you not to use that move again. While channeling sword chi into your body can quickly achieve harmony between man and sword, it exerts a greater impact on your body. Eventually, the meridians in your body will be damaged by your own sword chi. Germain's expression turned grave. He drew the long sword from his waist, watching this handsome Blaine cautiously. Who are you? How do you know my secret? My name is Joa. We will soon meet on the arena. As for your secret, it means nothing to me. But you don't have to worry too much. I always keep other secrets tightly sealed. Joa patted Germain's shoulder, and then walked towards the arena. Germain watched Joa leave, his expression heavy. The next match, Freshman Joa versus Water Cultivator rank 12 Verity. A freshman? Did I hear that right? Really a freshman? My goodness, how dare a freshman participate in such a competition? At Tiandao Academy, each freshman joins the most suitable school after becoming familiar with the campus. Only those who haven't even chosen a school yet are called freshmen. Therefore, the audience on the platform was astonished. What's Joa's background? Never heard of him. Really just a freshman? To debut against Verity rank 12th, this kid's luck isn't great. Yeah, if it were me, I'd surrender outright to save face. Amidst the chatter, Joa ascended the arena. It was a circular platform, large enough to accommodate 2,000 spectators simultaneously. Upon his appearance, a commotion broke out. After all, Joa was extremely handsome. Aiden Brother Liu, please give me guidance, Joa said politely. Humph. Verity coldly harumphed, drew the sword from his waist, and swung it fiercely, creating a sharp and piercing cold light. Whoosh! The cold light flashed like lightning. Hum! The blade trembled slightly. Then, he seemed to transform into a blue thunderbolt, carrying overwhelming pressure, rushing towards Joa. This momentum was incredibly terrifying, making the audience below quake with shock. Aiden Brother Liu actually unleashed such formidable power. Has he already comprehended the extreme essence of water? Everyone was shocked. The extreme essence of water. This was the pinnacle of water cultivation. It was said that many water cultivators had been stuck at this threshold. Moreover, advancing the essence of water became increasingly difficult, requiring more time to comprehend, refine, and enhance their sword intent. This level of sword intent could effortlessly eliminate sword cultivators of the same rank. Furthermore, the essence of water also represented the combat strength of water cultivators. Most importantly, the essence of water was the standard for measuring a water cultivator's potential. If one could comprehend the extreme essence of water, it meant they had secured a ticket to the top ranks of water cultivators. Anselm had previously comprehended the extreme essence of Gabire, which made him the top fire cultivator at Tian Dao Academy. Arturohing waters. The sword light surged like waves, enveloping Joa. Joa remained calm, showing no signs of panic, but rather excitement, perfect timing. As he spoke, the air around him instantly boiled, with faint dragon roars resonating. Countless sword chi shot out from around Joa, radiating in all directions. Boom! The collision of the two forces generated a massive shockwave, pushing the surrounding spectators back several meters. Wow! So strong sword chi. Everyone gazed at Joa in awe. Gabire's wind swirled around Joa, making his black hair flutter wildly. He stared steadily at Verity, a smile curving his lips. Is this your ultimate technique? Seems quite underwhelming. He raised his finger towards Verity. Watch closely. In the next moment, his figure transformed into countless shadows. Clang, clang, clang. Taken aback, hundreds of sword cuts appeared on Verity's body instantly. Covering her wounds, Verity stared at him in disbelief. She never imagined that this seemingly slender youth possessed such speed. But Joa didn't give her time to think, continuing his fierce assault. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Joa appeared before Verity, his longsword slashing through the air, releasing a chilling blade beam. Verity's pupils contracted sharply as she immediately activated a water shield for protection. Hashtag chapter 487. Instant victory. Bang! However, the shield shattered in an instant, and the longsword pressed against Verity's chest. If it moved just another inch, Verity would die on the spot. Verity's eyes widened in shock as he slowly lowered his head to look at the sword tip pressing against his chest. You've been generous, Aiden Brother Liu. Joa retracted his sword and stood with his hands behind his back. Joa wins. The judge's voice echoed. Wow! Cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Joa actually won. Not only did he win, but he crushed him with overwhelming superiority. That was practically an instant kill. This guy is insane. He's just a freshman. How could he have such terrifying power? You don't understand. Freshmen are the most terrifying. You never know what they were like before joining the Heavenly Dao Academy. After Joa left the arena, the crowd continued discussing his prowess until a blonde beauty entered the field. Under the brilliant sunlight, her golden hair sparkled with a fine luster, cascading down like a waterfall, flowing over her snow-white neck. Her green eyes were deep and clear, like emerald reflecting playful sunlight, appearing profound and mysterious. Her gaze was filled with innocence and kindness, seemingly able to see through people's hearts, irresistibly drawing everyone in. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with graceful contours, her skin white as jade, radiating an ancient and noble charm. The corners of her lips curved into a confident smile, displaying both gentleness and resilience. Her figure was graceful and full of youthful vigor, yet also exuding the elegance of a mature woman. Her fingers were slender and elegant, like fine porcelain, exuding a sense of grace and nobility. A faint fragrance often surrounded her, like blooming flowers, intoxicating the heart. She was a perfect blend of flawless beauty, kind character, and irresistible charm. Her presence was like a radiant pearl, illuminating the world around her, leaving people in awe and admiration. The spectators in the stands went wild upon the appearance of this beauty. Even Joa couldn't help but stand frozen in place, not because of her beauty, but because he recognized her. Skylar? What is she doing here? Joa hadn't expected that Skylar, whom he had been searching for, would appear at the competition of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Just as he was thinking, Skylar's match had already begun. Her opponent wasn't an ordinary foe, a flirtatious man in a green robe, who was none other than Xianxia, the fifth best sword cultivator in the Heavenly Dao Academy, known as the Yulbertine Swordsman. The blade has no eyes, Ed sister, please be extremely careful. If I hurt your delicate skin, my heart would ache. Facing Xiangyilu's cheesy words, Skylar remained expressionless and replied coolly, Brother Xiang should worry about yourself. Body cultivator Skylar versus sword cultivator Xiangyilu. At the referee's command, Skylar took the initiative. A pale blue mist enveloped Skylar's body, her fists faintly glowing blue. She appeared behind Xiangyilu like a ghost. Xiangyilu wasn't flustered. His longsword reversed and stabbed directly towards Skylar's blind spot. Their punches and sword clashed, emitting a deafening sound. Ed's sister has excellent skills, but you've met your match in me. Is that so? Wearing a long blue-green dress, Skylar danced like flowing water, showcasing her agility and speed. Her water elemental aura was thick, harboring boundless strength. Skylar launched her initial attack, gathering water elemental energy and rapidly delivering several punches. The punch shadows turned into waves in midair, heading straight for Xiangyolu. Xiangyolu countered with a slash, his sword energy colliding with the water waves, producing booming sounds. Skylar's attacks surged like waves, her figure sparkling under the sun, casting dazzling light. The water waves shone like silver streaks, cutting through the air beautifully, exuding a cool aura. Opposite her, Xiangyolu's sword technique dazzled, like meteorites streaking across the night sky, brimming with immense might. Xiangyolu remained calm, his sword dancing like a dragon, infused with wind elemental energy. Skylar felt a fierce wind behind her, his sword energy becoming sharper, threatening to tear her apart. She retreated continuously, blending seamlessly with the wind, gracefully moving her body. Exerting all her strength, Skylar gathered water elemental energy, forming a massive water shield to block Xiangyolu's attacks. The water shield was transparent like crystal, shimmering faintly, acting as an impenetrable barrier. Xiangyolu's sword energy crashed against it, creating intense collisions. Xiangyolu intensified his assault, his sword energy growing sharper. Skylar struggled to hold up, already sustaining multiple injuries. Her robes were torn, revealing pale skin, yet her eyes shone with determination. Clenching her teeth, she once again gathered water elemental energy, drawing strength from deep within. Suddenly, Skylar roared, unleashing her full water elemental energy in a towering water column, hurling Xiangyolu away. The water column rose high into the clouds, churning like a massive waterfall. Encased in the water column, Skylar looked composed and resolute, like a true water deity. Xiangyolu somersaulted in the air, stabilizing himself with a sharp intake of breath, realizing he was caught in Skylar's relentless attack. Swinging his sword, he found his sword energy blocked by Skylar's water shield. His sword strikes produced splashes, raining down like droplets. Skylar fought more fiercely, forming larger water columns that charged towards Xiangyolu. The water columns soared skyward like great waterfalls, droplets shimmering with rainbow hues in the sunlight. Xiangyolu, drenched, was pushed back by the water column's impact, every retreat sending water droplets flying. Struggling to defend, Xiangyolu swung his sword vigorously, its flashes merging with the water column impacts, creating piercing, bone-chilling sounds. His powerful swings generated strong winds, sweeping up nearby branches and leaves. However, Skylar's water shield grew thicker, threatening to engulf him. Water droplets in the shield formed dense mists, enveloping the entire battlefield. The mist carried a refreshing chill, as if he were inside a lake. As Xiangyolu neared exhaustion, his pride urged him on. He must not lose to a woman. Xiangyolu's wind elemental energy surged, an invisible force propelling him forward. He leaped up like a soaring eagle, the wind billowing his robes into a flowing tail. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air, gleaming silver, merging with the scenery. Sword energy condensed into a lightning-like strike, aimed at Skylar. The sword flash left a bright trail, its tip radiating intense cold. Sensing Xiangyolu's final desperate attack, Skylar quickly formed a massive water shield around herself. Transparent and crystal clear like jade, it shimmered, an insurmountable barrier. The sword energy collided with the shield, producing a loud boom, water splashing wildly, nearly tearing apart the entire arena. Skylar's body swayed slightly with each sword strike, her hands gripping the shield tightly, bending slightly as she tried to maintain her stance. Her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with resolve, unwilling to let Xiangyolu's attack break through. Translation note. Maintaining names as given, ensuring accuracy in pinyin, e.g., Verity, Joa, Skylar, Xiangyolu. The original tone and style are preserved, along with the paragraph structure and line breaks. ##### Chapter 488. Confrontation. On the battlefield, water and wind intertwined. Water columns and sword light clashed in a magnificent and intense scene. Water splashed everywhere, droplets intertwining with sword energy as they danced through the air, creating an atmosphere filled with mist and cold. The two combatants appeared small amidst this chaos, but exuded awe-inspiring power. Under the relentless attack, Skylar's water shield gradually shattered, leaving her vulnerable to Xiangyolu's incoming sword strike. At this critical moment, Skylar suddenly smiled. Concentrating all her water elemental energy, she unleashed it in an instant, forming a massive wave that engulfed Xiangyolu. Struggling within the torrent of water, Xiangyolu found himself immobilized. He felt his strength being slowly drained by the overwhelming force of the water. Skylar then appeared before him, her hands clenched tightly, gathering her last reserves of energy. "Let's end this," Skylar whispered softly before delivering a powerful punch directly at Xiangyolu. Unable to dodge, Xiangyolu was forced to endure the blow. A loud crash echoed as Xiangyolu was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air. His body tumbled several times before crashing heavily to the ground, unmoving. Skylar wins. The referee confirmed Xiangyolu's unconscious state and immediately announced Skylar's victory. Skylar, now exhausted, wobbled and collapsed moments later. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage, carrying both of them off. Joa had hoped to inquire about what happened after their separation from Skylar, but it would have to wait for now. With no familiar faces in the subsequent matches, he decided to leave the venue. Unexpectedly, as he exited, a group of black-clothed men surrounded him. "You are Joa?" The leader of the group asked coldly. Joa's expression darkened. "Yes, what do you want?" The man stared at him mockingly, a sarcastic smile curling on his lips. "You dared to defeat our Aiden brother Lu. Today, you'll need to learn your lesson." Without waiting for a response, the black-clothed man lunged forward, striking at Joa. Joa surveyed the group, noting not a single one of them was beyond 7th rank. He smirked, deciding to play along. As the man attacked, Joa deftly sidestepped. The black-clothed man, expecting his ambush to fail, prepared for another strike. However, Joa swiftly moved in, transforming his right hand into a claw and aiming for the man's heart. Caught off guard, the black-clothed man was easily subdued by Joa, who sealed his pressure points. The rest rushed to aid their companion but couldn't get close to Joa, who quickly incapacitated them. You can't kill us. Do you know who we are?" One of the black-clothed men threatened angrily. "If you harm us, you'll pay dearly. Our Lu clan brotherhood will never let you go." "Lu clan brotherhood? So, the Lu Aiden brother you mentioned is Verity?" "Yes." The man lifted his head proudly. Today's loss was purely due to his carelessness. If he hadn't been careless, 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him. "Is that so?" Joa smiled. "Then why did he become careless today?" The black-clothed man faltered, stammering for a reason. Gabbinally, he spat out. Because he was too proud. Despite appearing calm, Lu Aiden brother is very arrogant and won't tolerate any mistakes. He'll punish those who are fiercely. We'll definitely tell him about this, and he won't forgive you. "So, you really love your Lu Aiden brother. He treats us well." Before he could finish, Joa picked him up like a chicken. "What are you doing? Let me go." Before more words could escape his mouth, Joa tossed him aside. "What's going on here?" A voice barked. A Blaine in lavish attire approached, frowning deeply. Joa glanced at him indifferently. Nothing much, just teaching them a lesson so they don't cause trouble in the future. He then flung the black-clothed man away like a ragdoll. Daring! The Blaine flew into a rage, drawing his sword and slashing towards Joa. Joa snorted, stepping forward with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. The Blaine stumbled back, astonished. Who is this person? He wondered. How strong could he be? Meanwhile, 3 other black-clothed men stood up, brandishing their knives as they attacked Joa. He snorted again, extending his left hand to tap each blade. The weapons clattered to the ground with crisp sounds. Terrified, the 3 men turned to flee but were instantly enveloped in a white mist. They screamed in agony, collapsing lifelessly. How dare you harm my disciples? The Blaine roared in fury, swinging his sword at Joa. Joa effortlessly caught the blade, then delivered a palm strike to the Blaine's chest. The sickening crack of breaking bones echoed as the Blaine spat blood, falling to the ground. Hashtag chapter 488. A drowsy dream, part sober, part drunk. This is my welcoming gift to you. Joa withdrew his hand with a faint smile and slowly walked over, looking down at the Blaine. Now it's your turn. The Blaine's face turned deathly pale as he trembled and said, I am. Joa didn't wait for him to finish before delivering a punch to his nose. Bright red blood began to flow. The Blaine rolled on the ground in agony. Seeing the Blaine wailing and moaning, the other students who had gathered around couldn't help but burst into laughter. I don't want to hear any nonsense, Joa said indifferently. The Blaine had never imagined that he, a respected teacher, would be beaten by a student. You're from which class? Do you think I can't? Bang! You just hit me. Be careful. Bang! You're hitting me again. Bang! You. Pfft. Joa grabbed the Blaine and gave him 2 more punches before throwing him to the ground, watching him indifferently. Are you still trying to act tough? Covering his swollen face, the Blaine glared with hatred. I will never let you off. You just wait. Is that so? Joa raised an eyebrow and suddenly squatted down, leaning close to the man's ear. Feel free to try, but when something happens later, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he stood up and walked away without looking back. Watching Joa's retreating figure, the Blaine gritted his teeth in anger. Just you wait. If I don't have you expelled, I'll change my name from Lou. Joa left the square and headed straight toward the dormitory building. As he passed by a flower bed, a small and frail girl suddenly rushed out from the woods and collided with Joa, falling into his arms. Startled, Joa instinctively lifted his arm to hold her tightly. The girl clearly hadn't expected him to hug her. After a moment of daze, she struggled to push him away and hurriedly tidied her clothes. Seeing the flustered girl, Joa awkwardly rubbed his nose. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. The girl kept her head down, saying nothing, her cheeks blushing deeply. Joa found this unusual. Upon closer inspection, the girl had a slender and well-defined figure, porcelain-like skin, suggesting she was quite beautiful. Cough, cough. Joa cleared his throat and asked, Everly, did you need something urgently? The girl glanced at him with apparent impatience. It's none of your business. With that, she hurriedly ran away. Joa watched her leave, feeling somewhat puzzled, but since she didn't want to explain, he didn't press further. He shook his head and continued walking. Suddenly, a few burly men blocked his path. Hey, kid, did you see a Dixie just now? One of the men demanded. Joa scanned the area warily. No, I didn't. You're lying. The man growled, his voice filled with hostility. She definitely passed by here. Tell us if you saw her. Joa stared coldly at the man, his eyes sharp and piercing. The man gulped, a strange fear creeping over him. No, Joa stated and pushed past them, striding into the college grounds. Once he was far enough, the men heaved a sigh of relief. That guy was terrifying, almost scared me to death. The leader of the group pondered for a moment. Forget about that weirdo. Our priority is to catch that girl and deliver her to the boss, then collect our reward. Right. After the men left, Joa felt someone calling him. He stopped and turned around to see the girl peeking at him from the corner. She quickly lowered her head as if afraid to be caught. Is there something you need? Joa asked gently. The girl pursed her lips, hesitating for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. Just now, thank you. Hearing this, Joa smiled slightly. It was nothing, no need to thank me. The girl blushed even more deeply. No, it wasn't nothing. I caused trouble for you, so? You don't need to worry, Joa reassured her. I'm fine. The girl sighed in relief. That's good. Well, you should go attend to your business. I won't bother you anymore. Yes. Joa nodded slightly. Goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Joa's retreating back, the girl's expression grew distant. Joa walked on, lost in thought. Too many unexpected events today. Could this have anything to do with the Kaylee trial? As he was contemplating, yet another matter approached him. A beautifully dressed, voluptuous female cultivator appeared before him. Are you Joa? The woman held her head high, almost looking down on Joa through her nose. Anyone else would have been infuriated, but Joa remained calm, even extending his hand to greet her. Her eyes widened in surprise. Why did you? Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to introduce myself, Joa clarified. She pouted, displeased by his demeanor, but reluctantly accepted the handshake. After all, Joa was handsome, had an excellent aura and formidable strength, qualities she admired in a potential ally. My name is Serena, she proudly introduced herself. My name is Joa. Serena's eyes flickered. Mr. Che, I heard from my sisters that you are quite skilled. Could you help me with something? Joa frowned, eyeing her critically. This hardly seemed like a sincere request. Do you or don't you? Serena snapped irritably. What's in it for me if I help you? Joa asked. Benefit? Asking for benefit? Did you know there are people crying to help me, and you dare ask for something in return? Serena's words drained the last bit of Joa's patience. Go find those people who are eager to help you. Goodbye. Joa turned and walked away without hesitation. You, stand still. How dare you treat me like this? Serena stomped her foot and shouted, furious. You can't walk away. If you leave, I'll say you molested me. Joa turned, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Serena. He had never encountered such a haughty and unruly woman. Since you know I'm capable, do you believe I could sever your head from your body 10 feet away before you could even scream? Serena shuddered under Joa's icy gaze, covering her neck instinctively. His eyes conveyed no lies, making her feel as if she had already been decapitated. Her legs trembled violently, and a warm, wet patch formed on her lavish gown. Regaining her senses, she realized she had been frightened by Joa's mere glance. Don't look at me. Serena covered the obvious stain with a floral cloth, her face flushed with embarrassment. Pointing at Joa angrily, she shouted, You pervert! How dare you threaten me? I will kill you. Joa replied coolly, Do whatever you want. Serena was speechless. Seeing her floundering, Joa turned and walked away. At that moment, a tearful voice called out from behind. Wait. Joa halted in his steps. Serena glared at him fiercely. Here's my address. Come to me tonight. With that, she dashed away quickly, not caring whether he responded, seemingly terrified of being caught by Joa again. Joa raised an eyebrow, shrugged nonchalantly, and picked up the jade slip Serena had thrown at him, then continued walking. He returned to the lounge and had barely sat down when a group of people crowded around him, each one staring at him with hostility, as if they considered him some dangerous prey. Boy, did you just talk to Serena? A man in a blue robe demanded. These were the same people he had encountered at the entrance. Now they had cornered Joa en masse. Their accusatory demeanor left Joa confused. What are you all doing? He asked, puzzled. The man in the blue robe glared at him, saying, You dared to flirt with our fairy Mengyu. How dare you? You have some nerve. Joa was even more bewildered. Flirt? Where did you see me flirting with her? The man in blue huffed. Fairy Mengyu is the third most beautiful woman in our water cultivation academy. Who doesn't like her? Besides, she's the only granddaughter of our dean. How dare you provoke her? Are you tired of living? Joa couldn't help rolling his eyes. When did I provoke her? Still playing dumb. Another man in purple robes chimed in coldly. We all saw it. You two were chatting and laughing. She even gave you a token of love. Did you think you could get away with seducing her? Were these people kicked in the head by a donkey? When did they chat and laugh? They almost came to blows. And what love token? It was just a jade slip? Rumors can be truly terrifying when they spread like this. Forget it, whether you admit it or not. Everyone has already labeled you as one of Fairy Mengyu's suitors. Her admirers will eventually deal with you. I advise you to leave early to avoid trouble, the blue-robed man said. Joa. He didn't bother wasting time on these fools and left by sweeping his sleeves. Seeing him try to leave, several cultivators blocked his path, glaring warily at him. Hey, where do you think you're going? If you dare to leave, I'll cut off your arms. You can't leave. Clarify what you were trying to do. Faced with their blockade, Joa sighed and rubbed his forehead, saying, Fellow cultivators, please let me go. I need to go home and take a shower and sleep. With that, Joa vanished from their midst in a flash. That night, Joa arrived at the address given on Serena's jade slip as agreed. The scenery here was pleasant, with picturesque landscapes, lush trees, and thick spiritual chi. Joa stopped outside a pavilion. Several green willows grew beside the pavilion. The environment was serene and suited for conversation. As he stepped into the pavilion, he noticed protective wards set up around it to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Joa nodded inwardly. This Everly Serena was cautious. Given her status as an admired figure, it was understandable. Yolfing his foot, he walked inside. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted out from the pavilion, entering his nostrils. Do you like the fragrance, Lord Che? Turning his gaze, Joa saw Serena, dressed in red, standing on a stone bench outside the pavilion, looking at him with inviting eyes. Her skin was white as snow, her lips painted a rich red, giving her a mysterious allure. The fragrance is pleasant enough, but Everly Chin, your lack of sincerity disappoints me. Lack of sincerity? Then does this meet your expectations? Serena suddenly sat in Joa's lap, her delicate fingers caressing his face, moving downward to his chest. Her petal-like lips gradually approached Joa's face. He could feel her breath clearly. Just as she was about to kiss him, Joa grabbed her wrist. You invited me for a talk, but didn't show up yourself, sending someone else to create this childish illusion. This is what you call sincerity? Suddenly, subtle changes occurred in the scene, imperceptible to most. The only thing immediately noticeable was that the red-clad Serena in Joa's arms turned into a black-clothed masked woman. The real Serena stood outside the pavilion, watching them with a flushed face. Yeah, I told you before, this guy isn't simple. The masked woman subtly withdrew her hand from Joa's grip, her stunning face under the black veil smiling oddly. To see through my illusion at a glance, you're indeed not simple. Really? I thought it was quite easy. Speaking, Joa suddenly tightened his grip around the woman's waist. She stiffened for a moment, then relaxed. Yoltal darling, are you trying to devour me? The black-clothed woman spoke sweetly, but a cold, deadly intent flickered in her silken eyes. I had no such intention, but if you continue sitting there, you might be in danger soon. Joa's voice suddenly came from behind Serena. Surprise flashed across the black-clothed woman's eyes. When she looked down at Joa again, it was clear he had turned into a giant python coiling around her body. The black-clothed woman was alarmed. She struck the python with a palm strike. A sharp pain shot through her hand. Only then did she realize that she wasn't hitting a python at all. It was the stone pillar of the pavilion. Chapter 489. Be my wife. By this point, the woman in black knew she had fallen into Joa's trap. I didn't expect that your illusions would surpass even mine. I admit defeat. There are only a few in this world who can outmatch me in illusions. I wonder which school you hail from. Perhaps we can exchange knowledge another day. No master or school. No need for that. I came here by appointment, not to compete in illusions. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. With that, Joa turned to leave. Wait. Doreen stopped him. Mr. Che, during the day, Mengxue was unreasonable and disrespectful. Please forgive me. I beg you, please help Mengxue. Mengxue will do anything. Do anything? Joa paused. Even if I asked you to marry me? Doreen blushed furiously, hesitating to speak. Forget it, I was just joking. I'm just an ordinary person. Why do you think so highly of me? There are plenty like me. Everly-chan should find someone else. Gabinishing, Joa prepared to leave. I'll marry you. Doreen, swear to the heavens that if Mr. Che helps me with this, I will become his wife. If I break this promise, may I be struck by lightning. Wait, Everly. Joa and Ashley tried to stop her simultaneously, but were too late as Doreen had made up her mind. A mystical force locked onto Doreen and Joa, confirming her oath. Joa's face twitched. He merely wanted to find an excuse to avoid this trouble. Unknowingly, he had set a serious tone, and Doreen took it seriously. Worse yet, she swore by heaven. Now bound by the vow, Joa couldn't back out. Sigh, what a mess. Say, what help do you need? Mr. Che, are you agreeing? Doreen looked at Joa eagerly. Tell me before I change my mind. Yes, Mr. Che, I want you to kill someone for me. Who? Enforcer Hall's 3-star Emil, Truman. Cough, who? 3-star Emil Truman, the disciple of the savior hero. That demon killed my parents, ruining our family. I want revenge. Might there be a misunderstanding here? Joa wiped away sweat. He hadn't expected Doreen's request to involve killing his own apprentice, Truman. Had he known, he wouldn't have agreed. Now, he had no intention of going through with it, but he needed to understand the conflict first. There's no mistake. I saw it with my own eyes. She killed my parents. It can't be wrong, Doreen said with conviction. But, Emil Truman is a 3-star elder and Aiden Jaylene's great-grand-disciple. Why do you think I can kill her? Instinct. Doreen replied matter-of-factly, my instincts are always accurate. This needs more thought. Joa stonewalled her, unwilling to fulfill such a request. Although he had agreed, he wouldn't harm his apprentice. He decided to investigate the situation with Truman first. But, Doreen protested, but Ashley intervened, sensing Joa's discomfort. Everly, Truman is a formidable opponent. Even if Mr. Che manages to defeat her, it won't be easy. Let's give him time to consider. Shall we, Mr. Che? Seeing Ashley's subtle hint, Joa understood she must know something. You're right, Ashley. Forgive me, Mr. Che. Please consider tonight and respond tomorrow. It's late, so rest well, Mr. Che. After bidding farewell, Doreen left with Ashley. Just before leaving, Ashley secretly handed Joa a voice J token and whispered, I'll wait for you tonight. Ignoring the provocative undertones, Joa wondered about Doreen's background. Back at his lodging, Joa lay down when Ashley's token lit up. Mr. Che, thank you for enduring my mistress's behavior today. She's quite headstrong and has caused you much trouble. Ashley's melodious voice resonated through the token. It's fine. Let's keep it short. What does your mistress want from Emil Truman? Ashley sighed. I was a guard in the Chin family. 2 months ago, due to corruption, the academy seized all our assets. My lord and lady resisted, leading to their immediate execution. The young miss only saw Emil Truman executing them. I escaped with her but eventually parted ways due to various reasons. As a guard, I don't fully understand the specifics. Why didn't you tell your mistress the truth? That was a family dispute. The young miss grew up under my care, like a sister to me. Knowing her innocence, I didn't want her to be tainted by such darkness. So, you indulge her recklessness? She will learn the truth eventually. I hope that moment comes later. Thank you, Mr. Che. Good night. Wait. The communication ended abruptly, leaving Joa frustrated. Chin family's affairs now involved him. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Anwar, whom Joa beat earlier, was drinking heavily with an admissions elder. Lu, beaten by some blind fool? Please, Joamil, help me. What happened? A student attacked me. A student? Disgraceful. Our esteemed Tiandao Academy shouldn't have such unruly students. Yeah, I told them that. Here's a powerful elixir I bought recently. Lu placed a vial on the table, and Joe snatched it eagerly, opening it and inhaling deeply. Indeed, excellent quality. How much did you pay? Gab 5,000. Lu clenched his teeth. This student is vicious. Despite my skills, he still injured me. Not wanting to admit his own limitations, Lu exaggerated. Oh, attacking Anwar? Time for justice. Joe stood coldly, patting Lu's shoulder. Rest assured. I'll make that brat kneel and apologize to you. Thank you, Joe Emil. Lu bowed gratefully as Joe laughed heartily. Don't mention it, it's brotherhood. Enemies deserve no mercy. Drink while I handle this. Joe left confidently. Hee hee, Joa, you arrogant Grover. Watch as Tiandao Academy expels you and forces you to beg at my feet. Early next morning, Joa set out early. Today, although he had no matches, Joa wanted to visit the library of Tiandao Academy to see just how many books were housed in this academy that united the 5 major forces. He also planned to discuss Doreen's issue with Truman, so they arranged to meet at the library. Tiandao Academy was located in the eastern city of the northern border, sprawling over a vast area divided into inner and outer courts. The outer court was where ordinary disciples resided. It lacked significant cultivation resources except for some junior year students, and there was little supervision, making the atmosphere more casual. In contrast, the inner court was larger, divided into the main outer court and the inner court areas. It was rumored that the inner court held the true treasure trove of the Tiandao Academy's collection. When Joa arrived at Tiandao Academy, he found it heavily guarded. After circling half the perimeter, he finally found the entrance. At the entrance stood a massive stone arch inscribed with prohibited entry. A man in red clothes lounged lazily against a pillar, sleeping. Upon seeing Joa approach, he lifted his head to inspect him and asked, What do you want? I want to enter the inner court. No way. You're not qualified. To go to the library, I need qualifications? Joa frowned. Of course. Yolston, anyone can't just waltz into the inner court. Gabberst, you must be at least Gabbeth rank. Otherwise, forget it. Hearing this, Joa froze. His body was designed according to the Western Continent standards. Though his strength rivaled that of a 9th rank expert, he had no cultivational rank. Seeing Joa remain silent, the man in red grew impatient. Are you out of your mind? Get lost and don't disturb my rest. Joa didn't move. He stared at the man and asked, May I ask, what is your cultivation rank? Early 6th rank, the man responded proudly. Oh. Joa smiled. If I defeat you, does that mean I'm qualified to enter? The red-clothed man jumped up angrily. Damn brat, do you think I'll kick you out of Tiandao Academy? I advise you to save your strength, Joa said disdainfully. I dislike being threatened. Threaten me again, and I guarantee you'll become a eunuch. Hell, brat, don't you dare walk away. I'll kill you. Come on then, I've been waiting. Joa's eyes flashed as he lunged at the man, moving astonishingly fast. Before the red-clothed man could react, he found himself unable to dodge. With a loud bang and a crack, he clutched his groin and fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Do you still want revenge? Joa smirked, squatting beside the man. Lying on the ground in pain, the red-clothed man couldn't utter a word. It seems you don't want to. Suddenly, Joa sensed a dangerous presence approaching and took a step back. Boom. A black shadow emerged from nowhere right where Joa had stood. Narrowing his eyes, Joa wondered. Where did he come from? Joa, I advise you to leave the inner court. The newcomer's tone was icy cold. Who are you? Joa glanced at him indifferently. I am Jude, a disciple of the enforcement hall of Tiandao Academy. Jude replied haughtily. We maintain order here and won't allow unauthorized entry. Trespassers will be punished. Since I have the strength of a Gabbeth rank or higher, I should be qualified to enter. How is this trespassing? Joa retorted. Our rule stands. Those below Gabbeth rank are denied entry. Jude glared coldly. Leave or leave now, or face the consequences. Joa laughed. Afraid I might beat you and accuse you of breaking the rules? Jude remained stern. Don't worry about that. You should worry if you can even enter. I warn you, stop pestering the inner court, or I won't hesitate to deal with you. Joa shrugged. Sorry, I'm used to freedom and can't stand restrictions. Jude's face turned livid. Let me repeat. We uphold the peace of Tiandao Academy. Disrupt the rules, and you challenge us directly. Interesting, Joa chuckled. You speak of the rules but don't follow them. Do the rules only apply when it suits you? Blasphemy. Accusing an enforcement hall disciple. You mock our rules. I will subdue you today. Jude wasn't present yesterday, resting instead. Normally, he wouldn't dare provoke such a disaster. With a snort, Jude drew his sword, slashing forward with a flurry of sharp energy. Joa remained calm, stepping back, leaping into the air, and spinning around to deliver a swift kick toward Jude's waist. Swipe. Chapter 490. Meeting Perry again. Jude was startled. He hadn't expected Joa to be so formidable. In a panic, he immediately swung his sword to block the attack at waist level while retreating several meters. You actually blocked it. Not bad, Joa remarked, surprised. Jude gritted his teeth. Brat, you're not as useless as I thought. But no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat me. Joa smiled. Is that so? Then let's see what you've got. Upon hearing this, Jude couldn't help but smile. He knew Joa was afraid. This guy wasn't an idiot and should realize that his own strength far exceeded him. However, before his smile could fully bloom, Joa added, But, you'd better hurry up, or someone else will get impatient, and then you'll be in trouble. What? He didn't understand what Joa meant and took it as an attempt to intimidate him. Disdainfully, Jude sneered. Who are you trying to scare? You're not even fit to fight me. With that, Jude lunged toward Joa. No matter what tricks you use, you're dead today, he snarled, his wrist flicking as his longsword sliced through the air, aiming straight for Joa's heart. Joa remained calm, not even bothering to pay attention to Jude's attack or use any martial techniques. Clang! An incredibly powerful force struck back, making Jude's hand tremble violently. His arm holding the sword went numb from the impact. Thud. Jude fell to the ground. How? Jude looked stunned and terrified. His attack had been neutralized by Joa's sheer physical strength alone. Do you want another go? Joa asked with a faint smile. Jude screamed and ran away as fast as he could. Joa shook his head and walked forward slowly. However, after just a few steps, a cold killing intent came from the side. Joa stopped and turned his head to see a girl sitting on a tree branch nearby. She was about his age, with long purple hair reaching her ankles, fair and delicate skin, and features so exquisite they seemed almost painted, breathtakingly beautiful. What do you want? Joa raised an eyebrow. The purple-haired girl glared coldly at Joa. I advise you to leave the academy as soon as possible. Someone is targeting you, and if they arrive, you'll be in big trouble. Joa was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know who she was or why she was warning him, but it was a good-hearted gesture. Thank you for the warning, Joa said with a bow. Just then, Emile Zhou appeared with 2 guards. Emile Zhou glanced at Joa coldly. Joa, you've gone too far. How dare you intrude into the academy's restricted area? Joa frowned. Is this how the enforcement hall handles things? Himph, are you questioning me? Emile Zhou's face darkened. Take him. Emile Zhou naturally had no patience for Joa. He was already thinking of an excuse to deal with him when one of his disciples reported that Joa had intruded into the inner courtyard. This delighted Emile Zhou, and he immediately brought people over. Joa sighed lightly. Looks like he wouldn't get any reading done today. Wait. Just then, a familiar and pleasant voice rang out. Everyone turned to see where it came from. A gracefully dressed, ethereal young woman approached. Tall and slender, with porcelain white skin and perfectly chiseled features, especially those deep, bright phoenix eyes that added an enchanting allure. Perry? Joa was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to be here. Lady Yolu. Emile Zhou quickly bowed respectfully. Perry waved her hand dismissively. Enough formalities. Lady Yolu. Jude hurriedly greeted her, his attitude humble and respectful. He hadn't expected Perry to come to the inner courtyard either. In just a year, the once shy and bookish girl had blossomed into a beautiful and graceful young woman. Why all the commotion at the entrance of the inner courtyard? It's quite improper. Perry frowned slightly reproachful. Emile Zhou laughed bitterly. Lady Yolu, Joa has openly entered the restricted area of the academy. Please uphold justice. Perry glanced at Joa, her eyes flickering in thought. Joa's lips curved. Are you sure you want to arrest me? I've sent for my senior brother. He'll be here soon, Emile Zhou said arrogantly. Perry's eyebrows furrowed. Come with me first. Lady Yolu. Jude tried to intervene. What? Perry's tone cooled. Do you have objections? Feeling Perry's anger, Jude shivered and chuckled nervously. No, I wouldn't dare. He cursed Perry inwardly, wondering why she chose this critical moment to appear. But since she personally intervened, he decided to let this brat off for now. After shooting a fierce glare at Joa, Jude returned to the inner courtyard. Joa followed Perry. On their way, she didn't ask anything about Joa, only occasionally looking up at the clouds. Soon, they arrived at a quiet and elegant courtyard. Joa looked around. The courtyard was beautifully laid out, surrounded by greenery, fragrant flowers, and the occasional sounds of birds and insects. Perry pushed open the bamboo door and walked inside. Joa followed suit. Walking along a path paved with bluestone, they entered a house. Inside, the decor was simple yet tasteful, neatly arranged furniture and shelves full of books. The collection included mostly martial arts manuals, herbal formulas, cultivation guides, and more. A strong medicinal smell filled the room, indicating the presence of alchemists, or perhaps even members of the alchemy sect. Every item was meticulously placed, creating an organized and pleasant environment. Joa surveyed the surroundings, surprised at the wealth of treasures hidden within this secluded part of the academy. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. No wonder there were so few students in the academy. Do you like this place? Perry suddenly asked. Joa nodded. It's very nice. Then, would you like to stay and study here? I can arrange for you to stay and study here. Perry blinked her large, bright eyes hopefully. Would you stay and keep me company? Joa was taken aback. Did she recognize him? That seemed impossible. He hadn't revealed his identity. Was Truman betraying him? That was equally unlikely. He trusted his disciple completely. After some quick thinking, Joa concluded that something else was going on. He feigned confusion. Lady Yolu, we just met. Isn't it inappropriate to make such arrangements so quickly? Inappropriate? I don't see anything wrong with it. I heard you defeated Verity with just a few moves as a new student. Our academy needs talented people like you. As she spoke, Perry gently placed her delicate hand on Joa's wrist. If it were any ordinary man, this celestial being's touch would have been irresistible. But Joa's soul was that of her master Xian. His thoughts raced. How could this girl become so frivolous in just a year? Time to tell her master to discipline her properly. However, on the surface, he maintained a grateful demeanor. Since Lady Yolu insists, I cannot refuse. What would you like me to do? Sure, Perry said softly. As long as you tell me who sent you, what your purpose is, and how many accomplices you have within the academy. Suddenly, her delicate fingers clenched with strength, gripping Joa's wrist like steel claws. Joa panicked. Yola girl, what are you doing? Humph, you can fool others, but not me. Even from afar, I could smell that revolting stench of corpses on you. A revenant dares to infiltrate our Tiandao Academy. Do you really think we have no one capable of handling you? Joa was taken aback. He had forgotten that Perry, being a devotee of the goddess of Yolf, would be exceptionally sensitive to someone who had returned from death. In her eyes, his already dead soul stood out like a torch in the dark night. Joa frowned. Now he couldn't explain himself even if he wanted to. Seeing that Joa remained silent for a long time, Perry's grip tightened. She coldly said, don't think about escaping. Your soul is locked by me. Any wrong move, and I will burn your soul immediately. As she spoke, a strong killing intent flickered in her eyes. Hiss! Joa drew a sharp breath, his face turning as pale as paper. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead, and his body stiffened. A soul is the foundation of a martial artist. If it dissipates, even an undamaged physical body would ultimately become useless. Yola girl, this is all a misunderstanding. Joa argued anxiously. I really am not. You don't need to argue. Perry cut him off with an icy voice. Ah, Joa sighed, feeling rather disheartened. Yola girl, though I cannot tell you the truth, I can swear that I will not do anything detrimental to the academy. Please believe me. Enough. Perry snapped, her face icy. No matter what you say, today you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, no matter how many reasons you have, you won't walk out of Tiandao Academy safely. Perry's presence was commanding, like an angry tigress, full of authority and power. Hildreg, scolded by her junior in front of everyone, even though she didn't know his true identity, still made Joa feel irked. So, Joa flipped his wrist nimbly, suddenly appearing behind Perry. Now, it was he who pressed her wrist against her shoulder, rendering her immobile. You Dixie, don't take me for granted just because I haven't shown my might yet. Ouch! Perry let out a cry of pain. Don't think you can act recklessly in front of me just because you've learned some skills. You're far from ready. What? Look at Truman, how much he has improved. You, on the other hand, aren't acting like a senior disciple at all. Your cultivation lags far behind hers. It seems that this year, your strength hasn't increased, but you've learned to put on airs. What? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Hildreg engrossed in alchemy is fine, but the new era is coming. With such weak strength, you will soon be obsolete. Can you rely on your looks and honest reputation forever? No, you can't. Who exactly are you? Perry paused, puzzled. Why did Joa speak to her like an elder reprimanding a junior? Joa also realized that he might slip up if he continued. Hastily, he said, I have an appointment with someone else. Let's talk another day. Saying that, he released Perry's wrist and vanished in a flash. Perry wanted to ask more, but when she turned around, there was no one left. That guy indeed meant no harm, but who was he? Perry rubbed her wrist, frowning in confusion. At the entrance of Tiandao Academy's library, Truman had been waiting for quite a while. Joa finally arrived. Sorry, I'm late. It's okay, honest, I just got here too. Upon seeing Joa, Truman ran over eagerly, like a puppy greeting its master. I met Perry earlier and got delayed a bit. Yolu Aiden's sister? Did you expose yourself? Probably not, Joa shook his head. But that girl might be suspicious. As a devotee of the goddess of Yolf, she's very sensitive to people like me who have returned from death. If she asks you, don't slip up. Don't worry, honest, I won't. The two walked into the library together. The guard at the library entrance, who had been dozing off, immediately perked up upon seeing Truman. Hello, Emile Truman. In. I'm going to the top floor. No problem, here's the key. The guard respectfully handed the key to the top floor to Truman. Originally, only those of dean level or higher could enter the top floor. But despite not being a dean, Truman, being the legitimate great-granddaughter of Ambry and the disciple of the savior hero, outranked ordinary deans in status. There were few places in Tiandao Academy that could stop her. Chapter 491. Harvest from the Yolbrary. By the way, inform everyone that in the future, if they see Joa, they should treat him as if they see me. Wherever he wants to go, no one must obstruct him. The disciple looked at Joa with difficulty. Why? Do you think my words are powerless? Truman narrowed his eyes, and the disciple immediately started sweating profusely. On one side were the rules of the academy, on the other was the highest-ranking elder of the academy. He could not decide instantly. That's enough, Truman. Don't make it difficult for him. I just came to have a look. There's no need for such a grand welcome. Yes. Truman nodded respectfully. This frightened the disciple terribly. He quickly lowered his head, pretending not to notice anything. Who exactly was Joa? Even Emile Truman showed such respect to him. One should remember that a new dean who contradicted Emile Truman back, then ended up half dead on the spot. The matter was dropped afterwards without any further consequences. But even so, Emile Truman treated Joa with elder-like reverence. The duty-bound disciple did not dare to continue thinking about this. He could only concentrate on observing and pretend to have seen nothing. Not until the two men left and went upstairs did he breathe a long sigh of relief. The top floor of the library was almost the most restricted area in the entire academy, accessible only by a select few. This place housed all the cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and various top-tier medical books collected over the years by the 5 major forces. It could be said that this place encapsulated the essence of the entire continent. While it seemed unguarded and loose, in reality, the black floor was dyed by countless large and small formations. Without permission, if someone tried to forcefully enter, they would face a fate far worse than facing 10 ninth-stage powerhouses in chaotic battle. Here, conversations would not be worried about being eavesdropped upon. Joa told Truman about Doreen. The Chen family was indeed dealt with by me, and that person did not lie to you, but she didn't tell you the details. The Chen family wasn't executed for embezzlement and bribery. The academy does not bother with such trifles. The Chens were eradicated by the high-ups because of their collusion with the Secret Alliance, attempting to undermine the academy. Collusion with the Secret Alliance. Joa's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected the Secret Alliance to still wield considerable influence and penetrate the secular world more deeply now. That's correct. At that time, the academy planned to eradicate Doreen as well. However, Gabinian Jaylene ordered a soul search on her to confirm she wasn't involved in the incident. Only then was she spared. As for the Ashley your teacher mentioned, she isn't on our list. She likely has some secrets. Teacher, please be cautious with this woman. I understand. Since this involved the Secret Alliance, Joa didn't mind playing along for a while. For the Secret Alliance, Joa harbored deep hatred. This time, besides other things, Joa also had a goal, to completely eliminate the Secret Alliance. Truman, I'll stay here for 3 days. Go back first. If there's anything, send someone to call me. Yes, teacher. Seeing that his teacher was about to start reading, Truman decided not to disturb and turned to leave. Just as he reached downstairs, Truman encountered the dean of the Gabire Cultivation Hall, planning to read books on the top floor. The dean of the Gabire Cultivation Hall was an old man with white beard, once an elder of Long Valley. Though elderly, he was robust and physically fit, putting many young men to shame. Humph. So it's the Dixie from the Beast Spirit Sect? Eamon glanced sideways at Truman. Though forced by circumstances to merge with the Beast Spirit Sect, past grievances remained between disciples of the two sects despite the decision to overlook previous feuds. Greetings, Dean Long. Though Truman held a high position, the dean outranked her publicly, so she bowed respectfully without causing trouble. Humph. Eamon grunted, ignoring her, and lifted his foot to ascend. Hold it, you cannot go up. Seeing Truman stop him, Eamon froze, then asked unhappily, is there something? There's an important person practicing above. You cannot disturb him. Eamon sneered. Nonsense. The library is public space. How can anyone monopolize it? Ignoring Truman's warnings, Eamon attempted to force his way through. Whoosh. As Eamon took a step forward, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure from all directions, weakening his legs nearly to his knees. Boom. At the extreme bend of his knee, he was violently pushed back to standing. Shaken, he glared at Truman. You. Not allowed. Eamon's gaze fell on Truman. Truman stood calmly, looking at him coolly. The noble practitioner is meditating. No unnecessary people shall approach. You, Eamon, the mighty dean, was reprimanded by a third-star elder. Furious, he shouted. Truman, you're insolent. Do you really think the Heaven Dao Academy belongs to you? Truman frowned slightly. This Eamon truly lacked sense. Despite a stern warning, he refused to leave. Dinlong, please mind your status. This is a forbidden area of the academy. Her tone became firmer. Please leave, or don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha ha. Eamon laughed arrogantly. Do you think you can order me around, an 8th stage cultivator? Who do you think you are? I am a prestigious 9th stage cultivator. Eamon waved his sleeve, erupting in rage. Ha. Truman sneered coldly. So what if you're 9th stage? Do you really consider yourself someone important? Let me tell you, if you upset that noble practitioner, even your Valley Lord can't protect you. Gab death. Eamon roared, unleashing a thick surge of primal energy toward Truman's chest. Truman advanced rather than retreating, delivering a powerful punch. The energy burst out like an avalanche, deafeningly loud. Bang! A massive shockwave spread out, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. Thud thud thud. Eamon stumbled back 7 to 8 steps, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth, pale-faced. You. He stared incredulously at Truman, never expecting him to possess such strength. Seeing Eamon's shocked expression, a mocking smile appeared on Truman's face. This Eamon had a shallow foundation and mediocre strength, utterly unworthy of being her opponent. If not for his status, Truman could have slapped him to death. Dinlong, you may leave now, Truman said mockingly. Humph. Eamon stormed off, his face dark. Back at the top floor of the library, Joa was unaware of the dispute downstairs. He was immersed in the sea of books. Book after book was neatly placed on the table, filled with cultivation insights of various types and effects, each page thoroughly explained. These books were precious materials collected by the forebears of the Heaven Dao Academy. Seated at the table, Joa carefully read through the books on the shelves. Suddenly, his gaze paused at a certain point, his eyes flashing with keen interest. 10,000 Medicine Classic. He picked up the book titled 10,000 Medicine Classic and opened the preface. The preface read, The 10,000 Medicine Classic is authored by the ancestors of the 10,000 Medicine Sect, recording myriad medicinal formulas, martial skills, and talisman methods. It is the core cultivation technique of the 10,000 Medicine Sect. 10,000 Medicine Sect? Joa murmured, memories of the former Dean appearing in his mind. So it's true. He took a deep breath and continued reading. This 10,000 Medicine Classic contained various methods for refining medicinal pills and weapons. Joa was entranced as he read, but unfortunately, some of its theories were undoubtedly erroneous by today's standards. Thus, he categorized it as a forbidden classic that should not be spread outside. His expression turned somewhat gloomy. Shaking his head, he continued to flip through the books. Hiss. Soon, Joa came across another book titled 100 Herbs Collection. He eagerly opened it to inspect. The 100 Herbs Collection records all the herbs, spiritual medicines, minerals, and other materials within Tian Dao Academy, categorized into 9 grades from 1 to 9. Each grade is further divided into lower, middle, and upper categories. Finding this information useful, he delved deeper into the book. What's this? The more he read, the more amazed Joa became. The 100 Herbs Collection not only documented all the spiritual herbs and materials owned by Tian Dao Academy, but also listed in detail their habits, effects, uses, living environments, and even peculiar circumstances along with methods of use. For example, if a herb grew in cold or damp marshlands, its medicinal potency would weaken and be harder to cultivate. Conversely, some spirit plants thrived in warm and dry places, potentially mutating due to changes in soil conditions. This was truly a medical treasure. No wonder Tian Dao Academy has so many rare flowers and strange grasses. Joa suddenly understood and felt envious at the same time. His eyes almost turned red. Such excellent resources were hidden away in Tian Dao Academy. What a waste. He couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. These were the treasures of Tian Dao Academy. Suddenly, Joa noticed a label. On closer inspection, he was stunned. Cultivation body scripture? What on earth is this? His expression was peculiar as he reread the page. After a moment, his face transformed into one of sheer ecstasy and excitement. Haha, I understand now. This is it. Joa's soul trembled almost ecstatically. This cultivation body scripture was indeed an incredibly heaven-defying cultivation method that could take him all the way to the golden core stage, achieving immortality and supreme physical strength. Truly worthy of being created by the alchemy emperor, such an unparalleled body cultivation technique. If I can comprehend the cultivation body scripture, reaching the pinnacle of my physical potential and combining it with alchemy and talisman arts, there might indeed be a chance to break free from the constraints of this world. Joa was overjoyed. Next, he came across a book named Complete Explanation of Array Arts, which he eagerly opened. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. Heaven is helping me. With the complete explanation of array arts as a guide, my mastery of array arts will soar. Joa couldn't contain his excitement. Array arts were the highest level combat techniques in the heavenly martial continent, deadly tools for both offense and defense. Indeed, the heavenly martial continent harbors far more mysteries than I previously imagined. Joa couldn't help but marvel. Whether it was the protective grand array of Heavenly Sword Sect, the Thunder Tower, or the layout of this Tian Dao array diagram, even the simplest weapon had unfathomable depths. As Joa read, he began deducing the array diagrams, gradually grasping their intricate details. However, these were just basics, not stirring much excitement in him, as he was already quite knowledgeable and accustomed to such things. This must be Tian Dao Academy's core array art, Joa murmured to himself, his eyes burning with intensity. 3 days passed in a blink, and it was time for Joa to participate in the competition again. With his previous performance, this time, Joa received cheers from many watching students as soon as he entered the arena. Go, Aiden Brother Che! Aiden Brother Che, victory! The young students waved their fists and cheered loudly. Haha, though Joa is strong, I must win this time, Dominic said with a smile, exuding confidence. Today, he wore a brand new blue robe, clearly dressed up for the occasion, appearing quite elegant. Yoel Cloento, the old ancestor of the Yoel family, stood quietly on the spectator stand watching the event. Beside Yoel Cloento was a slender Blaine with deep, uncertain eyes and a pervasive aura of melancholy. Yoel Cloento glanced at the Blaine beside him, raising an eyebrow, his eyes profound. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, Haoyan will definitely avenge you. So be it. Verity gritted his teeth. It was unimaginable that he, Lord Liu, had stumbled twice before this small fry Joa. Deep resentment flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. To regain face, he had humbly sought out his family's guest senior Yoel Cloento to help him reclaim his honor. His grandson, Dominic, also participated in the big competition and just happened to face Joa today. Dominic had practiced martial arts under Yoel Cloento since childhood. At 16, he joined the army and advanced to the rank of commandant due to his outstanding military achievements. His cultivation level had reached peak 7th stage, standing just one step from 8th stage. After leaving the battlefield, Dominic joined the academy and started participating in trials. Facing Joa today would certainly be a tough match. Dominic's skill with the spear was superb, honed on the battlefield. His spear techniques were straightforward yet highly effective, designed for maximum lethality. Chapter 492, Facing Dominic. Turning to Joa, his one appearance was brief yet impactful. He dispatched his opponent with just a few moves, revealing an immeasurable depth of strength. It's impossible to predict who will emerge victorious in today's match. Dominic is preparing intensely, fully aware that this is a decisive battle. Only victory is acceptable. On the arena, Joa sat cross-legged, eyes closed, resting and focusing. He noticed that while the array diagrams in the comprehensive treatise on arrays were powerful, they were somewhat incomplete. Though named comprehensive, this book was already partially damaged, perhaps due to its age or other reasons. If I can understand the complete array theory, I can construct a perfect array diagram. Joa thought to himself. He believed that with his level of array mastery, it wouldn't be too difficult to complete the array diagram. However, time was short, and he couldn't afford any delays as he needed to thoroughly study the comprehensive treatise on arrays before returning to Dongyun Continent. He had to comprehend the treatise completely before his return. He dared not take it lightly. The comprehensive treatise on arrays was vast and profound. Even though he had studied for a period under Guido Isaiah Daocheng, it took him nearly half a day to fully understand the first chapter alone. Honesting it thoroughly would take much longer. Dominic had already taken his place, but Joa remained seated, deep in thought. Seeing Joa's composed demeanor, a flicker of anger flashed across Dominic's eyes. Lord Che wore a white robe that flowed gracefully, like a blooming white lotus amid the battlefield. Tall and slender, his brows carried a hint of cold arrogance, exuding an aura that forbade intrusion. Dominic gripped his silver spear tightly, determination and resolution blazing in his eyes. His robust figure radiated a powerful presence. The silver spear gleamed brightly in his hands, resembling a streak of cold starlight piercing through the night sky. The atmosphere on the battlefield was heavy and tense, as if the air itself held taut strings ready to snap at any moment. The two men stood opposite each other, their gazes meeting with a clash of intense energy. Suddenly, Dominic roared, pouncing on Joa like a ferocious tiger. His movements were swift and fierce, akin to a whirlwind sweeping across the field. A mocking smile flickered across Joa's face. Instantly, his folding fan emitted a dazzling golden light. With a graceful sweep, the fan transformed into a beam of golden light, intersecting with Dominic's silver spear. Golden and silver lights collided with a deafening roar, causing the ground to tremble as if awakened by battling dragons. A sharp light flashed in Joa's eyes, and his body moved like the wind, appearing behind Dominic. His fan danced, releasing a thick wave of primordial energy forming a formidable barrier, slamming into Dominic's waist. Feeling the imminent danger from behind, Dominic quickly turned, trying to evade the strike. However, the massive energy wall was like an invisible fortress, trapping him without any chance of escape. With a loud bang, Dominic was hit by the energy wall, flying backward like a cannonball, hitting the ground and sending dust billowing. Clutching his chest, Dominic groaned in pain. He felt his internal organs tearing apart, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Joa put away his fan, standing still, a proud expression on his face. A cold smirk appeared in his eyes, mocking Dominic's incompetence. Fueled by rage, Dominic's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "I won't concede." Gripping the spear tighter, he gathered all his strength, aiming directly at Joa with an unstoppable thrust. The silver spear in his hands seemed like a soaring dragon, charging toward Joa with immense force. The tension on the battlefield escalated again, as if the entire world was watching this critical moment. Their eyes met, sparks flew, their auras intertwining into an undeniable power. Just as the silver spear was about to strike Joa, he leaped aside, moving like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, appearing beside Dominic. His fan swung fiercely, emitting a chilling glow that crossed paths with the silver spear. Silver and chilling lights interlaced, creating a thunderous crash. Time seemed to freeze, the air becoming solid. Moments later, Joa smiled faintly as his fan glowed brightly. His figure retreated swiftly like a bolt of lightning, while Dominic staggered back several steps, nearly falling. The once quiet battlefield erupted into chaos, spectators gasping in shock. They were captivated by the intense duel between these two fighters, filled with awe and astonishment. Dominic's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Joa, overwhelmed with a sense of defeat. He finally realized the immense gap between himself and Lord Che. Joa stood there, observing Dominic with a cold eye, a slight curve on his lips as if savoring the sweet taste of victory. He said calmly, Brother Yoel, this is just the third move." Humming, the space vibrated as the long spear slashed through the sky like a true dragon ascending to the heavens, bursting with radiant light, piercing through the void. Dominic's aura surged powerfully. He raised his spear high, charging towards Joa with the intensity of a gale. The spear tip, glittering with cold light, carried an overwhelming will to destroy everything in its path. Determination and resolve reflected in his eyes. Seeing this, Joa frowned slightly, realizing the situation was perilous. In an instant, he moved agilely like a bird, stepping lightly on the ground and dodging Dominic's attack effortlessly. Extending his hand, he caught the spear like a hawk seizing its prey, using a sudden force to push Dominic back. Spurts of blood sprayed as a blade of air pierced Dominic's right arm, instantly staining his robes red. Baring his teeth, Dominic's fury boiled over. He clutched the spear with his left hand, his injured right arm dangling, drops of blood marking a trail on the ground. Flames of rage burned in his eyes, refusing to back down. Again, he growled, lunging forward like a beast. His left hand manipulated the spear in a series of lightning-fast maneuvers, enveloping several meters around him, blocking off all of Joa's escape routes. Clash, clash, clash. The spear and sword shadows collided sharply, producing shrill metal clashes. Dominic's attacks rained down relentlessly, fierce and relentless. But Joa's nimbleness allowed him to weave through the barrage, evading wave after wave. Despite Dominic's speed, Joa identified a flaw. With a flash, he struck out with a powerful punch, a destructive force whistling through the air. But Joa was prepared, sidestepping and simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Dominic's abdomen, sending him flying. After landing several yards away, Dominic steadied himself, staring at Joa gravely. His breath came in heavy pants, blood dripping from his wounds, but his resolve remained unshaken. His eyes blazed with determination. Joa smiled slightly, admiration flashing in his eyes. He knew Dominic was no ordinary fighter. His combat ability surpassed expectations. Putting away his sword aura, he waited calmly for Dominic's next move. The battle was far from over. Dominic focused intently on Joa, radiating intense fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, his inner primordial energy surged, rushing like a flood, roaring with power. Slowly lifting his right hand, veins bulged and muscles tensed, a suffocating pressure spreading outward, startling the spectators around. Dominic's aura grew stronger and more imposing. Then, with a sudden strike of his right palm, a deafening sound tore through the air. A thick blue palm print materialized out of nowhere, carrying an overwhelming force as it hurtled toward Joa. This palm strike contained Dominic's most formidable strength. He had given it everything he had. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the palm print, Joa narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of seriousness appearing in them. He chose not to withstand it head-on but instead accelerated abruptly, shooting up into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, evading the attack. Without hesitation, Dominic thrust his long spear forward. The spear pierced the air with a thunderous roar, unleashing an immensely powerful force. Dominic's speed was astonishing, catching up to Joa almost instantly. His spear moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, fiercely lunging towards Joa's chest. The speed of this move was so great that it almost distorted the air around it. However, Joa remained unperturbed, his body transforming into a stream of light as he oddly twisted midair, evading Dominic's attack. Simultaneously, his figure vanished abruptly, escaping the strike entirely. Dominic's expression darkened. The martial technique Joa just used was unlike anything he had ever seen. Even more shocking was Joa's mastery of instantaneous movement, a high-level martial skill, which left him utterly astonished. Disappeared? How is this possible? Dominic muttered to himself, never having encountered such a bizarre movement technique. It was like something out of a myth. As he stood dazed, Joa suddenly appeared before him, his long knife slashing out with a cold, lethal intent. Dominic's face changed, and he immediately swung his spear to block. Clang! The long knife met the end of the spear, producing a crisp metallic ring. His grip on the spear handle split open, blood dripping down the shaft. With a stifled grunt, Dominic retreated several steps, glaring at Joa with disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected Joa to be so strong. His all-out attack had been effortlessly thwarted. You still won't admit defeat? Joa said coldly. Dominic took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they burned with intense battle spirit. I haven't fought so exhilaratingly in a long time. Today, I must win you, he declared, his entire demeanor changing. His figure seemed to grow taller, radiating an overwhelming battle aura. At that moment, he became like a sharp blade, menacing and sharp. Rumbling, Dominic's Xianxia boiled, surging wildly like a tempestuous sea. Streams of energy gathered in his right arm, causing it to swell to its limit, the sound of bones cracking audibly. His body expanded like a balloon, veins on his skin writhing like worms, both grotesque and terrifying. Die! Dominic stomped his foot, launching himself like a cannonball. He moved like lightning, his spear weaving intricate patterns that ripped through the night sky, aiming for Joa. Each thrust was a fatal blow, capable of ending an opponent's life if it struck true. Joa's face flickered with mockery, his form disappearing into a blur, leaving trails of afterimages. Boom 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 boom. The dense sounds of collisions echoed endlessly in the night. Dominic continuously swung his spear, yet he could never find Joa's real form. Thus, the confrontation persisted for a while, neither gaining the upper hand. Dominic's face flushed red, veins throbbing on his forehead, indicating he was reaching his limits. In contrast, Joa remained calm and collected, exuding confidence. Truman and Yoel Vivianator watched in awe, especially Truman, who was completely mesmerized by the battle. Dominic's cultivation was far above hers, yet her teacher had him firmly under control. This fight deepened her understanding of martial arts. Dominic, your defeat is inevitable. You are no match for me. A cold smile played on Joa's lips as he flipped his wrist, a gleaming long sword suddenly appearing in his hand. With a graceful, smoky movement, he appeared before Dominic in an instant, slicing toward his throat. The sword was so fast that even Truman struggled to follow its motion. Dominic's pupils constricted, a sense of imminent danger enveloping him. He knew that if he couldn't dodge this slash, death was certain. Yet, facing death, he felt no fear. Planting his feet firmly, he shot forward like an arrow, his spear stabbing out, its tip gleaming ominously. Bang! The spear and sword collided fiercely, sparks flying. Immediately, both men recoiled. Whoosh! Seizing this brief moment, Joa blurred again, closing the distance to 3 meters from Dominic. His speed was astonishing, arriving beside Dominic like a ghost, delivering another ruthless slash. Facing death, Dominic's expression unexpectedly turned calm. Hashtag chapter 493, Clues of the Secret Alliance. Dominic showed no fear as he brandished his long spear, the tip shimmering with a dazzling cold light, thrusting toward Joa's chest. Joa raised an eyebrow, his figure suddenly retreating to avoid Dominic's spear. Immediately after, he swung his longsword horizontally, blocking Dominic's spear. Clank clank clank. Joa moved like a ghost, darting back and forth, giving Dominic no respite at all. Although Dominic possessed the cultivation of a low-stage profound rank, he was still young and lacked depth. He soon found himself in a bitter struggle, drenched in sweat, panting for breath, and his face pale as paper. You have lost. Joa abruptly stopped his assault, standing steady and calmly looking at Dominic. This match is over. You may leave. Dominic gritted his teeth and roared angrily. I can't accept this. How could you be so powerful? You are not my match. I will definitely defeat you. Oh, you wish to challenge me? Joa smiled and extended his left hand, beckoning Dominic with his index finger. You can continue. I'm waiting. Dominic clenched his teeth and fists, his eyes burning with fervent fighting spirit. Since you want to die so badly, I'll satisfy you. With that, he shook his spear, the tip bursting into brilliant light, lunging viciously at Joa. This time, he pushed his speed to its limits, a whirlwind swirling around him, stirring up gusts of wind. His movements were lightning fast, sweeping away anything in his path like a fierce gale, making it hard to defend against. But Joa remained unperturbed, casually waving his sword to deflect Dominic's spear. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and Dominic trembled violently, stumbling backward and landing on his buttocks. His face turned deathly pale, a streak of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression was one of shock as he looked up at Joa, his eyes filled with disbelief. His powerful strike had been effortlessly deflected. I actually lost to you, Dominic muttered to himself, his expression desolate and utterly defeated. He felt his belief shattering, his heart overwhelmed with a deep sense of failure. Once, he believed he was the most outstanding among the younger generation. He even thought he was nearly on par with his grandfather. But everything crumbled with Joa's appearance. This isn't possible. I must have seen wrong. I won't lose to someone younger than me, absolutely not. Dominic screamed to the heavens, appearing deranged, clutching his spear and thrusting forward with all his might. His movements were slow, like a snail's crawl. Joa smirked mockingly. He didn't need to move. Just by using his aura, he suppressed Dominic, immobilizing him. Dominic struggled desperately, but to no avail. He felt his palms stuck to iron, unable to budge. The more he tried to free himself, the more effort it required. Just when Dominic was about to collapse, Joa finally moved. He bent his knees slightly, pushing off the ground with tremendous force, leaping forward. His sword transformed into a brilliant silver glow, aimed directly at Dominic's throat. Dominic's eyes widened, revealing intense fear. This attack came too fast. He didn't even have time to escape, watching helplessly as the silver glow approached. Ah! Dominic roared furiously, bloodshot eyes, utterly mad, swinging his spear wildly in defense. Clang! The sword and spear intertwined, sparks flying. Struck like by lightning, Dominic flew backward, smashing into a distant wall. Puff! Blood spurted from his mouth as Dominic collapsed again, his face full of despair. Be cautious, such stubbornness could lead you astray. Joa knew he had thoroughly lost. Dominic slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He said dejectedly, I concede. Dominic clearly understood his limitations. Under Joa's assault, there was no way for him to win. Although he wanted to fight to the end, he couldn't. Joa's overwhelming presence pinned him down. He couldn't even move. Despite wanting to resist, he knew he had no right to challenge such an opponent. Therefore, though unwilling, he conceded. Joa's victory was stunning. The audience below erupted into cheers, their enthusiasm ignited. For a moment, they cheered loudly. Joa, you're amazing. Ha ha, so satisfying. Joa is awesome. Joa, I love you. Marry me? Fangirls shouted excitedly. Hearing the cheers, Joa merely smiled faintly, not paying much attention. On the sidelines, Lu Ron glared bitterly at the triumphant Joa. Emil Chun, what happened to your grandson? Didn't you say he would surely beat Joa? Yoel Cloento chuckled awkwardly. Sir Lu, it's not that my grandson isn't capable. Joa is just too strange. Clearly lacking cultivation. He defeated my grandson without a scratch. This is not normal. That's enough. No more excuses. Your grandson lost, which means half his stipend next year will be cut. Yoel Cloento's face changed, but ultimately he stayed silent. Joa, next time you won't have such luck. After the match, as soon as Joa stepped down, Doreen and Ashley approached him. Lord Che, what do you think of my proposal from last time? I've considered it seriously and I can help you. Really? Doreen's excitement was evident. Don't get carried away yet. I will help you seek vengeance, but I won't kill Truman for you. Doreen was taken aback by Joa's words. What do you mean, Lord Che? My parents were killed by Truman. If you seek vengeance for me, you should kill him. Ashley, shouldn't we tell Everly that she's an adult now and deserves the truth? Doreen glanced at Joa, then at Ashley, confused. What do you mean? What have you been hiding from me? Sigh. Ashley sighed softly, casting a glance of reproach at Joa before recounting the true events surrounding the fall of the Chen family. Doreen felt like she had been struck by lightning upon hearing this. She stood there dumbfounded for a long time, muttering, "This isn't possible. This isn't possible. How could the Qin family be controlled by the Secret Alliance? How could my parents be puppets of the Secret Alliance? Everly, please calm down." "How am I supposed to calm down?" Doreen cried out, her emotions unraveling. Seeing Doreen about to lose control, Joa grabbed her shoulders tightly. "What are you doing, Lord Che?" Ashley drew her weapon, glaring fiercely at Joa. "No worries, just helping her calm down." Sure enough, as Joa's spirit energy swept through, Doreen instantly calmed. "I apologize, Lord Che, for causing you embarrassment." "No problem." Joa shook his head. "Everly, think carefully. Since 6 months ago, Honest and Mistress began behaving strangely. They avoided people. Even trusted servants found it hard to see them. Orders were always conveyed through that new secretary. Did you not notice the changes?" Calmly, Doreen sorrowfully reflected. "How could I not have noticed? It's just that how would I ever think that the parents who raised me had been replaced by others? I only assumed that Jessie and Dolores were exhausted from the trivial matters of the Chen family, but I didn't expect." Saying this, Doreen's expression turned solemn, and she coldly declared, "Secret Alliance, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Lord Che, whatever you want me to do, please instruct me. As long as it can avenge my parents, I am willing to do anything." Seeing his objective achieved, Joa smiled slightly and said, "Everly Chin, rest assured, my enmity with the Secret Alliance is no less than yours. I guarantee that I will annihilate them. However, could you take me to your home now? The people of the Secret Alliance are like rats in the sewers. Finding their lair is extremely difficult. I want to see if they left any clues at your place." "Of course, no problem. Please follow me, Lord Che." Doreen nodded. She then led Joa and the two others towards the western part of the city. The western part of Xiang Town was the slum area, home to a large number of impoverished citizens, many of whom were ordinary people. The houses here were dilapidated, and the environment was dirty and polluted. Moreover, there was an abandoned temple in this area. Inside, a Buddha statue stood. This temple had been built by a high-ranking monk centuries ago, but mysteriously collapsed hundreds of years back. Legend had it that a treasure was buried within the temple, and anyone who unearthed it would be blessed with wealth and prosperity. However, no one dared touch anything here due to its ominous reputation. Touching it would result in death at best, and at worst, one soul would be destroyed. This is the ancestral home of the Chun family. Apart from this house, we have nothing else left. As she spoke, Doreen led them towards the clan hall. Inside the clan hall, everything was in disarray. The ancestral tablets of the Chen family were scattered on the table, reflecting its past glory. But the Chen family had already vanished, and all valuables had been stolen by nearby residents. "Ancestors, Meng Xue has been unfilial, allowing the Chen family to fall to such a state." Doreen carefully placed the ancestral tablets back and bowed deeply before them. "All this is the fault of the Secret Alliance. Everly Chun, you need not blame yourself." Joa patted her shoulder comfortingly. "Lord Che, have you found any clues left behind by the Secret Alliance?" Doreen asked eagerly. When the Secret Alliance withdrew, they took everything and burned down the entire estate. Thankfully, the Academy arrived in time to prevent it from turning into ruins. Despite their thorough search, however, they found nothing. All these details were told to him by Truman, who led the search party. But Joa was no ordinary person. After carefully searching, he indeed found a trace left by the Secret Alliance. Under the soil beneath a rock formation in Yoel family's garden lay a small fragment of a token. This item would likely go unnoticed in anyone else's hands, but in Joa's possession, it revealed many clues. This token is made from green pattern walnut wood from the northern sea region, and the fine carvings match the decorative style of that area. Joa paused for a moment, then continued, "Furthermore, this secret character, though in Dongyun script, is written in an ancient method." Ancient method? The Secret Alliance actually uses ancient script? What are they up to? Burgenster couldn't help but exclaim. Being a shadow warrior, she was quite familiar with ancient scripts. "Lord Che, is there something wrong with this token?" Doreen frowned and asked. "This token belongs exclusively to the Secret Alliance, and is possessed only by individuals of extraordinary status. Ordinary people cannot obtain it. So what about me? You might not fully understand the strength of the Secret Alliance. Let me put it this way, their leader is at least a 9th stage entity." Joa stated indifferently. "What?" Hearing this, Burgenster almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Doreen caught her before she fell. "However, I believe the Secret Alliance aimed to use your Qin family to tie down the Academy so that they could pursue other objectives." With that, Joa put away the token fragment. He planned to hand it over to Truman for further analysis, which might lead them to the Secret Alliance's headquarters. In the southern part of Xiang Town, inside a luxurious mansion, a group of men and women were gathered together. "Haha, we've struck it rich this time. Combining the funds from the Qin family and our recent earnings, we can live comfortably for a long time." A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe stood in the middle of the hall, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This group was none other than the leaders of the Secret Alliance in Xiang Town, Jerry, also the patriarch of the Hua family. The Hua family was one of the most prominent families in Xiang Town, holding absolute dominance. Their influence extended even to neighboring villages and counties. "This operation cost us dearly this time. Not only did we lose a significant portion of the Chen family's assets, but we also lost 4 or 5 brothers. I will remember this debt, and one day, I will raise Tiandao Academy to the ground." Jerry gritted his teeth and viciously glared at the direction of the Chen family's residence. "Brother, are you serious?" Hashtag chapter 494, Hua family. "Fisher, the foundation of Heavenly Dao Academy is too strong. Even our Secret Alliance headquarters has only dared to act covertly over these years and never directly confront the Academy." The speaker was a handsome Blaine in his early 20s named Alban, who was the youngest and most beloved brother of Jerry. I know what you mean. It's just wishful thinking. But joining the Secret Alliance really does feel amazing. We can do whatever we want, and the headquarters backs us up." "Indeed, The Secret Alliance is recruiting widely to oppose the Academy. Anyone with intentions against the Academy can join. We're catching a good time for this. Hee hee. Everyone excitedly discussed various deeds of the Secret Alliance, their eyes filled with ambition. Brother, I've heard there's a female student at Heavenly Dao Academy who is incredibly beautiful. She's from the Chen family, but for some reason, the Academy let her off. If we kill her, I don't think the Academy will care much. Why don't we capture her and eliminate any potential threats? Albin licked his dry lips, his eyes revealing intense greed. This female student was none other than Doreen. After hearing this, Jerry pondered for a long time before shaking his head. She's not an ordinary girl. From what I've gathered from the Chen family's patriarch and his wife, she seems to have a bodyguard with her. That bodyguard is extremely powerful, and even the Chen family knows little about her existence. If we move rashly, it might be more trouble than it's worth. His words immediately silenced everyone. At that moment, a youth in green robe said, Brother, we are now part of the Secret Alliance. Capturing this remnant from the Chen family could be seen as acting in the best interests of the Alliance. We can request assistance from headquarters. It would be reasonable. The suggestion from the green-robed youth received numerous nods of approval. That's a good idea. Let's go with that. Jerry's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed, as he indeed had designs on that girl. However, we need to send someone clever into the Academy to observe any unusual activities and then coordinate with headquarters later. Jerry analyzed calmly. I'll take care of it. I have good relations with people in the Academy. They won't refuse me. Albin spoke confidently. Then get going. Jerry nodded in agreement. All right. Albin responded loudly and rushed out the door. Seeing this, everyone inside laughed. After settling the matter of the Chen family, they proceeded to discuss other affairs. After all, the Academy was no longer as easy to provoke as it used to be. They had to resolve this issue quickly, or one day, they'd face severe repercussions. 2 days passed swiftly, and it was Joa's turn to compete again. This time, his opponent was Albin from the North City Hua family. As soon as Albin stepped onto the stage, he was met with a wave of boos. Albin had a repulsive appearance and a lazy demeanor. Especially those shifty eyes made it hard to trust him. That guy is Albin? What an ugly duckling. Haha, look at yourself in the mirror first. Do you even deserve to compete with Joa for the top spot at the Academy? Oh my, look at his pitiful expression, like a turtle retracting its head. In the audience stands, many disciples from martial halls and noble families mocked Albin mercilessly without giving him any face. Shut up. Albin was furious, but he couldn't reach those mocking him, so he suppressed his anger, turning red-faced as he glared at them. Then he looked at the two sitting in the audience, smiling fawningly. Big brother, Blue Feather, watch carefully. I'll make sure to beat Joa so badly his mother won't recognize him. Hearing his words, Jerry's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Is this fool trying to expose our plans? Truly foolish. Jerry snorted in disdain, keeping vigilant of his surroundings. He vaguely sensed someone spying on him. Though he didn't know who it was, he knew his opponent this time would be very formidable. Despite being at peak 8th level innate, that person gave him a sense of lethal danger. I hope there are no mishaps. Jerry muttered inwardly, then focused back on the stage. On the stage, Albin slowly ascended and looked at Joa with a mocking expression. Hey, you must be Joa, right? Don't be nervous. When I hit hard later, don't blame me. Alright, let's see your strength then. Joa remained unperturbed by Albin's insolent attitude, responding in a cold tone. Alright, let's begin. Albin shrugged, spreading his hands and smiling broadly. Boom. Suddenly, a massive aura burst forth, surging like tumultuous waves. What cultivation technique is this? How can spiritual energy be so dark and oppressive? Joa's expression turned grave. This opponent was not simple. Roar. In a flash, Albin leaped forward like a cannonball, reaching Joa almost instantly. His fist, glowing with black light, whistled through the air and aimed directly at Joa's chest. Pong. Joa reacted immediately, channeling his spiritual energy and striking back with a powerful punch. Instantly, the two fists collided with a thunderous boom, shockwaves rippling through the air, distorting it violently. Both combatants were forced to step back 3 paces. Albin steadied himself, staring intently at Joa, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Not bad. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he admired Joa's strength internally. Joa had managed to resist his enraged strike and force him back 3 steps. Although Albin's cultivation level was unpredictable, it wouldn't be lower than 8th rank. It looks like I finally found a worthy opponent today. Albin grinned, his entire aura intensifying suddenly. Rumble. Suddenly, strong winds whipped across the stage, and energy surged wildly. Albin blurred out of sight, moving like a phantom, darting around the airspace unpredictably. Swish, swish, swish. Several afterimages appeared, each transforming into a powerful fist strike, raining down on Joa relentlessly. Sigh. The audience sucked in sharp breaths, astonished. No one expected Albin to possess such advanced footwork, truly resembling a ghostly figure. This kid was hiding quite deep. Jerry's eyes widened in surprise. He had initially thought Albin was just a common nobody but had hidden such prowess. Befittingly his own brother, Albin indeed had the potential to become the heir of the Hua family. Thinking this, Jerry felt a wave of joy and smiled. On the other side, Joa grew serious. The opponent's techniques were bizarre and demanded full attention. He hastily activated the 9-star sword technique he had discovered accidentally in the library. Whoosh. Instantly, a dazzling sword light appeared, transforming into a silver river splitting the sky with destructive force. Mountain-breaking stance. Albin's cold voice echoed, delivering a heavy punch infused with boundless energy to meet Joa's attack. Boom. 2 immense forces collided, stirring up a violent storm sweeping in all directions. The clash resulted in a tie, both combatants' pupils contracting in surprise. Neither expected the other's strength to be so formidable. Your cultivation technique isn't simple. Neither are you. Albin reined in his disdain and said gravely. Then bring out your true abilities. Otherwise, you'll lose badly. Joa replied coldly. Rather, worry about yourself. You're dead today. Humph. Asking for death. Before the last word left his lips, the two had already exchanged several blows. Surprisingly, their strengths were almost evenly matched. Jerry and the crowd on the platform held their breath, their eyes glued to the two fighters. Seeing that they were evenly matched, Jerry couldn't help but ask Albinu beside him. What's this kid's background? He actually holds his own against Albin. Big brother, I don't know either. Jerry glared at Albinu. How did you gather intelligence? Weren't all the participating experts supposed to be thoroughly understood? Big brother, this isn't my fault. This kid sprang up out of nowhere like he jumped from a rock crevice. We only know he's from the South Sea area. Even his name might be fake, which we saw on the registration form. A bunch of clowns. Jerry cursed but didn't say more, focusing entirely on the changes in the arena. In the arena, Albin found himself unable to overpower Joa quickly, growing anxious. Joa, don't think you can defeat me just because you withstood a few of my attacks. Now, I'm getting serious. Albin's eyes darkened as his aura skyrocketed. A hazy blood-red flame enveloped his body, making him appear even more ferocious. Rumble. Albin stomped his foot, his body darting toward Joa like an arrow from a bow, stirring up intense waves of energy. Boom. The two clashed fiercely again, each retreating several meters. Albin shook his sore right arm, surprised by the formidable strength. How strong! Using mere physical power to meet his attack, he felt considerable pressure. On the other hand, Joa, though also forced back by Albin's overwhelming force, seemed much better off. This was the strength of an 8th-rank innate realm martial artist. The innate chi had fully refined his body, enhancing both strength and speed, while also allowing him to wield martial techniques using this energy. You're not bad either. Albin grinned, eyes narrowing with a chilling killing intent. If so, then taste my Dark Thunder Gabist. With that, Albin clenched his fists, his aura soaring. Buzz. Accompanied by Albin's roar, both fists flew out like a storm, each carrying tyrannical force. Bang bang bang. Albin's fists were like a hurricane, powerful and relentless, battering Joa relentlessly. Joa frowned, hands flicking rapidly as sword auras condensed in midair, forming a shield before him. Boom boom boom. The sword auras shattered, yet Albin's attacks kept coming, his hands moving faster than lightning, fists overlapping in rapid succession. 9-star sword technique, Dancing Heaven. A light command summoned infinite sword light in the air, like stars hanging in the sky, radiating brilliant and dazzling light. This was the supreme technique Joa obtained from the library. The technique had 9 levels, becoming increasingly difficult with each level. It required profound mental discipline and took a long time to master. According to legend, reaching the 5th level required at least 10 years of hard work, and the 6th level took a full century. Now, this technique was being used by a teenager, which was indeed astounding. Numerous fist strikes pelted Joa's sword shield like raindrops on pear blossoms. However, the shield held only for a moment before shattering under the onslaught. Albin's power was terrifying. Despite Joa's best efforts, he could barely withstand the attacks. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Albin landed a punch on Joa's chest, sending him flying and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Why is this guy's punch so powerful? Joa was both startled and angry. Albin's strike nearly shattered his ribs. If not for his formidable physical strength, his ribs would have been broken instantly. I can't engage in close combat with him, or I'll definitely lose. Joa gritted his teeth and changed his strategy. He slapped the ground with both palms, launching himself into the air and dashing towards Albin. Albin raised an eyebrow. Joa's cultivation was far lower than his, so logically, Albin should hold the advantage. But Joa's charge seemed to contain some special rhythm. Suddenly, Albin felt dizzy, as if trapped in quicksand, slowing him down significantly. Trivial tricks. Shaking his head, Albin regained his senses and punched out, slamming Joa away. Albin's eyes flashed with surprise. This is a strange step that enhances movement speed? Albin felt a chill, guessing the origin of Joa's technique. He guessed correctly, because this step was indeed part of the 9-star sword technique, Sword Honesty. However, the Sword Honesty Joa performed was a fusion of his understanding and 3 elemental enhancements: fire, earth, and water, all working together harmoniously. Chapter 495, Identity Exposed. This would allow his movement speed to reach an astounding level. Of course, to achieve this, one must first comprehend the nature of these 3 attributes. During his stay in the Sword Domain Secret Realm, Albin also made some gains. Control the sword. Slash. Joa's eyes flashed with excitement as he formed seals with his hands. A dazzling sword aura burst forth into the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards Albin. As expected, the cultivators of Dongyun Continent have a very superficial understanding of attributes. They haven't integrated elemental forces into themselves but use them as weapons. Joa understood this clearly. He knew that cultivators didn't thoroughly study attribute power and could only rely on cultivation realms for insight, hoping to unleash its true potential. However, while many attributes were incredibly powerful, their applications varied widely. This footwork is quite formidable. But alas, wanting to defeat me is simply a dream. Albin coldly snorted, his hands moving like lightning, releasing several fist energies almost instantaneously, clashing against the dazzling sword light. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Albin's fist light vanished instantly, but the sword light still had remnants of its power and continued to rush toward Albin. Great! The power of this sword technique is indeed strong, but I will see how long your protective true chi can withstand it. Albin's face darkened slightly as he channeled more true chi, causing a golden protective barrier to envelop his body. This was his protective true chi, a martial skill created by a supreme ancestor of the Hua family, known for its immense power. Clang clang clang. The sword light pierced through the protective true chi, striking Albin's skin, but it sounded like hitting resilient metal, unable to make any significant impact. Joa's expression showed surprise. He hadn't expected his sword moves to be ineffective against the opponent. Still, he refused to believe it and once again executed the sword technique, heaven-piercing earth-traversing. Instantly, the void trembled as Joa transformed into a streak of light, rushing forward forcefully, closing in on Albin in an instant. As his feet touched the ground, countless sword lights erupted from the earth, forming a lattice-like cage that trapped Albin firmly in place. Watch me deal with you. Joa sneered, stomping down hard, aiming to crush Albin into the ground. Yet at this moment, Albin's figure flickered, dodging Joa's stomp. Then he landed a punch squarely on Joa's abdomen, sending the latter flying backward like a broken kite, crashing onto the ground. What? Joa's eyes widened in shock. Moments ago, he clearly saw Albin's body bound by countless sword lights, making it impossible for him to dodge. Could there be something peculiar about his footwork? Realizing this, Joa turned to run, no longer engaging Albin head-on. But Albin pursued him relentlessly, constantly launching long-range attacks. Despite having the speed-boosting prowess of the 9-star sword technique, Joa couldn't escape Albin's entanglement. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the arena, just one step away from falling off. Just when everyone thought Joa would definitely lose today, he suddenly smiled. That smile felt like a gentle spring breeze brushing past everyone's hearts. Only Albin, on the arena, was bewildered. This guy is about to lose. Why is he still smiling? Has his brain snapped? Joa suddenly spoke. I admit, your technique is indeed peculiar, so I must take this seriously. Suddenly, Joa's aura flared up 10 times stronger than before. In an instant, dust and debris flew around the arena, due to Joa's overwhelming aura. Albin stared at Joa in shock. This vast and unfathomable power was entirely different from what he had witnessed earlier. What kind of secret method did you use? How could your strength increase so much all of a sudden? It's nothing, Joa said coolly. Just released one seal. After returning to Dongyun Continent, Joa placed 13 seals on the core of his puppet body to prevent his identity from being exposed. While these seals completely severed any chance of others discovering his true identity, they also significantly restricted his ability to unleash his full strength. Initially, he planned to act low-key, but unexpectedly encountered a capable opponent today. Thus, he decided to temporarily release the first seal, recovering a bit of his power. Even this slight increase left Albin astounded. Come on, let's continue. Joa lightly commanded, brandishing his sword repeatedly. Sharp sword auras swept towards Albin from all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sharp whistles of the swords cutting through the air made everyone's eardrums ache. Albin snorted, true chi bursting forth around him like a golden dragon coiling around him. Dragon Tiger 7 kills. With his roar, 7 colossal golden dragons emerged from within him, pouncing and biting at the myriad sword lights. Bang 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 bang. 2 terrifying forces clashed violently. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the collision. Dust rolled around the arena as Albin and Joa's figures appeared, each retreating several steps to stabilize themselves. But Joa retreated 10 steps, while Albin retreated 19. Whoa, so strong. That guy, no wonder he dared to laugh. I think he must have hidden some trump cards. On the spectators' platform, everyone focused intently on Albin and Joa. Albin's brows furrowed deeply. Although he only used the 3rd level of his secret art, this technique taught by the Secret Alliance was extremely powerful. Yet, it still couldn't suppress Joa. Instead, every attack from Joa brought a sense of impending doom, making him feel as if he couldn't compete. That guy, he's really good. Albin's expression changed slightly as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. Initially, he thought he could easily win the championship based on his strength alone. However, this seemingly weak-looking Blaine turned out to be incredibly powerful. Albin's expression became increasingly solemn. It looks like I have to play my last card. Rumbling. At this moment, his spiritual meridians suddenly vibrated, releasing wave after wave of potent spiritual energy. These energies began to burn ferociously, emitting even hotter power. Boom. As Albin's aura reached its peak, he roared loudly, his body radiating intense purple-black light. Yolf burning technique? Is this guy willing to risk his life? Joa frowned on the arena. Although he had anticipated that Albin might practice a special technique, the extent of this was still within his expectations. However, he hadn't expected Albin to cultivate a life-draining power exchange technique. Using such a taboo technique would leave one severely injured and drained of fighting power, even if victorious. Such life-risking battles often result in grave injuries. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, no cultivator would willingly go to such lengths. However, Albin didn't change his decision. Instead, it ignited the burning flames within him. Come on, come on, come on. I can't wait anymore. Albin laughed wildly, eyes red and manic, his aura becoming even more overwhelming. He declared word by word, I want to see who shreds whom. Joa's eyes turned icy cold. He sensed the revolting odor from Albin, indicating something abhorrent. Seeing Joa's gaze, Albin felt a fatal threat, as if he would die under his hands at any second. But he had no choice. He could only fight with all his might. Mountain-turning dragon strength. Albin roared, his body moving as swiftly as lightning, like a mountain crashing down with the force of a thunderbolt towards Joa. This was his final move. Joa's eyes turned icily cold. At this moment, he finally showed no restraint. The tip of his sword condensed into a dazzling light. With one thrust, the air exploded around it. Boom. Albin was once again thrown back. Arg. Albin spat out blood again, his bones breaking in numerous places. He struggled on the ground but failed to stand up. He had lost, defeated utterly and cleanly. With resentment and hatred in his eyes, Albin looked at Joa on the platform. I don't accept this. Albin roared like a wild beast, completely losing his composure. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he had never experienced such humiliation. This was the only defeat in his life. Not accepting? Joa gave a cold laugh. What qualifies you to refuse acceptance? I am. Albin's words stopped abruptly, because he sensed a terrifying killing intent surging from Joa. Oh no. His pupils constricted. In the next instant, he felt an invisible blade pierce through his chest. Pfff. Blood spurted from his chest. Joa slowly withdrew his sword. Albin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Joa. He still didn't understand what had happened. Why? How dare you kill someone in front of so many people? Albin's voice was filled with frustration. Joa smiled coldly. Because the dogs of the Secret Alliance deserve death. Rest assured. Albin. On the spectator stands, Jerry's eyes bulged in disbelief that Joa dared to kill his brother right in front of everyone. The referee also rushed onto the stage. Checking Albin, the referee found that his heart had been shattered by Joa's sword, leaving no chance of survival. The referee frowned and angrily shouted at Joa. The Academy duel has always prioritized friendship over competition. How could you kill someone? Joa, your score is cancelled. Guards, seize him. Facing the referee's reprimand, Joa stood motionless. Suddenly, a handsome figure flew up onto the stage, blocking Joa. Wait. A powerful voice halted the guards trying to arrest Joa. The referee immediately bowed respectfully. Emil Truman, what are your instructions? Truman glanced at the referee, displeased. How can you be such a referee? You didn't even notice that a member of the Secret Alliance was on the platform. What? Truman's words caused astonishment among the crowd. Even the referee froze. Emil Truman, are you saying Albin is from the Secret Alliance? Humph, look for yourself. Truman kicked over Albin's body, revealing a bizarre tattoo on his shoulder. Heavens, Albin really is from the Secret Alliance. Heaven, the Secret Alliance actually infiltrated the Academy. Terrifying. These beasts of the Secret Alliance are everywhere. Soon, the entire arena was boiling with shock. They couldn't believe that Albin was from the Secret Alliance. It was well known that the Secret Alliance had long been opposing the Academy, and its existence exceeded a century, making it an ancient organization. Its leader was said to be a secretive world-class expert who challenged various strongmen and survived each time. Hadn't Rico sacrificed himself earlier to thwart the Secret Alliance's plot, the world would have already fallen under their control. Seeing the tattoo, the referee broke into a cold sweat. Failing to identify a Secret Alliance spy and letting them participate in the competition was indeed his fault. If not for Joa's actions, he would still be unaware. This is indeed my negligence. Thanks to Mr. Che for his keen eyesight in identifying the spy, preventing the Secret Alliance's scheme. He bowed to Joa and then barked orders at his subordinates. Guards, take the Secret Alliance spy away immediately. 2 guards rushed forward. But at that moment, a voice interrupted. Wait. Joa stopped the guards, scanning the area, and said coolly. As far as I remember, the Hua family seems to have 2 more people present, right? This reminder made everyone recall that Albin had greeted 2 people before the match. Jerry and Albinu on the stands turned pale instantly. Albin had dragged them into this mess. They're trying to escape. Catch them. Albinu immediately saw through Jerry's intentions. He pulled Jerry back and urgently shouted, Brother, let's get out of here. Too late. Truman stared coldly at the 2, shaking his head indifferently. Swish. He suddenly reached out, unleashing a massive suction force that immobilized Jerry and Albinu on the spot. Truman flicked his wrist, and the 2 were sucked right next to him. You, what are you going to do? Chapter 496, Hildred Hyamo Clone Town. Jerry shivered as he asked. Truman's lips curled into an eerie smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Upon hearing that Truman wouldn't kill them, Jerry felt a slight relief. Immediately, he asked suspiciously, Are your Academy people so kind-hearted? That depends on how cooperative you are. The Hua family brothers were taken away for questioning. Joa had earned significant credit by exposing the Secret Alliance's spy, and Truman intended to reward him. However, he refused. There's no need. If you want to reward me, just let me use the Hildred High transmission array once. I need to go to Hildred High. Transmission arrays have always been strategic tools for every force and are rarely used during peacetime. This time, if it weren't for Joa's great deed, an exception wouldn't be made. Joa, along with Serena and Ashley, came to Imo Clone Town in Hildred High. According to the clues from the token, there was at least one branch of the Secret Alliance here. They came this time to find out who was truly responsible for the destruction of the Chen family. Although they took the Academy's teleportation gate, the journey to Imo Clone Town was exhausting. So, the 3 found a tavern and sat down. Waiter, bring us some tea. Joa ordered a few dishes and waited for the waiter to serve them. Just then, loud noises erupted from downstairs. What do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our affairs? A fierce voice shouted, followed by the sound of a fight breaking out. Serena frowned slightly and whispered, What's going on? She didn't like getting involved in such martial disputes. However, Joa watched with an amused expression, waiting to see how things would unfold. Soon, the patrons began to gossip. Some said it was Jalmer Hao, the son of a wealthy family from the south side of town, bullying others. Others claimed it was Yoel Chloeyong from the west side of town, sparring with someone. Whatever the case, the incident was quite noisy. Just when everyone thought the commotion would die down, suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the inn. Bang! The walls caved in, and tables and chairs toppled over en masse. Next, everyone saw Jalmer Hao burst out looking ragged, with a crossbow bolt lodged in his arm, dripping blood. Damn it! I won't let you off. Jalmer Hao, fuming, yelled, Go after them. Immediately, he rushed away with several black-clothed men. At this moment, Serena furrowed her brow. This person is bold enough to attack the Xiaomer family? But with Xiaomer Hao severely injured, they shouldn't have gone far. Let's check it out. Sure thing, Everly. Ashley cheerfully agreed and followed her out. Joanne naturally kept pace without hesitation. In a deserted alley, a white figure darted through. Behind her chased Xiaomer Hao and the Xiaomer family's servants. Stop, you little bitch. If I catch you, I'll tear you apart limb by limb. Xiaomer Hao threatened viciously. Beside him, a Xiaomer family elder remained silent, but wore a grave expression, sensing something dangerous. This elder was highly skilled, already at mid-stage 7th tier. Suddenly, he sensed danger and dodged a sharp dagger sneak attack. Swish swish swish. The dagger grazed past him, embedding into the wall. Turning his head, the elder saw the white-robed girl suddenly stop running and turn to face them. Her pure yet beautiful face held a coldness, and her eyes could freeze anything they gazed upon. His pupils constricted momentarily as he exclaimed, "Nine-tailed fox spirit?" He hadn't expected the daggers to come from the nine-tailed fox spirit. The nine-tailed fox spirit was a beast in Hildred High, extremely powerful, specializing in mental attacks, thus well known in Hildred High. Moreover, the nine-tailed fox spirit possessed a unique skill called Netherworld Flame. Once Netherworld Flame touched living beings, it would seep into their soul, burning it until they became fools, with all life force extinguished. Unless one was above 9th tier, or had a powerful magical treasure, blocking Netherworld Flame was nearly impossible. Run quickly, the elder yelled. Everyone else from the Xiaomer family was terrified. There were only 5 or 6 of them against hundreds of armed assassins. Run now, the elder shouted again, his body swelling as he shattered the wall behind him, rushing straight toward the nine-tailed fox spirit. You're courting death. The white-robed girl raised an eyebrow, her right hand flicking as a purple flame rose to meet the Xiaomer family elder. Boom! Flames exploded, shaking the entire building and sending dust flying. The elder spat blood, his body flying backward and landing on the ground, barely alive. His chest was half blown away, revealing white bones. It was clear he couldn't be saved. Phew. Seeing this, Serena and Ashley couldn't help but gasp. What a ruthless girl. Yeah, Xiaomer Hao is done for now. Xiaomer Hao slumped on the ground, his clothes soaked from the dirt, still glaring at the white-robed girl while shouting, "Bitch, you will pay today." The white-robed girl didn't speak, her green eyes fixated on Xiaomer Hao. It was you who initiated the assault first. Why can't you bear it when I retaliate? Seeing the white-robed girl approach Xiaomer Hao, Joa pondered whether to save him. Suddenly, a black shadow shot forward at high speed. The white-robed girl stopped, eyeing the shadow warily. Only a clang. Sound echoed as the two figures crossed paths and landed. The black shadow wielded a whip, coiling it around himself. Joa squinted, examining the tall, muscular man in black attire with a sword strapped to his waist and a straight back. His handsome features were rugged, with a pronounced nose and deep-set eyes. He seemed older than Joa, emitting a faint, bloody smell, probably having killed many. Moreover, he was late-stage 8th tier. Who dares interfere? The white-robed girl glared at the newcomer. Beasts should stay in their territory. Why come to human towns to kill? The man coldly replied. I did not initiate the attack. They plotted against me first. I acted in self-defense. Your action doesn't justify it. Since you don't understand the rules, don't blame me on the path to hell. The white-robed girl's eyes sharpened as both launched into combat. Boom! 2 streams of true essence erupted, spreading like ripples. After the clash, they separated. The man was surprised. You're an early-stage 8th tier fox spirit? No wonder you're so arrogant. The white-robed girl showed a hint of panic. Humph, you're only mid-stage 8th tier. What does that mean to me? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. With that, the man lunged again. Looking for death. The white-robed girl sneered, fingers flicking to summon green vines shooting toward the man. These plant-based techniques contain the fox spirit's essence, making the attack ferocious. Swish! The vines surged from all directions, moving incredibly fast. However, the black-clothed man was not afraid. Instead, he laughed heartily. You think you can hurt me? Ha! He clenched his left hand into a fist and struck out with it. Rumble. The punch unleashed a violent gust of air that collided fiercely with the green vines. In an instant, a loud boom resounded, and the vines shattered. At the same time, the black-clothed man flashed forward, appearing in front of the white-dressed girl. His right hand turned into a claw, aiming straight for her neck. The white-dressed girl's expression changed slightly as she swiftly used her agility to avoid this lethal claw. Her reaction was swift, but the black-clothed man was even faster, following up and attacking again. Get out of my way! The white-dressed girl roared angrily, unleashing a surge of powerful true essence, striking out with her palm to send the black-clothed man flying. It was a cat-and-mouse game. The white-dressed girl possessed advanced combat skills and rich battle experience, allowing her to always dodge his attacks and even counterattack. This enraged the black-clothed man. A dignified late-stage 8th tier expert, unable to subdue a young girl, made him feel humiliated. He roared in anger. You bitch, looks like I need to teach you a lesson so you know who the prey is. With that, the black-clothed man's true essence exploded, his arm swelling more than 3 inches, like a giant fan, swinging fiercely toward the white-dressed girl. The punch brought roaring winds, with dazzling light, terrifying in power. Not bad for an 8th tier powerhouse, indeed very strong. If I were in her place, I couldn't have taken that punch. Serena and Ashley were both on edge for the white-dressed girl. But at that moment, the white-dressed girl suddenly made her move. She raised her jade-like hand and flicked her fingers. Ding! The black-clothed man's certain punch was deflected away, smashing into a stone pillar on the street, leaving a deep indentation. The black-clothed man was slightly stunned, then frowned. Such powerful finger techniques, even breaking through my 1000 mountain punch. What level are you? The black-clothed man glared intently at the white-dressed girl with a dark look. Do you care what stage I am? Anyway, you can't beat me. The white-dressed girl said coldly, spinning her body to vanish from sight. When she reappeared, she stood at the black-clothed man's side and slapped him. The black-clothed man reacted quickly, blocking and leaping to the side to evade her attack. However, the white-dressed girl had anticipated this. As soon as he jumped away, she lashed out with a kick, forcing the black-clothed man back. Your strength is indeed formidable, but it stops here. The black-clothed man shook his head and sighed. His body suddenly tensed, muscles bulging as if he were a cannonball, charging forward. The white-dressed girl's expression changed as she urgently evaded using her agility. Yet, just as she moved, the black-clothed man appeared behind her, clawing toward her. Trouble. The white-dressed girl cursed inwardly, stopping abruptly and kicking off the ground backward, narrowly dodging his surprise attack. Luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise that would have been dangerous. Sweat trickled down her temples, clearly frightened. Ha, can you escape like that? The black-clothed man sneered, advancing again, sweeping his arm like a mountain pressing down. The white-dressed girl's expression grew serious, eyes filled with icy killing intent. Her right palm swirled, gathering true essence to meet the black-clothed man's attack. Bang! Another dull explosion sounded, with intense waves rippling from the clash of true essence. The black-clothed man remained still, but the white-dressed girl was forced back several meters. You're very strong. A trace of shock appeared on the beautiful face of the white-dressed girl. The black-clothed man's strength was terrifying. Even with her peak 7th tier power, she could not match him. She felt uneasy. He was too strange, too cunning. The white-dressed girl was considering how to escape, but the black-clothed man clearly didn't want to give her that chance. With a wave of his hand, a golden palm imprint enveloped by fierce wind surged toward her. The golden imprint stretched over 50 feet, covering half the street, completely enveloping the white-dressed girl within. Fear surged in her heart. She let out a cry and emitted a bone-chilling cold. Whoosh! Hazel began to fall. An ice crystal armor instantly formed around her, encapsulating her entirely. Child's play. The black-clothed man scoffed, the palm imprint continuing to compress, pressing toward the white-dressed girl. Bang! A thunderous boom resounded. The entire district seemed to explode. Amidst the smoke, the white-dressed girl tumbled out, spitting blood. How could this be? Such a powerful expert in this small town? The white-dressed girl was full of shock, her pale face like paper. The black-clothed man slowly approached, looking down at her coldly, saying, Girl, come back with me willingly. He reached out to grab her, but unexpectedly, the white-dressed girl gritted her teeth and resisted fiercely. Swoosh! She leaped, dashing in another direction. Wanna run? Humph! I won't let you get away. Chapter 497, True Form of the Nine-Tailed Fox. The man in black coldly snorted and chased after her. In a blink, both of them vanished from everyone's sight. You two wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Serena or Ashley to reply, Joa quietly followed behind the man in black and the girl in white. The man and woman were engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, running all the way from the town into the mountains. The injured girl in the white dress finally couldn't escape, and the man in black caught up with her. Are you truly bent on annihilating us? Aren't you afraid of my race's retribution? Kalilurder is murder, and that is a natural law. Just accept your fate. Saying this, the man in black raised his hand to strike the girl in white. Do not take me lightly. Realizing the man was serious, the girl no longer held back. Suddenly, her body was covered in silver fur, and in an instant, she transformed into an enormous nine-tailed fox with a striking silvery white coat. This was the true form of the white-robed girl as a spirit beast. A nine-tailed fox? The man in black hesitated for a moment, then sneered. I've heard they are descendants from ancient times, but alas, you're just a young nine-tailed fox, pitifully weak. Roar! The nine-tailed fox roared to the heavens, emitting a powerful and savage aura. Although it had only recently awakened its bloodline and was only at the initial stage of the 8th level, it was still an ancient descendant with extraordinary strength. More importantly, its innate ability was sound wave attacks that could bewilder opponents, disrupt their fighting will, and even put them into a brief state of unconsciousness. This was her last card. She would never use it unless absolutely necessary. The man in black's eyes narrowed slightly as he seemed to sense a faint aroma filled with allure, making people involuntarily want to pounce and tangle with it. He immediately mobilized his true essence, blocking his sense of smell to avoid being influenced. His eyes flashed with a chilling murderous intent. Since you're courting death, I'll oblige. With those words, he suddenly lunged at the girl in white. Bang! Both moved incredibly fast, colliding in the blink of an eye. The man in black grabbed the girl's throat and a cruel smile spread across his face. Your power isn't bad. I wonder what you taste like. The girl struggled, but to no avail. Let her go. At that moment, the man turned his head leftward to see a man in green robes walking calmly toward him. This man was handsome, with an elegant demeanor and a poised stance. Who are you? The man in black frowned. The man in green robes gave him a cold look before saying, My name. Before he could finish, a sword pierced through the air. A gruesome hole appeared in the throat of the man in green robes, blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his chest. You, how dare you ambush me? He roared angrily, collapsing unwillingly. The girl in white stood frozen, staring at the fallen man. The man in black himself was also stunned. Who was this guy? He's dead? Why did he come? While the man in black was puzzled, someone silently saved the girl lying on the ground without his notice. The man in black didn't realize until later that he was deceived. When he checked the body of the man in green robes, it exploded into clear water covering him completely. Fake body? Damn it. Tricked. By the time he reacted, the white fox was already gone. Aha, away aha. He howled furiously. Don't let me catch you, little brat, or you'll regret living. His furious voice echoed under the night sky. Cough. From afar came a few light coughs, then a man in white robes slowly walked forward. It was Joa. Holding a jade token, his eyes were deep and dark, like a cheetah lurking in the darkness. Who are you? The girl asked coldly. Just passing by, Joa replied casually. Were you also after my celestial fox lineage? Ha, guess what? A mocking smile formed on Joa's lips. With a wave of his sleeve, the white fox reverted to her original human form without resistance. You, how can you control my spiritual energy? Who exactly are you? I said, just a passerby. Joa opened her mouth, stuffing a pill inside. MMMPH, what did you give me? Good stuff. The girl naturally didn't believe it. She wanted to expel the pill but found it dissolving instantly into her body. Warmth spread throughout her limbs, almost instantly healing her injuries. She stared wide-eyed at Joa in disbelief. What kind of pill is this, so magical? An ordinary one. The girl rolled her eyes playfully. If I believed you, I'd be a fool. Ordinary pills wouldn't have such effects. They wouldn't be sold at such exorbitant prices. Why force-feed me if you don't intend to harm me? Now, I misinterpreted. Joa glanced at her. In this wilderness, meeting for the first time, do you think I'd believe you if I told you it wasn't poison? The girl was silent, suddenly understanding his consideration. He probably feared she'd refuse because she was already weakened beyond resistance. The girl bit her lip, feeling a twinge of guilt. After hesitating, she sighed and thanked him. You're welcome. I have connections with your celestial fox clan. Seeing you reminds me of her. Nostalgia filled Joa's eyes, wondering how that little fox is doing now. Oh right, do you know about the secret alliance in Macloud Town? Secret alliance? The girl shook her head. I just arrived, not very familiar with human affairs. I see. Get well soon. Next time don't let anyone chase you again. Laverneving, he heard her call out. My name is Jeannie. Thank you. Gabbarding no clues about the mermaid's secret alliance, Joa decided to return to Macloud Town. Halfway there, he stopped abruptly, noticing a strong, nauseating scent of blood. Following the smell, he found a river where a body lay nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was the man in black. He died? Whatever. None of my business. Let's keep going. Standing up, Joa leaped over tree branches, rushing forward. Suddenly alert, he narrowly avoided a flying dagger aimed at him. Wow, not bad reflexes. Behind him, a man in purple robes with long hair looked grimly at Joa. Who are you? You're killer. Without another word, the man launched an attack. His flying dagger shimmered with blue light, obviously laced with potent poison. Joa narrowed his eyes, catching the dagger between two fingers and snapping it. Not so great, huh? Translation provided based on given Chinese text, ensuring fluency and maintaining style and structure. The Benny, looking furious, took out two more flying daggers from his storage ring and attacked Joa simultaneously. The daggers were fiercely sharp, tearing through the void, aiming for 3 vital spots on Joa's body. Clang, clang. Joa caught both daggers between his fingers, letting them fall to the ground. Surprisingly, you're not injured? The Benny said in surprise, a hint of caution and fear flashing in his eyes. Thinking you can kill me with just 2 daggers? Dream on. Before he could finish speaking, the Benny suddenly drew a soft blade from his waist and slashed at Joa. Joa's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the blade by a mere inch. The Benny sneered. This is only the beginning. He thrust out both palms, unleashing a powerful gust of palm wind. Joa narrowly dodged the attack, his figure flickering away at the last moment. Are you a 9th rank cultivator? Joa asked. Who exactly are you? The Benny laughed mockingly. Who I am? Haha, you'll know soon enough. Joa's gaze grew cold, and he swept his right leg toward the Benny's abdomen. The Benny sidestepped, raising his hand to block Joa's leg. With a spin, his left palm struck Joa's chest. Joa was sent reeling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You're no match for me. The Benny spoke arrogantly, shaking his arms as surging power erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. Inferno Gabist. Roaring, he condensed scorching, violent energy in his hands, smashing it forcefully towards Joa. Blazing Broderick technique. Joa raised his hands, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. His brow exuded authority, as if he were a king reigning supreme. Boom. The clash generated tremendous force, sending both of them flying backward. The Benny staggered and fell onto the grass, clutching his chest and spitting out blood. Damn it, this kid is even stronger than me. The Benny's expression twisted in anger. No wonder my cousin was defeated by you. He stood up, shaking his wrist to release several silver needles. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gleaming coldly, they shot toward Joa. Joa's eyes narrowed, his hand extended, fingers hard as steel. The silver needles clattered to the ground. The Benny's face darkened. I didn't expect you to know the infernal palm technique too. Looks like I have to use my full strength. Saying this, he formed seals with his hands, gathering energy in his palms to form 2 massive spheres that spun slowly. The spheres spun faster and faster, emitting whistling sounds as if capable of crushing everything. Bursting Gabby Reball. With a low roar, 2 enormous fireballs lunged at Joa. Joa's eyes squinted. He immediately mobilized all his energy without hesitation. A thunderous explosion resounded. The giant fireballs were blasted apart, spreading waves of scalding heat. Both retreated. Joa steadied himself, glaring at the Benny, grinding his teeth. Powerful technique. Wiping blood from his mouth, the Benny looked mockingly at Joa, saying, Didn't expect you, at such a young age, to also understand the tyrant canon. But your spirit power is weak. You're no match for me. Tell me your secrets, and I'll spare your life. Saying this, his eyes flashed with greed. Dream on. Joa coldly retorted, shooting forward. To death. The Benny's eyes glowed menacingly, accelerating his movements. Joa felt the crisis intensify, frowning. Not good, can't keep up with his speed. He hastily released the first seal to enhance his agility. With a swoosh, the Benny's figure became a blur, his palm striking Joa. Joa leaned backward, evading the attack. Whish! The Benny's fingers bent, launching several silver needles. Joa's pupils contracted. He reacted quickly, dodging them. Puff puff puff. Several needles impaled the ground. The grass around wilted instantly. Trivial skills. The Benny sneered, waving his hands, summoning a long sword. Holding the sword, he stabbed at Joa from an unexpected angle. The blade gleamed coldly, sending a prickling pain over Joa's skin, as if cutting into flesh. Joa furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing with a killing intent. Drawing his long saber, he met the sword with a slash. Clank! The sword clashed with the saber, sparks flying. Joa felt his palm go numb, trembling slightly, blood seeping from his wrist. This Benny is indeed formidable. How about it? Understand now? Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, the Benny gloated while Joa's expression turned grim. In his current state, confronting a 9th rank cultivator was still too difficult. To survive, he needed to release the second seal. Heaven Gate seal, 2nd level, open. Joa roared, thick energy flooding his dantian. In the next moment, a faint green aura enveloped his body. Within the aura, countless ancient complex symbols shimmered with strange light. At the same time, his bones crackled as if undergoing transformation. What? You know the Heaven Gate cultivation method? The Benny exclaimed in shock, sounding a bit panicked and even fearful. Isn't the Heaven Gate seal technique only taught to world-class geniuses who open the Heavenly Gate? Chapter 498, The Last Calm Before the Storm. How did you learn that? Ha, none of your damn business. Joa sneered, his foot lightly tapping the ground as his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging at the Benny. The Benny's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately raised his long sword to defend himself. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as both Joa and the Benny were forced to step back simultaneously. Snap! The Benny's long sword shattered into pieces. Joa's eyes grew even colder. He tightened his grip on his long saber and swung it again at the Benny. Undeterred, the Benny channeled the Overlord decision, causing a tumultuous flow of primordial energy within him, unceasing and powerful. Overlord sword art. The Benny bellowed angrily, his broken sword transforming into countless light points, pouring down like raindrops in an overwhelming deluge toward Joa. The light points drifted uncertainly in the sky, resembling a dazzling and magnificent fireworks display, captivating everyone who saw it. However, they contained boundless destructive power, sufficient to destroy anything that stood in their way. Skybreaking slash. Joa's eyes flashed with determination as he leaped suddenly, his long saber cleaving straight toward the Benny. The saber stroke was vast and mighty, its force spreading far and wide. Boom! Two immense waves of primordial energy collided, unleashing a powerful energy ripple. Surrounding trees were uprooted and collapsed, sand and stones surged. The Benny staggered back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. His face darkened, his eyes wide open. How is this possible? My sword art has clearly reached the 3rd level. How could you possibly resist it? Joa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze cold and piercing. The skybreaking slash had been a new move he'd recently mastered. While its power was considerable, so was its toll on his strength. He must seize every second to deliver the final blow while the enemy was off guard. Therefore, he chose to use the skybreaking slash to pin the opponent down before executing the 8 steps of Thunderbolt. Now that you've forced me to use the 3rd level, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Benny smiled coldly, his hands merging 2 long swords into one spear. Joa remained vigilant, knowing a fierce battle was imminent. Sure enough, the Benny charged forward with his spear. Buzz! The spear vibrated intensely, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing hum. Skybreaking slash. Joa roared. Instantly, the primordial energy around him surged. His long saber burst into 10,000-foot red light, illuminating the entire night. The Benny sensed that Joa's aura had multiplied, and his expression changed drastically. Was this youth actually at the 9th rank? Impossible. His aura was clearly only at peak 7th rank. Break. The Benny gritted his teeth, his spear piercing through Joa's chest. Huh. The Benny was stunned. He clearly had injured Joa, but why didn't it feel right? Damn it, what's going on? Suddenly, the Benny felt a powerful stream of primordial energy invading through the spear, and he hurriedly channeled his own energy to block it. The Benny's heart raced in horror. Damn. Quickly dropping the spear, he narrowly escaped disaster. The Joa he stabbed instantly turned into a mass of water. It was Joa's clone technique, and the real Joa appeared silently above the Benny's head. The Benny hurriedly drew a short dagger close to his side to protect his head. Bang! Joa's punch smashed onto the dagger, sending the Benny flying backward, landing hard on the ground. Dirt and mud splattered, raising a cloud of dust. The Benny spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up. Joa's figure had vanished. Where did he go? The Benny warily surveyed his surroundings, searching for Joa's whereabouts. Suddenly, he heard a piercing sound coming closer. Ah! He screamed in pain as excruciating agony erupted from his right arm. Boom! Joa landed beside the Benny, stepping heavily on his chest and pushing him into the mud. Struggling to get up, the Benny's ribs were crushed under Joa's boot, rendering him immobile. Cough cough. He hacked violently, blood trickling from his mouth, filled with hatred. Damned bastard! What kind of witchcraft are you using? The technique I used is beyond your comprehension. Joa glanced at him coldly. Joa stood towering over the Benny, like a merciless executioner. No matter how sinister your techniques are, you won't escape this forest today. The Benny sneered maliciously. I'll flay you alive, strip your bones to ashes, and turn you into my puppet to serve me eternally. Don't you dare. Joa's face turned livid with rage. Though unable to personally avenge himself, the idea of being made into a puppet and controlled by the Benny was worse than death. What's there to be afraid of? Do you think in your current state, I have anything to fear? The Benny mocked. With that, he reached out, grabbing Joa's neck. Swish! Joa reacted swiftly, dodging and counterattacking with his sword. Child's play, the Benny scoffed. He then brandished his short spear, engaging in a rapid battle with Joa. Splash! The sound of a sharp blade penetrating flesh. Joa slashed his long saber, leaving a vicious wound on the Benny's back. Arg! The Benny cried out in pain, stumbling backward. So strong. Internally alarmed, the Benny noted that Joa's strength had increased significantly. Moreover, his weapon was exceptionally dangerous, each strike posing lethal threats. Suffering consecutive setbacks, the Benny gradually retreated. Damn it! What foul sorcery are you using? The Benny roared. Guess, Joa smirked, swinging his long saber. A trail of saber shadows enveloping the Benny. Terrified, the Benny summoned all his primordial energy to fend off the attack. Clang clang clang. Despite his hurried defense, the Benny was still being forced back by Joa's relentless assault. Splash! Joa's saber slashed down, slicing a deep, bone-deep wound into the Benny's chest. Bright red blood soaked through his clothes, saturating his chest. Damn! Gabbinally, panic showed on the Benny's face as he growled. Kid, if you've got the guts, drop your weapon and fight me face to face. As a proper 9th rank warrior, do you really think I can lose to a piece of trash like you? Haha, stop pretending. Show your true strength. I know you're hiding at least 30%. Joa taunted disdainfully. The Benny's face contorted with venomous malice. Gabine, since you're eager to die, I'll grant you your wish today. Immediately, dense black mist swirled around the Benny, obscuring his body. Simultaneously, Joa sensed a terrifying surge of demonic energy from within the mist. This was demonic chi. The Benny had practiced demonic cultivation methods. Joa's pupils constricted in alarm, no longer taking any chances. This person was a hidden threat, and must be eliminated sooner rather than later. In the next moment, the Benny emerged from the black mist. His left half of the face was covered in scales, with a horn sprouting from his forehead. His facial muscles were grotesquely twisted, making him appear horrifying and menacing. Joa frowned, realizing, indeed, he was a henchman of the Secret Alliance. Only members of the Secret Alliance would practice such techniques. Roar! A low, rasping roar emitted from the Benny's throat, akin to a savage beast. Die! He charged forward with his spear, the tip gleaming with deadly coldness. Joa immediately met him head-on. Clang! Their spears clashed, forcing them both to step back and stare intently at each other. You're not human. The Benny muttered, his expression complicated. Joa snorted and continued to charge forward, saber in hand. He leaped up, slashing down with a fierce strike. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound. The Benny's expression changed abruptly as he raised his spear to block. Clang! Sparks flew as Joa flicked his wrist, neutralizing the spear thrust and slashed again at him. This time, the Benny had his arm severed, blood splattering on the ground. Ah! The Benny screamed in agony. Joa, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. He roared wildly, his face covered in scales turning even more vivid. Roar! He threw back his head, emitting a sharp and eerie howl that reverberated through the valley. Joa narrowed his eyes, observing him closely, sensing an ominous premonition. It seemed, he was in trouble. The Benny's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a madman. Ha 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 ha. He laughed maniacally. You can stop struggling. My strength is now at the middle or even late 9th rank. Boy, prepare to die. As he spoke, a foul-smelling black mist swirled through the valley. The Benny's body began to swell, thick and powerful primal energy surging from his dantian. In an instant, the entire valley trembled. Joa's face showed surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected the man's strength to have advanced so dramatically. True to form, a member of the Secret Alliance. The Benny's sinister face became even more terrifying with excitement. Boy, it's your turn to die, he bellowed, punching down with both fists as if trying to collapse the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the Benny's punch struck Joa squarely in the chest. A look of triumph flashed across the Benny's eyes. His strength absolutely overwhelmed Joa. But the next second, the Benny froze, his eyes filled with shock, terror, and panic. He couldn't understand how the Grover had escaped his attack so quickly. Joa steadied himself, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away, his gaze icy as he stared at the Benny coldly, saying, Now it's my turn. Gabinishing his words, he unleashed all the remaining primal energy within him without reservation. Joa's body emitted a faint golden glow, as solid and radiant as gold, captivating anyone who saw it. Boom! An overwhelming wave of primal energy surged out, forming a tidal wave. His long robe billowed and his hair fluttered in the wind. Bang bang bang! Trees surrounding the Benny snapped one by one. Crack! Even a towering ancient tree, as thick as a bowl, shattered under the impact. The Benny's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Joa's eyes turned icy cold, sneering, lackey of the Secret Alliance. I know your techniques better than you do. The flaw in your technique has long been revealed to me. Joa's figure blurred into a streak of lightning, charging toward the Benny with devastating force. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, the two clashed fiercely. Clang clang clang. Two spears collided midair. Both men unleashed their strongest moves, making it a hard-fought battle with neither side gaining the upper hand for a moment. Joa held the advantage, wielding his saber. Its power was formidable, each slash packed with terrifying force. Soon, the Benny lost both his arms. How did you become so strong? The Benny paled, staring at Joa in disbelief. Wondering that? Ask Lord Yama then. With one final strike, Joa cut the Benny in half at the waist. Deprived of his lower body, the Benny finally stopped fighting, spewing a cloud of black smoke to escape without looking back. Joa didn't rush to pursue him. He had already left a mark on the Benny, allowing him to track him wherever he went. He deliberately let the Benny go to lead him to the Secret Alliance's branch headquarters. However, there was no need to be hasty. Currently injured and nearly depleted of his inner energy, Joa needed to return to Mayun Town to recuperate. Maximus Che, why did you take so long? Serena waited impatiently in the tavern, having reheated the dishes 3 times before Joa finally returned. Maximus Che, why are you so injured? It's nothing, don't worry about me. Is the room ready? Yes, Maximus Che, please rest. Thank you. Without further ado, Joa went upstairs to the prepared room, locked the door, and sat cross-legged to meditate. Fortunately, this specially crafted puppet body could recover with just primal energy. Otherwise, after such a prolonged battle with the Benny, depleting almost all of his inner energy, recovery would have taken much longer. The next morning, Mayun Town bustled with activity as usual, filled with noise and crowds. Joa sat up in bed, stretching his limbs. Huff, huff. He took a deep breath, exhaling with a burst of energy. Snap! A green flame danced around his fingertips, crackling softly. Joa extinguished the flame, his spirit and vitality fully restored. Last night's confrontation had left him heavily injured. It's time to settle the score. Joa glanced coldly in the direction the Benny had fled, anger flashing in his eyes. Though he had temporarily allowed the Benny to escape, Joa found some valuable items on him, including a priceless Gabithrank healing elixir. However, these items weren't very useful to him. He needed higher-grade treasures to enhance the quality of this puppet body. Chapter 499, Assassin Attack. He also planned to exchange all the treasures he no longer needed for spirit stones. There were not many items now that could catch his interest, and he found himself in greater need of spirit stones. In the past, his little treasury of spirit stones seemed boundless, and he was used to spending lavishly. Now that he had been reduced to nothing, he finally realized the importance of spirit stones. Joa lifted his foot to walk outside when he heard a gentle and melodious female voice. Mr. Che, are you just about to go out? A graceful and beautiful woman entered slowly. She wore elegant purple robes, with an exquisite figure, porcelain-like skin, and delicate features. Her eyes showed concern, and she exuded an air of noble elegance. The woman's name was Xuanhuan, the main lineage miss of the Yon family and the successor of the largest clan in Clone Town. Joa nodded slightly. May I ask who you are? I am Xuanhuan. Yesterday, I happened to witness Mr. Che's heroic battle. Knowing you're staying here, I came specially to pay my respects. Joa remained unperturbed, but a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He had not sensed anyone nearby during his battle with the Secret Alliance yesterday. Could Xuanhuan's stealth be so advanced that even he couldn't detect her? Joa decided it was better to keep his distance from such a woman. Mr. Che, what do you plan to do today? Would you allow me to accompany you? No need. I already have a companion. Saying this, he pulled over Ashley, who had been peeping from behind. Xuanhuan glanced at the surprised Ashley, smiled, and did not press further. In that case, I shall not disturb you. Wishing you both an enjoyable day. Xuanhuan bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Seeing Xuanhuan's breathtaking beauty, Ashley sighed inwardly. Times have really changed. Young people these days, girls are so proactive in relationships. I'm getting old. However, Joa's right hand, which was holding her waist, gave her an unusual sensation. Ashley blushed and struggled, saying, Brat, let go. If someone sees us, they'll get the wrong idea. Joa ignored her and continued walking outside. As they left, Ashley added, Joa, your lady is still here. I warn you, behave yourself. Thus, Joa kept holding Ashley by the waist as they walked out of the inn. Xuanhuan stood on the rooftop until their figures disappeared before leaving in another direction. 80 miles outside Clone Town lay a secluded valley. Surrounded by mountains, only one small entrance allowed access, making it easy to defend and hard to breach, an ideal hiding place. Xuanhuan looked around carefully, ensuring no one was following her, before entering cautiously. Honest, I made contact with Joa. That person seemed normal. He pawned all your treasures along with his female companion. Does he truly have no intention of pursuing me? The Benny hidden in the shadows, who had battled Joa yesterday, replied, We should still be cautious and not return to the branch base. I feel he might be trouble for the Secret Alliance. Yes, Honest. Should I continue contacting him? Not yet. We must avoid arousing suspicion. Understood. After Xuanhuan left, the Benny muttered, Joa, such a strange name. What is his background? Back in Clone Town, Joa continued shopping with Ashley. He strolled around, looking here and there, acting like an affectionate couple. Come, try this, Ashley. It's delicious. Let me feed you. I won't. Oh, indeed, it is quite good. Right? I wouldn't lie to you. Joa gently wiped the sugar residue from Ashley's lips. Well, Grover, don't tell me you've really taken a liking to this old hag? Old hag? You're only 25 or 26, in the prime of your life. Why act so old? Ashley gazed into the distance, as if lost in memories. Honestly, I often dream that I've lived for several millennia, always waiting by the sea for someone. Joa's expression grew serious. You really don't remember? Do you recall why you came to this continent, Madeline? At the mention of Madeline, Ashley's face changed drastically. She, or rather, the silver dragoness Madeline from the Westwind Continent, clutched her head in pain, squatting down. Madeline, yes, I'm Madeline, the Kaylee. The Kaylee sent me here. With Joa's reminder, Madeline finally regained her memory, remembering who she truly was. Boy, thank you. Without you, I might have remained trapped in that dream for much longer. Ashley's aura transformed, from an obscure shadow dancer of a minor clan to a noble dragon. I'll overlook your earlier flirtation. Joa chuckled. Do I need to thank you for forgiving me? Not only did Joa not loosen his grip, he held her even tighter. Madeline frowned, but before she could speak, Joa whispered in her ear, don't move, we're being watched. As a silver dragon, Madeline's perception was extraordinary. Immediately, she noticed over a dozen pairs of eyes secretly observing them in the bustling marketplace. Who are they? She whispered back. To outsiders, they looked like an embracing couple on the street. They're from the Secret Alliance. They noticed us after yesterday's commotion. What do we do now? Can't hold each other forever, can we? Through her thin clothes, Madeline felt Joa's powerful heartbeat. Frankly, she couldn't remember the last time she had embraced someone, and this handsome man was making her heart race. You take Serena back to the academy, and you? I have a plan. Don't do anything reckless. We're all waiting for you to come back. Don't worry. Joa released Madeline, and they waved goodbye. After Madeline left, Joa stretched his shoulders. All done playing? Come on, if you want to kill me, now's your chance. As soon as Joa spoke, the Secret Alliance members surrounding him revealed their true intentions. Weapons drawn, they rushed towards him. Humph! Facing dozens of attackers, Joa coldly drew his sword. Yolka a phantom, he darted through the crowd, leaving a trail of severed limbs. The slaughter lasted for 2 incense sticks worth of time. By the time Joa stopped, the ground was drenched in blood, littered with corpses. He inserted the bloody sword into the scabbard on his back, then stared indifferently at the few surviving Secret Alliance assassins. His eyes narrowed as he approached them. Who ordered you to kill me? Sir, please spare us. We didn't mean to kill you. We just wanted to capture you. One assassin trembled, realizing they underestimated Joa's strength. Why capture me? We don't know. Orders are orders. The assassin shook his head. Joa stomped on the killer's chest, towering over him. Who's your leader? Where's the branch base? And headquarters? The Secret Alliance assassin began to tremble violently. Struggling, he stammered. I'll talk, just spare my life. Before he could finish, a flying dagger shot from afar and instantly ended his life. Joa turned his head to see that the one who acted was none other than Xuanhuan, whom he had met earlier. So, you're indeed part of the Secret Alliance too. Joa looked at Xuanhuan with icy eyes. Maximus Che has keen eyesight. This girl admires you. Xuanhuan's face still carried her alluring smile, but it now concealed deadly intent. Why did you suddenly attack me? Is this to avenge yesterday's defeat? Xuanhuan narrowed her eyes and coldly replied. Yesterday, my master was merely caught off guard. Today, I'm here to avenge him. Die, Joa. Xuanhuan drew a pitch-black whip from her waist. With a flick of her wrist, she whipped it viciously towards Joa. Joa's eyes narrowed as he dodged swiftly. Crack! The whip missed its target, leaving a deep mark on the hard bluestone ground. Take this! Xuanhuan cried out, her wrist flipping gracefully. The whip formed a circle in midair before darting at Joa like lightning, emitting a faint thunderous sound. Smash! Smash! Joa barely managed to dodge as the whip hit the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Swish! Swish! The whip lashed out 9 consecutive times, each strike turning into a shadow aiming directly at Joa. He leaped up, narrowly evading the attacks. In an instant, he approached Xuanhuan with the speed of a streaking swallow and struck her right shoulder. Bang! Xuanhuan flew back, hitting the ground hard and spitting out blood. She struggled to her feet, wiped the blood from her mouth, and glared hatefully at Joa, grinding her teeth. You dared to hurt me. I will kill you. Joa sneered. Do you think if I surrendered, you would let me go? Ha! Xuanhuan's lips curled into a smile. Of course not. You must die today. Is that so? Joa said calmly, since you're willing to fight to the death, neither will I hold back. Bring your best, or you won't get another chance. Himph! Arrogance, take this. Xuanhuan roared, gripping the whip tightly. It wrapped around her wrist as if pulled by some unseen force. With a flick of her left hand, the whip whistled through the air and crashed violently into a wall. Joa focused his gaze and flicked his finger, sending a thread of sword light in a graceful parabola that accurately pierced the end of the whip. Clang! The whip shattered into fragments that scattered into the air. Joa flashed forward, elbowing Xuanhuan hard in the abdomen, causing her to scream and fly backwards. Taking a step forward, Joa swung his arm, drawing his sword and slicing through the whip Xuanhuan held in her hand. Shush! Xuanhuan's broken whip disintegrated into countless threads that vanished into the air. Amazing! Suck in breath. Witnessing Joa's overwhelming power, the surrounding Secret Alliance killers gasped in horror, retreating several steps. Xuanhuan clutched her abdomen, her face pale from pain, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead. Biting her lip, she stared at Joa. Who are you? Don't you know how much trouble this will bring? Although Xuanhuan didn't recognize Joa, she had heard he was from the Che family. Killing Joa meant declaring war on the Che clan. She couldn't believe Joa didn't understand this. Joa snorted, I only care about killing. I never worry about trouble. With a flick of his wrist, Joa easily slit Xuanhuan's throat, causing a gush of blood. Xuanhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was the famous daughter of the prestigious Yuan family within the Secret Alliance. Thud. Her body fell, filled with intense regret, but ultimately became nothing more than a cold corpse. Joa sheathed his sword and glanced coldly around. You, what are you going to do? Terrified by Joa's demeanor, the Secret Alliance killers cowered in fear, collapsing upon Xuanhuan's death. The lackeys of the Secret Alliance all deserve to die, Joa said coldly. Without further ado, he hurled his short sword through the heart of the nearest killer, then kicked his head away. Within moments, all the Secret Alliance members were dead, their blood staining the ground. A man stood watching quietly, unperturbed, his gaze fixed on Xuanhuan's corpse. Seeing this, Joa raised an eyebrow. Don't you find this disgusting? No, the man shook his head and replied casually, I enjoy killing. Oh. Joa raised an eyebrow and suddenly laughed. You're an assassin? Yes, an assassin, the man nodded, admitting, I'm the second-ranked Cole on the assassin list. Hashtag chapter 500, The Secret Alliance Young Honest. Are you the one hired by the Secret Alliance to kill me? Cole smiled and nodded. You're very smart. Isn't it a killer's job to sneak around and assassinate? Is it really wise for you to chat with me so openly? That's fine, because I'm strong enough. You're already as good as dead. Oh. Joa laughed. You're very confident. Let's see if you'll still feel that way in a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Joa attacked with lightning speed. His movements were so swift that even Cole, known for his agility, was taken aback. Cole reacted quickly, retreating rapidly and narrowly avoiding Joa's attack. Not bad, actually managed to dodge. Joa said with a grin. Let's continue. He shifted his stance and lunged at Cole once more. The two clashed fiercely in the bustling street, pedestrians hurriedly stepping aside, creating an open battleground. Joa swung his fists with great force, each strike fierce and rapid, like a charging tiger. Cole dodged every blow gracefully, his figure flickering like a wraith, darting in the air or suddenly appearing behind Joa. Joa gritted his teeth, pressing his attack relentlessly. The wind whipped from his punches, forcing Cole to keep retreating. However, Cole's strength far exceeded Joa's expectations. He chuckled sardonically, toying with his opponent. He deliberately slowed his pace, as though taunting him while hiding lethal intentions. In a sudden counterattack, Cole twisted his body and appeared at Joa's side with leopard-like agility. A chill surged over Joa. His eyes widened in alertness, and he immediately reacted. With a powerful stomp, he shot toward the street exit like an arrow loosed from a bow. Haha, do you think you can escape? Cole laughed mockingly, chasing after Joa. His form was like a phantom, blocking Joa's path and stopping his retreat. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent, as if he had already condemned Joa to death. Feeling the approaching danger, Joa's eyes lit up, filled with determination. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. His muscles tensed like coiled springs, and he charged outwards. However, Cole was not fazed by Joa's sudden attack. Reacting swiftly, he swooped down like a hawk, blocking Joa's path once more. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck forcefully towards Joa's back. As the palm hit, Cole felt as if he had struck a solid iron plate. A powerful shockwave reverberated through his arm, causing intense pain. He paused, disbelief etched on his face. He hadn't expected Joa's body to be so hard that his strike had no effect. You! Cole gasped in surprise. Joa seized the opportunity and kicked Cole squarely in the chest. Cole grunted and stumbled back a few steps, allowing Joa to break free and escape his grasp. Joa glanced back, smiling faintly. Cole, remember not to be a killer in your next life. With those words, Joa leaped into the air, using the wind honesty technique to vanish into the night. Boom. Yolka an arrow released from a bow. Joa disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Damn! Cole growled furiously, his face twisted with malice. Joa, today's humiliation will never be forgiven. One day, I will personally settle this score with you. Having thwarted the Secret Alliance ambush, Joa was not content. He aimed to completely destroy their local branch. Following the Benny's mark from the previous day, he entered the deep mountains. Soon, Joa found the Secret Alliance branch hidden away. This hideout was incredibly concealed, almost undetectable even upon close inspection. Additionally, the entrance was heavily guarded, with sentries posted every few steps. No fly could enter unimpeded. Faced with such tight security, Joa's solution was simple, a frontal assault. Who? The first guard didn't finish his sentence before Joa severed his head with a single slash. The other guards were momentarily stunned, but Joa didn't give them time to react. His figure blurred into several shadows, rapidly engaging multiple guards. Splat! His dagger plunged into a guard's throat with precision. He withdrew the dagger and decapitated another guard with a smooth motion. Ah! A scream of agony rang out, but was abruptly cut short as Joa's blade pierced through another throat. Within seconds, dozens of guards were eliminated effortlessly by Joa. He discarded the bodies in the woods and headed deeper into the compound. The further he went, the stronger the guards became. Yet, they were ordinary disciples, none a match for Joa. It took moments for him to clear all external defenses. Joa leapt silently from tree to tree until he reached the gate. This valley was nestled between mountains, surrounded by water on all sides, with only one path leading to the outside world, a specially constructed route for Secret Alliance members. Joa landed silently in front of the gate, scrutinizing its heavy construction adorned with intricate carvings, indicating its age. 2 lanterns hung on either side, illuminating the path ahead. Seeing no one and hearing no sounds, Joa frowned, wary of possible traps. But how else could he find the Secret Alliance members? Just then, he heard faint noises coming from inside the gate. Holding his breath, Joa stared intently at the entrance. Quickly, a shadow in black emerged, revealing half its body under the dim light. Joa clearly saw the figure. A cruel smile crept onto Joa's lips. He extended a finger, aiming at the figure. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a silver flash burst forth, turning into a cold mist that drilled into the throat of the Secret Alliance member. The figure stiffened instantly, blood trickling from his throat. Joa retracted his finger, calmly pushed open the gate, and stepped inside the Secret Alliance branch. The layout of the Secret Alliance's headquarters was ingeniously designed. Despite being a valley, it was a vast courtyard made entirely of wooden structures, giving it an elegant, classical appearance. Joa followed the stone path to the innermost room. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man, brandishing a long sword, eyeing Joa warily. Joa's presence clearly alarmed him, prompting him to raise his weapon defensively. When Joa approached, the man recognized him. Startled, he asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Joa smiled slightly. "I'm here to kill you." Realizing Joa's hostile intentions, the man didn't waste time on words, charging forward with his weapon. Unlike the regular guards, he wielded a unique weapon, a large, double-bladed saber composed of 2 shorter blades. Its long, sharp edges shimmered with a faint red glow, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Joa didn't dare to take it lightly and drew his sword to block. Clang clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated, sending ripples through the air. Several exchanges later, neither managed to overpower the other. The burly man fought with increasing vigor, his attacks becoming more ferocious. Relying on the sharpness of his weapon, he relentlessly pummeled Joa, even forcing him to retreat continuously at times. Joa's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the burly man to possess such terrifying strength. It seemed this man had undoubtedly reached the 8th rank. If an ordinary cultivator had faced the burly man, they would have been defeated long ago. But Joa remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure and delivering every sword strike with deadly precision. Clang! A clear metallic tremor echoed as the burly man's wrist split open from the shock, blood spurting out. Seizing the advantage, Joa launched a follow-up attack, sweeping his sword. The burly man couldn't evade in time and was forced to block with his saber. But just then, Joa suddenly struck with the palm, forcefully hitting the burly man's wrist. With a crisp snap, the short blade flew out of the burly man's hand. Strike while the iron is hot. Joa took the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to the burly man's chest, sending him flying over 3 zhang away. This blow inflicted unprecedented damage on the burly man, who struggled for a long time before finally managing to crawl back up. Cough, cough. The burly man clutched his chest, coughing violently and spitting out blood foam. His face turned deathly pale, and he panted heavily. Joa slowly approached the burly man. You don't come any closer." The burly man looked panic-stricken, frantically gesturing for Joa to stop. "Haha, do you really think that's possible?" Joa sneered, continuing his advance. Seeing this, the burly man's face grew even darker as he retreated repeatedly. "Don't mess around, or our young honest will never let you off." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Joa's eyes. An icy killing intent emanated from him as he said coldly, "Tell me where your young honest is now, and I'll go kill him." "You." The burly man felt a chill rise in his heart, involuntarily shivering. Joa continued to press forward, enunciating each word clearly. "My patience has limits." The burly man gritted his teeth. "Kill me if you must. You'll soon be joining me in death. Our young honest shall reign forever, eternal and undying." Joa's expression grew even more sinister. The burly man had made peace with dying, closing his eyes as though he no longer feared the approach of death. At that moment, Joa suddenly stopped and turned his gaze toward the secret alliance hall, murmuring, "So he's inside. Truly, what you seek comes easily when you least expect it." The burly man opened his eyes, thinking Joa had relented and was about to spare him. He was about to say something when Joa abruptly turned and walked into the hall. The burly man stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Joa's retreating figure. Did he just hallucinate? Wasn't Joa here to kill him? Why did he leave? A deafening explosion rang out behind him. A massive fireball erupted, flames shooting skyward. The burly man's figure was engulfed in the inferno, losing all signs of life. Entering the Secret Alliance headquarters, Joa went straight into the main hall. The guards had been relocated to the square, leaving the area empty. Joa directly stormed into the secret chamber. A man wearing a bronze ghost mask sat cross-legged on a cushion, a circular jade tablet floating in front of him. Inscribed with runes, it emitted a soft white light, enveloping him entirely. The masked man opened his eyes, glanced towards the entrance, and revealed a sly, cunning smile. "You finally arrived, haha." Joa responded coldly. "Are you the young honest of the Secret Alliance?" The ghost masked man snorted. "Now that you know my identity, why don't you surrender?" Joa sneered. "Do you think you're worthy of that?" Without waiting for a response, he leaped forward, swinging his arm and delivering a powerful punch to the jade tablet. Bang! Joa's iron fist collided with the jade tablet, producing a deafening sound. A tremendous shockwave reverberated throughout the chamber. "Not bad, to dare storm our branch alone. You certainly have some skill, but your arrogance ends here. Prepare to die," the ghost masked man roared. Joa laughed coldly and stabbed with fingers like a spear towards the ghost masked man's throat. "A mere trifle," the ghost masked man scoffed. With a swift motion, he caught Joa's wrist and reached for his neck with the other hand. His hand moved impossibly fast, reaching Joa's face in an instant, ready to strangle him. But Joa reacted swiftly, tilting his head slightly to avoid the grasp. Then, with lightning speed, he rolled to the side, appearing behind the ghost masked man in a flash. The ghost masked man didn't react in time. Just as he prepared to strike again, he felt an unusual sensation on his back. Turning around, he found Joa standing right behind him. How is this possible?" The ghost masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined this man could move so fast. Joa smirked, clenching his right hand into a fist, and delivered a powerful blow to the ghost masked man's face. Bang! However, contrary to expectations, the man's head did not explode like a melon, scattering flesh everywhere. Chapter 501. This is a foreign gadget. Joa's punch felt as if it had struck a massive rock. Joa's pupils constricted, and he hastily retreated. But it was still a step too slow. A sharp cut appeared on his chest from the ghost-faced man's slashing aura, and a crimson flow of spiritual energy gushed out like blood. "Your reaction is impressive." The ghost-faced man sneered. He had originally planned to rip Joa's heart out, but didn't expect him to dodge. Joa gave a grave look at the ghost-faced man before him. Worthy of being the Brinley, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Despite having already released 2 seals, he still couldn't pose any threat to him. Should he release more seals? but releasing more seals might expose his identity, which could be even more dangerous. While Joa hesitated, the ghost-faced man attacked first. He lightly swiped the secret card in his hand, unleashing a sharp sword chi that shot out like a flying sword towards Joa. Joa frowned slightly, clenching his right hand into a fist and throwing a heavy punch forward. Boom! Their attacks collided, stirring up powerful winds. Step, step, step. Joa took several steps back. Though he had unlocked 2 seals, his power wasn't stable yet, placing him at a disadvantage. The ghost-faced man laughed coldly. With such strength, you dare to break into the secret alliance branch? Truly courting death. Today, you can't escape with wings. As he spoke, his figure darted forward like lightning, hands shaped into eagle claws, aiming for Joa's shoulders. Joa reacted swiftly, barely dodging this fatal strike. The ghost-faced man's nails deeply gouged Joa's skin, leaving bloody marks. Hiss! Joa couldn't help but suck in a breath sharply, cursing under his breath at the sneakiness. He had had the chance to tear the ghost-faced man apart, but chose to feign fright to lure him close. The ghost-faced man's strength was immense, forcing Joa to use all his skills with 3 elements, engaging in a fierce battle that left neither side with an advantage. Bang! Another loud sound resounded as a powerful shockwave radiated from their clash. Joa groaned inwardly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Such formidable power, he thought bitterly. Indeed, this ghost-faced man, the Brinley, did not fall short of Xuanhuan Jiangclone when it came to realm and power. Bang! Joa landed a punch on the ghost-faced man's abdomen, yet he remained unmoved, not even damaging his clothes. So hard. Joa was startled. Haha, you're seeking your own doom. The ghost-faced man laughed arrogantly. Whoosh! A powerful gale blew fiercely. The ghost-faced man slapped Joa's forehead. Joa quickly evaded, but the ghost-faced man anticipated his move, switching to a slicing attack aimed at Joa's waist. Joa sidestepped, and the ghost-faced man slashed out with a kick. Bang! Joa's ribs cracked audibly. The pain was unbearable, feeling like his internal organs were about to burst. Taking advantage, the ghost-faced man kicked Joa viciously in the stomach, causing him to fly backward with a pained cry. Blood dripped from the corner of Joa's mouth as he crashed heavily against the wall. The ghost-faced man, eyes filled with murderous intent, strode toward Joa. Joa struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from his lips and staring silently at the ghost-faced man. His body trembled slightly, his face growing increasingly sinister. His eyes turned blood red, emitting a savage and ruthless aura like a beast ready to devour prey. A chill ran through the ghost-faced man's heart, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by overwhelming killing intent. Die! The ghost-faced man roared, lunging at Joa. Joa's eyes burned red, revealing madness. Suddenly, his body began to swell. Ah! A shrill, miserable scream echoed through the chamber. Bang! Joa's body exploded instantly, transforming into a blaze spreading across the room. The ghost-faced man's face changed as he rushed to retreat, but the flame's temperature was low, igniting his clothes. Damn! He cursed. Bang! Suddenly, ice blue frost fell from above, encasing the ghost-faced man. Thick layers of ice crystals formed over him, spreading until he was completely enveloped. Swish! Joa emerged from the ground, followed by 3 stone spikes piercing upwards towards the now-iced Brinley. These were the 3 elements Joa mastered. He had intended to keep something in reserve, but the Secret Alliance young lord's power exceeded his expectations. Just as Joa was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a terrifying aura emerged from a stone pillar. Joa, excellent, truly excellent. You've managed to infuriate me. Now I will make you suffer 100 times worse than death. The stone pillar containing Joa suddenly shattered. The Secret Alliance young lord floated midair, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Joa's face changed. An ominous feeling crept into his heart. The Secret Alliance young lord said coldly, Joa, I will destroy your Danteon first, then kill you. With these words, the young lord soared into the air, bringing a chilling breeze with him. Swish! A brilliant golden light flashed. Joa raised his hand to block, clang, leaving a bloody cut on his left arm as fresh blood spurted out. Pitchty! Joa covered his bleeding arm, his face pale as he looked at the ghost-faced man. He hadn't expected the Secret Alliance young lord to be so strong. Without hesitation, he unleashed a lethal blow, giving no respite. Through gritted teeth, Joa said, Are all of you freaks in the Secret Alliance? Changing forms on impulse. Since you know what kind of organization we are, how dare you oppose us? The Secret Alliance young lord sneered. Joa's face twisted with anger, shouting, Then let me witness it. Swish, 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 swish. 4 stone spikes burst from the ground, shooting at odd angles towards the young lord's throat, chest, and abdomen. The Secret Alliance young lord coldly snorted, condensing a pale blue energy in both hands and striking out fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. 4 clear sounds rang out as the 4 stone spikes were easily shattered by the young lord. Joa's pupils shrank. He sighed internally, just as I feared. The Secret Alliance young lord was at least a middle 9th stage cultivator, far beyond his current capabilities. Joa's expression fluctuated. Despite using every skill, he couldn't match the young lord. If the Secret Alliance young lord wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning his hand. What should I do? Do I really have to release more seals? Joa thought. The Secret Alliance young lord didn't give Joa much time to think, advancing once again with a long knife flashing menacingly, aiming for Joa's head. Joa felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He had used all his skills yet still couldn't resist the young lord's onslaught. Suddenly, he remembered he had one final trick. Since spiritual techniques on the Dongyun Continent were particularly terrifying, could spells on the Dongyun Continent also be astonishing? No time to think. Joa closed his eyes, beginning to chant the magic spell. Seeing Joa close his eyes, the Secret Alliance young lord thought he was accepting his fate. Hee, don't think closing your eyes will save you. Soon, I'll cut off your eyelids and let you watch as I slice you into pieces. The Secret Alliance young lord sneered viciously. Joa flicked his fingers, causing a drop of essence blood to appear in midair. He spread his arms wide, hands clasped together, drawing circles in the air before pushing outward abruptly. Swoosh! A massive water ball appeared, rushing toward the Secret Alliance young lord. Trifling skills. The Secret Alliance young lord spat disdainfully, raising his long sword and striking the water ball with force. Whoosh! The sound of flowing water echoed as a sharp sword beam surged toward the water ball. Crack! The water ball shattered instantly, sending countless droplets toward the Secret Alliance young lord. The Secret Alliance young lord's brows furrowed slightly as he swung his long saber, releasing a wave of energy from it. Bang! The energy collided with the water droplets, causing them to explode into a shower of rain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense raindrops fell onto the Secret Alliance young lord, but were repelled by the protective aura surrounding him. Joa reappeared on the other side, again drawing circles with his hands. An even larger water ball formed in the air and rushed toward the Secret Alliance young lord with lightning speed. The Secret Alliance young lord sneered coldly, gripping his long sword tightly and slashing at the water ball while emitting an intense surge of spiritual energy that pushed the rain away. Boom! The two forces collided, producing a fierce explosion. The raging energy waves swept across the cave, causing it to shake violently with debris falling from the ceiling, creating a terrifying scene. The Secret Alliance young lord's body trembled slightly, his face revealing surprise. What a tyrannical force! What kind of spirit technique is this, having such power? Maid Leopard, this is just a Western Continent gadget, a first-level magic, waterball spell. Magic? While the Secret Alliance young lord didn't know what magic was, the term, first-level magic and waterball spell, made it clear to him that this wasn't some profound skill. Yet why did this seemingly simple technique have such astonishing power? Don't just stand there. Here comes another Gabireball spell. The Secret Alliance young lord was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the sky in disbelief. A giant fireball brighter than the sun appeared overhead. His face turned grim instantly, his heart pounding with the sense of mortal danger. Roar! The fireball descended like a roaring dragon of flames, carrying a destructive might toward the Secret Alliance young lord. Rumble! It felt like the entire mountain had been struck by a meteor. It shook uncontrollably, stones scattered everywhere, trees snapped, cliffs collapsed, and dust filled the air, presenting a horrifying spectacle. This Gabireball spell had obliterated a significant part of the mountain. The Secret Alliance young lord's body was blasted into a deep pit, leaving him gravely injured and barely alive. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared hatefully at Joa standing at the edge of the crater, gritting his teeth and asked, "Joa, what kind of monster are you?" The Secret Alliance young lord couldn't comprehend how such attacks could harm him. Guess. Joa grinned, looking quite insolent. Bastard. The Secret Alliance young lord cursed, struggling to stand up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowed menacingly. Even if I use my last bit of soul power today, I will kill you. With that, the Secret Alliance young lord lunged at Joa. His long sword gleamed ominously, radiating a deadly aura. Infusing soul power into his sword, he slashed mercilessly at Joa. This strike alone was enough to tear Joa apart and leave him defenseless. Joa remained calm, his eyes narrowing as he once again made seals, muttering an intricate incantation under his breath. A green flame suddenly erupted from Joa's palm, casting an eerie glow. Go! Joa raised his hand and hurled the green flame forward. The fireball drew an arc in the air, meeting the sword beam emitted by the Secret Alliance young lord. Ding! The collision produced a crisp metallic sound. Instantly, the sword beam crumbled and dissipated. The green flame continued its relentless advance toward the Secret Alliance young lord's neck. The Secret Alliance young lord quickly turned to avoid the fireball, but was still too slow. The green flame brushed past his left shoulder, leaving a scorch mark. Ah! The Secret Alliance young lord screamed in agony, pain racking his body as he staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. Glancing down, he saw his left arm had been burned to bone and ash. Damn! He roared in fury, glaring at Joa with bloodshot eyes. Despicable! Despicable? Didn't you feel despicable when you sent people to kill my parents? Now you dare call me despicable? Joa laughed bitterly, then composed himself, his face twisted in savagery. Even if you beg for mercy today, I will reduce you to ashes. Hashtag chapter 502. Declaration of war. Not just you, but everyone in your Secret Alliance will join my parents in death. As he spoke, Joa swiftly formed the hand seals and, with a deep breath, spat out a fireball spell. The fireball condensed in midair, emitting a dazzling blue radiance, akin to a radiant blue sun. The eyes of the Secret Alliance's young master narrowed slightly as he channeled all his energy, swinging his longsword to slash out a black light beam, attempting to block the fireball. Unfortunately, the young master's strength was far inferior to Joa's. His efforts only marginally impeded the trajectory of the fireball, not stopping it completely. Boom. The fireball fiercely struck the chest of the Secret Alliance's young master, shattering his protective shield instantly. The immense force of the fireball penetrated his body, causing him to spew out large mouthfuls of blood. This can't be. I refuse to believe it. The young master's eyes bulged as he stared at Joa with disbelief. He could not accept that as a proud young master of the Secret Alliance, he had been defeated by a mere third-rank warrior. With great effort, the young master pointed at Joa, a look of fierce madness flashing in his eyes. I curse you. May you die miserably. Even as these words left his lips, his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Tisage, Joa sneered. You think curses can scare me? Who do you think you're dealing with? Over the years, Joa had heard countless stories about such dark arts and had become thoroughly desensitized. If he were truly frightened by such curses, how could he have come this far? Joa ignored the dead body of the young master and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, Joa suddenly stopped, a look of confusion crossing his face. The branch of the secret alliance felt smaller from the inside than it did from the outside. At this moment, Joa recalled something. He had almost forgotten one. No, half a person. Sure enough, following the markers he had left behind, Joa stopped before a rocky area. So it's an illusionary barrier. No wonder I didn't notice it earlier. A barrier of this level could not hold him back. With a flick of his finger, the barrier collapsed instantly. This is a dungeon? Joa was puzzled. Why would they protect a dungeon with such a barrier? Step by step, he entered the dungeon. On both sides were prison cells. Hearing the footsteps, the prisoners huddled in the corners of their cells. Joa's shock grew as he observed the scene. Inside the cells were not just adults, but also children as young as 7 or 8. They were nearly naked, bound by heavy iron chains. Their bodies were covered in scarred flesh, some even pierced by blades and shackles. Though alive, their vitality was barely hanging on. Clearly, they had been brutalized after being captured here. Joa's brows knitted, his eyes turning icy cold, and his anger reaching its peak. His fists clenched tightly, his expression grim, exuding a suffocating aura. The actions of the secret alliance infuriated him beyond measure. Yet he calmed himself down. He needed to save these people, but not yet. Continuing deeper into the dungeon, he found the more obviously non-ordinary prisoners, all cultivators. In the very depths of the dungeon, Joa saw the Bini he had defeated the day before. But now, he was in a state far worse than miserable. All his hair had been ripped off, along with his scalp. His eyeballs dangled grotesquely in his eye sockets. The wounds he had inflicted with a single strike still raw, propped open by metal skewers revealing his internal organs. For a high-level cultivator, their powerful vitality became a form of torment. Do your own people deserve such cruelty from the secret alliance? Upon seeing Joa, the man thought he had seen a glimmer of hope. I lost to you, which was unacceptable to the secret alliance. Hence, they tortured me like this. Please, end my suffering. Though they were enemies, Joa found the treatment cruel beyond reason. Thus, under the grateful gaze of the man, Joa ended his life swiftly. There were many others like this man in the dungeon. Without hesitation, Joa relieved them of their suffering mercifully. After freeing the innocent civilians, Joa set the entire branch of the secret alliance ablaze. Though it was just one branch, it marked his first move against the secret alliance. Especially since he had killed the young master, this was already a significant victory for him. In a secret chamber within the headquarters of the secret alliance, the leader raged uncontrollably, smashing everything in sight. Who killed my son Edith? Edith was dead, slain by Joa. To him, this was an unbearable humiliation and a fatal loss. Edith, besides himself and his younger brother, was the only other individual in the entire secret alliance with the potential to break through to the peak of the 9th rank, a precious resource in the upcoming new era. I'll destroy you. The leader stood up abruptly, his body radiating intense killing intent. Bang! With a single palm, he shattered the table. Bring me reinforcements. I will tear Joa apart limb by limb. Everyone connected to Joa will suffer. Roaring orders, the leader rushed toward the secret treasury. Moments later, troops flooded into the treasury. The leader swallowed a pill, his power surging, his height increasing several inches as muscles expanded. His once emaciated frame filled out, his wrinkles vanished, and he looked rejuvenated and full of vigor. Hiss! Seeing the leader restored to his youthful prime, the disciples of the secret alliance couldn't help but gasp in awe. The leader of the secret alliance was over 500 years old, and the pill he took was the bloodthirsty pill, which consumed 300 years of his lifespan. This pill's effect was extraordinarily potent, allowing one to regain youth and peak strength. But the cost was terrifying. If one lacked sufficient cultivation, it could be fatal just by consuming the pill. Yet the leader took the lethal pill without hesitation, showing the depth of his rage. Lavender, please reconsider. Joa is from the Heavenly Path Academy. Our current strength isn't enough to confront the academy directly. We must be patient. Bite my ass. My son is dead, and you tell me to be patient? The rejuvenated leader slapped the elder who had spoken, reducing him to dust. The remaining disciples remained silent, no one daring to speak further. Joa, whether you are a student of the Heavenly Path Academy or belong to any other faction, killing my son means I won't forgive you. The leader roared wildly, his eyes glaring fiercely. He wanted to rush out and kill Joa immediately, but knew he had to act cautiously, or the secret alliance would face destruction. Order the news to spread. Let Joa know the consequences of defying the secret alliance, the leader said through gritted teeth. As you command, Lavender. The subordinates bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. The leader sat down, stroking his chin, his gaze sharp. The dignity of our secret alliance cannot be desecrated. Since you want to destroy us, I will start by destroying the Heavenly Path Academy, leaving you nothing. #### Heavenly Path Academy, deans gather. In the grand halls of the Heavenly Path Academy, the deans of all colleges had gathered. Their expressions were grave as they discussed the sudden declaration of war by the secret alliance. Could anyone explain why the secret alliance suddenly declared war on us? Dean Ryder from the Swordsmanship College asked, puzzled. The secret alliance was known for its elusive and secretive nature, rarely making an appearance. This time, they had suddenly launched an attack on the Heavenly Path Academy, which seemed completely irrational. Perhaps a hidden force is secretly backing the secret alliance? Or maybe someone is using the secret alliance to target us through them? The elders speculated wildly, theories flying around the room. It's impossible. The power behind the secret alliance is a behemoth like the Tower of Heaven's Will. Why would they give up such a powerful ally and choose a mere hill? Besides, our existence doesn't interfere with their operations. Ryder shook his head, dismissing the theories proposed by the elders. That's true. If any force was indeed backing the secret alliance, it would wait until we were engaged with other forces before striking when we're vulnerable. So I believe this conflict between the secret sect and us won't last long. The secret alliance will eventually fall. Yes, I agree. The other elders nodded in agreement. I don't think it's that simple. We must proceed with caution, a white-haired elder interjected calmly. All discussions ceased as everyone turned to look at him. This elder was Yoel Vivian Allen, the vice president of the Heavenly Path Academy. Dean Ryder looked at Yoel Vivian Allen and asked, Vice President Yoel, what should we do about the secret alliance's sudden aggression? Yoel Vivian Allen's expression turned stern. He declared boldly, if they want a war, then let there be one. We'll use this opportunity to wipe out the secret alliance once and for all from the Dongyun Continent. Hearing this, everyone became excited. There was no doubt about the formidable strength of the secret sect. They remained hidden for centuries, seldom interacting with other sects, but their power was terrifying. Periodically, the secret sect sent teams to provoke the Heavenly Path Academy. Once, they almost breached the Academy's defenses if not for the protective formations set by Isekai Daochong. Thus, the entire Heavenly Path Academy harbored deep resentment towards the secret sect. Recently, the secret sect had become increasingly arrogant, frequently attacking various cities and even confronting the Academy directly, fueling anger among its members. If this conflict led to the eradication of the secret sect, it would certainly restore the pride of the Heavenly Path Academy. Vice President Yoel is wise. We shall proceed as you instructed. Ryder smiled warmly. As the continent's leading power, if the secret alliance dared declare war, they must be made to face dire consequences. Joa was unaware that killing the young master of the secret alliance had provoked a direct confrontation between the secret alliance and the Academy. If he knew, he might have been even happier. At present, Joa was preparing for the grand competition. The competition had now reached the semi-final stage. It had been an unpredictable journey filled with twists and turns. Many favorites were eliminated early, leaving only unexpected contenders. Now, the remaining 4 contestants were those least expected to advance. Except for today's opponent of Joa, known as the first genius of the Heavenly Path Academy, the legendary student who had never lost, a highly sought-after protege by every mentor, and the student most likely to surpass the current president Jaylene. All these accolades made Joa look forward to today's match. As soon as Joa's opponent appeared, the entire arena erupted. Aurelio! 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 All spectators cheered his name, treating him as the master of the arena. At this moment, he was the sole sun in the arena, while others paled like morning stars beside him. Aurelio was the strongest young disciple in the Heavenly Path Academy. His cultivation speed surpassed even the naturally gifted students of the Academy. He had once slain a 9th rank initial stage beast with only 10 moves. He has won again. Aurelio is truly extraordinary. Everyone marveled, gazing at Aurelio with admiration. Aurelio is incredible. He's the most outstanding student I've ever seen. Some girls were practically hyped. Once Aurelio breaks through to the 9th rank, he might become the second strongest person in all of Dongyun Continent. A student remarked. Joa isn't weak either. His previous matches were brilliant too. Another student defended. However, no one doubted that Aurelio would defeat Joa. Standing on the arena platform, the wind rustled Aurelio's cloak, causing cheers to erupt from the crowd below. Not only was Aurelio exceptionally strong, but he also possessed remarkable looks. While not as stunning as Joa, he was undoubtedly the next best thing. You are Joa? Aurelio glanced at Joa, his tone unmoved, as if facing just an ant. His calm gaze carried a hint of disdain, clearly not viewing Joa as a worthy opponent. You talk too much, Joa shot back, coldly glancing at Aurelio. Indeed, Aurelio was very strong, but in Joa's eyes, he was still just another weakling. With a flash, Joa dashed onto the platform, landing on it in an instant. Chapter 503, The Battle Against the Top Genius. How handsome. Wow, Joa is so handsome. Joa, I love you to death. Joa. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, with many screaming in fanatic excitement, displaying their infatuated expressions. On the other side, Aurelio remained incomparably cold, completely ignoring the commotion around him as he stepped forward. Rumble. Every step Aurelio took on the stage reverberated like thunder, deafeningly loud. He exuded an extremely intimidating presence that was enough to make ordinary people gasp for breath. However, this pressure was not enough to affect Joa in any way. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, Joa lifted his gaze, and a sharp light shot from his eyes. Such strong pressure. Aurelio also noticed the change in Joa and curled his lips slightly upward. You're quite interesting. He flicked his finger lightly, much like sending off a pebble. Then, a streak of green sword light abruptly burst forth, shooting towards Joa like a flash of lightning. This streak of sword light was exceedingly fierce and tyrannical, carrying unimaginably sharp energy that sliced through the air like blades, arriving in an instant and causing a chill to run down everyone's spine. Joa let out a cold snort, clenched his fists tightly, and unleashed a punch. Boom. Upon impact, a gale was instantly stirred up. A visible ripple quickly spread outward from the point of contact. The students surrounding the platform could not withstand this aftershock and hurriedly retreated several meters. However, both Joa and Aurelio on the stage remained unmoved, still staring intently at each other. This scene once again brought about enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Aurelio's strength was indeed unfathomable. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you've met me. Today, you must lose. Coldly stating these words, Aurelio drew his sword and attacked directly. This swift and precise strike was as cunning as a hanging antelope horn and fast as lightning, almost inconceivably quick. With just one thrust, sword force surged, covering the entire platform. From the beginning, Aurelio employed his most powerful sword technique. Seeing this, Joa's eyes narrowed sharply, then stomped his right foot hard and punched fiercely towards Aurelio's attack. Pang! Though Aurelio's strike was incredibly sharp, under Joa's punch, it fell short, the sword chi scattered, and the hilt flew out of his hand. How is this possible? The crowd below was astonished. Aurelio's sword had been cleanly dismantled. How terrifying was Joa's strength? He possessed not only a robust physique, but also an extraordinarily powerful soul skill. Your strength matches your arrogance, Joa said indifferently. Looking for death. Aurelio's expression turned icy, his eyes narrowing. Swinging his long sword again, he executed a set of movements with the grace of a gliding crocodile and the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, demonstrating the sword art fully. However, Joa merely sneered and suddenly leaped forward. Whoosh! In the next second, he dashed like an arrow released from a bow, arriving before Aurelio instantly and delivering a kick. Smack! This kick struck against Aurelio's protective aura, forcing him to retreat several steps. Stabilizing himself, Aurelio looked up, his eyes full of dark clouds and rage. You dare injure me! You deserve to die! Die! Roaring, Aurelio's eyes were bloodshot with extreme anger. In the next moment, he swung his long sword again, launching another series of attacks toward Joa. Swoosh! 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 Aurelio wielded his sword with overwhelming force and speed, the momentum sky-high. Joa chuckled disdainfully and did not fear him, nor did he dodge. Instead, he faced Aurelio's sword head-on. Clang! 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 The sounds of metal striking continued endlessly. Aurelio's sword strikes were immensely potent and increasingly more formidable with each move. But Joa held his ground, accurately intercepting each of Aurelio's attacks and countering them with brute simplicity. Although Aurelio's attempts were repeatedly blocked, his assault grew even more frenzied. Boom! Suddenly, Aurelio's sword technique transformed into something ethereal and illusory, with streams of sword light raining down like meteor showers onto Joa. Joa frowned. He sensed that Aurelio's sword technique had become even more mysterious. He realized he had underestimated Aurelio's combat prowess earlier. In that case, after a brief pause, Joa's body erupted with purple-black flames, burning through the air. Instantly, his strength doubled. With a single punch, Joa crushed the barrage of sword lights. Following with a powerful kick, packed with overwhelming force akin to a falling meteorite. Aurelio's pupils constricted. He felt the danger approaching. With no time to evade, he tightened his grip on his sword, channeled his spiritual essence, and stabbed forward. Boom! 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 Their forces collided explosively, creating a deafening noise. The defensive barrier of the platform trembled violently, nearly collapsing. After this clash, Aurelio stumbled back dozens of steps, clutching his chest, looking shocked. Joa stood defiantly on the spot, smirking disdainfully. You are inadequate. Joa's tone was calm. Aurelio's face darkened, his eyes spitting fire. As an 8th rank expert, he was being mocked by someone of 6th rank cultivation. Insult. Unforgivable humiliation. Aurelio became enraged. His eyes turned blood red, murder evident in them. His whole body, like a devil incarnate, ascended into the air, his muscles bulging with immense power. Channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword, he unleashed a strike that had reached the 3rd level of sword mastery. Sword art. Annihilation of immortals and worlds. Thunder. Aurelio launched himself like a bullet. The path of his sword caused air to explode, seemingly tearing through space. Joa's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew Aurelio was unleashing his full potential, aiming to kill. Come well. Joa roared, mobilizing his true chi wildly within his body like surging waves. He clenched his fists and slowly pushed them forward in slow motion. Yet, this slow motion movement was filled with an indescribable, terrifying rhythm. It was as if a supreme swordsman was playing the zither. Aurelio's eyelids twitched, feeling some unease, instinctively sensing a looming danger. Boom. Next, Joa hurled both his fists forward. Despite the slow appearance, this move contained boundless might, as if nothing else existed in the world except for those 2 fists. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed across the arena, shaking the defensive barrier violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. What? How can this be possible? Aurelio's eyes widened in disbelief, watching his sword crumble inch by inch until it exploded into dust. The power of this punch? He appeared horrified. Joa sneered. Enough talk, die. With those words, Joa soared into the air like an eagle swooping down. Aurelio's face twisted in anger, gritting his teeth. Not today. Buzz. His sword hummed incessantly and then blazed with dazzling silver light. The brilliance was blinding, almost reflecting a celestial river. Starlight Twilight Sword. Roaring, Aurelio slashed downward. Thunder. Yolt from the stars above rained down. Vast starlight descended and merged into the sword, making it even more formidable. It resembled the Milky Way descending from the heavens, ruthlessly pressing down on Joa. Trifles. Joa snorted dismissively, ignoring it. Sword momentum, constellation formation. His speed was like lightning, his figure ghostly, leaving trails of afterimages in the air that dazzled the eyes. This was an incredibly fast speed. Swish, swish, swish. Joa's body flew, each step covering several dozen feet in distance. In the blink of an eye, he had approached Aurelio and extended his fingers, lightly pointing toward Aurelio's throat. Aurelio felt a chill and hastily retracted his sword to defend. However, Joa's fingertips burst with razor-sharp spirit energy, piercing through Aurelio's sword defense and striking harshly at his throat. Bang! Aurelio's body was hurled backward, looking utterly disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. How can you be this powerful? He could not believe it. Clearly, his cultivation was higher. How could Joa be so overwhelming? The onlookers were also deeply shaken. This Joa is terrifying. Even Aurelio cannot defeat him. Aurelio is going to lose. Hearing the discussions around him, Aurelio's temper flared. Who said I'm going to lose? I've only used 30% of my strength. Joa, you're lucky enough to witness my true power. Roaring, Aurelio flipped his hands, instantly revealing a jade-green, crystal-clear treasure fan. Jade flute? A martial artist who recognized the fan immediately widened his eyes, astonished and shocked. Because this jade flute was a Gabbath-rank superior spirit weapon renowned for its balanced offensive and defensive capabilities and immeasurable might. It was a well-known spirit weapon with many achievements in the 100 Nations battlefield. I didn't expect a young martial artist like Aurelio to possess such a treasure. Not just that martial artist, many others were envious. Indeed, the Long family had deep reserves. The ancestral spirit weapon given by the Long family patriarch was truly formidable. Joa is in danger. Holding the jade flute, Aurelio curled his lips into a sinister smile and then flicked his wrist. The jade flute slashed through the sky, turning into a green glow heading straight for Joa. Whistle. The air was distorted by this strike. This jade flute is actually a second-rank superior spirit weapon? A martial artist exclaimed in shock. Such a high-level spirit weapon was quite valuable. Even the Long family rarely used them. No, it should be a second-rank intermediate spirit weapon. The Long family sure doesn't hold back. The Long family patriarch must really dote on this young master. The Long family patriarch loved him very much. When the Long family patriarch passed on the Long clan sword cannon to Aurelio, gender did not matter because to him, Aurelio was like his own grandson. The Long family will surely rise with this child. I remember the Long family patriarch is still alive? I've heard his lifespan is long, and his strength unfathomable, having long entered the 4th level of inborn Darnell and become a dominant force. On the platform, Joa's eyes turned icy. His feet stomped on the platform, causing the ground to crack. He launched himself forward like a bullet, moving faster than sound. Swish. He pointed at Aurelio's forehead, creating a sharp gust. Get lost. Enraged, Aurelio again unleashed a secret technique from the sword cannon, Meteor Sword Technique. Although this skill lacked the versatility of sword techniques, it was a killing move, extremely rigid, condensing a martial artist's true chi into substance. Once used, its power doubled. Clang. Their collision produced a crisp metallic sound, ringing painfully in the ears of the surrounding audience. Joa raised his eyebrows, showing surprise. His finger failed to land, instead being blocked by Aurelio. The Long family indeed has unique body tempering techniques, Joa remarked, but no matter what unique tempering you have, today you are destined to lose. Swish. His true chi erupted, boiling like ocean waves, then concentrated into his fingertip, forming a purple-black ball of true chi. Joa pointed. ZZZD. The purple-black true chi ball shot like a streak of light, hurtling toward Aurelio's head. This force was enough to easily pierce a skull. Clank. Suddenly, a large axe blade appeared before Joa, slashing against his palm with a clear ring. Joa grunted and stepped back half a step, glancing down to see a shallow cut on his arm, oozing blood. Spiritual weapon? Joa's expression darkened. He looked up to see Aurelio's spirit weapon, a beautiful figure in blue, graceful and stern-faced, holding a massive axe blade, her muscles taut and ready. So beautiful. Many young martial artists couldn't help but marvel. Even through the barrier, they could see her flawless features and perfect figure, like a work of art. They felt a trace of lust rise, secretly cursing. Gabiend. So that's it. No wonder you wouldn't admit defeat. You have a spiritual weapon protecting you. Joa realized, laughing coldly. A mere spiritual weapon. How can it stop me? Take this. With those words, he exerted all his strength, launching himself like an arrow at Aurelio. He threw a punch. The punch was mighty, true chi surging. Not good. Sensing danger, Aurelio immediately maneuvered the spirit weapon to intercept. Ding. Their fists met, and Aurelio grunted, retreating dozens of meters, his arm trembling, his tiger's mouth torn, bleeding red. This guy is a freak. His strength is enormous. Can I not even match him? Aurelio gritted his teeth. Chapter 504. Secret Alliance Strikes. You can't unleash the true power of a spirit artifact. Just give up. Joa sneered continuously, his gaze full of disdain. Looking for death. Aurelio burst into anger, his true chi surging, gathering at the jade flute in his hand, making it hum. Long family sword technique, dancing swords across the horizon. Aurelio roared in anger. Instantly, the jade flute shook violently, emitting dazzling light like a miniature sun, illuminating all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Aurelio manipulated the jade flute, summoning fierce winds and sandstorms as strands of true chi shot out from the flute, sharp and dense, enveloping every direction, seemingly trying to tear Joa apart. Joa's face revealed mockery, trifling tricks. He moved slightly, evading the attacks, then flicked his right index finger, sending a stream of true chi towards Aurelio's throat. Bang! The stream of true chi slammed hard into Aurelio's Adam's apple, pushing him back, almost falling to the ground. Aurelio spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Joa angrily. Bastard! If you have the guts, fight me head-on. What kind of man are you? Attacking from behind. He knew that without the jade flute protecting him, that attack would have instantly killed him. Heh, Aurelio, we cultivate slaughter techniques that require absolute dominance. My offensive power is greater than yours, so you must die. Joa said coldly. Aurelio laughed bitterly. Joa, you really have no shame. Joa's eyes were icy. The winner has already been decided. Aurelio, you lost. What more do you have to say? Who told you the battle was over? Aurelio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't you think you still have a fighting chance? Joa frowned, feeling a vague sense of unease. Aurelio didn't respond. Suddenly, he hurled the jade flute into the air. Rumble. A thunderclap echoed through the sky as the jade flute hovered mid-air, emitting a blinding light. It suddenly emitted countless beams of white light, each sharp like a sword, piercing through space, rushing towards Joa. What is this? Joa's expression changed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The jade flute turned into numerous streaks of light, covering the sky, trapping Joa inside, leaving him nowhere to escape. Just trifles. Break through. Joa roared, his true chi surging wildly. He punched with incredible force, generating a storm-like blast aimed to destroy the beams of light. Rumble. The white light and the storm collided, instantly vanishing. How is this possible? Joa's eyes widened in shock, looking at Aurelio. How can you have such formidable combat strength? He had broken Aurelio's sword technique with one move. Yet why did Aurelio have such strong combat power? You are indeed powerful, even among peers, you're one of the top. If it were just a competition of true chi cultivation, I might not be your match. But I have another spirit artifact. Aurelio extended his slender, pale left hand, holding a ring on his palm. The ring was entirely snow-white, glowing with an ethereal light, like a crystal-clear piece of crystal adorned with complex runes. Aurelio raised it, aiming it at Joa. Joa's pupils contracted. He felt the overwhelming spiritual energy within the ring. Damn it! He shouted, leaping backward to evade. Phew, it was too late. A beam of light shot from the ring, piercing through Joa's chest, throwing him backward. Everyone was stunned. Joa's face turned ashen. Ha ha ha. Aurelio let out a long laugh, shaking off his dejected state. Joa, now I'll send you to hell. Swoosh. The jade flute transformed into a silver lightning bolt, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, carrying a deadly aura, speeding towards Joa. Damn it. Joa's eyes darted as he dodged again, simultaneously using an ancient technique, the Thousand Lavernef palm. Whoosh. He slapped his palm, instantly creating thousands of palm imprints, each containing different powers, rolling like waves, smashing into Aurelio's attack. Thousand Lavernef palm. This is a heritage technique of 100 Flowers Valley, rumored to have 9 levels. Each level doubles the power of the previous one. Only core disciples can learn this. Boom. The jade flute clashed with the Thousand Lavernef palm, causing the earth to shake. Joa paled, spitting out 3 large mouthfuls of blood. Aurelio was also injured, although the jade flute protected him from severe damage. Joa, even if I die today, I won't let you live. Enraged, his true chi erupted like a broken dam, surging powerfully, filling the entire sky. His aura soared, breaking through the final barrier of the 8th stage, reaching the early 9th stage. Bad. Young Honest Long, you shouldn't break through realms. Young Honest Long, stop breaking through immediately. The Long family members urged frantically. They knew breaking through realms required gradual progression. With Aurelio's talent, he could have reached the 9th stage earlier but held back to consolidate his foundation. Breaking through prematurely would invalidate all his accumulated efforts. Ignoring their pleas, a formidable aura surged from him, rising dramatically, forcing everyone to step back. Holding the jade flute, he exuded an otherworldly presence, like a celestial emperor descending, commanding respect. Kill. Aurelio took a step forward, like an emperor descending upon the world. Damn it. Joa felt an overwhelming anxiety, not expecting Aurelio's determination to force a realm breakthrough. Knowing it was dangerous, he quickly retreated, trying to create distance. Want to fight to the death? Gabine, I'll oblige. Joa bellowed, unlocking the 3rd seal he hadn't opened even during his duel with the Kevin. With his surge of power, the ground beneath Joa formed deep indents. Crack. Cracks spread across the ground. What? Aurelio sensed Joa's aura increase significantly, almost catching up to his own. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly mobilized the remaining true chi in his dantian, forming protective armor around himself. Aurelio, I need to teach you humility. Joa growled, his eyes red, advancing with an intense aura, transforming into a different person. Aurelio was shocked. Joa's sudden burst made Aurelio nervous. He gritted his teeth and activated the jade flute's mystical power once more. Buzz. Another vibration sounded. Sonic waves reverberating through the air, disorienting everyone. This time, however, Joa wasn't as vulnerable. You think mere sound waves can confuse me? Joa snorted, his eyes blazing red, radiating immense pressure like the scorching sun. Bang. Joa punched, wrapping his fist in scorching intent, launching it like a cannonball. Bang. 2 terrifying forces collided, exploding in a brilliant flash, enveloping them both. When the light faded, Aurelio appeared disheveled, blood trickling from his lip. Joa stood in place, calm and composed, seemingly certain of victory. He stared at Aurelio, eyes filled with gloom. Aurelio coughed, blood trickling from his lips, sneering, Joa, I admit you are a genius. Unfortunately, you're foolish. Knowing I have protective treasures, you dared to meet me with bare fists. Haha, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Stop him. Quick. The faces of the Long family members turned grim as they rushed over immediately. Anyone who obstructs me, dies. Aurelio's fury reached its peak. He waved his arms, and the jade flute danced beautifully like a butterfly in his hands, releasing a terrifying energy torrent. The torrent spread rapidly, surging like ocean waves, instantly engulfing the Long family members. Aurelio's true chi was so pure that it far surpassed theirs. Even if the martial experts combined their strength to resist, they still couldn't escape the fate of instant death. What is this? Joa felt a chill and hastily retreated. Trying to run? Stay here. Aurelio sneered. Joa saw an arrow shooting toward him and was terrified. He quickly performed a secret technique, causing his figure to blur and vanish from the scene. Aurelio frowned, not expecting him to have such survival skills. Joa, you can't escape. He roared, his body radiating golden light, and a domineering aura swept through the area, bending even the grass and trees around him. At this moment, Joa's figure finally appeared again. He looked completely unharmed, and Aurelio's attack had only killed his own family members. No, this can't be happening, this isn't real. Aurelio dropped the jade flute, clutching his head in pain as he crouched down on the ground. He couldn't believe he lost. It was incomprehensible to him. Haha, Joa, I won. You only managed to barely defeat me with devious tricks. I'm not convinced. I will beat you. Aurelio lifted his head, eyes bloodshot red, roaring madly as he lunged at Joa. Cold killing intent flashed in Joa's eyes. He said icily, Aurelio, today, you must die. Whiz, whiz, whiz. He attacked once more, each move lethal. Bang. They were entangled in another fierce battle, but Aurelio was thoroughly suppressed, unable to fight back. Suddenly, Joa struck Aurelio in the chest with a finger, sending him flying into the lake, splashing several meters of water. Aurelio crawled out of the lake, drenched and utterly disheveled. How could this happen? How could I lose? I, Aurelio, am a rare genius of the Long family. You, Joa, are nothing but a waste of flesh. Aurelio roared wildly. His eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed insane. Ah, what a pity. He has gone mad, Joa mocked. Where is the referee? Why hasn't my victory been announced yet? You want victory? Gabine, go find it in hell. Joa heard the cold voice behind him, and every hair on his body stood up. Turning around abruptly, he realized that of the 10,000 people in the arena, almost all had died. The referee lay dead under the feet of the tall man who spoke. Sensing the familiar aura from the man, Joa's pupils contracted sharply. Who are you in relation to the Kevin? How dare you mention my son? Joa, you killed my son, and today, you will pay for it with your life. Joa felt like he was plunged into an ice cave. He couldn't imagine how the prestigious leader of the Secret Alliance could infiltrate the academy without being detected. How did he manage it? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The Leaf was among the continent's top-tier experts, on par with his master. With his master and Sean's all in deep meditation, facing the Leaf head-on meant only one outcome. Death. Joa's mind raced rapidly. Should he unlock all seals and risk exposing his identity to fight the Leaf to the death, or pretend to surrender and look for an opportunity to escape? Neither option was appealing. Wasn't there a third way? Suddenly, inspiration hit him. If the Leaf could penetrate the academy's defensive formation undetected, it must have been through a teleportation array. Only this method would allow someone of the leader's caliber to enter Heavenly Dao Academy without alerting the defenses. This meant that if he could use the remaining teleportation array, there might still be a chance for him to survive. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second, and Joa had made up his mind. However, the Leaf wouldn't let him achieve his goal easily. Scared stiff? Ha ha ha. You think a puny worm like you could kill my son? The Leaf gritted his teeth. Not because your son was too weak? The calmer Joa started to provoke the Leaf. What did you say? Try saying that again. The Leaf's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected this ant-like individual before him to actually taunt him. It seems father and son share the same dim-witted nature. Can't even understand human speech. Joa kept insulting the Leaf verbally. The Leaf turned bright red with anger. In the centuries since he attained his position, no one dared breathe heavily before him, much less point a finger and curse at him. Boy, you're asking for death. Seeing his plan work, Joa smiled slightly. Facing someone of the Leaf's caliber, if he were rational and engaged in a duel, Joa stood no chance. But now, driven by grief and enraged by insults, the leader had lost some of his sanity. Chapter 505, Secret Alliance Invasion. Facing the enraged Alliance leader, Joa began to dodge with all his might. Damn it! The Alliance leader became even more irritable when he saw that Joa was not engaging in combat and instead dodging everywhere. He slashed a palm towards Joa, trying to force him into a confrontation. Boom! Huge power erupted from his palm, causing violent turbulence. Joa tried his best to evade, but was still brushed by the edge of the Alliance leader's palm wind. Ouch! A searing pain surged. Just a light brush left half of Joa's body numb. He must not be hit. Joa thought anxiously. If struck by the Alliance leader's palm force, he would likely be crippled if not killed. Even though his puppet body was extremely resilient, it could not withstand a full-force attack from such an entity. Swish! Joa's eyes lit up. He took advantage of the momentary distraction to break through the barrier set by the Secret Alliance leader and rushed towards the door. Cursed! Joa's escape immediately alerted the Secret Alliance leader. You want to run? Not so easy. The Alliance leader's eyes blazed ferociously, his gaze like a venomous snake, fixed on Joa. A palm. The fierce palm wind faster than before. Joa failed to dodge, getting hit directly by the enraged blow. However, the Secret Alliance leader did not look happy. Instead, his brows furrowed deeper. A puppet avatar? Where's that kid? Only then did Joa's main body emerge from the ground, having finally found the teleportation array left by the Secret Alliance. I'm out of here. Don't miss me, goodbye. He stood next to the array, making a silly face at the Alliance leader. Kid, stay here. The Alliance leader's large hand tore through space, grabbing for Joa. But he just barely escaped. The situation worsened further. Alliance leader, that guy destroyed our teleportation array. We're trapped in the Heavenly Dao Academy now. What? That beast. Outside the arena, Truman led the experts of the Heavenly Dao Academy, fiercely attacking the formation set by the Secret Alliance. Use your full strength. Our brothers inside need rescuing. Emils and disciples were madly attacking the shield left by the Secret Sect. The boundary was incredibly sturdy, trembling violently even under coordinated assaults by thousands. Seeing the relentless resistance, the Secret Sect people's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Humph! Do you fools think you can break the Secret Sect's defenses? This defense array was created by our ancestors' lifelong efforts, beyond your capabilities. the deputy leader sneered. While saying this, panic already gripped him. Failure to repair the array before defense breaks meant desperate battles. All members readied themselves for a fight to the death. Don't worry, those academy students' days are numbered. Alliance leader. The appearance of the secret alliance leader calmed everyone. The leader was one of the top experts. Everything would be fine with him here. Academy elders and disciples felt a chill seeing him. They didn't expect such a high-level expert had infiltrated their academy. Worse, all high-level warriors were sealed away. Though the alliance leader wasn't aware, his emergence would mean disaster. For a moment, the academy faced a dilemma. Suddenly, deafening shouts approached. Not good. The secret alliance is attacking. Everyone turned pale hearing this news. The secret alliance people cheered loudly. Brothers, charge with me. Kill these hypocrites. Charge. The secret alliance opened the barrier and rushed out under their leader's command. Moving incredibly fast, the leader reached the elders in an instant. The academy elders used their best skills to fend off. Bang. Both sides exchanged blows and staggered back a few steps. He's too powerful. This time we're doomed. The secret alliance fought harder, while the academy gradually weakened. Suddenly, the alliance leader seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. Return of 10,000 swords. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A dense rain of swords shot towards the academy leaders. The elders' faces changed drastically as they frantically defended. Clang clang clang. The sword rain clashed with weapons, producing sharp metallic sounds. The secret sect disciples pressed their advantage. Charge. Secret sect members shouted as they attacked the academy elders. The academy was pushed back, the situation dire. Who dares harm my academy elders? A deep voice resonated through the air. With a series of cracks, the secret sect disciples' swords snapped and armor shattered, falling to the ground screaming. Who is this? Fear filled the secret alliance leader's voice. It's Vice Arno Yoel Vivian Allen. Great, the Vice Bowen has taken action. Gray-haired Yoel Vivian Allen appeared on a flying sword, glaring coldly at the secret sect. Today, I will punish you, in honor of your ancestors. Emils begged for help. If not stopped, students will be harmed. Yoel Vivian Allen nodded, raising his palm, a brilliant light ball forming. He intoned, inversion technique. The light ball emitted blinding radiance, illuminating the area. Yoka a mini-sun. It enveloped everything. Gore spattered as heads rolled from the light ball. Vice Arno Yoel Vivian Allen wiped out almost a third of the Secret Alliance disciples in one move. Whoa! The Secret Alliance disciples gasped, horrified. You old fool, attacking juniors, ashamed? Come fight me. Furious at the killings, the Secret Alliance leader flew upwards. Former Divine Sect Elder Yoel Vivian Allen, one of the top 10 experts, faced the 5th or possibly 3rd-ranked Alliance leader without fear. Their battle was intense, exchanging hundreds of moves in moments. Boom. Terrifying pressure exploded from both, engulfing everything. Both stood suspended in midair. Bond, take this. Bang. Palm met palm. Huge shockwave spread. Ding ding ding. Both staggered back, showing astonishment. The Secret Alliance leader glared. Didn't expect your strength to still grow at your age. But do you think you've won? How else to find out? Yoel Vivian Allen's eyes flashed with lethal intent. No matter what, you've killed many disciples, you'll pay the price. As he spoke, the Secret Alliance leader darted forward in a blur. Haha. Yoel Vivian Allen burst into a maniacal laugh. Immediately after, Yoel Vivian Allen, wielding a flying sword, slashed down at the leaf. Clang. 2 sharp swords collided, producing a piercing sound. Swish swish swish. Yoel Vivian Allen's left and right arms swung simultaneously, executing swift, fierce, and precise triple-stage sword techniques that forced the leaf to continuously dodge. What fast swordsmanship! The expression of the leaf turned slightly solemn. He did not expect Yoel Vivian Allen's strength to be even a bit stronger than he had imagined. But it was only by a little. Heh. The leaf suddenly gave an eerie smile. His figure expanded dramatically as he leaped high into the air. 1000 Lavernef slash. A silver dragon roared ferociously, hurtling towards Yoel Vivian Allen. Roar. The massive dragon opened its fangs and claws, looking extremely vicious. Cold light sparkled in Yoel Vivian Allen's eyes as he swung his flying sword midair. Boom. The sword aura cut through the dragon like slicing tofu. Humph, mere child's play. Yoel Vivian Allen sneered disdainfully before attacking the leaf again. Frost technique. Frost covered everything. This frost technique was a water attribute spiritual technique. Archerodal. Icicles tilted and rained down on the leaf. Boom. The ice shattered, scattering everywhere. Yoel Vivian Allen abruptly appeared behind the leaf, softly commanding with a wrist turn, slashing horizontally with his sword. At this moment, the leaf felt something wrap around his spine, immobilizing him, allowing Yoel Vivian Allen's sword to slash onto his shoulder. The leaf grunted, his body shaking as he angrily glared at Yoel Vivian Allen. Yoel Vivian Allen, you're courting death. With that, he surged upwards several meters and slammed a fist towards Yoel Vivian Allen. Yoel Vivian Allen's face changed as he hastily retreated several dozen feet to narrowly avoid the attack. Bond, prepare to die. The leaf roared furiously, wildly swinging both fists to fiercely attack Yoel Vivian Allen. Bang bang bang. Yoel Vivian Allen, wielding his flying sword, desperately defended but was still forced back step by step. The leaf is indeed terrifying. Probably only someone at Joe's level has the qualifications to confront him head-on, Joe amused inwardly. Though Yoel Vivian Allen was powerful, he was simply too old, with his agility and reactions far inferior to those of the leaf who was in his prime. As a result, Yoel Vivian Allen gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. On the other side, Truman and several deans faced off against other elites of the Secret Alliance. Truman's opponent was none other than the vice leader of the Secret Alliance. Yoltle girl, you haven't come of age yet, have you? Where's your father? Let your father come and fight me, you're no match for me. The vice leader laughed upon seeing his opponent was a young girl. What could a girl under 20 achieve? Truman did not respond, but merely drew her long saber from her waist. Suddenly, the vice leader felt a strong sense of danger. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The vice leader touched his cheek, watching a strand of hair gently fall. What use is living so many years if I almost lost my head with one strike? Only then did Truman reply coolly. The vice leader realized he had underestimated the Dixie in front of him. It wasn't that the deans were afraid to face him, choosing a Dixie instead, but rather that she was the strongest among them. You Dixie are quite capable. I admit you do have the qualifications to challenge me, but you're just an inexperienced brat. Today, you are destined to lose to me. The vice leader smiled coldly, with a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph, you truly overestimate yourself. What makes you think you matter? He ridiculed. Truman raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips as she retorted. Oh, so you consider yourself someone important? Before the words faded, Truman kicked forcefully off the ground, her body darting toward the vice leader like lightning. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Truman had rushed to the vice leader's front, her speed unbelievable. Humph, arrogant. The vice leader scoffed, delivering a punch straight for Truman's head. Clang! Truman easily deflected the punch with her sword, following up with a slash at the vice leader. Clank! Clank clank! The sound of clashing blades echoed in the air, their figures moving too fast to be seen clearly. Whoosh! Seizing the opening, Truman swiftly stabbed through the vice leader's abdomen. Spurt! Blood spurted out, splattering on the ground in red spots. The vice leader's eyebrows furrowed. He had been hit by a teenage girl. Surprise flashed in his eyes as doubt arose within him. He repeatedly stepped back, clutching his wound. But Truman would not stop. She chased after him once more. The vice leader sneered. Since you insist on courting death, then I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, his aura sank abruptly. His body rapidly expanded, becoming overwhelmingly huge. Even the robes he wore couldn't withstand the force and cracked, eventually bursting apart. His originally grayish-brown hair turned into a radiant gold. His aura soared rapidly. Rumble. The surrounding trees trembled violently as if encountering the end of the world. Tree trunks swayed uncertainly, leaves swirling crazily like spirits. Chapter 506, The Gabinal Battle of the Secret Alliance. Amidst verdant mountains and rivers, an unpredictable and chaotic battle was about to unfold. The dark clouds in the sky seemed sliced by a sharp blade, leaking streaks of dull yellow light that illuminated this battlefield drenched in blood and fire. Gusts of wind mixed with sandstorm howled like crazed ghosts, turning the lush scenery into a field of corpses and blood. At the heart of the battlefield between the Secret Alliance and the Academy, a massive blood-red totem slowly rose, emanating an ancient and malevolent aura. Ethereal flames danced upon it, recounting millennia of grievances and hatred. This was the epicenter of the battlefield, where both sides would engage in their decisive confrontation. The totem's eerie power heated and compressed the surrounding air, as if even the heavens and earth would shatter under its influence. This was the Secret Alliance's most powerful spiritual artifact, a totem forged from the souls of thousands of unjustly deceased victims. It strengthened the Secret Alliance warriors while suppressing the abilities of the Academy students. Clad in silver-white armor, the Academy students advanced like a tide, brandishing mysterious weapons with determined steps. Their eyes were resolute and unwavering, prepared to sacrifice their lives. Horns blared, war drums pounded, and cries of battle echoed incessantly, shaking the hearts of all present. Swords clashed, spells collided, each impact ripping through the air, sending ripples of shockwaves. In the sky, elite combatants from both sides manifested their spiritual energy into various forms, giant beasts, fierce swordlights, or menacing shadows, and engaged in brutal combat. Every attack sent tremors through the ground, inducing terror among those below. Mysterious talismans and spells streaked across the sky like meteors, illuminating the dark battlefield. In this chaotic and intense battle, every second saw someone fall, every second witnessed bloodshed. Yet, the fighters' resolve did not waver. They charged forward like puppets driven by fate, fighting for glory and faith, advancing relentlessly toward the blood-red totem. Each charge was fueled by desperate courage, each strike carried the hope of victory. The battle resembled a grand death dance, with a melody of intensity and sorrow. Regardless of rank or skill, everyone fought for their beliefs, composing heroic songs of war with their lives on this tumultuous battlefield. Flames, ice, boulders, and lightning danced wildly, forming the core scene of this chaotic battle. Sword auras crisscrossed, spells interwove, each collision capable of sparking mini-storms. Ordinary soldiers transformed as though baptized by hellfire, their eyes filled with unwavering belief and boundless courage. Both sides of cultivators cast spells, the glow lighting up the entire battlefield. Some spells surged like floods, others sparkled like stars. Each spell cast was a declaration. Our strength will not be easily shaken. This chaotic battle was not just a physical clash, but also a showdown of beliefs and ideals. Amidst the chaos, each warrior proved their existence and value. In this realm of chaos, there was no right or wrong, only the choice between survival and death. As the battle raged on, the soul fires on the blood-red totem flickered more intensely, seemingly reveling in the carnage. Each fallen warrior increased the totem's power. Reinforcements made the battle even harder for the Academy students. This chaotic battle seemed endless, ending only with one side's complete defeat. No matter who won, the cost would be immense. But this is war. One must fight with all their might for the slightest chance of victory. The vice president was barely holding on. If not for his unwavering faith, he would have died under the fists of the Secret Alliance's leader long ago. Truman wasn't faring much better. The Skylar's secret technique boosted his strength significantly. This is the Leaf's secret weapon, the 9 Broderick's golden skill? Truman's pupils contracted. This secret technique had helped the Skylar slaughter countless enemies. Yoltle girl, you should be proud to make me use this technique. Die! The Skylar growled, striking out viciously at Truman. Truman squinted, her veins bulging, and slapped back with a palm. Bang! Their fists collided. DDD. Truman was pushed back several steps, while the Skylar stood firm as a mountain. Suck in. The crowd drew a collective breath. This young girl wasn't a match for the Leaf. Ha ha ha, Dixie, you're finished. Taking the upper hand, the Skylar's confidence swelled, and he sneered, this is the price for opposing me. Without waiting for a response, he advanced toward Truman again. Seeing the Skylar's ferocious appearance, everyone grew tense. Though they knew Truman was strong, she was too young and a girl after all. The Skylar dismissed Truman entirely, believing his previous strike had severely wounded her, rendering her harmless. Die! He roared, lifting his hand to deliver a lethal blow. Gritting her teeth, Truman steadied herself, gazing defiantly at the Skylar. In that moment, pain, fear, and everything else vanished from her mind. All that remained was endless anger and hatred. I hate this. She let out a deafening roar. Boom. Suddenly, a vast and formidable force erupted within Truman. A dull sound echoed. Blood spurted from the Skylar's chest. His expression froze, eyes wide open, disbelief clouding his gaze as he looked down at his chest. Protruding from his chest was a pitch-black dagger emitting an aura of infinite desolation. How? How can this be? The Skylar's lips trembled, staring at Truman in disbelief. How can you have such terrifying power? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fathom that Truman possessed an unresistible power, even to deities. That power usually slumbered under Joa's seal but never disappeared, intertwined deeply with Truman's soul. It awakened when Truman faced danger. You die now. At this moment, Truman's skin turned blood red, her eyes glaring red with fright. She leaped onto the Skylar's neck, her hands growing claws that swiftly tore through his torso. In an instant, the Skylar's heart and lungs were shredded into pulp. Everyone could hardly believe that the mighty Skylar of the Secret Alliance had been killed in seconds by a teenager, and so brutally. After killing the Skylar, Truman didn't stop. She lost all reason and charged into the battlefield, indiscriminately slaughtering friend and foe alike. Even the Academy's elders couldn't subdue Truman in her frenzied state. However, they successfully redirected her attention to the Secret Alliance's leader. Upon seeing the Secret Alliance's leader, Truman lunged like a rabid dog at meat. She pounced at the leader, claws ready, and attacked his throat without hesitation. The leader snorted coldly, hammering his fist towards Truman's forehead while drawing a knife from his waist to finish her off. But Truman anticipated the move, dodging at the last moment. The leader took the opportunity to draw his blade, swinging it towards Truman's head. Truman's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Seemingly unaware of the impending attack from the Secret Alliance Lavender, she remained in her original posture, lunging at him with a ferocious expression. No good. This kid is crazy. She's not dodging. She's going to take the hit head-on. Does she want to die? This kid is too impulsive. She shouldn't do this. Oh no, this kid's skull will definitely shatter. The disciples of Heavenly Tao Academy gasped in alarm. Since you're seeking death, I'll send you west. The Secret Alliance Lavender sneered viciously as his long sword approached Truman's head. In that split second, Truman's figure suddenly paused. Swish! She abruptly turned around, her claws extending sharply as they lunged directly at the Lavender's throat. What? The Lavender's face changed drastically. He had no time to react, only managing to hastily raise his sword to block. Claws met blade, sparking fiercely. Cold sweat poured down the Lavender's back. But once he regained his senses, the Lavender immediately flew into a rage. To think a deranged Dixie could assault him, the esteemed Lavender of the Secret Alliance, what kind of disgrace was this? Enraged, the Lavender ceased hiding his true strength, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. His legs moved through the air, leaving afterimages as he swiftly closed in on Truman. The Lavender's speed reached an extreme level, making it impossible for Truman to track his movements. Bang! Suddenly, he kicked out violently, striking Truman's shoulder and sending her crashing to the ground. Yoltle brat, did you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? The Lavender cursed venomously. He rushed to Truman's side again, piercing her arm with his sword and pinning her limb to the ground, blood spurting out. Hee, let's see how you fight now, the Lavender snarled. But the Funkongzher Thura on Truman's face not only didn't diminish, it became even more intense. Correction. But the Funkongzher Thura on Truman's face not only didn't diminish, it became even more intense. Further improvement for fluency and natural reading in English. But the Funkongzher Thura on Truman's face not only failed to diminish, it intensified even more. Note, Funkongzher Thura directly translates to crazy look or mad look. For better context and fluency in English, it should be translated as, but the mad look on Truman's face not only failed to diminish, it intensified even more. Gabinal refined translation. But the mad look on Truman's face not only failed to diminish, it intensified even more. Snap. The Lavender's longsword was snapped by Truman. What? The Lavender was shocked. He hadn't expected Truman's strength to be so exaggerated. Truman grabbed the other end of the sword, then with both hands gripped the sword firmly and thrust it into the ground with all her might. The blade pierced through the floor, deeply embedding itself into the soil. The Lavender froze. Truman pulled out the sword, swinging it towards the Lavender. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed. The Lavender's throat was sliced open with a thin, long wound. Touching his neck, the Lavender was now truly enraged. He grabbed Truman by the neck and slammed her brutally into the ground. Still not done, he raised another fist, pounding her face repeatedly until it was a bloody mess. Bang! 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 Each punch came with a deafening roar, each strike powerful enough to destroy a house. Shockingly, even with her face battered beyond recognition, Truman still managed to swing her claws at the lavender. Damn, what is this little monster made of? Is this even human? Is this kid some beast transformed? However, gradually, Truman's strength weakened, her hands finally dropping lifelessly. Honest, I'm sorry. Truman's face was bruised and bloodied, and in her final moments, she only had one breath left. The hidden force within her had drained her completely of life. At her last moment, she thought only of her Honest, the one who brought her warmth in her most desperate times. Honest? Your Honest is long dead. Now I'll send you down to meet him. The lavender sneered coldly, raising his fist to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a slender hand grasped his wrist. The lavender's fist stopped midair. Did daring to harm my disciple? Who gave you the guts? A simple, unadorned punch struck the Secret Alliance lavender's face, devoid of any spiritual energy or power, just pure force. Yet, this punch caused more pain than any the lavender had ever experienced, a soul-searing agony, as if his entire being didn't belong to this world. The lavender was hurled hundreds of feet away before finally stopping. In the next instant, a twisted shadow appeared before him, delivering another identical painful punch, sending him flying again. Only then did people recognize the shadow as Joa. Maximus Che, is that you, Maximus Che? The Academy members asked incredulously. At this moment, Joa was no longer humanoid. No, his immense power had warped the space around him, rendering his form unrecognizable. Others were astonished, but the Secret Alliance lavender was terrified. How could the Grover, who couldn't even match him moments ago, transform into such a horrifying monster so quickly? Joa's face was distorted and filled with intense murderous intent. Aya! A sharp scream echoed from the Secret Alliance lavender. Then, a pitch-black shadow emerged behind him. This shadow had appeared unnoticed, and when the lavender realized its presence, it already wrapped around his legs. No! Terrified, the lavender struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Chapter 507. Gabinal. The ominous shadow tightly bound the Alliance leader and slowly dragged him into the darkness. The scene was simply heart-stirring. Thud. The head of the Secret Alliance's leader fell to the ground. For everyone present, the only feeling this evoked was one of utter eeriness. This power had completely surpassed the limits of this world. Nevertheless, no matter what, both the leader and vice-leader of the Secret Alliance were dead, and those remaining were nothing but a scattered bunch. Just as the students of the Academy prepared to cheer, several figures appeared mysteriously beside the Leaf's corpse. Really? Why did we choose such a weakling as our leader? Wasn't it because he was weak and easy to control that we chose him initially? No objections. Clap clap clap, originally. Enough, stop talking. If you don't finish soon, these little sweets will run away. These individuals varied in gender, age, height, and build. Their only commonality was their uniform from the Secret Alliance. Moreover, their auras were even stronger than that of the previous leader. While conversing, they squatted down and carefully examined the corpse of the Leaf. This guy's Danteon is actually shattered. Could it be that the Grover broke it? It seems like this kid has secrets too. We were worried about not finding any secrets, but we unexpectedly ran into something good. This time, we've hit the jackpot. They chattered amongst themselves. Who are you? A college elder pointed his sword at them and asked. It's not your turn to speak yet. One of the burly middle-aged men struck out with his palm, turning the elder and hundreds of students behind him into minced meat. Hiss. The remaining elders gasped when they saw this. The situation is off. Something's wrong with these people. One of them can shatter an elder with a single strike. Run quickly. The remaining elders scattered in panic. However, before they could take 3 steps, they were blocked by the burly man who leisurely slapped them all to death. All right, let's continue. The burly man smiled and returned to Joa's side. At this moment, Joa seemed to enter a special state, unable to hear any external sounds. No one is stopping us. This is perfect. They looked at each other and smiled, holding hands and standing still as they began singing a strange hymn. No one could understand the lyrics of the song. Anyone trying to comprehend its meaning would find their brain bursting with overwhelming information. Hold your ears, don't listen to their song. Yoel Vivian Allen shouted loudly to the Academy students. But it was already too late. Most students' heads exploded due to the impact of the lyrics, leaving pools of red and white on the ground. Unknown how long it lasted, maybe long, maybe short. The song ended. A pillar of light enveloped the entire Academy of Heavenly Tao. Let us welcome together the arrival of the great being. The few experts of the Secret Alliance knelt respectfully toward the direction of the light column, worshipping devoutly. At this moment, a survivor shouted. I see it. I see it. It's the tower reaching heaven. The tower reaching heaven is here. As the survivor said, the tower reaching heaven, which should have arrived 6 months later, was forcibly summoned by these Secret Alliance experts. Along with the arrival of the tower reaching heaven, came the nightmare of the entire Eastern Cloud Continent and the world. The Isidro descended from a higher dimension. The whole of Eastern Cloud Continent began to tremble upon its appearance. Space around the Isidro collapsed layer by layer, twisted darkness obscuring his face, preventing people from looking directly at his majesty. I am the Isidro. This world has strayed far from its mother for too long, fostering much sin. Today, I shall destroy this sinful world. The Isidro slowly opened his right hand, causing a gray bead to float before him. Then he stretched out his left hand, crushed the gray bead, and threw it skyward. Instantly, a destructive force engulfed the world in a gray glow. All cultivators showed signs of shock. Is this a heavenly disaster? Heavenly disaster. The disciples and elders of Heavenly Tao Academy were filled with despair. Compared to the Isidro, their strength was negligible. Even top-ranked warriors were mere ants before him. Boom! Thunder roared, lightning flashed. The Isidro gazed upward, seemingly peering into the depths of the void. Lord Celestial, spare us. Lord Celestial, aren't you fond of slaves? Please spare us. Wah wah wah, Lord Celestial, please forgive us. Lord Celestial, have mercy on us. Students and teachers of the academy started to wail. Fear gripped their hearts as they couldn't understand why such calamity befell them suddenly. Heavenly Tao, save us. The elders desperately pleaded, but the Isidro continued to look indifferently at everyone. No, we refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a disciple's eyes widened as he gazed at the heavens, roaring loudly. His shout startled everyone around him. Heavenly Tao, you coward, hiding in the sky? Have the guts to come out. Another disciple bellowed. Humph. The Isidro sneered coldly, casually waving his hand and unleashing a storm of blows at the disciple. Boom. That disciple turned into a bloody mist instantly. Heavenly Tao. Just as that disciple screamed in his final moments, Joa's eyes snapped open, revealing infinite truths. Turns out, I am Heavenly Tao. Joa, Rico, Faxandu. Heavenly Tao. He could be everything and also nothing. My father, you finally woke up. In the air, Night Goddess Yolith and Kaylee tore through space to stand by Joa's side, each grabbing an arm of the Isidro. What are you doing? Release His Excellency. The Secret Alliance's experts tried to resist. You are facing us now. The secluded saintess of the Jaelin Divine Emperor sect, along with other high-level experts from the Eastern Cloud Continent, broke through their seclusion, rushing towards the Secret Alliance experts. Did you forget about us? 7 Sin Beasts, or rather, Heavenly Tao Holy Beasts, appeared behind Joa, displaying their majesty. Now, it's finally time. The man who looked identical to Joa appeared, transforming into a long sword in front of Joa, a towering Heavenly Tao sword connecting heaven and earth. Now, the Heavenly Tao Holy Beasts, the 7 Sin Beasts, the Emils of Heavenly Tao, the Emils of the Tower reaching heaven, the sacred artifacts of Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao sword. All preparations were complete. All these precious resources accumulated throughout this world were gathered here to battle the Isidro. Ha ha ha. The Isidro laughed heartily. At this moment, he was like a king surveying his dominion. Since that's the case, I will kill you first, then destroy this world. The Isidro extended his hand, a ball of grayish light gathering into a murky crystal, harboring terrifying power within. Whoosh! In the next moment, the gray energy ball shot swiftly towards the peak of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It penetrated all restrictions and barriers, striking directly upon Joa and the others. This attack caused the heavens and earth to lose color, the sun and moon to lose their shine. Boom! At that moment, a towering mountain peak exploded into pieces. A chaos spread, endless dust swept out, engulfing the entire eastern cloud city within. Haha, foolish Heavenly Tao, do you really think you can stop me? It's truly laughable. Die! The Isidro let out a long howl into the sky. The next moment, he struck down another palm. Crack! An enormous gray palm print crushed through the void, falling from above Eastern Cloud Continent, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, bringing everything to a state of annihilation. One black crack after another spread outward, like vast rifts connecting the heavens and the earth. The power of one strike was terrifyingly intense. Boom, boom, boom. Horrifying explosions resounded one after another. The entire Eastern Cloud Continent shook violently, resembling the end of days, a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Standing at that location was a figure enveloped in roaring flames, his aura incredibly powerful. This is impossible. How could he be unharmed? All were stunned. That move was enough to destroy the entire Eastern Cloud Continent, even the whole world. Yet Joa stood there completely unscathed. Even the world beneath him remained intact. The Isidro's brows furrowed slightly as he stared at Angus before him. Heavenly Tao? He asked disdainfully, how did you manage that? Joa's lips curled into a faint smile. I did nothing. In my world, you must follow my rules. With those words, he took a step forward. Each time he moved, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Isidro. Joa threw a punch. The Isidro's face twitched slightly but remained unperturbed as he returned the punch, meeting Joa's strike head-on. Bang! They collided fiercely. Joa remained motionless while the Isidro was pushed back 3 paces. You, how can you become so strong? The Isidro's pupils contracted in horror as he gazed at Joa with an expression of shock. Indeed, I haven't awakened for a long time, Joa said calmly, but my strength has never diminished. It has only grown stronger. An indescribable power began to emanate from him. What is this? The power of inheritance. The Heavenly Tao inheritance. He has received the Heavenly Tao inheritance. Numerous voices echoed, sensing an indescribable force radiating from Joa. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Tao's sacred sword trembled. Thud. With a sudden sound, the power of the Heavenly Tao's sacred sword was directly suppressed by the Heavenly Tao inheritance. Not only that, it started to slowly dissolve. What? This can't be possible? The Isidro's expression changed rapidly. His gaze turned grim, staring at Joa with a hint of wariness. You won't live forever in my world. Joa spoke slowly. His aura grew increasingly overwhelming, like an imperial emperor ruling over the 9 heavens. Rumble. Suddenly, Joa moved. The Heavenly Tao's sacred sword erupted with dazzling sword light, carrying boundless heavenly might and slashing through the air. The Isidro's aura surged abruptly, emerging like a raging flood. Whoosh! His sleeves billowed, akin to a leaping dragon. Boundless dark energy radiated from within him, instantly obscuring the entire sky and land. The fearsome power of a celestial-level entity swept across all directions. Bang! Most of the Heavenly Tao's sacred sword's power shattered, but the remaining force still stunned everyone. Swish! The Isidro raised his hand again. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collisions rang out. The surviving beams of sword light dispersed entirely. Joa was also pushed back a distance by this immense, sweeping force. The Isidro unleashed a punch covered in thunder runes. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled as that devastating punch struck Joa's chest. Instantly, Joa was hurled backward. However, a layer of mysterious force encased him, preventing any injury. The Isidro narrowed his eyes. This isn't right. What are you, some kind of freak? Joa scoffed, dashing forward again. Do you care who I am? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Their speeds were terrifying, lightning fast. Each blow they exchanged was beyond what even a spirit martial sage could withstand. One strike would mean instant death. Indeed worthy of heavenly Tao, truly powerful, Joa marveled inwardly. Despite using unknown methods, the Isidro possessed temporary celestial level strength. But such forced enhancement couldn't last. Boom, boom, boom. They clashed furiously, each punch colliding powerfully. Bang! Gabinally, Joa's iron fist slammed into the Isidro's cheek, sending him flying dozens of paces back. Wah! The Isidro spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his face, looking at Joa with fury. He had never suffered such humiliation. This once worthless Grover now stood as Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. What an honorable title. Cursed ant, I won't let you succeed. The Isidro gritted his teeth. He clasped his hands together, pressing downward suddenly. The entire sky rumbled as dark clouds gathered above. But nothing happened. Everything ended. The Isidro stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation despite his wisdom spanning multiple worlds. Why couldn't he destroy the world below the tower reaching heaven? Before this Grover, who once cut off his finger and now claimed to be Heavenly Tao, he couldn't harm even a blade of grass in this world. Isidro, I should thank you. Thank me. By absorbing your finger, I fully understood the world tree and comprehended Dolores's laws. Now, I exist on par with Dolores. Though still weak, you cannot harm an independent world. This is impossible. Impossible. The Isidro murmured. Nothing is impossible. Now, leave and return to where you belong. With Heavenly Tao's command, the Isidro was expelled from the world. Now it's time to correct my mistakes. Heavenly Tao vanished, reappearing outside the world, observing it from a new perspective. As Heavenly Tao's hands came together again, the Eastern Cloud and Western Wind continents merged once more. The fragmented islands between them reformed into two complete continents. The world was finally whole again. After completing this, Heavenly Tao gazed into the distant infinity. Dolores, it's time to find you.